The girl, clearly worth billions, was framed by her relatives and thrown onto the street. She thought she was about to freeze to death until you crossed the rain and held her, allowing her to survive. After a one-night stand with the beautiful president, you think every day about how to be with her. While thinking, as you pass by an alley, for some reason, your steps slow down, as if something is pulling you. You look inside, and it seems like someone is lying on the ground, a bulging shadow, motionless, as if dead. To save or not to save? With a cold expression, you choose to keep walking. The fingertips of the person covered by rainwater on the ground moved slightly, and Jiang Yue found it ridiculous, not expecting that the location of her accident would be arbitrarily changed by them. As they approached and noticed she was still breathing, leaving her in the middle of the road would surely lead to her being discovered early. So Jiang Yue was directly thrown into a deep alley where she would be less likely to be found. As for her luxury car, it was driven straight into the remote river. At this moment, the two people holding umbrellas stood high on the shore, staring at the car gradually sinking into the water, as if they had already seen victory belonging to them. In the depths of the dark alley, cold raindrops splashed onto her eyelids. Jiang Yue struggled to open her eyes, not really knowing if she had succeeded. In any case, her consciousness slowly returned, but her vision remained blurry. The continuous rain had soaked her clothes, chilling her body temperature. She could feel herself gradually losing heat, and by morning, she might freeze to death. Jiang Yue scoffed, never imagining that she would meet her grandfather, father, and mother as a failure. She cannot die. Jiang Yue's slender fingers slowly clenched into a fist. She absolutely cannot die like this without value. Footsteps were approaching her, and Jiang Yue raised her guard, but she found it difficult to realize that only her fingers could move. Any other movement caused her intense pain. You walked towards the seemingly lifeless body on the ground, leaned down to take a look, and discovered it was a woman, with her fair and delicate hands covered in scratches, which made you feel a surge of compassion. Is she dead? No, her fingertips could still move. Slowly climbing onto your canvas shoes, you held your backpack over her head and said, "I'll take you home." A very familiar voice. Jiang Yue squinted her eyes slightly, instinctively choosing to pretend she couldn't go back now. Going back now would be a dead end. A wave of discomfort surged in her chest, making her cough uncontrollably, feeling very uncomfortable. You suggested, "Shall we go back to the house I rented?" Jiang Yue nodded. Okay. When you helped her up, her hand, in a daze, clung to your chest. Jiang Yue could probably confirm one fact: she might really be blind. She let out a cold laugh, feeling moisture streaming from her eyes, not knowing whether it was blood or tears, hoping it was tears. Anyway, mixed with the rain, no one would notice her weakness. The moment that beautiful little face appeared in front of you, your eyes narrowed. Wasn't this the arrogant female tycoon Jiang Yue who took your first? How could she have fallen to this state? You were organizing your words. The woman's originally bright eyes now had a layer of mist. Knowing what you were about to ask, she interrupted. I can't remember. For someone who might be a stranger, hiding the truth is to avoid being caught off guard when the situation improves. You waved your hand in front of her and noticed that she seemed to be unable to see. She pursed her lips but didn't ask why, and you took her with you, feeling that her legs were weak. You slightly bent down and carried her on your back. Soon, your footsteps stopped. You pushed the door open, and placed her on a stool, reminding her, I'll go find some clean clothes. Just sit still. Jiang Yue nodded. After you turned on the light, Jiang Yue felt a sea of white clouds. She groped for the things beside her, and when she heard footsteps, her fingertips stopped moving. Let's wipe your body and see how many wounds you have. Jiang Yue paused. Your words seemed to be meant to help her, though she wasn't sure if it was just her illusion. Jiang Yue tentatively said, I can wipe it myself. You reached out to confirm in front of her eyes again, saying, you can't even see it, so why act tough? Jiang Yue pressed her pale lips together. Don't you have a bathtub here? Just fill it with water. Miss, I'm just a poor college student. Where would I get such an expensive thing as a bathtub in a rental place? Having a water heater is already a blessing. Then, Jiang Yue felt herself being princess carried by you, and it seemed you inadvertently squeezed her a couple of times. Jiang Yue is living under someone else's roof and doesn't know what to say. In the sound of the dripping water, she tried to shift the slightly off atmosphere at that moment. What is your name? Jiang Mu. You tested the water temperature. Already trying your best to act like Lu shall we? Jiang Yue's small mouth slowly repeated your name, and her misty eyes seemed to gradually gain depth. After drying her body, Jiang Yue felt herself wrapped in a blanket by you and carried to a warm place. The sound of the hairdryer started, and your long fingers moved patiently through her long hair, drying it. It's done. The sound of the hairdryer stopped. The conditions here are poor. There's no air conditioning, but there is an electric blanket. If you feel hot, follow this line to find the switch, and turn it off in the opposite direction. You held her hand and slowly slid down the line to find the switch, teaching her how to turn it on and off. Jiang Yue licked her dry lips. And you smiled. Why didn't you tell me you were thirsty? I was afraid of bothering you. You laughed out loud. If I were afraid of bothering you, I wouldn't have saved you at all. Then you walked out of the bedroom, and Jiang Yue's fingertips brushed against the blanket on her body, which was fluffy and warm. Feeling her body, which had lost heat, had already warmed up after the bath. You walked over, and a cold object was pressed against Jiang Yue's lips. She guessed it was a cup and slightly parted her lips. You slowly tilted the cup along the woman's lips. Warm water flowed down her throat, bringing waves of comfort. Jiang Yue raised her still movable hand to hold the cup, speeding up her drinking of the warm water. She drank too quickly, and droplets of water fell from her chin onto her collarbone. No rush. You firmly held her hand and placed it in front of her. Jiang Yue then realized her body was a bit cold. She stopped drinking, wiped her lips, and pulled the blanket tighter around herself. You put down the cup, opened the wardrobe, took out your long shirt and sweatpants, and threw them on the bed, then strode over. I'll help you get dressed. Come here, don't freeze to death at night. Jiang Yue hesitated for a few seconds, and you had already started. As the clothes slowly fell, the blanket completely disappeared from her body. No need for the pants. Jiang Yue lay down with a flushed face, leaving you alone holding the sweatpants, unsure of what to do. Looking at the woman's fair neck, which was now pink, you raised your eyebrows. Could she really be this shy? When teasing herself during the day, why doesn't she seem to have such thin skin? You don't think I saved you for nothing, do you? Jiang Yue's body trembled. I will give you a generous reward once I recover. But I'm a bit special. I'm not interested in other people's money. Jiang Yue tightened her brows. Then what do you want? In her disadvantaged position, she had no qualifications to make any demands. Your gaze slowly examined the woman's stunning face, finally resting on her pink lips. Thinking that the tycoon's eyes were blind and wouldn't recognize her anyway, she said, you kiss me once every day. Jiang Yue frowned and said, don't go too far. You softly said, then I'll take you back. Jiang Yue doesn't like the feeling of being threatened, but now she has no choice in her situation. The air is very quiet, and she is thinking while you patiently wait. In the end, Jiang Yue mumbled, I choose to give a kiss. Then she felt you ruffle her hair and compliment her. So good. Jiang Yue slowly got up, bit her lip. She was hungry but felt embarrassed to say so, and even after you walked out, she still didn't say a word about being hungry. In less than 10 minutes, a faint aroma of rice mixed with the taste of oil and salt wafted to Jiang Yue's nose. What is this? You were afraid she wouldn't eat, so you explained. It's porridge. Given your situation, you'll probably only be able to eat liquid food for the next few days. There's no point in being picky. I don't mind. Jiang Yue's helpless hand brushed against the shadow in front of her, trying to reach for the bowl and spoon, but you refused. To avoid a situation like just now when you drank water, I'll feed you, so please don't touch me. Jiang Yue promised. I won't. You suddenly leaned closer to her and whispered in her ear. Don't touch anything you shouldn't. I can't control myself either. Jiang Yue's face turned red, and she immediately withdrew her little hand. When did I touch you? What are you talking about? Jiang Yue slightly shook her little head, afraid to make any big movements, fearing she might faint at any moment. You scooped up the top layer of porridge, gently blew on it, and then brought it to her lips. Jiang Yue saw how gentle and considerate you were and asked, do you have a girlfriend? You blurted out, no, I'm honest and straightforward, I don't have time to date. For some reason, Jiang Yue's mood brightened, and she enjoyed the porridge especially well, finishing a bowl quickly. As you tidied up, you asked, do you want more? Jiang Yue let out a gentle breath of hot air, afraid you would notice something, and lowered her head, the corners of her eyes slightly reddening. I'm full. But you were not willing to let her off the hook, lowering your gaze to continue looking at her. Li Yu's eyes slightly raised. Is it hard to believe that what you want is actually me? Kang Yeo, he was arrogant and not shy. I'm not. Don't you dare think that. The man had no voice. Kang Yeo's cheeks burned and her ears swooned. You don't really think so, do you? Kang Yeo, he, who hadn't gotten an answer from the man for a long time, was a bit bemused, and then heard his muffled laughter. Embarrassed, she knew she was screwed. Elm. Kang Yeo, he bit her delicate red lips and grunted. I'm going to ignore you. Chapter 6, The First Night. Meng Meng sight. Kang Yoshi feel very peculiar. Family conditions have always been very favorable. She is the first time to wear other people's clothes. It's awkward. Kang Yeo, he looks down and sniffs the collar. There is a faint scent of soap. That is, the man had washed this shirt. Why wash it if you're not going to wear it? She didn't believe that a man's cleanliness was the first thing he did when he bought clothes was to wash them. So he must have worn them, right? Wouldn't that be indirect contact? Their bodies. The more she thought about it, the more biased the ideas in Kang Yoshi's head became. And she exhaled deeply. What to pick? Where are the conditions for her to choose? She can't be naked. It's good to have clothes to wear. Rarely would Kang Yohi sleep in a place she was completely unfamiliar with, and not feeling safe. she didn't fall asleep. The not-so-large room was so awake that she could even hear the frequency of her own heartbeat. Who really wanted her dead? Kang Yohe's eyes narrowed slightly, or perhaps it would be more apt to say, those who wanted her dead, who actually paid the action. And what did the words she heard contain? And did they have something to do with her parents' car accident as well? The look in Kang Yohe's eyes grew colder and colder. These people, they had better be praying for her complete death, or they would be the ones to die. Near dawn, Kang Yohe, who thought she would stay up all night, still fell asleep. In the midst of her clouded sleep, she felt someone staring at her, without any malice. Kang Yohe instead felt a long-lost sense of security under this person's eyes and slept more deeply. Even in the dream world she could sense that she hadn't fallen into such a deep sleep for a long time. And Kang Yohe's entire body completely relaxed. Biological clock arrived. The first step faster than the alarm clock to wake up Liu. Wash up. Had wanted to come over to wake her up, so that together to go to the doctor. He still has classes in the afternoon. This doctor in the morning without seeing it will be too late. But stepping in front of her, the woman's serene sleeping face, he opened his mouth, but remained quiet and didn't disturb her. She was very pretty, delicate as fat face as if blowing, willow eyebrows slender, long eyelashes arched dark. The morning sunlight shone in from the window. A few strands of it bloomed on her eyelashes, like holy light. The intact eyes were watery and bright, looking at him with a seductive color of desire. High and straight nose, red lips to attract a kiss. Kang Yohe seemed like God's illuminator, a carefully sculpted work of art. How can anyone be born so perfect? Liu unknowingly sat on the ground, propping up half of his face with one hand, his eyes staring at her in fascination, clearly feeling his heart beating faster and faster because of her. Their first encounter was an accident, when Kang Yohe saved him from a careless trick. The second time they meet, his unintentional kindness saves her from being assassinated. Will it be fate that they meet each other in a wonderful way? Seen enough? The woman's voice was light. Without realizing it, Liu had been staring at her for almost 2 hours. Once in the beauty of the deep like the sea, do not know that time is a passerby. Liu's eyes flickered, his weakness obvious, and then he thought that she couldn't see, and proceeded to not restrain his gaze at all, even molesting her, not enough to see. After her eyes were healed, she wouldn't know who she was, so why didn't Liu take advantage of this rare opportunity to be a little more unrestrained? Furthermore, with the difference in status and class, he might only have these times to be alone with Kang Yohe. If he didn't have the guts to bully her now, he wouldn't have that chance later. Kang Yohe could feel his sight at that moment as he looked at himself hungrily. Ignoring it, Kang Yohe fumbled to get up, crossed over to him, and walked out of the bedroom. Liu's footsteps followed right behind him. This beautiful woman. Are you still forgetting something very important after waking up from your sleep? Liu leaned against the doorway with one hand, slightly reaching out. He stopped Kang Yohe's groping path. The woman's small hand climbed on his arm, white as snow-soft razor and his healthy skin tone because of the constant part-time job to earn money tanned. A stark contrast, deeply pricked Liu's heart. He didn't know if he was a pervert or not. Since that night over, he always looked at Kang Yohe with a layer of filter of her not wearing clothes. What? Kang Yohe wondered softly, pulling back Liu's thoughts. He coughed twice to remind, the terms of your rescue. It was a good thing she couldn't see enough to realize that she was blushing as red as she could right now. Kang Yohe's eyes were blank, and the thought came to her as she converged slightly. The man's condition for saving himself was to kiss him every day. I haven't brushed my teeth. Kang Yohe grunted, her fingertips tugging at the shirt she was wearing somewhat helplessly. It felt like she was in the disadvantageous position of waiting to be molested by a man. Liu's lazy tone. I'll wait for you. He was in no hurry and was kind enough to take the woman to the washroom, get her water and squeeze her toothpaste. Handing her the item he said something reassuring. It's new. New? Kang Yohe looked confused. Why is it new? They came back together last night and she didn't hear the door open or close. So the man shouldn't have gone out to buy it. So why would there be something new in the house? Bought it for the change of season. Liu explained, which was quite logical. Kang Yohe nodded slowly. A woman's elegant and dusty temperament is very graceful and moving even when she is only wearing a plain shirt. Did Liu actually fantasize that Kang Yohe would brush her teeth in his clothes like this after they became a family? His eyes uncontrollably surveyed her beautiful body, and when he touched those long, white jade legs, Liu's breath tumbled and he moved his gaze away without moving. After Kang Yohe washed her face, she breathed evenly and took a peaceful step towards the white silhouette, and when Liu wondered what she was going to do, Kang Yohe bit her lip, her anxious appearance, and she had already begun to get ready. You bowed your head, before I could find. Her voice was getting smaller. Liu hooked his lips. Now he knew. Then, Kang Yohe felt a shadow completely cover her. For the first time, someone would give her such an oppressive feeling. John Yoshi's mind was in turmoil. She stood on her tiptoes and dawdled and kissed him. Her cheeks were a slight red, Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. May I? How is it that a female Zaibatsu, who was very bold when it comes to flirting, is so innocent and cute when it comes to pure love? Liu clamped her jaw. Not hard enough, but she couldn't escape either. What are you doing? Well, the man's side face lowered his head. Warm lips fell on her fragrant soft lips. Hand a slight force. Jian Yoshi opened her lips. The man's movements gentle and with a strong entanglement, blocked her next words. As the kiss ended, Kan Yeo he couldn't help but lean back at his broad and sturdy chest, taking small breaths of air. Reacting, Kan Yeo his small slap was about to greet Liu's body, only to be steadily caught by him. He also said, "Do you have to kiss the hand too?" Kan Yeo he was instantly shy and immediately withdrew her hand and he let go. It's as sweet as if she's afraid of hurting her. Kan Yeo he felt it, but it didn't affect her exasperation. This man is a scoundrel. Kissed him in the mouth and couldn't hit him himself. Pissed off. What's wrong with me? Her ears were red to the point of dripping blood, and she looked delicate, biting her lip tightly to keep quiet. Liu muffled a low laugh. It was fun to tease her. Kan Yuhi sidled aside, but in one swift motion, the man picked her up in a princess carry, and in a few steps he was at the couch, setting her down gently. As Kan Yeo he tenses her expression, thinking he's going to do something else. Li Yul walks away. It turned out that she was overthinking it. Kan Yeo his face is getting redder and redder. It's so humiliating. Liu found several pieces of his own clothes from the closet, then put one after another on her, and when he finally saw the finished product, Liu's mouth hung with a shallow smile. Her own clothes looked a bit baggy on her petite frame, and she looked quite cute, like a child stealing adult clothes, but there was no picking at the moment. No conditions. Here, tie your hair. Liu also volunteered to tie her hair, using a headphone cord. Kan Yoi's eyelashes fluttered. Unsure, can you see people with your hair tied up? Although her eyes can't see, she still needs her face. Kan Yoshi loves face. She is really worried about her hair is a messy mess out. She is still not aware of the appearance. That would have to be how stupid Why not? Liu muttered. Underestimating who? Besides, you're beautiful. And your hair tied up in any way won't detract from your face. Using a comb that he had but searched for half a day to find, Li Yul slowly combed Kan Yui's long hair and then used an earphone cord to tie a bow at her low ponytail. The woman's bright eyes and white teeth made the headphone cord look upscale. Kan Yoshi gave a start, not thinking that she would hear a compliment about herself from a man's mouth. Her expression gave a slight lurch and she became a little shy. Again, she thought of something. You didn't pick me up because you saw me as pretty, did you? Plotting? Liu stifled a laugh. Ha, what are you laughing at? Did I hit the nail on the head? Kan Yohi frowned her delicate eyebrows slightly. She completely hated people who approached her with an agenda, also including her savior. The white shadow seemed to come closer to her. Kan Yohi could feel his hot breath and nice fresh lemon-flavored toothpaste. Not annoying, but instead her heart thumped faster at the entrance of her heart. You're a bruised woman lying on the rainy, muddy ground in the middle of the night, with a streetlight that's already broken, and you're no different than a pile of garbage when someone with bad eyesight looks over. Liu whispered in a loose tone. And I saved you because you were pretty? I was able to tell that you were a person at the time solely because of my good eyesight. Kan Yeo his face grew red with shame and anger at his words. He replied in such a way that he came across as self-absorbed instead. First of all, her beauty is certainly unquestionable. So, Kan Yu he evades the fact that she is indeed narcissistic. It's a cold, cloudy night, and no one with a lot of guts would go near that alley. And knowing that it's a human being lying on the ground makes them even more squeamish. Conscientious people quite often will help you call an ambulance. How can you see that your dirty little face is beautiful? It was as if he could suddenly talk, opening up his mouth with interest, talking on and on and on and on, and making sense. Don't you say it. Kan Yohi raised her hand, wanting to cover his mouth, but because she was blind and unskilled the first time, she held his chin. For a moment, Kan Yoshi was a little embarrassed, as she silently moves her small hand. The man was generous and brought Kang Yui's hand to his mouth and covered it. Li Yu's muffled voice spilled out. There, that covers it. It didn't affect his speech though. Coaxing a child? Kang Yui's unconsciously pouty tone. The man's low voice was gentle. Aren't you a child? Kang Yui was stunned in her heart. Only her parents and grandfather would treat her as a child. Others would only treat her as a tumor. As a successful elite, a strong woman, a competitor to be sniffed at. She is many things now, but the only thing she is not is a child. The man's hot breath filled the palm of her hand and burrowed into the veins of her ring finger, the burning temperature spreading all the way to her heart, making her feverish. Why on earth would you save me? Kang Yohi didn't understand. Li Yu rambled. Simply because I'm too kind. If I don't save you, my conscience will not be able to get over it and I might not be able to sleep at night. For the simple reason of not being able to sleep? Kang Yohi didn't believe it at all. Li Yu didn't say anything else. In this cruel society nowadays, a useless conscience does not reflect any value related to money. But it can't be helped, he is a human being, and he will always have a little bit of weakness about human beings. Perhaps conscience isn't a weakness either. It's one of the few true goodnesses left in man. Liu exhaled deeply, not wanting to delve into whether he was good or dark. It's too proper. It's too proper to be himself like this. It's not like him at all. Liu sipped 2 mouthfuls of Kong Yoshi's small soft hand. Guess. Yeah, that's him, the real him, the one who's not acting at all. Frightened Kong Yoshi retracted her hand. You? What are you doing? Still really kiss? Take advantage if you have a bargain. Kong Yeo, he muttered with her small mouth. Shameless. Send you to the hospital for a checkup. Liu took it as it came and wouldn't mess with her for too long. Last night when he helped her to take a bath, Liu noticed that the man couldn't stand steadily, and his other hand couldn't grip him, so he guessed that it was all broken. Strange, with so many injuries on her body, this woman had to be said to be really tolerant, and actually didn't cry out in pain all night. Not at the big hospital. Kong Yu, he said sharply. The people who wanted to harm her would have sent someone to check if she was dead or not when the news of her death didn't show up at the entrance of the alley. Did anyone save her from being taken to the hospital? Liu looked at her with an air of calmness. You still pick? Kong Yohi softened her voice. That's not the reason. Liu's brows lightened as he pondered. Got it. There must be a ghost in an already uncomplicated identity, and in a place where it shouldn't be. Kong Yohi was carried all the way down the stairs on his back and then got on a very special mount. Hold me tight. Liu wrapped her uninjured hand around his waist, then slowly started his little electric donkey. Kong Yohi was scared to death as she grabbed Liu's clothes for the first time in such a car. It didn't take long for her tense demeanor to relax. Facing the modest morning sun, the light was warm and shone fully upon her. The gale that blew over was still mostly blocked by the man in front of her. She felt herself wanting to rely on him for the first time in a long time. Liu noticed that the person behind him slowly leaned on his back, and did not poke at her tenderness. Continuing to drive the small electric donkey at a smooth speed, he took her not to a big hospital, but to a small hospital just a few kilometers away from the rental house. Line up. Go to an orthopedic surgeon first to check for bone problems. One of Kong Yui's arms and one of her legs hurt when she moved them. After the doctor examined him, he cursed, "What's wrong with your boyfriend? The girl has multiple fractures on her body, and she still doesn't expedite to a major hospital to register." Liu had a hard time with it. Kong Yeo, he explained. Doctor, I'm the one who didn't want to. We're in a worse condition. The doctor gave a lurch and kept quiet for the moment. He looked at the really ordinary clothes on the two men, even dressed similarly. The empathic emotion that is best avoided by healthcare professionals appeared in his eyes. Pay the fee and get a cast right away. No need to ask for your arm and leg if you delay any longer. Okay, thank you, doctor. Liu took the list and picked up Kong Yoshi in a princess hug. There's no need for this. Kong Yeo, his heart was beating like a drum. There must be a lot of people looking at her. She was embarrassed. Liu didn't put her down. Instead he said, if you're shy, bury your face in my arms. Kong Yui's eyes glazed over. Chapter 7. After going blind, it seems to be held. She did as she was told, slowly burying her small face at Liu's security-filled chest. After the cast was put on, they went back for an eye exam. The doctor's face was grave as he said, the nerves of the eyeballs have been pressed into, and it's not good to say for a short period of time. Protect your eyes well from bright light. Liu listened attentively. Kong Yohi was thoughtful. On the way back, Kong Yeo, he could feel Elmwood's little electric donkey driving slower and slower. Just as she was wondering, the man had parked his car at the curb, and turned his head to look at her. What flavor of kanji would you like? Kong Yeo, he thought very seriously for a while, then deflated her mouth and replied with a bit of despair. Can we only eat porridge? This kind of day, it was too bland. She wanted something a little more exciting. Liu laughed silently, really cute by her reaction. If it was now that he took some pictures of her cute looks and kept them, and they were found out, he would definitely be hunted down by the female plutocrat in the future, right? Not hearing the man's reply, Kong Yoi's only hand that could move clasped the corner of her coat and looked very well behaved as she replied back. Alright, eat the kanji. It was nice to have something to eat. Maybe she shouldn't be so fancy and think about food other than porridge. They went into a restaurant. When the boss's wife came over with the menu, she was curious. This boyfriend is how much he has to spoil his girlfriend. To eat a meal still have to carry. But the result is that when she saw the little girl that hand plaster leg also plaster, a moment to move. Liu took the menu and searched again on his cell phone for those foods that were more bone healthy. He ordered ugway chicken soup, beef, steamed fish, and fried tofu, all of which are good for restoring bones. Okay, boss lady. The boss's wife let out an and came over to collect the menu. Wait a moment, the food will be served in a moment. Liu nodded. Kong Yeo, he waited for her porridge in silence beside her. When she heard the movement of the boss lady approaching her table, She also smelled a particularly fresh smell, as if it was the smell of chicken soup. She turned her head in Li Yu's direction in a bemused manner with a puzzled look. Smells like it's not kanji. Is the boss lady delivering the wrong one? The voice was small and soft, and Kong Yoshi's expression was obedient, similar to a kitten pampering itself. Li Yu dropped her eyes and smiled. Right, don't make a sound. Just eat it secretly. It was a challenge to Kong Yohi's morals, and the stiff chopsticks expressed the fierce struggle of her thoughts. Finally choosing to give in as the man ladled her a bowl of chicken soup, she carefully fumbled with the ceramic craft spoon on the side of the bowl and took a sip. The soup was sweet to the palate, and the chicken was so good it melted in her mouth, stewed as it could be. Then, John Yoshi heard the boss's wife handing over one dish after another. Her eating action slowed down, skewed her head in confusion. The boss's wife sent so many wrong dishes? If you open a store like this, you really won't lose money? Beef, in the bowl. Li Yu gave her some food. Fish is here, and tofu, try them all. Kong Yohi ate very heartily. Her eyes cannot see. It does not even affect her left and right to steal the sense, even more so after hearing the man say, "Boss lady, we didn't order this." A strong fresh flavor of lamb drilled into the nostrils of John Yoshi, smelling delicious. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. At the same time, her heart was even more suspended. Didn't Yumu say that she secretly ate it? Why did she still talk to the boss's wife openly and honestly? Send you. The boss's wife in the process of serving food also noticed that this young girl can't see. Ouch to her heartache. Sent a meat dish that is good for the eyes. Li Yu. Thanks, boss lady. Harm. You're welcome. Li Yu gave Jiang Yoshi a sandwich of soft lamb. The boss's wife gave it to you. Try it. Jiang Yoshi lowered her head and ate sullenly, her eyes a little sour. One or two are strangers who have never met with her, but treats her better than those relatives who are related to her by blood. How can this not make her heart sour? Why are the ends of your eyes red? Kong Yohi sniffled. Fragrance confusion. Li Yu and the boss's wife both laughed out loud when they heard it. The food order was a little too much for them to finish, so Li Yu took 2 takeout boxes. At this time his cell phone vibrated. The group message at all members. This afternoon's class is cancelled. As for which time it is scheduled, the teacher has not yet notified. Copy that. Copy that. Received /emoticons. Li Yu looked away and put away his cell phone. In her blurred vision, she could see the man chucking good food from his plate into his lunchbox. Stunned, Kong Yohi moved closer to him and whispered, "It's not too good to still be packing. It's not good to waste it." Li Yu moved skillfully, but John Yoshi is still torn. The boss's wife is so good to her. Sent the wrong dishes. She not only did not inform but also ate all of them. From the sound of the guests around the week can probably tell that this restaurant is actually not big. Li Yu stopped teasing her. Don't worry, it's all paid for. Kong Yohi then reacted to the fact that the man had actually been teasing himself from the start. Inexplicably relieved. She was really concerned about the fact that she was taking advantage of someone else. She hummed softly, "You're so boring." Kong Yohi knew that he must be secretly laughing at her simplicity again. That she could be so gullible. Li Yu hooked her lips. Isn't it quite interesting? Kong Yohi supported her chin with one hand and stared peacefully at the blurry white light in front of her, trying to memorize his appearance seriously even though she couldn't see it. It was probably because she had met someone who was genuine and sincere, so her guard was undefended. Li Yu packed his lunchbox and held it in one hand while holding Kong Yoshi in the other. The pavement towards the small electric donkey still had shallow puddles left by last night's rain. Li Yu wrapped a hand around Kong Yohi's waist and picked up and crossed the puddle. Kong Yohi didn't know what she meant and held onto his clothes for dear life for fear of being thrown out by the man. When she was put down, Kong Yohi leaned against his chest to calm down, her small mouth mumbling, "Scared me." Li Yu heard it and couldn't help but tease her. His voice line was on the heavy side, deliberately suppressing his teasing of her. "How did it scare you? What do you think I would do to you in public?" Kong Yohi pursed her lips, and when she raised her chin to retort to Li Yu, she silently lowered her head again. Seeing as he was so kind to himself, Kong Yohi decided not to argue with him. Li Yu still maintained the original action, lowered his eyes, looking at the Kong Yoshi in front of him. The woman's long eyelashes fluttered, large curls of long hair hanging sideways in front of her body. The earphone cord has been a little loose, half hanging in her ponytail. When the wind blew, a few strands of mischievous hair brushed her stunningly beautiful face, and she was oblivious to it. Kong Yohi, who had her own little thoughts, had a suspicious blush float up on her cheeks under Li Yu's burning gaze. Kong Yohi turned her head. "Don't keep sneaking glances at me." Li Yu coughed. "I didn't. Who would believe it?" The two returned to the modest rental house. Kong Yohi is placed in the couch by Li Yu and he turns on the TV for her to listen to and relieve her boredom. Li Yu still felt like there was something he hadn't done after putting everything away, and he thought back carefully. It came to mind when his eyes touched Kong Yohi, who was sitting up straight. "I still have a little something to buy. Need to go out a trip." You be good to stay. I will bring the key out. Anyone knocking on the door are not allowed to open the door. Understand? Li Yu's admonishing voice. Kang Yohee said arrogantly, am I a child? And again, am I that stupid? Li Yu walked up to her, wanting to rub her head but not bothering to mess up her long flowing hair. As she withdrew her hand, the woman suddenly came up and placed her head under his hand with precision, and shifted from side to side to rub it. Just say it if you want to touch it. It's not like you won't give it. She was kinda arrogant. The corners of Li Yu's mouth curved and he couldn't suppress it at all. Less narcissistic chick. Who wants to rub your head? A man who talks out of his ass won't get a wife. Kang Yohee's blurted out. She herself froze after the words fell. How could she say such blunt words? As if she wanted Elmwood to coax herself and then she would be his wife. So you. The man leaned in between her ears, his breath rolling. Will you be my wife? As she wishes. Kang Yohee placed one hand against the front of his chest and reminded in a soft voice. Don't you still have to go shopping? After hearing the man's footsteps and the sound of the door closing, Kang Yohee patted her full chest with her small hands and let out a long breath of relief. Life has never been so overwhelming, and it's a real pain in the ass when you can't see out of your eyes. Half an hour later, when Li Yu came back, Kang Yohee immediately looked towards the door. The rustling sound had been there since Li Yu had been home, and Kang Yohee had no idea what he was doing. But if he didn't volunteer to say anything, she wasn't going to make a fool of herself by asking. Not a moment later, Kang Yohee again vaguely felt the man standing behind her. Out loud, she asked, what's wrong? Li Yu tied her hair up, used 2 hairbands, tied it into a fluffy pill head, and reminded, I've connected the hot water. It's in the room. You just need to rub your body for the next few days. Don't take a bath. The plaster can't touch the water. Go now. It's going to be very cold later when the night is late. Oh. Kang Yohee got up and walked slowly towards her room. Or do you want me to wipe it for you? Li Yu asked kindly, looking at her inconvenient appearance. Kang Yohee only felt her face burning with panic and immediately replied, I can do it myself. After losing my sight, it seems to be taken. Kang Yohee slowly closed the door to her room, a bit distressed. The next morning, Li Yu looked at the completely dry clothes, one by one, put away, careful appearance, treat rare treasures like, walk to the sofa place, then one by one folded. He'd never been more serious about his clothes. Li Yu rented a cheap old neighborhood near the university town. Sound insulation is not very good. Big morning, 5 or 6 o'clock when the sound of neighbors walking up the stairs. Long commute to work, to send their children to school parents, and the age of a good but more energetic than young people. The elderly, thunder and lightning grabbed the balcony phone box and the vegetables to take to the nearby vegetable market. It was only when there was a bit of movement in the bedroom that Li Yu walked over and knocked on the door. Your clothes, okay. Hearing Kang Yohee's voice, Li Yu pushed open the door and walked in, and what he saw was Kang Yohee's delicate little face, slightly messy hair, and loose shirt, a very homely look. His heart fluttered for a moment. Yawning slightly, Kang Yohee noticed the man putting down pile after pile of clothes. Her small, onion-white hands touched them, and Li Yu saw her freeze and thought it was because she minded the cleanliness aspect. It's all been washed, don't worry about wearing it. He was busy last night. Is that what he was working on? Hearing his voice, Jiang Yoshi's eyes widened. All washed. Washed in the washing machine? The intimate clothes I hand wash. The others are washed separately for different colors. Li Yu was quite reasonable. I understand. Girls' bodies are more sensitive and fragile. Kang Yohee completely blushed. I'll wash it myself from now on. Li Yu let out. I refuse. Kang Yohee was completely confused by him. Let's wait until your hands are good before we talk about these irrelevant things. How can this be something irrelevant? This is. Kang Yohee was too embarrassed to say it directly. This is intimate clothing. She can't imagine at all the look of a big man holding these in his hands and bending over in the wash. A good husband? I'll get breakfast. You can wear it yourself. Kang Yohee's face heated up. Yes. Li Yu was still pretty good at changing the subject. Kang Yohee slowly put on layer after layer and walked out. Woman in ordinary dress. Take a foreign-style jacket. Delicate body. Natural clothes rack. Wear anything good. Like a big star. The smell of her cheap shower gel and toothpaste, identical to her own, seemed to have taken on a different flavor. It cost a lot, didn't it? She was very squirmy, feeling a little overwhelmed by how nice people were being to her. A lot of things in this world can be measured in money, but not love, and even less so true feelings without any greed, and money will pale in the face of these true feelings. So, Kang Yohee was even more unsure of how to return it. Li Yu's eyes didn't have any reluctance. They were all sincere appreciation. Not bad. Kang Yohee's voice was small but very firm in one sentence. I'll give it back to you. Li Yu approached her, lowered himself to be flush with her height, doting eyes, about to molest again. No need to return it, just give me a kiss. He loved her fragrant, soft little mouth, both when he spoke and when he touched himself, and Li Yu loved it, as if he was addicted to it, dreaming about it for the past 2 nights. As soon as the day dawned, he was stupidly snobbish about his good morning kiss. At a disadvantage, Kan Yeo he didn't seem to have the right to say no. She stabilized her rapid breathing, lifted her small chin, and quietly waited for the man who was actually close at hand to take the initiative. When he did kiss, Kan Yohee felt the warm and soft touch on her lips and her whole body tensed up. The man's wanton raids danced with her little tongue, invading all the air in her mouth in a passionate tangle. For a moment, the temperature in the modest house seemed to rise a degree. The woman's blank eyes watered in accusation. It hurts. Li Yeo looked at how he almost pressed on Kan Yohee's cast and hurriedly got up and away. Sorry. Kan Yohee's face was even more red, and the heat was running all the way up from her tailbone, about to burn her. Is everything okay? Li Yu looked left and right. Kan Yohee shook her head. This was the end of Li Yu's examination. Both men ate their breakfast in silence. Li Yu bought the meat buns from downstairs, warmed them up in the microwave for a few minutes, and they were warm enough to eat. Not hot, just right. Kan Yohee's small hand held a meat bun that was bigger than her palm and froze, nibbling on it, thoughtfully, not knowing what to do or how to sit. It always felt like their current situation was very much like a young couple in love, very naturally mushy. Not good? Li Yu saw that she had been fuming for a long time. He was nibbling on 2 meat buns again. The flavor was the same as before. It was okay. Hearing the man's voice, Kan Yohee's heart heated up. No, it's delicious. After these few days together, Li Yu felt that he had sort of figured out a little bit of John Yoshi. This woman's mouth rarely had the truth. Li Yu thought about what else was coming for breakfast at the breakfast place downstairs or asked Kan Yohee, or would you like to eat something else? I don't want anything. Kan Yee's extremely pretty. Hazel eyes looked up at him, the tips of her ears red as hell. Li Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Little beauty. I'm talking about food. Kan Yohee is totally thinking the wrong way. I'm talking about food too. Chapter 8, Schoolflower Pei Yuhan. A new message came into his cell phone and Li Yu glanced at it. Yesterday's class was scheduled for this morning and he had to go to class. As she pulled back her chair and rose, the woman's eyes immediately rested on his. She couldn't see, but that didn't stop her eyes from being bright and mesmerizing, as if she could see into her own heart. Li Yu paused for a moment. Kan Yohee was waiting for the man to talk to her. Sure enough, he moved closer to her, the familiar burning scent lingering around her. It smelled good, it was refreshing, and it gave her a level of wanting to get close, to press up against his skin to smell and savor it. Kan Yohee moved her fingertips again and again, still quiet and seemingly without any movement. Instead, she slowly reddened at her earlobes. Kan Yoshi felt horny like a pervert and hoped that he didn't see it. I'm going to class. Be good and wait for me at home, okay? Li Yu admonished. Kan Yohee nodded her head, but saw a white mass of silhouettes in front of her without the slightest movement to leave. The woman's narrowed brow was tinged with some slight doubt. Why isn't he leaving yet? Kan Yohee was curious. Li Yu coughed. Good morning kiss. Kan Yohee immediately tensed up, her fingertips tugging at each other as her small mouth moved, organizing her wording, resulting in a few dry words. Just gave it. Not really. Rewards are rewards. Good morning kisses are good morning kisses. The two categorizations are different and represent different meanings. Do not mix them up. Li Yu's eyes were colored with a layer of laughter that successfully teased her. Kan Yohee was confused as she listened to his crooked reasoning, her pretty eyebrows slightly furrowed. Elmwood, what exactly did you major in? Sophistry. His fingertips ruffled Kan Yohee's long hair, raiding Sister Fong's heart professionally. John Yohee's breathing was disorganized. She took Li Yu's hand, pinned the long hair behind her ear, came close to him and stood on tiptoe, softly landing a kiss on his lower lip. So, is that okay? Frustrated. The simple touch was deepened by the man's arm around his slender waist. Gasps and petulant voices gradually entwined. The intensity between lips, long and tender. Ryoko, finally released. Kan Yohee gasped in small breaths, her pretty eyebrows glaring straight at him. I'm sure it's still bad, clearly fouling. Her heart pounded at the pit of her stomach, purely because of his nastiness. Li Yu's tone was very serious. When my sister was studying, did she pass the lung capacity test? He arched slightly to be flush with the woman. His fingers swept through her long hair, his vision deepening as he dropped his own kisses on the textured strands as well. It's so fragrant. The hair smells good and so does she. Kan Yohee's dumbfounded look. The man's voice was laced with love. Why doesn't your sister say anything? Kan Yohee looked at his tall hazy shadow in confusion, as if she could tell he was curling his lips in a smile. In fact, she didn't hear much. Why was it suddenly brought into the matter of physical testing? It was years ago when she was in college. Li Yu smiled wiltingly. Why can't you kiss for a little while? Kan Yohee's cheeks instantly flushed. and her entire back tensed up straight. Before she left, she still had to say something to anger her. John Yoshi really wanted to pick up the pillow in her hand and throw it at him. "I'm off, sis." After the door closed, the room suddenly went silent. Without the man's flirting, Kang Yu-hee felt alone in the world. She stood still and quiet for a good 10 minutes, so strange that she suddenly felt the warmth and coziness of home in that moment just now. How long has it been since this feeling existed? She tightened the pillow in her arms, knowing in no uncertain terms that depending on a man was by far the stupidest decision. But she still had her heart set on it. This inability to control emotions makes it difficult. After Li Yu went out of the neighborhood, her mouth was humming a little song, especially happy, eyes curved, but also pursed lips, obviously reminiscing, feeling that there is still the soft and sweet flavor of Kang Yoshi on her mouth. What a beautiful day. It's as beautiful as a dream. When he saw a girl, Li Yu's footsteps slowly stopped, and the happiness on his face gradually collected. The girl's gentle looks, tall and slender, wearing a white dress. The breeze blew up her skirt and she was carried forward a few steps by the wind. School beauty Pei Yuhan. Her warm, soft tone. "Schoolboy, I'm back from my internship." After the incident with the photo, Li Yu, who wanted to confess his love for the schoolgirl, stops all his feelings for her. The sudden coldness, Pei Yuhan cannot understand, but the internship is imminent. She can only go first. But reality did not tell her that with a career, she would lose her love. As soon as her internship was over, she immediately rushed back without even finishing her report. In the past few months, her schoolmate hadn't contacted herself. Was she afraid of disturbing her work? She couldn't figure it out. Staring at Li Yu's chat box night after night, scrolling through the few entries that were left. "Goes to part-time job. Sister, I'm looking for information in the library. It's Christmas today. It's cold. Sister." Flipping through the chat logs, she was memorizing them, but there was never a new message coming in from 2025. Pei Yuhan sighed slightly, feeling the loneliness in the strange temporary rental room. "I didn't realize that my eager return to school would be such a different, heartbreaking scene the first time I saw Li Elm. She saw it all last night, Li Yu holding a beautiful young girl. It's the heat of the moment, isn't it? So unapologetically outwardly expressing intimate distance. Shamefully unqualified jealousy rose in her heart and finally transformed into envy. Pei Yuhan even foolishly waited downstairs in the neighborhood all night, watching the lights in their house come on and the two blurry shadows walk around. "Sit down, and talk about something." Li Yu walked out. There is no excuse. She was happy for a moment. Thought it was just Li Yu sent this girl home. They chatted a few words at home. They are no relationship. Perhaps the girl's feet on the hands of the cast need him to help. Coupled with Li Yu's heart is kind. He helped her. That's all. In this short period of time, Pei Yuhan had already made a lot of excuses for Li Yu's still single status. Pei Yuhan followed Li Yu's footsteps. She wanted to find a good excuse for a chance encounter. To talk to him, to express to him how much she liked him. She found him entering the women's clothing store. Pei Yuhan's footsteps stopped, and through a glass door, she clearly saw that Li Yu even bought women's intimate clothes, and also went into the boutique, choosing girls' hair band clips, and physiological products, and then returned to the rental house. Her eyes gradually filled with loss. A normal relationship. A boy shouldn't be able to be so meticulous with a girl. Pei Yuhan laughed, her smile becoming more and more bitter. He was so sweet, being taught so well by that strange girl. The two shadows of the rental house blurred and shone in the lamp, and blacked out afterward. She waited downstairs for another long time, and Li Yu hadn't even come out yet. They slept together? Has the relationship gotten this close? Pei Yuhan's heart slowly cooled as the night deepened. Today, she still has a little bit of time. And she didn't hold back and ran here again. Pei Yuhan did not even know that she was pretending to be confused. In the end, what she was entangled in, time pulls back to this moment. "I wish Sister Pei good luck in her career." Li Yu's cheerful demeanor raised his hand towards her. As he passed her, Li Yu's heart suddenly sank. Pei Yuhan reluctantly turned around and asked, "Yesterday, I saw you send a girl into the neighborhood. Is she your girlfriend?" "It's a girlfriend, I think." Pei Yuhan smiled and pursed her lips to hide her panic. Or, did I read it wrong? Li Yu thought of Kang Yoshi who was waiting for him at home, and the temperature in his heart gradually warmed back up as he smiled politely and said, "She's my girlfriend. Regardless of whether or not he and Kang Yeo he will make it later. Right now she is his woman, and this is an unquestionable fact." Pei Yuhan smiled bitterly. This way When Li Yu crossed her figure further and further away and she was about to lose her grip, Pei Yuhan took the initiative to ask him out for the first time. "Let's go for a walk." Li Yu glanced at the time on his hand and politely declined. "It's almost time for class. It's junior year. Skip class for once." Pei Yuhan's character was gentle and soft, and so was her tone. "I'm leaving school soon. Accompany me for a chat?" It's hard to say no again. Her eyes were like water with crystals. It was as if Li Yu would cry the next second he refused. Li Yu had to nod. Then, respectfully, two people strolling in the university city not far from the river. Sparkling water. The bank has a lot of people, quite a few fishing rods in the fishing. Looking at the scenery of the people are also quite a lot of people. Come and go. With the moving ants. Pei Yuhan's eyes were full of tears, bright and shiny, and she opened her arms face to face towards the wind blowing on the river. It's so cool. Originally, she should have been able to get a warm hug from Li Yu on such a cool day, but now he was standing aside with his pants pockets stuck in his pockets, looking diffident, his eyes similarly gazing at the river but not resting his eyes on his own. Well, it's pretty cool, Li Yu replied politely. Bless you, it wasn't very dark yesterday, and I saw from a distance that your girlfriend is very pretty. There was a subtle change in the curve of Li Yu's mouth. Thank you. When you were with her, you shouldn't have been as completely unfocused on her as you are on me now, right? Pei Yuhan asked carefully, eagerly hoping he answered yes. Li Yu looked sideways, the emotion in his eyes clear and pure, with a hidden smile. He said, I have to watch her. Jiang Yoshi can't see now. Li Yu won't necessarily take her for a walk along the river. She has an unusual status. The reasons for her blindness and broken bones are very dark, and he won't create a situation that puts Jiang Yoshi in danger and gives those who are so bad as to give them the slightest opportunity to do so. So, his watched her, recuperating from her physical injuries in a safe environment. Pei Yuhan's eyes burned, turning her head to stare at the river again when Li Yu noticed, the ends of her eyes a little red. They all say that graduation means breaking up. It seems like I'm stuck in this loop too. You broke up with Li Chuan? Li Yu sank down, still unwilling to associate that disgusting name with Pei Yuhan. Pei Yuhan tilted her head slightly, trying to swallow back the falling tears, but it didn't work. It still didn't work. The teardrops flowed down the end of her eyes, sadness festering in her heart, suffocating her. Happy graduation to me, schoolboy. She smiled warmly toward him, barely able to hold it together. Their first encounter came from a fellowship. Li Yu did not have a part-time job at that time, and wanted to go back to the rental house to sleep. Lu Yun asked to understand, ironically not give him the opportunity to be lazy. Hard to pull him to the sorority. The small dining outside the college town is basically where young boys and girls get together, one group at a time, and the atmosphere is very hot. It's so handsome, that elementary school boy. He looks like a man with a nose and eyes. I heard it was Li Yu, the youngest master of the Li family. Not much of a talker yet, blushes easily, can be so amusing. It's rare to see such an innocent boy. A tall figure appeared in the half-wall mirror, light and soft-looking, slightly pink, with an air of innocence that was completely accentuated, like the flower of the high ridge. The first time they saw the girl, a stunning look appeared in their eyes and they couldn't help but look at her more. As Pei Yuhan was fixing her makeup on the side, she heard the other girls praising Li Yu, which aroused her curiosity. Pei Yuhan fumed and muttered, "Isn't it a student council potluck? What's with the socializing?" As she walked into the party venue, she caught a glimpse of the tall, thin, clean-cut boy. The moment Li Yu appeared in front of her eyes, Pei Yuhan's world seemed to brighten up by a level. Her pretty eyes widened slightly. Clean and fresh male university, wearing a very ordinary cotton t-shirt, loose white jeans, a pair of black canvas shoes, thick eyebrows and high nose. The corners of the mouth hold a smile shallow. His hair was naturally combed, not permed or dyed or any strange color, black and smooth. He sat with his back straight, looking like a good boy. Li Yu, this barbecue is really excellent. After Lu Yun finished it, he brought over a small plate. This guy is also, although he was pulled to fill the number, but also cannot be embarrassed to even eat this, Lu Yun are paid. His friends openly eat Thanks. Li Yu took it. She basically hadn't come into contact with a boy with so much sunlight on him. Her heart was beating a little faster and her breath was a little unsteady. Li Yu was actually secretly observing this schoolgirl, Pei Yuhan, who basically got the attention of all the boys sitting there after she appeared. She's a pretty famous senior, and has earned a lot of honors for their school by coming in first in the entrepreneurship competition she participated in her senior year. Pretty and smart girl, unattainable. Li Yu didn't expect to have such an honor to meet her. I'll be damned. Schoolgirl, that's too decent. It's a good thing I came over to join the sorority, or else where would I normally get this chance to get a close-up glimpse of the face of the school's flower? If she is my girlfriend, give me a car and a house, the magic city based on a good job, and then have a twin. My career is also willing to prosper. His friend looked at him breathlessly. Why are you still planning to even eat? Pei Yuhan's sight softly looked over towards Li Yu, slightly tilting her head as doubts appeared in her eyes. Probably. Why are you looking at me? After his sight was noticed by his schoolmate, Li Yu quickly withdrew his eyes. Just now the words are not what he said. He just looked at two more eyes. Really just looked at two more eyes. There is nothing in his heart that should not have the idea. Don't look too naked by the school sister misunderstood While playing the game, Liu was pulled by Lu Yun as a squad, winning repeatedly with high intelligence. Lu Yun was completely crushed and couldn't help but spit out, "Where are your morals? Where is my dignity?" Liu is her dish. Pei Yuhan has been mentally preparing for a long time. Finally, when the party was about to break up, she gathered the courage to lean over, followed their chat and said, "Where is the contact information of the schoolmate?" The girl's voice appeared softly in his ears, as ethereal and tickling as wind-blown fluff. Liu's handsome and elegant face was puzzled. "Sister? That's a bit sweet." "Sister." Pei Yuhan was a little nervous. Her heart rate was not in sync, and she rarely had this kind of lack of composure. "Are you talking to me?" Liu wasn't quite sure, but was certain he hadn't heard correctly. In the stunned sight of several people, the school beauty sat beside Liu, resting her cheeks towards him. She smiled sweetly, or else. Liu instantly tensed, at a loss for words. All of them were particularly busy, and as he touched his cell phone, ready to ease the relief of a bit of a rush, he was held on the back of his hand by his schoolmate. "No checking your cell phone, oh." The schoolteacher deliberately moved closer, and with that astonishing face, her watery eyes gazed at him and asked, "Don't I look good? Why are you looking at your cell phone?" He was clearly trying to give her contact information. "I'm going back to the dormitory to pack my bags." Pei Yuhan smiled at him. Liu, whose memory had strayed, was forcibly pulled back by her voice. He thought a lot, but all that came out of his mouth was aha. Liu looked at her slender back and was a little worried if this girl was pretending to be strong. The cell phone in her pocket was vibrating again, and Liu lowered her eyes and took it out for a look. Lu Yun sent him the teacher didn't name him. Liu breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Good brother, I heard." Lu Yun sent half of the message and made a pause. "Liu, what's wrong?" Pei Yuhan is back. Lu Yundu was aware of their ambiguous crossover and their suddenly cooled relationship. He just didn't quite understand why that was the case. Talented couple, very eye-catching. He watched as they struck up a conversation and met, and gradually became attached through their daily interactions. They both stayed together and were kind to their eyes. "What's with all the sudden trouble?" "Liu, I know." Lu Yun fumed. "It seems better not to fall in love. It feels so hard." "He will not fall in love this formula. What happened between you guys? Can't you talk it out?" Liu looked at the message Lu Yun sent to himself on his cell phone, typed several lines of words eventually slowly deleted. "Leaving only. Say no more. It's all in the past." Lu Yun sighed quietly. The adult world is simple. Once there is no reply, it is the end of the conversation. Just as Pei Yuhan's cell phone never entered any of Liu's new messages. Chapter 9, You Smell Bitter. Kang Yeo he had been here for a few days and had already gotten a feel for the furnishings of the house. Hearing a movement at the doorway, the very familiar sound of a man unlocking the door, she walks over with a bit of awesome. "So many classes, huh?" Kang Yushi counted the time to come. At least 3:45 minutes of class. The university courses are generally 2:45 minutes with, but also exclude some experimental classes or 3 hours together, a morning or afternoon, or evening to pound the same course. Not bad. Liu raised his eyes and surprise appeared in his eyes. The corners of his mouth turned up as he looked at the woman who had reached him with great precision, stopping just a few dozen centimeters away from him. "I bought a guide stick to use until your eyes are better." "Okay, thanks." Kang Yeo he moved closer to him, her slender white fingertips fumbling with the guide stick he mentioned. The first thing to touch was Liu's chest, and she smiled very shyly. "Sorry." Her mouth would say she was sorry, but she didn't take her hand away. Her fingers gently traced over, but she was quite good at moving, sliding all the way down to the hem of Liu's shirt. Her every subtle movement touched each other's emotions, and the ambiguous and loving atmosphere spread quietly in the small rental house. Liu's throat tightened as he handed her the guide stick, his voice on the deep side. "Here it is." Kang Yeo he blushed a little, as if her small mind was seen through. Next to the guide stick, she took a few steps forward and stumbled and fell into his body. Warm and generous, the way she liked it. The smile on his face stalled after he caught a keen whiff of his womanly perfume. Jiang Yoshi sullenly unhappy. How close this must be to get the smell off. "Hug a piece?" She took hold of her guide stick, turned, and walked away very sharply. Liu was a bit dazed, and the heat left by Kang Yoshi on his body gradually faded under the dilution of the air. Liu, who also wanted to help her for a while to skillfully skill the guide stick, looked at Kang Yoshi's sharp appearance, and it looked like she didn't need herself. Kang Yu-hee, who walked to the sofa, sat down heavily, sour at the heart, emotional and making a little fuss. Liu was stealing food before he sent her something as a reason to make up for his weakness, right? The more she thought about it, the more depressed Kang Yoshi became. She had wanted to walk a few steps with the guide stick, but at the thought of it, she felt no difference between the stick in her hand and a hot potato, and she threw it away as soon as she could. The crisp clang of the guide stick as it fell to the ground. With such an obvious movement, Of course Li Yu sensed it. Angry? Is he late? He slightly also blew a long time on the river. For Pei Yuhan, Li Yu's feelings were no longer there, but the memories were always there, and as long as they were remembered, they would be associated with emotions. No one is a saint, able to completely detach themselves from memories so cleanly. Jian Yoshi frowned slightly with a small, oomph, half-turned, his back to him. The woman's rare adorable appearance in front of her own face had successfully fished Li Yu into a warped mouth. There was a hidden smile in his words. What's wrong? Hungry? You're still laughing? Kan Yohei trailed off with a petulant slight anger. Li Yu coughed and collected. I ordered takeout when I came back. It won't be long before I arrive. Wait a little longer, ha. Kan Yohei didn't say anything. She was only worried. Her delicate little face was wrinkled. Li Yu gently came to her face. Why was the pretty little face still wrinkled? He was depressed. Girls, so hard to coax? If you can't see it, it's hard to coax you. If you can see it, won't you have to drag it up to the sky? Kan Yohei finally said the reason. Don't get so close to me. It stinks. Li Yu froze and sniffed his body. There was no smell at all. Is it hard to believe that someone whose eyes are blind would have a nose so sensitive that they could smell the little bit of smell that someone else got when they passed by? That's too awesome. The emotion evident on the woman's small face made sense to Li Yu, able to smell it. Awesome. He was obviously considerate but not forthcoming enough, saying arrogantly, obviously you've got your nose too far up your ass. The woman suddenly came close to him, grabbed his arm, and then looked down. Li Yu then saw her lips red and teeth white open her mouth. Small force bite his arm. Shallow circle of teeth marks showed on his hand. She pretended to be bad. I marked it. You're mine from now on. Li Yu raised an eyebrow. Kan Yohei is not straight and very strong. You stay away from other people in the future. Do you hear me? Don't get into other people's smell. It doesn't smell good. Until Li Yu saw through her uneasy disguise and agreed. Good. Her eyes then took on a bit of dejection like a spoiled kitten. That's more like it. The takeout arrived when the doorbell rang. Li Yu took his dinner, and just as he turned around, a guide stick was pinned in front of him, and Kan Yoshi appeared in front of him, so fast that there was no difference at all between him and a normal person who could see. I didn't ask just now. What did you order? Kan Yohei smelled a little bit of the aroma of the meal coming out of the takeout box, and she touched her small stomach that was so hungry that it was no longer there. After clarifying the heart of a good man, it's time to deal with your little tummy. Kan Yohei is quite a planner when it comes to doing things. Li Yu held the takeout in one hand and her wrist in the other, leading her to the place of the table, pressing her shoulder with gentle strength to sit down. Salt-baked chicken. Kan Yohei raised his eyes, his reverent vision gazing blankly at the mass of white shadows in front of him. He sat down as he began to unzip the takeout bag, already lifting the lunchbox. Kan Yohei appeared to be sitting docilely and quietly, but in actuality, the slightly arched toes of her toes wiggled with freckles, completely betraying her mood, which had turned from cloudy to sunny. Li Yu peeled 2 chicken thighs and wings for her and put them on top of the rice. Kan Yohei happily nibbled on it. It tasted salty in her mouth, and she picked up 2 mouthfuls of rice. Elmwood. Li Yu was rarely named by a beautiful adult. No skin? The skin of this salt-baked chicken is okay, not so fatty that it is impossible to eat. Kan Yohei shook her head. So it's not about that, it's, do you eat all the chicken breasts? You're secretly practicing your muscles behind my back, is it? Li Yu was happy. I'm being in your face, not sneaking. Halfway through the meal, Li Yu's cell phone rang. A call from home. Take a trip home. It's not easy for our old Li family relatives to get together, and your Auntie Wen's relatives have also come over. Let's all meet and chat and cultivate our feelings. We'll all be in the same family in the future. Li's father's commanding voice that could not be refused. He hung up the phone after saying that, not waiting for Li Yu's answer at all. In his patriarchal eyes, children do not have the right to refuse adults, and juniors must always be suppressed by seniority. The family dinner, since mother's absence, is becoming more and more hypocritical. Li Yu didn't want to go and sulked, choking on the chicken breast, which suddenly became difficult to swallow. Kan Yohei was sitting close to him and heard it all, and understood. Elmwood, go, it's not good to fall out of favor, seeing as he, too, probably lived in a not-so-promising family environment. They are, in the same boat. I'll go. Will you get mad? A man learns to take care of her emotions. Rare. Kan Yohei's mood had a billion points of happiness. How could I be angry? I'm generous. Li Yu came closer. Just now, did I coax you? The matter of getting other people's scent on his body was that he was not detailed enough, and he would pay more attention in the future. Kan Yohei nodded. It's barely coaxed. Accompanying Jiang Yoshi to eat about the same time to give Li Yu in a cab to the Li family old house. The door that was pushed open. The long table was lined with relatives of all colors, all from the Li family and the stepmother's side of the family, none of them from the Su family. Li's father was sitting in the position of the head of the family, and beside him was his mistress' wife, and the cheap son that the mistress had brought over. Li Chuan sat down on the seat of the eldest son of the Li family, and has not pretended in the slightest. Seeing a t-shirt flooded white jeans of poor Liu, pulled his lips. Yo, little elm, come so late, not polite huh? Just got out of class. Liu casually sat in an inconspicuous seat. There are still classes in your junior year. It's time for you to find a good company for your internship. Little elm, you can't be a dude just waiting to lose the family business that your dad earned so hard. That was a very despicable thing for Liu to say about his stepmother's relatives. This is in the end whose family business. The vast majority is surnamed Su. Is his mother's, is also his, even if the husband and wife property are not at all will not have the share of relatives surnamed one. The clear-eyed people know in their hearts. How can they be so pretentious, so possessive of other people's money? Liu sometimes really doesn't understand why there are fathers who don't love their sons and would rather spend money on their mistress and raise her and her ex-husband's children. Speak up, rude. Is this how I taught you to behave? Li's father directly slapped the table. The meal hasn't even been eaten yet. Liu is already full. He raised his eyes and smiled meaningfully. A company as big as the Li family can't accommodate a biological son's position, but there is a stepbrother's position, isn't there? Liu had been suppressed by the Li family for a long time, and having earned some savings from boxing, he had a little bit of backbone to make the whole atmosphere stagnant. Li's relatives look at Liu, at least stand on the side of blood relations. The child is right. He is only a junior. The school still has a lot of courses to take, credits to be repaired. There is no hurry to enter the company internship. A good experience of college life is enough. Your words are not right. Our family Li Chuan but the sophomore year has been gradually familiar with the structural framework of the Li family company. This graduated directly into the company to help. This step-by-step promoted to the position of general manager. He looked at Li Chuan with an appreciative gaze. When he turned his gaze to Liu again, his words were not shameful. If Liu continues to be so slow and easy, he will be eliminated by Li. When that time comes, don't say that you're a father who's biased and would rather cultivate your stepbrother than give him shares for fun. Then Liu's reply to the previous sentence. It is obvious that it is the one family relatives who came to Liu. The mouth is really powerful. Look at your brother. Learn from your brother will you? Li's father was indeed exasperated enough to open his mouth. Li's relatives to see Li's father is biased in favor of the stepson of the Wen family had to put Liu is still studying it. The Wen family has been thinking about the Li family's company smothered in the throat, not on the top of the card, stuck to death. The look in Liu's eyes when he was disgusted beyond measure, cold and bloodthirsty, looking at trash. Is he really good? Li Chuan was still a bit terrified in his heart. He had this look in his eyes, and thought that Liu, the brat who had not yet entered the company, had seen through his own embezzlement of company funds to eat, drink, play and pick up women. Liu, isn't what Dad said right? We should use our own value to shine for the Li family. Li Chuan's voice still sounded a bit underpowered. I'm going to marry the Jiang family, and at that time, it will definitely be our Li family's industry that will stand at the top of L City. Liu glanced at him coldly. The Jiang family? Kong Yu-hee? Otherwise, there's no woman that I, Li Chuan, have my eye on that I can't get my hands on. In front of the crowd of relatives, Li Chuan boasted proudly. Liu snorted, whimsical toad. No wings to fly up to the sky, but is thinking of eating the white swan. Liu sked. His expression didn't even want to pretend to be perfunctory. The rich dishes on the table also became as tasteless as this group of people. When Li Chuan heard this, he immediately got up. Liu, what do you mean by this? The stepmother's relative thought of something and suddenly said, the heir to the Jiang family is now unaccounted for. Not seeing anyone alive, not seeing a body, and there is a lot of internal chaos, so why don't you Xiaochuan, change someone else? Li Chuan was reluctant, but he had seen Kong Yoshi once from afar, and couldn't forget it. Not at all. She's so beautiful. If he could have such a beauty for himself, then his life would be worth it. Li Chuan was unimpressed. She's only missing. It doesn't indicate that she's dead. As long as she can't see the body, she'll come back one day. I'll pretend to be more affectionate these days. I might be able to impress the female plutocrat's heart. The more Li Chuan spoke, the more excited he became. The more he wanted to take things for granted. His relatives did the same. Smart Xiaochuan, we won. Not. The Li family has a talent like you. Really it's strange if the cause doesn't soar. Big auntie compliments me. Flattery set in. Full. Unable to listen to the extent of their possession of other people's household goods, Liu wiped his mouth and got up. As the saying goes, it's normal to leave a family dinner when you're full. Impolite brat. The elders haven't eaten well yet. Leaving the table early? What are you doing? Li Chuan saw the situation and hurriedly provoked the conflict. Running over is ready to stop Liu to leave the appearance. but the fact that Li Yu had left gave him even more of an excuse to behave in front of Li's father. The current move is to act like a good brother. Li Yu looked at him, cold sight. If you want to pretend, pretend yourself. Since the incident of catching Li Yu with drugs, Li Yu's attitude towards him was really getting less and less pretentious. Staring at Li Yu's departing back, Li Chuan sank his face. It seemed that Li Chuan would have to play some tough tricks and completely ruin Li Yu before he could do so. He wouldn't allow Li Yu to really enter the Li family company after graduation and steal his thunder. After all, the blood barrier. It's pretty tough, and no man would let his stepson without any blood ties trump his own son. When Li Yu returned to the rented room, the night was very dark, and not much of the building was lit up, except for a very few internet addicts. He walks into the house. It's quiet. Kan Yu he should be asleep. Li Yu gently pushed open the door of the room, saw the delicate body towering on the quilt, floating uncertain heart in this moment immersed. He turned at the balcony and lit a cigarette, his dreary mood filling his surroundings with the misty smoke. Li Yu looked into the distance. A cigarette unconsciously finished. The bitterness in his heart has not yet any relief. A bright, smoldering flame. He was about to light a second cigarette when there was a movement in the bedroom. Li Yu stopped what he was doing and looked over. Slowly appearing in the moonlight, the shadow gradually clear is the woman wearing his shirt. A pair of long legs and white and straight. Very seductive. And the expression on her face is so pure. The contrast blends extremely well on Kan Yuhi's body. Kan Yohi fumbled her way to his side, naturally able to smell the smoke around him. Why are you awake? Li Yu waved around, unable to wave the smell of smoke for the time being. He looked helplessly at the woman who took a step closer to him. Didn't she hate the strong smell? But she smelled it and walked so close. Li Yu couldn't figure her out. She bit her delicate red lips and hesitantly said, "You smell bitter. Are you upset?" Li Yu was stunned, probably not expecting her to say that. The corners of his mouth quirked up without warning, and he thought she really did have a dog's nose for it. The man shadowed closer, then kissed her, unsuspecting thin lips crushing her soft ones. Unable to resist the temptation of the woman's fragrance and softness, Li Yu further pried open her teeth, and she engaged in a long and passionate kiss. Kan Yeohi froze for a moment and slowly let go of the guide stick. The one hand that could move turned to embrace the man's strong and thin waist, her small mouth responding to him clumsily. The man sucked on her delicate lips and kissed them hard. Kan Yeohi was getting a little giddy. Her lips were slightly tingling, and her body was becoming more and more strange, as if she had something to get from him. It's what relieves this strange throbbing. Chapter 10, Crash Through. He didn't mean it. Rough gasps fell from her ears as Li Yu picked her up in one arm and headed for the bedroom. When she was gently put down, Kan Yeohi tightly grabbed his clothes, her blank eyes waiting with a hint of expectation. Li Yu fully noticed her emotions, a very faint smile on the corner of his mouth as he leaned forward, the two of them so close that the tips of their noses were almost touching. Kan Yeohi's heart was thumping so loudly that she was a little worried if the man had heard her. She looked up slightly, and could feel the man's heavy breathing, and his lips, close at hand, carried an extraordinary charm that drew her closer and toward him. The man's large hands rubbed around her waist with hot warmth, and she couldn't help but gently rub his broad chest. Li Yu landed an emotionless kiss on her forehead. Good night. The hand was already empty, and the sound of the door closing was so abrupt that Kan Yu he was dazed. Just like that? Not going on? She gave another beat, her little feet red. Kan Yu he, what else do you want to get? Obviously there is still a cast in It's not convenient at all. She buried her heated and reddened face under the covers and actually fell asleep a little while later. Obviously, Li Yu did not come back before. How she forced to sleep. Are particularly awake. Li Yu at the sofa would have liked to go to wash up, but for fear of disturbing her, he simply stared at the ceiling and slowly calmed his emotions. The boredom was much better because after touching Kang Yu Hee, it was kind of like she had coaxed him into it. Young Hee, that's awesome. Li Yu woke up when the sky was slightly light. He turned on the hot water and took a quick shower, rubbing his hair and coming out. Kan Yoshi's marvelous figure appeared at the door of the washroom. During the daytime, her long legs were even more piercing. Woke you up? He was shuffling around because he heard Kan Yohi's movement to get up. Kan Yoshi shook her head. She woke up naturally and stayed in bed for a short while before getting up. Fumblingly walked in and took her toothbrush. Her pink fingertips touched the head of the toothbrush, and the man had really squeezed the toothpaste for her. Jiang Yoshi slowly and very carefully brushed her teeth. Looking at her red lips and white teeth, Li Yu thought of the passionate kiss last night, and blushed a little hot and walked out. Did you, shave? The woman's petulant voice, tinged with a little hesitation. Li Yu stopped walking, instinctively touched his chin. There was really a bit of stubble, but it didn't affect anything, as long as it wasn't staring at him at close range. Basically couldn't be seen. No, what's wrong? You don't like it? No, she can't see it either. Does it matter if she shaves or not? Kan Yeo he muttered. Better, shave, Elm. Li Yu didn't want to, slowly and leisurely spitting out one word. Lazy. I'll help you? The washed-up Kan Yohee suddenly sprang up. An invisible. Shaving? Lil Elm stared, his tail trailing off in a long tone. Oh, you're not planning to take my life, are you? Kan Yohee deflated. What are you babbling about? Noticing her little expression, Li Yu stood over her, turning on the faucet and was cleaning something. As Kan Yohee was getting ready to go out, the man shoved something into her hand, the shape of a razor that Kan Yohee remembered. Her mood leapt up all at once, as if she had brought light around her. Foaming? Li Yu searched for foam. Hit it, or it's really bloody. Kan Yohee pursed her lips and smiled. Her pear swirls were sweet, and pure happiness that wasn't hidden at all hung on her pretty face. The first step is to apply a hot towel to Li Yu's face. Kan Yohee's hand waved in the heat. I feel like a hot meat bun right now. You're hungry, aren't you? Li Yu's lazy gaze touched her abdomen. The impression was really a bit fuzzy. Unable to remember the feel and temperature here, Kan Yohee thought very seriously. It's okay, not very hungry, but I'd like a hot cup of coffee. Go to the hospital today for a review and see if the doctor lets you drink. In the second step, Kan Yohee's hot little hands applied foam to Li Yu's face, slowly, applying all around her lips. Her look was very serious, and she really didn't have the appearance of planning to assassinate him. Kan Yohee's hand holding the razor moved slowly, at Li Yu's chin, from left to right, with a careful look. There was a real concern that she would not scratch the man's skin. Li Yu's eyes were full of her, and his eyes were warm and deep with favor, appearing unapologetically. Unfortunately, Kan Yohee couldn't see it. Alright, when Kan Yohee finished speaking, the razor in her hand was taken away by the man. The hands were held together by the man's large hands and rinsed under the faucet. She lowered her gaze calmly, her eyes watery. Abnormally heartwarming, this moment felt very much like domesticity, everyday life after marriage. Before the two went to the hospital, Li Yu took her to eat breakfast first, so as not to starve Jiang Yoshi's white and fleshy little face thin. He bought 2 steaming noodles and soup from a roadside stand across the street. Li Yu unwrapped disposable chopsticks and shoved them into Jiang Yoshi's hands. Eat slowly, it's hot. Aha! Kan Yohee really obeyed, pinching the noodles that she picked up and blowing twice on her little mouth before she would go down, savoring them and swallowing them slowly and methodically. Li Yu finished the 3-2 soup noodles in 3 mouthfuls and wiped his mouth. Seeing her slow and serious little look, he couldn't help but support his chin with one hand and stare at her intently, not realizing that his eyes were already strong with love for Kan Yohee that was hard to hide. Eat up. Kan Yohee put down her chopsticks as her hand fumbled for a tissue on the tabletop. Li Yu had reached down and wiped her mouth. Kan Yohee didn't say anything. Feeling the man's attentiveness, her heart gradually burned in between. How can you be so gentle? While waiting in line at the hospital, Kan Yohee has been clinging to Li Yu. As time passes, the hospital rush comes. Li Yu was afraid that Kan Yohee would be rushed by the crowd and directly held her wrist, pulling her body to his own, his body almost covering her and protecting her. The man's warm breath sprayed away on her neck, and Kan Yohee felt her heart beating a bit chaotically already. The doctor looked at the report. The bones are almost recovered. You can go to remove the cast. Remember that you still can't have more intense exercise, bouncing, climbing mountains and so on. Understand? Kan Yohee looked aside to Li Yu. Li Yu froze and was a bit baffled to see the doctor looking in his direction as well. Brat, do you hear me? This admonition to your wife or girlfriend is actually an admonition to you, the doctor said seriously. Li Yu nodded frostily. Got it. After his heart had already acquiesced to Kan Yohee being his girlfriend, he didn't react to the doctor's name for his relationship with Kan Yohee. Instead, it was the heroine herself, blushing slightly, especially since she hadn't heard the man's retort to the epithet, her eyelashes fluttering, shy, too embarrassed to look at him at all. The two went to have their casts removed. Walking should be gradual. Overusing a once-injured arm and leg at first can create muscle strains. The doctor with his tools was already starting to remove them. Kan Yohee listened to all of them and nodded. No overuse. Li Yu also shelved aside and returned. Aha! After the cast was removed, they went from orthopedics to ophthalmology again. After the doctor examined Jiang Yoshi's eyes, he instructed, take good care of them. Eat more foods that are nutritious for the eyes. Beef, lamb, carrots, that kind of thing. It's all written in the medical record. It's highly likely that you'll regain your sight. It's just a matter of time. Kan Yohee tilted her head towards Li Yu happily. Did you hear that? The doctor said my eyes will be fine. When the time comes, she'll be able to see him. Hear that? Li Yu was also happy. Just a little bit of reluctance mixed in with the happiness. See, that's the end of their relationship, isn't it? Kan Yohee removes the cast and gets her medicine, and Li Yu sends her on her way back to the rental house. Looking at Kan Yohee walking east and west in front of him, fresh to the fact that her legs could walk, Li Yu couldn't help but hook his lips. It's been a long time since I didn't have to walk on two legs. It's so amazing. John Yoshi smiled unusually brightly, seeing that she'd had just about enough exercise for the day. Liu walked a few thighs in front of her and blocked her path. Didn't the doctor say you can't walk with such sudden excitement? Kan Yeo he didn't stop either and walked directly to him, leaning her jaw against his heart. In a small, unconvincing voice, I'm not very excited. She was just a little excited, and the excitement didn't reach as high a level as euphoria. Liu pinched her face. What you say doesn't count. What I see counts. Kan Yeo he gladly accepts his little gesture towards herself and stiffens her mouth. Bossy. The two return to the rental house, and the moment Liu opens the door, Kan Yeo he gets under his hand, and Liu is little surprised by her flexible walking position. Liu put some frozen food he had bought on the way into the refrigerator, and he felt cozy as he listened to the movement in his ears that was not of his own making. Kan Yeo he couldn't stand it anymore. She packed her clothes. Her guide stick was used very skillfully. The left side of the ground was dotted, the right side was dotted, and she walked into the washroom. She was ready to take a hot bath comfortably. The washroom was suddenly pushed open and both men froze. Liu's eyes widened in the doorway. I didn't know you were in there. I was wondering where you went. In the hazy vapor, Kan Yoi's skin was white. Her lines were absolute, and her shapely body didn't have a trace of flab, just the right amount of perfection. Liu's eyes slightly stagnated. Kan Yui froze in place, completely at a loss as to what she was supposed to do now, whether to go on with her business, or to cover it up, or to warn the man. Her little mouth moved. You still don't close the door. How cold I am. Sorry. Liu suddenly panicked. He immediately turned around and walked out. In the heat of the moment, he instead kind of forgot how to walk. His left foot stepped on his right foot and almost fell. A sound of something crashing came. Are you okay? Kan Yui asked him as she pressed herself against the door of the washroom, a little nervous and still planning to open the door to help him. It's so cute to the point of naivety. Liu had gently brought the door with him and returned. I'm fine. You, continue. The line of the woman's delicate figure was ever present in his mind, a deep impression that caused his body to become a little hyper-emotional. Originally, because of the hot water, Kan Yoshi's entire body was already pinking up, and now it was completely red. With her heart beating extremely fast, Kan Yoshi covered it, completely unable to control it. 10 minutes or so, a few knocks on the door and it was a man's voice. Don't wash for too long. The bones in the cast have only just grown. The skin hasn't been in contact with water for a long time, and it wouldn't be good for the blood to suddenly get soaked. Kan Yohi paused. She was already wiping her body. No. Within a few moments, she was out, wearing the same shirt she had worn the first night she had come to the man's rental house. As usual, she was practically used to wearing shirts as if they were pajamas. Kan Yeo he squirmed a bit. She had just noticed in the shower that her cast-wrapped hands and legs were rather swollen, and now she was probably quite the monster. Half the body is normal, half is red and ugly. Kan Yeo he walked slowly towards her bedroom. Elmwood, did you get me pants yet? Why do you suddenly want to wear pants? Liu heard the sound and headed towards the bedroom. Didn't the doctor's orders say to wear looser clothes that are better for movement first? Kan Yeo he smothered her emotions. Don't you look over here. Liu just didn't understand. Shy? It wasn't right. What was there to be ashamed of? Shouldn't she have gotten used to it by now, when she was wearing only a shirt, as she had seen herself night after night? Isn't it ugly? Kan Yeo he asked suddenly and coldly, and she stood cluelessly, in the small corner of the bed. At hand were the clothes bought for her that Liu had put there for her convenience. She had looked for them all skirts, no pants. How could this man not buy himself pants? Liu didn't respond. Ha! Kan Yeo his eyes went straight to red, deflated her mouth, and crystallized teardrops came out from the end of her eyes. Big ones, like pearls. What's wrong with you? It was the first time Liu had seen a woman cry, and at a loss for words, he searched the room for tissues. Kan Yeo he ran headlong into his arms as he wiped his own tears, and all the tears that filled her eyes rubbed off on Liu. Liu's hand holding the tissue stopped in midair. It became. The tissue was found in vain. He's the one who should be Kan Yeo he's natural tissue. My hands and legs aren't the same. She hummed petulantly. Are they not white or thin? Speaking, John Yoshi dropped her little pearls again. It must be ugly. I've been pretty since I was a kid. I don't want to become ugly. Liu wrapped her shoulders and carefully surveyed her. Delicate features, beautiful eyebrows, red lips and teeth. His tone was sincere. There's nothing different about you. Your hands and legs are slim and fleshy, healthy and beautiful. Really? Kan Yu huffed. Of course, I never lie and cheat. What if this statement by Liu is also a lie? John Yoshi did not want to go deeper, and was barely coaxed by him. She wiped her tears and dwelled on another matter. Why don't you buy me pants? It's all skirts. Don't girls like pretty dresses? Kanyu he doesn't listen to Liu and thinks in a different way. Did you buy all the dresses to facilitate your thoughts about me? Liu tensed the line of his throat, his heart beating like a drum, and he swore he'd never thought of it in that way. Say something. Kanyu he touched her burning cheeks. She was so not so straightforward and proactive. Liu turned around. I suddenly remembered there was something cooking in the kitchen. Kanyu he heard him walk out of the room and bit her inner lip breathlessly. White initiative to tease him. Liu is cooking kanji for Kong Yoshi. Walking out of the room she was vaguely able to depict the man's approximate form. He leaned lazily against the concrete shelf, his slender hand gently shaking the spoon in his hand, his movements a little lost in his own thoughts. What was he thinking? Seeing a flash of silhouette appearing in front of him, Liu immediately stood up. Not so lazy. Kanyoi's long eyelashes gently cover down as she turns and slowly walks towards the table's location. She sees the man's figure move. He carries the almost cooked skinny kanji, scooping and scooping it in the bowl with a spoon, and when it's about the right temperature, he gently puts it in front of the seat Kanyohi has already fumbled with. The two ate in silence, their entwined emotions surging eerily. Liu looked at her and said offhandedly, just now, I didn't mean it. He thought Kanyohi would be shy and tell himself to stop talking. Kanyohi did the opposite. You did it on purpose? Liu had a rare red temperature. Ahem. I didn't. Talking stuttering. Damn it. Kanyohi looked at him with wet eyes, slightly curved and smiled urgently. She was clearly screwing with him. Chapter 11. I'm sorry I shouldn't tire you. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the sky was a mass of black layers. A blinding white light crossed the sky, followed closely by muffled thunder, rumbling overhead. Immediately after the wind roared, whistling blowing on the glass windows, very loud. Ghosts, foxes and wolves howling in fear. The rainstorm came as a torrent, dripping and clattering, tickling the heart. Kanyohi's brow furrowed between her eyebrows, clutching the quilt in her arms for dear life. She felt icy cold all around her, her body's temperature slowly being taken away by the cold air. She couldn't warm up a single point. She was about to die. The happy scene of a big truck rushing at breakneck speed through an intersection that still had a red light, with a dad in the driver's seat, a mom in the passenger side, and a grandpa in the back seat guarding a cake for his darling little granddaughter, was interrupted by the worried screams of passers-by. Look out! Car! Bang! The front half of the car was completely scrapped. There's someone else in the back seat. Help! The scenes from the news report play out in Kanyohi's dream world with added memories. When she witnessed her parents drenched in blood, her grandfather unconscious, and a cake stained with blood rotten to the core beside her, Kanyohi felt a huge pain arise in her heart and she was about to lose her breath. The scene began to switch, and after she exited the Ginger Mansion, the piercing high beams, with a great thump, grew stinging at her eyes. Hoo-hoo! Kanyohi woke up from her dream with a sweaty head, her chest heaving up and down without stopping, gasping for air in small gulps. She gripped the quilt around her hand tightly, like she was searching for her own floating duck in the ocean. But it wasn't enough. She felt sweaty hairs stand on end, goosebumps all over, even as her heart seemed to start to stop beating out of sheer terror. She was trembling, scared, and completely devoid of any shred of security. Everywhere in sight was darkness, a black, murky mass, and with the added weight of the dream, it was as if countless ghostly hands were coming toward her, clamping down on her neck, suffocating her, killing her. Kanyohi scrambled for the guide stick that was sitting right next to her bed and stumbled towards the couch in the living room, the only place where the only person who could give her a sense of security was located. Liu was sleeping, and in a daze he felt a fragrant and soft body burrowing under his arm, accompanied by a careful, delicate voice that was afraid of being rejected. I'm afraid, will you hold me? Kanyohi carefully trembled. Liu, hug me, I can't live anymore. Liu did not even think about directly put her in his arms, rolled over and put her on the inner end of the sofa, legs on her waist, the whole like a natural small fireplace stuffed in his arms. Liu slept very comfortable. An hour later, the thunder boomed in the sky, shaking Liu awake, and when he felt the softness in his arms that was humming because of his sudden move, Liu's whole body was stunned. Don't move around, I want to sleep. Kanyoshi's petite voice. She was a little dissatisfied with her face rubbed against Liu's embrace, closed her eyes and continued to fall into a deep sleep. Noticing that it was her, Liu in his arms, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his brain was disconnected, so much so that it was connected to a horror movie. After a moment of doubt, he looked down, leaning that little bit brighter to look at her. Kanyoshi is still sleeping, because of the sound of thunder from time to time knit up the beautiful eyebrows. Sleep is not very stable, vaguely want to wake up the frame. Liu tried to cover her ears. She slowly stretched a lot of eyebrows. It looks like the effect of covering the ears is quite good. Liu heart has a sneer. See him to the smart. After the air quieted, the faint scent of a woman's body couldn't stop running up his nose. Stupid emotions are inspired by human instincts. Liu swore that he really wasn't a pervert. Not. Still couldn't help but slowly raise his head. There was something against her back that Kan Yohee couldn't even force herself to ignore. She slowly opened her eyes, forcing her composure. You awake? The woman opened her mouth, the words almost contained between her teeth in embarrassment. She had appeared in his arms out of the blue, something that had to be explained properly so that the man didn't get the wrong idea. I was afraid of thunder, so I wanted to find a place with some air before I came here. Liu also had his own difficulties. It's fine. It's my honor to be relied on by a great beauty. Kan Yohee took a deep breath. Thank you for understanding. So, she didn't finish her sentence, but she felt that the man must have understood her next words from her little gesture. Liu was stunned. He would have thought that Kan Yohee might call him a pervert, but it would never be such a kind and nice thing to do to help him. The man's low voice, like a tile floating in the lake of her heart, rippled across the surface. Kan Yohee felt a little tired. I'm sorry, shouldn't have made you so tired. Liu scorched his eyes and spoke with a low smile. It was really unexpected that she would be so bold, making herself startled, followed by surprise, and becoming even more fond of Kan Yohee. How can she be so brave and so sweet? Liu's heart that didn't have any temperature in the slightest was starting to turn into a real person with emotions because it had heated up again and again after meeting her. At the sound of his voice, Kan Yoshi's entire face flushed red as she crashed into his arms, her voice muffled and small. If you're so polite, I'm going to have a heart attack. Her voice was soft and saucy, more like a little woman than ever. The rumble of thunder in the icy night became less frightening as the temperature of the small space warmed up. The following day, the sun, after the rain, shone particularly hard, and from the balcony a good deal of light scurried in, gradually covering the sofa. Kan Yohee feels a flush at her eyelids, and when she wakes up sleepily, she notices that the air is quiet and there is not a sound. She guesses that Li Yul is no longer at home and has probably gone to class. Covered with his scent still lingering in the blanket, Kan Yohee unconsciously sniffs greedily and feels her heart beating faster and faster. Not a good smell nor a bad smell, just a scent that attracted her. Kan Yohee sullenly leaned her chin on her bowed-up knees, slowly recalling last night's events, unconsciously also tightening her palms, feeling like a pervert. I'm in class. The sound of a slight vibration at the couch was Liu's voice. There was a cell phone by Kan Yohee's side. She touched it suspiciously and felt the end of the phone with a dull charm. It looked like it should be a girl's cell phone. This cell phone's alarm went off again. I'm in class. Doesn't look like the style of cell phone a man would use. Did he buy it for himself? After another 10 minutes, Liu's voice came out of the phone again. Remember to eat breakfast? It's in the kitchen pot. Be careful when you take it. It's hot. At this time Kan Yohee had just walked out of the washroom when she heard it. Her lips slowly curled up. Were men that accurate in counting the time they took to wash and clean up? Does he know himself that well? Kan Yohee fumbled with her cell phone and walked to the kitchen. Lifting the lid, the smell of warm breakfast hit her. It was fragrant and soft xiaolong bao. As she ate, she tried to find where to talk on her cell phone, fumbling with her recollection, and dialed a number. The classroom was filled with rows of youthful college students, and the sun's bright rays had shone in at the windows, bedding a patch of light on the desks and warming the sun. High school students can't wait to close the curtains immediately to completely cover the glaring obnoxious sun and delay their studies. College students are a different story. They play up in the sunshine, reaching out to touch it, writing I miss you in the sunshine and don't go to class, be free in their books, and can't wait to bathe in the sunshine on the spot. There was not a student sitting at the window in the large classroom who was free from a little of the gradually scalding light, and yet not a single one of them objected to the drawing of the classroom curtains. Liu propped up half of his face with one hand while the other took notes in his book. It occurred to him that she should be awake by this time. She would stay on the couch for a little while, then sit up and stretch, then slowly walk into the washroom to brush her teeth, after which an alarm would remind her to sit at the dining room table and take small bites of the double breakfast of xiaolong bao and dumplings she had bought and kept warm in a pot. Will today's breakfast be to her liking? Will she like it? Moving around in that room with little space every day and not being able to see it, Kan Yohee's emotions would probably be suffocated, right? Would she look forward to going back to be with her every day? Does she like me? What are you thinking about? Luyun came over and looked several times at the teacher who was photo-reading to the PPT and whispered, such a Thai expression on your face? Liu covered half of his face and coughed twice. What nonsense are you? Is it really obvious that he's thinking about Kan Yohee's look? Why am I bull ting you? Turn on the front camera of your phone and see how red your cheeks are now like a monkey's ass. Liu suspiciously looked twice at Luyun who was already stealing bread. With bread stuffed in his mouth and both cheeks bulging and still stuffing inside his mouth, he looked starving, and said, for SPSS classes this early in the morning, the gods can't handle it. Liu opened the front camera of his cell phone, lowered his vision and looked at himself for a few moments. Okay, it wasn't very red. Just as he put away his cell phone, he was about to retort to Lu Yun. Lu Yun smiled triumphantly. You're weak-minded, aren't you? Before you did what I said, so you really just thought of something bad? Li Yu set up. Lu Yun's college life was much more savory than Li Yu's, and when he was almost done eating, he clicked back into his hundreds of group chats and started replying to them one by one. NPC 3 basically retired. And you're still doing it? Li Yu's words were idle. Sometimes Lu Yun insisted on a point that he couldn't quite understand. It stands to reason that basically the order of all promotions in college is freshman year through thick and thin to join the team. First semester of freshman year when officers are selected. Sophomore year when basic officers are selected. Junior year when regular officers retire. And the rest of the team's main officers, chairpersons, captains, and the like. Lu Yun is now in his third year of college and is still in the position of basic officer, working with younger siblings than him. At this age, people are already looking for internships, and he still can't leave the small world of school. Should I say he is naive? Does he really not understand that this is just picking up sesame and losing watermelon for his whole life? He was too honest and talkative and outgoing for Li Yu to say anything about him. Lu Yun's motivation was temporarily dampened a little. I will definitely break the dead rule of not being able to be promoted in the third year. Li Yu shrugged. See, it doesn't make sense with him. Lu Yun's fingers were typing rapidly on the cell phone keyboard, and it looked like the group was very lively. He didn't leave his brother on the sidelines out in the cold either, and from time to time he struck up a conversation with Li Yu. Tonight there is a dinner party to send off the graduation of the seniors and sisters, on the third floor of the small restaurant. The entire package group, you go or not? Lu Yun think about it all feel that tonight is extremely lively. They don't have classes, so they'll definitely be there to join in the fun. Besides, going back to the dorms and playing games all of a sudden would be very boring. Li Yu doesn't live in the dormitory, but he's a bachelor. What's the point of staying alone? So he packed his bags. Li Yu will definitely go. No go. Li Yu decisively refused. Without a bit of cerebral thought, it was just a watery refusal. Lu Yun stared wide-eyed and froze for a while. And no, Li Yu, are you really a college student? You won't be a man machine sent into the university by the social cow and horse molecules. There is a life that you are so uninterested in your youthful years? You look at my eyes and say again you don't go. Li Yu looked him in the eye and repeated earnestly, I'm not going. Okay. Lu Yun lowered his head and continued typing his words. Li Yu refused very quickly, but also slightly gave him a little face. After all, he asked him to repeat. He repeated, brotherhood is still there. Lu Yun didn't hold back for a few minutes and said again, there are beautiful schoolgirls and schoolmates. Oh. Li Yu memorized the explanation of the formulaic terms on the mandatory PPT and shook his head. Not interested. Lu Yun mouth corner twitching. Don't the hole with the personality cold like, how can someone in the age of a wolf like a tiger live so faint? No flavor. I'm not. What? Li Yu explained to him very squarely. I'm not frigid. He was quite enthusiastic about Kong Yu he just last night. Lu Yun was speechless. Who wants you to explain this? He just pulled an adjective off the top of his head and said so. There was no need for Li Yu to be so serious. It was almost time for class to end, and Lu Yun was still trying to seize the last chance to persuade Li Yu, but no matter how he was persuaded, he wouldn't go. Lu Yun was helpless. Don't tell me you have a part-time job. The money Li Yu earned from boxing was already enough for his next tuition and living expenses, and he even had savings, so he wasn't in a hurry to work part-time. He did a big job, so the accumulation of seed money is the big thing. Irrelevant human interaction, completely unnecessary. He shook his head. No. Lu Yun was stunned. No, still not going? Back to the rental house. Li Yu's mood became visibly a little more chirpy when he thought that he would be able to see Kong Yoshi later on, at least not so much like a human machine in Lu Yun's eyes. Who the hell is in your rental house? Li Yu didn't answer. Lu Yun poked him with his elbow, and winked. I heard that Pei Big Schoolgirl is also going. Then Li Yu is even less likely to go. During the daytime, Kong Yeo he wasn't there for her. She was already miserable. At night, he had to leave her behind to go play because of another woman. Li Yu couldn't be so heartless. It's not as cozy as buying some vegetables and making soup with Kong Yeo standing by and asking when will it be ready. Class is over. The two men packed up their books. Lu Yun still pestered Li Yu. Really don't go. It can be fun. Li Yu's looks had to be said to be a very standard handsome type. With such a living signboard in place, how many elementary school girls would go? But this person is not interested in anything, as if he doesn't eat the fire of the earth, in addition to his studies and the money he earns. Strange, Pei Yuhan also and actually cannot attract him half. Li Yu's feelings disappeared too suddenly. The two walked out of the classroom one after the other, the way to the school entrance at least a little bit in the right direction. A slender figure appeared in front of Li Yu, causing his footsteps to slowly stop. Lu Yun was very eagle-eyed. I suddenly remembered that I need to go ahead in order. so I don't want to be delayed when the schoolboys get there later, so I'll just go ahead. As he passed the girl, Lu Yun nodded very politely. The girl smiled. Obviously there were a lot of people passing by, but it seemed like he and she were the only ones left on the trail at the moment. Pei Senpai. Chapter 12, Honey, what a sweet smile. As Li Yu was about to cross over to her as Lu Yun did, Pei Yuhan blocked his way. Li Yu treated her in the same undifferentiated manner as he did to others. Sister, is something wrong? The exquisite beauty, with long dark hair falling over her shoulders and a somewhat delicate and haggard face, bit her inner lip and looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Go ahead, Li Hokage. She carried a pleading tone. This may be their last meeting. She does not want to have any regrets about her college life. Li Yu this or not promised to themselves? Li Yu didn't tell a lie. I have a little more to do. Still not go back. Jian Yoshi starved out a hole. She last night so thoughtful for their own sorrow to solve the problem. Li Yu as a beneficent will repay the person. He wanted to go back to Jian Yoshi cook delicious, replenish the bones. He wanted to go back to Jian Yoshi to cook delicious food and replenish her bones. He had to raise her whole person to be pink and tender. There's someone else to take care of, is there? Pei Yuhan's words were soft, so weak that the wind couldn't hear them if it was any stronger. Pei Yuhan hoped that he was retorting. He nodded. I'll go back first if there's nothing else for my schoolmate. She should be anxious waiting. This kind of refusal is very obvious. Li Yu has completely not given her any chance of delusion. Pei Yuhan is disheartened. In order not to regret her youth, Pei Yuhan pursed her pale pink lips and even said, the party can bring family members. Li Yu crossed over to her with a lurch in her step. Pei Yuhan smiled warmly. Are you still not going? Li Yu waved back. Tell me more. There's a lot of good food. Go on. Li Yu, bring her out too. Don't be bored at home. Pei Yuhan's greedy eyes, obviously did not do anything. Why would he lose? Or is it because nothing was done? Why was it lost? She didn't understand. Really didn't understand. Li Yu went through the food market and bought 2 fans of ribs and a small bundle of yams, green vegetables and meatballs, carrying the vegetables towards the direction of the rental. Just as he opened the door he saw a patch of aqua-colored skirts that lifted slightly with the wind that filtered through his open door. Been waiting for me? Li Yu turned to lock the door. His back was plastered with softness and warmth, and a faint scent lingered in his nose. Yeah, it's been a long time since you came back. Kang Yui's voice was soft like pampering. After last night, the relationship between the two naturally skyrocketed. Li Yu turned around, bowed slightly, and one hand directly hooped her roundness. Princess hugged her, and walked in the direction of the refrigerator. The guide stick fell off. Kang Yeo he wrapped her arms around his neck for fear of falling off, leaning her delicate little chin against the hollow of his shoulder, softly whispering, did you buy something good back? Ribs. Kang Yohee was in high spirits. Do you want to eat roasted ribs or stewed ribs tonight? No. Why would you put the dish in the fridge if you're going to cook it straight away? Superfluous. Are we going out to eat? By the time Kang Yeo-hee reacted, Li Yul had already put away the dishes and placed her safely at the sofa, going to the shoe cabinet to find the pairs of shoes he had bought for her for going out, comparing them to see which pair would go better with her current dress. Well, Li Yu chose, gently took off her furry slippers, put cotton socks on the smooth and delicate, small and delicate jade feet, slowly put on the shoes, tied a kinda looking bow. Kang Yohee pursed her lips in peace. Her ankles itched a little, but she resisted. It was so strange. The first time someone helped her put on her shoes, realizing again who the person in front of her was, it wasn't like she felt annoyed, and a little inexplicably shy. It felt like the man's hand was lighting a fire, and a strong burn kept emanating from where it touched. Suddenly realizing that he was a bit preemptive, Li Yu stopped his hand movements and raised his eyes to look at Kang Yoshi's stunningly beautiful, not the least bit flawed face. Do you want to go eat something delicious with me? Kang Yeo-hee's mind quickly skimmed through many scenarios. Where to eat delicious food? Li Yu casually said, our major got a party to send off the graduates. There are delicious food. They kept asking me to come over, and I thought it would be boring to leave you alone at home, so I thought I'd bring you along. Kang Yeo-hee initially thought it was just a romantic dinner for the two of them, but she didn't realize it was with a large group of people. As he hesitated, he heard Li Yu repeat, I want to take you with me. Her heart softened as Li Yu said the words in a sincere tone. Kang Yeo-hee nodded. Yes. She was a little worried again. Will I get you in trouble if I can't see? What if people make fun of men because of themselves? Got a blind man for a girlfriend. Kang Yeo-hee grew up living in the middle of a luxurious family, and she can be said to understand human nature completely thoroughly. She didn't want the man to be unhappy with anyone else because of her, much less see him unhappy. Jian Yushi thought about it, and for the first time, he felt that his eyes were not yet good was an extremely bad burden for the man. Obviously, he can take himself to amaze the crowd, but he has to be laughed at. How pitiful he is. I'd better not go. Kang Yu-hee whispered. No, You accompany me to go. Other people see all envy. Liu does not care about this. He took out from his pocket the equipment he bought at the kiosk downstairs, and gave her a Korean-style mask and glasses that blocked the glare. Why? Kang Yovi froze and let him dominate her. Liu was still seriously poking around. This way, they shouldn't be able to recognize it. Who is John Yoshi, but John's big miss? Female plutocrat. The eyes have not yet recovered. Do not be recognized. Make trouble. It will not be good. The woman's pair of deep beautiful eyes were covered by sunglasses after less harsh, more kind of mysterious beauty. And then put the mask so aware. All is cool and elegant temperament. Kang Yu-hee is totally able to catch people's attention without relying on her face. Liu stared at her mesmerized for a moment and forgot to answer. It causes Kang Yu-hee to have a little misunderstanding about her beauty. What are you doing? Kang Yu-hee frowned her delicate eyebrows. Are you disgusted that I'm ugly? God, how dare he think Kang Yoshi is ugly? His eyes' aesthetics can never be a problem. Is too beautiful? I have to hide it a little. What if it is coveted? Liu genuinely truthful. Kang Yu-hee's heart heated up and her cheeks burned slightly. When a man says something like this, it's as if he is his exclusive possession. There are some bad men out there. Don't listen to anyone else's but my words, okay? Liu coaxed in a low voice. John Yoshi is very good at nodding. In fact, she usually won't even listen to people's words. Men don't think of her as too simple, okay? Liu found another jacket from the closet and put it on her. It's not warmer outside than at home, so there's nothing wrong with wearing more. Like this. Won't it be weird? Kang Yu-hee could totally figure herself out as a perfectly wrapped person. In the middle of the night, like a mummy. Wouldn't it really scare passers-by? Liu doesn't care. Not surprising. He also resented the fact that even this didn't cover up 1/10,000th of Kang Yoshi's stunning beauty. Small restaurant just out of the university door on both sides of the roadside of the restaurant. The first floor is an unusual place to eat. The second and third floors are basically a number of potluck only set a large round table. Long table. Liu attracted a lot of attention as soon as he walked into the third floor. He was tall and refreshingly handsome in a simple denim baggy jacket. Lu Yun's eyes widened when he saw him, and first came over to welcome. You turtle grandson, didn't you say firmly that you won't come? Just kidding with him. Liu smiled. Come out and have a good time. The painting style turned. Lu Yun was a bit dumbfounded when she saw that he also brought a girl over, and her first reaction was, your girlfriend? Kang Yu-hee's emotions suddenly got a little tense. When she went to the hospital, the doctor also viewed her relationship with a man in the same way. At that time can be explained or not. Now, standing in front of them would be the man's classmates or friends. What would he do to show? Liu nodded. It was only then that Lu Yun reacted to the fact that what he had been trying to set up Liu and schoolgirl pay was so outrageous. She's sunglasses and masks. Lu Yun do not understand. Liu do not want to bring people out straight wrapped so tightly. This is what to do. Is it possible that this girl can be more beautiful than the school flower Pei Yuhan? Afraid that Pei Yuhan will see it and break the human girl's heart? Liu simply explained. She loves beauty. Her eyes did double eyelids temporarily cannot stand the bright light. Mouth because of gluttony rotten mouth. So wear a mask. Jiang Yoshi's small hand clutched to Liu's waist, grabbed a little bit of meat, and pinched hard. This person is really. Talk her into what kind of mold? Liu gritted his teeth and forced the pain down. With one hand, he held Jiang Yoshi's hand and firmly clutched it in his hand, not giving her a chance to pinch it. You guys are so affectionate. Lu Yun was also considered smart, no longer poking at people's sore spots, and hurriedly changed the topic. Pei Yuhan's beautiful eyes looked at them from afar, carefully surveying the girl's walking posture. Bewildered and with a kind of skill, she hit the nail on the head. So, it's a blind man, a hot and steamy atmosphere. Li Yul took Kang Yu-hee to sit at the long table and Kang Yu-hee sat in the inner seat. She was in a very secure position with a wall on one side and a man on the other. This cola chicken wings, try it. Liu chucked the dish in a bowl and pushed the bowl in front of her. Kang Yu-hee nodded her head and clutched her chopsticks, taking small bites. Drink a drink? Lu Yun brought a bottle of Nutrient Express over to Liu, and he searched for a girl who might prefer this sweet and gentle drink. Liu took it. Thanks. There are a few seniors. See Liu in the pouring nutrition fast food. Are laughing at him, holding a beer bottle, a few hitchhiking over the shoulder. What kind of drink? Little girl drink stuff. Drink this. Some people urged them to drink, but Liu shook his head, saying that he would not drink. What's going on here? No face? Liu raised his eyes indifferently. Drinking. He only drinks imports. Only drink from his wife's mouth. A few inexplicably saw some bloodstained horror in his eyes and went mental, suddenly not so keen on persuading someone to drink. If he won't drink, let's drink. Go go go. Liu continued to give Kang Yoshi her food, taking a few steaming oysters and placing them on the small plate in front of her. Suddenly thinking of the night they first met, Liu looked at Kang Yoshi with sideways eyes that couldn't stop the tenderness in his eyes. fast to the point of drawing, a sweet smile hanging on his lips, wanting to laugh but forcing himself to hold it back. It makes your heart pound to see it. The dishes that Liu pinched for her were piled up into a small mountain. Kan Yoshi couldn't eat over. It's okay. The scene is a bit lively. Liu did not hear. See the dishes that make Kan Yoshi will like more. And clip. Kan Yeo he had to lean into his ear and say, I've eaten almost enough. My little tummy is coming out. I don't believe it. Liu stopped his chopsticks. Kan Yeo he was dumbfounded. How is this going to prove she's really close to holding up? Then, Kan Yohi felt a warmth in her abdomen, and the man's palm rested on just 2 layers of fabric against it. Kan Yohi's pretty little face slowly rose in temperature. After the potluck, Kan Yohi was washing her hands and walking out with her guide stick when a couple of girls seemed to come up to her face, and with the nighttime wind, the scent of their perfume wafted over. John Yoshi just thought it was a passerby, but the scent, light and a little ethereal, was familiar. John Yoshi was sure that she had smelled it, and that was the flavor that Liu had once brought back. Her steps couldn't help but slow down, thinking about the owner of the scent and Liu. What exactly was the relationship? Yuhan, the dress she's wearing is kind of similar to your style. Pei Yuhan looked at her carefully. The watery blue dress on her body. The style is similar to what she wears, but there are many girls in the school who wear this way. It's not that she turned on the dress. Pei Yuhan doesn't think it's that she's learning from her, but instead she cares about another point. The dress. Did Liu buy it for her? What if, in the beginning, Liu had made these preparations for himself? Dresses that perhaps would have only appeared on her own body are now on another woman's body. It was hard for Pei Yuhan not to become jealous. She walked in the woman's direction, purposely getting something to block her at the blind corner outside the restaurant. Kan Yohi cocked her head as she thought the man was teasing her. The next second, her entire body was wrapped around her and swept into the arms of the man's familiar scent. Liu's eyes were displeased. No bullying her. I'm sorry. Pei Yuhan woke up like a dream. How could she become so narrow-minded? Kan Yuhi realizes that it wasn't Elmwood who messed up. It was someone else. Are 2 people looking at each other? So quiet. Kan Yeo he accepts her apology. It's okay. Pulling Elmwood with him, he headed off to the side. She seems to be a not-so-nasty competitor, even though she's done some minor bad things. These small tactics were no different from playing house in Kan Yoshi's eyes. But Kan Yeo he doesn't accept 2 people looking at each other, especially when she can't see them. She had no idea what kind of emotions were in the eyes of the 2. Pure and simple? Definitely not innocent. Strolling along the moonlit path, the 2 shadows came closer and closer. Thinking about these days, when he took care of her, and the moment when he protected her just now, Kan Yeo he could feel the true feelings and knew clearly that she was interested in him as well. Her steps slowed to a halt, her small hands gripping the corners of the man's jacket. Come closer, let me see what you look like. Liu stood in front of her, and in order for her to be able to look at him better, he also cooperated by lowering his body, keeping his height flush with hers, his eyes narrow and deep as he gazed at Kan Yeo he who was leaning towards him. She was close enough to see probably what the man looked like, the handsome lines of his face. How about that? Handsome? Kan Yohi puffed. I'll touch it. The woman's pink fingertips traced slowly from his eyebrows to his eyes. Are you going to poke me blind? Don't move. Kan Yohi pouted and continued to grope. Liu just realized that the doctor had said that Kan Yohi's eyes were gradually getting better. He was suddenly a little afraid that she would know that he was the one she didn't like with bad technique. He was just about ready to back away. Kan Yohi faced forward and very accurately found Liu's lips and kissed him with a ringing kiss. Yeah, sneak attack successful. A smile blossomed at the corners of her mouth, her white shell teeth glowing in the moonlight, her lips perfectly lined, her lips red, her teeth white, and she was beautiful and inviting. Liu's heart was stupid. If not for the passers-by, he really wanted to pinch her slender and soft waist, force her in a corner, and ruthlessly kiss and cry. He wrapped an arm around her plump little waist and touched her ear. Wifey smiles so sweetly. Kan Yohi gave a beat. Her heart softened. You exposed that you don't have good intentions towards me. Isn't it obvious? From the moment he saves her and asks for a kiss, he's been up to no good. Chapter 13, she can make a phone call. After arriving home, Liu's ears listened to the pattering sound of washing in the bathroom, and the memories in his mind couldn't help but pull back to the first night that was already a bit of a hazy memory. Grass. Liu scratched his hair. He didn't know that his thoughts in this regard had been so enthusiastic. It shouldn't be. Liu he wouldn't be a person who immerses himself in it for the sake of eroticism and can't help himself. He's not interested. Before he met John Yoshi, he didn't even have a wet dream. How did he become so loose now? His mind, and his body. In order to prevent his thoughts from running away, Liu took out his cell phone and found himself something to do. When he saw Lu Yun's name, Liu transferred the money for 2 people from last night's gathering to Lu Yun, helpfully handed over to the society. Lu Yun seconds back. You this polite? Lu Yun had planned to pay for it himself. After all, he was the one who found Liu to come over to support the scene. But since the man had given him the money, refusing, pushing and dragging, was not brotherly love at all. Lu Yun, is the girl you brought here today really your girlfriend? Li Yu, aha. The other party is in the process of typing. Lu Yun, you really don't like school beauty Pei Yuhan anymore? Li Yu paused. His thumb moistened his index finger. He wanted to smoke a cigarette to calm down, and because there was still Kong Yoshi at home, he held back. It's not a very friendly thing to keep letting a girl smell like smoke. Li Yu doesn't like it anymore. It's not bravado, is it? Like Pei Yuhan's boys a lot. To the end have a girlfriend. Girlfriend is not her also have most. But Pei Yuhan also like boys. In the end and another girl dating. This situation, Lu Yun in school 3 years never encountered. Li Yu is to open their eyes. Li Yu typed in the text. No, I'm done washing, came the woman's chirpy voice. At the sound, Li Yu looked over. Kong Yohee, who was surrounded by heat, had white and reddish pink skin. Her hair was wet against her delicate cheeks, and the wetness at the end of her hair slowly dripped down along her slender neck, sliding over her collarbone and not into her collar. It looks and is just delicious. The knot in Li Yu's throat rolled and rolled, and he couldn't help but swallow. The thoughts in his head were really getting stronger. He turned his eyes down and replied to Lu Yun's message before setting his phone aside. Why don't you say something? Kong Yohee fumbled her way over to the man. She plainly saw a cloud of white shadow sitting on the couch. Li Yu instinctively licked his lips. I was just checking my phone. Why are you washing your own hair? The woman's long, wet hair clung to her skin, wetting a large portion of her shirt and reflecting a large, round, very straight and arched part of it. Li Yu know. He remembered the hand left there on the hand feel. Take this test. Male enhancement cannot. He cannot stand. With that said, Li Yu walked to the bedroom looking for the hairdryer. Kong Yohee slowly sat back in her seat with her fingertips brushing the edge of the couch. With the sound of the man's footsteps, the hairdryer whirred. A moment later she felt the man's long fingertips threading through her long hair, slowly stroking and blow-drying strand after strand. Why are you so nice to me? Kong Yohee looked up and gazed at him. Although she couldn't see, the movement was habitual. She sees the man's shadow slowly approaching her, and Kong Yohee purses her lips, her heart beating a little faster. She ponders, what are your intentions? Li Yu's movement stopped. The distance between the two was close, so close that the sound of each other's breaths was perceptible after the hairdryer had stopped. Long, light, and completely unobtrusive in its freshness and sweetness. Kong Yohee's blank eyes stared straight at the shadow on her body, and seeing that he hadn't been doing anything, she simply rose up with her small hands propped up on the couch and brushed a kiss across the man's face. She clenched her teeth. This attempt? Li Yu stretched out his fingers, stroked the place she kissed, put it between his nose and smelled it. Fragrant. Kong Yohee's face burned as she waited for Li Yu's real answer. Honey, I'm responsible for kissing me indiscriminately. Kong Yoshi's petite body snuggled up compared to Li Yu. Her small hand clutched his coat corner tightly. You've called me your wife. Aren't you still in charge? Li Yu wrapped his arms around her, taking her into his embrace with a little bit of pressure. His voice was on the deep side. If you like me, I will marry you. He was a very serious man, and after a time of very quick and pious reflection, Kong Yohee said he has poor skills. He can practice too, right? Always give a man a chance. You can't just kill his skills at once. No man is born to do this sort of thing, let alone be gifted to a degree. It didn't work. As the fledgling who was broken by Kong Yohee, Li Yu always had a nagging feeling about this statement, especially when he was waiting for Kong Yohee's answer. His mood was visibly anxious. Kong Yohee laughed softly and raised her head slightly. If you don't like it, you can let me sleep too? Li Yu's hot chest tightened against her back, the side of his face close to her faintly scented shoulder nest, a long time depressed. Well, this answer of hers wasn't much of a good answer for Li Yu. It wasn't too bad either. At least it gave him a half and half chance. The woman arched an eyebrow, her fingertips slowly sliding along his face to his lips, poking them gently. Little Elm, you like me that much? Li Yu is still. Well, the man's hairy breath hit her earlobe, and the hand along her waistline didn't go any deeper, tapering in, clenching into a fist, holding back. Kong Yohee held his face and her expression was also very serious. Yes, after my eyes recover, you marry me. Li Yu's heart raced, but it felt incredible, as if it were a dream in the sweetness. Kong Yohee gauged that it was about time and asked softly, do you have class tomorrow? Yes. Li Yu stared straight at this beautiful little face of hers. The knot in his throat again did not hold back, slightly rolling up and down, his heart beating faster and faster. The heat of his body is also getting more and more. It's time to sleep. Good night. Kong Yohee pinched his face. It wasn't as soft as her own, but it was quite a touch. She fumbled her way toward the bedroom. Kong Yohee noticed a vibrating sound from the cell phone she had placed on the bedside. Li Yu shouldn't have heard it, right? She tucked in her covers and fumbled through her memory to connect the phone. Turning down the volume, Liu looked at her back and watched as she lay back down and then sat at the couch in a stupefied state. Sulking. An hour later, he was faced toward the pillow. Ah! He gave a short yelp, soon to be titillated by women. Liu took his change of clothes and walked into the bathroom with some annoyance, lashing out. The next day dawned bright and early. After Liu prepared breakfast, he backpacked out early. Today's class was outdoors, a hands-on social activity class for all majors. Quality development. For large classes, there are 3 teachers to maintain discipline. The teacher first named, and then began to talk about the rules of the game. 6 to 12 people in a group, free to form a team, to participate in the game. The results of the practice and practice report scores consist of practice. The closer the name of the practice win, the higher the percentage of extra points. Lu Yun actively moved forward, not minding whether he could see the teacher's book, hear what the teacher said, tell the rules of the game, or even understand what he was saying. It didn't matter. What mattered was the positive attitude he had. As long as he was close enough to the teacher when she was speaking, he was the one who was the most attentive. This was the last free interaction class they would have in their college life. Many of the students will never get together again once they graduate. When the teacher wanted to play a game project, she tried to go for the team style as much as possible, which was the first lesson she handed them for their first days in the world. Unity. As for Liu, he lay on the slope of the activity field, holding his backpack to shield his face from the harsh, lazy sun. You draw and I guess. Hurry up and get up. Just by virtue of our tacit understanding, this game program will definitely take the first place. Lu Yun pulled Liu up, with his pants pockets tucked in. Liu reluctantly walks into the scene and grunts a couple of words. Childish. In the next moment, watching his teammates die trying to guess, he got anxious. Surrounded by cheers from the opposing team who had guessed again and again, Lu Yun and Liu were getting anxious. You draw and I guess. Their group is at the bottom. The girl in the group was more calm than they were, stating, it's nothing, just write a nice report. The practical lessons are all about participation and having fun, and the grades won't be that much different. Lu Yun was still sulking. Don't look like that. The teacher won't give you a low grade. The girl looks at him. Lu Yun faked a smile. I know. Grand Chairman Chen. Liu looked at the second game, 1,000-mile pass, and his competitive spirit rose. He doesn't want to do what others are forcing him to do, but he's going to be first when others, in a relaxed frame of mind, don't ask him to be first, and the achievement concerns more than just him. Thousands of miles to pass the ball. The use of cut half of the pipeline along a certain route, passing ping-pong ball to the team of 6 people as the minimum number of participants. The first team to pass back and forth win. Liu's attitude came back, so at least it shouldn't affect anyone else. Their group took the lead and won first place by virtue of being relaxed and tolerant of each other, without the other group dropping the ball so often due to nervousness. Phew! Lu Yun cheered directly across the room. We're number one! We're number one! If the teacher hadn't stopped him in time, he would have scampered over the almost 2-meter-high fence to the outside of the school. The corners of Liu's mouth rose. Smile. Much better looking. It was the girl in the group who had previously stated that it didn't matter if she won or lost. Chen Yaya. It was also the president of their institution's student council. Liu's eyes touched on her body. The girl tied a high-raised ponytail, wearing a gray sweatshirt jacket, cute bare slacks, directly killed the not high-top shoes, with a little bit of valor. Are you talking to me? Yeah, would. Chen Yaya's big grinning tone. Liu, this person is quite strange. Obviously looks like a big sunny boy's appearance. In fact, it is darker than anyone else. This dark refers not to do dark things, but his character. He attracted a lot of girls during his freshman year's military training because he was tall and good-looking. As it turns out, Liu is a bore who doesn't know how to be funny and can't laugh. With this nature, he drove away quite a few girls who were interested in him, and naturally stayed away from many of the fast food romances in college. The arc of Liu's mouth grew bigger and bigger, and he glanced at Chen Yaya as if to say, look, I'm giving you face to smile. Chen Yaya rolled her eyes. This is a bit ugly again. Liu retracted the corners of his mouth that were about to stiffen with laughter. When the eagle caught the chicken, Liu's jacket was pulled to the point of being deformed. They finished second. The first place team is celebrating in front of them, and their members don't have time for that. They're infighting. Chen Yaya's clothes are broken. She glared at Lu Yun. What are you doing with so much strength? My clothes are all ripped. Lu Yun, you have a grudge against me. Is it because I stole your student council president position? Are you taking revenge on me? She was wearing a revealing halter top underneath, and her jacket was broken, and it was freezing her to death. Lu Yun pulled the zipper, still a bit reluctant. Then my jacket for you to wear? Who wants to wear your jacket? It stinks. Chen Yaya clasped her hands on her chest and complained. Just washed. How does it stink? Lu Yun wore a turtleneck on the inside, and it wasn't too cold to take off his jacket. plus the big sun came out at noon, and he had intended to take off his jacket. Ignoring Chen Yaya's refusal, he directly put the jacket on the person. Hurry up and wear it. What if the uterine cold comes later? It mustn't hurt to death to have an aunt. Chen Yaya glared at him with a deadly glare, gritting her teeth and whispering, "Shut up." Is he trying to get everyone's attention on himself? Lu Yun looked at her honestly and naively, pulled the zipper to the very top, and smiled stupidly at her. And under the sunlight, the smile was especially bright. The fierceness in Chen Yaya's eyes slowly melted away, replaced by overwhelm, and the tips of her ears scurried up a little red. How Lu Yun smiles. It's quite nice. The last game program of the practice was newspaper standing, where 4 team members stood on newspapers that were folded over and over again through rock paper scissors. There's a couple in their group, and contestant Yaya Chun. One less, Li Yu advised Lu Yun. Seeing through everything, this game you participate in, there is no chance that love will come. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Yun didn't take it seriously, but he quite wanted to participate. But men and women are not related. Li Yu and another boy who studied physical education and had transferred to their major acted as spectators, cheering them on. In fact, standing aside to stop the other group members from making snide comments about them, as well as hitting them back whenever they could. 2 big, tall guys, standing there like bodyguards. Who the hell dares to taunt and disturb the military? Newspapers don't need to be folded in a rock-paper-scissors victory. In a fistful of cloth, the newspaper folded in half, became smaller and smaller. There was no room to stand, and the boy in the couple who hadn't stepped on it was forced out. In the critical moment of one-on-one, the teacher reads the seconds. Lu Yun directly dragged up Chen Yaya. The girl saw, help also hold Chen Yaya's waist. Okay, group 6 first. They were the 6th group and entered with a so-called relaxed mindset, and just like that, their group even came in first. Lu Yun happily scurried around the grounds again. Chen Yaya gathered the newspaper on the ground, then slowly walked towards the toilet not far away, washed her hands, and turned around. Her face was red. Just now, did Lu Yun's hand hold her buttocks? She turned her head to look at the grounds, still scurrying at childish Lu Yun, rubbing her hands together vigorously, spitting, dead nerd. When she thought of their usual tit-for-tat, Chen Yaya was even more speechless. Just know that fighting for student body president is just not fighting to win me over? In the field, Li Yu walks to his book bag's location to drink water, looks at his cell phone, and realizes that Kong Yeo he has called him. Surprised, Li Yu immediately dialed back. The moment the call was answered by the woman, he didn't mince words in his praise. How come you're so smart you're still calling me? Li Yu whispered, with sheer affection. Wife, you're too good too. Couldn't sleep, came the woman's soft, sappy voice. Kong Yu he couldn't sleep, not for the whole night. She barely closed her eyes for 8 hours, and when she was finally forced to wake up awake, she was in a bit of pain, and couldn't stand being sleepy and refreshed before she chose to call Li Yu. I'll come back after class and check it out huh? Well, Kong Yu's muffled voice as she hugged the quilt, then come back soon. The smile at the corner of Li Yu's mouth became more and more obvious, and he responded with a doting voice. Good. The scurrying Lu Yun finally stopped and took several breaths, also walking to the location to drink water. He saw Li Yu on the side holding his cell phone in a sticky state. He had never seen Li Yu in such a love-brain state. It looks like a real relationship. So the last chance for schoolgirl Pei Yuhan is gone? Lu Yun muttered. What a shame. Unfortunately what? Chen Yaya, who was condescending and staring at him. Lu Yun skimmed Li Yu. He fell in love. The object is not the school flower. This good talent. Not a pair of more pity ah. Better mind your own business if you have time. What's wrong with me? Chen Yaya stomped her foot. Humph. Go ahead. Chapter 14 Natural Herbs for Qi and Blood Deficiency. Kong Yuhi sat at the door with a small bench, resting her cheeks. I miss him so much. What time will he come back? After doing her business, her mind was inevitably full of him. In fact, insomnia is not the first time that this kind of thing has happened. John Yoshi does not know when it started. She has never slept once a full night. A night will wake up 5 or 6 times, and it is extremely difficult to fall asleep. She didn't even know the normal amount of time it took for the average person to fall asleep. She needed half an hour at the minimum to fall asleep, 2 hours at the maximum, or perhaps a third possibility, insomnia, something that had become the norm. As she sat up in the morning in a daze, she suddenly felt aggrieved at the thought of Li Yu, biting her inner lip and holding back for a moment. Kong Yu he called him. The address book had long been filled with phone numbers that Li Yu had saved in advance. When he didn't dial the first time, Kong Yeo he thought that he might be busy, so he didn't dial again, and when Li Yel saw it, he would naturally call himself back. Sure enough, the caller who called back was in a good temper, didn't even bother himself, complimented her, and said he'd come back to see her. When she thought of him, Kong Yeo he couldn't help but smile at the corners of her mouth. She wanted to meet him all the time, holding hands or hugging. Just being close was good. She wanted to feel the scent of his body, which was very secure for John Yoshi. She knew she was done, totally in love. It's over. It's over. It would be hard to get another chance like this, to be able to have genuine feelings with him without any interests arising from it. The door seemed to be unlocking, and Kang Yohee immediately looked up as anticipation gripped her entire body. As soon as Lee Yu opened the door, what he saw was Kang Yohee's adorable appearance nestled in a ball. "Why are you waiting at the door?" Kang Yohee didn't say anything. Missed him? Of course. How could she say something so blunt? Not cold? Lee Yu approached and touched her small face with his big hand. There was a little icy touch, but luckily, it didn't take long for him to pinch and warm it up. Lee Yu felt that sometimes John Yoshi was especially like a cat he had, sending him out at the right time every day, and squatting at the door position at about the same time, waiting for him to come back. Thinking this way, John Yoshi's unseen world only had him in it. Lee Yu's heart softened and suddenly felt pity for her. The thing about liking someone uptight is that you feel sorry for her, in everything she does and when she doesn't do anything. Kang Yohee shook her head. "I'm not cold." She wasn't very cold. The house was warm because there was Lee Yu's scent everywhere. She felt safe, and as her heart warmed, so did her body. Lee Yu half squatted and stroked the end of her eyes earnestly. "Why can't you see? There are still dark circles under your eyes." Kang Yohee was sleepy and couldn't help but yawn at the mention of this. Grunting, "I really can't sleep. Let's go to the doctor and get a prescription for a sleep aid." Kang Yohee nodded her head. She looked a little excited to be out there for so little chance. The Kang Yohee in Lee Yul's eyes is really tiny and especially cute. He matched her with different clothes and tight hairstyles like every different Kang Yohee. Kang Yohee felt a little nervous. Her heart always raced every time Lee Yul did these little things to her that were no different from home routine. The fingertips that were obediently placed on her knees were getting pinker and pinker. His scent was close to Kang Yohee, so close that her nostrils could smell the scent of shower gel on his body wrapped in several layers of clothing, interspersed with some unappealing scent of sweat. Kang Yohee breathed in slowly and deeply greedily. Just that alone made her feel so sexy for him. "Okay, let's go." Lee Yu took her hand and led her up, walking her to the door to change her shoes. After dressing up Kang Yohee, the two went out. With Lee Yu there, who will hold her hand? Kang Yohee doesn't need a guide stick. Neurology. The doctor inquired as usual. "Can't sleep for the past few days?" Kang Yohee nodded her head. "Sleeping for more than half an hour?" Kang Yohee thought back. "At least an hour." Standing aside, Lee Yu was surprised. Like him, such as a lie down directly to sleep is no matter how people cannot understand the time to prepare for bed to fall asleep in an hour. This sleep is how difficult to sleep. The doctor was sparse. "Is the total sleep time higher than 6 hours? Kang Yohee shook her head. "I wake up a lot. My sleep time tends to be more towards hanging out on games. Snippets of sleep. It's been a while since I've had a full night's sleep." Lee Yul stared at Kang Yohee, his eyes heartbroken with emotion. "This time, when I took Kang Yohee to the doctor couldn't see anything wrong with her. They did prescribe some medicine to help her sleep." The bitter flavor filled Kang Yohee's nostrils as Lee Yu handed her warm water and medicine. She pursed her lips and spoke. "I've actually taken quite a few medicines with this flavor, and they don't do much for my sleep." She still couldn't sleep when she should have, and as for when she should have fallen asleep, it was basically non-existent. "You're not afraid of suffering and don't want to eat, are you?" Kang Yohee glared at him with a pout. "Where did I?" She still bowed her head and dutifully took the medicine. Lee Yu frowned, thinking, taking so many pills is not good for the girl's body, right? As the two walked out of the hospital and looked for a small restaurant to deal with a meal, Lee Yu raised his eyes and saw a Chinese hospital. "Why don't we go see a Chinese doctor?" Lee Yu discussed with her. Kang Yohee nodded her head. Lee Yu couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so obedient? Doing whatever I tell you to do? It's not like what you're doing is bad, so why don't you listen?" Kang Yohee is puzzled. "Does he want a no-nonsenser?" Lee Yu came closer, the corner of his mouth hooked in a bad smile. "What about doing bad things?" Kang Yohee's cheeks gradually blushed and stayed swooning, not answering him or looking at his white shadowy mass. Naturally, Lee Yul, except in bed, will not force Kang Yohee to respond to some flirting tactics that satisfy his nasty mind. After the two of them had eaten fruitfully, they went to see the herbalist again. The moment you walk into a Chinese hospital, the air is filled with lightly wood-scented herbs. Kang Yohee doesn't like the smell of medicine, but she doesn't hate the taste of herbs. After registering, Lee Yu accompanied her and waited with her. Fearing that the woman would get cold, he put his jacket on the cold seat. Kang Yohee slowly sat down when she felt the softness of the clothes. She still has a little bit of froze. Fingertips touch. The fabric is familiar. Realize that it is Lee Yu's thoughtfulness. Kang Yohee, heart burning, obediently sat down. Well, when it was time to call the number, Lee Yu led her to her feet, and as he fished out his own coat, he walked toward the section. The herbalist is a very old man who looks authoritative. With one pulse, he knew the real reason why Jian Yoshi couldn't sleep. Insufficient qi in blood. This word, Jian Yoshi could often hear from Reassurance's mouth. She always said that the reason she didn't sleep well and her skin was miserably pale was because she lacked the natural herbal medicine of a man around her. Jian Yoshi used to purely as her this big beautiful girlfriend friend is joking. Did not expect this time. The herbalist looks at Liu at the doorway again and asks Kan Yoshi, your boyfriend? Kan Yeo he didn't say anything and slowly nodded her head. Their relationship seems to be an open secret. Even though they hadn't had a formal confession yet, they had done everything. It was almost as if they had experienced more than the average couple would say. If you have insufficient qi in blood, you'll be fine if you sleep a lot. In a skillful tone, the Chinese doctor wrote the patient's medical history. Kan Yeo he froze. The Chinese medicine practitioner said unapologetically, young men, women's natural tonic. Look at you. This boyfriend is quite young. You shouldn't have insufficient qi in blood to this extent. A little outrageous. Kan Yeo he monk, having serious thinking, to sleep together? The herbalist was speechless for a few seconds, seeing as the female patient was young and presumably shy, before answering her, or what, and a bit of a temper. Kan Yeo he was a bit overwhelmed as she grabbed the casebook that the Chinese medicine practitioner had already written on the table and hesitantly uttered, do we need to notify him? The herbalist looked at the patient incredulously. You can have a surprise if you want. Kan Yeo he nodded her head, and as she got up and fumbled her way towards the outside of the department, there was only one thought in her head, and that was, so Ran hadn't lied to her. So no wonder she had managed to shove a man by her side in every way possible when she found out about her health situation. She herself was still always refusing, really failing her. What did the doctor say? Li Yu, the Chinese medicine doctor did not let him in. He stood in the doorway and waited. He did not know why he was honestly resting here like a bodyguard, and did not sit in the corridor seat. Only the woman moved her lips and said nothing again. Nothing, just that I don't think so much before I go to bed, so I can fall asleep naturally. How could she be ashamed to let Liu know about such intimate matters? Liu half-heartedly took her casebook. Would have liked to see the Chinese medicine practitioner prescribed what the prescription is when. Only read the words boyfriend used to regulate the body. Two adults, red-faced, walk out of the Chinese hospital. Liu was really sweating. This was the first time he was used as a medicine. The two returned to the rental house wordlessly. The ribs that had been put away for several days and forgotten were also taken out by Liu, and slowly simmered on the stovetop over a low fire. What's cooking that smells so good? Kan Yohi walked slowly to the kitchen and then felt the blockage. Open fire? Dangerous. Just stay here. Liu added. I'm simmering rib soup. Kan Yohi licked her crimson mouth. She was indeed a bit hungry. Seeing her little gesture, Liu's throat twitched slightly, and his mind kept going back to that page of the sick book with the prescription. When the mellow, thick ribs were cooked, Liu brought them to the table and scooped up a bowl for Jian Yoshi before taking care of himself. As the woman's small mouth was eating the first piece, Liu could not wait to be asking, is it good? Yummy, cooked soft. Liu saw her eating happily and was happy himself, lowering his head. The corners of his mouth simply could not be suppressed. In the evening, the night was a little chilly. Kan Yeo he was still wearing the same shirt, which went up an inch as she sat down on the couch, just enough to wrap around her roundness. Not too conservative and not too out of place. Put on a pair of pants. Later on, the lack of qi in blood hasn't been cured yet. You'll catch a cold first. Liu got up and was about to go and get ready to find it for her. Kan Yoi's small hand grabbed his wrist as soon as she could. I'm not cold. Her lips were dry at her impending move, and she drank from his water without thinking, her body bones softening quite indelicately as she realized that she was just silently seducing him right now. She just wants to fall asleep well and follow what the herbalist handed her to rescue her unhealthy sleep. She shouldn't be vain. Kan Yeo he nodded, giving herself courage. This is my water. As soon as Liu lowered his head, he could see her white and delicate neck, emanating a touch of white that stung in the light, attracting him closer and closer. Kan Yui's forehead was already seeping some fine sweat. In Liu's eyes, she was green and innocent and clueless, clumsily exuding a fatal allure to herself. He slowly rubbed her delicate cheeks and lifted her slightly damp hair behind her ear. Kan Yui's heart beats faster as she holds his hand. Wife. The man's palms were burning hot, and his hands had thin calluses from years of part-time menial labor. It felt as if his body was under Liu's control, and it was terrifyingly not his own at all. His burning breath, take it step by step, okay? If you make a big supplement at once, I don't know if it will be bad. Liu really is thinking seriously again. Kan Yohi covered her hot little face, revealing only her reddened ears. Don't talk. She inadvertently touched the man's arm, blazing with bruises as he held back. He's so good to himself. This trick of medicine, I can't say it's quite useful. Jian Yoshi fell into a deep sleep under Liu's little tossing and turning. Footsteps were heard, the lock was twisted open, and with a cackle, the door closed again. Liu went out in a high-fashion suit. There was a business banquet tonight, and Liu was going to appear as the second youngest member of the Li family. As he stepped in, his handsome features and the civilized air on his body attracted a lot of attention. The group is either rich or wealthy. Liu easily raised his glass with the people present and talked to them, and the previous timidity was completely absent from his body. Li Chuan looked at the scene full of either old women or looked down on their own thousands of young ladies. Very uninteresting to spit. Jiang family had such a big change. Jiang Yoshi do not know where to go. This banquet also did not have a decent female characters. To come here is really meaningless. He turned his eyes to see Liu, who was surrounded by several beautiful CEOs, and frowned. Why is he here again? Didn't even his own outstanding performance make Li's father give up on Liu completely? Damn it. Brother, you're here too? He took 2 cups of wine and walked over to Liu. When Liu saw him, his eyes were impatient. It's normal for me to come. I'm the son of the Li family after all. It's not strange for me to attend on behalf of the Li family. Li Chuan was so infuriated that his chest was heaving up and down, obviously stung by the words Li family's son in Liu's mouth, which stung his ears and exasperated his heart and lungs. What? Do you really think that the Li family bloodline can keep you in the position of the Li family heir? Ridiculous. Li Chuan still want to do the same trick. Adults, but also take a cup of drinks to pretend it. Really have enough shameless, by others know how to do. Our Li family cannot afford to drink this cup of wine? I just don't like drinking. Liu spoke lightly. A glass of wine will do. Li Chuan placed it on a side table and pushed it to him. Liu looked at the wine and then at him. Does Li Chuan really think he's stupid? Last time, the drink in the cup, Li Chuan didn't even touch it would go wrong. This time, the drink he handed himself was 100% haunted. What? Watch out for brother? Li Chuan kept a close eye on him and smiled a little. I won't let you lose face in this kind of business occasion. What happened last time was probably just an accident. Liu suddenly laughed. A cold gaze, unapologetically poking at the truth. An accident? What accident? What's the accident? 3 questions in a row. Asked Li Chuan a little weak. He shifted his gaze, and also saw the old woman, Wang Lily, who was at the balcony staring with interest in their direction. Li Chuan narrowed his eyes, and as Wang Lily talked to the woman beside him, he plotted. Immediately, Liu utilized the desserts cover and exchanged the wine glasses with quick hands. Let's, then, toast, brother. Liu raised his glass, willing the trick to work. Li Chuan's surprise, he thought he had to find how many excuses to convince Liu. I did not expect that this kid is still as simple-minded as ever. TSK. Chapter 15, try more, so you won't be unable to sleep with insufficient qi and blood. This has happened many times. Li Chuan still thinks he's a stupid pig? In the face of Li Chuan's old trick, this time Liu took the initiative to raise his wine glass. Li Chuan was even more afraid of Liu's backtracking. Immediately finished a glass of wine, and then urged Liu, drink quickly. Is not just a cup of wine with a low degree, drink so slowly, which is like a man of our Li family. Liu finished drinking under his watchful eye. Not bad, not bad. The younger brother is a bit of an adult. The corner of Li Chuan's mouth was a triumphant arc. Aren't these the 2 outstanding young men of the Li family? Wang Lily straightened and organized her sexy gown, and after exchanging glances with Li Chuan, she stepped forward. Happen to have my eye on a project and want to talk to Li. Wang Lily looked 2 more times in Li Chuan's direction. Li Chuan immediately chimed in. Then why don't we find a quiet place and sit down to talk? Liu watched them act in silence. Although you haven't started your internship yet, it's still important to know some things in this company. Li Chuan hoped that Liu was a bit smarter and could understand his cryptic remarks. Fine, then I'll sit in on the sidewalk? Liu replied unexpectedly. In a separate box, Wang Lily crossed her legs, her high heels hanging if anything, and looked at Liu with winking eyes. The boy's white face was so suitable for her to leave traces of love on it. Her reddish-colored manicure pushed a stack of papers forward. The contract. See? I can't read it. Big brother, read it first. Liu turned to Li Chuan. At this time, Li Chuan's body had already appeared to be out of place. He was very hot, causing him to keep tugging at the clothes on his body. Noticing that the 2 people were looking at him, Li Chuan could barely hold back his sudden thoughts. He clamped his legs, his heart bursting as he looked at the contract. His eyes had been a little dazzled. Wang Lily took advantage of this time, got up, walked over to Liu, and pulled his tie to go towards the cubicle. Brother, your brother reads the contracts, and well, look at you, Sister Wang, what are you doing? Liu pretended to be puzzled. With a purely innocent wink, attracted Wang Lily is about to be unable to resist. Brother, don't pretend. You Wang sister, what I need on the hot search is not completely understand. Liu slowly held her hand. Sister Wang, let's play something new. Good. Wang Lily agreed with alacrity. She didn't expect the little handsome Liu to be so understanding this time. It seems that Li Chuan didn't tell lies. He played a little game of lights out directly with the rich woman. Sister Wang, count to 30 seconds. You catch me. I am at your mercy for punishment. Yes, little handsome, my sister is starting to count. When passing by the sofa, Liu looked at Li Chuan, who was already paralyzed at the sofa, and coldly raised his eyes to take a step towards the door. Little old me is strong. With a sigh of relief, Liu walked out of the lounge, shut the two together, clapped his hands, and locked them. When he heard the commotion inside, Liu took out his cell phone and switched numbers, notifying the reporter in the process. The sound of men panting sharply in the room turned into constant screams before long. Liu raised his eyebrows. This sister really lives up to her name and plays really hard. Li Chuan fell into her hands. There was a little bit of a sheep in the tiger's mouth now. Upon hearing the expected rush of footsteps toward the area, Liu staggered into position and crossed over to them as if they were unusual guests. This is the place. Heard there's material to grab. Liu and a line of reporters flashing lights, rubbing shoulders. The door was pushed open with a pop dash and the lights turned on. Whoa! Inside, the scenes blow up to the point where veteran journalists who have been in the business for years forget to flick the camera switch. Shoot it. What are you waiting for? No shoot, get out of the way. Don't delay my path to promotion. Under the camera flashes, Li Chuan, who had half of the medicine on his body dissolved, was confused. He felt the sharp pain on his body, especially the key areas that were dripping with blood. He reacted and hastily covered himself. Isn't that the Li family's stepson? Gee, so just like his mom. He climbed up the ladder by such means. Crooked. No wonder the Li family hasn't made any progress in the past few years. It turns out that there are quite a few internal assholes. The winds of this scandal blew within the reception at once. Sinful son. Li's father arrived at the news and then left in anger after seeing the sickening scene. When Yangqing didn't know which one she should advise first, looked at her unhelpful son and sighed. Had to go after Li's father to comfort the important source of money first. Husband, wait for me. When Li Chuan thought about it carefully, he realized that it was the strangeness in his body that was the problem. He gritted his teeth in violent anger. Liu! With Li father's angry look still in his head, Li Chuan was extremely afraid that he would become a complete outcast of the Li family. Sleeping on the sofa, very satisfied, Wang Lily did not care about this. She was reported to be much fun. She was so happy that she lost her breath, and she slept leisurely and shallowly. The noises and flashing lights were just routine for her. The scandal of the Li family's disgrace spread out at once, seriously affecting the company's image and causing the stock to plummet, and Director Li personally appeared to suspend Li Chuan's general manager position. Seeing such news, Liu was now in a great mood. His life had long been a mess, and when he picked it up and drank it, Liu had to praise himself for his strong mind. But Li Chuan was different. He was pretending all the way through, and now he was straightened out by Liu, and affected the company because of it, affecting Li's father's opinion of him. He is in big trouble. I'm afraid that in the near future, I can't find Liu's trouble, because I can't take care of myself. Returning home, Liu gently closed the door. Step lightly. He first went back to the bedroom to see if Jiang Yoshi kicked the quilt. Catching a cold would not be good. You're back? The moment Liu walked into the room, Kan Yoshi under the covers revealed her small head and uttered a confused voice. That's what the question was about. Just knowing he was out, Liu's heart softened halfway. Aha! When did you wake up? Liu smelled of alcohol and didn't get very close to her. Just woke up. Kan Yohi stretches, noticing Li Yao looking for his clothes, and stares blankly at his every move. I'm going to take a shower first. Liu stopped and spoke to her. Kan Yohi nodded her head and didn't ask him why he went out in the middle of the night and now that he's back, why he's taking a shower. Probably, Kan Yoshi can also guess a few points, by virtue of the faint smell of alcohol in the air. Bad boy. Can drink. Liu took a fighting shower and scrubbed his hair towards the couch when he saw a flash of light in the room, obviously emanating from the screen of his cell phone. He turned toward the bedroom door. Concerned. Still can't sleep? As soon as she said this, Kan Yohi couldn't stop blushing. No, I slept quite well. I woke up only when I heard the sound of the door opening. Liu got closer before he heard the lowest volume song playing on her cell phone. Did you wake up in the middle of it? He gently ruffled Kan Yohi's long hair. Kan Yohi shook her head and dutifully replied, no. His breath suddenly came very close to her. Then it seems that the method of Chinese medicine is right. In the future we will try more, and completely cure your qi and blood deficiency. Kan Yohi bit her red lips and nodded her head with a soft, The next day, Liu made pumpkin pancakes for breakfast. It was his first time kneading, and he didn't know if it would turn out well. He looked up when he heard the water in the washroom stop. Kan Yohi has fumbled her way here, leaning against the kitchen doorway, sensing that Liu should be looking at her. A warm smile hanging on her lips, I can't imagine how delicious this breakfast is. It's okay, not very sweet. Liu tried it. Kang Yohee slightly gathered her breath. She was actually talking about Liu as a person. True hearing or false understanding. What about teasing her and being so good at it? The dining table. Taste it? Liu placed the pumpkin pie on a plate, the paper towels, and the milk all discharged in front of her, conveniently in front of her if she needed it, at the touch of a button. Kang Yohee ate and nodded. Not bad. Do you have class later? No. Kang Yohee licked the candy around her mouth. Going out then? Out of that. With a part-time job. Liu's schedule for the day is asked by Kang Yohee, especially the time to go home. Liu all answered one by one, blinked his eyes. How to feel a little wrong. Words with a smile asked her. How a little checking out the meaning. The man's palm gently pinched her earlobe. Honestly, is it that you can't trust me? Kang Yohee's entire heart went numb. Where did I? Liu slowly felt the woman's small and delicate earlobe slowly fluttering red, and then left contentedly. Kang Yohee, who was supposed to be at home for good. She went out in the afternoon. A pricey luxury car slowly drove into the old neighborhood. 15 o'clock. The sun was in full swing, and there weren't a lot of people coming and going. Surprised for a few moments. Miss Jiang, please get in the car. He was the Sure family's driver, and their young lady hadn't gotten off the plane yet, so he was told to come over to pick up Ms. Jiang first. Aha! Kang Yohee got in the car. The driver obviously noticed something wrong with her eyes, but didn't ask more questions. The world of the rich, who can understand it? The next second disappeared. A living person are extremely likely. Blind, not a big deal. Cafe entrance. Fashionable woman with sunglasses, wearing suspenders and ultra-short skirt. A sable hitching, wearing a very valiant, attracted the attention of many passers-by. Reassurance's entire body froze when she saw Jiang Yoshi on a guide stick. With great difficulty, she moved her mouth several times before she managed to make a sound and call her name. Young Hee. Kang Yohee heard Reassurance's voice and walked towards her. You got off the plane? Reassurance immediately wiped her tears and also walked over towards her. Seeing her eyes lost in thought, Reassurance sobbing didn't hold back at all. Yoshi, how did your eyes become like this? Kang Yohee was supposed to have big bright eyes, but at this moment, she was looking at herself listlessly. How could Reassurance not be distressed? She deflated and was on the verge of collapsing. The two men sat in the corner of the cafe. Kang Yohee's face is flat and she whispers a detailed account of what happened to her. Broken bones, blindness, and skin trauma so painful she can barely sleep. Reassurance was very angry and clenched his back teeth. I want them dead. Luckily, this was a cafe owned by a friend of Reassurance, and usually only VIP clients were invited to talk about their work, and now at this time of the day, apart from the store manager, it was just them. The shopkeeper who was carrying the coffee immediately sped up her pace. She was a bit worried that Sure Chen Jin would let her die too because she was too slow in carrying the coffee. What then? Reassurance pursed her lips, knowing she was getting emotional. Waiting for the coffee to drop, the owner walked over to the counter. She immediately whispered, let's go back, immediately, and get revenge. Give back all the pain they gave on you. Kang Yohee fumbled her hand on the table, patting it gently and soothingly. Calm down. She had some unfinished business. When your eyes get better. Reassurance held her hand as well, giving her a sense of security. Yes, when the eyes get better. She has already hired a foreign advancement, famous ophthalmologist for Jiang Yoshi, and soon, her best friend will be able to receive better treatment. Oh yes, you want me to investigate the matter. Reassurance took out the bizarre car accident occurred around all the camera recordings, the action of a beat, and chagrin. How did I forget you cannot see the... It's okay, you tell me about it. Kang Yoshi stroked the report, listening to Reassurance explaining the details of the doubtful parts of it, hidden in the shadow of the light on the half-face, the faint ruthlessness exposed. She used to think in the direction of that car accident with her parents and grandfather being man-made. At least the kinship existed in blood. How could they be so ruthless for money? The part-time job of moving goods in Lee Elm's department store is over. Noticing that a glimpse of a silhouette in the cafe across the street was familiar, he thought for a moment that he had missed Kang Yohee so much that he had looked at the wrong person. This upscale cafe, as Liu remembered, only their valued guests were received, and ordinary people wouldn't go in. He waits outside the cafe, waiting for Kang Yohee to come out. Why are you out here? Kang Yohee heard Liu's voice, her emotions outwardly nervous, and her slender fingertips gently tapped the guide stick twice. Reassurance read it and acted extremely tacitly. How is it a blind man to go out and run into such trouble? She pulled a few lines off the top of her head, going the wrong way with a very disdainful demeanor. A soft smile hung at the corner of Kang Yohee's mouth. I want to drink coffee. Liu vaguely remembers as if indeed Kang Yohee mentioned that he didn't buy it for her. This cafe is not open to the public. Liu held her hand and walked towards the other coffee shops not far away. Oh, Kang Yohee nodded. I just found out. so I got kicked out. She didn't do anything to you, did she? Li Yu's heart hangs in the air, pulling Kang Yoshi to look here and there, afraid that she'll be pushed and shoved through and be aggrieved. Kang Yeo he patted his hand and said soothingly, "No, she just let me out. She didn't do anything to me." Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. This time, the coffee bought it. While standing in line, Li Yu tightly grasped John Yoshi's hand, still a bit scared. Next time, what do you want to drink? What do you want to eat? Tell me, don't come out alone, okay? Kang Yoshi nodded her head and acted like a good girl. As for listening or not, that was her business. Pure Americano, similar to the color flavor of Chinese medicine. Kang Yohi sank slightly. She wasn't going to have to sleep tonight. Li Yu, who was holding the lemonade, looked at the coffee and felt bitter on his tongue. Watching Kang Yeo he sip expressionlessly, the coffee slid over her red lips and was sipped into her mouth. Li Yu asked uncertainly, "Is it good?" Kang Yohi handed it to him, very happy to share it with him. Try it? What kind of person steals a drink from his girlfriend? Li Yu shook his head. He thought the $3 lemonade was better than this bitter coffee. The straw had been handed to his mouth and Kang Yu he had been waiting. Unable to do so, Li Yu lowered his head and pretended to take a small sip. In that instant, it was bitter as hell, and the taste buds were instantly attacked as if by a bitter melon bomb. Li Yu frowned. Why do you love this stuff? The flavor, on the contrary, was quite fragrant and mellow. The rest, Li Yu's tongue was now bitter and could not taste it. Jiang Yushi slightly out of mind. There are always times when the heart is too bitter. Need the outside world more bitter. In order to cover up the heart of the bitter, this is the only way. So much so that she was now blind, and even if she wandered off, she wouldn't be noticed. Kang Yohi's simple words were appalling. Refreshing. Li Yu nodded. It does seem refreshing enough. Kang Yeo he held Li Yu's hand back, and she stopped in her tracks. What's wrong? Kang Yeo he had been able to find his lips with precision, stood on her tiptoes, and landed a steady kiss. How about this? Will the coffee be sweeter? Chapter 16, Being Undermined, looking for Young Hee to comfort her. Sweet, it's sweet. If he hadn't still been outside, he would have wrapped his arms around her and kissed her hard enough to make her dizzy. The two ended with a soft kiss and a quiet, silent return to the rental house. 2 hours of cozy moments, each busy with their own. Li Yu has a match tonight, and a message from the boss himself indicates that this match is pretty important. He put away his cell phone, glanced at Kang Yu-hee who was already washed up and listening to music in her bedroom nestled under the covers, and headed out of the house. The lively underground boxing gym is abuzz with people. Lai Chaoyun pulled him backstage of the match when he saw him, looked around to see that there weren't many people, and whispered to Li Yu, "There's only one way for you to go, and that's to let him win." Li Yu was in the process of gathering his mood and going up to the competition stage with a bang, but the boss was not quite fair to give such an order to him, and what Li Yu hated the most was unfairness. His flat line of sight could not see any emotion. Asked, "Why?" All boxers know that once the lone wolf is out there, it's a fight to the finish with the mindset that he's going to win. Did not win? Then those who bet on him to win. From fans to become a reverse target of the master. Lone wolf became the boxing ring rotten eggs. Is there any chance of hanging around after Li Yu? You can do this before you are famous. But if you are famous and you are still doing this, and you are found out, Li Yu will completely lose a way to make a living. Lone Wolf's title is all about him punching out. It's a precious casting of blood and sweat. How can he let one sentence trample on it? No reason. Lai Chaoyun and the VIP room stare off past in a flash. Just do what I say. Are you the boss or am I the boss? Li Yu's indifferent brow. No emotions could be seen. If I want to continue to fight, I have to fight every fight well. I won't cooperate with you in this kind of sneaky thing. Lai Chaoyun was anxious on the spot. Coughed twice. The match is over. Give you an extra 100,000. This match you will temporarily follow the path I laid out for you. Your Lone Wolf title will not suffer any loss because of this match. I, Lai Chaoyun, have opened a boxing gym for so many years, and I have the ability to create stars. Without waiting for Li Yu's answer, Lai Chaoyun was still a bit unsure. Li Yu, say something. Li Yu just gave him a faint look. Flat, waveless eyes. Lai Chaoyun but inexplicably a little frightened. Forget it, if you don't like to talk, don't talk, but what I said to you, you have to listen to it. It's all about money. Naked money. You won't be so stupid that you don't even want money, right? Li Yu was putting on his gloves, still not making a sound. The owner was speechless and turned away. The opponent who will be in the ring with you later is nicknamed Raw Eagle. He is the rising star of this year's fights. He has the gold owner Richie Rich's sister behind him, and he loves to see his testosterone bursting out when he fights. So in every fight where Richie Rich is present, he is bound to win. Li Yu has never been alone. So this time, the boss's assistant took advantage of the boss's exchange with the people in the VIP room to come over and tell Li Yu some secret information, and Li Yu's look was a little surprised. He looked to his assistant. Thank you. The assistant's words meant that he had to win whether Liu agreed or not. It is better to win with the ability. If the most primitive this trick cannot win, then Liu will have to beware of his opponent. His career was being used as a flirtation, and Liu was upset. Youthfulness. $100,000 won't buy you this youthful exuberance. Amidst the clamor of the clutter, Liu took the stage. The so-called raw eagle on the opposite side was at this moment holding a young woman who was only wearing a halter ultra-short skirt, her hot body exposed without a doubt. Don't worry sis, I'm going to show you a glimpse of me tonight. The woman winks, cupping his face as she delivers a fragrant, passionate kiss. Then I'll see which moment is more powerful, the one on the competition stage or the one in bed. The raw eagle was suddenly angsty. If it were not for the fact that the time of the game had already arrived, delayed not to earn face in front of the small rich woman. He faced the woman such naked verbal molestation, will certainly be on the spot to deal with her ruthlessly. Richie loves nothing more than excitement, and she simply enjoys it when he surprises her from time to time. Sister, just wait and watch. Rawhawk slapped his large hand toward the woman's delicate ass, causing the woman to gasp. Nasty. The two sides face off on the tournament stage. At the word of the host, let the game begin. The atmosphere completely exploded. Lone Wolf. Between Rawhide's moves, Lone Wolf blocked completely with both fists. His eyes produced doubt, and his mind instead went away from boxing here, looking towards where the boss was on the stage. Sanghua, didn't we say that a few good flamboyant maneuvers would be good enough? Why isn't this guy cooperating at all? The moves he used were all blocked. What's the game now? The boss under the stage stared at the progress of the gradually scorching boxing match, and his heart was also nervous. Liu will not listen to the words of people at all, right? Rawhide throws another jab and tries to hammer Lone Wolf in the solar plexus. This time not only was it blocked by Lone Wolf, but Lone Wolf countered with an elbow like iron towards the side of his face. Rawhawk's vision went into a trance as he collapsed into the corner of the ring, the taste of rusty blood welling up in his mouth. The woman who was on his side of the table stood up at once, and while her expression was worried about Raw Eagle's state of play, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she instead stared in Lone Wolf's direction with interest. Rawhawk was acutely aware that his rich sister's interest was about to go out of his favor, and he gradually clenched his fists. During a short break for supplies to drink and moisten his throat, a large group of men served in the corner of the Raw Eagle. The Lone Wolf was by himself, carrying a plain black book bag, and when he pulled the mineral water out of the bag, you could still see the Western economics in his book bag, an optional book for a particular major. The woman hooked her lips. Still a male big ah. Sister, what are you talking about? Raw Eagle came up, and his big hands directly hooped the woman's thin waist. It seemed very domineering, but only he knew that the choice was never in his hands. The woman laughed chirpily. Say, you have to cheer in your fights, but my sister only likes winners. Qian Cici did not joke, and Chen Mo knew her philandering nature. Sister, don't worry about it. As his words fell, his entire vision clouded over. After taking the stage again, his opponent's fist swung with a lashing wind, the spikes on his finger rings flashing the light right in the center of the tournament table. Raw Eagle came straight to the tough one as soon as he came up. He couldn't drag it out any longer. He clearly understood that he couldn't beat Lone Wolf at all. Just want to please the woman there is a need for money not to take. Instead of giving up their lives stupid, if the opponent wants to be, let him die. Liu secretly said a bad news. Extremely fast to block the other party's attacking double fists. Already heard the sound of the sharp weapon did not enter the arm. Raw cut through the flesh of the piercing. The location of the heart seems to rise countless layers of goosebumps. 1 drop, 2 drops of blood dripped down, coloring the tournament table. He's got something in his hand. Liu sank his eyes. Although the fight is black boxing also has the unwritten rules of black boxing. How can you carry a hard weapon with your bare hands? How can you bring in a finger ring on your hand? The boss allowed it? Liu was dead and wounded. Those in the arena didn't see the sharp finger rings in their quick swings, but Lone Wolf's injured arm. Real blood, they could see it clearly. Whoa, to actually be able to injure Lone Wolf. It seems that this little white boy who is attached to a rich woman is not a simple commodity. The match heated up to a higher level with the appearance of blood. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Liu sank his breath and attacked towards his opponent first, an absolutely standard uppercut hitting him in the jaw, and as he fended it off extremely fast, a combination of a left sweeping leg plus a flying knee, hitting right at the vitals and breaking the bones of the Raw Eagle who had been caught off guard by kicking him in the face, even as his entire body swept diagonally across the stage and rolled out of the ring. The crisp click and the fact that Rawhawk fell off the stage in view made the entire arena momentarily silent for 3 seconds. Asterisk. Awesome. The atmosphere then exploded with heat. Lone Wolf wins 1-2? Lone Wolf won. Liu's condescending sight, coldly looking at him, The arm that was dripping blood could not affect the bloodthirsty coldness in the slightest. Chen Mo's heart was cold, and he looked toward the woman on the side, and sure enough, he saw that her eyes were greatly interested in the lone wolf. Attempting a fragile cry, "Sister!" The woman was bored as she turned to stare into his eyes. Stomping on her heels, she wiggled her water snake waist and left. "Sister!" Chen Mo was about to get up, cough cough, but couldn't help spitting blood. In the end, it was a boy who had been with her for not a short time. Chen Cece waved her hand and asked the bodyguard beside her to give him an after-sale. Backstage division. Li Yu indifference eyes, his left arm for a simple bandage. Mechanical cuts are deeper, but fortunately did not hurt the bones. 2 weeks' time should be able to completely well up, but too deep, it is expected to leave a scar. Lai Chaoyan's face was gloomy as he walked over towards him, and when he saw the wound on Li Yu's hand, he was also a little bit embarrassed. "I've said that I'll give you $100,000, so that you can cooperate a little bit. You're good." Directly disabled the person. "Good guy, hurt the bones for 100 days. I see that little rich girl will soon lose interest in him. If his finger ring had cut into my neck, I wouldn't need to be injured for 100 days, but would go straight to the grave." Li Yu's tone was cold. "Boss, I've been fighting for the boxing gym for so many years, and the signboards are out. Are you going to be so desperate?" The look of embarrassment on Lai Chaoyun's face worsened. "It's all about money. Wouldn't it be better to give you more?" The gimmick of being able to injure Lone Wolf had already earned him a lot of money. How could he possibly get Lone Wolf killed? Li Yu hasn't been in many plays with him before, but this time, he was extremely reluctant. He is not willing to cooperate after his reputation has come out, right? Forget it, it's over. Lai Chaoyun put aside the payment for this competition. Li Yu looked at the several envelopes, obviously of a different thickness than the previous ones. "More. That little rich girl paid for your medical bills, on behalf of her own people." Li Yu only took the portion he was supposed to get, all of it after the boss dropped those words. In that case, it was all his due. He bandaged it up before he went back. In order to avoid Kong Yeo he smelling the medicine, Li Yul purposely smoked half a carton of cigarettes downstairs in an attempt to block out the bitterness of the medicine. Jiang Yoshi's nose is a dog's nose, so don't give her a sniff. The door opened. Li Yu opened the door with one hand and stepped in sideways, not avoiding the wound on his hand being touched by the doorframe. The woman at the couch looked over at him. Back? It was very skillful and reassuring to Li Yu in a few words. He was a little aggravated, but forced to suppress. Lo whom? Kong Yovi's brows furrowed slightly and quickly disappeared again. "No, I'm out again?" Li Yu was at the place of the water fountain, filling himself with a glass of water. The rest of his sight was given to her. Kong Yovi nodded. "In the house. It's too quiet." Getting up as Li Yu passes her, Kong Yeo he takes small steps to get in front of him, and the man stops in front of her, as he wishes. As Li Yu finishes the water in his glass ton 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 ton. Only Kong Yui's small hands slowly grabbed his clothes and then stood on her tiptoes. Unfortunately, Li Yu was so tall that she could only kiss him up to the knot of his throat. Kong Yohi couldn't help but whisper, "Keep your head down." Li Yu obeyed, arching slightly to stay even with her height. This time, the woman's soft lips landed on his, a touch away. Li Yu did not take the initiative to take her waist and kiss her back, and Kong Yeo he frowned slightly again, not understanding. Her small mouth moved, and being a quick-witted nature, she directly asked, "Why don't you act like you did before?" The man scraped the tip of her upturned and arched nose, a smile in his words. "Little glutton, I haven't closed the door yet." "Ha?" Kong Yeo he was dumbfounded, then turning around with a red face, he headed for the bedroom. Li Yu turned and closed the door. "Too much blood makes you thirsty." He just drank the water first because he was so thirsty, but he forgot to close the door, and he was really not used to being able to move only one hand for the time being. The door was closed, and there was no longer a Kong Yoshi in the living room. Li Yu caught up with her steps, lowered himself and hugged her with one hand, and pawed her in the direction of his arms. "Boy, are you inviting me?" He was teasing her. Kong Yeo he wrapped her arms around his neck and came forward, punitively nibbling his lips. Without good humor, she spoke, "Let you just not remind me." Li Yu gave a low laugh, his tone lazy, not a little greedy cat anymore, a little wildcat. The two snuggled up against the bed, enjoying a rare moment of peace. Kong Yeo he smelled the heavy odor of smoke on him the moment he entered the door. "Elmwood, you can talk to me if you're tired." Li Yu froze for a moment, seeing her slowly, gently touching the bandaged left arm at the place where the bandage was in a heap. Her eyes widened slightly. So she knew. "So you, help me?" Her eyes were puzzled, and gradually a blush drifted up to the tips of her ears, and her voice was small and soft. "Is that what I understand it to mean?" Well, Kong Yeo he was a little embarrassed to touch him at first. Li Yu was pushed onto the bed by her, and his big hands slowly stroked on her soft and slender waist. This action seemed to flip a switch in Kang Yuhee, and she gradually became anxious, unbuttoning his shirt, out of sight, and getting more and more disorganized. Liu raised his hand, ruffling her hair. Good boy. The man's voice was low and husky to the ears, especially sexy at this moment. Kang Yuhee's body gently trembled and was about to softly fall on his body. Liu thought of something very important that he didn't have at home and that he had never bought, so he took her eager hand in one. Kang Yuhee droned impatiently. What's wrong? Good night. Get some rest. Suddenly, Kang Yuhee was hugged by him and tucked under the covers with a rollover. The sound of the door closing. Kang Yuhee's body trembled lightly. Bastard. Did he come over here specifically to molest her and then not take responsibility for it? Outside the door, Liu sank a deep breath, coaxing her in a low voice. Next time, okay? The soundproofing wasn't very good, so Liu was sure that Kang Yuhee would be able to hear her. But after waiting for a few minutes, he didn't wait for her answer. Liu slowly unscrewed the lock on the door again and looked in. The woman under the covers whispered, "No good. Not good at all. Idiot. Wouldn't you go buy it now without, and I have to say it out loud. How horny do I look? I'm not going to." Kang Yuhee was really getting aggravated the more she thought about it, and coldly grunted several times without relieving her body's wrongness at all. Stupid elm, really is a log. Tomorrow grunts you a good morning kiss. No more kisses. Kang Yuhee shrunk her head into the quilt, her cheeks reddening. Never mind, I kinda want a kiss, so I won't buckle. Liu stifled a laugh, looked at his left arm, sighed. It's not very convenient. If you do it, a little bit of inability to do it, and give Kang Yuhee a bad impression of the technology, then he would rather go to death. Chapter 17, New Pajamas. Every weekend in the afternoon, a class meeting is held with the main purpose of roll call, and as usual, the counselor talks to the students about safe travel and then adjourns the meeting. Liu attracted the attention of his fellow majors for a moment when he walked in. Lu Yun waved at him, indicating that he had a spot here, and then when he saw Liu's left hand, he looked at him quizzically. You're cozying up to Yang? For the first time, Liu was left speechless. Don't want to talk to you. Lu Yun smiled. Don't. There are no classes these days. What did you do? Don't say. Lu Yun still quite understand him. Toward his side whispered. Is it part-time job got it? Liu nodded. Isn't it only the 4th year of college? It's reasonable to say that the pressure of paying tuition and basic survival living expenses won't be so great. So try to pick some high-paying and easy-to-use your brain job. A boxing basic appearance match 20,000 bottom. He earns fast money. If so directly, and Lu Yun said. I am afraid that Lu Yun this optimistic 20 years of brain will be silly. Good. Liu perfunctorily. Lu Yun looked at him steadily, clearly seeing his perfidy. Chen Yaya, who was sitting in their front seat, because she felt uncomfortable no matter how she sat, looked back at the seat and inadvertently saw the scene of their brother and sister. Lu Yun, the reason you didn't agree to be with me is because of Liu, right? Chen Yaya spoke out of turn. The hero of the conversation widened his eyes. When did you tell me you wanted to be together? Unfortunately, after Chen Yaya adjusted her seat, she ignored him. It caused Lu Yun to keep coming forward, trying to explain. Liu looked at them calmly. It was obvious that Chen Yaya was deliberately trying to tease Lu Yun. Often outsiders were just able to see more clearly than insiders. The counselor also caught a glimpse of the circle of white on Liu's arm as he walked into the classroom. Student Liu, right? There were so many students that it was rare for her to remember this one's name because he had a GPA in the top 5 in the program. Liu nodded his head, a little frozen at being suddenly named. Yes, teacher. What happened to your hand? Liu already had a feeling that he was going to have to answer questions many times over this arm injury. I got it by accident. It's almost healed. You still need to pay some attention to safety in life. Students. The counselor took his little book and started to do some summarizing for this class meeting. After the end of the class meeting, Lu Yun couldn't even care less about messing around with Liu, and one of them got up and walked towards Chen Yaya's direction. Lu Yun's face didn't have to be a little red. When exactly did you say to me that you want to be together? Chen Yaya was just joking. The discerning can see. She poked fun at them. What is there to misunderstand about this? However, look at this silly big man shy appearance. Seems to be quite interesting. Guess. Chen Yaya swiped her card and walked into the study room. This place, Lu Yun would only go in when it was the end of the semester. Looking at Chen Yaya's shadow getting farther and farther away, he hurriedly swiped his card and walked in as well. Quickly walking to Chen Yaya's side, he was immediately able to smell some fragrance between his noses. Strange, he would never smell it before. I'm not guessing, you tell me. Lu Yun then went forward with a brain. Chen Yaya stopped in his tracks, and as soon as he bumped the person directly to fall, he rushed an arm around his waist. After the two people's eyes, blankly locked, their faces immediately tacitly red warm, Lu Yun waited for her to stand and then let go of her hand. The point at which they have class meetings is basically the point at which they eat in the afternoon, and there won't be many people in the study halls, and there's music on the radio, and the whole school district is very busy, and there won't be any idiots choosing to study at this time of day. The intimacy the two of them had just experienced had not been seen, but Lu Yun's heart was still thumping. Then you. Chenyaya bit her lip. Her fingertips gently touched the back of his hand twice. Uncertain words. Are going to promise to be with me? Lu Yun backhanded her small hand with a firm. Aha! The two had nothing but each other in their eyes at the moment, and looking at each other, they couldn't help but both smile. What are you doing in study hall? I put my exam books here. I want to take them back to my dorm room. Lu Yun's boyfriend Power immediately came out. Then I'll help you. Yeah. Liu was driving his little electric donkey past the mall when he took an involuntary look and saw something, and he stopped. After finding a spot to park his little donkey, he looked up and could see the pajama section, plush and kind of cute, at the second floor of the mall. He never used to pay attention to this before, but now it's different. He has a woman at home. Instinctively, he began to pay attention to the places he passed, whether there was anything that Kan Yoshi needed and would like. Liu walked into the mall, intending to buy Kan Yoshi a few more dresses to change into. The dresses she bought for her before were quite thin. When the weather got cold, it would be bad if she froze. If she caught a cold or something, she would die of heartache. He bought that nightgown with flower buds. It was cute and pretty. When he thought of how Kang Yeo he would look in it, the contrasting cuteness of his stern and deep looks wearing such a soft nightgown, Liu felt very happy. The guide could not help but smile when she saw the young man laughing so joyfully. Your girlfriend is so lucky. There are not many men who choose clothes for girls so carefully nowadays. Liu sincerely said. I'm happy too. The guide is like eating a sweet candy. Another day of being sweetened by someone else's love. It's been a cow horse day and I feel like I'm in a good mood too. As Liu walked out of the women's clothing store, he noticed that someone was looking in his direction. After boxing, he was more sensitive to the sight of people. The man must have been looking at his own. He suddenly looked in that direction, and the owner of the site didn't have time to hide a slightly embarrassed blush. Liu and Pei Yuhan's chance encounter. She kept staring at him with an intense yet hidden love in her eyes. Out of school, into society, Pei Yuhan is more miss the school on their own once sincere emotions of the teenager, than the workplace those false love of the man. Do not know how many times better. His hand is a women's bag. Pei Yuhan obviously already guessed, but she still wants to deceive herself. Perhaps, without seeking to understand, it was discovered by Liu. Pei Yuhan thought she'd better say hello. She said something to the female friend beside her, who nodded, and they walked into a jewelry store, while Pei Yuhan walked over in Liu's direction, and also saw his other hand wrapped up into the appearance of a steamed bun. Her concerned tone. What happened to your hand? If it wasn't for the inappropriateness of her status, she would have directly held Liu's left hand and meticulously rebandaged it for him. Pei Yuhan was trying her best to hold back her thoughts before she made a move on Liu. Liu's heart still giggles when he hears her voice again. Sister, why are you here? Seeing her concerned eyes on her arm, Liu, secretly, I accidentally scratched it. Liu's ability to recover was still good. Changing the medicine diligently, the epidermis of the wound had healed almost to the point that as long as it wasn't pressed directly into the wound, it wouldn't hurt. The reason why he still continued to bandage it was mainly to prevent himself from forgetting about the scar, and frequently using his left hand to cause some aftereffects that could have been avoided. After all, he was still boxing. He couldn't ignore these details. Pei Yuhan replied, I work at a company near here, and I go shopping with my co-workers after work. Ooh. Pei Yuhan's envious eyes stared at the bag in his hand. When she got closer, she could see more clearly that Liu was buying something for another woman. She took a deep breath, but she still couldn't restrain her vile emotions from festering, jealousy and envy welling up. You're still a student and you've paid so much for her? Pei Yuhan is afraid that Liu so honest boys in the relationship aggrieved how to do? What do you do when you pay and get ripped off? It's not her, so she's worried. That's just where it's at. Liu didn't feel anything. What Kang Yohee had given him was much more expensive. What he himself had given was not worth mentioning. In Pei Yuhan's understanding, it was Liu who was completely willing to pay for that girl and was listening to what they would surely look like in the future. She was baffled. Did she have no chance at all? Yuhan, her co-worker was calling her now. Pei Yuhan nodded towards Liu, trying to suppress her emotions' usual tone. My co-workers are looking for me. Aha. Her eyes were momentarily red as she stepped on her thin heels in the direction of her co-workers. What's wrong with you? A co-worker said with curious concern. Pei Yuhan smiled. The wind is a bit strong. But here, where is the wind coming from? Liu turned around and walked out of the mall. They turned their backs on each other, and she watched such a fact with her own eyes from the glass door of the store. On his way back, Liu stopped by and bought dinner for tonight as well. Crawfish and fried rice. Just after opening the door, Kang Yeo-hee could smell the aroma of the meal. She smacked her lips and walked towards him, no longer having the reserved look that she had initially pretended slightly towards Lee Yul. What will we be eating tonight? Every day, Lee Yu would cook her some home-cooked food if he didn't go out, and bring her delicious food if he did. Kang Yeo-hee really likes this feeling of opening a blind box. Let me guess? Yeah. Lee Yu closed the door afterward. He had tonight's dinner set out on the dining room table. Kang Yeo-hee fumbled at the sofa, caressing the few bags that Lee Yu brought back. You bought me clothes? Curiosity was instantly distracted again. She touched her hands on what felt like thicker clothes and some loose-fitting pants with a nice texture. Kang Yeo-hee pouted her little lips. This guy finally remembered to buy her pants. The man answered her question. Well, try it later? He bought something else besides pajamas. Ahem. Kang Yeo-hee looked at Lee Yu with big wet eyes as she stroked to it and raised the object in her hand. What's this? Lee Yu's face burned, but since he had bought it all, he absolutely couldn't be without a use for it. His hand that lifted the lid of the crayfish gave a start and chose to walk directly towards John Yoshi. Guess. Lee Yu pressed against her ear and slowly gathered her slender waist from behind. Kang Yeo-hee's mouth slowly upturned in a smile. I'm not going to guess. The man's low voice, with its searing breath, prompted. Young he, don't withhold my kisses. Turns out, he heard it the other day. Kang Yeo-hee's eyes widened slightly and her heartbeat accelerated. She didn't even kvetch. She obviously did the initial mission of saving her life properly every day. Kang Yeo-hee unconsciously softened in Lee Yu's arms, her fingertips slowly unwrapping the box. Her hazy vision could no longer smell blood in the air when she touched Lee Yu's left hand. She is still a little worried. Your hand, is it okay? It's fine. Coupled with his study of such things these days, Lee Yu realized that one-handedness didn't seem to be a problem. The time when Kang Yeo-hee still had some small concerns. Lee Yu broke her face with one hand and kissed her, reminding, the doctor advised not to use excessive force. Kang Yeo-hee waited obediently as Lee Yul made every move towards her. With her sight unreadable and her senses unusually pronounced, Kang Yeo-hee felt like she was going crazy. Your hand, she suddenly remembered. No harm done. Aftermath. Lee Yu leaned against the washroom. Smoking, dazzling smoke filled in his surroundings, bringing Lee Yu extraordinary experience. Really cool. Listening to the washroom, not much movement. Lee Yu thought of the way she limped in. At this time Jiang Yoshi cannot say in a very reluctant wash. This little girl's cleanliness fetish is really heavy. Screwing once, washing once. Can I help you? Lee Yu exhaled a smoke ring. His fingers itching as he was more inclined to move on to something else than a cigarette. Her embarrassed voice came from the washroom. No need. Then came the patter of water. It was 10 minutes before the door to the washroom opened. Lee Yu thought Kang Yoshi would like new pajamas. Into the eyes she didn't expect to still be wearing her own shirt. Not changed. Without thinking too much, Lee Yu picked her up with one hand and walked her to the table. The unopened box also insulated the crawfish and fried rice quite a bit, and instead of being so hot to eat now, the temperature was warm and just right. Lee Yu peeled her shrimp. Why are you still wearing a shirt? Don't you like my new pajamas? Like. She shook her head and nodded again. Kang Yeo-hee completely softened in the chair, her limbs lazily, but I'm more used to this. Crayfish. Lee Yu peeled them and put them in her bowl. One look at her and you can't help but admire her beauty. All through dinner, Lee Yu, this is not even a lover's eyes, because Kang Yoshi, she is the West beauty. Seeing how slowly she eats, she doesn't even peel the shrimp as fast as she does. Lee Yu blazed a few mouthfuls of rice and asked her, soft hands? Ahem. Kang Yeo-hee was startled by his sudden words. Lee Yu took her own cup and gave her a sip of water. Usually don't say this kind of thing, Kang Yoshi accused in a small voice with a reddened face. Although she didn't have a problem if Lee Yu had to say it. But, to say it out of the blue, it made her shy. Lee Yu said in a very lost tone. So when can we talk? He simply couldn't resist saying flirty things to her. Kang Yeo-hee's request, this is too hard. Lee Yu suddenly realized that there would be something he couldn't do in his life. Bedtime says. In a small whisper, she acquiesced to some of Lee Yu's little nasties as a man. Lee Yu froze, laughing softly. Chapter 18, Raising a Blind Girl. How to live in this kind of shabby place. Also do not mind burying. Li Chuan frowned tightly. His hand covered the position of his mouth in death, just afraid that the poor smell of this shabby neighborhood would enter his nose and affect his future. People who were once poor, and after getting rich for some reason, are very musty about poverty and have a certain level of superstition about it. Since the one-night fling with Wang Lily was captured by those gossip reporters, Lee's stock was hit very hard, and he was ordered to stay home by Lee's father as the originator, which is equivalent to being confined for a long time, barely escaping this storm. The news heats up quickly. After all, it's not like he's the only one in the luxury family with scandals, and the Lee family isn't a very powerful family, so his gust of wind is over when he says it's over. So, he's been spared to go out for the time being. Li Chuan came here to come over to settle the score with Li Yu, and damn it, he got screwed. Li Chuan really underestimated this true young master. Walking through the similarly rundown neighborhood where he had once lived with his mother, Li Chuan's face was all disgust. Is Li Yu sick? He doesn't want to be a good young master. He wants to be a poor man. He saw that Li Yu was really faking it. Just as he walked past a dilapidated building, a wave of dust rose up in all directions, irritating his nasal passages, and Li Chuan kept sneezing, and after 4 or 5 violent sneezes, he was acutely aware that he had missed something. After being screwed by Wang Lily, he's prone to incontinence. Grass. Li Chuan hated Li Yu even more. As his hate value was rising, he saw Li Yu's back and opened his mouth. Just as he was about to shout his name and walk over to teach him a lesson in a furious manner, Li Chuan paused, and he accidentally saw Li Yu and a woman looking, well, intimate. The sun is a little big. The woman with goggles, veiled state, skin a little scary white, ordinary clothes, delicate and soft snuggled in Li Yu's arms. She's got a guide stick in her hand. Is she blind? Li Chuan didn't even associate her with the overbearing, cool and detached female plutocrat. He only felt that he had caught Li Yu's handle. Caught Li Yu actually dared to secretly raise a blind girl, and snickered. This matter, if he were to tell Li's father, Li Yu would definitely be beaten. In the past few years since he entered the Li family, he deeply understood the Li family's family motto, which was that one should never do something that shouldn't be done. Something cheap. Kindness, in particular, was something that would never exist in the Li family. Li Yu, when he suddenly heard Li Chuan, Li Yu didn't have any fearful emotions, except that he absolutely couldn't let Li Chuan find out about Kang Yeohi's existence. He pulled Jiang Yoshi behind him, gently patted her small hand, and admonished, our home is about 30 meters ahead, turn left and go straight to the 3rd floor. Can you go back on your own? Li Yul slipped the house key into Kang Yeohi's hand. Kang Yeohi took the key and held his tail finger in her small hand. I can do it. She just happened to have her back turned when she left. Li Chuan rushed towards Li Yu. Good, Li Yu. So you tried every possible way not to sleep with Wang Lily, but instead you counted on me, disregarding the big picture of the Li family. Just for such a blind man? Li Yu blocks his way to avoid him recognizing Kang Yeohi. After all, there's something so special about her, and Li Chuan is another Thai male who's coveted her for a long time. What's it to you? Li Chuan froze on the spot. Is not thought of when Li Yu is not in front of the Li family, not in some of the luxury nobles of the banquet. The body creepy darkness completely without a little concealment penetrated out. The eyes and look at the dead no difference, which makes Li Chuan's footsteps backward for no reason. You. He seemed to want to find the dignity of being a big brother. How do you talk to your elder brother? I'm your brother. You're raising a blind girl with no use behind the back of our Li family, day in and day out. You don't think about living at home after class. You don't go to social gatherings. It's not okay for me to ask you? Li Yu laughed. The look on his face was extremely sarcastic. First of all, your last name is Chen. No matter if what flows in your body is not the blood of the Li family. What do you mean by our Li family? Secondly, I've been living alone since I was in high school, and didn't care about me at that time, and now that I'm in my 3rd year of college, come to hit the target backwards? Lastly, it's none of your business who I raised. Right, raised your woman? You're so agitated. In the 6 years that Li Chuan had entered the Li family mansion along with his mother, Li Yu had never said so much to him, so much so that he had no idea that Li Yu's mouth was so powerful. When exactly did Li Yu's appearance of being coy and letting him bully him disappear? Li Chuan almost went down on the spot. Naturally, he wasn't a vegetarian. As a stepbrother who had made a name for himself in the Li clan, he was also very quick to deal with stupid anger. Li Yu, instead of climbing up the ranks of the powerful and wealthy for the sake of the Li clan's cause, he instead raised a blind man who couldn't see out of his eyes. He pulled his mouth into a smile. You're so kind. It sets me off so sinister. Said it has nothing to do with you. Have to disturb my life? Li Yu 1.87 m, to be half a head taller than Li Chuan, his half-hitch eyes, more narrow, the line of sight condescendingly looked at Li Chuan, cold and bloodthirsty, as if the next sentence of his words would be related to human life. Li Chuan didn't hold back his palpitating fear and took another step backward. Just be bullish. Let father know that you're spending the family's money on something like raising a blind man that doesn't have any benefit or value, and let's see how father punishes you. When he finished, Li Yu was still unmoved. Li Chuan didn't withdraw. He was a Svengali. He couldn't possibly get rough with Li Yu. Look at the size of the head. He just can't beat Li Yu. He understands that what he has is a small smart, behind the scenes to get the means on the line. Stupidity is not necessary to put in the open. A brawl? The ones that don't dominate are even less likely to show up. You wait. After Li Chuan finished speaking, he left. Li Yu sank his breath, and the fists he had been clenching loosened. If he had known that accompanying Kang Yoshi out to soak up the sun and replenish calcium would result in such an unpleasant scene, he would have hugged her and lazily felt the sun at the balcony. After Li Yu watched Li Chuan's back disappear completely, He stayed in place for at least 10 minutes, relieving to ease his anger. Only when it had subsided about the same time did he turn around and walk in the direction of the rental house. Kang Yeo-hee, who had been staying right at the doorway, slowly opened the door after hearing Lee Yu's familiar footsteps. The man stopped with the key he was about to insert into the lock and looked up at her. A sweet smile appeared on Kang Yeo-hee's face. Elmwood, welcome home. Lee Yu's heart tightened and he took a step towards her, until her body was touched and bumped into by him. She didn't step back in the slightest because she knew Lee Yu wouldn't hurt her. Sure enough, Lee Yu approached her with a brain, pushed the door shut with his hand facing backward, unlocked it, and with one hand protecting the back of Jiang Yoshi's head that was about to hit the floor because she had fallen to the ground. The other hand had instantly moved to Jiang Yoshi's waist that was a bit plumped up by him these days after he closed the door behind her. The two men lay sullenly on the floor and did not speak. Hands. Kang Yoshi stayed dumbfounded for a while and finally reacted to what she had been hanging onto in her heart. Her small hand groped and touched Lee Yu's left arm, which was now lazily wrapped around her waist. Lee Yu buried his face in Kang Yoshi's heart with a wave of his head. It's already okay. It's fine. Don't worry. He was super into burying himself in front of her. Nice and soft. Kang Yeo-hee sighed in relief and slowly hugged him with her small hands as well. Young-hee, are you a monster? Ha? Kang Yeo-hee was confused. After Lee Yu had inhaled enough of her scent, he pressed his side ear against her heart and listened. How come I can't hear your heartbeat? Maybe. Kang Yeo-hee's cheeks slowly burned as she averted her face and whispered. It's too big. Lee Yu froze for a moment at her explanation, then smothered a laugh. The man's chest with vibration, so that Kang Yeo-hee's heartbeat accelerated. She felt her body temperature continue to burn, cooed delicately. What are you laughing at? I'm not right? Yes, whatever Yeo-hee says. Lee Yu's face rubbed again, simply loving it. Kang Yeo-hee's back tightened as her emotions were made to rise. Meanwhile, the Lee family. This time of year coincides with the point at which dinner is served. Lee Chuan returned home and just sat down, trying to move his chopsticks after the maid prepared the dishes for him. He only saw Lee's father frowning and looking visibly displeased. Dad? Lee Chuan froze and didn't move again. Lee father's stern tone. Wash your hands before eating. The rules are all forgotten, are they? Don't bring the bad habits of the past to the Lee family. Being disliked by Lee's father is a frequent scene after Lee Chuan makes peachy news. Lee Chuan had wanted to have a seizure. He had already endured it for a long time. He really didn't want to please this old dang, but he was stopped by his mother when Yang Qing's eyes. Okay, I'll go wash my hands. Lee Chuan sank a breath, still giving in and getting up in the direction of the kitchen. He stared at the open faucet, and in his heart of hearts very much recoiled and did not wash his hands, the twitching corners of his eyes indicating the very aggravation he was feeling at the moment. During the daytime, the son of the Lee family was just angry, and then at night, the old man of the Lee family was angry. If it is not Lee Chuan bear used to, Mom and on the sidelines, he is really want to turn over the table, and a firm belief that you will flip the table one day. After turning off the faucet in style, Lee Chuan walked slowly, while Lee's father was still satisfied with his meal. He confessed straight away. I was out on a business run today and I passed by my brother's college, so I thought I'd go and see him after not seeing him for so many days. Aha! Lee's father did answer him on the subject. Brother and friend, in the eyes of Lee's father, always ate this trick. Lee Chuan saw the opportunity and immediately organized his language. I saw him fall in love. Lee's father wiped his mouth and didn't have any opinion on this. He's only a junior in college. It's normal for him to fall in love. After graduation he'll gather his heart and follow the path I've laid out for him, and link up with the right kind of Qian Jin. It doesn't really matter who he falls in love with behind the scenes. Lee Chuan looked at Lee's father's mentality, but also too relaxed. Unbeknownst to him, this is how his own old mom started an affair with Lee's father. He immediately added, what I saw was Lee Yu missing class to take care of a useless blind man. When Yang Qing knew that her son would usually add fuel to the fire when he talked to Lee Yu's father about Lee Yu, so she didn't take it to heart. Lee Chuan had been observing the emotions on Lee's father's face and could already tell there were signs of anger, then added fuel to the fire. My younger brother not going to school properly and raising a blind man. This is the thing I'm really worried about. Your own son, he's no up-and-comer either, and you have the nerve to talk about me. It's hilarious. Backwards to eat the Su family's extinct family. Really take the Su family's property as their own? Lee Chuan's lowered vision was somber, brewing a windswept and shocking plan. A cozy piece of atmosphere in the rental house. Kang Yeo-hee slowly stroked Lee Yu's hair, short and tangled in her hand, but she loved it. Softly, she voiced, are we going to stay on the ground the whole time? Lee Yu picked her up as soon as he could. Sorry, the ground might be a little cold. After the man patted her clothes behind her that wouldn't exist much dust, Kang Yeo-hee moved closer to his arms and pressed. In the future, it won't get cold if you lay a blanket in the doorway. Will there be a later? Lee Yu's heart tightened and he responded. Good, go ahead and get cleaned up. I'll order a takeout. What do you want for dinner? Both. Kang Yu-hee headed in the direction of the bathroom. Li Yu just wanted to remind her that the clothes were not taken. When he heard the soft, sheepish voice of the woman in the bathroom mixed with the pattering water coming from the bathroom. Elmwood, can you help me get my pajamas? Last time, you bought me that fluffy one, and I want to wear it. Good, Li Yu answered. He walked into the room and at a glance saw the simple closet he had prepared for Kang Yu-hee and without much searching rummaged through it to find the princess-style pajamas. Li Yu wanted to find a place to put his pajamas when he walked to the bathroom door, but the clothes were too big for spring and summer, and a normal clothes basket was a bit too big to fit. During Li Yu's days, he was pulled by the front collar of his shirt by a slender hand filled with water vapor. Li Yu hastily tucked his pajamas halfway into the clothes basket, getting wet with the warm water falling from the poof. Li Yu raised an eyebrow. What's this for? Yo-hee? The glass-blurred door revealed two intertwined figures. Come on, kiss me. The man laughed lowly. Kang Yu-hee blushed. It would have shamed her. Li Yu circled her light chin, leaned in close, and kissed her. Since her eyes were blinded, Kang Yu-hee's ears were a lot more sensitive compared to a normal person. She keenly heard the vibration of her cell phone. Kang Yu-hee was almost too soft to have any strength left, but still she effortlessly patted him. Li Yu also heard, do not want to do anything to pay attention, but also remembered to answer. Vague voice, do not care. Kang Yu-hee felt bad. It's better to look at it, in case there's an emergency. The woman's pair of big, watery eyes, dipped in warm water, just looked at him in such a way that Li Yu simply couldn't refuse. Li Yu! Kang Yu-hee shoved him with her small hand. Go on. Halfway through the meal, he was called over to the table, and Li Yu was really in an irritable mood. As expected, it was a call from home. He cleared his throat. Dad, what's the matter at night? Do you have classes? If not, come back here. I have something to ask you. Li Yu raised an eyebrow. His father's tone suddenly wasn't commanding. It was a bit polite. It wasn't right. When she wanted to refuse, Kang Yu-hee had already wrapped herself up and walked out. Obviously, this delightful trip to the bathroom is over. Li Yu was depressed. No class. I'll be back later. Aha. Li Yu waited to be hung up on by her father, rubbing her hair slowly as she raised her eyes to Kang Yu-hee, realizing that Li Yu was staring at her. Goody warmly said, go ahead. I'll wait for you at home. Li Yu was feeling it again. He was really very reluctant to go out. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the Li family's old mansion, he heard Li's father's very angry voice. Li Yu, I heard that you're very idle, and you've even raised a blind man? I was scolded by the Li family again. It was Li Chuan who sued. Just this afternoon. Go kneel in the ancestral hall and let the ancestors of the Li family see what a bastard you really are. Li Yu was silent throughout the entire process, his head thinking about women. She's no ordinary blind girl. She is. Kang Yu-hee. Chapter 19. It's not so bad. Li Yu didn't come back for the whole night. Kang Yu-hee woke up clutching her cell phone. The moment her cell phone vibrated, she picked it up with great gusto, and the happiness was still there when the other person's voice appeared, just not as pronounced. Ran, is it time for your appointment today? Jiang Yoshi was having such a sweet time that she had forgotten about the fact that Ran seemed to have hired a particularly powerful ophthalmologist for her. What's the matter? Wilting tone after realizing it's this beauty? Just kidding. Ran has known Jiang Yoshi for so many years, and still can't read her emotions. Then this bromance is in vain. Which I have. Ran snickered. Are you thinking about that Li kid? Thinking he's the one who called? Kang Yu-hee had a somewhat exclaimed tone. Ran, are you this good when facing men too? That's for sure. Otherwise I'd have studied this psychiatry for nothing? In the course of their small talk, Ran had already arrived at the address of the rental house that Kang Yu-hee had mentioned. When she saw Kang Yu-hee walking out of the door of the old neighborhood with her guide stick, her eyes were full of heartache and a little bit of curiosity. Ran stepped over and took her hand in his. Cece, stay here, so you can nurse your wounds? She drove in and saw the scene of chickens flying and dogs jumping, and in the air there was the smell of night stalls with poor quality gutter oil, which smelled very uptight, and the soundproofing was not good, and she also heard between floors, parents tutoring their children's homework, the sound of fury, and the light music of whichever family was doing the calisthenics. It's okay, isn't it all recuperated except for the eyes? Kang Yu-hee is used to it. Ran picked her up on the car, looking at the dilapidated neighborhood. The brick of the outer wall of the paste of that decorative plate some are falling off. This will soon become a dangerous house. Right, when your eyes get better, you're going to hate it here. It's really shabby. Ran was honest. Looking at my best friend through the rearview mirror, it occurred to me that she was in a relationship with a male university and must be living a sweet life. And wouldn't I be ruining the beauty of my best friend's relationship if I told the truth like that? Ran hurriedly explained again. Well, actually, it might not be very broken. Kang Yu-hee laughed softly. I don't mind all that. When When you fall in love you'll realize that there really are things in this world that appeal to us more than material things. Reassurance's expression was tinged with the naivety of a rich man, clearly not listening. Oh, pink manicure hitching and pulling on the steering wheel, Reassurance returned. Then I'm looking forward to it with a vengeance. After an hour's drive, Reassurance stopped at the villa area, which was where she would be staying when she returned to China, and where the ophthalmologist she had invited would be consulting. The rich district. Greening is done especially well. The mountains are beautiful. The air is fresh, and you can faintly hear the birds chirping in the woods in your ears. Kan Yuhi should be recuperating in such an environment. Reassurance's mouth moved as she led Kan Yoshi to the specialist, wanting to suggest advice to her, but also knowing her nature, obstinate, and definitely unwilling to leave that male university student unless the male university also followed her over. However, the person Kan Yoshi could look at was probably of the same nature as her. They say they are specialists brought in from foreign countries, but they actually use acupuncture as well. Kan Yuhi's got her vision a little clearer under this stitch, seeing as how Reassurance seemed to be frowning, scared, and in a bit of pain. She wondered, Ren, why do you have that look on your face? Nothing. Reassurance witnessed the thin needles, more than twice as long as her fingers, drilling into her best friend's head, one by one, at the sockets of her eyes, and she literally shuddered. Truth be told, Reassurance had nothing to be afraid of in her life, and now, the thing she was afraid of had appeared. It was also after Jiang Yoshi's sentence fell that a good news was learned. She came close to Jiang Yoshi and wiggled her fingers in front of her. Cici, can you see me? Kan Yohi grabbed her hand. Nice pink manicure with lots of diamonds, isn't it? Right. Reassurance was very excited, and towards the ophthalmologist on the side was, seeing the hand green, you're very good. The expert's back, which had been straight for more than 20 years, was completely broken at the name of the little rich girl. My name is Yumi Green. He'd been called by the wrong name many times since he'd met the little rich girl who'd specifically invited him back to her country. Reassurance waved his hand, not caring about this at all. Almost. You see, Ching in the white coat is helpless. This girl, not the slightest change. Reassurance cheerfully stayed beside Jiang Yoshi, holding her hand, a small amplitude of swaying. The tone of voice are unable to hide the happiness. My beauty. Cici finally once again see. I am very pleased. Kan Yohi laughed softly. You see, Ching instructed. When the bruises are almost drained out, you can see them completely. Thank you, Dr. You see, Ching immediately looked at Reassurance. Look, everyone else can angle my name. Why can't you? Reassurance's attention was so focused on Jiang Yoshi that she couldn't care less about the others. The old Li family home. As soon as Li Yu's penalty kneeling was over, he hoofed it back to the rental house. Li Chuan purposely got up early in the morning. Want to damage him cannot. See, the ancestral hall is empty, only flooded with layers of coldness of the tablets. A bit of horror and eerie atmosphere, spread in his heart for no reason. It was really hard to know how Li Yu had the guts to kneel here night after night for the past few years. I'm back. Li Yu also carried 2 rice noodles beside his hand, radiating heat. The rental house was quiet, so quiet that it was a little off. Li Yu was puzzled. Is it possible that Kan Yoshi reacted to last night's incident and got a little emotional? Anyone who gets to the halfway point and can't get up and down emotionally and doesn't get a solution has to be angry. He ghosted himself for the rest of the night. Wife. Li Yu walked into the bedroom after putting away his breakfast, leaning against the door ready to admire the woman's peaceful sleeping posture when he saw the neatly folded quilt. Young he? Li Yu froze around the tiny bed 3 times without finding Kan Yoshi's shadow. He was going crazy, opening the closet door, rummaging through it several times, even opening drawers that Kan Yuhi wouldn't even exist in. Walked to the kitchen and didn't see anyone, nor the washroom. Li Yu was on the phone and out the door, praying that she'd pick up. Especially Kan Yuhi, who disappeared after Li Chuan found out the fact that he raised a blind girl. If it's really Li Chuan's doing. Li Yu's face completely sank. His fingers clenched into a fist. It hammered at the ruined and broken pole at the entrance of the neighborhood. He'll blow Li Chuan's head off. The rickety pole swayed a few more substantial times before collapsing completely as Li Yu's back completely disappeared. The two had just stepped out of the villa area. See, it's 9 o'clock. Do you want lunch or breakfast? Lunch favors big fish and meat, while breakfast will be a bit lighter. It was obvious that Reassurance had veered toward lunch when she brought up the subject, and she was famished for a big meal. Light? She is not put off at all, especially in the aspect about men. Ditto. Suk ran in the driver's seat, the ophthalmologist in the co-pilot's seat, and Kan Yuhi in the back seat. Reassurance noticed through the rearview mirror that her cell phone had been vibrating and hadn't been alerted yet, and Kan Yuhi was keenly aware of it and proceeded with the call. My co-pilot's expert says he has a bit of advice on what to eat. Reassurance took a hold of his mouth and whispered, Hush, see the hand green, don't talk yet. The first thing that drifted to Yu Si-ching's nostrils was the faint scent of the little rich woman's hands, a fresh smell similar to that of the morning dew. His eyes widened in surprise, and then slowly collected themselves as he took in the scent of a woman he didn't hate. Sharan's attention remained not at all on seeing hands green as she curiously listened to Kang Yoshi talking on the phone. Kidding aside, she's never seen the look of Kang Yu-hee, who doesn't get close to men, when she picks up the phone of someone she likes, and it's so intriguing. Young-hee, where have you been? Li Yuqi's slightly panting voice was clearly looking for her. Kang Yeo, he soothed. I want to drink coffee. Buy coffee yet? She made eyes toward her best friend in the front seat. Sharan immediately let go of the hand that was covering the green of his sea hand and started the car in the direction of the coffee shop that was close to where Kang Yeo he lived. Li Yu's anxious footsteps slowed down, and his mood was no longer so tight after knowing that she was fine. The tone of his voice, under his control, became softer. Didn't we agree that you shouldn't go out alone? Kang Yo-hee said warmly. I can already go out alone. Where are you now? I'll pick you up. Li Yu was ready to take a cab. I'm at. Kang Yu-hee looked to the front seat. Sharan immediately cooperated and turned on the navigation. The location of the nearest coffee shop to you is in the White Lotus District Flower Road shop. Kang Yu-hee followed the navigation announcement and repeated it. Be a good girl and wait for me there, okay? Li Yu had already hit the car. Kang Yo-hee nodded her head, then realizing that Li Yu was not at her side, she responded, good. After the phone hung up, they also arrived at their destination. It wasn't far from the university town, and navigating to it was a thoughtful move on Sharan's part. I'll send you in. Sharan and Jiang Yoshi get off after. Also immediately get off the car with. Also scurrying head back, an expert said. See hand green. You first wait for me. I will take you to eat a big meal later. Yu Si-ching pursed his lips, no longer very eager to correct the little rich girl's name for him. Good. Jiang Yoshi and Sharan's assistants to sit in the coffee shop door position. Also ordered 2 cups of coffee. The queue of small ticket handed over to Jiang Yoshi's hand, still a little afraid of her revealing, asked, he usually give you money. You have money to buy coffee, will not reveal it, right? No, he didn't suspect me that much. Can you see if I have change in my balance? Kang Yeo he handed her cell phone over to her. Kang Yeo he held her cheeks, a big smile on her face, and she was certain, there must be. There's seeing something again, Sharan couldn't hold back her laughter. There's a contact here that's a note from my husband. I clicked in to look at the chat logs, and I saw that you and he have voice calls from time to time, as well as records of his frequent transfers, several tens of thousands of it. This kid looks quite willing to spend money for you. The place to live is a university town, the cheapest 1-bedroom apartment. The rent is quite a lot, is 300 or 400 price, or a student, willing to spend tens of thousands for a woman. A lot. Sometimes giving needs to be looked at as a percentage of a person's financial condition and current situation. Sharan was a little envious of Jiang Yoshi. Alright, I won't worry about this extra worry. It was true that she didn't need to question too much about the man that Kang Yo-hee would look at. Well, you go ahead and have breakfast or lunch. He should be here in a while. Kang Yo-hee nodded. Before Sharan left, he asked, how long are you going to play that saving grace? Jiang Yoshi gently clutched the small ticket and rubbed it with her fingertips. I have my own considerations. After 10 minutes had passed, Kang Yo-hee felt a person sitting in front of her. Her number in line had arrived, and when she got up, so did the person, and even as she was receiving her coffee, that rather clear shadow was approaching her. Kang Yo-hee stopped and didn't move until the man got 2 cups of coffee and came over to hold her hand again. I knew it was you, Kang Yo-hee said as she clasped Li Yu's hand back. Li Yu didn't open his mouth. However, he didn't refuse her 10 fingers either. By picking up Kang Yoshi and returning, Li Yu was almost able to ease his worried emotions. He also knew that his constant silence would have a great impact on Kang Yoshi's mood. Li Yu apologized. I'll bring you back coffee later. Kang Yo-hee kept staring at him. Her blank eyes had a bit of focus, staring at the person's body heating up. Li Yu was unsure. Disagree? That. I'll go with you to get coffee. Huh? She averted her eyes. Yeah. Li Yu looked at her back as she walked into the house, feeling that she was a bit strange, and not knowing exactly what was strange. In the bedroom, Kang Yo-hee put on her furry pajamas without a lingerie. She was afraid that Li Yu's little mood still existed and was ready to coax him with her own earthy methods. It's a trick that should be tried and true. She sat down next to Li Yu, and lowered herself. I want to watch the news on TV. Where's the remote? The remote control that Li Yu had found for her from the corner of the couch was ready to be handed to her when the woman's half of her body was in his lap. Did you find it? Kang Yo-hee had been fumbling for most of the day when she saw Li Yu's movement stop and propped herself up on the sofa to look at him. Loose pajamas which can be so bored. Very close to the woman's beautiful and delicate body, it tilted down the collar, enough to let you see all the spring color. He coughed a few times. Raw. Found it. It's not that he is horny. It's just that the flowers are blooming. and if he doesn't take a look at them, he will rather appear to be uninterested. And every time he thought Kang Yeo he would be shy, she would always do something really bold. For example, right now, she lowered herself and sat on top of Lee Yul, the corner of her nightgown sliding down. Lee Yu breathing stagnation, steady hands of embracing her, breath long. Young she, do not drink coffee first? There's no rush. Kang Yo-hee moved even closer to him. Look at me first. Lee Yu looked down for a kiss and in a reverent tone. It's beautiful. Kang Yo-hee obediently curled up in his arms, her little face burning, full of thoughts. It's good that he's satisfied. It's good that he likes it. The atmosphere was heating up in the small rental house. The man leaned close to her ear and spoke softly of love. Kang Yo-hee's eyelashes were wet with tears. How can you say that about her? His words gently tickled and scalded her every nerve. Yo-hee, if you don't stop me, I'm going to continue. Chapter 20, The Return of the Jian'er. Go on, dumbass. Kang Yo-hee moved closer to him, forehead to forehead with him, her body line soft. No matter what I say, you don't stop. Lee Yu's lower abdomen tightened and he directly picked up Kang Yo-hee and walked to the bedroom. Lust surged, and hard, ragged gasps and sweet, pouting voices intertwined with each other to the point of death. The man's clean and good-smelling scent. Muscles are solidly punched out. Kang Yo-hee loved it and relied on him for a long time. Lee Yu lowered his head and kissed the woman in his arms. A little overly clingy, wife. Kang Yo-hee's eyes were watery and soft. Her snow-white slender legs folded and hooked on his narrow waist. I want to drink coffee now. Is this really a move to get coffee? Lee Yu's breath sank again as he bullied his way up and kissed her right face. I'll get it. Kang Yo-hee's charmingly charming eyes were clouded with a layer of mist. She stared at the man who walked in from the living room. In her eyes was the clarity that gradually returned, and her covetous gaze swept up and down Lee Yu's body, as if she wanted to memorize him to death in her mind. Drink it and fall asleep? Lee Yu handed her the coffee and pulled himself a small stool to sit by the edge of the bed. Kang Yo-hee nodded, her pink lips slightly on the straw. Sleep. Lee Yu keeps staring at her, his eyes slightly deeper at the straw being held by Kang Yo-hee. Just a little curious. Isn't coffee a pick-me-up? And you can still sleep when you drink it at night? Drink too much and you get antibodies. Lee Yu was even more puzzled. Still drinking then? Coffee is used to refresh. It doesn't refresh, and there's only one reason to keep drinking it. I'm used to it. Kang Yo-hee arched her eyebrows and smiled sweetly in Lee Yu's direction. Bright and pretty again. The beating at Lee Yu's heart became even more powerful. Physical fondness peaked at this moment. He looked at her with good humor and a careless tone. Our young she is a very affectionate person. Well, this is not false. Kang Yo-hee hummed lightly in arrogance. As long as it was something she had decided, she basically wouldn't change it, no matter what. Lee Yu's gaze burned a little hotter as he bent closer to her. What about liking me? Long love? The woman licked her crystal lips, not wasting a single drop of coffee, and when she heard Lee Yu's words, she said with a gentle, contained smile, aha. Lee Yu stifled a laugh. If it wasn't for the fact that he had an early morning class the next day, he definitely wouldn't have let Kang Yo-hee off the hook that easily. As Lee Yu got up, she was gripped at the wrist by the woman's soft little hand, and she blinked her purely emotional eyes. Are you still going to sleep on the couch? It would be a bit cruel for Lee Yu to let herself sleep alone when they were so close. No. He bent over her ear, his voice on the deep side. I'm going to get some hot water over here to wash you so you can fall asleep. Wash where? As soon as the woman's words fell, Lee Yu's body tightened a bit more. Of course it's to wash your face and rinse your mouth. Where are you thinking? Little pervert. Kang Yo-hee let go of his hand, staring at his back in thought, but her small face is getting redder and redder. Voice small, muttered. Of course it is thinking about that kind of thing. What was so bad about her saying it out loud, when it was obvious that they both told each other what they wanted? The next day, the sun was shining nicely through the thin curtains, like a soft, thin quilt had been spread over them. Lee Yu woke up faster than the alarm clock. In time, he pressed off the alarm clock that was going to go off in a minute, so as not to disturb the woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. Wife. The man's voice drilled low into her ears. I'm going to class. Kang Yo-hee felt an itchy whine and rubbed her ears, humming softly as if she was scolding the man for disturbing her good sleep. The air of familiarity between the two was as if they were newlyweds. Kang Yo-hee can show any little emotion, hint or confession she wants in front of Lee Yu. Lee Yu followed it up, catching it solidly. Going to morning class. He looked at today's class schedule. The course was full, and he also had to write a report. Lee Yu could not help but let out a long yawn and took the garbage out the door and dumped it on the way. He lives very close to the university, less than a kilometer, to the classroom. In fact, has already played the bell, but there are still quite a lot of mouth stuffed with breakfast students and stepped in the students. Standing on the podium ready to open, the PPT teacher just looked at, picked up his thermos cup to drink a drink of water, but also did not say anything. the norm is up. Or freshmen have fun. Playing with cell phones will still be afraid of being caught by teachers. Sneaky play. Big 3. This group of old Greece, playing with cell phones are on the surface, but also especially like in the information class to write a report on entrepreneurship class. The end of the term will be dish. Teacher, fishing, and what test results came out teacher? Rooftop wind is so cold. Many hilarious emoticons that would ravage any group at that time. Liu sat down in his seat and couldn't help but yawn again. After accompanying Jiang Yoshi to drink coffee last night, Jiang Yoshi had really developed antibodies to coffee, and it could also be because she was tired. She slept especially fast in his arms. But Liu, whose mouth hadn't tasted coffee more than a few times, was so clear-headed after giving him a cup that he could hear his heartbeat when he closed his eyes. Thump, 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 exceptionally clear and loud. He barely managed to get to sleep in the wee hours of the morning, and with thoughts of whether the alarm he had set would disturb Kang Yuhi, he didn't sleep very soundly. At this moment, he was strangely experiencing the pattern of Kang Yuhi's inability to sleep. How sleepy are you? Lu Yun had been staring at him for a long time, causing himself to be unable to resist yawning, and this yawn was a bit long, so long that when he finished yawning, his eyes were red, and a few drops of saline oozed out. Liu looked at him and the corner of his mouth twitched. The two looked at each other and both laughed, and had to hold in their laughter in spite of the fact that the teacher was lecturing. At the end of the 2 information classes, 20 minutes passed between classes as the girls lined up for a bathroom break. When it came time for the entrepreneurship class, where final reports were due, the class was also watered down by playing with their cell phones. The dismissal bell was like a life-saving charm, waking up most of the zombies sleeping on their desks. Seeing this scene, Lu Yun felt a bit funny. While packing up his things, he chatted with Liu. I remember when I was a sophomore, there was a time when I was trying to prevent me from still sleeping in class. He smiled and gave Liu a look, and Liu knew which thing he was talking about. Then you deliberately chose to sit in the first row of seats, or right in the middle of the teacher's podium. Logistics teacher is a 1 meter 8 strong teacher. Lecturescents are particularly full. No one was hypnotized. Only sitting in the first row, right under the eyes of the teacher fell asleep. Liu finished, laughed. He remembered that the sober self can be more embarrassing than Lu Yun. No matter whether the teacher is looking at Lu Yun who fell asleep and blindfolded his head, or look at himself sitting on the side of him taking notes, Liu is embarrassed. Lu Yun followed his footsteps and found it new. How come the quality of sleep used to be so good, now that he's a junior? Instead of sleeping, he plays with his cell phone instead, and then when the teacher talks about the key points of the test, he takes his cell phone and camera and clicks it. The classroom is like a star conference. Liu casually said, "Get busy." Yeah, sophomore year. They have the most classes and the most campus activities after school hours. A lot of people wake up at 5 o'clock or so to be busy with morning time campus activities, then classes at point, classes, naps, afternoon time classes, and then campus activities, and can be busy until the end of the night at 2100 hours, and then right after the game starts again. His life is like this. Liu's life got even busier. He often didn't see anyone, and then he simply moved out to make his part-time job more convenient, and no sudden death. Lu Yun sked a few times. His sophomore year was basically like this. He really admired himself who only slept 5 or 6 hours a day at that time. Liu walks into the milk tea store and orders. Life is good, isn't it? It's time to eat at this hour, right? Lu Yun was puzzled. What's the point of buying coffee? Even if you drink this stuff, drink it after dinner, or during class. It's still important to fill your stomach at lunchtime. The school's 2 3-story cafeterias and the 2 rows of restaurants at the end of the road outside the school's main gate were not enough for the students who had finished classes to sweep through. Liu still had the heart to drink coffee, which was something Lu Yun couldn't understand at all. Liu paid by cell phone, thinking of someone in her mind. I have to go back. You may need to eat this lunch alone. Classes are so full, and you go back when you have a lunch? Liu nodded. Something's up. Lu Yun once again sure. Liu's rental house in the end who was in awe. Something or someone. Oddly enough, Liu's walking footsteps lurched, and Lu Yun thought that his brother's heart had turned back to him, and his eyes glowed as he looked at him. After all, eating alone is too lonely. Maybe, you can eat with Chen Yaha. Liu smiled at him and behind him, Lu Yun slowly turned around, and his girlfriend, who was dressed in casual clothes and work pants, was right behind him. They've had a little falling out lately, or they'd definitely be eating together. Seeing that she had been discovered, Chen Yaha hurriedly avoided looking at Lu Yun. And when she was about to walk towards Lu Yun's side, she was grabbed by his wrist. What for? Chen Yaya sounded offended. Lu Yun is now a junior. He also did the student union sophomore underclassman due officer. Chen Yaya looked at his failing table, directly dismissed him, but also reorganized the entry system table of the student union. For sophomore, junior, senior certain positions for mandatory retirement system. When this notice came out, it affected some people, and among them, the one who had the most trouble with her was her closest boyfriend. Chen Yaya is also a hothead. The two of them directly quarreled in the student union office, beside the teammates of the same grade, as well as schoolmates to persuade the fight, and thought that they were heavenly enemies. In the past few days, Chen Yaya also didn't look for him at all. Lu Yun heard her finally talk to herself, even if it was not very patient 3 words. His heart was sour at the mouth. Sorry. Hearing Lu Yun's apology, Chen Yaya's eyes instantly turned red. It's not don't get better with me. What's the point of apologizing? Her tone became noticeably softer. Actually, no one is at fault in this case. Chen Yaya just don't want him to delay his studies. Some things really want to say as Lu Yun is not urgent. The 4th year and then complete. But failing these very serious academic problems, to do internships to prepare for the 4th year is really difficult to juggle. As his girlfriend, she did it for his own good and didn't want him to be in a dilemma when it was hard to graduate and work, but also did not discuss with him, is to know he will not agree. At this point, Chen Yaya understood that she was a bit disrespectful to him. I'm sorry too. Chen Yaya's tone was sullen. Lu Yun turned over her small hand in his hand, and the two of them were extremely tacitly interlocked with their fingers. Then we'll go eat. At noon. His eyes glowed as he stared at his dear girlfriend, inquiring carefully. Chen Yaya huffed. I want to eat the high soup rice from North Campus. Good, then let's go eat the high soup rice in the North Campus. Lu Yun turned around holding his girlfriend and gave a beat as he walked towards the North Campus. Aren't we just coming out of North Campus and wanting to eat North Campus gosh? So why are you going out of campus? Chen Yaya was silent. Lu Yun puffed. Stalking me? Asterisk 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 off. You think you're a star in stalking you. Lu Yun did not say anything, but only resonated in one go. Lil Yul, who brought back coffee, was afraid that he wouldn't be there for her when she wanted it. Push open the door. Young Hee couldn't find her again, and the modest rental house was quiet. Liu frowned tightly and stepped into the bedroom, only to find a note left by Kong Yoshi, obviously the night before they had been here against the wall, the temperature rising, existing in each other's presence. Now it was getting cold, even colder. Bye. Don't worry, I'm just going to go finish my own business. See you around. She can write. That means her eyes are better. Liu carried his coffee and turned out the door in a muddle, the alarm clock in his pocket reminding him that he was about to go to class. In the bustling streets, the midday sun is getting hotter and hotter, but it can't warm up Liu's heart. Her handwriting made him wonder. Afternoon and evening classes are the same. $100 million to start the game and simulate starting a company. Lu Yun saw that Liu hadn't moved. Everyone else had gotten rich and he was still stuck where he was. He couldn't help but remind this school bully. Can't raise your spirits for class at night, huh? It's kind of normal to have no spirit in the exact same class for 8 periods. Usually he's not energetic either, but today he is, because he made up with his girlfriend. Liu was a little lost in thought and nodded. Didn't you buy coffee? Drink it. In the late afternoon, the sun turned into very bad weather and it was beeping and pouring outside the window. Several of the students were tired of class and had lined up an inexplicable altar with their pens and were praying for a power outage. Liu shook her head. I don't like coffee. I can't sleep. When you can't sleep, you miss her more. Lu Yun simply do not understand. Or sitting next to him Chen Yaya can see that Liu mood is a bit wrong. Pulling Lu Yun. You show me what is wrong with my simulation company? Alright, dear wife's honor. Lu Yun is just a simpleton. Chen Yaya's face scurried up a layer of hotness because of his title for herself, and her index finger and thumb viciously pinched Lu Yun twice. Don't call me that when there are so many people. Well, listening to their conversation and feeling the atmosphere of their little couple together, the silent Liu's heart broke even more. That night, after the evening class, it was already 2300 hours when Liu returned to the rental house. The rain had stopped, the ground was wet and there weren't many people, and the road became even colder. He turned on the TV. A news report on the return of the heir to the Kong family was being broadcast. She stunned the press and media, answering any tough question with ease. Liu was serious, reading it over and over again. When happiness began, he knew the countdown to sadness was about to begin. He was obviously prepared for this, but it was a long dream that could not be renewed, but it stayed with him for a long time. Young Hee, Kong Yu Hee, Chapter 21, I Want Him. In the early hours of the morning, Liu looked at the class schedule. The next day there is no class. He intended to sleep all day, but the more he slept, the more awake he became. The more he slept, the more uncomfortable his heart became. He scratched his hair, and not a moment later, he covered his face again. Slowly, tears flowed from his fingers. The loss was also too heartbreaking for him to bear. At some point, Liu's cell phone was vibrating while he was in a sleepy state. He pulled the pillow over his face and plugged his ears, having felt too distracted to pay attention. But then he suddenly thought, what if this was Kong Yui's call? he immediately sat up and picked it up. He lost it momentarily when he saw it was a call from home. Straightening his irritation, he cleared his dry throat. Dad, what's wrong? A joint family dinner. You come back to the house. No refusal allowed. Liu muttered under his breath as he was hung up. Union? He sat in bed for a long time, seeing that the hour was almost up, before he reluctantly got up and shuffled around. There was a halo of green under his eyes, and some scruff had sprung up on his chin from staying up all night. Liu took the razor in his hand, and his eyes glowed red as he thought of something. There are traces of her existence everywhere in this small rental house. Liu thought that he should also go out of the door. If he stayed any longer, he might die because of his heart. He was cleaned up and dressed in a black shirt and casual suit pants with black leather shoes, understated and introspective. After all, it was a joint family banquet, and if he was sloppy, he would probably be kicked right out of the Li family by his father for reasons of face. When Liu arrived, the family feast had already begun. He had just taken a step when Li Chuan, who had suddenly appeared in front of him, pulled him away. What about you later? Just watch well from your position in the corner. This has nothing to do with you after all. When Li Chuan saw him coming, he nervously and immediately drove Liu to an inconspicuous corner and urged, but don't let the female plutocrat come and take a fancy to Liu first. Then wouldn't all this he prepared be over? Marriage with Kong is Li Chuan's chance to return to the Li clan again. Li Chuan had the flow of the night all figured out in his mind, and Liu mustn't make any mistakes in this regard. As for why Lilial? Naturally, when Yang Qing wanted to show the son of the main family that even if he was the child of a mistress, even if he wasn't the biological son of the Li family, whether it was in terms of work or marriage, her son was better than the son of the real Li family. Li Chuan is also pressing Liu head to head. Bullying habit, want to show off in front of Liu, the real young master to show off his upcoming pie in the sky marriage. Let Liu jealous, let Liu envy, let Liu pity, let Liu crazy. Torturing Liu was the biggest hobby of his life. Got it? Li Chuan stared at him dead in the face. Liu didn't want to answer and leaned against the pedestal in the hallway. Li Chuan also stopped paying attention to him and hurriedly walked to the end of the red carpet where the lights were the brightest, and greeted the female plutocrat with his most handsome and perfect posture. The long satin-covered table was set with sumptuous dishes, exquisite and fragrant. A stretch Rolls-Royce stopped at the entrance of the Li family mansion, and the gates on both sides slowly opened. The Li family butler accepted the family head's instructions and immediately went forward to guide the parking for tonight's honored guests, opened the car door, and welcomed them out of the car. A pair of crystal-colored high-heeled shoes trimmed slender white ankles, slowly, and then covered by a long black satin dress. The female plutocrat stunningly appeared in front of the crowd. Kang Yuhi's innate indifference and arrogance, wearing a black understated luxury model gown, white delicate skin, in the dark night is very visual impact. Liu, who was in the corner of the promenade, without the slightest light in the gloom, looked at the woman with a bewildered vision. He did not speak, but 1,000 words were written on his face. As the female plutocrat keenly sensed his sight and looked this way, Liu again deadened the emotions under his eyes, followed by a question. Tonight is the joint family dinner. Who is she married to? Smiling like a little cutie, like Li Chuan? At the thought of this fact, Liu felt like his heart was breaking in pieces. He forced himself to endure pain so extreme that it was almost impossible for a normal person to endure. Liu gritted his teeth. The sky is falling, just as a quilt cover. The female plutocrat did not take the red carpet paved road, but instead walked towards the long corridor where Liu was, covered with vines, a red unknown flower wrapped around the columns. In the darkness of the night seems to be still strange romantic. She approached towards him step by step. Her stunningly exquisite face seemed to have a smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were so cold that one could not see the emotions. Li Chuan at the end of the red carpet was already holding his glass of wine, and his heart tightened in fear by this sudden move of the female plutocrat. Attention must not be attracted by Liu. Never. The woman's high-grade silk skirt and Liu's cotton suit pants touched, as if against the death of entanglement. And then the distance. No relationship. Liu converged down his eyebrows with an indescribable complexity. Obviously, they have kissed and kissed each other, but they don't recognize each other when they see each other again. She nodded to the Li parents until Kang Yuhi walked to her place in the main hall. Li Chuan saw that her attention was not attracted by Liu, and only then did he reluctantly let out a sigh of relief. The ruthless gaze then glared deadpan towards Liu, who was standing straight up. It was definitely Li Yul who seduced Kang Yuhi, but don't think that's going to steal the limelight that belongs to you. Kang Yoshi politely detached. Li Dong good. Li's father was really flattered. I'm honestly a bit surprised that Mr. Jiang is here. Today, this bureau, even the female plutocrat in the Jiang family is currently a mess. She specially came to Li's to propose to Li's father. She said. She looked at Li's son. Immediately, Li's father unlocked all of Li Chuan's confinement, and even organized this family banquet for the female plutocrat's proposal of marriage. which was lively in advance. The Kong family is indeed in a big mess. The second uncle Jiang Lufeng, the second wife, and the junior, sharp-tongued. Small tricks, but do not dare to kill. They misappropriated public funds, and their end was no better. Jiang Yoshi has no mercy. Whose debt it should be is whose debt it should be. They sold their family assets just to pay their debts. No, that won't work. You have to go to jail, and you have to pay back after that. The third uncle, Jiang Yaohui, and the third wife, who appear to be good old boys, are in fact the ones responsible for creating the car accident of Jiang Yoshi's parents, as well as causing her to lose her eyesight in the accident, directly by Jiang Yoshi with a complete chain of evidence, personally sent to the prison. Murder death penalty, life for life. Third uncle Jiang Yaohui and third wife death sentence suspended. How they begged for Jiang Yoshi's forgiveness, saying they regretted it and shouldn't have killed their relatives for so little money. Do they really regret it? No, no, no. They're just scared. They're afraid to die. So, Kan Yu lightly rebuffed the judge's offer of whether or not to sign a forgiveness letter. In her not-so-complete childhood, no words existed for forgiveness or unforgiveness, only shoveling and uprooting, and how the spring winds blew they would not be born. Ginger is in complete turmoil and her stock is floating. The choice of marriage at this time has a role in stabilizing Kong. All the other powerful families are scrambling to be the first, even if the Jiang clan is in turmoil. So what? It's not a problem for Jiang Yushi. The businesses under her name are enough for her to get away with it for a couple of lifetimes. If you marry her, you'll definitely make a lot of money. Kan Yu said bluntly, we'll be in-laws, just be normal. This pie-in-the-sky thing actually came to the Li family. Li's father's face that smile bloomed like, I haven't asked which of my family's sons Mr. Kong has his eye on? Even if Father Li felt that the female plutocrat was more likely to be looking at Li Chuan, who appeared more often in the business world, he still had to ask as usual, because he had two sons, and if he was too biased, the Li relatives, who were focused on the inheritance of the Li family's bloodline, would have an obvious problem with him. The stepmother, when Yang Cheng, intended to show Li Yu how his brother was in the limelight, so Li Yu was allowed to attend the family banquet but was forbidden to go near the main table. Naturally, it was all her idea, and her son and husband listened to her. Unexpectedly, the female plutocrat saw in the corner of the all-black Li Yu, sight calm, raging love, constantly open. Li Yu tightly clenched the palm of his hand, can feel the pain of short nails into the flesh. He is boxing, too much force, just slightly, out a lot of blood, but the corner at his own place is too dark. No one noticed that he was injured. Feeling her line of sight, Li Yu raised his eyes, his heart in his mouth, and smiled a pure and harmless smile, mouthing, hello sister. It wasn't loud, and I don't know if she heard it. Kang You's beautiful eyes curved and shocked the crowd by speaking, I want him. Following the female plutocrat's line of sight, they saw the real young master of the Li family, Li Yu, who was at the corner of the promenade. Suddenly, as the main character of the topic, Li Yu's pupils shrunk slightly, and the gray world slowly took on color, which was his genuine heartbeat. The clenched fingers also slowly loosened. The smell of blood became more and more obvious with the frequency of his heartbeat. The rest of them dropped their jaws in shock, their expressions completely exaggerated. Li Chuan pinched his highball glass tightly. Incredulous, Li Yu can seduce someone with one sentence? For the Li family, it was an honor for any son to be seen by a female plutocrat. Li's father hurriedly went forward to introduce, Mr. Jiang, this is my Li family's youngest son, Li Yu, almost a senior. He looked to Li Yu and made eyes, hurry over. This child Li Yu, he's a little bit unpartialized. Naturally, Father Li didn't know what the female plutocrat saw in Li Yu, and in the eyes of the eccentric, the child who wasn't favored usually didn't have any merits. Li's father also noticed that his wording was wrong. The fact that the female plutocrat was able to look at someone from the Li family proved her vision, and by denying this person, he was denying the female plutocrat's vision. He immediately changed his tune again and said, it's good to get married at this age. It's good to get married. A relative of the Li family immediately got Li's father an extra credit. Li Yu is young, so it's good to teach if you don't understand anything. Kan Yeo he didn't need Li Yul to walk towards her. Instead she approached towards him and the crowd made way. She took one step at a time and reached out toward him. Inquiring voice, Li Yu, stay with your sister, okay? Li Yu's heartbeat accelerated, so fast that he could barely control it. His eyes slowly dropped down to the woman's one slim, good-looking hand, and he lifted his hand to return the grip. His palms exhaled hot air, the body of pure yang. The fire quacked, very suitable for Jiang Yoshi's physique. Jiang Yoshi hooked her lips, pinched his palm, and complimented, quite well behaved. The tips of Li Yu's ears are reddish. The Li family assumed that they had just met and gave the two youngsters room to exchange their feelings. Even Li's father thought that Kang Yu he might have been which university speech, job fair and all these, and saw the excellent youngest son, so he fell in love at first sight. As for froze off to react to the Li Chuan, would like to make a scene, question why the female plutocrat is not looking at their own, but instead are already tucked into the corner of the Liu when the housekeeper was found in advance. At the master's behest directly with the people pulled Li Chuan back to the inner room. What are you doing? I'm a young master. Are you guys trying to die? Oh. What he was going to say in the latter sentences was directly covered by the butler signaling the bodyguard to cover his mouth, and he couldn't say it. When Yangqing hurriedly followed her son, fearing that he would be wronged. But again, because it was the behavior agreed to by Li's father, she had more eyesight than her son and didn't say anything more about it. The Li family feast continued, each talking and drinking their own wine, never stupid enough to ruin that young couple's time together. At the promenade, Li's father also specializes in having people send over good pearwood chairs and tables. At this moment, Liu's quietness no longer became an excuse for the Li family to attack him. Instead, Li's father told people not to disturb their atmosphere. Heard again? Kan Yohei was sensitive to the fact that his other hand smelled like blood. Liu didn't say anything, and didn't want her to see her anger break her palm because she was afraid that she would look at Li Chuan. Kan Yohei was more stubborn than Liu, and slowly broke his left hand, one finger at a time, and saw that the blood had dried up. She lowered her head and her warm tongue slowly licked the blood from his hand clean. Liu instantly tensed his back, and it was only with great willpower that he didn't stifle a grunt on the spot. Sister. Liu exhaled deeply and tried to pull his hand out. What are you doing? It's dirty. Kan Yohei took a tissue and covered his left hand heart to stop the bleeding. Her long eyelashes moved. Very serious look, and she only said one sentence idly. Still avoiding me? Discovered. Liu instantly forgot all his moves and stared wide-eyed. For a moment, it is not quite accurate to determine whether it is Kan Yoshi who knows that he is the one who picked her up and took her home, boldly molested her, and saved her life by asking for a scented kiss every day, to the back of the room, and naturally warmed up his feelings, and had a relationship several times. I remember. I said goodbye. She trailed off, her eyes rippling as she touched Liu's gaze again. It was the note that was talking about, the note that had broken his heart all night. Liu muttered, when did you recognize me? Kan Yohei held his left hand well at the heart of her leg, her eyes imprinted with the color of the moon, flooded with soft watery light. She was reminiscing. Before, although my eyes were blinded, my ears had no problem. Do you think that I couldn't hear the one that I had slept with? Your voice? You can hear it when you're blind, and when your eyes can see it, you can naturally recognize it. Kan Yohei moved closer towards him, close to where his chest was, sniffing delicately. Also, the smell of you. I can't tell you. I like it. Raising her eyes, the woman's deep, beautiful eyes stared straight at him, as well as, you never asked for my name and called it out. Liu couldn't help but feel a slight stirring inside. He didn't realize that he had originally exposed so much. At this moment, with no way to hide, he felt an awkward shyness. He thought he was the one actively teasing her, but he didn't realize she knew everything. What's the deal? This can't be done. After she lost her sight, Liu shamelessly called his wife and teased her. After she regained her vision, Liu began to play nice. Sister, that's smart, don't you think? It's too late? Kan Yoi's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. You're shy? Liu's nostrils were filled with the cold-toned scent of her body, faint and charming to the eyes. He whispered, pack shy. The woman's lips looked much more air-blooded, so soft and moist look. Kiss up. Must be very sweet. Liu's breath sank, this time. However, he didn't dare to tease her like before. Kan Yoi's equally thumping heart. After meeting Liu for the first time, something took root in her heart, sprouted, and gradually grew into a huge tree. She asked Liu, want a kiss? Chapter 22, I can't do anything to refuse my sister. So many people were watching them, those unintentionally peeking, gazing in the afterglow that the former Liu didn't care about at all. At this moment, Kan Yoi's sudden proposal made Liu temporarily lose his words. He pursed his lips, his face already burning, and hesitantly spoke his offer. Kiss when no one's around. Can we, sis? Now that she knows that her face is thin, Kan Yohei has no qualms at all about teasing her when she is blind. You're really stuffy. Kan Yohei looked at him good-naturedly, and hit the nail on the head. Obviously the movement in bed, so powerful that she can't stop humming or listen. What kind of innocence is she pretending to have now? Liu stifled a muffled already blushing with nervousness at the sight of her. Kan Yohei saw that he did not take the initiative, so she leaned over towards Liu, and her warm sweet lips slowly touched on Liu's lips, learning from when Liu kissed her and pried open his teeth. Suddenly, he was pressed directly into his arms by Liu's large hands. Immediately afterward, Liu covered her face with one hand. What is sister doing? There are so many people. A woman's finger toss. Liu's heart choked and he tensed his throat line. Sister, don't worry, the light is dim. Kan Yohei flirted with him with reason. Indeed, because there wasn't any light at the long corridor. Even the moonlight couldn't mix in a bit of light because of the lushness of the vines. Those who were in the center of the courtyard banquet, even if they were curious about them, they could only vaguely see them leaning together. There's nothing at all wrong with two soon-to-be young couples bonding and snuggling, nurturing and chatting. Li Yu's mind was completely messed up by her teasing. Sister, is it that big of a game? Kan Yoshi leaned on his shoulder. She was too stressed out and desperately needed something to vent her emotions. As soon as she solved the family's problems, she immediately came towards Li Yu. She wanted to be close to him. She wanted to have him, only by truly feeling his temperature. Would Kan Yoshi feel that at least in this world, there are still people who have ever been so good to themselves, not asking for monetary rewards, nothing to do with the size of the benefits, but only the pure emotions. What to do? Sister is so provocative. Li Yu loved it. The woman's clear, light scent was long and sweet, lingering and hovering around him. Li Yu closed his eyes insatiably, letting Kan Yoshi toss and turn on him. He willingly suffered. After the family dinner, Kan Yohi rubbed his furry head and said goodbye to him. On a good day, I'll pick you up and take you home. Asking for his opinion as well, Kan Yohi, with great respect, asked, is that okay? Li Yu nodded. Yes, he was currently still staying at Li's house, and now had only one thought, to go back and wash up. Although he was a bit reluctant to let go of the warmth Kan Yohi had left on him, his sister had said that they would get married, and such intimacy would be something Li Yul would have many times without having to worry about rarity. Still, his path was blocked. After Li's relatives had almost left, only Li's father, his stepmother, and his stepson were in the main hall when they were there. Li Chuan immediately exposed his true colors the moment after the female plutocrat left, grimacing and screaming in defiance. Li Yu rubbed his eardrums are going to break. Can't stepbrother speak in the usual raw tone? He was extremely furious and couldn't hide a bit of sultry jealousy. When did you hook up with Kan Yoshi? Just now. If it wasn't for Li's father who kept stopping him, he would have exploded long ago. Li Yu, what the hell? Openly dared to rob him, destroying the banquet that was originally supposed to be a female plutocrat fancying himself. This was supposed to be a family banquet that made him shine, but it turned into a moment for Li Yu to shine, and he was like a clown. A few moments of hidden oppression from Li Yu, glancing lightly at him. None of your business. Li Chuan's face turned completely cold, gritting his teeth. Li Yu, you're very good. A foxy one. This was good. He originally wanted to make Li Yu jealous and envious of him. Now the poles were reversed. Extremely ironic. Li Chuan felt that his face was being trampled under Li Yu's feet at this moment, and he couldn't lose his breath in the slightest. Li Yu lazily said, so what if it is? Li's father, who had been sitting on the sofa aside, did not criticize Li Yu for disrespecting his elder brother this time. After taking a sip of tea, he opened his mouth and asked, Little Yu, how did you meet Mr. Jiang? Li Yu honestly said, when Ms. Jiang came to Jinlin University to give a speech, I was the staff member who received her. All of this, they could have checked, and it would have only verified how honest and obedient he was. Li Luhong nodded his head. Very good. I didn't expect you to be able to attract Mr. Jiang's attention. You really deserve to be my Li Luhong's son. He got up, walked toward Li Yu, and patted his son on the shoulder. For the first time since Li Yu's mother left, Li Luhong recognized him and appreciated him. Not bad, not bad. Stay at home and rest tonight. It's also late. It's not safe to go back on the road. Li's father thought about it and added, until you and Mr. Jiang get married, you will live in the old mansion. So that, too, you won't lose the face of the Li family. Li Yu nodded. As soon as when Yangqing and her son Li Chuan looked at each other from the side, they both sensed a crisis in the status of the family. Good. Li Yu did not want to pull so much now. He was also a little tired. Tonight, Li's father also specially asked his aunt to reorganize and clean Li Yu's room for him to stay. After many years, Li Yu was once again lying in the room that belonged to him, and it was really a bit emotional. The walls are upholstered in gray tones. The closet and desk are. Even the curtains are in the same shade. At first, it was Li Yu's stubbornness to play it cool that made his mom and dad have to get the decoration according to his aesthetics. Li Yu thought he would not be able to sleep and would be feeling a lot of emotions, belated affection and all that, but as soon as he thought of Kang Yu-hee afterward, it was as if he still had the heat she left on it in his hand. Li Yu hugged the quilt and slowly closed her eyes. Sister, I'll wait for you. This night, the only person who couldn't sleep was Li Chuan, who was not pleased with himself. Pissed him off. Really pissed him off. He didn't believe it was such a sweet first encounter between them. Love at first sight between a female plutocrat and a high school student, playing such an innocent, luxurious marriage with him? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Chuan stayed up all night in front of the computer, using all of his connections to investigate what was wrong with Li Yu lately. and even the various points of suspicion during the period of time when Kong Yoshi was missing. At 4 in the morning, he finally got the general idea. Li Chuan's eyes were all incredulous. Comprehensive news report on female plutocrat who suffered a man-made accident resulting in temporary blindness. As it turns out, they had already met when Jiang Yoshi disappeared before she returned to the Jiang family. Unconvinced, Li Chuan's clenched fist heavily slammed into the desktop, smashing the keyboard to pieces. Damn, Kong Yuhi is that blind girl? As he thought back carefully, he really couldn't connect the pale woman with the dazzling female plutocrat now. Li Chuan let out a long sigh, lamenting that he was born at the wrong time. If at that time, he had seized the opportunity to be more pleasing to the plutocratess who was still blind. Is it possible that the person Kong Yeo he chooses tonight will change? Not Li Yul, but him. It's Li Chuan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Chuan deadpanned the desk again, the bruise causing him to react with a pain that made him bare his teeth. A week later, the biggie day. One after another limousine into the Li family, but also heard the Jiang family and the Li family marriage. This happy event of the reporter media early squatting in the Jiang family to the Li family must pass through the road. Flash under the report, give enough Li Luhong face on the work. Jiang Yoshi, who came to propose marriage, led a group of bodyguards with bride price and stepped into the Li family with fine heels. Halfway there, he was stopped by a mediocre man. If he wasn't the Li family's stepson, Kong Yohi wouldn't even put a glance at him. Something? Li Chuan tries to make up a lie. Kong Yuhi, it was me. I saved you. Kong Yeo he raised her eyebrows. What is this talking about? Do you still remember those days when you were blind? It was me. Afraid that you were found by those bad people. I rented a very shabby neighborhood to take care of you. Li Chuan scratched his ears. Why are you still looking at Li Yu? I'm the one who saved your life. The person you should marry is. Kong Yohi raised her hand, not wanting to listen to this exaggerated speech. Li family, think I'm stupid? Mr. Kong. Li Luhong had wanted to put on a show and wait for the female plutocrat to enter before greeting her. What do you think? As soon as Li Luhong didn't look after Li Chuan, he came out to make trouble. Seeing that his eldest son was still unwilling and tried to harass General Manager Kang's appearance, Li Luhong directly asked the housekeeper to lock him up in the inner room again. And this time, it was intended to lock up Li Chuan for a while, until after Li Yu and Mr. Kong had consummated their marriage. He didn't want to see Li Chuan make a scene at the wedding and disgrace the Li family in an ugly way. A man's mind a man knows best. This kind of unwillingness that Li Chuan has now, if it is not controlled and allowed to develop, it will have a great deal of adverse effects. Please come in, please come in. Just now my eldest son's words were pure nonsense. I hope Mr. Jiang doesn't mind yet. Li Luhong eased the already somewhat scorched atmosphere. Kong Yohi looked at the large living room and cared only a little. Where is Li Yu? He's in class. He'll be back later. Li Luhong is also said not to listen to Li Yu. This time there is still thinking about classes. Hurry to get married. To achieve a good relationship is the most important thing. But the youngest son had been taken by the female plutocrat, and his position in the Li family had risen. Li Luhong simply couldn't say any of the criticisms that had been so easily uttered against Li Yu as before. Okay, I'll wait for him. Class is a really big deal. Li Yu in the classroom, look also a little anxious. Li father sent countless messages to tell him that the Jiang family has come to propose marriage. He sent the car right in front of the school. Hope that Li Yu immediately rushed back as soon as the class. Why do you keep staring at your cell phone? It's so rare. Lu Yun came over. When Li Yu looked at his appearance, he knew that this guy was going to steal food again. As expected, Lu Yun was not interested in peeking at Li Yu's cell phone. He leaned over purely because Li Yu was tall and could help him block the teacher's line of sight. Today Lu Yun stole the dry bread. Eat a mouthful. Choked to death. He hurriedly fumbled for the breakfast milk on the table and drank. It's nothing. Li Yu closed his cell phone and returned his eyes to the blackboard and the notebook in his hand. Lu Yun smiled. I see you look anxious. What's the matter? Anxious to get married? This is a common banter in the circle of their college students recently. Because the junior year, there are still many students did not fix the credits that should be repaired. Trying to flirt with the marriage cannot add credits, which after all, the marriage certificate is also a state certificate is not. Li Yu was silent. He was really close to getting married. The bell rang. Li Yu things are not packed. Directly to the book bag a plug. Long legs step over the ladder table. Directly leap over the crowded class crowd. Leaving the school building. Lu Yun stared wide-eyed. This is the first time he saw such an eager Li Yu. Thought something had happened to him. His girlfriend asked him to dinner he did not hear. Hurriedly drilled out of the crowd. And has been followed by Li Yu's back out of the school entrance. As a result, while he was worried, he saw Li Yu get into a limousine. And then the limousine reversed away in a smooth arc. Lu Yun was dumbfounded. It looked like Li Yu did have something going on. But it should be a happy event. As soon as he turned around, he saw his girlfriend, who was pinching her waist and taking small gasps for air, obviously running over as well. Lu Yun. Chenya gritted her teeth. You're going to die. Running so fast? Lu Yun felt that something was wrong with him as well, rushing over to coax the ancestor. Sorry, baby. The car stopped in the Lee family parking lot. Liu opened the door and took a quick step straight in the direction of the main hall. At the sight of Kong Yoshi sitting at the sofa, her long hair draped in a lazy demeanor looking at the calendar, his anxious emotions finally got a moment of relaxation. Back, she heard the footsteps and raised her brimming eyes to him, a faint smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. It was as if Liu had returned to the dilapidated rental house where she waited every day for her to come home. At that time, Kong Yeo he was like a good and sticky cat, squatting at the door on time and on point, waiting for her master to come home. You child, why don't you answer? Li Luhong was all anxious. Li Yu took a step in front of her, put down his book bag, sat down, and uttered, I'm out of class. Then you two look at the day well. I, as a parent, also arranged the wedding process. Li Luhong surely do not disturb he cannot wait for Li Yu to hurry to capture the heart of the female plutocrat. Kong Yo-hee nodded. Thank you uncle. Thank you. What are you polite for? We are all family. When Li Luhong left, he drove Wen Yang Cheng, who had been holding her anger in her heart, away as well. He absolutely would not allow any changes to occur in this marriage. This would be a great springboard for his Li family to advance to a higher class. Quiet atmosphere. The sun shining brightly in the cool late winter. Spring is almost here. Why did you choose to marry me? Li Yu's aggravation spilled out when she opened her mouth. Men are most moving and lovely when they are not sure they are loved. Love it. He looks sweet and simple, and in the eyes of a lover. Zhang Yoshi looks at him with eyes full of fondness. Isn't it annoying? Li Yu muttered honestly. Isn't it annoying to have poor skills? More practice. Isn't there plenty of opportunity? Li Yu nodded. Hiding his raging emotions, it was not good to reveal his true colors too soon. Kong Yeo he is calm and relaxed. Seeing through it, does he think he's pretending to be good? It's okay. She likes the contrast in strength. Kong Yeo he held his hand and spoke warmly and softly. So you want to marry me? I can't do anything about refusing my sister. Chapter 23, The Masquerade. Kong Yeo he sat close to him, her shoulder against his arm, and when her eyes looked at him, the side of her face was already plastered against the side of his hand. Her movements natural. She was fragrant and soft, like the summer wind that blew through the bamboo. Refreshing. Her person was not as hard as bamboo, and as soft as a white cloud. Two extremely contradictory feelings appeared in Kong Yeo-hee's body, but they were unexpectedly very apt, and Li Yu simply couldn't ignore them. The woman blinked her big eyes, too pretty to be true, and stared at him intently. Give me your class schedule. The two men's eyes intertwined. Searing heat. Good. Li Yu took out his cell phone, clicked on his campus integrated software, and showed his future wife his class schedule. Realizing the fact that Kong Yo-hee would become his wife, Li Yul pursed his lips to stop the curve of his smile from being too obvious. The two look at the good dates for the wedding together and discuss them sweetly. Li Yu doesn't have a lot of classes left for the second semester of his junior year, and the good time they've chosen is perfectly fine when they don't have classes. After dinner and Kong Yoo-hee's departure, it's a dead rule that the two of them can't see each other before the long wedding day. Li Yu's mind had never thought about a woman so much. It was so full of her that he couldn't leave space to store anything else. He lay under the soft comforter, washed and scented, and texted with her to express his thoughts. Li Yu, reporting, thinking of you. Kong Yeo-hee hooked her lips and received another message from him. What to do? Can't sleep, she suggested. Should we play the video? Li Yu paused. His fingers typed on the phone's keyboard, and silently deleted the consent he had in mind slowly. Don't. Let's keep the rules. Jiang Yoshi raised her eyebrows. You can follow the rules yourself. Why did you bring me along to do so? Li Yu's heart was burning with fear as he typed out these 4 words. Husband and wife. Fishing Kong Yoo-hee into a warbler. This night, Li Yu talked to her until the wee hours of the morning, and after saying good night, she almost didn't fall asleep, and the next day there was halo green up under her eyes. He stays at the old Li mansion until the wedding is over, naturally and inevitably having breakfast with his stepmother and stepbrother. Yo, the eldest young master is up? Li Chuan hung back and sat on the chair next to the dining table. Until Li's father appeared, he would keep his true colors, jealous and envious. Reddened eyes stared at Li Yu dead in the face. Li Yu was too lazy to talk to him, picked up the xiao long bao on the table and directly packed it, eating it as he walked. When Li's father came downstairs, he didn't see Li Yu and blamed it directly on Li Chuan's head. Did you piss your brother off, Dad? I didn't say anything at all. It's Li Yu himself who feels that he's in a higher position and doesn't care to have breakfast with us anymore. Li Chuan's words were all thick with resentment. Extremely obvious. How could Father Li not see him when he climbed up the ranks of the rich and powerful and started his fortune on the back of his original wife? Idiot. If you really consider yourself a member of the Li family, you need to learn to respect Li Yu, your brother. Our Lee family is a grasshopper on a rope, no matter who Mr. Jiang has his eye on. It's a great thing for the Lee family. Li Chuan's chest was heaving up and down, obviously infuriated. But why? It's not me she's looking at. It's not Li Yu, the little white boy who snatched away the bright life that originally belonged to me. Ridiculous. Father Li didn't look at the unhelpful, grumbling stepson anymore. Li Chuan's attempted resistance was stopped by his mother, who stepped aside. When Yangqing took the cut pancakes and placed them in front of Li's father. Come on, husband, try this. Knowing that you like pancakes, I specially hired a new auntie who makes pancakes. You have a heart. Li's father, coaxed by his own wife, ate the pancakes unsuspectingly. Li Chuan and his mother, when Yangqing, looked at each other and slowly drank the porridge in their hands. Just no one moved that pancake. Jinlin University. Actually, Li Yu doesn't have class today either. Come to school because Lu Yun said to him that there will be a very fun masquerade ball tonight, which is composed of the student council, the street dance club, the tea art club, and the modeling team, the etiquette team, and is very fun. Lu Yun has been busy with the venue's decoration all day. Because of the investors' investment, the whole ball is not the same as the small activities they usually launch. It's very high class. Seeing Li Yu coming, Lu Yun waved his toolbox in front of him. Look, which mask to choose? Li Yu didn't choose a mask. Instead, he picked up the planning book for the ball on the side and read it. In fact, this kind of planner was equivalent to a small dissertation, and the framework could still be referred to. I'm not participating. I was just bored and came over to see you. Lu Yun was touched and sniffled, wiping the non-existent tears from his face. Brother, you are too righteous. Li Yu silently afterglow to see him acting. Most of the eyes are still on the planning book. See the investor, Jiang. He froze. This is invested by the Jiang Group? Li Yu asked with a hugged reply. Sure enough, he got the answer he wanted from Lu Yun's mouth. Yeah, to get into Jiang's, this kind of banquet level, you definitely need to know the process. Lu Yun looked at all the handsome men and women who had already entered the venue one after another, and came over to whisper to Li Yu. I suspect that this is Jiang's test, as the organizers are all organized by teams of capable and beautiful people. When you get out of the society, having the ability to be beautiful is the king of bomb. Are you praising yourself? Li Yu matched him and whispered back. Lu Yun revealed a naive smile. Yes. Li Yu attended, took over the small lamp, and planted it in the corner of the meeting place. My brother, is just righteous enough? When I said I was too busy, he came. Lu Yun looked at Li Yu, who already clearly had the prototype of a laborer, and said without emotion. His girlfriend Chenyaya nodded. Li Yu's seriousness was unquestionable no matter what he did here in their profession. It's a shame that 3 years of college have gone by and he doesn't even come to student government. Lu Yun was happy to see that his brother was recognized by the girlfriend of the student council president. The best thing in life was having a good brother and a good date. If he's going to participate, he'll be able to help Aryaya. Lu Yun moved closer to her and stuck close to his girlfriend. Chenyaya thought of the report submitted by Li Yu, as well as practical courses. The points are as high as the opening, and she relies purely on the results of the first and second year of college. The average GPA is just barely ahead of the third year of college. Most of the courses are no longer confined to the textbook, and her female mind cannot keep up with the male a little. There's no denying that she can't beat out Li Elm for a junior point. Maybe he's the one who will be the student council president. Chenyaya muttered, still a bit unconvinced. Lu Yun immediately pulled her little hand. Aryaya is the best. Chenyaya puffed and laughed, instantly coaxed by Bean's boyfriend. Without a moment's hustle, lunchtime was upon them, and they scraped together a boxed lunch before continuing to set up the venue. By the time everything was ready, the staff rushed back to their dorm rooms to wash up and dress up for the masquerade. Li Yu from the rental house out to come to the school of this process. See the road parked to Cayenne, body lines smooth, flooded with the light of the street lamps, non-wealthy that is, the immediate sense of vision, conspicuous prominence. After a couple more looks, he took a quick step to the ball site and put on the mask he had chosen at random. Just entered, a silhouette toward him, very familiar holding his hand, along with the field of melodious music, slowly swaying posture. I'm sorry, I don't know how to dance, Li Yel said, a little resistant to the approach of a non-ginger Yuhi female. He was about to break free of the woman's small hands when he saw, beneath the mask, the mist-colored eyes, beautifully narrowed at the sound of his similar words of refusal. Are you going to refuse to dance with me, little elm? The woman's gorgeous side face, even with a bunny mask, didn't detract from her beauty in the slightest. Skin is very white. Venue warm yellow light, are flooded with a layer of delicate luster. Wearing obviously just a piece of ordinary dress, pure temperament and mixed with a very charming sister. He recognized Kong Yohi. She gave a haughty, soft grunt. Still want to reject me? Don't. Instead, Li Yul held Kong Yohi's hand tighter. Her aqua blue dress slowly fluttered as she danced, occasionally wrapping around his long legs in a lingering and loving atmosphere. The man's long fingertips nudged the tip of her nose. Sister, you're not good. Aren't we not allowed to see each other for a few days before the wedding? Kang Yeo-hee has a point. Oh, I'm wearing a mask, so it's not a meeting between us. Even this masquerade is still invested by Kang Yoo-hee. Lee Yu shifted to the investor, Jung. Instantly, he understood Jiang Yoshi's good intentions. He wrapped his arms around her slender, soft waist and lowered himself slightly to her ear. Sister, miss me that much? Well, very much so. Totally uncontrollable thought. It was almost to the extent that when she'd seen Lil Yul shimmy past in his mask in the car, and the 2 seconds she'd spent hastily locking eyes with him, she'd wanted to press him into the car. The woman didn't hide her feelings for herself at all, causing Lee Yu's heart to burn, and pursing his lips when his eyes touched her soft red lips. You, don't you want me? Kang Yeo-hee's big watery eyes, her face reddened because of the not-so-pure thoughts she had in her head about Lee Yul. Lee Yu didn't answer, but slowly lowered his head towards her, and that's when Lu Yun unintentionally noticed the boy who was hugging a beautiful girl very close to him, and his back resembled Li Yu's thief. He stared in place for several minutes and was sure it was Li Yu, and he thought something was wrong. Lu Yun remembered that Li Yu did not also have a blind girlfriend. How to dance with another girl sticks so close to it. This is more than the degree of general friendship. He thought long and hard about coming over and disturbing their atmosphere. Lu Yun is to think since the relationship cannot do sorry girlfriend thing, not to mention his girlfriend is still a vulnerable group. Li Yu now fishing behavior shameful degree is more upper level. Li Yu, come over here for a moment. Lu Yun's sudden appearance, ruining Li Yul's kiss to Kang Yoo-hee's lips. The delicate atmosphere between the two was broken and the dance slowly stopped. Li Yu sank his breath and gritted his teeth. Your Chenyaya didn't come? Here we go. Li Yu refused to talk to him. You, then, go find your girlfriend. Lu Yun didn't move. What about your girlfriend? Can't see, can only wait for you every day in the rental house? Kang Yeo-hee, who was on the side of the two men, recognized Lu Yun. Wasn't this the male student who stood beside Li Yu during the lecture reception, and the boy who handed Li Yu drinks during the party? Kang Yoshi smiled. Little brother, quite righteous. She had never experienced the novelty of someone she didn't know well at all. Speaking for her, the friends Li Yu made were as good as he was. You flatter me. You can't cuddle with him like that. He has a girlfriend. Lu Yun righteously spoke. Also, Li Yu, it's necessary for me to reconsider the brotherhood between us. My pure and noble character will never make a womanizer as a brother. The more Lu Yun said, the more excited he got himself. How can you be this kind of person? The university 3 years I help you occupy the seat for nothing. If I know that you dare to blaspheme against love, I should every time to give you occupy the position of the trash can. Doesn't it still mean to keep taking his seat for him? Kang Yo-hee laughed softly, seeing that Li Yu's hand is still nailed to the woman's waist. Lu Yun is simply furious. His words are clear and repeated for emphasis. Li Yu, I'm going to reconsider our friendship relationship. He thought both he and Li Yu were sublime seekers of love, but he didn't realize that Li Yu was the king of the sea. Li Yu looked at the way he didn't say white, it simply didn't make sense, and said bluntly, she's my girlfriend. Her eyes are better. These 2 words blew Lu Yun away in embarrassment and was pulled away by his own girlfriend. Chenyaya. He has always been very thick-skinned. This righteously ended up realizing that what he said was nonsense. His face reddened and buried in front of his girlfriend's body. Very aggrieved. Did I just embarrass myself? Big time? Chenyaya cupped his face and encouraged. You're very brave. Okay. More men's choices for this situation. For the sake of brotherhood, there is no bottom line lower limit to love's loyalty. You're great, Lu Yun. You're super invincibly awesome. Under the comfort of his girlfriend, Lu Yun was still embarrassed and buried his face in his girlfriend's shoulder nest throughout the prom. 2 hours later, the dance broke up. Li Yul and Kang Yoo-hee, who was still wearing a mask, strolled down the street back to the rental house. Her entire temperament was elegant, wearing a delicate white rabbit mask, together with the aqua blue dress on her body, so that people passing by only thought that it was a girl's wear-and match, without any strangeness, but rather a mysterious sense of amazement, so that people passing by couldn't help but put their eyes on her for a few seconds. Sister, are you going to stay here tonight? As the night added on, his was low and teasingly deep. His hot, burning breath came from his ears, crunching and invading Kang Yo-hee's ears. She thought with her heart racing, sure, afraid that he might have some scruples. Kang Yo-hee's small hand gripped his hand back, tightly, or else, not giving Li Yu a chance to refuse at all. She said obstinately, as long as we don't take off our masks, we don't count as meeting. It was as if she was back to the time when her eyes were not yet healed, and Li Yu was leading her through every inch of the road. Kang Yo-hee felt more and more like her life was gradually getting better. Li Yu laughed. What kind of crooked reasoning is that? My crooked reasoning. Kang Yo-hee leaned close to him. Your wife's crooked reasoning. Li Yu's breathing became a little more rapid, and his breath sank noticeably. For the past few days, the light in their hallway has been out, and at night it's just dark, without the sound of footsteps up a few steps, some stopping, doors not yet open. Listen closely, my sister really misses him. No, it's the wife. Chapter 24, the wedding is done. A week later, the grand wedding of the marriage between the Jiang family and the Li family was held in the city's most luxurious gold church. Inside the church are intricately patterned frescoes, and hanging overhead are valuable crystal lamps. Celebrities of all colors of business came, and the press and media couldn't stop clicking at all. It was as grand and lively as a launch party. The groom, dressed in a tailored black suit, with a touch of boyishness still on his young face, pretended to be an adult as the awkward gentleman greeted his bride. A dreamy scene unfolds slowly with the church doors. Jiang Yoshi was wearing a pure white wedding dress. The bustier model outlined her delicate and slim waistline, layer after layer of light veil overlapping, elegant and gorgeous. The hem of the skirt is one after another artificially embroidered red roses. Dazzling red will be exquisite, white bursts look even more exquisite. But no matter how beautiful the wedding dress is, it can't stun Jiang Yoshi's stunningly beautiful face and full of autumn water eyes. Li Yu is very nervous. The face looks there is a little calm. In fact, the palms of the hands have already seeped out a thin fine sweat. It seemed like the first time in my life that my mood was so gripped. Kang Yeo he dragged her long skirt and walked to the groom, led by her best friend Ran. Stone Ran handed her delicate hand over to the groom-to-be. Take good care of Yoshi. Thank you so much. Ran's eyes redden the moment she hears her best friend say that she should be allowed to see her off like a real family member. Even more so, he gritted his teeth in death to control his emotions as he uttered the words. Her best friend is getting married. It's a big event. She can't just leave it here. Jumping up and down. I will. Li Yu's tone was pious. Ran's reluctant gaze, one more glance at Kang Yeo he, rushed off the stage in her flats. She nearly fell flat on her own face because her emotions were completely on Kang Yeo-hee's, only to see a figure so fast that it had become a blur come to her. Ran fell into a hot embrace. She raised her eyes. See, Handspring, you're here too. Yumi Green. When he received the invitation from the Jiang family, he was also a bit puzzled, not realizing that he was actually treating a female plutocrat who was a powerful force in the business world. Jiang Yoshi. Aha, he replied sullenly, because of the thought that since Ran is Kang Yoshi's best friend, then naturally, he who came to the wedding would also have the chance to see Ran. So he came. Ran is a delicate young lady with a straightforward personality, who has one thing to say and is quite attractive to him. You see, Qing, after helping her, originally wanted to let go, but never thought Ran was too happy, and a little sad, directly buried the small face of the crying flower in front of his body, babbling, lend me your chest. Ran glanced up at him and continued to cry. Yumi Green's back tensed. Aha! A hand moved to pat her back, and then stopped when he saw that the bridesmaid's dress she was wearing was backless. It didn't feel good to be intimate like that, at least not at this point in their relationship. Ran directly held his wrist, twisted and placed it on his back. See, Hand Green, don't be as cruel as your name quickly comfort me. My precious bosom friend won't just belong to me alone in the future. Wha? The first time you see Qing touched a woman's smooth and delicate back like this, his heart tightened and he patted it, almost forgetting to breathe. If it wasn't for the fact that Ran still had to watch her best friend exchange rings and backed away from Yu's embrace, you would have literally suffocated to death from forgetting to breathe. Then, I'm afraid, he's become the joke of the medical profession. On stage, Kang Yeo he gazed softly at Li Yu, looking at his broad shoulders and narrow waist that showed thinness in his clothes. Satisfied, the corners of her mouth couldn't stop rising. So handsome, who are you trying to charm? Ha! Li Yu knew his wife was easing his nerves. She always understood him so well. It was really impressive. He answered honestly. You. Kang Yoi's heart burned. The priest waited for the two couples to talk. Watching the sacred book, the two couples may put on their rings. They wore them for each other. The cold diamond ring touched the veins of the woman's slender ring finger as it was slowly slipped into the ring finger. Slowly, being scalded by the veins on the ring finger that ran straight along the heart, Li Yu raised his hand gentlemanly and kissed the ring his wife wore on the ring finger that symbolized their legal marriage. The ring is beautiful, and so are you. Jiang Yoshi's red lips slowed. Little Elm, isn't it time to say to your sister? I do. He finally belonged to her. In the eyes of Jiang Yoshi, Li Yu is good looking, his private life is clean, and God chose her husband. He gave himself the purest love and the greatest strength. The priest looked at them with a happy smile. Li Yu curled his lips. Married, wife, he could finally call her that. Legally, Li Yu smacked the name. His heart was getting more and more satisfied, and a little dejected. His wife, Kang Yu-hee, the two newlyweds may kiss. The priest cue the flow. Watching Li Yu slowly lower his head towards her, Kang Yoshi's eyelashes trembled as she closed her eyes. her heart tightening as she waited for that piece of familiar warmth to fall on her lips. Even if she was more familiar, she looked forward to every time Liu was close to her. Liu did not kiss when she closed her eyes, and his hot breath rubbed against her delicate lips if it was possible. The surface of the reserved. In fact, the heart of the emotion has set off a raging, about to wait for the wife to pour out. Waiting for a few moments, Kan Yeo, he felt strange and puzzled, slightly opened her eyes when he kissed. Soft eyes met in sheer affection, and his restrained lips and teeth touched her gently. Li Yul's superior kissing skills, so that Kan Yuhi's beautiful side face, high nose bridge is still exquisite as the appearance of the reporter media lens. A touch of kiss. Jian Yoshi slightly lightly opened her lips, instinctively wanting to chase after the kiss. Li Yu is again inadvertently skimming over her red lips, whispering a reminder. Good boy. If you kiss again, the lipstick will be spent, and it won't look good for the photo. At night, we'll continue, okay? Every word of Li Yul spoke to Kang Yeohee's heart, and she simply couldn't resist such a polite and detail-oriented Li Yul, nodding her head obediently as he called him by his mouth. After the wedding ceremony, Kang Yeohee changed into a toasting dress, a high-class silk red, deep and rich, and appeared in front of Li Yul at the corridor of the room like a fairy among the flowers. He was stunned. Ran, who was a bridesmaid on the side, looked at the two of them and muttered, "Just let the groom go into the room to zipper up your dress." Kan Yeohee replied to her best friend as she stepped towards Li Yul, "If he comes to help, the two of us won't be able to get out." Ran looked at the two of them as extremely well-matched figures, groom and daughter. Suddenly, she reacted to what her best friend's words meant. Ran's shocked sight, pretended to be contemplative and touched his chin. Good guy. When did Kang Yoshi's thoughts become so impure? It must be the groom boy who taught her wrong. Yeah, what are you waiting for? You're going to hold the wine for the bride. Appeared beside her. Yu Si Ching. Stone Ren tapped her little head. Ooh, that's right. She hurriedly lifted the hem of her bridesmaid's dress and trotted toward the newlyweds. Yu Si Ching's slow pace, following her in case Ran needed someone when he was at her side. The wedding continued late into the night, still bustling, with the bride and groom busy cavorting, and Ran controlling the whole scene in the backfield. She was already a little disoriented from drinking, but was so drunk that she could still get a lot of old bosses drunk. Wedding villa. Kang Yuhee is carried in by Li Yu, her red dazzling heels dangling from her hands, and gently puts her down and covers the door. The touch under her feet was soft, and blankets were laid out in the foyer. It wasn't exactly Kang Yuhee's arrangement, and she raised an eyebrow. Walking on and off the blanket, she waited for Li Yu, who had closed the door, to appear in front of her. When did you buy it? She smiled, snuggling into his arms with a delicate softness. Li Yu narrowed her brows and stared at the kitten-patterned blanket as she spoke slowly. When you sneaked away from me. He had also come to the bridal room before the wedding started, and this blanket was the time when he had secretly set it up. If he said so, Jiang Yoshi could be heartbroken. Her hot little hand lightly cupped Li Yu's handsome face, frowned, and coaxed in a warm and soft voice. At that time, were you sad? Li Yu boldly wrapped his arms around the female plutocrat's slender and soft waist, leaning his chin against the nest of her shoulder, rippling with a faint scent, gently sniffing the body fragrance of his legitimate wife. Sad. It feels like my heart is dying. With his mouth ajar, Kang Yeohee's heart stifled and stabbed even more. She hugged him back, her eyes glazed over. I'm sorry, I had just gathered the evidence at that time and left in a hurry without having time to take your feelings into account. At that time, Uncle Sam had already sold the shares he owned and was planning to leave the country with his wife. Jian Yoshi didn't have a little time to hesitate at all. Love is not worth mentioning in front of the hatred of a blood feud. She could only leave Li Yu behind first. After the hatred is resolved, love becomes the most precious thing in the world for Kang Yuhee again. Kang Yuhee zero frame opened her mouth. Li Yu couldn't even avoid it. His ears ran red extremely quickly. She looked up and kissed the corner of the man's mouth and ducked sheepishly into his arms again. Why don't you say something? Kang Yuhee was picked up by Princess Li Yu. She wrapped her arms around his neck very naturally, burning her eyes. Kang Yuhee, whose eyes had regained their clarity, had an aura as she stared at him. Li Yu was a little put out. Kang Yuhee reached out and wiped the sweat soaking out of his forehead. I'm your wife. What are the scruples? The men cover and go up. He listens to his wife. Inside the wedding dress was a fitted lining, and it wasn't changed during the toasting dress. Kang Yeohee's perfect figure was presented to him with luscious curves under the fit of the lining. A night of lust. The wedding dresses and suits were scattered all over the large villa, and from the living room and then the stairs, spilling some light into the second-floor master bedroom. Gasps and grunts mingled, emanating from the unclosed doorway. Two tangled masses of figures. Intimate. Villa lights up. The night is still long. The next day, warm sunlight shone on the gauze curtains that floated gently with the morning breeze, and the light colored the curtains into layer after layer of a light warm yellow, full of warmth. Sensing that Lee Yul got up, Kan Yuhi's sleepy eyes grew sleepy, and at the sight of him getting dressed, her essence became full again all of a sudden. Kan Yoshi lazy posture, lying sideways on the wedding bed, propped up side face, eyes all winks like silk, low voice winding between the lips and teeth. Husband, want me to send you? Lee Yu's movements stiffened, a little embarrassed by this address. Hastily tying his shirt, he replied, no, you just rest. I'll go to class by myself. The car keys are under the TV stand in the living room. You pick one. Well, Kan Yeo he watched him about to go out of the master bedroom after getting dressed, forgetting something, and beeped her little mouth to remind. Good morning kiss, why did you forget? Lee Yu came over, and his strong affection gently fell on his wife's red lips, knowing that he has to attend class. Kan Yeo he doesn't fool around with him for too long, and as soon as she touches him, she smiles sweetly towards him. Hubby, bye, too well behaved. The wife is too well behaved. Kan Yeo he is so good that Lee Yul simply doesn't want to leave her on the first day of her wedding night for that cold college classroom. I'll be back after class. Remember to eat when you're hungry. You can't boil your stomach because of work. Okay. Lee Yu didn't hold back and admonished a few more times. Kan Yeo he nodded her head, the corners of her mouth still in a bright arc. Got it, hubby. Bye-bye wife. Lee Yu said as he walked out of the master bedroom. Before and after the wedding, time was so rushed that Lee Yu didn't have time to survey their marital home. He walked down the rotating staircase and saw a large villa interior, rich in color and noble interior decorations, with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows in the first floor hall. Sitting there, he could enjoy the view of the river across the mountains. Parking lot with countless luxury cars. Lee Yu chose a car with a more understated color and drove away. The single-family homes in wealthy neighborhoods are far enough away to be secretive. The house is surrounded by greenery in excellent shape built by the property. The security guards were all big, middle-aged men who looked like they'd been discharged from the army and knew every rich person who lived in the house. Eyes that are comparable to an intelligent identification system. Good morning, Mr. Lee. Good morning. Lee Yu went out, unhindered. He was glancing at the diamond ring on his ring finger, a soft, languid smile on his lips. From now on he'll be the one with a wife, to keep the husband's way. A good car is fast. Lee Yu arrived at the classroom at least 20 minutes early. He held a pancake fruit bought on the road in his hand with hot water from the water fountain in the classroom corridor for breakfast. Lu Yun just sat down with an excited melon-eating look. Dude, did you see the report on the John Zaibatsu's big wedding yesterday? He was still worried that Lee Yu couldn't understand and didn't know who he was talking about. Looking for a compliment. It's the strong woman who came to our school last time to get a success lecture. After the masquerade, Lu Yun was basically embarrassed to find Lee Yu to strike up a conversation. Today, he had taken the initiative to open his mouth, hoping that Lee Yu would give him some face and not laugh at him. Lee Yu was, as usual, a little lighter in mood. He not only watched it, he participated in it himself. Lu Yun suddenly stared at Lee Yu and scared a few times. Then the groom. Lee Yu's heart tightened and his eyes were on him. What happened to the groom? Looks like you thief. Lu Yun looked down to find his textbook and muttered, I thought it was you. As Lee Yu breathed a silent sigh of relief, he asked again, oh yeah, how are you going to spend your summer vacation? Honeymoon. It's supposed to be a honeymoon. Lu Yun stuck his head over and stared dead at Lee Yu. Why don't you say anything? Thinking good thoughts behind my back? Lee Yu, a brief sentence appalling. The final exam is coming. Still thinking about the summer vacation? You'd better think more about the subjects you failed. How to fix it back. Lee Yu is desperate. He's heartbroken. Chapter 25, Sister. Specialized. The sun is shining and the palate is tongue-tied. Reassurance's head was heavy, the hangover from too much to drink still weighing on her brain, and she kind of couldn't feel her mouth anymore. I guess it was because she'd had too much to drink. She raised a hand to touch her mouth, and it was still there, silently relieved. Luckily, the mouth is still there. She rolled over, trying to sleep on her side. When she moved, it didn't feel right. This is so wrong. Similar to the first time she'd slept with her first love, her whole body ached as if it were falling apart, the silk spreading from her tailbone. Attempting to roll over, she failed. Reassurance lay flat on his back and let out a long breath to ease the soreness. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Thoughts gradually returned. It's been a long time since I've experienced this feeling. That's cool. She lowered her eyes to see that there was also a pair of hands hanging across her waist, bony and still bruised. It's a man's hand. Reassurance's delicate brows furrowed as she turned her head to see who it was. Oh, she put seeing hands green to sleep. Reassurance's thoughts were in disarray. How could she have desecrated the expert she had hired back specifically for this? It was over. Seeing that Handspring and her were not in the same section, but they were also her senior brothers, she'll definitely be criticized by her mentor. Reassurance got up and found the end of the bed from the head of the bed. How his clothes were scattered everywhere. Just reluctantly put them on, wanting to slip away. Yu Si-ching spoke out. This is the first time I've done this. MS. Sure is silent and walks away. Is she not going to take responsibility? The voice was low and deep, with the unique sensuality of doing that, making Sharan, who had heard such a tone from an expert for the first time, stiffen her back, and really hadn't thought that the curmudgeonly Dr. You could still have this side to him. Sharan slowly turned around and held his tongue for a long time, but only managed to stifle one word. Ha, holy, the Big Dipper. You saw Ching look at her in this appearance, sparse, and suppressed the sourness in his heart. MS. Sharan, you forced me to become an adult. You really don't intend to take responsibility? Look at his thin lips. Why does he teally talk so much? Sharan's small hand covered his mouth. It's okay, don't say it. I'm responsible, okay. You see Ching's instantly smiling eyes and arched eyebrows. He's pretty good looking like that. Sharan stared bitterly, bereft of conscience. When did she sleep with such a virtuous woman and man character? 3 days later, Liu needs to go back to the door. He's a little distracted, and the formulas he's jotting down in his pen are all wonky. What page has the book turned to? Luyun took a look and realized that the number of pages in Liu's book was even further ahead than his own. His was 56 pages and Liu's was 34. Luyun's surprised eyes looked at him. His tone was full of unbelievable voice. Isn't this class your favorite? A bunch of unintelligible formulas. Usually you listen to them with great interest. Now, actually don't listen to them? Luyun deflated. Then how can the two of us Liu held her forehead and looked at him with idle eyes. Where do I like it best? Who likes lectures? It's like a lullaby. You usually listen very carefully then. Liu was positive. Because I'm going to be proficient in the formulas I'll be using for my senior thesis. Luyun was shocked. The questions aren't even open yet. And you've chosen the formula? Liu nodded. Come and go. Not just those open questions. The library has a display of excellent papers from older students. I suggest you visit the library often. Luyun chose to lie on the table in silent tears, muttering under his breath. You say the difference between people. How can it be so big? Liu did not continue to mutter with him, and after his thoughts were interrupted by Luyun, he was able to listen to the lesson normally and carefully instead. A Porsche Cayenne was parked in front of the school. College students who know about cars can't help but look twice more, and then begin to think that after they graduate, they can also have the day to drive a good car by working hard with their own hands. Liu out of the school gate, he received a message from his wife. She said she was waiting for him in this direction. Liu thought of later to see his wife. The heart cannot help but sweet. Hey, are you going back to the rental house? Luyun ran over. My mom is coming to school today to see Aya. Brought a lot of specialties from her hometown, as well as the salt-baked chicken that my mom specially made, and the fried noodles that you like. My mom also made. If you are free, come over to the cafeteria and eat together. Luyun is a local college student. His mother is very fond of cooking. Cooking is also particularly delicious. Lu Dat opened an exclusive restaurant for Lu Mom. There is no menu. What Mom Lu wants to cook? What dish is the menu? This casual style of business attracts a lot of young people who love blind boxes and at the same time, if the restaurant cooks very well, the business is absolutely booming. Luyun's family's restaurant is a certain reputation in the school, and online is also a Netflix restaurant. The small restaurant, which was made by hand, was organized and opened a chain. Lu's mother can be busy, usually anxious to bring apprentices. Plus, Lu's mom often throws food at her son while also doing her son's housemates and best friends' portions of the meal. It's safe to say that after college, the role of Liu's mom will be filled by Lu's mom for a split second. Liu is really a little hesitant. He is really like the Lu family's ancestral fried noodles. Obviously it is a vegetarian noodle, but it just has a meaty flavor. The color is not very pretty, but it is very fragrant and full of pot breath. Because it's a soft noodle in pieces, it tends to break when left for a long time after frying, and by the time it was delivered to the school it was broken to pieces, but it was still delicious. Take a bite and think about it for a semester. Liu sometimes, especially when he's sick, thinks about this bite all the time. I'm sorry, I had a bit of an errand today and needed to go home. Liu smiled in embarrassment. As soon as Luyun heard him say that he wanted to go home, he knew that the matter should be very important. 3 years of college had almost passed and he hadn't heard the words that he wanted to go home from Liu's mouth several times. Okay, Liu patted his shoulder. Next time there's a chance to eat Auntie's fried noodles. Good. Luyun nodded. Shenyaya was waiting for her boyfriend in the shadow of a large tree not far away, and watched him come over. Liu did not come over, and was still a little curious. What's the matter, Lil Elm shy? Luyun shook his head. Shy what? He has something to go home. Then he bumped his girlfriend with his book bag. You should be the one who should be shy. What have I got to be ashamed of? Pretty daughter-in-law meets her mother-in-law cackle. Luyun said and ran to the school cafeteria. His mom had brought over a lot of food, and he and his roommates had all been in touch, so they should all be in the cafeteria by this time, just waiting for him and his girlfriend to come over. Chenyaya caught up with his a while later, but Luyan almost did not jump, but it is not strange. Chenyaya is their professional physical test girls 800 meters leading first, full points monopoly. I'm not shy, she was certain. I ended up blushing as soon as I walked into the cafeteria. Lu's mom was concerned about her. What's going on here? Let me see. The unique warm gesture of an elder's forehead to a child's forehead to check the temperature. Chenyaya didn't even dare to move. Lu Yun, who was on the side, hurried to find a remedy for his girlfriend. Mom, she's just moving around, running around, hot. Yeah, auntie. Lu mother smiled warmly. Okay, it's mom who overthinks. Come together and taste mom's handiwork. Chenyaya was still really shy. His mom, too good to be true. Liu stopped as he crossed over to the Cayenne and turned in its direction, and sure enough, as he did, the door opened. Elegant Jian Yoshi, a professional suit, black silk wrapped in two extremely long legs, very sexy, charming. Liu was really the first time to see her workplace full of appearance. Valiant. Liu raised his eyes and crashed into her foggy, deep eyes, then moved away. Sister. Her pretty eyes flicked up and she gestured to the seat beside her. Get in. Liu obediently sat beside her, his butt just settling down. The partition of the Cayenne slowly rose, leaving them in the back seat a separate space. His heart suddenly sank and immediately returned to normal, easily his heart beating strangely and faster from being alone with Kang Yu-hee. Liu's faintly unseen deep breath was broken by the silhouette in front of him, who crossed her beautiful legs and sat on Liu's body. Kang Yu-hee nestled herself in Liu's broad arms, sniffing his scent deeply and pressing against him. Sister. Liu habitually held her waist. So sleepy, you remember to call me when I get home. Kang Yu-hee talked about business all day and today is still a day without a lunch break. She really can't strain herself. Liu's hands slowly changed to wrap around her, before she could fall off. Okay, sister can close her eyes and rest. I will wake her up when we arrive home. Kang Yu-hee closed her eyes full of security. After getting married, the most obvious thing that brought Kang Yu-hee was the quality of her sleep. It doesn't take her more than half an hour now to quickly fall asleep under the scent of having Liu. Li Elm is her natural breeding ground. Half an hour later, the villa area arrived. Maybe Kang Yu-hee had greeted the driver ahead of time, or maybe it was the driver's routine again, and after he parked the car in the garage, he left. In the quiet environment, Liu quietly admired Kang Yoshi's quiet sleeping face. She was less oppressive when she opened her eyes, and more a trace of softness that I'm afraid only he can have this honor to see. Liu's strength was gentle, and he gathered himself around her even harder. His wife is so pretty. With a wooing sound, Kang Yoshi woke up. Arrived? Kang Yu-hee looked out the car window. How long has it been here and why didn't you call me? His wife's fragrant pink mouth was opening and closing in front of him. Liu simply couldn't move his eyes, the knots in his throat rolling slightly, his ears listening into his wife's words but forgetting to answer because he was currently confused by his wife's beauty. Not hearing his voice, Kang Yu-hee turned her head, looking at his obvious to not be obviously entranced look at herself, and laughed softly, her hot fingertips nudging his forehead twice. Idiot, what are you thinking about? Want to do it? Kang Yu-hee didn't expect Li Yul to be so direct and was really a bit startled. However, as a very understanding wife, Kang Yu-hee would of course fulfill all of Liu's requirements that were not excessive. As for excessive, and how could Liu go overboard? The car vibrated slightly, and within a moment it was rocking. What time is the appointment? His voice fell hotly in her ear. 8 p.m., chirped Kang Yu-hee. Luckily, in time. When it was over, Liu held his wife, who was soft in his arms, and went to wash up. After the bathtub was filled with water, Liu turned to go out the door, and Kang Yu-hee lazily looked at him askance. Where to? Once she opened her mouth, she realized that her voice was horribly muffled. Kang Yu-hee couldn't help but have a dry throat and cough twice in a raw manner. I'm going to. Liu suddenly stammered a little. Get it in the car so it doesn't dry out and ruin the leather seats later. Kang Yu-hee pulls his wrist and won't give it a go. She says, someone will clean it up. Liu obediently one knee, squatting aside, eyes rare college student clarity. His concern was, wouldn't that be shy? If it is the villa area is scheduled to come over to clean the maid, that is, he will often see him. This is going to be in case the person who cleaned up and greeted him. He did not know, but people's hearts with a clear mirror. That, Liu couldn't imagine the scene at that time. In fact, his skin was a little thin. They earned that money, there's nothing to be ashamed of. Kang Yu-hee comfortably felt the warm water soaking her. Since his wife didn't have any scruples, Liu naturally didn't either. He would follow his wife unconditionally and without any rules in his life, and vowed to do his best to follow his wife. Kang Yu-hee, who washed up, had the same pajamas as his shirt, and what was exposed was skin that was even whiter than the shirt. Li Yu's heart was touched very much. He stabilized himself and poured warm water for his wife. Water? Even after pouring it, he asked with great politeness and respect for her. Kan Yoshi's entire body lazily bowed her head, and did not take a cup of water, so she came up to Li Yu's hand and slowly drank it one sip at a time. She finished her glass and Li Yu asked again. More? Kan Yohi shook her head, the corners of her mouth rising in a brilliant arc. So thoughtful then. Thoughtfulness, one of Li Yu's superb number of virtues, is really not surprising. Instead, sister, so dedicated. Kan Yohi followed his line of sight and lowered her eyes, embarrassed to look at the clothes she had secretly retrieved from the rental house. After Li Yu placed the water cup, he slowly gathered around her from behind her, leaning his chin against the nest of her fragrant and soft shoulder. Sister, can't you leave me like that? To covet his things is naturally to covet his people. Jiang Yoshi was ruffled by him and her thoughts completely followed him. Turning around, wrapping her arms around his strong, lean and sturdy waist, blinking a pair of bright eyes staring at him. You're my husband, how could I leave you? Cute as hell. If he hadn't run out of time, he would have loved to give his wife a hard reinvention. After a few minutes or so of cuddling, the two men did what needed to be done. He sat at his position on the edge of the bed watching Kan Yui carefully choosing her clothes for her return, keeping his eyes on her body, moving as she moved. Does this one look good? Kan Yui took a blue gradient gown and compared it to her own, looking at herself in the full-length mirror and then turning around to show her husband. Li Yu was sitting in a dignified manner and immediately replied, Sister looks good in anything. She seems to love the color blue. Kan Yoshi's beautiful eyes slightly narrowed. Step by step, she walked towards Li Yu, threw the clothes aside. Her small hands climbed on Li Yu's shoulders, slowly lowered her body, and pinched his chin. I still like you better when you were bratty and debauched when you had me in the rental. Li Yu held her waist with both hands and smiled on her face. Sister is joking. A small bump of his wife's fragrant soft lips against his hard chin. Li Yu immediately lowered his head. One hand hooped her small face to look seriously. The wife's lip line excellent upper lip petals have a little bit of red. It seems to be bumped and swollen. It's okay, she said, taking hold of the finger he was poking at her lips. Kan Yui appeared in front of the full-length mirror in a gown. Li Yu was smiling on his lips, but there was little laughter in his eyes. Sister dresses so nicely to meet someone else. His lowered brow was a little upset. Sister, to be honest, I'm a little jealous. Kan Yui listened, in a pleasant mood, turned around, and walked to him again, her hot and soft little hands cupping his cheeks. Idiot, I'm trying to get you to take me to your mother. I'm sure I'll have to dress very formally. Li Yu's eyes glowed and tightened. Good. Chapter 26. Sister says she'll take responsibility for herself. Get in the car back to Li's house. Li Yu gently rubbed her aching waist. Looking at her fatigue under the delicate makeup, she admitted her mistake with a good attitude. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been too intense just now. The man's voice fell low and deep in his own ears, and Kan Yohi burned all the way from her heart, her small face smoldering. Li Yu, she rolled up in his arms, very proper looking, and glared at him with a pouty little look in her eyes. Li Yu was also serious. His hands did not even dare to make efforts, and his wife's waist was separated by half a centimeter. Replying, what will His Excellency the wife command? Kan Yohi cupped his face with her small hands. Don't hook me outside, bad guy, knowing that I have no resistance to you at all. Li Yu's thin corner of the lips hooked, while gathered her in the arms, did not hold back. Low laugh out. I do not have obviously a certain idea is not pure to me. Li Yu can always be a very decent person. Kan Yohi felt the vibrations in the man's chest as he smiled, and she felt very happy and content. The Bentley slowly stopped at the Li family's gate, as the courtyard gates on either side slowly opened. Li family butler Weibo had stood by early after hearing that the young master would bring the young lady back to the door. The little young master had always been the one he was relieved to be happy, and he could go to see the eldest young lady without shame after he left. Li's father stood in the main hall, welcoming. There was a flurry of politeness at the sight of his son and his well-to-do daughter-in-law. How's little Elm feeling in his new home? Still adjusting? Li Yu hadn't seen his father's look of concern for himself for a long time. A little emotional and a little disdainful. On the face he still had to pretend to be a fatherly and filial son, cooperating with his father's performance. Luckily, I'm very adaptable. There's nothing that I don't feel comfortable with. General Manager Jiang, Xiao Yu's age is still young. If there's anything inconsiderate, you talk to me and I'll talk to his mother again about letting him kneel at the ancestral hall. Fatherly thought that his words would give General Zheng the authority that he had both as a father, and explicitly told General Zheng that their Li family would not bully their own wife, and also created his own thoughts about his late wife. Kan Yoi's eyes widened. The shrine, for her and Li Yu, was the exact same place. While others find it scary, They can only find a sense of home in the shrine, because the people in the shrine are their true family. Kang Yohee took the initiative to hold Liu, who was a bit dazed upon hearing the word shrine, and she told him with her eyes, she's in. She would be by his side for the rest of her life. It would also be the closest thing to family he had in his life. Liu slowly returned his grip on his wife's hand and nodded imperceptibly. Seeing how good the two of them were, Li's father was relieved. It seems that the Jiang family is a money tree that the Li family can't afford to climb. There's no way around it. Life is that good. Dinner had been prepared long ago, all warmed up in the kitchen, and after seeing the Jiang family's car, Li's father immediately asked the family's aunts to put the dishes on the table. Come on, eat first. What a family affair. We'll talk slowly at the dinner table. The stepmother finally found the opportunity to open her mouth and greeted, secretly showing that she was the mistress of this home. She could only move when she said she could. Li Chuan, after Liu and Kang Yoshi appeared, stood aside without any difference from the complaining husband, deeply jealous. The sour smell permeated his entire being, and could not yet open his mouth to say anything, so as not to be locked up by his family again. That way, he would really have no way out. Dining table, the main seat if it were not for the fact that Li's father is the head of the family. He really can not sit a little. The seat on the right is Kang Yohee, followed by Li Yul. The seat on the left is the stepmother, followed by the stepchildren. It can be seen that Jiang Yoshi, the daughter-in-law for the position in the Li family, can be described as heavy. The dishes on the table, delicately cooked abalone, drumplate dragon crab, cassoulet prawns with all the colors and flavors, freshly fried skewers of fresh scallops, roasted suckling pig with rich and crispy skin, pigeon soup with excellent nutritional value, pickled cucumber for appetizer, and congee with lotus seed meal. Li father in order to welcome Liu's return door. The focus is to welcome Mr. Jiang, that is flying in the sky, walking on the ground, swimming in the water. He arranged for the table. Liu was tasteless, feeling that these were not as good as the fried noodles made by Lu Yun's mom. The afterglow of Li Chuan acid cucumber, who was sitting across the table, had been staring at Liu with indignation, but because they are already married, there is nothing they can do. Li Chuan lowered his eyes, a slight turn, and moved on. The idea of marriage is not impossible to divorce. After all, the goalie in, the ball is not still in. Stepmother Wen Yangqing saw it. At the end of the dinner, when Liu takes Kang Yoshi to the shrine, she calls her son aside, nodding his head. Can our Wen family members be a little bit outstanding? Don't keep thinking about things that don't bear fruit. Li Chuan didn't refute his mother, but that didn't mean he was convinced either. Isn't that how mom became Mrs. Li's wife? What? And you still look down on your own son for not being able to do this? There are charms that can make Kang Yohee and Li Yul divorce. Li Chuan whimsically stared at the backs of Li Yul and Kang Yohee who were offering incense at the shrine from a distance. Jiang Yoshi followed behind Liu and walked to the Li family ancestral hall. At a glance, she saw Liu's mother's tablet, and she walked up to it. Wife. Liu burned the incense and handed her half of it. Jiang Yoshi on the incense. The movement is very skillful. Liu is going to teach her. Action a beat. Remembered the Jiang family female wealth valve parents accidentally killed grandfather in her achievements. After she can take on a big responsibility also left. She's so much like herself, and even worse off than she was in her own life. Liu sighed without a trace. While he had a father, he might as well not have one. Don't worry mom, I will take good care of Liu. Kang Yohee inserted the incense steadily in the incense burner and spoke in a sincere voice to Liu's mother's tablet. Since I chose to be with him, I will be good and responsible for him. Don't worry mom, I won't let him suffer a bit. Jiang Yoshi reverently bowed again towards Liu's mother's tablet. Mom, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My last name is Jiang. My first name is Yoshi. I am Liu's rightful wife. Jiang Yoshi. Liu was stunned on the spot. Sister says she will hold herself accountable. Until the ash from the incense fell on the back of his hand, burning Liu back to his senses. He stepped forward and inserted the incense in his hand into the incense burner. The corners of his mouth slowly hooked in a sneer. Why did his wife suddenly say such beautiful words that moved him to the core? Shrine. Kang Yohee whispered to Li Yul's mother about their first encounter. The first time I met him, I felt that he was very tender. His eyes were red and his face was red, and he just looked delicious. Liu hurriedly covered her small mouth, properly trimming the yellow waist in the brain. Wife. Kang Yohee's pretty eyes were full of leaps of joy. She had so much to say to her mom. How could Liu stop her from speaking enthusiastically as soon as she came over? Wife's muffled voice. What's to be afraid of? Mom's been there. She understands. Liu is really bashful, but it's still no match for a reasonable wife. He patiently waited for his wife and mom bragging. Not a few mere adjectives of the wife can say. Liu simply blushing to stay aside. Not for a while, and the table of the cassoulet red is the same degree. In Kang Yohee's eyes, her young husband is still getting more and more delicious. After the incense burned out, they left the Lee family shrine and strolled towards the parking place. Kan Yeo-hee held his wrist and kissed on it, indulgently and unreservedly showing her devotion in front of Lee Yu. I'm sorry, I'm supposed to take you home too, to meet my family, but right now there's a bit of a mess in my house, so when I'm done with it, I'll take you to meet my mom and dad, and grandpa, is that okay? Lee Yu held her hand back, his fingertips dug into her hand and interlocked with her fingers. Okay, sis. Kan Yeo-hee raised her eyes to look at him, taking great care of his emotions. Didn't feel aggrieved, did you? No, it's good that my sister recognizes me. I don't care about the other voices. Playing nice was a very simple task for Lee Yu, and seeing through him is a very easy task for Kan Yeo-hee. As for Lee Yu pretending to be so well behaved, is it because there is no mother in the house, so pretending to be well behaved will get you a meal? Kan Yeo-hee's eyes were slightly sore and she held onto Lee Yu's hand. Obviously, she herself had been without her mother for a long time, but she was still very much in love with her husband. Grunt, grunt, Lee Yu's stomach growled. He wasn't full. A little embarrassed to meet his wife's eyes, Lee Yu was about to get himself a tonic. Kan Yeo-hee is also about to propose taking him out for a big meal. Lee Yu's cell phone vibrated and he glanced at his wife. His wife raised her hand, signaling him to pick up first, and then they'd continue the conversation after the call was over. Hey, are you in the rental house? As soon as Lee Yu connected, Lu Yun's voice came out brightly. Lee Yu just moved his mouth before he could make a sound. Lu Yun's twittering voice came as expected. I specifically leave half of the salt-baked chicken and 2 complete boxes of fried noodles, to give you and your girlfriend a taste of my mom's cooking. If you're in the rental house, I'll let an errand boy send it over? Since going to college, Lee Yu's side there is always Lu Yun remembered him, although sometimes gossip more than in the Lu Yun remembered him, but Lu Yun's concern for him is never false. It may be that children who live in love know how to love others better, or that they are more open to sharing love. Lu Yun treated him as a good brother and treated him well, unconditionally. Lee Yu even felt that he was too kind, a bit stupidly kind. He had once advised Lu Yun not to be so obviously and unconditionally kind to others. I remember when Lu Yun heard his words, confused, he only said, I think you are a good person. You deserve me to be good to you. He bumped Le's elbow. What are you worried about? I'm not so nice to everyone. I'm smart. Top it off with the clarity and stupidity of a college student's eyes and say he's smart. Lee Yu was really convinced and laughed. So all the coursework and review organizers that he has for these 3 years, he will prepare a copy for Lu Yun. But Lu Yun is too lazy. Obviously there is a fast pass card to become a schoolmaster. He did not cherish it, just hurriedly read all the review materials organized by Lee Yu before the exam, and then rubbed the edge over. Either some courses are really too difficult, must seriously review a few days in order to pass. He is lazy and he flunked the course. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Lee Yu had a brief moment of aphasia. He did not expect Lu Yun to make a girlfriend, but also clearly have a few good brothers in the dormitory. Outgoing personality in the club also mixed, or will subconsciously miss their own. Kan Yeo-hee came over. He's in the rental house. Lu Yun heard it was a girl's voice, froze, immediately understood, smiled like a melon eater. Okay, then I'll ask the errand boy to send the meal over. Hang up the phone don't bother you guys. When he finished speaking, he hurriedly pressed off the call button. Shen Yaya was using her cafeteria aunt's microwave and was warming up the delicious food Lu Yun had left for Lee Yu. She was sweet-talking, and with a little kind word, the cafeteria aunts warmed up the meal along with her. Lu Yun turned on the amplified sound, so Chen Yaya also heard it. She muttered with a searching mouth, don't say, Lee Yu his girlfriend hides it really well. It seems like I've seen it just once. When was it? There were so many school events being run that she had gotten a little mixed up in remembering them. Lu Yun pasted his girlfriend. Yeah, pay more attention to me. Good. They are currently still in the Lee family. Lee Yel's eyes staring at his phone rested on Kan Yeo-hee. Back to the rental house? Perhaps for Lee Yu, the rental house is more like his home. If the Lee family ancestral hall didn't have the tablet of Lee Yu's mother, he wouldn't have returned. This family had long been divided from him after his mother left. Kan Yeo-hee took his hand and shook it. Let's go then. Well, when the two returned to the rental house, the errand boy had just arrived as well. Broken lights still haven't been fixed, and there's no such thing as property in the dilapidated neighborhood. The cell phones lit up flashlights suddenly aligned. The opponents had taken each other by surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The errand boy covered his little heart and shut up after seeing it was human. Lee Yu was a little quicker than he was to fade. Is that the takeout with the tail number 7060? Yes. The errand boy handed him the takeout and immediately ran off. It's scary. There's no lights in here. It's like a haunted building. He hurried footsteps, only one thought in his head, hurry back to the dormitory to rest. calm and calmed the agitated mood. I should have known that I shouldn't have watched so many horror movies. After the associations were enriched, whether it was a person or a ghost, he was afraid. Liu walked into the rental house with his wife in one hand and his lunchbox in the other. Kang Yeo-hee closed the door in passing. The smell of an unusual home-cooked meal faintly filled his nostrils as he opened the lunchbox. It smells good. Kang Yeo-hee sat over. Liu watched her take a bite of the fried noodles, and before she could swallow, she asked, "How was it?" "It's delicious and fresh." Kang Yeo-hee tasted it carefully on her tongue. "It has a flavor of fresh meat, but it's vegetarian." She nodded her head in approval. "Your classmates' parents, their cooking skills are amazing. To be able to make a home-cooked meal so delicious, it's better than some big restaurant chefs who only use messy seasonings." Liu laughed. If he heard you say that, his jaw would go up in the air. He could totally think of Lu Yun's arrogant appearance. The bull was bad. Kang Yeo-hee nodded. He lives in a very happy family. Such a child is often visible and can show his emotions at will. Good, bad and capricious. Because of a good family with parents who cover for him, Liu added. Now that he has a wonderful girlfriend, he's even happier. You have such a good friend like him. You are happy too. Kang Yeo-hee held his hand. You have me. You're happy too. Liu's eyes had a little more tenderness in them, and he answered his wife. Aha, he's happy. He'll be happy. Chapter 27, Fighting for the Final Exam. Rewards for answering the right questions. It was getting hotter, with layer after shallow layer of heat floating in the air. Liu's final exams arrived, and his junior year grade basically consisted of practicals, practice reports and computer practicals, as well as mandatory exams during exam week. Exam week is the busiest time for them, when they have to finish their practice reports and revise their exam subjects at the same time. This is how the stable kernel of many college students is practiced. Just a few days to speed up the revision of 10 or so subjects in a semester. A thin layer of fine sweat had broken out on his forehead due to the heat of the day, slowly pooling and sliding down the perfect lines of his face before skimming over his jawline and dripping at the collar of his shirt, where it didn't enter. Liu was so involved in serious looking at the review materials that he didn't even hear the door open until after his wife's voice appeared. Why don't you turn on the air conditioning? After Kang Yeo-hee got off work, she walked into the house, and the first thing she saw was Li Yul sitting at the floor-to-ceiling window with a small window open, and the words of heartache came out first, and the beauty of surveying her husband poured out in the next moment. His figure is elongated. The early summer light hit his body, bringing a layer of warm yellow halo around his hairy body. Natural fine hair dyed with the sunlight light brown, looking very handsome, narrow eyes staring at the review material on the small desk so seriously, thinking about the tightly pursed thin lips. Meek teenage sense at this moment deeply attracted her. After Liu heard his wife's voice, he raised his eyes, his deep vision, and quietly admired her as she came to him. Little by little the woman's small hand with warmth brushed away the fine beads on the corner of his forehead as she stared with a stony scowl. It's all sweaty. Liu came back to his senses and explained. The house is too big. Turning on the air conditioner costs electricity, doesn't it? His words became less certain in front of his wife, hesitantly stating what he had in mind. The air conditioner doesn't always blow on me yet, so I thought it would be better to just leave it on and stay at the window, which is also quite cool. After the words fell, Liu pondered what he had said. Should he or shouldn't he? His wife was unquestionably a plutocrat, and a little electricity simply should not be in her life's considerations. The expression on his face was one of pure thought and consideration for their little family, and his hand held a pinch on the softest part of Kang Yeo-hee's heart. Facing this kind of Liu, Kang Yoshi couldn't resist a bit at all. Then you can go to the study. It's not a big space and has air conditioning, so it won't be so wasteful when it's on, Kang Yoshi suggested softly and gently, her small hands still busy and wiping his sweat delicately. Instead of disliking her frugal thinking at all, she offered an alternative solution. Liu felt his cold heart slowly warmed by her side. He lowered his head, gathered the review materials on the table, and scrupulously said, "Wife is the president. There are a lot of documents in the study that are confidential, right? Would it not be too good if I go to the study to read?" Mouth said would not be too good. The actual hand review materials, Liu is packed almost, just waiting for his wife's order, and then he obediently followed his wife. Pretending to be a good boy was getting to be a real thing for him. You're my husband, you're my family, we're both on one account book, one marriage license, and you're going to be the father of my children in the future. Isn't the two identities of mom and dad a family? Why can't you enter the study? Kang Yeo-hee spoke softly, using several examples to argue her central idea. Liu, you can go into the study. Aha! Liu followed her into the study, his eyes glued obsessively to hers. The perfect Kang Yeo-hee, even the strands of her hair are perfect, textured and flawless. It was gently and softly draped over her shoulders and around her waist, languidly, one after the other, as she walked around her delicate figure. together with Kang Yeohee's entire person. She was about to swing into Li Yu's heart. As Kang Yeohee turned around, the look in his eyes shifted quickly as he looked at his wife with innocent simplicity. Sister, where do I sit? Opposite of me. Kang Yeohee had a bit of work left to do. The desk in the study was red solid wood, very wide and thick, and it was filled with all sorts of papers, reference materials, and computer equipment. Li Yu's dark eyes were lowered, and his long eyelashes did a good job of covering his infatuated Kang Yeohee's line of sight. Obediently answered. Good. At first, Li Yu's revision was fairly routine. Time was so tight during exam week that he didn't have the thoughts to fool around with what was there. Kang Yeohee's job is no different, and with a few big projects lately, she has to personally oversee every procedure. The two men do their own thing and don't fight each other. In the past few days, Kang Yeohee would accompany Li Yu in the study room to review after work. It had gotten to the point where it was something neither of them said explicitly, tacitly agreed upon. So Li Yu, who would have reviewed in the classroom in the past, changed his reviewing strategy and walked in the direction of the school entrance after class. Go home. Stay with your wife and read a book. Li Yu. Others can't see him. Can Lu Yun still not see that something is wrong? He held his own school bag and chased out. Not right. Isn't there still time for 2 more classes? Li Yu returned. We don't have class. Right. The point is that there are no classes in our major, so you'll have 2 classes to review. How come you won't review in the original classroom? Lu Yun thought back. The original classroom doesn't have classes next either. Isn't the school bully always the best at saving time? Why is Li Yu still carrying his bag outside the school? This is completely inconsistent with Li Yu's revision style. Wrong. Very wrong. Li Yu looked at him somewhat helplessly. Aren't you forgetting something? I have a girlfriend. Lu Yun came to a realization. Oh, sorry. I'll send you an electronic version of the review questions once I've organized them. Li Yu waved his hand toward the back. Lu Yun followed his footsteps and slowly stopped. A bit puzzled, he muttered, staying by his girlfriend's side. Can you really review well? Why he stayed by Chingya's side? Just one thought. Always wanting to kiss your girlfriend on the mouth. The fragrance of his girlfriend's body completely hooked him, so how could his mind still be on the piles and piles, page after page, boring review questions? Lu Yun's expression suddenly became grim. It's hard to believe that this is not how Li Yu's love affair works. They're pure. You're just an old pervert? What's on your mind? Chenya passed by him and slowly and leisurely walked to his side, lowering her body to his face and looking at him curiously. It was rare for his girlfriend to look so cute and delicate. Lu Yun's heartbeat accelerated. He gritted his teeth, intending to try. Yeah, let's review together in the evening. There's no class anyway. Chenya was turning back, walking side by side with him on the campus path. Hearing his words, she found them quite interesting and decided to tease him. How strange. Didn't someone say that me being on the sidelines would delay his study progress? As a result, the two of them never reviewed together. Lu Yun came to the side of his girlfriend, holding her small hand, smiling cheaply. Try it. In case his concentration became the same as Li Yu's because his girlfriend was around, wouldn't he end up putting out grades that could compete with the school bully? One-on-one? Okay, then I'll grudgingly agree. Lu Yun sticks to his girlfriend. Our yeah is the best. Returning home, Li Yu saw his wife's high heels in the foyer and knew she was back. He didn't see anyone in the living room, so he should be in the study or the master bedroom. His wife is a busy person. At this hour, she is more inclined to be in the study. Li Yu walked towards the kitchen for a short while, took a step towards the direction of the study again, and sure enough, he saw Kang Yoshi's absolutely beautiful side face in the crack of the door that was not closed tightly. Coffee. He knocked softly on the door and pushed his way in at his wife's indifferent gaze. A few more moments of tenderness hid in her eyes when she saw it was him. Back so early? Aha! Li Yul has been quietly learning how to make good coffee since he officially started living in the marital home as Kang Yuhi's husband. At first, the coffee he would bring to Kang Yuhi was bought, but over time he was able to tell the quality of the coffee himself. He spent a huge amount of money to buy a coffee machine in the kitchen. Usually nothing. Li Yu will drill their own coffee machine. When they can taste their own coffee is better than outside. Li Yu know that he will be able to please his wife's heart. Kang Yeohee rested her cheeks, a faintly flirtatious smile in her eyes. What if I drink coffee now and can't sleep at night? Do something, get tired, and fall asleep. Li Yul set his revision materials on the desk opposite Kang Yeohee, his serious eyes then fixed on the topic. Kang Yeohee actually belonged to the category of throwing winks to the blind man who didn't understand love. She sighed quietly, flipped open the document. The other slender fingertips slowly covered the mouse. Li Yu, who had actually been keeping a close eye on her with his afterglow, inexplicably felt that all of her movements were astringent. Sinking his breath, Li Yu rarely crossed his legs, trying to suppress something. Her beautiful soft little hand, obviously just over the mouse. Wiley, you will have a kind of reflexes over his body as well. Let him instantly body taught. Just as he was questioning whether he could actually focus on his revision materials in the midst of his wife's invisible charms, and whether he needed to wait for his wife to fall asleep at night before he went out to the balcony to silently turn on a small light and continue reading. The quiet space, where the sound of the mouse could barely be heard, only the occasional sound of the pages of a document being turned by his wife, who, most of the time, would gather her beautiful eyes on the computer with a more serious look than his own. Li Yu was driven by his wife, and his thoughts were more engaged in the review questions. The efficiency in memorization was better than when he was alone in the classroom, library or rented house. An hour and a half later, he stretched and basically reviewed. Kan Yu, he has been standing next to Li Yul for a few minutes now. His retracted hand met his wife's softness and his face heated up quickly. Sorry, wife did not pay attention, but Fragrance soft leaning sitting on one side of him, obviously also finished the work of the appearance. Her pink delicate nail clip Li Yu's exercise book, the other hand lazily resting on the cheeks. The words are shallow. Reviewed it? No. Did his wife come to his side? He had to say that he didn't finish his review even if he had reviewed it. Things that can have sweet memories with his wife, Li Yu wants to do. Many. Kan Yo, he said sweetly, then go on. There's a reward for doing it right. Li Yu's converged brow was snickering. Yes, the wife really doesn't know what she's doing. Didn't she do some sneaky research first when she said that? He's a school teacher. Li Yu flipped a page and found a more difficult formula to verify. The tip of the pen brushed down on the white paper and began to calculate. In no time at all, his exercise book turned several pages. Kang Yeo, he had been watching him with a serious expression, also invested in this stroke-by-stroke arithmetic of Li Yu, her eyes gradually revealing a look of appreciation. Raising her eyes and touching Li Yu's really handsome face again, Kang Yeo, he felt her heart warm and hot. How did one have the luxury of being able to marry someone so well matched to one's aesthetics in the midst of the masses, and then walk this long life together? Honey, am I right? He's finished writing his formula operations. Thinking back, Kang Yu-hee took his practice paper and went to the computer, downloading the software and working on the formula. In the middle of the formula process generation, Li Yu came to her side. The process and results in this exercise book are arithmetically correct. You're smart. Kang Yo-hee had just turned around when he hugged her face to face. Kang Yo-hee's breath stuttered. Her hands actively wrapped around his neck, tilted her head, and asked knowingly, "What are you doing?" Li Yu lowered his eyes and stared hotly at her red lips. "It's time to reward me, wife." "Good. Exam week is over. Grades are basically available within 3 hours of the test. Then the counselor calls the last class meeting of the school year to talk about the grades, a little more about what you need to watch out for over the holidays, roll call, and dismissal. As long as the student is able to leave school 1 minute early at the last detention time set by the school and head for home, it is okay. The counselors are in a hurry and the subject teachers are nervous about completing the work of correcting the papers. Just kidding. Students aren't the only ones on vacation. Teachers go home too. After the class meeting, a group of students slowly walked out of the classroom. Lu Yun looked at the setting dusk and sighed long and hard, then rummaged through his book bag again and pulled out the student handbook that he hadn't looked at for 2 years since the end of the military training and after the exams. He muttered, "Can you get extra credit for getting married or not?" Li Yu on the side. "Ha?" The girlfriend who was waiting for Lu Yun to come out of the examination room. Her face exploded red. Chenye snatched the student handbook that was creased to a certain degree and had blistered in his hands. "What are you thinking in your head? One looks at the student handbook after all the grades and all the subjects are out to check the extra credit items and add a few points. Good guy, Lu Yun, to find a solution to make up for the credits he didn't take." Li Yu was carrying his school bag, one hand in his pants pocket, walking slowly and leisurely on the school road where the leaves were falling. The holidays have started and the cleaning ants are getting a little lazy. He remembers that when the school year started, there were days when he worked part-time that he had to get up very early, and he could see the ants raking leaves at 5 or 6 in the morning. Li Yu hooked a smile on his lips and took a step towards the school entrance. It's nice to be lazy. Sometimes in life you need to relax. The Cayenne is parked among the many vehicles that transport students to the high-speed train station and airport. As soon as Li Yu walked out of the gate, he immediately recognized that it was his wife's car. Taking a quick step, he immediately walked towards his wife's car. Summer vacation begins. The honeymoon begins. Chapter 28, Honeymoon. They have this train that goes straight to the airport. Kang Yu-hee chartered a private jet, and as soon as they arrived at the airport, there was a special airport staff to lead them into the VIP channel. "Mr. Jeong, please." The airport staff took a look at the key service object of today's work and immediately stepped forward. Her curious eyes glanced at the young man beside Mr. Jeong. Her eyes revealed doubt, but again, she quickly hid it. Is this the man of the sensational wedding? It looks so juvenile. After getting on the airplane, Kan Yoshi was drowsy and slowly leaned on Li Yu's shoulder. Covering her small mouth, she yawned several times in a row. Li Yu teased her, poking her delicate face with his fingertips. Wife, open your eyes and look at me? Stop it, I'm so tired. Kan Yoshi took his hand and placed it over her heart. Her small mouth was still mumbling, my head is getting sleepy. In order to be able to spend her honeymoon with Li Yu, she directly compressed a week's worth of work and did it all within a 3-day period. Kan Yoshi was fully energized before she met Li Yu, and she didn't see the appearance of exhaustion at all. With her beloved by her side, her taut nerves loosened up and she was still conscious, but her eyes were no longer open. Having security was the opening song to slumber. Li Yu's back tensed, and he really didn't mess with her anymore, feeling that his hand had completely sunk in. This time, he clearly felt the sound of his wife's heartbeat. For her honeymoon trip, Kan Yoshi sets her sights on a tourist island with a great view. As soon as they stepped off the plane, they could see the turquoise blue water, with the waves surging and sweeping over the reef, and the refreshing air. Wife booked the seaside hotel, quite luxurious. Through the wide floor-to-ceiling windows will not be far from the blue sky and sea line, mountains, as far as the eye can see, the honeymoon experience feeling completely full. Li Yu realized, after he finished his accommodation, that he hadn't seen his wife. He tensed up instantly, having just arrived on his honeymoon and lost his wife? When she woke up, her essence was extraordinarily high, and she ran off to hide very badly, while he is anxious to find her. Kan Yoshi quietly runs to wrap her small hands around Li Yu and hugs him. Scaring him, Li Yu's heart plummeted, and he sank into a sigh of relief when he saw that the owner of the soft body behind him was Kan Yoshi. Why does my sister always like to tease me? You don't like it? Li Yu looked at her deeply, directly turned around and put his upper hand around his wife's waist, lowered his head, and attacked his wife's small red mouth with a domineering and forceful kiss. There's a little bit of the demeanor from the rental house now, and Kan Yoshi is completely bowled over by him. If she hadn't heard the footsteps that were coming towards them, Kan Yoshi would have been very supportive of his bullying. She patted him on the shoulder, fuzzy words spilling out from between their tightly pressed lips. Li Yu, be honest, I don't want to be in the gossip headlines. He looked for the door number, opened the room, walked into the room, pulled his wife in, pressed behind the door, and continued to forcefully kiss. Impatient, Li Yu one hand has already unbuttoned his wife's shirt, the full softness is close to his eyes. Stop kissing, I have to go to the beach later. I don't want to be covered in red marks from your kisses. Kan Yoshi is almost soft in his arms. Li Yu didn't stop, continued, clasping the back of her head and delving deeper to take as much of his wife's breath as he could. The wife talks about it, but she doesn't resist in the least. After Li Yu didn't continue to unbutton her shirt, Kan Yoshi knew that the guy listened to his words. It's the lack of kissing, when he kisses enough. After the long kiss was over, Li Yu let go of his wife, panting. Not even a glance with Kan Yoshi to appreciate his wife's stunningly seductive slightly red cheeks at this moment. I'll ease off, he said silently, releasing his wife, and then stepping to the window seat to catch the sea breeze. That little stifled look, to John Yoshi amused shallow laughter slowly drifted in the salty seawater, and then dripped in Li Yu's ears, ruffling his fragile little heart. Li Yu, who slowed down, tied his wife's hair, and the broken hair around Zhang Yoshi's ears was organized by his skillful hands to make it a bit messy and beautiful. He tied her hair in textured lantern braids, 2 long braids, adding a youthful innocence to the mature Zhang Yoshi. Kan Yoshi stared at the mirror, the tall man standing behind her, the serious look, her eyebrows slightly arched in satisfaction. The careless look of Li Yu's movements was too much for Kan Yoshi's heart. Well, let's go out and see the sea. Li Yu gently stroked the end of his wife's hair, enjoying the tingling sensation of the hair, silky and tangled between his fingers. Kan Yoshi leapt in her heart, but being used to being calm, she nodded her head. In Li Yu's eyes, it was cute as hell. After the two had changed in their hotel room, they walked out of the hotel and stepped barefoot on the beach toward the clear waters not far away. Kan Yoshi sits quietly under the umbrella and enjoys the view of the sea. Li Yu, on the other hand, could not sit still. He took the hotel's exclusive amusement facilities, sea skis, under the instructor's professional explanation. He tried to stand on the waveboard and use the power of the waves to hold up the waves. After falling in the water the first couple times, Li Yu stifled a cough as he trudged back to shore through the ocean, holding his skateboard. It is very confidential and is one of the best in the travel industry when it comes to security facilities. Kan Yoshi doesn't worry about Li Yu's safety when he plays in the sea and hopes that he just has fun. Wearing unusual beach pants, Li Yu, dressed thin, undressing neat, lines of clear and smooth 8-pack abs, 2 of which are hidden at the mermaid line. Spring color was eaten by the beach pants a lot. Kan Yoshi lies on the bench, lazily converging her eyes, silently admiring him, muttering, Why did you become handsome with your clothes off? Honey, look at me. The innocent and sunny little handsome one smiled brightly towards her. After receiving his wife's sight, he took his skateboard and charged in towards the sea water again. Not being very skillful, Liu ate water several times. Again, because of his good brain, he mastered the balance of the skateboard in no time. Liu glided through the constantly sweeping waves, swimming with ease like a fish. Surfing him, handsome. Kan Yohee lifted her eyelids slightly, her eyes quiet as she stared at him. She 26, nearly 27 years old age. Liu should be 20 years old. She is really a little bit of an old cow eating young grass. The grass, though, is really tasty. Liu held the skateboard over, a little gasping for breath. Tired of playing. Hubby and wife are both taken care of. Both of them. Honey, do you want a drink? Kan Yohee nodded. Good. Liu could not have imagined that his backyard was about to catch fire when he had only left his wife for a few minutes. Hello beautiful, my Chinese is not very good. I hope you can give me a way to get you because I fell in love with you at first sight. Being accosted by a foreigner. Jian Yoshi indifferently returned. I have a husband. The friend froze, smacking the title. It seemed to be searching for the Chinese word in his arsenal of questions. When he found it, embarrassment was evident in his eyes. What's he like? Most people meet such a beautiful woman with a legitimate partner by her side. Curiosity, then, comes naturally. Kan Yohee returned. My husband is a gentlemanly oriental man. He nodded, knowing even if he hadn't heard it all the way through, that he should be leaving at this point in time. That's a shame. Kan Yohee smiled politely. I wish you to find moments of no regrets. Thanks. Liu had arrived long ago and waited for them to finish their chat before walking over, avoiding spoiling his wife's line with the foreign friend that her husband was a gentlemanly man. He handed her the drink and lamented. Wife has too much charm. The tone was sour, but there was no denying that Liu's extremely perfect adjectives when he heard how his wife explained his identity to outsiders totally made his heart beat faster. Not very charming and hardly appealing, is it? Liu reclined on the other seat, his eyes revealing a loving look. The first time we met, I was too unconscious to know how attractive you were. The second time we met, you were in complete darkness on a rainy muddy night, and I couldn't tell how attractive you were either. He turned around and lay on his side in the chair, his serious, deep eyes looking straight into the woman's watery eyes with devotion. I just want to say that my love for my sister is pure, clean, and flawless. Kan Yohee's heart was touched. A silhouette came towards Liu. She leaned softly into his half arms. I'm sorry, I shouldn't judge how you are from what I've seen. Are you interested in me? Liu asked uncertainly. In the sight of sex? Aha. Kan Yohee was not coaxed. There is no obstacle to see the color is not love at first sight. Whether it is love at first sight or day to day, it is their love. In line with the norms set by the law and morality. The emotions do not need to have so many rules and regulations. It must be a very romantic scene to meet. No and love each other. The two cuddled together quietly, admiring the setting sun slowly haloing the waters, scalding one orange-red mark after another. What are we playing later? Liu approached his wife. Kan Yohee pursed her lips in restraint. Wild. Ha? Liu's face was instantly red warm. Was this honeymoon getting so exciting? Just kidding. What are you thinking? I'm talking about an outdoor tour. Kan Yohee got up and headed towards the hotel's parking lot. Liu followed her. They played on the beach until it was completely dark and the nightlife was just beginning. RV touring experience around the sea to see the great mountains and rivers. There were several RVs on the road lit with sensor streetlights, and it looked like they weren't the only pair on their honeymoon, either. Liu drove the car to a shallow beach, then built a fire in a defined area, got some coals going, and then pulled their dinner for the night out of the RV's refrigerator. Self-supporting husband, self-reliant wife. Kan Yohee tries to get a big outdoor tent, outside the RV, where the two of them can then look at the stars in the sky, the scenery, and such, after they've eaten and drank. She looked at the instructions and said, keep it simple, so she gets it herself, and say, move over, disgusted at trying to help her. Liu got in her way. The haughty wife, Liu obediently gave way. As a result, Kan Yoshi's feet were unsteady and she fell directly into the tent. Well, Liu rushes forward to save her, and Kan Yoshi, who gets up, bumps into his hard chest again, and caught off guard, Liu also falls into the tent. When Kan Yohee got up, she unintentionally sat on his abdomen, his abs. Her small hands instinctively explored her husband's body, and touched it, hard and strong. Meeting Liu's puzzled gaze, Kan Yohee is embarrassed. Even though the other person is her husband, she has to apologize obediently. I'm sorry, Liu coughed. Why don't you get up first? Kan Yohee got up in a hurry and almost forgot about this after lusting for beauty. It can't be helped, her husband is just too showy. Her good astringent eyes were sore with heartache the next second at the sight of a not deep but long red mark cut into Liu's arm. Are you alright? Li Yu shook his head. Something's wrong. Ha! Kang Yeohee fussed as she helped Li Yu back to the RV. She searched for the medicine chest and immediately closed it again the moment she opened it. Her face flushed. What's wrong? Li Yu came over and wrapped his arms around her thin waist, feeling that she was distressed that she was about to drop her little pearls, so he coaxed. It doesn't really hurt very much. These small marks were not even a fraction of the injuries that Li Yu suffered in the early days of boxing. Jiang Yoshi reddened her little face and pushed Li Yu to sit on the small sofa. You sit obediently. Don't move around. You can't come over, okay? She also turned around and looked for the medicine in the medicine chest before slowly closing it. Li Yu got more than one red scratch from the tent, on his hands and on his back. However, it wasn't as bad as the nail scratches Kang Yeohee had gotten during the night. The wife blushed and looked at the red marks, obviously thinking of something else. He understands. Young people, youthful, all of them. These two dimples at the corner of my wife's mouth are so cute. Li Yu pinched her face. It's good that humans don't have tails, otherwise when licking dogs shall not be seen at once Who's being your dog licker? Narcissist. Kang Yeohee grunted. This medicine applies and the atmosphere rises, Li Yu thought, blaming his wife's fingertips for being too hot. In one swift motion he scooped her up into his arms. Yeohee didn't really want to help me apply the medicine, did she? This handful of bargains are tight to take advantage of and simply don't want to let go. Kang Yeohee avoided his hot line of sight, burying her small face that had been burning in his thick shoulders. What the heck? I obviously just wanted to help you rub the medicine. She heard something and looked up with the rest of her eyes. Li Yu opened the medicine chest, which he had long ago discovered. The night was tantalizing, and the sunroof of the caravan had been opened by him at some point. At this very moment, the stars in the sky were peeking out at them. Li Yu lightly touched his wife's pink earlobe. Kang Yeohee put her hand slightly against him. It hurts. No harm done. Just kidding. In this game called love, Li Yu is the real hunter. She was clearly tainted with the smell of medicine as well, but Li Yu said, "Sister smells so good. I'm stuck." Nonsense. Nonsense. Chapter 29, Different Thoughts. The mist that emanated from them. A dizzying, rough outline of the intertwined figures of each other. The tent outside the caravan was a busy figure in the darkness of the night. The next day, the rising sun slowly illuminated the entire island. Kang Yeohee moved her body and stretched lazily, except for the marks left on her body. Her body didn't have the discomfort that she had at the beginning when she accepted Li Yu. It seems that he secretly practiced his techniques behind his back. What a sweet lover. Kang Yeohee can't touch the block. Is it empty beside her? She slowly opened her eyes. Li Yu. The RV doesn't really have him in it yet. Sleepy-eyed and confused, she stepped out of bed, opened the door of the RV, and saw that the very cool tent was done, and that her husband was very serious about making coffee and warming up milk around the stove and working on breakfast at the exit of the tent. Kang Yeohee stared at the scene with a slightly dazed expression. Wake up. Li Yu, who heard the movement, raised his eyes. He was radiating a light sunshine. It just looked warm. Kang Yeohee took a step towards him and wrapped a brain around him. Nasty. Ha? Li Yu froze. Why did his wife say nasty to him as soon as he got up? He doesn't want his wife's nasty How to get it alone Kang Yoshi's pair of beautiful eyes were full of surprise. Isn't it obvious for me to be lazy? Look down on who? Look down on who? It's not at all what she hates on her lips. It's liking Li Yu. Super liking Li Yu. Like to just see him. Cannot help but want to paste the passionate emotion. Li Yu sighed in relief and wrapped his arms around his wife's waist. Scared me to death. I really thought you hated me. How can? Wife little one. Just so obediently nestled in his arms. Li Yu's heart is going to melt. Kang Yeohee coveted his warmth for no more than a moment, yawning as she headed in the direction of the RV, brushing her teeth and washing up. She noticed a pink toothbrush with toothpaste already squeezed on it. There was another shadow beside her. In the shadows, carefully not blocking the warm sunlight that shone on her, Li Yu turned on the faucet, adjusted the temperature, and put the warm water in a small basin. Use it to wash your face later. Good. Kang Yeohee blinked her big eyes at him, her eyes full of laughter. As she brushed her teeth, she couldn't help but think, was that the same pink toothbrush that Li Yu had used for herself back at the rental house? So cute. After washing up, Kang Yeohee trotted in the direction of Li Yu. The two ate a warm breakfast and watched the sunrise next to each other. Amazing. My first sunrise. Kang Yeohee pursed her coffee, her eyes staring into the distance. The sun was already halfway across the horizon and was still rising slowly. Kang Yeohee's words are addressed to Li Yu, and the marvelousness of the mood is shared with him. Li Yu held her somewhat cold little hand, rubbed it, put it in front of his body and exhaled hot air, and in the meantime kissed the back of his wife's fragrant and soft white hand. The corner of Kang Yoshi's mouth hooked very faintly. Why are you always taking advantage of me? Rogue. At the rental house too. He actually kissed his hand. A flicker of dismay flashed through Li Yu's eyes, and after touching his wife's eyes, he knew she was teasing him again. He looked with her at the rising sun in the distance and gave a muffled with laughter in his voice, obviously remembering what he did to his wife as well. It's a little cute to have a bargain. His wife's cheapness smelled good, was soft, and after he took advantage of it, was beautiful. The two men rode around the tent all morning. Departure yacht in the afternoon, with the sea breeze coming in. Standing on the deck, all they could see was the blue sky and the sea. Look at each other, and them, of course, blue waters, schools of fish swimming by, drifting marine life. The yacht drove past several unprotected eco-islands, dazzling with beautiful coral. More than that, it's the bikini-clad Kang Yeo-hee with her hot body walking him under the blue sea and green sky that makes Liu's heart beat faster. He narrowed his gaze, reserved, pretending. What's there to be embarrassed about looking at? Kang Yeo-hee looked right through him. Liu then glanced at it again, then quickly shifted back and asked, a little uneasily, do those ropes really hold well? Wife's skin is smooth. Smooth lines of the back of the spine behind only a few thin rope-tied fabric. Seductive and incomparable tied in her waist up and waist nest. It does not seem to be very stable, as if gently unraveled. It will fall like. You verify the verification. Kang Yeo-hee took hold of his wrist, her heated fingertips at his veins, gently circling them. Liu, you're a science student. You should know that any topic needs to be verified in order to know the result, not just by guessing. How could such words appear in my wife's nice voice? Simple and astringent and reasonable. Liu held her small hand back and clenched it tightly. Breathing long, he said, but a wife is not a title. He could no longer resist Kang Yeo-hee's charms a bit and wordlessly moved his body closer to her. Kang Yeo-hee put up her white index finger and playfully waved it in front of his eyes. No, the wife is. She looked serious. I'm a mandatory question in my husband's life. Liu didn't hold back a small laugh. Good point. Suddenly, his sight was all blue sky, incomparably vast, and white pigeons flying freely in the blue sky. Then, his eyes appeared Kang Yeo-hee's astonishing face, and the long hair that slid down from her delicate shoulders fell in strands on his body. Young he, Liu's breathing intensified noticeably. The oncoming sea breeze blew Kang Yeo-hee's hair. The simplicity in her eyes was incomparably pure, and her figure was so seductive. Liu felt his sanity searing up, burning to ashes and being carried away by the sea breeze. The sea, boundless, no other yacht. Today this area of the sea has been chartered by Kang Yeo-hee. The woman's fragrant, soft little mouth blocked his lips, and her deft little tongue roamed recklessly. At night, Liu was lying in the tent, looking at the stars. The brain is a little messy, full of his wife's figure. Finished, he is no longer that emotionally simple male college students. He adult. Kang Yoshi, who had washed up, came trotting over, and then pulled herself into his half arms, her sweet breath pouncing all over him. She said, honey, I'll be your little quilt. Liu's throat knot slowly rolled. Wife like this, who is trying to be cute to death? Kang Yeo-hee raised her head and her soft lips brushed against his parted chin. Hubby, is this little quilt of mine warm? How can a wife make such a cute sound? Liu firmly held her in his arms, and with a slight effort from the hand that was pinching her waist, he placed her completely on top of his body, lightly biting her ear and asking her, who is it trying to seduce? Kang Yeo-hee bluntly said, you. Her love for Liu has always been straightforward. Liu smothered a laugh. Smug. Kang Yeo-hee also accompanied him to laugh. She liked the appearance of Liu's triumph. That kind of pride, which man cannot be compared. Why? I get the feeling my wife likes to cling to me? Kang Yeo-hee thought particularly hard. Like the internet says, physical like. Liu nodded, feeling that his wife had a point. Taking her in his arms properly, then I'm also physically fond of my wife. This liking, astringent, will again make the couple's life especially harmonious. Kang Yeo-hee sleeps close to him, feeling the scent of his body, filled with 100% security, slowly falling asleep. Liu also noticed that Kang Yeo-hee's sleeping speed has become faster. It seems that the words of the Chinese medicine practitioner are true. He is his wife's natural herbal medicine. A whole month after they went crazy on the island. Honeymoon over, Kang Yeo-hee returns to the office and is busy. Burnt out busy. Work explodes to fill Kang's after a month without the old boss. Liu couldn't see her often enough, and the remaining month of summer vacation was getting a little boring against the sweetness of the honeymoon. He did look into some tech part-time jobs, which were fine when he was busy. Not very empty, but the part-time jobs would end. Once it was over, and his wife was still busy, Liu felt cold, empty, lonely and cold. He was too dependent on his wife. He thought, it won't work. He has to act as an independent adult. Liu scratched his hair, the smooth strands slightly messy. It's weird. What was his summer vacation life like before he got married? Can't remember. A month has passed. Isn't life boring? Luyan asked him to come out to play. Do you want to join us in a group to go to the amusement park? Liu, kids only go to the playground. The corner of Lu Yun's mouth twitched. I say, what's the point of pretending to be an adult? Next school year, we'll be in our 4th year of college, and by then, there's no chance of pretending to be a kid. Once this youth is gone, it's completely gone. Lu Yun could already kind of smell the growing grief. Li Yu's message was very destructive to the atmosphere. Also give you a whole sad. You summer vacation in the end did not review? Good lord. Lu Yun wasn't just hurt now. He was sad. I've been reading professional books for a whole month under the supervision of our pro-girlfriend Sama, and I've really had enough of it. Can you please stop talking about it? He wanted to vomit when he saw economics now, instinctively filling his mind with too many emotions he didn't like, rejecting knowledge in. Li Yu. Aha. Lu Yun. So, are you coming out to play? Li Yu. Not going. He was worried. To be in case it. Kan Yoshi busy work. One day early home. Did not see him. That mood must not be depressed. Li Yu didn't want his wife to be in a bad mood. Lu Yun. Are you worried about your girlfriend being home alone? We're in a group. You can ask your girlfriend to come out and play with you. Li Yu. She. Busy. Lu Yun searched for most of the day. Asterisk. Li Yu. You won't be picking up a working sister, right? The corner of Li Yu's mouth hooks into a smile. Aha. The other party is in the process of typing. Lu transported the entered text, deleted it, retyped it, deleted it again, typed it again, and then was left with only 2 streamlined words. Awesome. Isn't it more important for you to come out when she's busy? Staying all day in your Thai rental house with its tiny space. Isn't it depressing? Li Yu. I'll wait for her to come home. Lu Yun. So ing deep. Li Yu. The sky is the limit, but the wife is the biggest. Lu Yun. So affectionate. Apart from the word deep love, Lu Yun could no longer think of any other adjectives. If Lu Yun knew about Li Yu's dashing life of going to a private island to watch the sea and surf during the whole month of his revision, the end of the summer vacation, as soon as he returned to the school, the first thing he saw Li Yu was probably to strangle him. The doorbell, followed by the sound of the door being pushed open. Li Yul put down his cell phone and immediately walked over, thinking it was Kang Yu-hee with a smile in his eyes, which slowly tightened again when he saw that it was the home cook. Hello Mr. Lee, this is the dinner that Mr. Jiang ordered today, saying that he's too busy with work and needs to socialize, and asked me to remind you to eat properly. Good. Li Yu's face no longer had much expression on it as he sidled up to let the cook in and set one fine meal after another on the table. When the cook set up the meal and left, Li Yu was still standing in the doorway, looking, with a little bit of a pitiful look, alone. When there is no one else, Li Yu will show it. In unhappy what? A clear and shallow woman's voice, not at all in the business world, scolded the harsh kind of clouds. Sounds soft. Kan Yo-hee suddenly appeared in front of him, smiling and cocking her head at him. Li Yu was incredulous. The corner of his mouth had lifted up in an arc. Didn't he say, there's a job? On second thought, I'd better come back and have dinner with you first. Kan Yo-hee's steps carried some flutter of seeing her kissing husband. As she crossed over to Li Yu, her long hair, which flowed with the wind from the entrance, fell into the fingers of Li Yu's hand, which he couldn't help but reach out for, and it was tingly and lightly disturbed his heart. Dinner suddenly became delicious again in Li Yu's eyes. He takes big bites of food, and he also pampers his wife, whose cell phone rings every now and then, knowing that time together is not easy, and cherishing it all the more. A co-star, about to watch the fight. It's kind of the only way Kan Yu-hee can release her stress better in the midst of her heavy workload. Again, she was a little worried that Li Yu would find out and think she was a very cruel pervert who liked to see people beaten to a bloody pulp. Li Yu's cell phone vibrated as well. A boxer who was suddenly told that there was an old rivalry fight tonight. Li Yu stared at the message from the gym owner on his cell phone, debating how to explain to his wife that he was going to be gone for a while after dinner was over. Sneaking off in the middle of the night? No way. Kan Yu-hee, who was used to his embrace, would immediately wake up the moment he got up. Li Yu can't even believe that he's this attractive to Kan Yu-hee, and that's just the way it is. The 2 times she snuck away from the rental house, and after they got married, she woke up in the middle of the night when Li Yu got up to get a drink of water. With different minds, dinner was over. Li Yu pursed her lips, pinched the point of time to open the mouth. Tonight about a classmate to play. Is that Lu Yun? To go to the haunted house. You want to go? There's no difference between a boxing gym and a haunted house. It's all for the faint of heart. Kan Yo-hee arched her eyebrow. It's good to go and have fun. Young people also need to have activities other than their relationship as a couple. She asked again as Li Yu was about to go out. Is there enough money? Enough. Chapter 30, Honey, I'm your man. In the bright lights, Li Yu arrived at the underground boxing gym. As soon as you enter the arena, the fiery atmosphere bursts. Clamor fills every corner. The rising and falling heat, hanging in the overhead shaking fan blades, hidden in the corner of the air conditioning, cannot cover the atmosphere of the soaring sweaty fighters, in the swinging fists dripping on the ground, rendering a flower with blood stains one after another. Alternative opens with a golden steel cage appearing in the ring with revealingly dressed fighters inside. The rich perverts in the audience, the moment they came out, screamed and screamed, their naked gazes, fully exposed under the masks that covered them, unabashedly vented. And in the ring, it's not just the fighters, it's the prey. Liu frowned and walked into the backfield. What's the game tonight? This group of rich people? When Lai Chaoyun saw Liu, his face was all smiles. He hurriedly went up and served his ancestor with a smile. Tonight, the one who booked you for the match is the last boxer Shang Ying, accompanied by Shang Ying, still the Qian's daughter of the Qian's family, as well as the partner, is a big player. You mustn't fail to give me face again. If it's still a Thai tactic to let someone win what belongs to me, boss, your face won't be your face anymore. Liu was nonchalant. Call it not knowing the depths. Lai Chaoyun smiled, staring at Liu who brought good boxing equipment, a stream of appreciation in his eyes. Don't worry, tonight someone bets on big bets, absolutely fair and just. You want to win, that's your ability. I'm definitely not going to engage in small actions. Liu gave him an idle glance, obviously, no longer existing any level of trust in his boss's words. As for why he would still come to the competition, of course it was for the money, in order to have the seed money to use as a wrestling chip to reclaim what had belonged to his mother. At the VIP box, the woman wearing a delicate bunny mask, dressed in professional attire, sat down in the seat of honor. At the same time, someone sat down beside her, Chancy Sissy, who was wearing a halter-top hot pants that were just barely there. Mr. Jiang came in a hurry. What he looks like at work, he also looks like in private, she teased with a shallow smile. A contract lay between the two men. Undoubtedly, today's ring match is a game of cooperation between the girls. Jiang Yoshi's indifferent eyes were deceptive. Miss Qian said she saw a very good boxer here, which is why I borrowed Qian Xinjin's light and hoofed it here. I didn't even have time to change my clothes. Underneath her subliminal meaning, look how much I'm giving you face. Qian Cece laughed continuously. Mr. Jiang deserves to be Mr. Jiang, he speaks so artfully. It seems that my father really did it for my own good when he told me to learn more from you. Today's cooperation is the Qiandong in order to cultivate their own daughters, no matter how much blood money, after all, can cooperate with Zhang's, is a lot of enterprises to reach the thing. Dong Qian is exaggerating. I'm just a small businessman. Jiang Yoshi gently picked up the wine glass and slightly shook the red liquid in it. No matter how much force was applied, the red wine was still in it and not a drop was leaked at all. The VIP box was superbly situated to adjust the viewing distance to the ring and accurately capture every movement of the fighter's swings. In the past, Kang Yeo he preferred to sit in the audience, and among the group of screaming, venting their hearts with blood to vent their grievances, anger, and sheer perversity. She herself was not too perverted. Two steel cages slowly rise in the ring, and the figures of the fighters appear in the cages as piercing chants rise from the audience. Qian Cece was more pretentious. Her slender jade hand pointed to the ring, and she said in a gentlemanly manner, Mr. Jiang, you choose first. Jiang Yoshi naturally wouldn't choose Miss Qian's pet, and with a swing of her slender fingertips, she chose Lone Wolf. Qian Cece had no choice but to go with the Lone Wolf's choice of opponent, the Raw Eagle. The beauty of her converging eyes, give him another chance. Thinking of something, Qian Cece's eyes instantly sank. If he was no longer durable, she would replace him. The ring. Liu had just stepped onto the stage and bowed slightly in respect to his opponent when he saw the referee's hand swing down. Instead, his eyes lowered to see his opponent's fists galloping towards him with a lashing wind. He immediately blocked with both hands and countered. The two fists fighting each other were unusually intense. Rawhawk is still active and quick to battle. His fist came towards Liu's temple with a bone-scraping sharpness. Liu once again blocked Raw. His arm shook, and he was shaken back several steps by his opponent's force. Qian Cece on the stage immediately sat up straight, and Jiang Yoshi showed off her tone. Mr. Jiang, it seems that I'm going to beat you for once. Rich people have natural conditions for their fights. In this cooperation between Qian and Jiang, the terms in the contract, the percentage of capital manpower paid by the two companies depends on this one match. Kang Yohi remained bland, her fingertips tapping on the armrest of the seat if anything. The ring. Liu frowned tightly as he realized that this opponent was completely different from last time. Obviously, his strength became greater and his movements became more brutal, but other than that, there was again no other change at all. Not technically, not skillfully, so he, definitely, took his meds. A person's ability simply cannot be improved so rapidly in a short period of time. Therefore, one can only rely on borrowing external factors. The Raw Eagle rushed up towards the Lone Wolf with an arrow step, swinging his fists and striking frantically towards the human's most vulnerable position. Still the solar plexus, followed by the jaw, the abdomen. He attempted to beat the lone wolf to the point of not being able to fight back in the shortest possible time. The raw eagle huffed and puffed as he exerted his strength. Lone wolf grabbed his arm in the gap between his calming breaths and tried to lift him off the ground. Unfortunately, under the other party's medicinal effect, the lone wolf did not shake half a point, but was instead thrown away by the raw eagle's reverse grip on his arms and brute force. A silhouette arcs in midair, tuning up the eyes and hearts of the audience as they briefly gasp in surprise. Liu used the impact of the ring to roll over and slow down, immediately getting up and backing away, sidestepping his figure to avoid his opponent's oncoming, whistling fists. At that moment, VIP's Kang Yeo-hee sat upright with her body facing forward and slightly furrowed her eyebrows. Jian Cece proudly raised her small chin. Mr. Jiang, the choice is not very correct. Lone wolf, he's going to let you down. Kang Yeo-hee slowly took shape and leaned back into the middle of the plush seat again. Isn't it still a fight? She tilted her head and smiled with depth towards Chansey. The race has just begun. Don't rush. Obviously, having seen so many boxing matches, she naturally saw that Rawhide's punches had no skill other than strength. And strength, in the ring, was the easiest thing to dissipate millimeters. The reason why the Raw Eagle wanted a quick fight, more than likely, was that he couldn't store that much strength himself, which meant that his strength would disappear significantly with the passage of time. Boxing with the help of external forces is a despicable tactic that Kang Yoshi despises the most. Hopefully, Lone Wolf, the young junior competitor, could hold out until after his opponent's strength from the drug surge wore off, at which point he would be the undisputed winner. The ring. Rawhawk saw his opponent being pushed back by himself, a nasty grin hanging at the corner of his mouth, and even had time to send flying kisses towards the little rich girl, his gold master. At the VIP's location, the knot in Liu's throat rolled as he swallowed the blood that spilled out of his mouth. No wonder the owner swore that he would never interfere in this ring match. It's entirely because the fighters themselves have undergone a qualitative change. Rawhawk charged at Lone Wolf again, and he found that Lone Wolf was no longer on the defensive, and the two wrestled, as the Raw Eagle intended. His eyes were red, his face had appeared to rise purple, and he had the momentum to end Lone Wolf with this move, ferociously trying to twist off his arms, to see how Lone Wolf, this time, could block. Lone Wolf kicked him in the stomach at close range with all his strength. Noticed by the Rawhawk, he clutched one of the Lone Wolf's feet and made a brutal spin before swinging it out of the way with the entire audience in the spotlight. Wah dash! The Lone Wolf who thought he was dead. With skill, Liu stepped on the soft pillar in the corner of the ring, and with the help of the rebound leaped towards the center point of the Raw Eagle, and swung at the Raw Eagle's solar plexus and jaw with an absolutely standard uppercut. The Raw Eagle would be able to make this kind of sinister move, and naturally he would as well. Feeling that he was going to win, Ikotaka used his last strength to try to cheer, only to be knocked down by his opponent's punch, and the whole person was even more blurred, unable to see clearly, and collapsed heavily on the ground. On a normal day, he would have been able to stand up before the countdown of reading seconds, but this time was different. Because of the drug's effect, once the time was up, he wouldn't have a single point of strength left in his fingers. Lone Wolf wins. Hearing the referee's final pronouncement of the victor's figure, Rawhawk's blurred vision caught sight of Lone Wolf's hand being raised high in the air. He really didn't have much strength left and closed his eyes in mourning. It's over. Appeared at the betting office as the gold owner who organized the tournament. A silhouette, wearing Liu's familiar mask, with an indifferent face, calm and unparalleled, looked at the people under her hand and the staff of the boxing gym, dividing the money. A look of joy appeared in his eyes. His wife was actually there. This frame, his wife was still very discerning betting on him. This pile of bills after pile of bills went into Kang Yuhi's suitcase. Jian Cece was naturally unwilling to take a loss. She was red-eyed as hell, but willing to gamble. It's not like she can have any objections to Kang Yushi taking the money and the great concessions for Kang on the contract. After sinking a deep breath, Jian Cece resumed the rich man's broad-mindedness. With a crisp laugh, she proposed, Lone Wolf won my man. As a lottery, Mr. John, you have to let me have him for one night. John Yoshi's cold eyes glanced at the Lone Wolf and then placed her eyes on Jian Cece's body. Her tone casual. It's not like he has anything to do with me, so how am I going to give it to you? Liu on stage is anxious. Wife, we have a relationship. Jian Cece's eyes lit up. Since Mr. Jiang said this, it also means that he won't care about my idol business. Kang Yuhi stopped paying attention. As Liu hurried out of the ring as the victor and walked backstage to try and find his wife's figure, he was stopped by a group of bodyguards. You guys, what are doing? Liu's entire body was now aching from having resisted several of Raw Eagle's punches raw. With this group of professional, most likely special forces retired bodyguards, he wasn't really sure he could stop them. The owner's handlers were perfectly capable of stopping it, but he treated it as invisible. No one wants to offend the VIP for a fighter. Mr. Lone Wolf, our young lady has an invitation. I hope you won't do nothing to resist. The head bodyguard was quite polite, but in actuality, when his words came out, the people behind him came towards Liu in unison, and escorted Liu in a raw manner. He was escorted to Qian Cici, and the line of people crossed over to Kang Yoshi, who was about to walk out of the boxing gym. The two look at each other. The lone wolf's eyes, so much like her husband's, were narrow, and the emotions in them were deep, inky and tumbling. His figure was broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, powerfully lean, with distinctly muscular contours under his breath. Close up. When crossing, Kang Yu he could even see his waist. That is, pinched red by his own manicure, because Li Yu in bed disobedient. Let him light. He is not light at all. Jiang Yushi cannot help but pinch the bruises. A long time, there are still faint traces of Kang Yeo. He reacted. Just as Li Yu was thrown into the VIP lounge by the bodyguards, a silhouette broke through the door, and no one dared to do anything to stop this status. Kong, Mr. Kong? Chen Cici hadn't even had a chance to flirt, or even take off the lone wolf's mouth band, to appreciate what a real lone wolf looked like, when she was confused by Jiang Yoshi's sudden move. Mr. Jiang, what does this mean? Chen Cici, don't quite understand it. Chen Cici's face obviously stunk up, but because it was Jiang Yoshi on the opposite side, she wasn't too good to snap. I thought about it, and since I'm the one who chose the person, I'm the one who owns the qualifications for the first prize. Kang Yohi's undulating eyes looked over. Chansey tightened her inner lip and her eyes flickered. Why don't we respect the fighter's opinions? She just don't believe it. The lone wolf for the flowers of the high ridge of the total ginger. Icy cold look. Look at the play is also not her flowers. We'll choose. The lone wolf suddenly took a step and walked in front of Kang Yoshi. This scene exasperated Qian Cici to no end. She was biting her teeth into her stomach. That's really a blessing for Mr. Jiang. A lover is a lover. Kang Yohi smiled slightly, purely politely. Thank you Ms. Qian for your blessing. She helped the man out and whispered, the wound on your body, does it hurt? Li Yu met his wife's heartbroken eyes. His almond eyes were wet and already slightly red. He shook his head. Who dares to block the way when you have your wife backing you up? Even those few bodyguards who were fierce and vicious in the last second, at this moment respectfully made a path for the Jiang Zhaobao. Jiang Zaibatsu was very successful in both his endeavors. Qian Cici really did have a bit of envious eyes as she looked at their backs and lamented without fail. Chen Mo, who had arrived at the VIP long ago, eventually asked tentatively when only the two of them were left on the sidelines. Their destiny. Did you get it? Chansey nodded thoughtfully. Get it. Chen Mo tried to breathe a sigh of relief. Chansey let out another long sigh, in a very sad tone. Eat can't. What she said out loud was the truth. Kang Zaibatsu was successful both as a person and as a businessman. And look at her. Greedy, but not competitive. Chen Mo. The gym's underground parking lot. Inside the Cayenne. The atmosphere seemed a little subdued because no one was talking. Li Yu sat on the sidelines. His afterglow peeked at his wife. Her eyelashes were so long that they completely covered her emotions. He couldn't see what kind of expression Kang Yeo he had at this moment. It can't be happy to be so silent. After a full half hour had passed, Chen Cici's car all but left the scene with a few teasing flashes of light at Kang Yoshi's car. Kang Yuhi finally spoke up. She looked incredulously at Li Yu and coldly said, you actually went to boxing? The second sentence is, how can you be a lone wolf? Along with this one, she had watched Lone Wolf fight a total of 2 times, and remembered vividly how the punching strokes came with finesse, hard and fast, how it could be her obviously well-behaved and incredibly male older husband. She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and look at him with admiration in her eyes. Her husband was too good. How could he be so good? So good that she was getting more and more in love, simply on the verge of going too soft under the gaze of his eyes. Li Yu opened her mouth to try and explain one of her little questions after another. It's a long story. I'll keep it short. Kang Yeo he covered his mouth with her small hand. Don't you talk. I don't want to hear you right now. Li Yu was anxious. He didn't mean to lie about going to a haunted house tonight, nor did he intend to hide his multiple small identities. How could his wife be so disheartened that she didn't want to listen to him? Don't. Kang Yeo he came over and wrapped her arms around his neck, looking at him with lustful eyes. Say, I just want to kiss you on the mouth. Chapter 31, Don't smile at her. She can't take it. Li Yu was kissed so hard by his wife that his face and neck were covered with lipstick marks. And naturally, it was his lips that were ravaged the most by his wife's little mouth. Sister, the charming beauty of his wife, so that he could not help but want to embrace his wife's waist, but was poorly detected by his wife. She pushed away her hand, meaning no. Only Li Yu could accept her destruction. He could not respond in any way. Kang Yeo he would look at him with that dainty, soft, and a little fierce look. No way, oh little liar. Li Yu stopped all his behavior. His expression astringent and well-behaved, mounted, extremely good at bullying in the eyes of Kang Yoshi. She couldn't hide her winks as she tried to bully him, but she got herself all hot, and her long, white legs couldn't stop merging, and slowly merging tighter. After his wife had kissed him enough to get comfortable, he leaned back against the backrest of the back seat and gave a little wave of his hand. Go ahead. From the wife's crusade. What the hell is going on here? She looked at him askance, her eyes glistening with water. Liu was still a treasure, and even if she owned Liu the man, his heart, there would always be parts of his story she hadn't heard. Looks like there are some interesting days ahead. Liu honestly said both. The year of my junior year, my mother left. Kang Yeo he didn't expect the topic to start off so heavy, and the moment he mentioned the role of a mother, Kang Yeo he sat up straight and looked at Liu with all the seriousness and heartache between her eyebrows. My father walked in the door with his mistress and his son, and at the time I didn't even understand what it meant to have cheated on him long ago. It just didn't seem right. Why he had a family of 3 and was happy while my mother's body was still cold. Kang Yeo his eyes slowly reddened as she clenched her inner lips, trying to steady herself and quietly listen to Liu's life story. I went to the best high school in the city, but my stepmother said that boys didn't need to read that much, that my stepbrother would inherit the Lee family business, and that all I had to do was be a rich little dude. She said my father stopped my card and didn't give me the tuition I deserved. Liu's eyes got calmer and calmer as she spoke. Sometimes women's mouths are really strong. My father really just left me alone and didn't give me a penny. I earned my tuition by working part-time at a small restaurant during winter and summer vacations, and as for living expenses, I would work part-time at the school cafeteria, and I was able to get 2 meals a day for free, Chinese food and dinner. Now he made a habit of skipping breakfast. It was only after Kang Yu he broke into his quiet as dead water life that the 3 meals slowly returned to normal. But it wasn't enough. Living on such a tight budget, the money still wasn't enough, especially during winter break, a short vacation that didn't allow me to make much at all from my inexpensive part-time job, and I risked dropping out of school, and it was at that point that I saw the flyer for the gym's recruitment of fighters. Jian Yoshi held his hand, carefully stroked under. You can feel the calluses on his hands, one by one, are the pain he once suffered. It was a cold, rainy night, and I took the flyer, already creased and wet to the bone, and followed the instructions on it, and walked over to the underground gym and said to the staff, I want to sign up. Liu sank a long breath. At that time he was only in his teens, his body was not hammered, skinny, and step by step he was beaten to become a lone wolf. He assumed he'd be alone for the rest of his life, walking down dark, cold alleys and watching the lights of 10,000 homes before he took the name. I didn't expect to meet Kang Yuhi in the sad journey of life. After I got into college it was much easier. There weren't so many and so dense classes, and I became much more available part-time. Tuition and living expenses could be obtained on the side, but I was 20 years old. Liu's sight was tinted with darkness. Before it was that he was young and unintelligent, and he wouldn't completely fight back when he encountered bullies. But now it's different. He's not just boxing for tuition and living expenses anymore. Kang Yeo he forgave him on the basis that he was so good and said everything to himself. The delicate fingertips slowly burrowed into his large hand and firmly interlocked with his fingers. Liu's reddened eyes stared at her, curving after his wife indicated that she wouldn't have any change of emotion towards him. In fact, no matter what kind of emotions Jian Yoshi appears, he accepts it. He did not intentionally forget to confess to his wife that he is a boxer this matter. It is really that he has too many identities. Librarian, cafeteria uncle, restaurant miscellaneous, late-night courier sorting boy, takeaway clerk. He does not know where to start. Kang Yohi reached out and pinched his face. Can you stop smiling at me like that? I can't take it anymore. I'm your wife. Even his wife would have to lose under such charm as Liu's. How is it that her husband is so handsome? It's really, like, convincing. Liu sidled up to her and kissed her small hand lightly. Going off the deep end? If the wife goes off the deep end, she should be forgiving him for his little deception. Kang Yoi's clear eyes filled. It's okay to go for the kidneys. Since learning that he's a lone wolf, Kang Yoi's love for him has simply gone up a notable level. Straight to the point, to be or not to be? Liu's heart tightened with the hot kiss that fell. Well, Kang Yoi's breathing was messed up under his touch, but she was still hung over. Liu thought she was afraid of being discovered by others and was about to respond obediently. Instead, she said, there are clearly still injuries on the body. Kang Yohi lifted her eyes with a blush at the end of them, her sincere eyes, seductive and seductive. I'm so sorry, husband. Turns out his wife was concerned about him. Liu's entire heart went completely numb in that moment. How was his wife so nice? Always thinking of him. Her gentle tone warmed his heart. Liu said softly, wife, why is your heart so soft? Kang Yoshi's body trembled, completely fell in his arms, opened her small mouth, gasping for hot air, unable to speak a sentence into a sentence. Liu. The man's dark eyes were filled with fondness for his wife. Body too, so soft. Happiness always seems a little short-lived. and the sweet vacation was soon over. Liu returned to campus as a senior for the start of the school year. Lesson 1. Career Guidance. Before the class has received, the professional class teacher in the class group sent the message that all students need to prepare professional attire. She is going to teach the first lesson of the college students to enter the society. Interview dress. Students who value this course and know its importance prepare their interview gowns early. Others cope up with this class and east their buddies. As soon as the course begins, it's not uncommon to see a dark crowd of young adults in suits in the big classroom on the steps. At the podium, the instructor's book and PPT were combined to teach the content of this course. In terms of dress, what about the best on your body? No more than 3 colors. The teacher focused on. It's best not to have more than 3, so that it makes you look more coordinated as a whole and accentuates your essence even more. The teacher wanted one of the students to come up and show what qualified to wear. Seeing the seats black and numb, except for black is white. It is really the old-fashioned impression of the suit world. It was hard to see a bright apricot suit with a paling shirt and a half-buttoned green fruit collar waist. So, Duan Shuejing invited. Can this student come up to the podium for a moment and show the class the right way to dress and give a glimpse of what's going on? The 4th boy in the 5th row of the center seat, below the podium, the students stirred minutely, and in the midst of counting, their eyes finally focused on Liu's. Liu teacher is so discerning. Liu is the dark horse prince of our specialty. Before Liu could do anything, Lu Yun immediately got up and gave him a seat. Please, my honorable classmate Lord Li Elm, has Lu Yun been watching any unnutritious dramas lately? Liu walked up to the stage in the gaze of the entire class of the staircase classroom. Pure lessons, how boring, but lessons where students do presentations, that's much more interesting. A lot of students' heads, which were lowered, were raised. Duan Shuejing carefully observed Liu's clothes, explaining what he was wearing. This student used the green fruit collar wear on his clothes, adding a sense of detail, layering, not so stuffy, and at a glance, he stood out in the crowd. That's very true. He even thought about the matching color of the tie. The students at the bottom have said, the young master of the Li family, surely always participate in what banquets the Chamber of Commerce will wear is not very normal. What is so amazing? But there's no way. Once you compare what he's wearing, with his slatternly stance, you can see how weak the elementary school chicken wear is on us. It's just weak alright. Teacher Duan smiled at him. How did this student think of matching like this? Up close, Liu is tall and thin, with a well-defined side face, clean and refreshingly handsome, with little other scent on him, plus his svelte white-collar clothes really add up. Random ride. His voice was flat. Doesn't seem to have a very keen urge to share. Mr. Duan nodded his head and clicked on the next page of the PPT. Okay, thank you very much for this student's presentation. We next. Liu still walked off the stage in the view of all the students. Her wife who helped him choose and dress him dress by dress. How does that make him share? Can't share at all. It's too powerful. Waiting for Liu to walk to his seat and just sit down. Lu Yun still had the nerve to laugh at Liu. Mannequin. Lil Elm gave him a look, his suit buttons falling apart, and commented, you're the one who actually has a bit of a claim to fame. Yes? Lu Yun thought that he was praised by someone who was even recognized by his teacher. He was still a little proud for a moment, and he couldn't help but want to share it with his girlfriend when he took his phone. In class, Chunyaya is sitting with her own roommate in the dormitory. She feels that having love should be accompanied by friendship. Two people in love, even if they are in the same major, there is no need to sit in the same row. Besides, Lu Yun also had his own friends. It would be good for them to cultivate their relationship in their free time after class. Liu laughed, ruthlessly telling the truth. You got the lady's suit, didn't you? Lu Yun's input method gave a beat. Ha! He moved with a real twinge. No wonder I said it was a bit cramped. Liu's tone of admiration. Seriously, you've got some skills on you for getting a lady's suit in such a large size. What? I just scrounged it on the internet. Lu Yun guessed that after graduation, he would go out for a few years and then go home to inherit a chain of restaurants. He didn't even need to pay attention to what to wear in order to make the interviewer's eyes shine. He was the only son of his family, and the assets he possessed in his hands were, for S sake, gravitas. It's possible that customer service and merchants have also had doubts the moment you took the picture, Liu said to him very seriously. Lu Yun lowered his head, suddenly feeling awkward, as if not only Liu had found out, but many people had found out. Finding out that he was actually wearing a lady's suit, a meter 8 or so lady's suit, was also bullishly bad. After class, Lu Yun sneaked a furtive look and went to Chenyaya's front and asked her to help see if what he was wearing was a lady's suit. Seems like yeah, the waist design is very narrow. Chenyaya gave a reply under careful scrutiny. Lu Yun was really convinced of himself, and just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the buttons of his suit fell apart. It splashed against the bars of the window with a very clear thump dash of bad. The few people still in the classroom tried very hard to steady the corners of their upturned mouths. Lu Yun slapped his head. Bad. It can't be returned. He picked up the buttons, looked at the broken buttons in his hand, and discussed with his girlfriend. Yeah, it's kind of a waste to keep them. Why don't you wear them? Shenyaya raised her hand, not in agreement, but in refusal. I'm not going to wear your clothes. Don't mind me. I'm your boyfriend. Neither can a boyfriend. I have my own aesthetic. What the hell? Is my aesthetic ugly? Ugly. They walked out of the school building, one after another. Job fairs have been unfolding in every classroom dedicated to the school. Job fair grounds, and booth-type job fair plaza. In front of the company's profile board were crowds of college students with resumes. The sun was hot overhead. It's a hot, dry day. There are lots of people at job fairs, and the college student's disposition has been lost in round after round of interviews. The cell phone in Liu's pocket vibrated, and he walked to the shade of a large tree, where the phone's non-reflective page allowed him to see the message better. Is class over? And I don't know what my man's doing? It's a message from the wife, plus emoticons. Liu was cold, with little emotion on his face, his slender fingers sliding the cell phone keyboard, replying to his wife's message. Classes are over and I'm at the job fair. The second message also added very cute emojis. Missing wife, /cute dog /. A light smile slowly emerged at the corners of Kang Yeohee's mouth, and her dull mood seemed to have dispersed quite a bit. Don't we see each other every day? Liu chooses an emoticon to reply to his wife, and a new message from her comes back. Then show me your abs, not the belly blah, /crazy seduction. Justified. Liu understood as soon as he saw it, and he coughed twice, curled his mouth, then realized he couldn't press it a bit at all. Leaning against the trunk of a tree, Liu was, frankly, cool. Lu Yun's resume in his hand was almost used up, and he was thinking of going to the library to print it, when he saw Liu. What's the point of playing it cool? He just spat. Liu was then accosted. Hello, this senior. Can I exchange contact information with you? The cute girl in the light blue JK dress was cautiously expectant. He lifted his hand, the ring on his ring finger, glinting with the sun's rays that filtered through the cracks in the leaves. A natural sense of manhood. The schoolgirl was shocked. She had only seen the paper version of the senior's resume in her hand. She didn't realize that the senior was married before he even graduated. No, I'm sorry. After saying sorry, the schoolgirl ran away with an embarrassed red face. It was such a humiliating day, and she'd hit on a man's husband. And if her little sister found out, it would be the laughingstock of a lifetime. God, someone please save her. Liu's eyes were wistful. His wife would look great in this dress. Not far away, Lu Yun, almost graduated, still has the clarity of a college student in his eyes, muttering under his breath. This guy, when did he prefer to wear a ring? Chapter 32, Take him home to meet her parents. Currently, Kang Yeohee is in a helicopter above an ocean, and she's trying to retrieve the ashes that her second uncle stole from her mom, dad, and grandfather. She's going to cross the ocean, bring her loved ones home. Liu's message reply calmed her bloodlust. The wind brought up by the helicopter's propellers swept layer after layer of dust and grassy branches from the ground as it slowly descended and came to rest in the clearing. Missy, the person has been found. When Jian Yoshi got off the plane, she stood in front of a group of blackened bodyguards, the leader of which placed his hands in front of his body and bowed respectfully towards her. She gave a light. Aha! A city, cluttered streets, suddenly well-trained crowds of people surrounded by groups of people, hiding in the east. Uncle, what are you guys doing? Zhang Lufeng basically guessed the moment he saw that they were all Chinese faces. The crowd of bodyguards made way, and the person who slowly appeared in front of them. Sure enough, his eyes widened. Kang Yeohee, how did you find me? It's driven him to hiding abroad, so why is he still available? He had obviously been as dirty as a rat. Hiding, why was he still being found? Why couldn't he be given a way out? The huge debt had driven his entire being insane. From the high and mighty shareholder of the Kong family, to the downtrodden, fearful days when he was afraid to see the sunlight. He really had had enough, so why didn't he pay him as much as he would have liked and chose to find him instead? As if she were a demon, Kang Yeohee walked up to him with no waves in her eyes. Second uncle, it's been a long time. Zhang Liufeng's heart was weak, but at the same time, it was more of a fear. Good niece, pushing people too far is not the rules of the Zhang family. Leave uncle a way out. Kang Yoshi's expression was flat. Take their ashes and return them to me. Despicable. Stealing the ashes of Kang Yui's parents and grandfather while the family is in turmoil. Uncle too did this for no other reason than he wanted money. Jiang Lufeng clearly felt his goosebumps at first. Jiang Yoshi really came because of this matter. But the money he wanted, why Jiang Yoshi did not even give him. How could he give her the ashes of his elder brother and sister-in-law and father? Just because she's the real heir to the Kang family? But why was it her? A little girl who could own such a huge family business as Kang's. Jiang Lufeng is not willing and not willing to. Why should I give it to you? They are my relatives too. It's normal for me to take them away and make offerings. Zhang Lufeng gritted his teeth. You're really good. Zhang Yoshi, the whole family has been torn down by you. You're satisfied now. There won't be anyone to compete with you for the inheritance. Kan Yohi tensed her face grimly. If she could, she would just want to be a daughter under her mom and dad's wings, living a normal life of convention, marriage and children, where her children would call her mom and dad grandparents and grandpa and grandpa and grandpa, and they would be 4 generations old. Now what? It's all ruined. It's all ruined. Often, it's the knives stabbed by loved ones that hurt the most. Zhang Yoshi said in a cold voice. Who exactly the family was torn down by? Who understands in their heart? Second uncle. I'll address you as second uncle one last time. I said, give me back their ashes. You can still live. No one can threaten Kang Yuhi. Loved ones, too. Your wife, and little wife. Did you see today? Zhang Lufeng frowned tightly. What have you done with them? Zhang Yoshi was clearly smiling, but there was no laughter at all under her eyes. Zhang Lufeng, return my family's ashes to me. It's not a matter of 3 times, and the words won't be said 3 times again, or else I'll likewise give you 2 fresh, just burned ashes. Zhang Lufeng's tone was sharp. What about returning your big brother's ashes to you? Are you willing to let me go? Kan Yohi sank her breath. I don't have any hatred towards you at all. It's you yourself who are increasing my hatred for no reason. Zhang Lufeng's face was full of grief and anger. After hearing this sentence from his niece, he was stunned for a second and laughed crazily. Zhang Yoshi, you treat me like a child. Your second uncle, I've eaten more salt than you've ever eaten. You're teasing me? How much turmoil the public money he had misappropriated had caused in Kang's stock, and if Big Brother was still alive and he found out, he would have been reprimanded by the family rules and knelt in the shrine again. Even if he was a playboy, his big brother would help him pay off his debt. There's no way around it. Kinship is the bloodline that can't be cut. But he doesn't have a big brother anymore. Zhang Yoshi, such a little girl, can be much more ruthless than his big brother. Not only 1 point does not give, but also forced him to leave the country. Kan Yohi didn't allow him to think about it and clapped her hands. On the roof of the 20-story height building, 2 women tied by ropes appeared instantly. It was too high for their cries to be heard downstairs, and the tears on their faces could not be seen. Zhang Lufeng followed Zhang Yoshi's line of sight and his entire heart lifted. Wife, it's his wife. I'll give you the ashes. You don't let them get hurt. Zhang Lufeng's expression froze as his mind completely collapsed. Kan Yohi made a look towards the bodyguard at the side. Zhang Lufeng breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that above the floor, the rope was pulled back by the man controlling the head end, and his 2 wives went down to the top floor, on the way to pick up the ashes. The atmosphere was very heavy. I didn't expect third brother to be so ruthless as to design the death of big brother and sister-in-law, as well as you. As Zhang Lufeng spoke, he surveyed the little girl's complexion, but couldn't see any sign of emotion on her face. Anger, rage, sadness, neither. It's like an emotionless robot. Zhang Lufeng gradually hunched his back. He knew that he was completely finished. Playing the affection card was simply useless. If only Big Brother was around. Big Brother would never leave him in the lurch. And even if he was more of a dandy, Big Brother would still wrap it up for him. To be honest, I was surprised when I heard that my big brother and sister-in-law's accident was man-made. I was even more shocked upon realizing that the person who started it was third brother. Zhang Lufeng spoke from the heart. I quite hate third brother. Their large Jiang family clan had always been united. How could they have become like this? Obviously a very honest third brother. How could he do something as cruel as maiming his hands and feet? Money turns people into this. He clearly knows it too. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Lufeng talked to himself and Zhang Yoshi didn't say another word. It wasn't until she met her parents' and grandfather's ashes at the cemetery that the expressionlessness of her face loosened for a moment. I used the last of my money to rent this place. I didn't let my big brother and sister-in-law and my father suffer. Zhang Lufeng was now completely different from the dashing 1 year ago. He was as vicissitudinous as if he had aged 10 more years. Kan Yohi carefully put her parents' and grandfather's ashes into the box prepared in advance and put them away properly. As she turned to leave, she looked at the cemetery with its superb scenery and birdsong. Knowing that foreign cemeteries were extremely expensive, pay off your debt well, at least there's a possibility of rising again. After leaving this sentence, she left. Zhang Lufeng froze on the spot. A second young master who was spoiled by his family as a child, and only finally grew up after being reminded by his juniors. Afternoon, Liu walked out of the entrance of the school, waiting for the pancakes and fruits, saw a familiar car, turned his head and the owner added an extra pancake. After the owner finished the pancakes, Liu carried the special bag for food and walked to the car's window, tapping with his slender fingers. As the car window slowly slid down, Zhang Yoshi, a stunningly beautiful face, appeared in front of him. Your Honor, wifey, are you here to pick me up? Kan Yohee nodded and cocked her head when she saw what he was holding again. Eat too? Liu got in the car and handed one to his wife. Have one. Do I have that big of an appetite? Thank you. Kan Yohee bowed her head and ate sullenly. Also perceived her young husband, suited and boisterous, childishly adult-looking. Kan Yohee stared at him carefully, ready to apply for the job. Are you? Liu loosened his tie and nodded. Ever thought about what you're going to do in the future? Liu looked through the rising bulkhead into the vain distance. I want to have some success. Kan Yohee held his hand. I believe in my husband and will be able to fulfill his ambitions. Husbands and wives work together. Handsome? Li Yul asked suddenly, not looking in Kan Yohee's direction, but with obvious anticipation in his eyes. Kan Yohee moved closer to him. Handsome. Like what? S. Her words were clear. Liu burst into laughter and complimented. Wife is very discerning and actually guessed completely right. With his wife, he was Sven's scum in bed. Kan Yohee wasn't able to finish it. Li Yul added almost every little ingredient she could from the stall, so if she was able to finish it, it was pretty impressive. Liu was wrapping up. In that case, Kan Yohee surveyed his eyes. Kinda serious look. Won't the abs disappear? Liu eats quite a lot. Ahem. Liu turned his head toward the open car window and coughed. Suddenly it occurred to him that he hadn't replied to his wife's message in the morning, and he couldn't stop his ears from burning. Not so much. Liu converged her eyes. Usually have exercise. That's good. Liu listened and while wiping his wife's small mouth, he asked curiously, is this important to you? Kan Yohee nodded. It's important. Your abs. And don't belly. When Liu heard it, his eyes widened, afraid that other people passing by would hear it, and he really wanted to cover his wife's unbridled, and soft and sweet-smelling little mouth. Stopping just in time with a playful look, Kan Yohee continued, it's all important to me. Liu silently breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the wife has tightened up. The car drove off gently after they finished their pancakes and nuts. This driver from a rich family. This eyesight is different. Even if the partition exists and can't be seen, he's different. When to drive, when to stop, all in a relaxed manner. Liu looked out the window. Unlike the previous way home, it was an increasingly unfamiliar street scene. He wondered, this is not the way home? Kan Yohee muttered, it's the way home. Liu could probably understand. This home, from the home where Kan Yohee grew up. He slowly clutched his wife's small hand and held it steadily in his hand. Sideways, he rubbed his wife's face. We'll go home together. Kan Yohee slowly leaned on Li Yul's shoulder and slowly closed her eyes. She was kinda tired after a busy day. Even if she was a little tired, she would only really feel that she was tired when Liu appeared in front of her. A deep sleepiness lulled her into a light sleep as soon as she closed her eyes. Soon, the Jiang family mansion. It's here. The servants remained and the house was cleaned. No more of the usual noisy, raggedy relatives. For the laborers, there is no employer's supervision in the usual work. Still high salary, and can appreciate the luxury mansion. Not to mention how good it is. Kan Yohee opened her eyes the moment the car stopped, unusually awake. It also met Liu's handsome face that came extremely close towards her. Liu backed up awkwardly and was getting up, sitting that much straighter. I want to gently take you. Kan Yohee's words followed closely. Kiss wake up? Liu. Shake awake. The two men spoke in unison. Liu hastily waved his hands. No, I didn't mean that. At Kang's house, he was prepared to play nice. Kan Yohee saw through him, a shallow smile hanging on her lips. Shake me. Need to lean so close. Husband's hand. She playfully scowled. It's obviously quite long. Wife stopped talking. Liu was so anxious that he got out of the car first. The man took a long-legged step to the other side of the car door where his wife was. One hand held the door open and the other protected her little head as she got out of the car against the junction of the door and the roof. Kan Yohee got out of the car. Everywhere you go. The servants stopped their hand movements in unison and bowed towards her. Oni Ai-chan. Hello Missy. Kan Yohee nodded her head in an unsurprising manner, clearly accustomed to such scenes. Hello auntie. But Liu was different. He had hardly ever encountered such a scene, and followed his wife's example and nodded his head as well. The whole person was permeated with awkwardness and embarrassment. They came to the shrine. Kan Yohee takes Liu to meet her relatives. Put incense on grandpa and mom and dad. Good. Liu lit the incense, held it up, and offered it. Good day, grandpa. He continued with the incense. Hi dad. Hi mom. I'm Liu. Jiang Yoshi explicitly married. Liu thought about introducing himself as he formally met his wife's family for the first time. He was dumbfounded by his own stupidity, and clumsily rephrased. Kan Yohee and I are ripped off, legally and rightfully married. Liu turned his head, expecting his wife to laugh at him. Kan Yohee dropped her tears. Her eyes were red and she didn't say a word. After Li Yu put on the incense, he went to his wife's front and slowly wiped her tears. Honey, we're going to start being happy. Kang Yo-hee huffed, paused for emotion, and nodded. Stepping forward, he also offered incense. Grandpa, would it be wrong for me to do that? She sent Uncle Sam's family to prison and drove Uncle Sam's family to the point where they were afraid to return to their home country. Kang Yo-hee doesn't reflect on herself too much, and as she offers incense to her parents, she thinks again that if money hadn't lured her relatives down the path of killing their own, she'd have a family reunion right now, and Grandpa and her parents would be having a reunion dinner with her, and with her new aunt. Mom and Dad, I didn't do anything wrong. As long as the incense burns recklessly, it proves that the parents don't have a problem with the cruelty with which they treat their vicious relatives. Incense was served and they headed in the direction of the main hall, strolling down the pathway speckled with sunlight shining through the plants of the green landscape. Li Yel notices Kang Yo-hee's small sob. Wife. Kang Yo-hee crashed into his arms. Ha, don't cry wife. Li Yu holds her small face, lowers his head, slowly, kissing away the tears that are about to overflow at the end of her eyes, coaxing in a warm voice. Your tears scalded my heart. Kang Yo-hee raised her eyes and looked at him with watery eyes. Is it cooked? Ripe. Chapter 33, If Happiness is a Gift. At the Ginger House, eat the meal made by the chef of the Jiang family. Jiang Yoshi specially ordered home cooking, green pepper shrimp slip, cabbage stewed tofu puffs, fried chicken with fungus, garlic ribs, colorful and fragrant. The servants stood in unison, their curious afterimages surveying their new aunt. This is the first time I have seen the new aunt come to the Jiang residence. The age looks very young. The appearance is quite handsome. The head is also quite tall. Li Yu was more restrained, and was still a little uncomfortable taking direct stares from others outside of any pretense. Kang Yo-hee wiped her mouth slowly and commanded, all of you go down. The servant nodded and withdrew. Li Yu's squirming finally got that much less. Thanks wife. It wasn't the same as being watched in the ring, where he at least wore a bit of cover. Li Yu's skin, at times, is still quite thin. He knew his wife was looking at him, and Li Yu thought she would say, all husband and wife. What's the thanks for this? But he still underestimated Kang Yo-hee's brain back hole. With a shallow smile hanging at the corner of her mouth, Jiang Yoshi rested her cheeks and lazily raised her eyes. So you, how do you plan to thank me? Wife, how? Li Yu always easily by his wife to tease the body hot. He low out, always can be around that kind of thing? Because of the sexual bliss. Kang Yo-hee gazes appreciatively. Li Yul, I love you. Li Yu was so stunned on the spot by his wife's blunt expression of love that he almost blurted out, when are we going to do it? Suddenly, he's a little bit of the bratty, newly in love youthful look again. I love my wife, too. The corners of his lips rose as he repeated, Li Yu loves Kang Yo-hee. Kang Yo-hee rested her cheeks and stared lovingly at her husband with her eyes. Eat quickly, eat more. Are we staying here tonight? Kang Yo-hee calmly returned a word. Aha. After the meal, Li Yu sat in his wife's room with a rushed face, and the faint, cool fragrance of his wife's body was floating in the air. LOL. The bathroom door opened, and along with the hot air, a pair of beautiful legs first appeared in Li Yu's line of sight. Silk-textured pajamas loosely draped over Jiang Yoshi's body, revealing most of the soft, white, emanating a faint halo in the warm yellow light. The slender waist was gently tied by a belt. Waist-length black hair with her posture gently slipped over the delicate shoulders. The silk covered the delicate body, hidden, unseen, feeling the most charming, sexy without being racy and fully exposed to Li Yu's view. Wife in front of him is really not polite at all to exude their own charm. Just after bathing her whole delicate red, looks just fragrant, not the slightest regard for Li Yu's death. Li Yu narrowed his sight a little and also intended to wash up, but he couldn't find a change of clothes for the time being. Wife, do you have any bigger pajamas? According to Kang Yo-hee's character, the only thing that won't exist in the closet are those cute loose pajamas that he once bought for her. Li Yu even wondered if he was going to come out of the bathroom later on. Wouldn't he come out with his legs exposed, right? That's just amazing. Come here, said Kang Yo-hee, who had just sat down, patting the spot beside herself with her small white and pink hand. Li Yu was still thinking, I haven't washed up yet. There's no rush to wash up. Kang Yo-hee winks in her eyes, and asks politely, I'd like to tear off your suit. Is that okay? Li Yu still has some restraint, thinking that in the Jiang family he must at least be decent. Kang Yo-hee was sitting on the edge of the bed, and under the short nightgown, her long white and slender legs were in Li Yu's eyes. He obediently walked up to his wife. My wife smells so good. I thought of appearing in front of her clean as well. Kang Yo-hee's little legs kicked him daintily, staring at his eyes in autumn waves. What are you pretending? Li Yu pursed the curved corners of his mouth and replied to his wife's words without the slightest bit of undercurrent. I didn't. Kang Yo-hee, rarely so patient with someone, repeated in a petulant voice. Come and sit. Li Yu just sat down, his wife's half body on his body. The pair of beautiful legs touch Li Yu's waist and stomach is not to be rubbed. She felt Li Yu's enthusiasm, her eyes colored with a layer of laughter. Obviously you want it badly. What are you pretending? Li Yu's eyes gradually sank, picked up his wife, got up, and went to unlock the door to the room. This skillful maneuver, simply a veteran. Kang Yeo he blushed just as soon as her waist was gripped by Li Yul, obviously prone to being more shy than Li Yul, but always enjoying being the active party and teasing Li Yul, finding it very erotic. The reaction Li Yul gave her wasn't bad either, and she felt very good about experiencing this kind of thing. At first, Li Yu pretended to be innocent, and then, it was too much to play. Li Yu, he egregiously said, is the technology still bad? No, not bad anymore. Whether it was the first time, or after she regained her sight, Li Yu was nagging about the technique. Kang Yeo he cupped his face with her small hands and pinched it without much strength at all. Li Yu, bad egg. Li Yu came forward and deeply sniffed and kissed his wife's fragrant shoulder nest. Satisfied, he watched her skin become even more rosy because of his actions. The wife is all over the place, bagging sweetness. It was so close. Li Yu almost starved to death. Woohoo! Why is it so pathetic when Yohi cries? The man's voice was low in his ears. Kang Yoshi covered her small face. It's really about to be unbearable. Li Yu coaxed perfunctorily. No crying, no crying. Again, I thought. She sounded too good crying. Don't want to coax. In the middle of the night, Li Yu, who had finished washing, wiped his wife as well, so that she could sleep more refreshed. After lying beside Kang Yeo he gently ruffled the slightly damp hair on her forehead and left a kiss on her bare and full forehead. Good night, my lord wife. Kang Yeo felt it and she moved slightly. Then she was scooped into a pair of large hands. Her sleeping face became even more serene. Sleeping next to your loved one and smelling his unique scent will help you fall asleep faster and reduce prana deficiency. Kang Yeo he sleeps serenely and knows this well. She couldn't stay away from Li Yu anymore, and she had this confidence that Li Yu wouldn't leave her. Day 2. Waking up ahead of the physiological clock, Li Yu slowly pulled his own hand out from the back of his wife's full head and moved it slightly. After hearing his wife's grunt, he immediately put his hand back to where he was supposed to put it back again. Kang Yeo his slightly furrowed brows slowly stretched again as she rested on her own pillow. The small white hand was peeled into Li Yu's weak-colored arm, and the extreme contrast in skin color made Li Yu, who had been staring at her, his eyes deep and deeply visually stimulated. He pressed off the alarm clock and turned around, his other hand on the thin blanket, also on his wife's waist and belly, gently patting, coaxing, and enjoying her beauty. From her showy eyebrows, and then to the long, arched eyelashes, open when the bright crystal and watery eyes, even the wife will sometimes have dark circles under the eyes, all with a charm. Small, high nose, lips red and white teeth, finely crafted face, beautiful and gorgeous. The more Li Yu looks the more fascinated. How can the days be the same with anyone? Jiang Yoshi, this woman. The more you look the more fascinating. It's been so long since I've had a chance to take a closer look at her, and she's just got a lot of cuteness. I don't know how much time has passed, maybe just a few minutes, or maybe half an hour has passed. Li Yu is completely uninterested. His sight is similar to that of Kang Yoshi. Have you seen enough? Kang Yoshi had opened her eyes at some point and just stared at him with those surging eyes. At this point she wasn't quite awake. Her eyes had a hooded mist to them, and she was just so dainty and soft-looking. Li Yu was practically dreaming back to the time when his wife had said that line to him. Moving up and kissing. Not enough. How can it be enough? Sister, it smells so good. What to do? Can't stay away from my sister. He had a lot of flirty talk, and along with the flirty talk, there was an attack of gentle movements that Kang Yeo he simply couldn't handle. Stop it, Li Yu. It tickles. She hurriedly cupped his face that was making a mess everywhere. Li Yu's youthful ignorance and self-compassion were rare before he met Kang Yoshi. Her busy youthful years are devoid of joy except for her part-time job to earn tuition and living expenses. After meeting Kang Yuhi, Li Yu realizes that he is also quite tacky and good at shibboleths. Kang Yohi glared at him petulantly. It's overdone. Li Yu immediately turned serious for a second, and at the sight of his sister getting up and frowning at the marks all over her body, he knew it was over. The coaxing was not good enough. Kang Yeo he didn't say anything she didn't like, just gave him another dainty look and walked to the washroom to brush her teeth and wash up. Li Yu followed his wife's lead, doing whatever she did, looking in the mirror, doing what he was told. You're really due for some moderation. Kang Yohi washed up and got next to the side of the sink, her leisurely eyes staring at him. Li Yu looked at her askance and honestly said, "It was clearly my sister who hooked me." At those words, Kang Yohi was really clueless. The man nipped her ear as he walked out of the washroom and crossed over to her, and said, "Sister, if I hadn't been restrained, I would have just held you and done it on the sink." Kang Yohi's feet froze on the spot, and then the whole thing heated up. Pink, heart thumping, a little thought, as if, They really did not in the washstand. Kang Yohee's eyes rippled, brimming upward, stomped her feet twice in place, and trotted to catch up with Lee Yu. He was, quite literally, a pest, and was causing himself to think random thoughts. Breakfast was a simple lean porridge with green vegetables, a pile of meat buns, and enough soy milk to manage. The kanji was Kang Yohee's, and she didn't eat a few bites, only to see that Lee Yu's shadowless hands had already disappeared the meat buns on the plate, and took 2 mouthfuls of the kanji, followed by the soy milk to continue, and then leaned back in her chair and burped. Leon part-time only has very short meal times, and he's so used to eating fast that he can't change it for a while. Reacting to the fact that his eating speed might be a bit too fast, he would scare his wife. He secretly turned his afterglow to her. Sure enough, when he sees Kang Yohee's somewhat stunned stare, Lee Yu eats a little too much and reluctantly sits up straight, quietly preparing to listen to the criticism from his wife. Kang Yohee simply asked, "Is it enough to eat?" "Full. That's good." Jang Yoshi slowly continued to drink the kanji, pursed her lips, and added, "Don't eat so quickly. It's not good for your stomach. Just don't hurt your kidneys." Lee Yu, who had eaten and drunk enough, also had this time to molest his wife. He leaned back in his chair, his lazy eyesight looking at her, his thin lips lightly opened. Kang Yohee coughed twice and drew a tissue to wipe her mouth. Hubby really, almost spoiled her dining manners. Lee Yu's breathing was a little heavy. After eating a full meal, he was prone to drowsiness. Before he didn't understand why. During the time of the college entrance exam review, he knew that he had this problem, and he chose to read books on a hungry stomach because he was sleepy as soon as he ate a full meal. Now it is known. He dizzy carbon. If it wasn't for the order to go to the big factory's job fair in the morning, Lee Yu really couldn't leave the warm embrace of his petite wife. "Bye wife." Lee Yu waved at Kang Yohee, who was standing in front of his house, to see him off, and then, slowly drive away. Kang Yohee had a sly look in her eyes. "See you later. It means that we will meet again." Jinlin University. At the job fair, it was a little cooler in the morning. Once midday came, it sweltered. Lee Yu and the others ended a recruiting special, and there was more in 20 minutes. Constantly attending job fairs has become the norm for senior graduates. Never mind looking for a job. First attend a job fair and get an offer. Then you have a choice. Luyan held his girlfriend's small hand and rubbed it from time to time, then put it in his pocket to warm her hand. Chenyaya was looking at his resume, noticed his movements and felt that he simply had a problem. The weather was so hot. What was the point of tucking her hand? Her palms were sweating. However, Chenyaya didn't pull out her hand and let Luyun play. Luyun was bragging with Li Yu. "You know, my roommate, TSK, really usually can't see that he is this kind of person." Li Yu was especially cooperative with his best friend and responded, "That kind of person? Gossip time. The most need is Li Yu, this kind of friend. Do not care whether to recognize the serious listening. Write a few words on the line." Lu Yun looked around and lowered the volume. No, not many classes. Too much time. He felt bored, so he went to a room with his schoolmates, and while doing so, he also answered his girlfriend's phone. At the sound of the voice, Li Yu's face had an expression that was hard to describe in words. "Ha, Chen Ya. On the other hand, frowned, sounding uncomfortable, but it wasn't good to judge. Adults knew that pure love wasn't going to be the norm in life, but this was too much of an impure love. She looked over at her boyfriend. "After you, don't play with him." Lu Yun immediately nodded his head sharply, and continued to say in a smallpox, "I listened and felt quite diaphragmatic, but the result is that people," this as a talking point said to each brother in the dormitory, said. He also sighed. Every time a party, other people look at his girlfriend's eyes, all with tacit sympathy and pity, and it is not good to say anything. People little two things. This is to be in case of said, was backstabbing. Friendship is also quite suspenseful. Before graduation fell out, who knows what basket will be stabbed. Li Yu belongs to the pure love warrior. Lu Yun follow-up content, did not listen to a word. He inadvertently looked not far away. His pupils shrunk slightly, and he couldn't take his eyes off of it. Chapter 34, played by the wife. Dress Kong Yoshi, plain face, white and clean, childish like a college girl, also with a framed glasses. The end of the eyes and the tip of the nose dotted with moles. Looks very intellectual. The summer wind gently blew up a piece of her skirt with a free curve that lifted and lifted with the wind. So conspicuous among the college students coming and going. Li Yu saw it without a second glance. At that moment, Li Yu only felt his breath tighten a little, and his head buzzed as he was hit by surprise. He was full of doubts. Why was she at school? Li Yu clearly wanted to go up and get a better look, but his feet froze as if they were nailed in place. He frowned, was looking and looking. In this world, there should be no one who looks so much like his wife. The girl in front of him was dressed nothing like his wife, but it was so similar and so alike that he wasn't sure. Kang Yeo he reached out for a hug the moment she saw Li Yu. The pretty little face wore a soft and light smile. still a little collected and coy, and the dimples on either side of her cheeks were so sweet that it was almost unbearable. Li Yu's eyes tightened. It was his wife. He wasn't sure what part of his body gave him strength again as he took a step towards her. Why did you come over without telling me? Kang Yeo's voice was a bit too far away to be heard, but Li Yu just knew what she was saying. Surprise, surprise, surprise? Li Yu nods heavily. Seeing Kang Yui in such dreary weather and at a point in time when she's forced to become an adult is nothing short of a lifesaver. When Lu Yun was in the middle of his speech, he looked at Li Yu with a confused face and suddenly pulled his leg and left. Bro? What's the matter? Did I say something too bombastic? Not happy to hear it? I still have pure love here. I'll tell you about it, okay? Don't go. Shenye couldn't help but giggle when she heard Lu Yun chattering and having to pester Li Yu about gossip. Lu Yun low pressure harm a sound. How are not listening to him gossip? What's wrong with this brother? He's usually so cooperative with his bull *******. What's wrong with him today? Li Yu couldn't stop screaming at his call. Lu Yun raised his eyes again. Good guy. Li Yu met the beauty. No wonder. Among the college students coming and going, there is no lack of couples among them. They also have aviation majors. Beautiful and handsome in the university is the least scarce and brightest. Kang Yeo's astonishing looks drew glances and admiring glances from passing college students, and immediately afterward they moved on to find their own jobs. If a beautiful woman is beautiful, look who is holding her hand, then it's someone else's. The only work that is taken into your own hands is that which is yours. When you first enroll in school, it's safe to say that their eyes sparkle with the clarity and stupidity of a college student. You can't say that when you're almost graduated. Primary and secondary, still a clear distinction. Li Yu took his wife's small hand in his big hand and gave her delicate hand a bad squeeze. He whispered, how do you still have the strength to accompany me to the job fair? Jiang Yoshi's beautiful eyes widened. Badass. Keep your voice down. You can't bring this kind of thing out in the open. It's still the same as it was in the rental house. She's fine with how it plays out in the house, but she just can't flirt with it outside. Li Yu made a zipper motion with his hand in front of his mouth, making his silent promise. Kang Yeohe was amused by him. She looked into his eyes with an arched brow. He stared at her lips, deep in love. A burning sight, with a hint of doubt, and a clueless one carried by the sight of her boyfriend, who also looked at them. Lu Yun and Shenyaya were resting under that big tree, watching them curiously. Shenyaya muttered in a small voice. It wasn't too long ago that he spat about Li Yu hiding his girlfriend too well in his golden house, and this is a sudden chance to see his girlfriend. Should say not say, his girlfriend is really good looking, clear and cold goddess paradigm. In the sight of Li Yu and bending eyebrows, this kind of flower of the high ridge in the eyes of only one person's feeling, really cannot be described as pure and beautiful. It was more than 100 times better than the broken 8 trigrams that Lu Yun had just talked about. Take you to meet my classmates? Li Yu noticed the inquiring voice of the two curious college students. Looking down at his wife, Kang Yeohe nodded. It's an honor. It was kind of the first official meeting with his classmates. Hi guys, I'm Li Yu's girlfriend. Chen Yaha nodded. Hello. Still not holding back, he continued. You're beautiful. Li Yu was blessed. The words were said. Shenya's eyes looking at Li Yu were really a bit unconvinced. The posture seemed to be saying, if she were a man, she could also find such a beautiful girlfriend. Kang Yeohe laughed softly. Thanks for the compliment. Lu Yun, who had forgotten to introduce himself, looked at Li Yu's girlfriend with a gaze that wasn't anything less than pure, just curious. Lu Yun thought seriously and concluded. Your girlfriend? It seems like a person. Li Yu's heart lifted for a moment. Like who? Like that plutocratus. All three of the people present felt the atmosphere tense up a bit, but fortunately Lu Yun had a simple brain and big nerves. He patted Li Yu. Yeah, is right. You are blessed with a beautiful girlfriend. Not the slightest notice that he once saw the report of the female plutocrat's nuptials and also thought that the groom was similar to Li Yu. But on the contrary, he forgets things quickly and doesn't remember long. Li Yu smiled. You too. The time for the special hiring was approaching when they went forward together. Chenya's afterglow sneaked a glance at Li Yu's girlfriend, then stared at the picture of the female plutocrat, the heir to the Jiang group, Kang Yoshi, that Lu Yun had said she was looking up on her cell phone. Contrasts come and go. She was face blind and couldn't really tell if it looked like it or not, just because of face blindness. When Chenya participated in the student union in her freshman year, she couldn't remember the faces of the older siblings and their corresponding names, and got her name copied hundreds of times. Gee, now that I look back on it, it's killing me. When she was a sophomore, she was an officer of the student council, and she punished her younger siblings for not remembering her name correctly, and in passing, she also punished them for copying her name. In fact, she forgot about it as she walked out of the student council office, but the next day, when they dutifully took a few sheets of white paper filled with neatly written names, Shenya's heart a little touching. Emotion. People will eventually become what they hate. big factory recruiting and also ginger recruiting, incredibly luxurious and textured venue layout. One side of the sign stands at the entrance of the venue. All the welfare benefits. There were so many college students entering the venue that there were hardly any seats and the venue was going to be packed to the brim. As soon as Lu Yun went in, he felt that he couldn't breathe, and his brain was like a lack of oxygen. So he spat out, "Damn, this is a lot of people he doesn't know. It shouldn't be. Isn't this our specialty?" he muttered as he looked for his seat. "These people don't talk about martial arts." Shenyaya followed his lead and hit the nail on the head. It's true that it's unorthodox, but if you get a good job out of this unorthodox battle, that's simply great. There is no comparison at all. Cheek is nothing in the face of a good job. When you go out into society, you realize that people don't have to be cheeky to make a lot of money. Lu Yun held his girlfriend's hand so that she wouldn't be squeezed into disappearing in a moment with so many people like Li Yu. "Yeah, you see things quite thoroughly." Chen Yaya had seen through it when she was the reigning student body president, pulling investments to organize some parties. She thought at the time that this was the beginnings of a fledgling society. Yang Lin, chief gold medal interviewer of Jiang Group. "Hello everyone, welcome to our job fair grounds. Next, let me introduce our company." On the stage, a wall projection showed the founding and development of the Jiang Group as well as the requirements for entry, and the welfare benefits that college students were most concerned about. With a chorus of questions, the atmosphere was more lively than a typical job fair. Li Yu protects Kang Yoshi and the two stand at the end of the crowd. Li Yu's one hand was gathered around her shoulders so that no one would crowd her. "Shouldn't you be on stage?" Li Yu was also quite surprised to learn that this was a job fair for the Jiang Group. He had only taken a cursory look at the job fair special information sent out by his counselor, because his father has approached him a couple of times to talk about coming home and inheriting the family's 3 melons and 2 jujubes. Those 3 melons and 2 jujubes still have to fight with Li Chuan. Maybe back to Li's. Li Yu's talent will be suppressed by Li Chuan so that there is no chance to show it at all. As has been the norm these past few years, Li Yu doesn't think that his father cares very much about his work situation. It's more the fact that he's in the Jiang family store, and that his father is paying even more attention to him because of the Jiang family. The constant message reminders are not necessarily to get him into Li's to inherit the family fortune that is about to be lost by Li's relatives. It's just a reminder to Li Yu that their Li's positive attitude towards him must be made known to Kang Yeohee, who is Li Yu's better half, and thus what financial help Kang will give to Li. Li Yu ignored the cell phone that was constantly vibrating and looked at the constant messages sent by those 3 people. In these few short days, more messages than had been sent in the past few years. Coldly lowering her eyes, she turned off all the vibrations that she was usually used to turning on. Kang Yohee looked at him with a sideways glance. "I didn't come here for the interview. It's just a job interview." It's not enough for her to make an appearance. After Zhang's stock stabilized, it took on a few big projects and completed enough performance to give Zhang's employees a long break. People are so rolled up these days, and they're so afraid of resting and not keeping up with the rest of the world. Jiang Yoshi simply arranged for them to enter the university and conduct campus recruitment, so that they could take a look at the beauty of the university, and then look at the vibrant and youthful appearance of these college students who have not been contaminated by the essence of work. Now looking at the interaction between the interviewer on the stage and the college students on the stage who spoke enthusiastically and answered positively, Kang Yeohee knew that the trick of showing them who they once were was used quite well. That Li Yu has actually kind of taken the steady answer and asked with understanding in mind. "I'm here for you." Hearing his wife's words that were comparable to a confession, the corners of Li Yu's mouth curved visibly, and he clutched Kang Yeohee's shoulders with slightly more force. The cell phone in his pocket lit up, went off, lit up, went off again. It's nothing more than the fact that his stepmother and stepbrother know that it's interview season at the station and seem to be trying to be nice by suggesting jobs for him. Don't you want to check your cell phone?" Their willful concern was too obvious. Kang Yeohee really did notice. As the Li family thought, Li Yu was quiet for a moment. Choose Li or choose Kang. What's the point of thinking about it? No need at all. A phoenix tail is better than a chicken head. For the interviewer's question, let's liven things up with an opening interview quiz. The meeting became a little quieter. A glass of milk, poured into the ocean. "May I ask, how do I get a glass back?" Li Yu raised his hand. The interviewer immediately realized. "Okay, the boy standing in the last row, please." The accompanying host took the microphone to Li Yu's face. Li Elm's answer. "Calculate the cost and whether there is value in getting back a glass of milk." The interviewer was very satisfied with his answer and thought that he could have this kind of thinking at such a young age, so he had a lot of potential for development. "Okay, good, we're Li Elm." Yang Lin's eyes widened as his eyes skimmed over the student's side, and then he hurriedly looked down, turning to continue the corporate PowerPoint. "Dying. How do I feel about meeting the president? After joining Zhang's, the company has not seen a total of several times the president. How to meet in a key university campus recruitment. What's the president doing here? In a crowded place? Hard to believe. Scouting their HR department? Well, he's going to have to be on his best behavior. Yang Lin that moment, from him either get the president recognized, career up a level, either that, or just edit the resignation report on the spot. All the possibilities, he'd thought of them. When the job fair ended, Li Yu had time to look at his cell phone at Kang Yuhi's reminder. Even if you don't want to face them, check to see if there are offers from other businesses. The wife is right. Li Yu took Jiang Yoshi to sit at the stone bench beside the school path, enjoying the quiet sound of the leaves being swayed by the wind. While the HR departments of many companies are busy, the organization departments have already begun sending internship employment information to admitted college students based on the information they pass on. Li Yu students. Hello, my side is Ginger Group Human Resources Department. You meet our recruitment talent standards. If you have the intention of employment our company, please leave your 1-inch photo, resume, copy of ID card, and a payroll card, health card, accompanied by a picture of abs. Li Yu was surprised for a moment when he saw the message sent to him by Zhang's group, and then, with his own eyesight being too good, his eyes had read the whole thing before his brain had fully digested the good words and phrases. Thus his brow furrowed. What spoofed? Li Yu even went to look at the number that sent the text message. Think it is very likely that this is Lu Yun did. He did this kind of unethical thing and not the first time. Suddenly, a luscious laugh came to Li Yu's ears. Li Yu looked at her in confusion. Only Kan Yeo his small hand held her cell phone and shook it. Oh my god, Li Yul, why are you so pure? His wife plays him. Li Yu sighed with emotion. I told you, I just answered a question. How could I make the interviewer from Zhang's group take a liking to me and send me the hiring information so quickly? What are you self-deprecating? Kan Yeo he came closer to him. You're the man who was favored by Kang's daughter. Have some confidence in yourself, okay? Li Yu nodded. With a heavy, aha, so there you are, Lil Yu. Lu Yun strides towards him. Quick, let me see if you've been accepted yet. The answer you just answered really enlightened me. Subsequent to the small personal interview, Lu Yun would not know what the interviewer and Li Yu talked about. Waiting in line for the interview, he had noticed that they talked quite happily. Li Yu was unprepared and Lu Yun took his cell phone. His eyes widened in surprise. There really is a message from Ginger for you, yeah. Lu Yun coughed twice and pretended that he was the interviewer. Student Li Yu, how are you? Until Lu Yun read the end. With a, Li Yu's brain went down. It's over. It's almost read. Chapter 35, Coming into the Workplace. It was almost looked at by Lu Yun, but fortunately Li Yu had practiced and easily snatched the phone back again. The moment he held the phone in his hands, he finally understood that before dying online, he must clean out the spam in his phone, including the browsing history in the browser. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Yun is about to die of anger. Gossip did not watch, turned to find a girlfriend to cry. After handing the resume to the interviewer and a few more short minutes of interviewing, Chen Ye came out of the meeting. As soon as he came out, he saw Lu Yun, with that stifled look on his face, and said bluntly, What? Bullied by Li Yu again? Aha! Coaxing Lu Yun had become something Chen Ye did smoothly, and she knew that most of it was Lu Yun's lack of reasoning in the front. But this doesn't matter. As a girlfriend, coaxing your boyfriend and being firmly on his side is all that matters. Sometimes, isn't that what relationships covet? Looking at their fading backs, Li Yu turned his head and said to his wife, Shall we stroll around the school together? It won't be long before he graduates from here. Good. Kang Yu he got up and reached out toward Li Yu. As Li Yu realized her movements and held her soft little hand, Kang Yeo he clutched his big hand and crossed it mischievously again, then clutched his index finger. Li Yu let her have it all. He took Jiang Yoshi to walk slowly on the forest path. Dappled sunlight poured through the dense foliage, stars and dots on their bodies, the light with a light temperature, creating a quiet atmosphere. The shadows of the two of them intertwined every now and then, and the wind blew Kang Yuhi's long hair around his body. It's a very intimate, quiet expression of relationship. Li Yu suddenly spoke. Is this romantic enough? Kang Yeo he had a confused expression on her pretty little palm-sized face. Not at all as icy as before. It's all adorable. Li Yusin was touched by her natural and delicate look. You said you wanted to meet me somewhere more romantic than behind the curtains. Kang Yu he convinced expression. Really? The dimples in her cheeks, however, betrayed her emotions, and her tone was flinty and light. Why, you remember everything I say. In the future, how would she dare to talk Thai in front of him? Of course I remember. I have a good memory. The eyes of the newlyweds looked at each other. The eyes couldn't hide the green love in their eyes. The eyes were drawn. As the two wandered into the library, large trees, 6 or 7 stories tall, covered this entire section of the building, and shade could be felt as they walked down the school hallway. Li Yel drapes the shirt jacket he's wearing over Kan Yohi's body, putting her sleeves on and fiddling with the hem. Kan Yohi's eyes followed his thoughtful little gesture and quipped, That's so sweet. Aha. Li Yu was not proud of his wife's praise. This is the old library, and I think the new one on South Campus should have been built after our class graduated. The North Campus is part of the old campus and many of the key classes will be conducted in this campus, while information classes, physical education classes, and activity classes will unfold in the South Campus. What's better about the North Campus than the South Campus is that the campus is small, and the classrooms, dormitories, and cafeteria are very close together, only a few minutes walk away. Before I went to college, I always fantasized that the school I applied to had to be big, among other things. After taking the exam, I envied students living in the old campus instead, because the range of activities was small and I didn't need to walk too much to get what I wanted to target. Once you walk into the library, the feeling of shade is heightened. Li Yu didn't really like coming to the library on the old campus. It was too cold and shady. But again, the library on the old campus was more complete in terms of basic facilities than the temporary library on the new campus. In short, each has its own strengths and weaknesses. One layer of bookshelves, filled with a variety of books. Li Yu brought Jiang Yoshi Walk as the extracurricular books area. Usually counselors would force students in their majors to borrow 7 or 8 books a month to read and meet some targets. Li Yu do special backbone. He all borrow extracurricular books. He didn't like anyone doing anything under any pretext of doing anything for their own good. But this stuff, do not do demerits. Just nest hard. Borrow extracurricular books. Not yet read. After a week to return the book, Li Yu's cell phone vibrated and he took it out. Hello, Mr. Li Yu. Congratulations on passing the interview with our company, John's Group. Li Yu was admitted again. He looked twice at Kong Yoshi with a puzzled look, and then looked at his cell phone. The message was still sent from another number. It's hard to believe that his wife's cell phone is a dual standby. He thought it was still a prank by Kong Yeon, ready to crusade against his daughter-in-law. There you go again. Li Yul came closer, staring intently at Kong Yohi's exquisite side face, almost forgetting the words of her crusade. The wife is so beautiful that he is extremely easily attracted. Kong Yeo was looking at the romance novels on the bookshelf, and just wanted to say that Li Yu, this university library books are quite comprehensive. Suddenly interrupted by Li Yu, he forgot to flirt. Honey, you said you couldn't molest you outside. You can't just double standard tease me either. Li Yu came from behind his wife, leaning at her shoulder socket, his voice slow. Kong Yeo looked at the cell phone he held up to him, puzzled. Countered by my daughter-in-law with a crusade. I didn't even touch the phone. Ha! As soon as Li Yu took a serious look, it was really a message from Zhang's Human Resources. The sweet scent rippling out from his wife's body quickly drew Li Yu's attention again, and he appreciated from the bottom of his heart. Sister, you smell good. Li Yu couldn't help himself, kissing his way down along Kong Yoshi's slender white neck, kissing his wife's butterfly bone, and then to the waist nest that could be felt even through the too thin layers of clothing. His wife's curves were the perfect work of art. The faint, cool scent of her body was tantalizing. Every time, Li Yu would not be able to control the stirring emotions in his heart as long as he smelled it up close. Only one thought screaming out, possess her, eat her. Her little face flushed, her throat dry, and she whispered a reminder. It's still in the library, as if at this point, she should need a wet kiss from Li Yu to give her a desert-like dryness. Li Yu had a sense of proportion in his heart. Sister, don't be nervous, no one will be there. Freshman year is still in the field. Playground military training. Familiarize with the campus in. Sophomore year classes are the most demanding, and there's no free time to visit the library. Junior year, either on the way to eat or sleep. Senior received an offer, has left the school internship. As for those who did not receive the students, is to continue to look at the company, apply for a job. The library, this place will not have students to step into again. Li Yu gently lifted into his wife's sundress. Kong Yoshi's watery eyes shrunk slightly, biting her lip, with a few moments of enjoyment and a few moments of hesitation on her face. What a fickle human wife. Li Yu, don't be so impatient. He didn't listen, and the kiss fell on the side of Kong Yoi's face, and she sheepishly looked away, only to be caught by Li Yul's other, still available hand, and as Kong Yohi had arrived, wet lips and teeth intertwined. My wife's light breath was so sweet and fragrant. There are certain rules for book placement. Li Yu had forgotten that there were also part-time librarians. 2 girls with light footsteps. Kong Yeo pushed Li Yul, who was kissing obsessively. Pay attention to the serial numbers of the books. Put back the books borrowed by the students. Focus on this. Don't get to the point where the students want to borrow them, can't find them, ask for help from the system, and can't find them either. Got it. They walked by, only to see the desk where 2 figures sat reading. Without looking any further, they pulled the pile of books and put them back in place. After people leave, Li Yu led Kong Yoshi, who had a flushed face and ripples in her eyes, out of the library. The moment her whole body fell into the sunlight, Kong Yohi felt warm. the tightness relaxed, and she was still a little weak in the knees. This brain of Li Yu's is filled with all the yellow waste for her now. The wife's pink fist, smothered and pounded Li Yu several times. What's wrong? Li Yu was surprised and puzzled at first. Jiang Yoshi frowned slightly and chortled. And you ask what's wrong? At this time, the tail of her eyes were still slightly red. Her chest was slightly heaving, obviously disturbed by Li Yu's bold teasing. Li Yu's mouth rippled with a smile of acceptance. Young he can beat her as much as she wants. As many times as she wants. I'll let my wife handle it. Beat you to death. Kan Yoshi's pretty little face had a fierce expression. Her body was now so dry that she was not able to go up and down. And even her heart was accelerating because of Li Yu's sudden and excessive behavior. And there was no tendency to slow down at all. It's almost adorable. Lil Elm. How to hit someone. A sudden female voice, breaking the sweet and silky atmosphere between them. Li Yu looked up. It was Pei Yuhan in professional attire, her interviewer's sign hanging in front of her left chest. She made it to Gold Interviewer in Human Resources in 6 months. Hearing that their company would come to their alma mater for campus recruitment, Pei Yuhan asked for help to come and just wanted to see Li Yu for a few moments. It's a pity that I haven't seen it in the past few days. I didn't think that during the time of rest. I wandered around the campus and saw it, and he, flirting with a pretty girl. Out of instinctive concern, Pei Yuhan didn't ponder their relationship. After all, the image of a blind man is completely different from the cool and elegant aura of Kang Yeo-hee, who was standing beside Li Yu. She couldn't recognize it. Pei Yuhan thought they were just an ordinary relationship. She didn't understand why Li Yu would become so philandering after just half a year of not seeing her again. Kang Yeo-hee slowly withdrew her hand, and instead of choosing to continue making up about Li Yul, she looked at the quiet-looking girl. Uncertain. Are you? Unimportant people. Kang Yeo-hee basically will not deepen her impression. Li Yu was in her pocket the moment she met her, so she wouldn't consider any woman as a love rival at all, because no woman is qualified to be her love rival. Kang Yeo-hee's retracted hand was held by Li Yul. Interlocking his fingers, he took the initiative to introduce my girlfriend, introducing with Jiang Yoshi as well. She's a schoolmate who is 1 year older than me, and also the student council president of Lu Yun and Chen Yaya's previous term. Pei Yuhan. Kang Yeo-hee nodded. Pei Yuhan's pretty little face with delicate makeup, fragile look, unbelievable tone. You changed another girlfriend? Li Yu squared his shoulders and said, no, she's my first girlfriend and my last. It's all about the wife, so naturally it's the last girlfriend. Kang Yeo-hee didn't have any problem with that, but she was quite surprised and pleasantly surprised that she was Li Yul's first girlfriend. Where's school sister's interview? Li Yu smiled and didn't wait for Pei Yuhan's reply. Then I won't bother senior sister's interview. Pei Yuhan opened her mouth, but in the end, she couldn't say anything, and could only watch Li Yu, the boy she liked for the first time, hold another girl's hand and walk past her. They crossed over to Pei Yuhan. The smell of her perfume. Kang Yeo-hee frowned lightly. When she was blind, her sense of smell and hearing would rise to an incredible level. She remembered this smell. It was from that time when Li Yul said he went out to class and came back with it on his body. Between them, what is the relationship? No confessions of first love? Or do you like each other for the first time? Kang Yeo-hee was slightly sour at the heart, but it wasn't a big deal. Li Yu's first and last time would only be with her, and Li Yu would only be able to show himself a fascinated and falling in love look on the bed. Kang Yeo-hee again felt that there was no need to go and eat this kind of unwarranted jealousy, to get into a small mood and upset the relationship between the two people. Wouldn't it be falling into someone else's trap? Pei Yuhan kept looking at them. Li Yu, our company is also a good choice. I hope you can take a look. She jogged a few steps and put the flyer into Li Yu's hand. Li Yu glanced at it and it looked quite familiar. Then his eyes tightened. It was actually his family's business. Did Pei Yuhan even enter lease for Li Chuan? It seems to be pretty deep. So, does Li Chuan need to tell Pei Yuhan about that flowery mind of his? Or, does she actually know everything? Pei Yuhan walked away as her co-workers paged her. She waved towards Li Yu. Schoolmate, see you again sometime. Li Yu is still in place, holding the leaflet, hands slowly clenched, eyes full of complex emotions, hesitation, entanglement. I wasn't interested, but now I'm quite interested in learning about your love-hate relationship. Kang Yeo-hee's small face came up to his face, stood on her tiptoes, and bumped her forehead against his chin. The sudden painful collision brought Li Yu back to his senses and squeezed his wife's palm. No love. Love was completely gone after Li Chuan snatched it away. Okay. Kang Yeo-hee didn't ask anything else. She would listen one day when Li Yu was willing to tell her. It doesn't matter if you don't tell her for the rest of your life. Investigating such a small matter is a breeze and a piece of cake for Jiang Yoshi. They went back to the rental house. Li Yu prepares for his internship. And he's moving completely, packing up clothes, books. Li Yu looked at the not-so-large rental house, with a little reluctance in his eyes. as if he was saying goodbye to an old friend. I'll ask the landlord later. These beds and sofas I bought myself, does he want them? If not, I'll have to find someone out in advance or just find a place to throw them away. Liu tidied up while muttering. How could Jiang Yoshi not see his reluctance? Striding over, wrapping her arms around Liu's waist, lifting her bright eyes to look at him. There's no need to move. Let's buy this place. Wait until our silver wedding. Golden wedding. Come back to see? It's full of them. All their memories. Good. He obliged. The look of being completely charmed by an understanding wife. Chapter 36, Hidden Marriage. Wife is boss. He lowered his head, wanting to kiss his wife's sweet-smelling little mouth to make up for the fact that he simply hadn't kissed himself enough just now when Kong Yoi's small hand hitched and pulled, directly against his chin. There's stubble. Why don't I shave for you? Kong Yoi's expression was particularly flinty. Liu, with obvious, unconcealed favor in his eyes, nodded. Okay, you scrape it. He was sitting at the balcony, covered in sunlight, his back leaning against the chair, with a look of letting Kong Yeo-hee toss him around. Alright, first, let's apply the foam. Kong Yeo-hee also searched for the correct tutorial before carefully helping him with the shaving steps. Liu narrowed his eyes, enjoying the gentle force of his wife, gently scraping his chin. I can see that. Oh, you like me very much. Kong Yoi's fingertips dipped into the foam and nudged his nose. Liu opened his eyes and wrapped his arms around her with loose strength, nodding his head in perfect agreement with her words. Well, it was enjoyable. He's already in love and affection with Kong Yoo-hee. Once the screwed-up person feels love, he is open, even obstinate, to having it his way. Why did you grow a beard? Kong Yeo-hee doesn't even need Li Yel's answer. She does have her own opinion. Is it secretly staying up in the middle of the night and Xiao thinking about me? Excessive androgen growth? Liu was visibly stunned for a moment, then began to think back. Did I? Kong Yeo-hee laughed softly and shallowly. I'm just kidding. You're really thinking about it. I will take everything you say seriously. Liu's ink-colored eyes, staring at her, were sincere. Kong Yeo-hee's heart instantly warmed and flushed. Two people in silence feels better than anything else. Half a month later, Liu officially enters Jiang Group as Jiang's management trainee, accompanied by the cream of the crop from various schools. He was among them, instead of being mediocre, except for the more distinguished looks that came with his mother, and other awards that he couldn't even put on his resume. Beyond the mountains, it's still mountains. A group of newcomers follow Kang's introducer, Shangli, on a tour of the group. What about your immediate leader? It will be Mr. Jiang, and for the time being during the training period, it will be me, Shang Liao. The business of business, the law of lawyers, to lead you. The group is a cool color palette dominated by black and gold decor, with suited and booted staff coming and going. They could hear the sound of keyboards and mice more as they walked to the office area, the thinly veiled co-workers wondering if they were discussing their work or groping for fish. The rest of them were nailed to their positions, slightly pale faces illuminated by the light from the computers, brows furrowed in seriousness and rigor. A new group of college students visiting also failed to get their attention. The crisp sound of high-heeled shoes de. The entry was a regular suit of ladies' professional clothes, tailored to fit, showing her innate elegance. The makeup on the woman's face, delicate and light. The long drop earrings by her ears, the gold bracelet at her wrist, the diamond ring on her ring finger. The jewelry was simple. Sharpness and competence were highlighted in her body. So pretty. This is Mr. Kong, isn't it? It's true that I'm not as well known as I am. The aura is superb. Harm. It's just a shame to be married young. Mr. Kong is so young and married? Yeah, don't you know? Married a long time ago, to a young man about our age. In this group of people, a converging, burning line of sight had been gazing at Kong Yoshi. Kong Yohi also met his eyes, and there was a clear smirk in his eyes, toward Liu's direction. His eyebrows raised slightly. Liu first averted his gaze. His wife was always like that, first stirring up the fire that teased him, and then not extinguishing it regardless, letting it go crazy like a prairie fire. They thought they wouldn't meet Mr. Jiang during the training period. I didn't expect to have the honor of meeting General Manager Jiang to personally introduce the group. Liu was filled with only one thought: they were secretly married and the wife was the boss. While Mr. Jiang was introducing the company's regular business. In the large conference room, she walked to the position in the last row where Liu was sitting, and while everyone's eyes were fixed on the PPT on the projector, Kong Yoo-hee stopped beside Li Yel. One leans forward, one leans back. For a few unnoticed seconds, their bodies sizzled against each other, and for a split second, faded away. After the professional explanation from Mr. Jiang, they were led by the introducer to their workstations, where they will be able to develop their talents and potentials for the next year, or maybe longer. Of course, some people will be eliminated here. Society has always been crueler than school. If school is a hotbed for nurturing talents, society is a hell for refining talents. The managerial trainee is located in the same office area. Is the future John's high-level talent? And the president's office is very close, only separated by a long corridor. There is a pantry in the long corridor. The chances of meeting the president will be higher than colleagues in other positions. Li Yu saw his workstation in the corner of the corridor, the closest to the president's office. The other college students were glad that they were not in Li Yu's position. After all, no matter whether it was a serious job or an occasional touch of fish, no working cow or horse likes to be watched by the upper leadership from time to time. That would give them a twisted feeling of being watched. Li Yu cleaned up his place, walked to the pantry, and drank a cup of hard, warm water, silently thinking about some of the things he'd been thinking about. A small, familiar hand crossed to him and took his cup. Li Yu stopped his "this is my cup" words the moment he saw the visitor. It's his wife, in name only, Kang Yeo. He used his cup, very naturally, and after finishing it, lifted her chin, signaling that she hadn't drunk enough, probably because she had depleted her body's water during the previous explanation. Li Yu followed the water and asked curiously, "Aren't you a clean freak?" Just as the introduction was made, Kang Yoi's fingertips touched a bit of dust on the projector and her brows furrowed. Shanlu fussed for a split second and secretly wiped it with a tissue. Li Yu all noticed that after the explanation, Kang Yeo he had to go and wash her hands, and at the washstand in the restroom, she washed her hands back and forth in a very standard posture. Kang Yoshi took the cup of water he handed over, purposely, with sheepish affection in his eyes, and used Li Yu's mouth-to-mouth position to drink slowly, not in a hurry to answer. This action made Li Yu's throat tighten. His wife is explicitly teasing him again, and he, willingly, was caught by his wife's wantonness. After Kang Yo-hee finished her drink, she wiped her small mouth and blandly said, "I don't have one for you." Li Yu took hold of her thin waist and gently pinched it. "That counts as molestation, baby. The pantry doesn't come to people. And even that group of college students rarely leaves their workstations when the leader doesn't come to authorize the content of their work." A sense of honesty that comes with being new to the workplace. Kang Yeo-hee's hot little hand gripped Li Yu's wrist, warm fingertips slowly stroking upwards, half-contained autumn water eyes and his deep line of sight, tightly intertwined. "So you're retaliating now? Seducing me?" Kang Yeo-hee's pink lips flicked out, looking at him with a calm demeanor. Li Yu was wearing the apricot-colored suit she'd matched him with this morning, and was extraordinarily energetic in a group of black suits. The suit was ironed without a single crease, and it was on his body that made it worthwhile. At that time, Kang Yeo-hee sat on the edge of the bed, her lazy demeanor gazing at the man she had built, and had long had the nasty thought of wanting to tear the svelte clothes off. Li Yu lowered his head and gently left a kiss on her red lips, and when he wanted to leave, he was wrapped around his neck by Kang Yoshi's small hands, deepening the kiss. Wet and soft little tongue wandered recklessly, hooked and tangled. The supervisor and subordinate ducked in for a wet, warm, lukewarm indirect kiss over a cup of tea. The occasional sound of someone walking outside added to the tightness. "Ryoko." Kang Yohee took a small breath and rested her forehead against his with intent. It was clearly her initiative, and she was the one who couldn't catch her breath from the kiss. "It's really irritating." At the sound of footsteps approaching towards them, Kang Yeo-hee walks out of the pantry first, followed by Li Yul with a glass of water. "Hello, Mr. Kang." Kang Yeo-hee nodded her head, the look that nothing had happened, and calmly walked into her office. Li Yu was accosted by them. "The president is in the pantry. How dare you go in? Don't you think her aura is overwhelming and intimidating? No one wants to share a room with a leader, even though the leader is a beautiful woman." Li Yu thought, was it Kang Yeo-hee's fierce kiss just now that pressed him? "I can't help but smile at the corners of my mouth and nod. It's a little scary. The water, I've only had half a glass of it. Or you have the guts to simply mirror that." They looked at each other and said in unison, "The firstborn are not afraid of tigers." The co-workers around them think they don't know each other well or at all. In fact, the large company, every time Li Yu and Kang Yoshi met, the eyes would be in the dark, constantly drawing. Li Yul enjoyed kissing Kang Yeo-hee, but he didn't just plant a fruit on his wife's particularly visible skin. He didn't care at all about the fact that Kang Yeo-hee especially liked to bite him sometimes and leave marks. His body, randomly planted. The wife can plant as many as she wants. Just now, the second before Kang Yeo-hee walked out of the pantry, she gently bit at the back of Li Yul's neck, and seeing the red marks on it, she was heartbroken again, and her little tongue gently licked it. She asked Li Yu, "Did it hurt?" Li Yu almost pressed on. The red mark was so obvious that Li Yu's temporary leader, Shangli, saw it when he passed by his position. Shanglua coughed a few times and nodded at Li Yu's table. "It's still the young people who have the run of the place." Li Yu had just sat down and stood up again at the sight of Shanglua, smiling at him but not quite able to understand him. But still, you have to be a little more restrained. This is going to be in case I take you out to meet a client. What if the client sees you?" Shanglu's eyes pointed to the back of Li Yu's neck. In the future, when the young lovers are fooling around, try to keep it under the cover of your clothes. Liu understood and didn't deny it, nodding. I know. He tried to control his wife's honor as best he could. However, it's kind of torturous to ask your wife's honor not to be so enthusiastic about herself. Liu suddenly became a bit torn. With all this pounding, the morning went by. Kang Yu was eating lunch alone in her large office, and she had wanted to ask Li Yul to come in and eat with her. 10 minutes ago, she stood at the floor-to-ceiling window to make a phone call and talk about the details of the cooperation. She saw the back of Liu whom she could recognize instantly even from the top. He was walking to a restaurant near the company with a few of his new co-workers. Kang Yu's thoughts of Li Yul accompanying her to dinner were put to rest. He's just starting out in society and has a lot of connections to make. She shouldn't hold him back from growing up. Today her lunch was pineapple goulash, which was sweet and about as sweet as she was feeling. Her cell phone vibrated and she picked it up to see that it was her best friend, who had largely stayed off the earthly plane since her marriage. Stone Ran would often lock herself away in a place where she felt at home, furthering her education. Kang Yu has reached a level of habit with her godly presence. Hey, Cecilia, you got a minute? Kang Yu sits upright, points her cell phone lens at her lunch, focuses, takes a picture, and sends it to Ran. You're eating pretty sweetly. Isn't your life too sweet lately? It was Ran who knew her best. Yes. Kang Yu was concerned again. How are you? How is your academic advancement? When will you choose to graduate and enter which major hospital to utilize your talents? Ran sent countless emoticons. You and my mom sent similar messages. I feel like I just chatted with my mom. Kang Yu he. Which what? I actually have something to ask you. Kang Yu wiped her mouth, very serious and sternly waiting for her best friend's question. You say, why did you get married so soon? Ran asks Kang Yu about her feelings. What do you see in him? She's very understanding. Even if she's a BFF, she has to send a message during Kang Yu's lunch break, so she can't miss the strong woman's work. Kang Yu didn't use a few seconds to reply to the message. Figure he's clean. Figure he's young. Figure he's not very possessive of the money in my pocket. Love tends to be in a very paranoid position. In layman's terms, I can give, but you can't ask me for it. Get this right, and being in a relationship is an absolute blast. Ran typed, venturing, what about him? Who is going to come after your money? This question must be asked. After all, the Jiang family is a big family. Jiang Yoshi's money, as a bosom friend she cannot count. Kang Yu rushing for my money? If it's Liu, then I'm so happy, because I really am. Ran muttered with a small mouth. Double standard this is. But when you think about it, they had love and it wasn't based on material things. On top of the emotional foundation, there is money, which makes this love even more precious. A new message from Kang Yu. Ran, you're not right. She's more than out of sorts. She's going crazy with Yumi Ching. I didn't realize that a curmudgeonly medical student could be so blunt and unbridled in his pursuit. Ran is also a veteran of the love scene. Froze to let you see the green, this small mouth blah 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 coax to find the north. Ran had also asked him explicitly if he was doing anything to seduce me. He nodded, and the words in reply were, in this life, you can only be my woman. A Ran who had already passed the age of fantasizing about love at 18, after having seen countless inferior males, was actually impressed by this childish to the extreme sentence of his. Her last reply to Yumi Ching was simply, kind of interesting, but in truth, she was deeply moved. Not knowing what love is, she has no choice but to come and ask her best friend Kang Yu, who has love to get married against all odds. Yeah, I'm not right. I feel like I'm in a relationship, but I'm not quite sure I'm in a relationship. She suffered a betrayal by her fiancé before she became so recklessly licentious, passing through all the flowers without touching a single leaf. See the hand green this flower, hard and toxic to rely on her body. Stone Ran was clueless. Kang Yu try it? If you don't try, you'll never get results. Ran's eyes drooped, deep in thought, and she didn't reply to her best friend again. Chapter 37 New Employee Welcome Reception. There's a new employee welcome party tonight. Are you going? Song Wenjing, who had returned from lunch, then mixed quite well with a few of his co-workers and took the lead as a new colleague to know the news in advance. New colleague Song Wenjing and Liu is a university. Also heard of Liu's great name, so in the company seems to be more and Liu to talk to. Even if Liu words very little, but the same school graduated for the freshly out of the society of college students, the old classmates is really too much of a sense of belonging. Liu returned. I'll think about it, messaging his kissing wife on his still-worn used cell phone under his hand. Will you be at the new employee welcome party tonight? Song Wenjing thought he was social terrorism, pushed him with his elbow. This is what to think about. When young do not participate in this kind of activities, old time to participate in it, and then again, there is no wife at home waiting for you to go back. Control you. This kind of dashing days do not know how long you can live. but also think about what Li Yu's cell phone almost didn't hold steady, and his light sight glanced at Song Wenjing. Song Wenjing inexplicably felt a sense of oppression in this bland look in his eyes, and couldn't help but hastily avoid the line of sight, sullenly drinking the milk tea in his hand that the leader, Shang, had invited him to. Strange, a rich young lord still using such a crappy cell phone, and like him, fair and square going through the application process to get into a company that is not his own business. What the hell? Independence? What's with the tugging? Go. Li Yu put away his cell phone and blandly said, go. Song Wenjing had just thought of something else in his heart, but when he heard Li Yu say that he would also go, his heart was more than happy. In a few moments, the newest work group should be sending out notifications, he bragged in a tone. After all, he knew the news earlier than the average new coworker. Li Yu was silent, looking unperturbed and not the least bit interested in the same. Song Wenjing's thoughts of showing off fell flat. By the time the afternoon is almost over, the office area is so quiet that the only sounds are the fingers tapping on the keyboard and clicking the mouse. And the moment there is a message in the group, there is a bit of a buzz. Tonight at the Golden Range restaurant, which is also part of John's enterprise, we invite all new colleagues for a new employee welcome party. You are welcome to participate actively and enthusiastically. And of course, the same goes for the old employees. Come if you want to, and get to know the company's fresh blood. It's really a stealth consideration, just to see who doesn't go. Not to go, that means the employee is not cheerful enough, not enough outgoing, introverted personality that is more suitable for some technical positions. New hires who go for that active atmosphere are better suited for external negotiation positions. Kong has its own considerations. Non-offenders of principle. Generally admitted students will not be expelled. Li Yu, I'm taking the bus to the restaurant with my new coworkers. As she typed these words, Li Yu looked up to see the president who exited the office, her valiant breath full. Noticing that her cell phone vibrated, she took a look, and when she passed by Li Yu, Kong Yoshi's little mouth turned up, and her delicate eyebrows were slightly raised with petulance. To Li Yu Hole, really want to immediately get up and walk to the front of the wife to coax the wife, kiss the wife's small mouth. Absolutely cannot let the wife show this kind of poor expression. Of course, except in bed. Hello Mr. Kong. Hello Mr. Kong. Kong Yeohe's unique look of treating Li Yu charmingly quickly disappeared and was extremely well collected. As the others greeted her, Kong Yeohe reverted back to her old thunderous demeanor, nodding slightly to show that she had heard them. Li Yu put away what he had on hand, which wasn't much really, just setting a password and shutting down his new computer partner. Stow the rechargeables and rechargeable cable chargers in your bag again. Flush with work, they arrived at the restaurant in an exclusive corporate shuttle, worthy of being a large factory. The welcome meeting in the restaurant, decorated like a banquet. Do not know thought they are distant relatives group, come to participate in the newlywed banquet. Walking into the red-hot lively restaurant, according to the address sent by the group, they took the elevator to the third floor, and what they saw was a large round table covered with a very good texture fabric, on which there was an exquisite and rich meal. Shanglu took the microphone. Ahem, old and new employees crossed the table. Good communication. Cannot be all new co-workers sit at a table? Stuffy. No. Li Yu, who had already casually sat in a corner seat, looked at Song Wenjing, who had similarly sat down on the side. As soon as he heard Shang's comment about new and old employees having to sit together, he stupidly looked at the Kang's executives who were coming and going, and then ignored Li Yu's rise and caught one of the executives chatting and sat in the other seats. New co-workers, sit separately. Li Yu did not need to move at all. Around him the new colleagues had already taken the initiative to disperse almost. One after another there were still people coming. There were too many people in the back, so Shanglua couldn't separate them, so he just let them be. Though, on his lips, he would still mention, new and old employees sit separately haha, so Li Yu's still sitting next to a new coworker, just not from their department, not familiar. Li Yu was able to recognize them as new colleagues because they hadn't yet had much of society's clarity on them. A female coworker was even glanced at by Shanglu as she took her seat and whispered a reminder. Sit separately haha, still trying to struggle with Shanglua. Sui, who was named by his eyes, didn't move, and after Shanglua left, she clamped down on her food straight away, muttering, separate seats? Splitting hairs, nagging. The few people sitting around her were amused by the verbal humor she brought to the table. The restaurant had plenty of cold air, so even though they were now eating a scorpion hot pot, it wasn't unbearably hot at all, and the waiter was replenishing the dishes they'd finished with another pile of dishes. Fresh prawns, fatty beef, pancetta, tripe, and veggies. Also on the back was barbecue and oysters that had been grilled in the back kitchen. There was even abalone, quite a big one, which was grabbed as soon as it came up. Sui grabbed food successfully, sat down beautifully, saw the side of this little handsome indifferent, Thought he might be embarrassed and so many female colleagues to compete for food. But it's a little perk for every new co-worker, so why not eat it? She got up, clipped the food, another sound, clip away the abalone, then quickly put into Liu's bowl. In his puzzled look at himself, Sooty put up his index finger. A small voice shoo. Liu lowered her eyes and looked at the abalone in the bowl. The corner of her mouth curved. Thank you. Sooty was too busy eating meat for the time being to answer him, and waved her hand as if she was answering. The first half of the meal was hot and heavy, and halfway through, some people started drinking. When you drink a little horse piss, you're a little bit confused and you persuade other people to drink. A strong smell of alcohol was carried by Song Wenjing, who came to Liu's front end. Taking Liu's hand, he advised, Come, drink a few cups. Liu pushed the glass in front of him, the strong smell of alcohol still white. He politely declined. I'm allergic to alcohol. Song Wenjing was happy to hear that. Where else would someone be allergic to alcohol nowadays? In the next sentence, he prefaced it with, alcohol allergy, that's why you don't drink enough. He patted Liu's shoulder in a persuasive tone. Just drink more, that's all. Li Yel saw Kong Yeo He, who was at the center table. She greeted the executives and took a few sips of her wine in a meaningful way. The wife's been drinking. He can't drink anymore. He's got to drive. Really don't drink. Liu casually pushed him away. Boxing. Push people did not pay attention. Not a lightweight. Liu this hand over. Song Wenjing that white chicken body directly a stagger fell to the ground. The wine he was trying to persuade Liu to drink was also poured on his face, and the cold touch sobered him up slightly. I was just about to bust out, but then I saw that all the female co-workers at the table were pretty good looking and were still looking at him, or rather, looking at his jokes. Song Wenjing, thinking that he was not sure that he might still be having sex with one, or more than one, of them in the future, steadied his swaying body and walked slowly in the direction of the restroom. When Liu wanted to help him, he still refused. Don't pay attention to this kind of scum who can't read people's faces. Let's continue to eat shrimp. Sui raised her chin quickly in Liu's direction and continued to struggle to eat. Liu sat back in his seat. Sui grabbed 2 more for Liu as soon as the roasted oysters were served. Thanks, but Liu felt that this thing was a bit troublesome to eat, and it was always unclean. But seeing as she was so positive, it wasn't too good to break the ninny's positivity. It's not necessarily that he can't read faces. Sui ate until the end, even a little dizzy carbon, her eyes red and sleepy. After yawning he continued, he's seeing that you don't bother with him, that you're the best bully. Liu returned, thank you for your concern. He knew that, and didn't bother to count. Live long and prosper. The longer you live, the more unimaginable biodiversity there is. Sui rested her cheeks and dozed off a little. You're too polite. This meal hasn't been eaten in a few bites. How many times have you said thank you? Eating until 2100 hours p.m. Basically there are colleagues looking for all sorts of excuses to leave the venue of the restaurant's new employee welcome meeting. When Li Yel saw Kong Yeo he get up, he immediately got up as well. Sui on the side was curious. You're going back? Liu nodded. It's late, bye. Sui looked at his appearance as he walked out of the door of the restaurant. That back was still a bit lonely and proud, muttering on the side of her mouth. So cold. A female colleague beside me finally chimed in. Originally I saw him as quite good looking, not too bad in height, and more importantly not too talkative. So it's definitely not the kind of male colleague who is a flowery talker. But he's so stuffy that I don't know how to open my mouth and chat with him if I want to strike up a conversation. She gave Sui a thumbs up. It's still you brave. Sui tilted her head and commented. This is probably what the internet says. This kind of icy cold nature of the man. Only to catch up. Then there is only one person in his eyes. Ironically deep love. Harm. This handsome man's passion is like fire. Anyway, I'm afraid that a social terrorist like me can't have it in this life. Sui had eaten about as much as she could, and chatted with her female co-workers as they walked out of the restaurant. When walking to the entrance of the first floor, Sui inadvertently saw the old boss's luxury car, also vaguely saw the man in the driver's seat, handsome side face, but also a bit like, she stared at the night Liu. Let's go, the car is here, what are we looking at? Soi stepped forward, good, smooth ride in the Cayenne. Kanyu he got into the passenger seat and had a few drinks, but wasn't drunk and a little sleepy. For the first few minutes, after she left the table, she stayed in the car and waited dutifully for Liu. Liu had just walked out of the restaurant when he was stopped by Song Wenjing again, and they said they were going to sing. Liu made excuses and shrugged off not going. Song Wenjing, if it wasn't for the leader Shang brother was there, he really kinda wanted to flip out. This doesn't go, that doesn't go. What? You have a Jiao in your house and a Yen Ruyu in your book? It's still true, but Liu doesn't say anything about it. It's guaranteed to cause jealousy and anger in others. Shanglua stopped Song Wenjing's mouth that was getting more and more excessive. Alright, let's go, let's just go sing. Liu nodded towards Shang and turned to continue walking in the direction of the parking lot. Finding his wife's car with uncanny accuracy, Liu had just opened the driver's door and sat in the driver's seat when he was leaned over softly by his wife. "What took you so long to come over? Are you still chatting with the little girl?" Kang Yeohee's petulant voice. Both eating at the same tier of the restaurant. She of course knew that Liu was always being accosted by a girl who ate her food. She wasn't jealous because she got along so simply. She just wanted to flirt and tease her husband. "No, it was a male coworker who stopped me and said he wanted to go sing." Liu was wearing his seatbelt. Rarely is Kang Yeohee denied by him when he wants a kiss. She was all stunned, her eyes full of dismay. And then the next second she frowned slightly with a pretty brow and a small, unhappy mouth. "What's wrong? Husband and wife, still not giving kisses? I'm going to drive. There's a DUI check on the road later. And besides, it's not good for your safety." Kang Yeohee sat back in the passenger seat in a daze, her head dizzy, her eyes slowly thinking, a kiss can also be tainted with alcohol? It's not really easy to verify. Though, it's better to listen to your husband. She sat obediently for the time being, staring lazily ahead as words came and went with Liu. "You didn't even come over to toast with me at the potluck tonight, Lil Yu." Hoo, named by the wife. Liu laughed lowly. "Alright, next time we have a candlelight dinner. I'll celebrate a lot of wine for you. Is that okay?" "Okay." Super cozy Kang Yeohee. When they got home, Liu turned on the warm water and waited for his wife to wash up. He looked a little hesitant as he stood in front of the closet, getting a change of clothes for his wife. The aqua blue JK suit was peacefully folded and placed in the far corner position of the closet, where Liu had secretly put it. He bought it, but didn't move it. His impulse was pretty much restored and he felt a bit childish. "Husband." After hearing Kang Yeohee's voice, he hurriedly took the shirt that his wife used to wear when she slept at night and turned around to walk out of the master bedroom. Later, putting his wife's clothes away, Liu busied himself again. He's cooking something in the kitchen, and Kang Yeohee blindly guesses it's antidote soup. She scrubbed her hair and walked to the master bedroom, still thinking about how she should lie down to be more attractive to her younger, more energetic husband. When she saw that the closet door was left open, Kang Yeohee paused as she stepped over to casually close it. She saw it and wore it. The shirt of the JK suit fit her waist perfectly, and the hem was neatly tucked into her pleated skirt. The short, aqua blue skirt barely covered her roundness. Underneath the skirt were long legs covered in hazy black silk. There was also a blue dotted bow in front of her full breasts, covering most of her good figure. It was hidden and even more deadly. Kang Yeohee, so innocent. Liu, who walked to the door of the room, thought she was innocent. Surprise was all over his eyes and his breathing became noticeably deeper. He was a little embarrassed. "Why are you wearing? Is it not pretty?" Kang Yeohee's lifted eyes were watery and seethed with a slight redness of astringent air. "Good looking." Good to see that Liu had tightened her lower belly. Kang Yeohee held her waistline, feeling the texture of the dress and skirt, and asked softly, "Washed?" "Washed." Liu walked to her, lowered his head, and couldn't help but bury his face in the soft nest of her shoulder. Kang Yeohee, who had been drinking a bit, smelled faintly of alcohol, which made Liu, who didn't like alcohol, go a bit on the head. He remembered the scene of his first drink, pursed his dry lips, his big hand gently wrapped around his wife's waist, through JK's shirt. The waist is more and more slender up, but touching and very fleshy. Liu thought it was because his wife's bones were too small. "Did you wash it by hand again?" Liu muffled out. "Well." Chapter 38, the most fatal aggravation is not knowing people well. Kang Yeohee also wants to ask, how can people be so energetic? Liu was nowhere free, and his mouth blurred as he answered his obedient wife. "This is punishment. Punishment for my wife seducing me all the time." Kang Yeohee covered her little face. "Then, that won't be played later." Liu added. "No, why do you say things that make you want to die?" Wife is a little naughty. "Baby, do you know how cute you are?" Obviously Liu in the company pretending that ignorant newcomer look. Under the Sven, all the scum, shady tricks all to their wives. Lee Elm, badass. "Don't cover your eyes." Liu took her small hand and slowly removed it, interlocking her fingers, kissing it again. Sister's eyes can talk. She's saying, "Love me." Once Liu got into bed, the flirty talk continued. Kang Yeohee is going crazy. As for the antidote soup that had been neglected in the kitchen, it had barely served its purpose by morning. When eating breakfast, Kang Yeohee held her cheeks and couldn't lift a single ounce of energy at all. It was still a working day and she couldn't rest at all. She had to go to work. Headache? On the contrary, Liu had a very good look, without any loss of essence. To Jiang Yoshi's great envy, she depressedly drank the antidote soup in her hand and did not answer him. Thinking alone, is it hard to be age? He is too young. So he is energetic? Liu knew that last night's self was impulsive and made a bit of a scene. Well, it can't be a one-time. It's a two-time impulse. That's not to blame for the wife being so charming. What he didn't know was that he was unknowingly muttering the scraps that were in his head. You still blame me? Kang Yeohee's beautiful eyes flashed with surprise, and she ended all of Li Yu's bad behavior with a soft and delicate umph. The corner of Li Yu's lips hooked. A hint of sweetness flooded his heart. His wife was so cute that she was about to paralyze his entire being. Then Kang Yeohee's breakfast was fed by Li Yu. Seeing that he had a good attitude in admitting his mistake, Kang Yeohee forgave his bad, extensive flirting behavior so easily. They went to the office together after that, except that Li Yu stayed in the parking lot for almost 10 minutes. Coming up to the point, he looked around when there was no one around before he got out of the car and took a quick step to reach the company clock in and step on the clock. Li Yu saw the punctual 9 o'clock and raised an eyebrow. It was seen by the leader, Shang Lu, who smiled. This new colleague, just out of society, has mastered the essence of going to work. Li Yu nodded toward the leader. Good morning. Still have to perfume the relationships. He puts down his bag and sits in his office seat, boots up his computer, charges his work cell phone, looks at hundreds of group chats, zeroes in on new messages, pays special attention to the group chats for any messages about what he's working on. Sorry about last night, huh? I heard I seem to have gotten a little drunk. When Song Wenjing saw Li Yu coming, he immediately slid his own chair in front of him. The drunk is actually conscious. He knows exactly what he is doing and saying. And what is different from the ordinary is probably the absence of physical strength and less balance in his control over his body. Drinking a little horse urine to feel that the world is their own, and they are equal to their colleagues to say that a command like persuasion words. He remembered. Sober. The heart is a little apprehensive. A little hanging. Li Yu's attitude was light. It's fine. He has Kang Yeohee in his wonderful life, and can't allow a little space for these not-so-nice little things. Human nature is ever-changing, and as long as there are social ties that cannot be escaped, there is no need to think too much about certain things that cause you to be unhappy and affect your mood. Besides, that person isn't going to be a very important person in your part of life, so why the internal conflict? That's good. I thought you were angry. It seems that our brother Li has a lot of anger. Song Wenjing chimed in with a smile. Li Yu didn't talk to him again. He had something to work on. He didn't like to procrastinate on anything, and it was best to be able to get tomorrow's work done in today's time. It seems, always with a sense of workload anxiety. Even if you have completed the task towards the front, by tomorrow, you will still want to get the workload done for the day after. And so it goes, round and round. People are today's business. As for him, today's business is best done yesterday. Song Wenjing also graduated from Jinlin University, so when he saw Li Yu and Zhang's, there was no difference between seeing his relatives. These days, he was looking for Li Yu to chat about dinner, discussing the university, and when it comes to work, he also swore in front of Li Yu, saying, vow to play out a piece of their own sky in Zhang's. When Li Yu heard such impassioned speeches from him, he looked reticent, as if he didn't have the same ambitions as he did. This also made Song Wenjing relax his guard against Li Yu's competitive nature. After all, this person was very good in school, winning awards to the extent that he was soft. If he wants to compete with himself, he really can't compete with Li Yu, which is on the surface. As the leader of their group, Shang LV already had the job assignment laid out. Song Wenjing slid back to his position and clicked on the group chat. When loading the file, Song Wenjing felt that something was wrong. The old time, he felt like he had waited half the night. Asterisk 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 this workload. I'm an intern. Who here can tell Shang from Yan? He sighed deeply and turned his head to see that Li Yu was already tapping on the keyboard. Song Wenjing could only twitch the corners of his mouth very helplessly as he tried to finish his work. In his head, he was still wondering, why didn't Li Yu spit like them? Li Yu's work cell phone vibrated, and he saw the message with the note President. Instead of choosing to click on it with his computer, he used his cell phone. Adapting? How's the workload? Li Yu typed. Adapting. Workload okay. In fact, for all of Li Yu's previous academic and part-time schedules, his current workload was nothing. All the free time he had to desert was wide open. That's good. Li Yu stared at the phone with a few hesitations in his eyes, but still typed. Is your back sore? If it's sore, will you find a free time to sneak into the office and rub it for me? Kang Yeohee, when returning this message, instinctively also sat up straight, feeling, waist seems to still have a little sore, but fortunately, she thought she had already adapted to Li Yu. Li Yu was typing when he was disturbed by Song Wenjing who walked over. He had to close his cell phone first. Indifferently, he looked at Song Wenjing. Something wrong? Song Wenjing has a program will not. Quite difficult. He got 2 hours or not clear. Thought of Li Yu seems to use the formula to participate in the innovation competition before. Won the provincial award. After 10 minutes of agonizing, he came over to look for Li Yu. You add your girlfriend's contact information to your work cell phone? And note it as president? You're really bold. Song Wenjing commented in surprise, because Li Yu's hand speed was too fast. He saw a few words, waste and rub, capturing or keywords. then definitely chatting the two of them. The relationship is not ordinary. Liu is not very old. That is definitely an girlfriend. Before he could wait for Liu to reply, he gave himself a thumbs up. That's a powerful move. Do you have something? Liu didn't explain and chose to change the subject. The more something is explained, the more confusing it becomes, and it may even be possible to simply not explain it because there are any gaps in the explanation, which will subconsciously reduce the impression in one's brain as time passes and the workload increases. This code, I didn't actuate it correctly. No matter how I change it, it's not right. Song Wenjing walked to his office seat, and sure enough, he forgot all of a sudden that he was going to flirt with Liu. Liu just happened to be going to the pantry as well, picked up his own cup, walked over to Song Wenjing's spot, looked at it, ran through it for a few minutes, then hand-acted and taught him. Song Wenjing saw that the program ran, and he felt that he had achieved his goal. Will? Liu asked him when. He then replied, it will be. As a result, the very next second he answered the question, because Liu saw that he would. He took the entire program he had edited and deleted it. Looking at the blank computer screen, Song Wenjing's eyes went wide. What are you doing? On the contrary, at this time, Liu also went to the pantry and didn't hear his accusation. Song Wenjing anxiously recalled what Liu had just done, and it was only when he tried to do the same that he realized that people's memories were simply very much off. He still wouldn't, and he even wanted Liu to just do it for him, but the program made by Liu was deleted by Liu, and he had just had the cheek to say he would, so he couldn't go back to Liu now. Liu, who took the warm water and walked to his office seat, was sensitive to eyes. He noticed Song Wenjing's line of sight and ignored it. Everyone has their own workloads, all of them heavy and unavailable, and Liu wouldn't help him directly. It wasn't really his job description. When help is taken for granted, refusal is justifiably cursed by the person being helped. Song Wenjing sighed in front of his workstation, so annoyed that he kept scratching his hair, breaking several strands, and the result was different for each process of that formulaic algorithm. He's getting sick of it. As he swiped his phone to relax, Song Wenjing saw a message posted on the school's universal wall to help organize final review materials, and for a fee. His eyes rolled around and around, so he had his own hit. Looking around at his coworkers who were all staring at their computers, Song Wenjing swallowed sheepishly, playing up the fact that when he was in school, he couldn't find paid help for the coursework that he didn't know how to do. He went online and looked for outsourcing. Outsourcing is very fast, the speed at which work is completed, and naturally, there's the speed of the leak. Jiang is what a big enterprise outsourcing did so many nasty hook. Naturally took a look at which company, which project, which program. He directly resold to competing companies, not only earned the money to find outsourcing, but also earned the money to sell the program. Two birds with one stone. In the group, the leader suddenly lashed out. What kind of idiot gets outsourced to do a project privately? Song Wenjing had just submitted his work content when he saw such a message, and his heart was so weak that cold sweat broke out all over his body. Finding out who made the mistake was a breeze for Ginger's safeties. Shanlu first in the group to release information, because know the mistake is also a human virtue. After all, are just out of society, do not know the importance of the new colleagues. He is not the first time to see. Admit the mistake and do not admit the wrong attitude. Often has a very different. He ended up waiting for half an hour without a single private chat on his work cell phone. Shang Li couldn't, and walked out of the office, standing furiously in the office area for the stewards in charge of the program. The question I asked in the group, who the hell did such a stupid thing? The awkwardness and gravity of the ravens. No one answered, did they? Even the sound of tapping on the keyboards throughout the office area has diminished. After another 10 minutes, the sounds of keystrokes were gone, and the peace and quiet revealed an extraordinary eeriness. Song Wenjing, don't you have anything you want to say? Shang Lu held his work cell phone, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and stared deathly at Song Wenjing, who was cowering in front of his computer, thinking that with at least that many people completing the project, Zhang wouldn't find him, the one who started it all. Song Wenjing's face instantly turned white when he heard the chief call his name. Shang, I didn't do anything like that. Song Wenjing slowly stood up. The other colleagues' eyes also fell on him intentionally or unintentionally, including the incomprehensible Liu. The doubt that filled his eyes was so obvious. Shan Luming was so furious that he was blowing his beard and eyes out, but he still couldn't help but let out a long breath of turbid air. Do you think John's cybersecurity officer is a eater? Early on, when outsourcing sold this part of the program, the security officer noticed something was wrong and stopped the data leak in time, losing only bits and pieces. But that sporadic data is enough to kill a newcomer and ruin his career prospects. No company wants traitors as employees. Song Wenjing was obviously flustered, but his mouth was still sophomoric. I really didn't. Don't believe me. He suddenly looked at Liu. If you don't believe me, ask Liu. We came out of the same school. He knows me well. I'm honest. How could I do such a thing? Colleagues watching the show beside me covered their mouths and muttered, pulling others into the water, playing really smooth. Fortunately, when I first came here, he greeted me warmly and I didn't pay much attention to it, or else, those who are being pulled down now would probably still have a share of me. Gee, convincing. All are just graduated out of the students. There is still in the body has not been domesticated by society's arrogance. For Song Wenjing, this kind of steal the chicken cannot eat the rice move, but also tried to plant evidence to frame the blame, outspokenly not ashamed. Once Song Wenjing heard that they still didn't believe in themselves, he got anxious and directly falsely accused Liu. Liu has also read my part of the project. It's not fair to suspect me alone, right? And his family also has areas of competition with Kong, so it's not unlikely that he got into Kong just for the data breach. Liu looked to the chief. I didn't. If he doesn't reply, he'll really be the backstabber. You too, come with me to the office. Shang Liao didn't want to say any nonsense and gave the young man face by not pronouncing the result in public. In the office, is there anything you want to say? The leak was about the part of the work Song Wenjing handled, but he said you operated his program. Shang Liao sat in his office seat. He wasn't trying to be a bully, all coming from newbies. He was just afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his anger and just kick one person in the ass. Liu remained calm. I didn't leak. I didn't do such a nasty thing. I won't admit it. Song Wenjing deadpanned. Then what makes it me? Shang Liao folded his hands on the desktop. His sight looked at the two young men in front of him dead on, rationally analyzing, it's either you or him. Which one of you can be trusted with what you say? Liu dropped his eyes in disappointment and sneered, mocking himself. Thought everyone was Liu Yun, being inexplicably enthusiastic and self-conscious about himself. Unexpectedly, since neither of you will admit it was you, nor can you say cause and effect, let's let the president be the judge. President? Song Wenjing was having some difficulty even breathing now, his eyes blinking rapidly, obviously vain. There's no need for that. Liu frowned, letting his wife know he was humiliated. Shanlu reached for his work cell phone, a message in his hand. Can't you help me? Seeing that the chief's attention wasn't on them, Song Wenjing immediately made a look towards Liu. You still have your family business to inherit. I'm going to be sacked because of this and I'll have nothing. He tried to look pathetic and squeezed out a few hard tears. Liu didn't give him a glance, not feeling too comfortable at the moment. The more you recognize the inferiority of man, the more uncomfortable you become. Liu, Song Wenjing whispered through gritted teeth. In the next second, the one who reacted before Liu was Shang LV, who got up, and he spoke out with a faint yet measuring gaze. Mr. Jiang is free. Let's go to the president's office. Chapter 39, Stupid. Liu walked into the president's office, and the first thing that met him was Kong Yoshi's slightly furrowed brow, and he was slightly embarrassed that he had disturbed her because of this small matter. Disturbing the president's peace and quiet because of this small matter was actually a capital offense for Shang LV. Therefore, Shang Lu was also very vain, so vain that he couldn't even notice that Liu was out of place. Mr. Kang's words were soft with a sense of indifference. What's going on? Shang Luo briefly explained what had happened. Oh, Mr. Kang's fingertips gently tapped the desktop. Now that means that no one is willing to admit the culprit who caused the serious consequences of this matter. Who is it? A soft, lilting, crisp sound, like the pronouncement of a traitor's fate. Song Wenjing felt that his cold sweat was already coming out. His body even started to shiver gently. The intimidating feeling of the president was just too much. Aha! Goosebumps rose on Shang Luo's body. This matter could be big or small. It would depend on how the president did it. Jiang Yoshi's eyes, which did not have the slightest ripple, looked at the person in front of her. Tell me why the project board you are responsible for appeared in the competition information of the opposite company. I don't know. Song Wenjing clenched his palms tightly. He was still using that old set of words. President, although this is what I'm in charge of, but I'm not the only one who's seen it. In addition to the project leader Shang, Liu has also seen it. He's very smart, has a good memory, and helped me calculate the formula, and it ran successfully. Song Wenjing's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and less bottomless. Shang Luo was really convinced. The first time he brought a newcomer to such a situation, he already thought it was his bad fate. Now this guy was talking in front of the president, and pulled him down? It's hard to not be able to say that both of them know more about the content of this board of the project than I do. I actually say a bad word. I can't even read it before I let Liu come and teach me. Song Wenjing finished. His heart was hard to beat tight. No one wants to admit in front of the leader that he is actually a waste. Shang Luo was simply furious as he listened to the newcomer's words of sophistry. This guy was just trying to plant evidence on one of them, wasn't he? Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. It didn't matter who he dumped the pot on. It wasn't him, was it? Liu, who was also wrongly accused. As a newcomer, looked even more bland than Shang Lu, an old employee. Do you have anything to say? Lee, Elm. Kan Yohee pronounced the last name before realizing she had to pretend she wasn't familiar with it. The acting doesn't seem quite up to snuff. At least Shanglua was surprised to hear that the president could actually pronounce the name of this new employee. In Zhong's, is not done millions and millions of large single, is thousands and thousands of not enough to qualify to be remembered by John's name. Liu spoke in a calm tone. He really doesn't know how to, and showed me that the formula maneuvers I did were able to run his system, but I deleted my run data on my own after he said that he understood it. Mr. Jiang, you see he has admitted it. Song Wenjing, even if he has no reason, he still has to have a reason. There is simply no shortage of people in this world who are good at their jobs and a lack of people who will come to things. He couldn't believe that with words as unconvincing as Liu's in corroborating his own purpose, he could convince Mr. Jiang. On the side of the business law for song winking is simply speechless. The reason why the top can be as a top. Many times they are just carrying the answer, depending on who frankly do not confess. Still weaseling. Stupid. Now it was the case that whichever Dowlord would come would not be able to protect him. You guys go out first. Kan Yohee waved her hand, signaling Liu to stay. I'll talk to him alone. Kan Yoshi told Song Wenjing and Shanglua to go out first. After the door to the president's office closed, Song Wenjing felt that Jiang always listened to him when he saw that he was in a scenario with Shang LV, who was the head of the project. So, he's innocent now. Song Wenjing was practically beaming with joy. Brother Shang, I've said it's his problem, but you just don't believe me. Song Wenjing waved his hand in a helpless manner. We still have to find the president. What a delay. For the first time, Shang Lu crossed a newcomer with such a blunt blank stare. Song Wenjing looked at his condescending demeanor and saw his own heart flare up. But now the most important thing is to hurry back to the office area, clear the chat records, prove their own false innocence, and then secretly and outsourcing to settle accounts. How to both that want and want it, actually dare to take this thing to sell, then how to say, should also share themselves a little bit. Inside the president's office, when it's just the two of them, Kan Yohee's careless tone, idiot. She could tell at a glance that the person who was really aggrieved was Liu. Liu is guilty of using such a nasty means to obtain the interests of Jiang. Because the whole Jiang is the joint property of the couple between himself and him. Cutie. It is only then that he will sabotage his own interests. Liu is clearly no cutie pie. He's smart as hell. But he's a fool. A big fool who can't read people. Li Yul took a stepped aside of his wife, lowered himself slightly and embraced Kan Yohee. The words rang low in her ears. I'm a fool. You're a fool's wife. And neither of us can get anything out of it. In fact, he was complaining to his wife about his grievances. Only by feeling Kan Yohee's warmth did it make Liu less chilled. When Kan Yohee raised her head, intending to coax him, Li Yul's soft kisses had already touched her lips in a gentlemanly manner. Comfort me, wife. Liu lowered his head and rubbed his wife's soft lips. Her little mouth is soft and sweet. Liu is how to kiss cannot kiss enough. Kan Yohee's hot little hands lightly cupped his face. I don't care. I'm the idiot's wife. So what? As long as the idiot is Lil Yul, that's all that matters. She's savvy just fine. Liu's insatiable scowl ravaged his wife's sweet mouth until he was on the verge of kissing her out of oxygen. Kan Yohee is kissed until her body is already tightly pressed against the office chair, but she still can't resist Liu's strong attack. Her husband, very bossy. She loved it. The two were nose to nose, breathing softly, their loving eyes entwined with each other. What an honor to be called a fool by my sister. The others thought he was being taught a lesson, but he was actually flirting with the old boss. Song Wenjing, when Liu had not yet come out of the president's office, performed like a winning flower peacock in the office area of the management trainee, sitting in a dashing manner like a grandpa, waiting for Liu to be punished by the fact that he had successfully planted the evidence, deducted his salary, or dismissed him outright. As a result, Song Wenjing was still waiting for Liu to be successfully planted by himself, and in the next second, Shan Blue came to him with a security officer and locked his work computer, as well as collecting his work cell phone. This series of behaviors was so decisive and fast that Song Wenjing was a bit unable to react. What's this for, Shang? Song Wenjing asked knowingly as his heart was weak and kept thumping at the center of his heart. You're dismissed. Merchant Law gritted his teeth, trying to work on retaining what little politeness was left. Song Wenjing could not believe that he would actually be dismissed. This big factory job he knew he was accepted. The relatives of the family have been spread all over the place. Song Wenjing gladly accepted their words of praise for his future will be very successful. How is it possible to understand these few light words of Shangluo? Brother Shang, have you gotten it wrong? It's Liu who was sacked, right? Not me. Song Wenjing frowned tightly, his mind still thinking of wording to open a defense for himself. Merchant Law directly posed his work cell phone and reminded very clearly, this is the evidence that the security officer pulled. The definitive proof, the chat logs between him and the outsourcer, are plain as day, and he's going to have to take a lawsuit if he doesn't get his way. Shang, can't you just give it a chance? I'm only on my first job. There's a margin for error, right? Song Wenjing's eyes were red with fear, and the fingers stroking the desktop began to tremble again. He couldn't imagine being sacked from his job, whether there would be another company that would want him, or running back to school in disgrace, continuing his job search and being laughed at by those classmates as to how he had left the big factory again. There would have been. At those words, Song Wenjing's eyes glowed the next moment. Shang Lu added, "You're the one who ruined it, over and over again. The chances I gave you." From the moment he said this in the group, to the moment he came to the office area of the stewards, then to his own office, and even the president's office. So many chances. Not once did Song Wenjing admit his mistake. Now a last-minute tolerance for commercial law? It's simply ridiculous. Shanglua hadn't forgotten that this guy was even trying to plant evidence on himself when he was in the president's office. Song Wenjing ate his own words, and against the probing eyes of his co-workers, with great pressure in his heart, he began to pack his things under the supervision of the safety officer. It feels humiliating. At this time, it so happened that Li Yu came out from the president's office. Look at the way he's sinking his teeth into it. Song Wenjing's anger went out the window. So emotionally stable? You have a ghost in your heart, don't you? Song Wenjing looked at Li Yu, angry and gnashing his teeth, trying to make a final counterattack again, so that Li Yu reveals any cracks. He can report it and get the opportunity to make a merit. Li Yu is just used to the calmness of being falsely accused. For Li Chuan's bad behavior, Song Wenjing, this was child's play. Say something. What's the point of ignoring me? Win me once and you're noble? Seeing that I will mix worse than you in the future. Li Yu, just wait. You wouldn't be the Li family stuffing the back door to be able to enter Zhang's. Right, obviously you're not very good either. Song Wenjing's chatter was ignored by Li Yu, who sat down at his workstation and continued to finish his work at hand. Do not argue with fools about length. Some people don't let go once they bite you, and this scene of him working seriously just gave Song Wenjing the biggest blow. Obviously, he could have been like this, just careless. Song Wenjing felt that all of this should not be all his fault. Thieving, groping more employees, and now they are all looking at their own jokes. Have you packed up yet and still talking so much nonsense? Shang Lu, who had something to do and left the office area for a while, watched him dawdle and reminded, we don't have that much time to play with you. Shang, I'm not. Shang Luo raised his hand, not to let him speak, but to signal him to shut up. If you continue to dwell on this, not only will you not get your paycheck for the next few days, you could easily become a defendant. Song Wenjing reluctantly closed his mouth. As he crossed over to Li Yu's desk holding the cardboard box, he was unwilling, very unwilling. Obviously they came out of the same university. Why could Li Yu stay here? But he had to leave because of this little thing. Song Wenjing's pace suddenly lurched, thinking of something that, in retrospect, was very wrong. He turned around and looked straight at Li Yu. Li Yu, you're actually Mr. Zhang's lover, right? Li Yu's work cell phone notes and chat logs. He implied a little truth, and began to make rumors unscrupulously. What? Li Yu had a dumbfounded expression. When did he become his wife's lover? Shang Lu was the first to disbelieve. Song Wenjing, rumor mongering is a good idea. Are you trying to ruin yourself? Song Wenjing frowned tightly. I didn't. Shang, you can take a look at his work cell phone and you'll know if I'm lying. Li Yu frowned between his eyebrows. His work cell phone and his wife's chat records hadn't really been deleted. Letting anyone see them was very dangerous. I think you're really crazy. Shang Luo whispered. Don't start rumors here. Jiang always has a married woman. They did know that Mr. Jiang and Li had joined forces, but they wouldn't even think about Li Yu, a seemingly ordinary college student. Besides, there were 50 groups with the surname Li as a family business in L City, if not 100. Those who can marry Kong are at least a match in terms of financial strength. Li Yu's family's small company. To be honest, even if Li Yu said it now, they didn't really think that General Manager Zhang's husband would be a freshly minted college student. Gossip. Raging. Obviously they cannot be responsible for the project. Do not look for leadership. Actually looking for outsourcing. The company did not let him lose money has been very kind, but also go to wrong colleagues. Not only wrongly accused, but also rumor mongering. You're too young to know the taste of jail. Li Yu didn't make a sound. It's not a rumor because he and Kong Yuhi are legally married. Business law is also afraid that this kid's mouth is not clean. Was heard by Mr. Jiang. Affecting the mood is not good. Directly waved his hand. Let the security to Song Wenjing please out. Once the people creating the buzz had left the room, the workplace slowly quieted down again. The heat is definitely to see and get together. It is the nature of the country. But once the hilarity was over, they, as cattle and horses, had to have eyes to see that it was more important to finish the job at hand. And so, before long, The day's shift was over. After work hours, each goes home. Liu made some small means to permanently delete the few personal questions that he talked to the president in his work cell phone. His technique was still undetectable to the general public. When he got home, he sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, his face expressionless as he watched the scenery. There was a hint of sleepiness on his brow, and his whole body was lazily basking in the dusk. Kang Yeo he walks up to him and sits down beside him, following his line of sight as well, to see what kind of beauty it was that made her husband gawk for so long. The ground is cool. Sensing her movement, Liu leaned in, and with a big hand, directly scooped his wife's small body into his warm embrace. Kang Yeo he nestled obediently, very pleased with the attention Li Yul was paying to her. Still depressed about today? She asked softly. Liu nodded and didn't say much, all the bad feelings slowly fading away as he leaned his jaw against the soft hollow of his wife's shoulder. When you're off duty, don't think about anyone else. Kang Yeo he straddles his body and whispers, Liu, think about me more. His wife's words, and the tantalizing scent of her body that slowly rippled through him made his back tense. Floor-to-ceiling windows with a beautiful view. He admired Kang Yeo his perfect torso and his words were reverent. So beautiful. Wife. Kang Yushi took his hand and placed it on her abdomen. She opened a pair of misty eyes and asked Liu, feel that? The astringent air is full. Well, coaxing success. Chapter 40, The Truth About Face Swapping. Bad people go to a lot of trouble than stupid people have a bright idea. Li Chuan is getting married, and the marriage object is Wang Lily. Recently, Li's announced another happy event. Li's eldest son, Li Chuan, and Wang's executive director, Lily Wang, got married, and the wedding will be held in 3 days. The duo has made sizzling public confessions of deep affection. The woman is also the prodigal son and is responsible for him. Woke up early to watch the morning news on Liu. He frowned, more and more. He couldn't understand what Li Chuan was up to. Brain is as good as rusted. And when did these two get together? Oh, Liu remembered, as if it was still under his handwriting that a destiny was achieved. It's absolutely brilliant. The duo's proposal scene, with its sweet kisses, was really romantic. There was a photo attached below, and a sense of discomfort rose as he watched Liu's brow furrow. The two were presumably caught on camera, kissing in an extremely unnatural state, kissing so hard that their faces were contorted. Liu was just about to put down his cell phone when the person beside him woke up and moved his arms around him. Kang Yoshi covered her small mouth, gently yawning, sleepy eyes looking at her husband who woke up early, slowly moving her body, leaning her small face against his chest. The natural warm water bag, hot to the touch, slowly heating Kang Yoshi's extremely easy to cold body. Honey, can't you sleep? Kang Yohi's small hand caressed his angular and still very tactile abdomen. Why did you wake up so early? Liu exited the morning news page and set his cell phone aside, slowly moving in under the thin covers to snuggle his wife properly. When I woke up unexpectedly, I was so refreshed that I couldn't sleep. When Liu said that, he also kissed his wife's glossy forehead twice. Kang Yeo he lifted her little face and Li Yul's kisses landed on her cheeks, next to the corners of her mouth. On purpose? Liu was close to his wife's small white face and smiled lowly. Kang Yoshi's eyes were obviously still heavy, but it didn't delay her in the slightest to burrow her small hands down, with a sleepy tone, speaking and tugging. Well, it's just on purpose. What can you do to me? Suddenly, feeling her whole body covered by the man's broad shadow, blocking out most of the morning light, Kang Yu he gradually came to her senses in the dense, crispy sensation of his delicate kisses. He doesn't say it, he uses actions alone. An hour later, at the urging of the alarm clock, a powerful, sinewy arm reached out from under the thin covers and pressed the alarm clock with precision. Liu greedily took a few light sniffs of his fragrant wife before getting up. Kang Yohi, on the other hand, lazily burrowed out of the thin quilt, a scarlet color filling her pretty little face. Her beautiful eyes flowed as she stared at Liu, who was changing his clothes. The tight muscles screamed wild and untamed. And just now, Liu verified it on her body as well. Love. So like. Today's breakfast was hot soft noodles. Liu heard his wife coming out of the washroom and immediately scalded it and brought it to the table. Even after being so good, he still had to meet Kang Yeohi's eyes when she looked at him with a slight hint of resentment. How can you make it so long when your hands are all limp? Kang Yeohi rested her cheek on one hand, barely supporting her drowsiness, and slowly drank a few mouthfuls of hot soup with a small spoon before she had a bit of the breath of a living person in her body. Liu smiled and didn't say anything. 3 mouthfuls of it to settle breakfast directly. Then he took the breakfast in Kang Yeohi's hand. What are you doing? Even though Kang Yeohi had kind of expected what he was doing, she was still a little surprised when Li Yul warmed up her breakfast and fed it to her mouth. Liu only let out. Good boy. Kang Yeohi then bowed her head and obediently ate it. Eat well and then wonder, am I a child? Li Yul returned. Until we have kids, you're the kid. Hearing him talk about their future, Kan Yeo he couldn't hold back the smile at the corner of her mouth. What about after we have kids? I won't be a kid anymore? You're the big kid. That is to say, spoiling Kan Yeo he in any detail is engraved deep in Lee Yul's heart. Jiang Yoshi's smile contains sugar, eyes curved appearance, and oozing honey, no difference between the sweet. They left for work together. After arriving at the company, Lee Yu still chose to step into the company 10 minutes after his wife got off and left. Just a few minutes into his boring biting time, Lee Yu's cell phone rang. It's Lee Chuan calling. Lee Yu didn't want to have any conversation with this kind of person at all and chose to ignore it. Presumably Lee Chuan wasn't always stupid, and after calling 3 times, the main target of his wedding this time didn't pick up, and he texted instead. Lee Yu, my wedding in 3 days, the Lee family's big celebration. You remember to come. Don't make a fool of yourself and make Dad angry. Blame me for not reminding you. Lee Yu wasn't very keen on attending the wedding of the two of them, and her fingers moved at the text message when she wanted to delete it. Lee Chuan sent a new message. Come here, I'll tell you a secret. You'll want to hear it. Lee Yu still didn't want to go. The idea hadn't wavered in the slightest, until Lee Chuan sent the next sentence. About Pei Yuhan. The alarm clock reminding him to get out of the car went off and Lee Yu hurriedly opened the door. This time he was careless and didn't look around to see if anyone was around and bumped into Shang Lu, currently his immediate leader. You this. Shang Liu is also a god of stepping on the spot. Curious sight as he walks towards the punching machine. If he has just read it correctly, Li Yu should be. Just got out of the president's car? Shang Luo wasn't a social mixer for nothing. His mind turned extremely fast. Before Li Yu said anything, he had already thought of many possibilities. Did this sack Song Wenjing not tell a lie that Li Yu is really related to the president? Li Yu smiled, a clear look in her extremely well-disguised eyes. No, I was just standing in the corner of the parking lot smoking. Under Li Yu's explanation, Shan Lu really thought that he had stayed up all night, hadn't slept enough, and had an illusion, and he was inexplicably relieved. In the future, Li Yu is also likely to become a colleague at the same level as him, and he is also mixed up from the position of a management trainee. Good coworkers are not all like this. Both do not want you to live too hard to see the powerful sense of empathy for the suffering of people, but also do not want you to suddenly drive a Land Rover. Shang Luo casually chimed in. Smoking in the morning. Li Yu's explanation was flawless. I stayed up late last night and didn't sleep in the morning, so I smoked to refresh myself. Shang Lu this listen. Met like to stay up all night confidant. What is it? Play games or do what? Stay up all night to stay up all cannot sleep. Spirit is good? I'm thinking about humanity. Successfully dampened Shan Lu's enthusiasm for wanting to hear gossip. He thought Li Yu was fond of reading those chicken soup literature on the internet, and immediately said, clock in, clock out, go to work, go to work. Taking advantage of the fact that he clocked in first, he immediately buggered off in the midst of several others who were also stepping in. With that speed, Shang Luo was afraid that Li Yu would suddenly remember to follow up the topic with him and preach. And Li Yu, clocking in, was really a little dizzy green under the eyes. In fact, upon closer inspection, his neck was still vaguely purplish. That's the real reason for staying up late and what you do in the morning without falling asleep. Instead, Shangri-La has been out in society for a few years now and is still playing that single dog game. Achu-Merchant Law rubbed his nose. Just as he wondered who had suddenly missed him, his nose flared up again a few seconds later and he sneezed 5 times hard to stop it. That's when he knew the real reason. He had a cold. Still need to wear some coats in the morning. Also are not young people anymore. The 20s-old man Shang LV muttered and walked into the office and immediately turned on the air conditioning. Li Yu just settled in his own workstation. Office area in the morning. Colleagues just came to the commotion of the quiet. Due to his mind and thinking about some of the no, he did not notice. Seeing that he was wandering off, Kang Yo-hee gently knocked on his desktop. Strange, obviously usually her office door a little movement. A go out of the door of her absolutely can see Li Yu is not obvious but concerned about her afterglow. How today he was lost in thought for so long. His own walk to his workstation also did not find. Li Yu came back to his senses, only to realize that the faint fragrance of his wife's body had been permeating his surroundings for a long time. He smiled and greeted. Hello, President. Jiang Yoshi froze, nodded, and crossed over. Slightly furrowed eyebrows, a small mouth. Li Yu seems to have become much colder. Was it just her? As soon as the leader left, the office area was back in full swing. Mr. Jiang is also too good. Sui simply wanted a small wave of screams. It's actually a coffee co-branded with a very hot anime recently. I simply love Mr. Jiang to death. She took a sharp sip, but coworker beside me was just about to warn. Be careful with the heat. Sudi again immediately small mouth anxiously looking everywhere for air to relieve the hot. It caused a few coworkers beside him to laugh without holding back. Drink slowly. It's not like anyone's taking it from you. Mr. Jiang invited us to drink coffee. All 1 cup each. What are you panicking about? Am I going to rob you after I drink mine? That's a good laugh. Getting to watch a monkey show first thing in the morning. The burn on Sui's mouth eased, and at the sound of her voice, she said breathlessly, "Who's a monkey now? Hello." That side is so lively that it is about to fight. Li Yu's side is quiet and shady like a cemetery, slightly sunk in sleepiness. Li Yu's eyes lifted and he saw the coffee set out on his desktop as well. He didn't even know when he set it up. Did he set it up when he wasn't here? Or just when his wife walked up to him? Li Yu picked it up and took a sip. His mouth was full of bitterness. It was bitter. As if the bitterness of coffee couldn't alleviate it. He couldn't avoid thinking of a question. If Li Chuan is married, then, what about Pei Yuhan? Reputation is so important to a girl. 3 days later, Li Yu, who didn't reply to Li Chuan's next sentence, attended their wedding. When he saw Li Yu at the wedding planning site, Li Chuan knew he had guessed right. Li Yu will definitely come. It seems that Pei Yuhan is still in his heart in these years, and he can't forget it even when Li Yu is already married. I can't help it, but the first time I'm in love is forever etched in the memory of my youth, and slightest mention of a love that didn't go away hurts like hell. The first time Li Yu saw him, where's the secret? He kind of waited. What's the secret? Li Chuan laughed shamefully, not rushing to answer the reason why Li Yu came to the wedding. Instead he chose to slam Li Yu. You're married and still thinking about your first love. It seems like you're a scumbag too. Li Yu looked at the groom's name tag on him and felt unusually harsh. Puzzled. You, why don't you take responsibility for her? Why should I be responsible for her? It's really funny. Li Chuan spread his hands. So what if her family is bookish? Her parents are just teachers, and she is just a HR. Youthful rice can be eaten for a few years. Her position, to put it bluntly, does not have any promotion path. As Li Chuan spoke, his mouth habitually took on a scornful tone, which was the contemptuous attitude that he had commonly used for Li Yu's speech after he had entered the door of the Li family. Even if he's now more deserving of pleasing Li Yu, who was Kong Zaibatsu's husband, it doesn't change his habitual teeness at all. There's no value at all in marrying her. The truth is that Li Chuan once tried to pursue Pei Yuhan, deluding himself that his fabricated love affair had come true, but it didn't work. His pursuit of Pei Yuhan made soft, sending flowers every day, trying to pick up and drop off to and from work, was rejected by the woman. Make it hard, pour yourself all drunk and block Pei Yuhan's way, also rejected. These tricks were useless to Pei Yuhan. The little girl's guard against men is quite strong, and her tiny bag is full of pepper spray and other things to protect her from molesters. Li Chuan pursued as a newcomer into the workplace Pei Yuhan that short less than a month. People did not eat not to say, the crime is instead suffered a lot. Pei Yuhan even made a light protective threat after realizing that the person trailing her was him. So it's managerly, I thought it was a pervert. I'm really sorry. Women who are smart and have little handpoints for self-preservation are really quite fascinating. Unfortunately, Li Chuan didn't want to waste too much time on things that had no results. He's running out of time. If Li Yu had become a success in Kong first and Li Luhong had seen it, Li would not have had a single place for him Li Chuan at all. If you have no intention of marrying her, why, can't you say so? Said Li Yu, sinking a breath. At this time, the corners of Li Chuan's mouth instead rose in a nasty smile. He said, Li Yu, you know what? I actually didn't sleep with her. Lil Elm downtime. Jean de School flower. I would like to, but she simply can't see my pursuit. This woman has a high heart. Li Chuan's face showed annoyance. Li Yu's entire body froze. Every word of Li Chuan's words exploded in his head as if it were a bomb. He clenched his fists secretly. What do you mean? That? Li Yu held back his anger, his eyes dropping slightly to cover his tyrannical emotions. The photos from back then. What's going on? Photo? Li Chuan smiled maliciously happy and lewd. Of course it's an AI face swap. His leisurely tone. You don't look either. Is Pei Yuhan's body that Thai? TSK, TSK, TSK. He even said, Li Yu, you've liked her for so long that you don't even know what her body looks like? The regrets of this life formed a closed loop at this moment. Li Yu was completely frozen, not reacting. Li Chuan dejected, but also has been using words to stimulate him. You also cannot get the person you love. We all deserve it. Businessman weighing the pros and cons of marriage is just a tool. Li Yu's internal organs were already burning, and the appalling aura permeated and seared his sanity. He's out of control. The fist that didn't have the slightest bit of retraction was thrown by Li Yu against Li Chuan's swinging arm. A heavy thump dash. Half of Li Chuan's face instantly swelled up, and the taste of blood overflowed from his mouth. He stared unbelievably at his honest brother who had previously not said a word about his bullying. Li Yu. Even at this moment, Li Chuan's words were not able to speak sharply. Li Yu grimaced. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Your ing. Li Yu came down with one punch after another, trying to take Li Chuan's life swinging with a fierce look in his eyes. How could you do such a thing to ruin someone's honor? Under this punch after punch, Li Chuan was directly delirious. Not to mention resisting, he didn't even slow down. He was almost out of life. When Yang Qing and the look wedding time has arrived. Her son is not out. The bride has arrived. Her daughter-in-law aura is not the same. Scary tight. She immediately looked around for Li Chuan, walking backstage to take a look. When Yang Cheng in the sight of the bloody son fell to the ground, dying, just about to die look, and Li Yu, who was standing aside, calmly lighting a cigarette, had blood on both hands. When Yang Qing almost lost her voice, she screamed, "Kill, murder." Chapter 41, Apologize? This one-sided beating could have been resolved quietly. When Yang Qing called out like that, the reporters and media covering the wedding instantly flooded into the background. The two sons of the Li family beat each other up. What kind of grudge is hidden and how big is it? The new article is about fast synchronization. The headlines came out great. On the day of the wedding, the groom was pulled away by ambulance on the spot and hospitalized. Li Yu, who beat the groom beyond recognition, was photographed by the reporter and made quite handsome and temperamental, like a battlefield. Won the victory of the young general, the wind blowing the broken hair in front of his forehead, but also saw a little bit of valor. Hand stained with blood smoke, bright stars, more like his triumph of calm celebration. Face value is justice, and looking at it this way, it's very likely that the beaten Li family stepson is at fault. The wedding was a mess, and Li Yu left the venue in the midst of this chaos. Striding calmly, he stayed by the river for a long time, sitting on the cold stone bench, blowing the cool wind blowing from the river. His hands so cold that they gradually lost the feeling of warmth. Beside him was the cell phone that had been vibrating, and his eyes had been drifting aimlessly in the distance. Li Yu paid no attention to the people anxiously searching for him. He had lost quite a few of the three human souls, and it felt as if no one else would be able to recall his thoughts. "Young man, your cell phone is ringing." The passing grandfather took his grandson to the park for a walk and watched others fishing in the meantime, and reminded Li Yu as he passed by. Li Yu's tone was bland and godless. "I know." Without another word, Moncler Outlet Store. He pushed the stroller past the young man. Young people are under a lot of stress these days, and he probably has his own reasons for not answering the phone. His son and daughter-in-law work early in the morning and late at night just to earn the money for formula diapers and for the kids to go to school in a few years. He, on the other hand, is at home with his wife, so he helps with the kids and cooks 3 meals a day. Continuing to ask the young man why he is not answering his phone does not help the young man in any way. It just adds to the annoyance. Li Yu felt a person sat down beside him. With the cool wind of the river blew the unique silky fragrance of her body. Li Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, and he glanced towards the side. "Wife." Li Yu's voice sounded a little aggravated. "I seem to have gotten into trouble." Kan Yohei leaned towards him and embraced him, soothingly saying, "It's okay, with me, anything can be a small matter." John Yoshi didn't come to today's wedding. She had a big project to talk about. After the cooperation was over, she realized that Li Yu had actually made such a bloody news. After calling him and not answering, Kan Yohei has no choice but to slightly investigate Li Yu's movements a little bit, while also suppressing the news. Once his wife arrived, Li Yu had the energy to look at his cell phone. Picking up his cell phone, as expected, the clatter was full of messages from his father ordering him to come home. Going back? Kan Yohei also saw it. Her words were warm and soft. "I'll accompany you." Li Yu tightened his fists. "Aha! Apologize with Li Chuan? It is impossible to apologize. It's impossible to apologize in this life. The apology thing happens when there is no error created, and there is neither sincerity nor value in saying it. Unless, we'll talk about that when the time comes." The Li family, child's father. "Look." When Yang Qing was truly heartbroken for her son and cried, "Look at what Li Yu beat our son up with. Li Chuan has been discharged from the hospital." Jokingly, it was not easy to be beaten by the indolent Li Yu. Of course he had to show up at the Li family, give Li father a clear look and sell his misery. Li's father looked grave, and there was a bit of doubt in his eyes. "Li Yu hit him? He's gonna hit someone? Right, Dad." Li Chuan bared his teeth in a grimace as soon as he got out of the room, totally hurting from the wound on his face. "Ouch, ouch, it's a real pain. He's laying the smackdown on me." "You didn't provoke him and he inexplicably came to beat you?" Li's father asked this sentence. Li Chuan visibly paused for a moment, his mind spinning with wording. "Dad, it was my wedding, a big event in my life. How could I possibly provoke him? And besides, what would I provoke him with?" No one knew about the photos back then, except for Li Yu and Li Chuan. Li Chuan as a stepson in Li's can successfully mix to the position of general manager. He still has a little brain in. This face swapping thing is a big deal, and when Pei Yuhan finds out, she will have to file a lawsuit. Li Chuan wants the lawsuit represents. He will leave a bad impression on Li father here. There is no need to give himself trouble. Li Chuan has eaten Li Yu will not take this kind of unproductive thing to ask Pei Yuhan. His kind of dull nature. How can? On the boldness of the dry, only to show Li Yu to change the face of the photo. "I've sent Li Yu home, right or wrong." We'll talk about it when he gets home. Li's father sulked. After all, now Li Yu's identity is not simple. He is Li Luhong's son, yes, but he is more Jian Yoshi's husband. Li Luhong cannot help but admit that Li Yu's second identity than the first identity to be even more oppressive to him. The sound of a car pulling up to the yard. When Li Yu arrived, Li Chuan was just about to scream louder when he saw the silhouette of a woman following Li Yu. Li Chuan sold poor words hard stuck in the throat cannot come out. Not up and down. Tightly frowned. Why is Kong Yu He here? What's the deal? Today's own game of selling misery was completely scrapped. Li's father is also. When he saw Jian Yoshi, wanted to teach Li Yu words a moment and was swallowed by him, the corner of his mouth still have to suddenly raise the arc. Smiling amiably, Jiang total so busy, how to have time to come over. It leads to an extremely stiff face and a smile that's, well, a little fake. Come and see. Kong Yohi even held Li Yu's hand at this time, and the words continued. The Li family. Li Yu's other half. Young, beautiful, educated and family man with skills. Then look at Li Chuan's other half. Older, beautiful cannot say. Can only say not ugly. Education cannot be checked. Family history is okay. Ability? Although Wang Lily is the executive president of Wang's, but she is more of a titular. What does she know? The real master of Wang's is her group of brothers, although both rich and powerful. It's clear that this is very different in terms of how friendly it is to the eyes. Li's father looked on. That sight felt like his eyes were hurt when he saw Li Chuan, silently shaking his head and sighing. Li Chuan's other half is about the same age as him, and I don't know what on earth Li Chuan was thinking, having to marry a woman so many years older than himself. But the good thing is, the Wang family is also a big family. For the Li family, only Li Chuan's married life do not know the good or bad. For the enterprise, currently has a great benefit. Thinking this way, Li's father again felt that Li Chuan's stepson is not too stupid. At least he understands things early. Li Yu. Li Chuan glanced at Jian Yoshi and was not able to say anything. The arrogant flames were instantly hardened. He's sort of over the hill next to his daughter-in-law, but with a less than perfect wedding. Wang Lily poured her infatuated gaze onto Li Yu. When Li Chuan noticed it, he forcefully coughed a few times before calling back Wang Lily's god. And look, he's Kong Yoshi's husband. Li Chuan gritted his teeth and whispered not very willingly. Wang Lily also had the sky fall and reluctantly withdrew her sight. Look at what people eat Kong Yu He and then look at what she eats. The expression on Wang Lily's face right now was indistinguishable from eating. Li Yu, you beat me up like this. It's not too much to say you're sorry, right? Li Chuan's aura was greatly reduced, but he didn't forget the real purpose of letting Li Yu return to the Li family. That's an apology. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Yu had become a family man, Li Chuan would have had to make him kneel down and apologize to himself. Li Yu, intent on flipping off her stepbrother, spoke in a cool tone. I'm sorry? He laughed by the anger. Chen Chuan, you are also really shameless. Tell me yourself what nasty things you have done that deserve me to apologize to you? Li Chuan was originally because by Li Yu beat up hard, is a wound, a bandage sitting, directly by his words angry to stand up force. Li Yu, after all, you were the one who hit the man first. It's not too much to say sorry. Father Li looked at Li Yu, choosing to help his stepson and calm the family conflict. Butler Wei Bo at this time, in the name of pouring tea, blocked the hostile side of father and son. At the same time, Li Yu, who wanted to talk it out, was silenced by a look from his wife. What she means is, there's no rush. Li Yu drank a cup of tea and endured it first. Brother, jokingly, I apologize to you. I'm really sorry. Previously on Li Yu, it's impossible to apologize. Not in this lifetime. This year's Li Yu, well, his wife asked for an apology, so he apologized shallowly for the time being. Since it went against his original intention of never apologizing, Li Yu could only rebel with his attitude. Playful, really perfunctory. Li Chuan gritted his teeth in anger. Li's father immediately rounded off the conversation. Enough, we're all family. Dinner was served at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Originally, Li Yu felt that if he came alone, he should be kneeling at the shrine, and it was absolutely impossible for him to eat dinner so early. Thanks to Jian Yoshi's good fortune, the table is like a full banquet, if not for the opposite side of the nose and face of the swollen Li Chuan, not the eyes of the stepmother, as well as staring at their own eyes strange Wang Lily. Li Yu, this meal will be more comfortable to eat. As an unfamiliar, not so old-looking babysitter served a pancake, the stepmother immediately turned the table slowly and set it in front of Li's father. Puzzled, Li Yu issued a question. And pancakes for dinner? When did my father's diet become as miscellaneous as a college student's? When Yangqing immediately smiled and laughed. This is what your father loves to eat, so he makes more of it for every meal, regardless of morning or night. Not wanting to talk to her, Li Yu didn't ask any more questions, even though he thought there was something very strange and couldn't put his finger on it. Li Luhong was satisfied with his wife's concern for him. It's still good that your wife is so considerate. It's good that you're happy. The two are even putting on a lovey-dovey scene in front of their children. The atmosphere, which should have been harmonious and beautiful, became weirder and weirder as each person had a different mind. Lee's father, silent about Li Yu's dreary nature, also began a paternalistic criticism. Li Yu, why don't you go back to auntie? Li Yu made an idle remark. Aha! More than that, he directly choked on the face of Li's father, who awkwardly coughed raw and ate his pancakes. If it wasn't for Kong Yu-hee, Li Luhong is really flipping out. Although Jian Yoshi doesn't say much, but her husband's protective aura is right there, and her killing power is absolutely awesome. After the indescribably atmospheric meal, both couples stayed at Li's house. Staring at the back of Li Yu and his wife, Wang Lily then looked at her husband, who had no appearance advantage, body advantage, or even emotional intelligence advantage at all. How come Li Yu didn't beat him to death on the wedding day? Wang Lily muttered. It makes her eat so poorly. Li Chuan wiped his skin that was still intact other than his nose and face with great difficulty, and was all a bit alarmed to hear the bedroom door open. Is it done? It was even accompanied by Wang Lily's rough knock on the door and unmercifully rough sound. It was more of a shock. Okay. Li Chuan walked out. Wang Lily looked at him with disgust for a few moments. She wouldn't have married an average-looking Li Chuan if it wasn't to quell the heat of the scandal that was adversely affecting her company. I was planning to get married and also get close to Li Yu, the fresh meat, but I didn't realize that his wife was actually a young plutocrat, so now it seems hopeless. Close to the water. It's surprising that you're looking for death by beating your head against the wall. She had to hunt for a good excuse to divorce Li Chuan. Li Chuan, this, really hard to swallow. The second floor is farther away from Li Yu's room. Just after opening the door, Kong Yui's eyes lit up. The room, which has black and gray tones everywhere, looks like such a wonderful color scheme for a room. Nice tugging shades, his wife commented after a serious survey. Li Yu smiled shyly. I had mom and dad set it up when I was in middle school. Both stiffened at the mention of the identity of their moms, and their looks became a little pitiful. A child without a mother isn't really any different from grass. Kong Yohee took a step towards him and comforted. Don't be sad. Mom is watching from heaven and is in a hurry. Li Yu nodded. Aha. After the wash, two people covered in a thin quilt, talking. What made you think of coming to see me today? Li Yu turned his head to look at her. My wife's face is extra small. Her head is sunk into the pillow, and if it weren't for the fact that all of her features are so three-dimensional, you'd almost not be able to see her. I saw the news. Li Yu moved, leaning sideways, admiring his wife's beauty. Aren't you going to ask me anything? After noticing his movement, Kong Yohee followed his example and turned sideways, meeting the man's deep brows, her small pink mouth opening lightly. Ask what? Why the beating? Li Yu suddenly thought of something, even more frown between his eyebrows. And, I hit this thing, it will not affect Jiang, right? Jiang Yoshi shook her head. No, besides it's not a big deal for Jiang. Kang's more tumultuous moments have been experienced by Kong Yuhee, and all of them have been resolved perfectly with a blank face, not to mention the fact that her husband just punched someone who was very much in need of a beating. That's all. You should have your reasons for hitting him. Kong Yohee slightly narrowed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttered. You'll tell me when you want to. There's no need for me to ask. Chatting and chatting, Li Yu took the initiative to stick it to his wife. Li Yu was next to Jiang Yoshi's fragrant soft neck nest. Low and warm voice reminded. Wife, the night is deep. Well, we should sleep. The man's hand traced the front of his wife's body, warm fingers skimming over her fullness. Yes, it's time for us to go to bed, he added. Tomorrow is Sunday. Then, Li Yu touched his wife's delicate body as if he were a man, moved up to the back of her neck, stroked the back of her head, and half-heartedly kissed her. So tangled. Kong Yuhee's eyes got lost. We have nothing to do. It's nothing to be tired, right? Li Yu asked her, pretending to be a gentleman, as he backed away again in her moment of fascination. Sure enough, Kong Yohee chased the kiss, a mist in her eyes. No, Kong Yohee rolled even more into his arms. While she was in a state of confusion, Li Yu pried open her delicate lips. The hand was naturally restless, traveling down the delicate back and resting lightly on her flat belly. He always had a lot of crooked ideas about being enamored with her. Chapter 42, The Troubles of Newcomers to the Workplace. The next weekend, the weather was great. The Lee family also had to cheer Kong Yuhee and Li Yell away. Looking at the circle of exhaust from the luxury car, annoyed Li Chuan gritted his teeth, the bottom of his eyes obviously a black eye. Seeing Li Yu's springy appearance on one side, he was furious, but he didn't dare to show his jealousy in front of them. The Cayenne slowly drove out of the Li family's old mansion, when Father Li watched Mr. Wang go to fetch the car and Li Chuan was about to follow behind. He reminded, after all, there are still injuries on his body. There are some things that should be moderated at this point in time or should be moderated a bit. Okay, Dad. Li Chuan instinctively agreed. At first she didn't even understand what Father Li meant, and when Wang Lily's car arrived at the door, he reacted. What ah? They didn't do much. Wang Lily not only beats the naive call at night, but also grinds his teeth. The room is like a zoo. He can't sleep at all. Besides, Wang Lily promised to marry him. Not the last thing is too big. Plus she is time to get married age. The heart is still thinking of Liu. Thought and their marriage can be close to the water. The results, Liu married. Her calculations, a basket of water is empty. Every time he thought about it, Li Chuan had a stifled sense of exhilaration. And I don't know what the hell he's cool with. In Cayenne. New message in the class group at all members. Please print out paper copies of all the information on extra credit items and submit them to the study committee members for checking before sending them to the counselor's office. Students who are unable to return to school to hand in the information due to internship can organize the information into electronic version for their housemates to help them print. For those graduates who have not been able to take enough credits, a file has been sent to the class group with the schedule for each subject to be retaken. So be sure to open the file, check the subjects you want to retake on your own, and be sure to come back to school to take the exams. Teachers wish you a happy graduation and don't go on to the big five. Underneath the notification was a group of people who received it, and then started chatting. Liu looked at his cell phone, toward the hot little head nestled in his shoulder socket, and whispered, "Wife, I need to go back to the school to do some information." Kan Yohee sat up slightly straighter. "I'll walk you there." The car stopped at the university town of Jinlin. Kan Yohee didn't accompany Li Yul. She went home and caught up on her sleep. Last night, she had slightly pestered Liu a little harder, and now her eyes were heavy. Liu unfastened the seatbelt. Before getting out of the car, gently dropped a kiss at his wife's half-asleep eyelids. Her long, arched eyelashes fluttered a few times, gently circling Liu's heart like a cute little brush. "Bye, wife." Liu caresses her little face, and withdraws without giving it a squeeze. He remembers the feel of his wife's face and he loves it. Kan Yohee lifted her eyelids slightly. So sleepy. In school, Liu first got the information he wanted to print in the library's print room. "Hey, goodbye old classmate." Beside Liu sat Lu Yun. College students who have been through internships are different. The clarity in their eyes is gone. Only exhaustion remains. It's purely a dead state of being squeezed by work, unable to sleep, and not getting enough sleep. Liu casually asked, "Do you also work in the city?" Lu Yun nodded. He was so quiet. Liu hadn't even seen him that quiet in his years of college and found it odd. "What's wrong?" Liu asked curiously. It is this question he asked. Lu Yun's bitter water pouring. "I and Yaya in the same company internship. Every day to and from work inseparable. Is that bad?" Lu Yun sank his breath. "Good." He frowned grudgingly. "But the male coworker who works with me in the same job category is always yakking in my ear that Yaya is too strong and has a clash of temperaments with me, and that the two of us won't get anywhere. Yaya is very capable in management mind. She has followed the head of the project to travel to do the project. The head of her project is also a strong woman. There is no man around." That male colleague also said that Yaya has a kind of head style, to the point that when her mind is enlightened, she will realize that she does not need a man. Liu looked at him the more he said. That straight back, slowly curved, as if by the reality of a hammer under the hammer hit curved like. At that point, "I guess I'll just get dumped by Yaya." Hearing Liu, "What are you doing now? Internal conflict?" Lu Yun nodded inside. "Yeah, the internal conflict is killing me." He looked over at him. "Or how nice of you Liu to see my unhappiness at a glance." As for the male coworker, whether or not he was acting as his pure work hitchhiker, Lu Yun couldn't even tell the difference anymore. Their department is the first docking customers of the first barrier. The tedious trivia especially much. Every day Lu Yun have to work overtime at least 1 hour or 2 hours to get the job done. The moment he actually got off work, his eyes were bleary from staring at the computer screen for so long. Lu Yun was really afraid that he would go blind. Moreover, because his conscience is so heavy that he is embarrassed to ask for overtime pay for working overtime, and he feels that it is his own work efficiency that delays his off-duty time, he tends to clock out at the point where he is off-duty, and then it becomes unpaid overtime. The people inside the group got acquainted with each other and said that they don't want to be like Lu Yun and don't want overtime pay. The team leader also knew that he was particularly responsible and also clocked in on time, smiling and replying to the group's other questions. It's Lu Yun he doesn't want it himself. At that time, Lu Yun froze. He felt his mood is very strange. There is a little bit of sadness, and a little bit of payment is not worth it. Maybe it is the payment is not worth it to be sad. Nerves and spirit were weak when his male co-workers were still striking at his love in his ears. Campus love is very difficult to go to marriage. Look at Chen Yeye is destined to climb to the top. What else can a woman rely on to climb to the top? Liu raised his hand. Stop. In the words Lu Yun repeated to him, Liu could roughly run through them. Why do you want to implode? Lu Yun, we in this chaotic world should be to the end. Internal conflict. What internal conflict? Lu Yun's brows twitched. I thank you for comforting me. printing out the information. Li Yu hammered his chest and bagged the righteousness. The two were entrusted with the task of still printing the documents sent by the other students and then delivering them together to the dormitory of the study committee. What kind of work, hitchhiker, does that count you as? He slammed your girlfriend enough to make 4 points. After printing the document, the two walked down the campus path in early summer, the midday burning sun pouring its rays forcefully through the dense woods and falling dapplingly on them. Li Yu analyzed him. Lu Yun had a serious face, more serious than the first 3 years of listening in class. Which 4 points ah? Like Lu Yun, who has a good family environment and a simple mind. It is easiest to be fooled by those old greaseballs in the workplace. Li Yu said. First, he looked down on you and took the opportunity to bash your girlfriend, subconsciously thinking that you couldn't do it. It's also true that I might be too soft in nature. That's why I am perceived as the type to be bullied by others. Lu Yun let out a long breath. No, for the sake of my and Yaya's future, my nature must be hardened. How can I let them talk nonsense about my future wife in front of me? Li Yu nodded his head in a childlike manner and continued. Second, he's interested in your girlfriend. Lu Yun instantly panicked. What? Saying more of these words in front of you that are not favorable to your relationship with Chenyaya, causing a gap between you. The worst result is that the two of you break up, and then he takes advantage of the situation. The woman with the most fragile feelings and caught in a low period is the best to rip off. Whoever gives more love, she will most likely love. Is that so? Lu Yun felt his heart astringent. I treated that guy as a friend before I told him that Yaya is my girlfriend, and he actually wanted to buck me? It's unbelievable. He looked at Li Yu, feeling that he had gotten quite a lot of understanding about the inferiority of human nature here in Li Yu. What are the other 2 points? Li Yu stopped and said, word for word, word for word. Clearly, he's interested in you. Slowly, Li Yu managed to see the expression on Lu Yun's face crumble on the spot. How? How is it impossible? Out of society, both men and women need to beware of people with bad intentions. Li Yu said reasonably, if you fall out with Chenyaya, be careful of him coming to raid you. Lu Yun broke his voice on the spot. I don't want it. Seeing the obvious smile on Li Yu's face, Lu Yun said breathlessly, are you flirting with me? Li Yu shrugged. What about point 4? Li Yu looked at the front of the line of sight. The 4th point, if you know the first 3 points, and fully understand the meaning of it, you should understand that this kind of colleague can only be an ordinary colleague. To get along with the ordinary colleague's affection is already lifting him up. Also to work hitchhiker's affection get along. Then you. Speaking halfway, Li Yu's cold and indifferent eyes rested on Lu Yun's body as he continued. It's not a good thing either. Lu Yun nodded thoughtfully. Pretty boy style. I see. It wasn't so much that he nodded in agreement with the aspect of whether or not he was a good thing, but that he basically got what Li Yu meant. There is no difference between feelings and a deposit box. Li Yu rationally analyzed. Only by depositing in genuine feelings can you take out feelings. He patted Lu Yun's shoulder. So you shouldn't be too inwardly consumed with other people's false feelings. That stuff specializes in diaphragm. Besides, Chenyaya would be so sad if she knew you were imploding your love for each other. Lu Yun gave a burst of energy. Okay, I know. I'll pull myself together. He glanced at Li Yu curiously. How do you know so much? Li Yu sighed lowly. Life circumstances caused it, I guess. These few words tell the story of how Li Yu, all these years, has not lived a happy life at all. Villa area. Noon time. The breeze was gentle, blowing on the curtains that were covered with a light aperture. The pink body under the soft thin quilt stretched out. Kan Yohee covered her mouth with her small hand, and stars of saline seeped out of her eyes. Li Yu. Empty house. No Li Yu. Kan Yohee rested her cheeks to relieve her sleepiness. Oh, she remembered. Li Yu went back to school. After a half-hour's reprieve, Kan Yohee got out of bed wearing furry house mops. As she washed up, she stared at her pajamas, and her shoes, and fumed a little. There are a lot of really cute things in the house that were actually bought by Lil Elm. She herself seemed like one of his dolls, and she was dressed up every day at home in a very cute way. When she thought of Li Yu, Kan Yoshi couldn't help but smile upward at the corners of her mouth. She misses him. Kan Yohee can't sit still at home at all. That's not why I came to Li Yu. It was really that easy to find. At that time they were at the hot and spicy place in front of the school and bumped into a girl, with a light makeup on her face and a pair of light-proof glasses. She wore a million-flower dress and came alive like a little elf among the flowers, trotting towards Li Yu. Li Yu, who wanted to call out his wife's name, stopped again as soon as he opened his mouth. Li Yu. Kan Yohee stood beside him very naturally and held his arm with her hands encircling it. To the side, Lu Yun also greeted. Hello, Li Yu's friend. Hello, hello, hello. Lu Yun laughed nervously. Li Yu's body trends all the way towards Kan Yohee's side, inquiring, have you eaten lunch yet? Kan Yohee shook her head and whispered, I came over to look for you as soon as I woke up. Spicy hot. Eat? The two of them, who had just handed over their information, had planned to eat spicy hot. If the wife didn't want it, Liu must have changed it. Kan Yohee nodded. It's okay, it's been a while since I've had it. After college, she didn't even have time to eat junk food to regulate her mood. The three people walked into the spicy hot pot restaurant. Each chose the dish they wanted, and sat by the window, with Liu and Kan Yoshi sitting in a row, and Lu Yun sitting across from Liu. 3 large bowls of steaming hot spices appeared in front of them. Liu ordered cold drinks and took some small ingredients of scallions and cilantro, placing them in front of Jiang Yoshi and bringing her chopsticks and a small bowl. Sitting down, he spoke to her again. This stuff isn't filling, but it's quite flavorful. Kan Yoshi could see that he liked it, and slowly ate it with a small spoon, mellowing the flavor dedicated to spicy hot pot. Pursing her lips, how many times have you eaten it in your 4 years of college? Can't count, but not much. Liu tended to eat junk food when he had more income. Other times, it's into the school cafeteria, nibbling on meals that are so hard they're indistinguishable from bricks. Jiang Yoshi laughed lightly. Then if you want to eat it later, I'll eat it with you. Yeah, a sweet vibe for two. Lu Yun, who was a light bulb, hadn't made a sound. Liu looked at him, puzzled. Why are you so quiet? It doesn't fit your jumpy nature at all. Lu Yun took a hard bite of the green vegetables. You guys better finish eating and go back to your respective homes. Li Yul and Kang Yeo looked at each other and laughed silently. Lu Yun wants his girlfriend. When will he come back from his business trip? He also wanted to smile at his girlfriend, and he especially wanted to see Chenyaya smile at him. After a simple fruitful meal, Lu Yun was called away by a call from his work cell phone. Breathless, I obviously took a leave of absence. Hao also urged me to go back to work. No, my company is still not running? Once not internal friction of Lu Yun. This heart feel all comfortable. Liu escorted Lu Yun to a cab. The car exhaust disappears into the concrete road of the university town in a moment. Where are we going? Kang Yohee looked up at him. Liu thought for a moment. Go back to the rental house and check it out? Yeah. On the way back to the rental house, Liu and Jiang Yoshi talked about Lu Yun's troubles. I am not going to implode. Wives aren't allowed to implode either. Liu's mouth kept praising her. Jiang Yoshi, if you want family, you have family. If you want skills, if you want looks, if you want education, if you want body, if you want a husband, you have me. Wouldn't it be nice to spend every day with his kissing wife? So happy. Kang Yohee's loving gaze grew tender. The topic is getting more and more off topic. Liu bowed slightly the moment the door to the rental house closed, and sat at eye level with his wife. Is it bad? Good. Kang Yohee filled her eyes with him. What does my sister want when she keeps staring at me? All I want is for you not to be internally exhausted. Your mood is most important to me. I don't want anything else. Liu baffled his eyes. Pleasure me, sister. I have to say. The little look of Kang Yohee who was sticking up towards him, her body soft in his arms. Too good to be true. Chapter 43, Shock or Surprise? Most of the time has passed. People in adulthood. There will be an illusion. Time passes as if faster and faster. The whole day did not do much. It's night. Stay up late to look at the phone. Pastime time. It's time to go to sleep. In the morning under the urging of the alarm clock, and do not want to wake up to go to work. Point in time is almost here. The Li family. After the marriage, Li Chuan, from time to time to run to the Li family, is bound to be in the father of Li this last time. In the company, in the home, are in front of his face, attempting to be in the father of Li noticed that the body is not right after the time to make a will to be able to think of the first time as him. Li Chuan, rather than Li Yu. How can I look at him without any sign of something wrong? Is the amount too small? Li Chuan looked like he was sunbathing and drinking afternoon tea with his mother in the backyard, but he was not. When Yangqing frowned and thought for a moment, it can't be. It's all done according to the dosage. Can't you increase the dosage? I can't wait. Mom, you don't know how miserable I am in the company. The way those people look at me, how contemptuous they are. Li Chuan's particularly annoyed tone. When Yangqing held her forehead and did not reply, there was actually a hint of reluctance in the bottom of her eyes. To say that she didn't have a trace of affection for Li's father, that was impossible. For her son's eagerness to get her old man killed, she could only manage to slow down. A large dose will have traces in the human body, and even if he does die as we expect, we're afraid that we won't be able to live in peace. Li Chuan sank his breath. I was the one who didn't think it through enough. He just wanted to experience the life of a truly rich man a little faster and make those who look down on him regret it hard. That's all. Just you. One of the Li family's stepchildren, once known as Chen Chuan. What are you capable of comparing to Liu with all those intrigues and schemes? Wang Lily would hit him with such similar words at every disparaging favor he was trying to curry. Li Chuan has had enough. He can't wait for Li's father to die so that he can rightfully inherit the Li clan and step on all those who look down on him. When Yangqing's newly hired aunt is very young and makes pancakes with a little chronic poison every now and then, in order to make Li's father's body fail day by day. Of course, they have another trick up their sleeve, which is seduction. When Yangqing tries to get that young aunt to attract Li's father to cheat on her in marriage so they can catch the evidence and net him. That way, the Li family's money would be more purely theirs alone. After all, the first order of inheritance is spouse. It's night. The cicadas outside the house chirped continuously, as if they were exploding in my ears. The noise was so loud that Li Luhong could not sleep at all. He observed the sleeping state of the person on the side of the pillow, and left the bedroom with a light hand. Li Luhong had just walked to the kitchen on the first floor and turned on the warm water, waiting for it to warm up to the temperature he was accustomed to, when he heard light footsteps. Master, can't you sleep either? There were no lights on in the living room, relying only on the little bit of bright light from the moon coming through the window. Li Luhong looked over at the voice. It was the family's nanny. He served a cup of warm water, nodded, to leave the occasion. The nanny suddenly quickened her pace and came to him. What a coincidence. My lord, I am also thirsty and came out to drink water. After so close, the nanny's body of silk pajamas, sticking such as body, curves completely exposed in Li Luhong's line of sight. It will definitely be better than the older lady. Just when the nanny thought he couldn't resist his so obvious temptation, Li Luhong crossed over to her. Nanny, this look. Their own ploy is not easy to have a chance to perform. Cannot be so wasted. She directly towards Li Luhong fell over. Oops. Li Luhong didn't hold the water cup in his hand steadily, and the water almost splashed on the nanny's body, and the pajamas fit her body even more. Slightly wet. I'm sorry, my lord, can I wipe you up? The nanny drew on a couple of tissues and lowered herself again so that his lordship could get a good look at her svelte figure when she did. Li Luhong took a hold of her wrist. The nanny's acting skills were extremely good. She had originally studied acting and had been hired by Wen Yangqing at a high price to attract this family's lord. There was no need to fake it, just to give them a camera hidden in the corner to capture pictures of the lord and himself in an incestuous relationship. With a petulant grunt, the nanny was on the verge of sticking it to his lordship. Li Luhong said indifferently, "You're dismissed." Then he shook off the nanny's hand and went back to fetch a glass of warm water, drinking it slowly, completely ignoring the young nanny who was frozen in place. The night winds carry a cool blow. The nanny winced fiercely, clenched her fists, turned around and walked back to her room, changed her clothes, and sent a message to Wen Yangqing. Madam, the ploy has failed. Wen Yangqing in the room actually felt it as soon as her lord got up, and she expected things to turn out the way she wanted them to. As a result, Li Luhong is not attracted to the young nanny. Li Luhong is still true love for her. It made her somewhat less sure about the idea of plotting against Li Luhong if she still wanted to carry it out. After Li Luhong walked into the room and tucked her back in, he lay back down beside her, still waiting for his body to warm up before approaching the ladies. Wen Yangqing naturally had feelings for Li Luhong, and after sensing his thoughtfulness, her heart softened a bit. Day 2. Watching young nannies get fired. Li Chuan immediately took advantage of the fact that Li's father was practicing Taijiquan in the backyard and pulled his mother to the main hall, which was at a distance away from him. Mom, what's going on? Can't it be we've been spotted? Wen Yangqing swallowed. Actually, it's not too late to wait for Luhong to die of natural causes before you inherit the Li family business as the first heir. Chuan, he won't survive you. Why do we have to be so desperate to put someone to death? Li Chuan could see that his mother's heart was softening. What a womanizer. Women are always prone to be soft and can't do great things. Li Chuan's look of contempt, when his mother looked at him again, transformed extremely quickly. In his eyes was obvious aggression, trying to brainwash his mother. Mom, Li Yu is his biological son. How can the first heir be me? I'm his wife. I told him to write who is the first heir. He will listen to me. Kawa. Li Chuan scratched his head straight in annoyance. Mom, don't give up riches for an old man. Okay. When Yangqing tangled her expression, I'll think about it again. Li Yu has already been converted and stayed to work at Zhang's directly after graduation. The next semester of his senior year is coming to an end, and in between jobs he needs to complete his thesis and thesis practical data. Life has been very busy and full. At the end of his shift, Li Yel wants to go home and study the data in the family's large yard when Kanyu he sits in the driver's seat. She looked flustered. Come on, hubby, I'll take you somewhere. Li Yu suppressed his enthusiasm for researching the data of the paper and sat on the co-pilot, wearing his seatbelt with a bit of emotion. It's really a great honor for Li to be given a small newcomer as a driver by Mr. Jiang. Jiang Yoshi skillfully turned the steering wheel gently. After hearing Li Yu's reply, dimples slowly emerged on both sides of her cheeks. A smile hung at the corners of her slightly curved lips, and she let out a delicate, languid cry. Poor mouth. The car stopped in front of a very large entertainment venue that covered a very large area. After they got out of the car, there was also a car boy in a suit who walked up and greeted them in a very disciplined and gentlemanly manner. Hello, Mr. Jiang. When he looked at Li Yu, even if he didn't know the person's real name, he smiled and said, hello. Then he took the keys and trotted off to park the car. Lee Yul walked into the venue under the leadership of Kang Yeohee, and coming and going were attendants with unusual temperaments, with high facial values and quite a bit of height. Wife, where are we going? Lee Yu took a few quick steps to keep up with Jang Yoshi's step by step, holding his wife's wrist. Why do you look like a male model? Or did you say that your wife was out with her girlfriends and the other male models were not comfortable with the idea and brought their own? What are you thinking? Kang Yeohee saw his handsome face scrunch up into that frown and lightly punched him on the chest. Lee Yu held his doubts as he was taken to the elevator by his wife and pressed the button for the negative floor. It's a familiar scene, dreaming back to when Lee Yu was boxing. The moment the elevator doors opened, what appeared before Lee Yu's eyes was the ring surrounded by a much larger audience. No longer a rundown environment. All the amenities are top-notch. Surprise! Jang Yoshi walks with a breeze and hands over the red-colored silk to his hand. She is all smiles. Cut the ribbon. Good luck, Mr. Lee. Good luck. The colored silk was attached to a red tray in the waiter's hand with the deed to the boxing gym in Lee Yu's name. Lee Yu visibly froze for a moment, with tension and dismay in his eyes. Wife, what are you? Opened a boxing gym for him? A gym that was truly his stage. A ribbon cutting. Kang Yeohee opened her bright eyes and whispered a reminder. In the future, Lee Yu could stop looking at other people's faces to punch. He could even not punch and just sit back and reap the benefits. Lee Yu tried to be calm as the waiters made an orderly exit after the ribbon cutting. He stared at her, a deep fascination for her in his eyes. Thank you, Yeohee. Husbands and wives worked together, accumulating raw buildup and about to flip. With a skillful flip, Lee Yu got into the ring and reached out toward Kang Yoshi on the stage. Wife, up. His bony bones, clean fingernails, and just the right amount of bruising at his wrists and the backs of his hands were very appealing to Kang Yeohee's eyes. Kang Yoshi reaches out and is immediately held tightly by Lee Yu. Under his borrowed strength, Kang Yoshi managed to get into the ring, and a small wave of force crashed into his arms. Lifting her head, her initiative teased. Lil Elm, how can you look so good? Totally on her aesthetic point. Lee Yu's needy red warmth. Honey, that snack of yours is written all over your face. Sis isn't being nice and shy. She could have a point. Sis is just following medical advice. Lee Yu smoothed lying down to feel the texture of the ring. His wife's long skirt hem as he walked across his face. Slender white legs a wobble past the eyes. Lee Yu heart tightened, spread his hands, let his wife tease, and even took the initiative to cooperate with Mr. John want to kill or die casually. Kang Yeohee lowered her body and straddled his body, her pink fingertips gently tickling his well-defined jaw. Laughing softly, how could I be so cruel to you? Lee Yu's hand slowly held her extremely well-feeling waist. What would you, then, do to me? Under Lee Yu's touch, Kang Yoshi's body has softened. Her face is a ripe red cloud. Her eyes are flowing. It will only be eaten. She was unbearably amorous. You. Lee Yu's hand slowly covered his wife's softness and followed her words. I didn't realize that my wife likes to play so big that she actually eats people. I'm not. Lee Yu buried himself into her plumpness and muffled out. Eat me then. Young she. Her big watery eyes, red face gently trembling initiative. Just as the two were getting closer, there was the sound of the elevator to the gym leading to the next floor, and the doors opened. The waiter followed the visitor with a look of fear of being dismissed, and reminded in a loud voice, Sorry, Mr. Jiang, I didn't stop the person. Mr. Jiang had reminded over and over again a long time ago that after the owner of the gym had finished cutting the ribbon, no surveillance equipment was allowed to be turned on, and naturally, no outsiders were allowed to enter. It's fine. Lee Yu wrapped his wife, who was looking down to calm the heat on her face and body, and returned towards the waiter, signaling that he could leave first. The waiter breathed a huge sigh of relief. It looked like he wasn't going to be fired. Yo, I heard that Mr. Jiang has opened a new underground boxing gym. How come he didn't invite me too? A female voice, accompanied by the sound of crisp clapping, as she stepped on her high heels stomping. Chansey came along for the ride. Lil Elm leads his wife down the steps to the ring. At this time, Jiang Yoshi's body temperature had returned to normal. Looking towards the woman who had ruined their atmosphere, her face was a little impatient. Miss Qian, it seems that I didn't invite you? Qian Cece raised her eyebrows. Indifferent demeanor. I love watching boxing matches the most. Inviting or not, it doesn't affect my ability to know where to open another even more bloodthirsty boxing gym. The rich, the capitalists, love to condescend to watch the poor play with their most precious lives for so little money. Jiang Yoshi said in a cloudy voice. The competition hasn't started yet. Today is the ribbon cutting. Here's my red packet. Qian Cece clapped her hands. Chan Mo, who was on the side, handed over a pile of thick red envelopes. I know Mr. Jiang doesn't lack money, but this is my small token of appreciation. No honor. Having said that, Jiang Yoshi was not in a position to refuse. Then later on, I'll award it to the staff members who are working today, and I'll thank Ms. Qian for them. harm. What's wrong with that? Being able to have a fresher venue to watch the game is the most important thing. Qian Cece sees the young handsome man beside Jiang Yoshi and raises an eyebrow in confusion. Who is this? It looked so familiar. But unfortunately, Shanxi couldn't recognize it. It should be unrecognizable, right? If she knew, she would have already included the person under her skirt. Where would there be a chance for him to walk to Kang Yeohe? You sing well. Is it possible that you're Mr. Kang's lover? A male favorite? Kang Yeohe briefly introduced. My husband, Li Yul. The playful smile on Qian Cece's face immediately disappeared, making the expression that a good girl should have. Hello. Offending the Kang Zaibatsu is the stupidest decision anyone in business has ever made. Qian Cece came from a famous family. The $1,000 lady who piled up with money is not a stupid person. I didn't expect that. I had once attended General Manager Zhang's wedding, but I still couldn't recognize her husband. So I'm really rude. Qian Cece took the initiative to reach out. Liu nodded and smiled politely as for the handshake. To be honest, he didn't really have a good feeling about this woman. Liu reached out and lightly shook her 4 joined fingers out of courtesy, then withdrew his hand. Qian Cece looked at Liu, Jiang Yoshi's husband, a young man with clear eyebrows, and her eyes took on so much pity. She thought Liu had a green meadow over her head. After all, Ginger Zaibatsu once had a one-night stand with Lone Wolf. Chapter 44, a vegetable and a fun-loving person. All comers are guests. Jiang Yoshi opened a table of good food and wine at the venue and invited Qian Cece into the game. Shanxi didn't have any of the energy of being embarrassed for disturbing someone else, either. After all, how can a rich person be embarrassed of this emotion? You can't make money by wanting a face. The dishes were placed on the table one after another with the waiters. Shredded pork belly soup with seaweed, abalone braised with pearl vegetables, anchovy shark's fin, shredded chicken and silver ear. Qian Cece rested her cheeks and looked at Zhang's great deal on this dish. It's really an honor to do business with Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang is only slightly exerting. Range Moon so a high-level entertainment venue will be dished down, but also opened a steady profit underground boxing hall. TSK. Mr. Jiang, really good vision. She raised her glass of wine towards Jiang Yoshi. Come on, I'll toast to Mr. Jiang. Kang Yeohe also raised her glass and took a small sip of the sobered-up red wine. Liu knows that his wife is not allowed to be strong now. Slowly, without moving, gently rubbing her waist, Kang Yeohe's body shivered lightly in his half-arms, going against the idea that Li Yul was trying to coax her. What Kang Yeohe thought was, her husband is bad, and actually teased herself in front of outsiders. Qian Cece, who also had her own thoughts in her head, kept her focus on the fact and truth that Liu might, perhaps, have a green grassy plain above his head. She thought about it, but she still couldn't help the high emotion of eating melon. Sparing her eyes, does Mr. Li know how to box? No, he didn't count that as a lie. Lil Elm won't, Lone Wolf will. Qian Cece, this energy can be more sufficient. Unsuspecting eyes again looked at Jiang Yoshi, but also winked. Hey, do not worry, Mr. Jiang, I will help you to keep the secret. As for what the secret was, she was sure that Mr. Kang knew it by heart. Unbeknownst to her, the couple played her for a fool. Kang Yeohe met her gaze and her delicate eyebrows raised. What is this guy thinking about? It looks like there's a passionate drama going on in his head. Impudent. Qian Cece smiled slightly. Mr. Li should be the young master of some family, right? How could he do something so vulgar? How could a family that could marry Jiang Yoshi be a simple family? Shanxi didn't bother to look it up. She just assumed it with such certainty. And how can there be love between rich people? It's just a relationship of using each other. Furthermore, a big businessman like Kang Yeohe, a pure capitalist, would sacrifice his own interests to pursue cheap love? Shanxi gave a dark TSK. Liu really wasn't very good at responding to her remark. Qian Cece had a lot of words and didn't need anyone to respond at all, saying to herself, in this regard, my man can't compare to your man. Mr. Jiang. Chan Mo, who had been at Qian Cece's side, did not make a sound. Just when Qian Cece mentioned herself, she looked at her. There is no emotion in her eyes. Probably already used to the woman in front of others to belittle themselves. Even after Qian Cece mentioned herself, he also took the initiative to Qian Cece peeling shrimp. Dip good material into her bowl. Intimate tight. Everyone has everyone's strengths. Ms. Qian doesn't have to be presumptuous. Jiang Yoshi slowly ate the dishes in front of her. Qian Cece also ate the shrimp before continuing. If Mr. Li doesn't box, do you know the rules of boxing? It's a lot of work to run such a new boxing gym. I know a little bit about it. Thank you, Miss Qian, for taking the trouble. Liu spoke, dripping with water. Kang Yoshi pursed her slightly hooked lips and was quite satisfied with her husband's resourcefulness. I wonder, does Mr. Li know about Lone Wolf, the boxer? Qian Cece narrowed her eyes. In fact, she just wanted to ask this question. Back then, Mr. Zhang bet on Lone Wolf to win, causing my Qian's funds for employee benefits to be lost, but I've always kept it in my mind. MS. Qian is joking, Li Yu replied in an evasive manner. Qian Cece was already a bit angry. She explicitly and implicitly reminded Li Yu that she wanted to avenge Jiang Yoshi's revenge for stealing the Lone Wolf. How is it that this Li Yu is still as good as his name and can't understand it? Elmer's brain. Chansey gritted her back teeth and sank her breath. It wasn't that Li Yu couldn't understand it yet. He did. Because he is the Lone Wolf. Thank you very much, Mr. Jiang, for treating us to this meal. We still have some things to do, so we'll take our first step. Seeing that she couldn't curry any favors, Qian Cece got up, twisting her water snake waist to leave. Chen Mo wiped the oil on his hands that was stained from peeling the shrimp and hurriedly nodded to Li Yu and the two of them to follow Qian Cece's pace. Kang Yeo He in the box continued to eat the food in front of her in an elegant and sensible manner, without the slightest appearance of her appetite being spoiled by the sudden arrival of someone. Li Yu made no sound, keeping company. Half an hour later, Kang Yu He's eating ended. She put down her knife and fork, her slender white hands folded, her high heels under the table touched Li Yu, and slowly, the tips of her shoes wrapped around his pant legs and slowly went up. With a puzzled look, Li Yu, after seeing his wife looking so obviously seductive, got up and picked her up in one motion. Still going to the gym? He looked down and couldn't wait to kiss his wife's soft-scented cheeks. Kan Yo-hee attached herself to his ear and breathed lightly. Go to the second floor. There are rooms, ranging the moon and everything. Li Yu directly carried Kang Yoshi up the stairs and casually opened a room at the end of the corridor. And once the door was closed, he bullied his way up to his petite wife, slowly attacked, and pressed behind the door and kissed her. The door was also slowly closing tighter as the pair pushed on it. Sister's eyes are especially seductive when she smiles, like holding a circle of spring. Li Yu's love story. He stared at her, unable to look away. Kang Yeo he cupped his face and langed. Let's continue to do what we haven't done yet. Li Yul, lips touching. My wife's lips are so soft, I can't kiss her enough. Li Yu really loves it. Kang Yui's hot kiss left his lips and leaned back at his chest, taking small breaths. In the next second, Jiang Yoshi's red lips slightly opened, and her wet and soft little tongue slowly hooked open the buttons of Li Yu's suit. So powerful. Wife, Li Yu sincerely praised. Hands are even more wrapped behind his wife's back, loosely protected. The two men stepped back with great understanding. She gave a gentle push and Li Yu fell flat on his back. Kang Yoshi's long hair like a waterfall spread out, covering the curves of her delicate body, hidden and even more seductive. The man's breathing became more and more ragged, causing Kang Yo-hee to panic when she heard it. In the end, the active one even cried, both pitifully and tantalizingly. Li Yu was in her ear, whispering, "Why so petulant, wife?" Kang Yo-hee couldn't answer him at all. Her afterglow saw that it was all completely dark outside the window. All was silent, except for the sounds of the house, which were infinitely more tantalizing. The phone vibrated. Li Yu reached over and directly turned off the vibration. After seeing that it was Lu Yun calling himself, and the time on it, close to 2200 hours p.m., he paused for a moment and picked up the phone. What's wrong? Lu Yun's anxious voice, very tired, came from the cell phone, and it really looked like he had met difficulties. Li Yu, help! The customer's value system, which formula I could use to work out more clearly. I used almost every one of them, and it looked like the process was right, but the answer was very far off the mark. It's almost exactly the same as when he did math and figured out that there were half a dozen people on the bus, and it's a different algorithm, and the answer immediately follows. Lu Yun was really about to be driven crazy. Li Yu on the other side of the cell phone seemed to be thinking and didn't even make a sound. The large office, only Lu Yun a person, dark, in addition to the moonlight outside the window. Only the small desk lamp he bought from his own pocket is still lit. The light of the computer is more reflective of the fragility of his face. RFM models. Li Yu's voice was deep, his breathing still a little deep and long. After Lu Yun got the solution, he was embarrassed and said, "Okay, thank you very much, my brother. I'll treat you to a big meal when I have the chance." He had made a mistake in his estimation, and it seemed as if Li Yu was already in a state of being asleep and being awakened by his own phone call, which was a sinful sin. Thought Li Yu was sleeping late. Li Yu's breath was heavy. Good night. Why are you sleeping so early? This is not like your style at all. Lu Yun's head was tilted, pressing the phone with his shoulder and the side of his face. His hands were already waving on the keyboard, and every now and then his right hand had to take the time to click the mouse, which could be busy. Li Yu's reply was a little nasal. Busy? If you're a good friend, can you hang up the phone? Li Yu's temper had sunk a bit. Lu Yun misunderstood. Thought Li Yu was talking about him. Yes, I'm still working overtime. Speechless to death. Actually let me a newcomer to do market research. There is no old staff to bring. The data also did not give me. Rely on me to collect alone. I really want to go back to inherit my mom's chain of restaurants. I'm not even this serious when I'm watching the store at home. He jabbered a whole lot, and only talked so much in front of Liu. Since Lu Yun entered the workplace, it was as if his tongue had been cut out in half, and he only needed to nod his head in front of the leader. Other than that, more words, more mistakes. In the quiet environment, Lu Yun, who was not in a hurry to hang up the phone, seemed to hear something that was a little sticky. He froze, stopping what he was tapping on the keyboard and listening carefully. Really hearing it. Staying up most of the night, you turned out to be engaging in this kind of thing? Lu Yun thought he was comforting himself. As a result, Liu stifled a grunt and whispered, contentedly addressing whoever it was. Wife. So good. Frightened, Lu Yun hurriedly turned off the speakerphone. Although he couldn't hear the other party's reply, it didn't affect the heat in his back. Liu, that's too much of a biological favorite, isn't it? Have Liu and his girlfriend gotten to that point? It looks like Liu seems to be very busy everywhere. Lil Elm said calmly, can you hang up now? Buddy, you've been interrupting me for a long time. Yes, he is deeply and physiologically attracted to Kang Yu-hee and can't separate himself from his wife for the rest of his life. Not to mention the fact that Lu Yun's phone call of a few minutes couldn't quench his fire. It's okay. Lu Yun, who ended the call, breathed deeply once, twice, 3 times, just by thinking about what Liu, who seemed to be treating relationships honestly and very innocent, was doing right now. Lu Yun's face exploded red. Lean, what's going on? It's not like he's the one who's shibboleth. He's still a yellow boy. It's supposed to be Liu who's the shy one. Lu Yun's thoughts rambled. Liu does not look like a person who overindulges. How is it so late? Still, forget about it. Bitterly facing the computer formula of Lu Yun, he felt it. Young people, perhaps they should all be as dashing as Liu. At least don't be like yourself and work late at the office at night. Liu, this is all considered a normal young man's nighttime activity. And he's the one who's not normal. Some people are in the middle of their springtime, while others are in front of their computers being cowboys and horses. Hey, Lu Yun sighed. Life is not easy. The arithmetic poured out, but he wasn't happy about it at all. He misses Yaya. The following day, the sun was shining. Kang Yu-hee woke up, feeling the dryness in her throat, her head still a little groggy, not having slept hard enough. Drinking water? Liu had long been fully dressed at the side, and seeing that she had woken up, she immediately brought warm water and helped her to get up. Kang Yu-hee nodded her head, and as soon as she touched the water source, she was like a person who had been thirsty for a long time. In the desert, she hurriedly gripped Liu's wrist, and her small mouth touched the surface of the cup to continuously draw water. Drink slowly, there's no rush, haha. Liu fed her while gently stroking her back and smoothing her breath. A glass of water. Kang Yu-hee drank it clean, enough to prove how hard she screamed last night. Liu can be a good-looking woman, and came to her. Yoshi, still drinking? Actually, a bit of a beating. Kang Yu-hee cupped his face in her small hands and pinched it fiercely. Liu, you hate living inside, don't you? Liu froze for a moment, then smothered a laugh. Ha ha, he understands. Nasty. Jiang Yoshi bit her lip, her cheeks colored with a faint blush. Why don't you know how to exercise restraint at all? My wife says she hates it, but she loves it. When it comes to this kind of thing, Kang Yu-hee is really vegetable and fun-loving. Sorry. Liu swore. It won't happen again. As he said this, the fingers he was about to raise were forced down again as soon as they were covered by Kang Yu-hee's small hand. Lil El knew at first glance that his wife clearly liked him to last in certain ways. Kang Yu-hee's mouth dropped as she leaned into his chest. No saying things like that. Good. Liu laughed, vibrating at his chest, coaxing his wife in a low voice. I'll do whatever Yoshi says. What a super sweet one wife. Same great morning. Lu Yun, who was lying on his desk, tried to get up when he heard the sound of some colleagues entering the office one after another. Couldn't get up. Upper body was completely frozen. Lower body was paralyzed. Lu Yun gave in. He was now sleepy and hungry, and still had no control over his body. He'll sleep in the office later. He's the dog. Lu Yun was able to get off work last night with the help of Liu, though, but that was already close to midnight. The elevator wasn't running, and the building's security guards were probably asleep. Lu Yun was afraid of ghosts and didn't dare to go down from the stairs, so he barely managed to make do at his table for a few hours. He thought it shouldn't be any different from his usual nap, but he didn't realize it would be so hard that he'd want to ascend. Lu Yun had a hard time waiting for this numbness in his body to pass. He ate his gum and drew a few wet paper towels to wipe his face and recover to regain his sobriety. After he was finally able to sit up straight, he turned on the monitor of his computer, and eventually, he fell silent. Lu Yun took a look at the content of his own work. Except for the part guided by Liu, he himself did simply no different from encrusted with gold. Why are you here so early today? The male coworker next door gave him a look. Lu Yun stared at his computer, trying to see what he was working on and if there was any possibility of becoming better. The male colleague didn't get an answer and muttered in a low voice, "What's the drag? It's not because his girlfriend is too good that he got into our company." Lu Yun heard it and didn't want to answer. He interviewed himself to get into the company. Okay, thinking about what? Lu Yun suddenly heard her voice and was stunned for a second, looked up, and froze. This content won't be? Chapter 45, Meeting Pei Yuhan again. What? Don't recognize your girlfriend? Chenya didn't know if it was because she hadn't seen her boyfriend for too long, but her voice became softer. Lu Yun almost didn't recognize it. It's really unrecognizable. He squeezed out a few words stiffly. You're back from your business trip? Chenya nodded her head. Not only did she come back, she also brought back a lot of specialties to her boyfriend. This is what I bought with you in mind. Take a look. Do you like it? I still need to go to a meeting. See you later. Putting down the specialties, Chen Yaya left first. She still needed to report on the work process, but the first time she returned to the company was to walk to Lu Yun's desk to see him, which shows how much she remembers her boyfriend. Good. Lu Yun stared straight at his girlfriend's figure until he turned the corner and her shadow was completely out of sight before he withdrew his own gaze. Lu Yun ate the breakfast that his girlfriend bought for him and looked at the specialties that she brought for him one by one. Beautifully packaged goat cheese, apple cake, air-dried cured lamb chops, bacon ham 100% pure meat, raffles. Knowing that Lu Yun was a foodie, Chenya's suitcase was loaded with all snacks, and without exceeding the weight, it was loaded as much as possible with different kinds of snacks for him to choose from. Give me a taste. The male coworker came over again, looking at the goodies on Lu Yun's table, and before he could arrive at Lu Yun's reply, he directly reached over to take it. Lu Yun refused. His girlfriend brought it for him. He hasn't tasted it yet. What my girlfriend brought can only be eaten by me. If you want to eat, I can treat you to whatever you want sometime at noon. In a nutshell, Lu Yun is generous, but no one can touch what his girlfriend gave him on the table. The male coworker withdrew his hand in great embarrassment and reluctantly turned his eyes away from the computer, but it didn't stop him from making that acidic comment. You don't want to lick your girlfriend. Lu Yun's gorgeous expression lurched. Ha, it's not right. Can't you show your true feelings and like it very much as a boyfriend for the specialties that your girlfriend brought back specially for her business trip? How can you call it licking when you're in a relationship and you're super into your girlfriend and love the things she gives you? When this emotion is normal, right? After Li Yu's mention of his interpersonal relationships, Lu Yun did not want to reply to the certain male who was good at stirring up trouble. Love Brain 1. Lu Yun, is this provoking him and causing him to love his girlfriend less and less? Then this colleague's wishful thinking is wrong. Lu Yun put away the specialties in his own small table and got up to go to the pantry. Waiting for Lu Yun as soon as he left, the male colleague directly slid his chair over, habitually taking other people's things, trying to open Lu Yun's desk, and as a result, he couldn't open it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In defense of who? He spat, then returned to his seat, speechless looking and feeling a bit stifled, gritting his teeth. So ing petty. Lu Yun happened to see that his girlfriend had already finished the meeting with a group of executives. He quietly waited in the pantry, and sure enough, shortly after, his girlfriend came up to his side. Chen Yaya ground coffee and chatted with Lu Yun. Work hard and write your thesis. Lu Yun nodded. He would. He tried very hard. The thesis has been submitted to many templates to his tutor, and despite being sharply evaluated by his tutor for academic garbage, he continues to forge ahead by a lone voice to create garbage, with the determination that he must write a piece of for his tutor to enjoy and admire today. He was motivated to create a paper. I'll wait for you to marry me. Chunyaya took his cup and filled it with coffee. Warm fingertips touched his hand, brows soft. Lu Yun's heart is coaxed by his girlfriend's words. He nodded his head hard and straight. Aha, I'll work hard. Yeah, just wait and see. He'll let his women enjoy themselves. Absolutely. Cootie. If you nod your head like that, it's going to break. Chenyaya placed the cup and cupped his head, staring at him with sheer affection. She glanced at the corridor with her remaining light, and in the few short seconds that no one passed by, Chenyaya stood on her tiptoes and dropped a kiss towards the corner of his lips. She said, Lu Yun, I missed you so much during those days when I was traveling that I could hardly sleep. All the grievances that Lu Yun had suffered in the workplace dissipated at this moment. He was so excited that he didn't know where to rest his hands. We'll go back this afternoon. I'll take a bath, and we'll have a good kiss. Chenyaya laughed, amused by Lu Yun Tu's words. You still need to wash your mouth when kissing. Well, that way, kissing would be better. Range of the Moon, a high-class entertainment venue. Li Yu met Pei Yuhan again. Is in the end of the project. After the end of the project, Sean LV led the colleagues of this department to get together, just in his new takeover of the Range of the Moon, to celebrate. A lot of people on the team gave 100% effort to make this project happen. Let's have a drink. Shanglua warmed up the atmosphere. They raised their glasses in unison. Li Yu, being one of the few newcomers on the team, was given several drinks. Come on, let's get on with it. Li Yu excused himself to go to the restroom and walked out of the box, sobering up. Pei Yu-han, who he met in the corridor. She was dressed in a long white dress, cool and pretty without any difference from school, smelling of alcohol, obviously drunk, leaning against the wall of the corridor, her face a little red. Li Yu couldn't even recognize that this was Pei Yu-han at first. In his impression, Pei Yu-han was cool and noble and would never allow herself to get drunk. Hokage? He walked over to her so that he could help her in any way he could. After all, it is truly like a girl, and because of some difficult to say the misunderstanding created a destiny no points. Li Yu to her, the heart has a guilty conscience. Pei Yu-han raised her eyes and stared blankly at Li Yu who appeared in front of her. It's been a long time since I've seen him, and it seems like he hasn't changed much, and it seems like he's changed a lot. The angles of his handsome face became more and more distinct, and the temperament of his body became more mature. It's her birthday, and she's having a dinner with her sisters and got greedy. The birthday wish I just made was if I could meet Li Yu if it was meant to be. I didn't expect the wish to come true. Pei Yu-han looked at him in a daze and took a step towards him, walking unsteadily. When she staggered and was about to fall, she grabbed the hand of the man in front of her. She raised her eyes, mesmerized, and muttered with her small mouth, "It's so spiritual." What? Li Yu didn't catch that, and the gentleman's hands holding her up. Whether it was heard or not, it didn't matter anymore. Seeing how drunk she was, Li Yu proposed, "Sister, let me send you home." Pei Yu-han shook her head. "I don't want to go home." She hadn't been home for a long time and had rented a small house near the office and lived on her own. When she came home, she had to accept her mom and dad's urging to get married, and she didn't want to hear those words, because the man she wanted to marry, she couldn't marry anymore. Pei Yu-han, she pushed Li Yu's hand away, her brows clear and cold. "Please help me, open a room." Li Yu looked at her uncertainly. "Sister, can you still walk by yourself?" "It's fine, just a few glasses of wine." The few cups of wine in Pei Yu-han's mouth had actually made her unable to see much of the road. At least, the road didn't seem to be straight. Li Yu walked to the front desk of the range and took the room card. On the way to send Pei Yu-han to her room, thinking that the atmosphere was at least less awkward, he took the initiative to speak. "I didn't expect you to actually drink." Pei Yu-han smiled. "If you come out to mix, how can you do it without alcohol?" It took Li Yu a moment to realize that having been doused with a few glasses of wine, he actually didn't have much to drink, probably too well protected by Kang Yu-hee. At work, not having a drink doesn't hurt anything. The hotel room arrived, and Li Yu swiped her room card for her, placing it on the wall near the door switch. "Take a good rest. Senior sister, I'll leave first." Pei Yu-han's hands nervously grabbed her clothes, and when Li Yu was about to close the door, she pulled him back. "Don't go. Lil Elm, don't go." Pei Yu-han's voice was tinged with the slightest hint of sobbing as she tightly grabbed Li Yu's hand as if she was trying to hold on to something. "School sister." Li Yu broke her slender fingers, one by one. "I already have someone." Completely unable to block Pei Yu-han's other hand toward her back, gently unbuckled her belt, and her long skirt fell to the ground. The kiss she came up with crashed into the jaw where Li Yu ducked, but couldn't avoid it. Li Yu. Pei Yu-han was extremely sad. Her thin body leaned against his broad and strong arms and cried with a tremor. "Do you know how much courage I carry with me in doing this?" He knew. That's why he didn't allow Pei Yu-han to trample on herself like this. Li Yu had long since closed his eyes and gently pushed Pei Yu-han away. "Senior sister, please respect yourself." She took Li Yu's hand. "I want to give you the..." His cell phone rang. Li Yu turned around, picked up his wife's call, and also closed the door to his room in the process, isolating him from Pei Yu-han's destiny. Pei Yu-han fell to the ground, helplessly grabbing the long skirt on the ground. Li Yu walked out anyway, closing the door without even looking at her again. Was she already so unattractive to him? So unattractive? "Honey, what's wrong?" Li Yu walked down the promenade. Why is he calling when he's here tonight for a small celebration of the project and has already debriefed his wife's honor? Kang Yu-hee's soft, languid voice. "I heard you got a room at Range Moon." At the sound, Li Yu's heart tightened. "What? Are you not going to go home tonight?" Kang Yu-hee's concerned tone. "Drinking too much?" Li Yu walked towards the outside of the venue and answered his wife. "No." He thought for a moment and explained. "It was someone who was too drunk. I sent her home. She didn't want it, so I got a room." In front of the monitoring room, Kang Yu-hee winds up with a calm demeanor, looking at Li Yu walking down the corridor, entering the room in just a few minutes. "It really isn't the look of doing something bad." "Aha," she responded lazily, unable to read her emotions. "You're quite kind. Don't want to ask more questions. Things are as they should be and won't take a turn for the worse with more questions." Li Yu laughed a little heartily. He had just almost his eyes were forced to betray Kang Yoshi. Luckily he closed his eyes in time and had a false alarm. Kang Yohee's slender fingertips gently tapped the chair in a careless tone. Are you still coming home tonight? Lee Yu returned back. Of course, I'm already on my way home. He'd all but edited a text message to the head honcho saying that his date missed him, so he'd left early. Netflix is also booked, just waiting for the driver to find him. After seeing this text message sent to him by Lee Yu, Shanglua skimmed his lips and muttered, showing off what? He also has waiting for him to come home. Okay, well, he has a cat. Early the next morning, Pei Yu-han, who was awakened by the strong odor of alcohol on her own body, sat on the bed in a daze, closing her eyes that were illuminated by the sunlight of Dashang, recalling all sorts of things. Finally, she sighed heavily. The memory was still distinctly stuck on the sad moment of abject rejection by Lee Yu. She grew up being praised by her elders and topped in academics, growing step by step out of her youth and into the workplace amidst the pretty and smart words of others. She's had a handful of suitors, and none of them have given her a liking, except for Lee Yu, but it was just rejected. Pei Yu-han felt that her self-esteem was completely on the ground, giving Lee Yu to trample on, and he didn't even trample on it. What a bummer. LOL. It's not a good idea. She walked into the bathroom, blindfolded, and washed up, looking up at the cold water rushing down from the canopy. After waking up, Pei Yu-han recalled that Lee Yu didn't take advantage of the situation last night. He was a gentleman, and more than that, he made her heart flutter. The look on Pei Yu-han's face suddenly had a look of determination. She, herself, couldn't miss him anymore. So what if she has a girlfriend? She can be a little. This was the worst kind of karmic result, Pei Yu-han thought. Hello, wait a minute for the lady. When she was called at the front desk of Range Moon to return her deposit, Pei Yu-han thought of a wonderful way to approach Lee Yu. Only, discarding the lunch she'd brought to Lee Yu. It wasn't Lee Yu she'd encountered first. It's Lee Yul's wife, Kang Yu-hee. Looking for Lee Yu? She appeared so dazzlingly in front of Pei Yu-han, blocking her way. Pei Yu-han nodded. May I ask who you are? The woman standing in front of her has a stunning face, bright and beautiful, stunningly beautiful, with an extremely good body proportion. Wearing a low-key professional clothes cannot cover the woman's innate nobility. I'm his wife, Kang Yeo-hee briefly introduces herself and the current movements of Lee Yul. Lee Yul isn't at the company. He's gone to talk about cooperation with the group pair. She invited Pei Yu-han again in passing. Let's talk? You're the president of Jiang's. Jiang Yoshi? Pei Yu-han's mind turned quickly as well. The fact that the woman coming out of the high-level leadership elevator didn't have any work tags on her left chest meant that she didn't need a work tag to prove her status. It's only the legendary female plutocrat of the Kang clan, Kang Yu-hee. Kang Yo-hee smiled simply. Want to have a chat? Beauty was just one of Jiang Yoshi's insignificant advantages. Pretty could only be used to modify her, and her strength was even more eye-catching. Again and again, Pei Yu-han had gotten a little timid. Parlor. Kang Yo-hee asked someone to make tea. The quiet atmosphere is filled with the faint aroma of tea. Jiang Yoshi pushed a cup of hot tea to Pei Yu-han's face with her fingertips. A cup? Not waiting for Pei Yu-han to react, Jiang Yoshi said without waves in her eyes. Relieve the feeling of alcohol. Pei Yu-han's eyes widened. She actually knew that last night's self had been greedy. Now, Pei Yu-han had no reason to refuse at all. She held the tea and gently took a sip. Under Kang Yo-hee's faint sight, the feeling of oppression is full of. Pei Yu-han's words came out with a lack of confidence. I didn't realize that you were actually a plutocrat? From memory, Lee Yu's girlfriend is blind. I think I've also heard that at the time of Kang's mess. Kang's heir was blind for a while. Pei Yu-han frowned tightly. Actually, it was completely right. How can she argue with that? Even as a minor, she had no advantages or qualifications. Pei Yu-han bit her inner lip deeply and whispered, you and him are not suitable at all. It's not appropriate. And we're married. Kang Yo-hee killed the clouds. Yeah, they got married. They had a big wedding. It's just that her own self as an ordinary person would never have guessed that Kang Zaibatsu's husband would be the boy she liked for the first time in her life. Lee Yu. Pei Yu-han's eyes reddened as she complained in a low voice. But, he wouldn't even like a woman as strong as you. You must have forced him, right? Doubtful tone. Pei Yu-han was a little unsure of the truthfulness of her words. All sorts of sparse memories have plainly told Pei Yu-han that the feelings between them are more like after the suffering, the happy ending. Chapter 46 Life, Vegetables, Oil, Salt, Sauce, Vinegar, and tea. Kang Yo-hee laughed softly. Judge me after you get to know me. Pei Yu-han simply did not understand Jiang Yoshi's pathway off, her eyes red, dead clenched fists. Mr. Jiang, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Pei Yu-han hurriedly got up, picked up the lunch she had gotten all morning, and couldn't control her tears as she turned around. She even attempted to stay by Lee Yu's side in such a way as being in an emotional lowland, but with the appearance of his lawful wife, she was told plainly, this little thought of hers was all a luxury. Behind her came Jiang Yoshi's still bland and detached words, "Goodbye." The tone was even more indifferent. However, Ms. Pei, I prefer to never see you again. Pei Yuhan gave a beat, wiping the tears on her face with her small hands, and left crying. She was completely unable to speak to Kang Yuhee, who had been in the business world for a long time. Pei Yuhan's trotting figure and Li Yu's group, who had negotiated a new collaboration, rubbed shoulders. Kang Yoshi at the corridor on the second floor. Her sight grew colder and colder. After Li Yul stepped into the elevator, Kang Yuhee turned around and walked back to her office. "Hello, Mr. Kang." "Hello, Mr. Kang." Without much emotion on her face, Kang Yuhee nodded her head and walked into the president's office with no waves in her eyes. The office area discussed in small voices after the door to the president's office closed. "Who's the pretty cool woman?" the president just greeted himself. "Looking real bit. Relatives, I guess, all looking so pretty." Walked away with a red eye. Probably had a little disagreement. Li Yu had just walked into the office area when he heard this and frowned slightly. Who? With the red eyes? He was carrying a beautiful cake box in his hand, which he had bought after a work talk. After hearing from Shanlu that the cakes there were very famous, and that any little girl would like them. I remembered that Shanglua even teased him at that time. "You kid, you actually really have a girlfriend? Ah, the last time you left Range Moon's message, I thought it was an excuse." Li Yu smiled and nodded. She was not only his girlfriend, but also his rightful wife. These words would not be said directly to Shanglua. Li Yu was mainly afraid that if he said them, Shanglua would think he was mentally deranged. The gossip in the office area didn't go too far into Li Yu's head. After he got busy with his work and wrapped up what he was responsible for, he looked around to see if the people closest to his workstation were paying attention to him. After seeing that they were all staring at the computer very seriously, Li Yu moved gently to get up, carrying the cupcakes in the direction of the pantry. Then when he was about to reach the pantry, he turned another corner and walked to the door of the president's office and knocked twice. "Enter, Mr. Kang's clear, shallow voice. Li Yu pushes open the door and walks in, and privately locks the door a bit before walking to Kang Yohee, who has been looking at the information in her hand. "What's the matter?" Kang Yohee asked without hearing the usual voice of her subordinates reporting matters directly. Again, she didn't get a reply, so she raised her eyes, and her heart tightened for a moment when she saw that it was Li Yu. And in thinking of Pei Yuhan's words just now, her heart was sensitively sour for a few seconds. Kang Yohee continued to lower her eyes and read the information. Li Yu, on the contrary, could see at once that something was wrong with his wife. "Boy, what's going on here?" He walked over to her, placing the cupcake box a fair distance away from the papers, his large bony hands propped up on the desk, his figure looming over Kang Yohee. "Mr. Kang, are you busy right now?" He was concerned about that before he approached. Kang Yohee is actually just in the current situation. She can't be bothered to read these documents, while the deadline for the documents is still far away. She honestly said, "There's no rush. Would Mr. Jung care to grace us with his presence for afternoon tea?" Kang Yohee had a flat attitude. "Well, go grind me a cup of coffee and come over." "Good." Li Yu was turning back at his wife's words. Going to grind coffee, but the second before he turned to leave, he leaned over towards Kang Yohee and his warm kiss landed on Kang Yohee's forehead. That moment of triumph, like a child eating the candy of his heart, laughed wantonly and went out the door. Kang Yohee's beautiful eyes widened. Her small slender hand gently stroked the spot where Li Yu had just landed the kiss. Feeling her heart flushed, she was a calm businesswoman, and she knew that she only needed to look at Li Yu's attitude towards her. But she couldn't help but think slightly that if she hadn't shown up, then Li Yu might actually be with that girl. Li Yu's a person who would be happy and joyful with anyone, right? Kang Yohee was so deep in her own thoughts that she didn't even know that Li Yul had already grounded her coffee at some point and walked over to her. The woman's delicate chin was gently hooped by his large, warm hand. Kang Yohee appeared in front of him with moist and reddened eyes and with a little bit of a pitiful look. "What? Crying?" Li Yu paused. It was still rare for him to see Kang Yohee crying other than in bed. This woman is tough as nails. Why the sudden tears? Kang Yohee tilted her head slightly and just pressed her cheek into his hot palm. The voice was small, tinged with loss. "Li Yu, if I hadn't appeared so forcefully in your life, who would you be with?" Undeniably, what appeared in Li Yu's mind was none other than Pei Yuhan, who might be blown away by the gentle blow of the wind. Jinlin University is built in a 5-star scenic area, surrounded by mountains on all sides, but coincidentally, the whole campus is at the outlet of a big mountain. As long as it's the month when fall transitions to winter, the winds can be especially strong, rising to the point where the weather forecast will send wind warnings to everyone in the area. At that time they flirted with the idea that a thin person should never go out, or blow away in the arms of someone who won't let go. Pei Yuhan also sent him something similar to this. "Li Yu, it's very windy today, don't go out of the door of the dormitory, and if you want to eat anything, I can bring it to my senior sister. At that time, Li Yu was very innocent. He thought that chasing a girl is a gradual thing. Maybe the process will be longer. Under their own sincere pursuit, their distance will become closer and closer. Their relationship is getting better and better. Intimate behavior is natural. Pei senpai, can I blow into your arms? Hashtag wobbly, 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 wobbly hashtag. Li Yu forgot how he replied, probably blushing from being teased and not replying. Vague memories of delivering dinner to his schoolmate and then the two of them chatting for a few minutes at the front door of the girls' dormitory. The weather was too cold and windy, so Li Yu let his sister enter the dormitory first. Pei Yuhan skimmed her lips and pursed her lips again. I haven't seen you all day. I miss you. At the sound of the voice, Li Yu's eyes carried undisguised nervousness and dismay that his schoolmate would actually say such blunt words to him. Pei Yuhan held her dinner in one hand and reached out to Li Yu's hand, holding his hand and squeezing it hard in her hand with a small exasperation. Li Yu, you let me go back to the dormitory so quickly. You don't even want me? Humph, why are the hands so hard too? Pei Yuhan tilted her head, a little bit of red coloring her face. Same as your whole person. Doesn't know how to please a girl at all. She had basically finished the flirty talk that her roommate had taught her, so how come Li Yu was still impassive as a whole? Pei Yuhan was uncertain and slowly withdrew her hand, somewhat deflated. Isn't that how boys are chased? Senior sister, I'll go first. Li Yu was in a hurry and got on the campus shared bicycle and sped towards that uphill section. He was in a good mood and happy then. Could even scream a couple of times into a very wild wind. Li Yu, who are you thinking of? Kang Yohee stared at him with a frown. Li Yu's thoughts drifted back. Honey, actually assuming is a most unlikely thing to do, isn't it? Even if Li Yu is not married, and he learns that his misunderstanding of Pei Yuhan is actually all Li Chuan's mess, he will not necessarily be with Pei Yuhan. He is a despicable person. Pei Yuhan's so pure goodness is not going to completely like his character of hiding, twisted and shadowy. They are, and they don't fit. Kang Yohee just stared at Li Yu quietly. Li Yu is not sure why. Think back carefully. Recently he is quite gentle. After his wife called to stop, he grinding too on the good. How his wife suddenly thought of some of these 7 or 8 things. Assumptions? No assumptions. Life is never hypothetical. Li Yu simply wouldn't glorify the path he didn't take. He always felt that the moment he chose was the best choice. As for those who missed it, they just missed it. No one is at fault. It's just that no one is anyone's rightful destiny. The entanglements were so tangled that, in the end, the home that Li Yu had managed to have again fell apart. He never wanted that to happen. It's selfish to say, but people only live once, and Li Yu only wants to cherish the people who have evolved to such a point that they should be cherished the most. Honey, what's wrong? Li Yu rubbed her face and moved his fingertips to the ends of her eyes, quietly wiping away the tears that were about to overflow from his wife's eyes. Kang Yohee raised her eyes to look at him and suddenly asked a strange question. You don't like strong women? Li Yu blurted out, not even having to think. I only like you. Instantly coaxed Jian Yoshi's heart to blossom. She was sitting back down, her eyes signaling Li Yu to open the beautiful box while she beautifully savored the coffee that Li Yu had ground for her. Mellow on the palate, sweetened with just the right amount of sugar, not very bitter. The technology has been great. Li Yu unwrapped the cake and placed it in front of her. Hearing his wife's words of praise, the curve of his mouth couldn't be suppressed a bit at all. Try this one. My co-workers say the cakes there are the most famous. The cake is a whole pink shade with peeled grape flesh and strawberries on top. A little fresh-style cake that looks sweet. Jian Yoshi tasted it and nodded under Li Yu's expectant eyes. Not bad, quite tasty. She scooped up a spoonful and passed it to Li Yu's mouth. You taste it? Li Yu pushed her hand and shook his head. Originally, I bought such a small size just for you to eat alone. Taste it. You like it. I will buy it every day in the future. That will be fat. Kang Yohee lowered her eyebrows and savored the cake very carefully. Li Yu was beside her, looking at her seriously, a very obvious smile in his eyes that he didn't even notice. It's better with flesh. You feel good, don't you? Kang Yohee's words were idle. Li Yu immediately blushed. Wife, I didn't mean it. He pulled the chair across the desk and sat down next to Kang Yohee, just quietly admiring his wife's temporary snack broadcast, elegant and reserved look. Kang Yohee still asked Li Yu as she took the last bite of the cupcake. Are you sure you don't want to eat it? Li Yu shook his head. Kang Yohee pursed it down to go along with her coffee. Her lunch was now almost worth the calories of her dinner. Yummy. Li Yu was ready to get up. Kang Yohee pulled him back with a slight effort, and the chair they were both sitting on made a muffled clashing sound. You're dying to know. You should taste it for yourself. She looked at him up close, his wife's sweet scent twined around his nose, and Li Yu was confused for a moment, a little embarrassed. I can't lick the plate in front of you, can I? The next second, his tie was clutched directly in his wife's small hands. Then Li Yu leaned towards Kang Yohee's front. She slowly touched his lips, a kiss with a cakey sweetness spreading between the two. Kan Yu-hee slowly depicts the storming encroachment of Lee Yul's antagonist at the end. He held his wife by the waist with a slight effort and she settled into his arms. The two people were closer, kissing more violently, forgetting to entangle, their emotions getting deeper and deeper, and the atmosphere getting hotter and hotter. Well, from between their intimately pressed lips and teeth, Kan Yu-hee's delicate murmur spilled out. Ryoko. The duo panted slightly against each other's foreheads. John Yoshi's pink lips lightly opened. How is it? Is it good? Lips and teeth. But, Lee Yu seriously thought for a few seconds, embarrassed, wrapped his arm around his wife's waist and whispered in her ear, I prefer to eat the original flavor. Kan Yu-hee took the initiative to tease and ended up blushing even more than Lee Yu's. She blushed hotly as she nestled into Lee Yu's arms. There was a knock on the door. Lee Yu immediately gets up and carries Kan Yoshi back to her seat, waving the hotness from his face with both hands. He quickly walked to the door and opened the unlocked door before Kan Yoshi could make a sound. Enter. Shanglua walked in holding a stack of papers so high up that he could barely see his way out. At the sight of Lee Yu, he still felt a bit strange. Where have you been? Just now he wanted to ask Lee Yu to help hold some papers over as well. Lee Yu's brain has always been smart, but at this time, he actually could not find a sentence to explain why he appeared in the president's office. Shanglua wasn't curious about this either, and directly asked him for support. I still have papers on my office. Go and hold them for me. It's really hard for me to make a second trip with this old arm and leg. He walked quickly towards the president's desk while talking to Lee Yu. The anxious look was really more than a little tired and could hardly hold on. Good. Lee Yu glanced in Kan Yoshi's direction, and when he saw that she had calmed down and returned to her usual indifference, his heart was energized. His wife's shy and affectionate look would only appear in front of him. This gave Lee Yu a great sense of satisfaction. President Shanglua directly reported the details of this cooperation with President Jiang. At the sight of the cake box on the side, Shanglua had a slight moment to walk away. Isn't this exactly the same cupcake that Lil Yul bought for his girlfriend? See what? Mr. John's fingertips tapped the desktop, calling back his subordinate's attention. Why don't you continue? Shanglua immediately returned to his senses and continued to explain the current program schedule. The documents on the table were all already organized by their group, and the president wanted to go through the purpose. Waiting for Lee Yu to come over with the papers, Shanglua surveyed him with thoughtful, if not glancing eyes. It doesn't look like it, Lil Yu. Usually so silent, but actually secretly buying cakes to please the president, and an excuse to give it to your girlfriend. Mindset. Lee Yu had always been particularly sensitive to the sight of people, so he naturally noticed Shanglua's puzzled line of sight. After the work report was over, Lee Yu took the cupcake box and threw it towards the garbage can when he walked down the corridor, and coincidentally met the puzzled eyes of Sean LV, who came out of the pantry. Merchant Law, TSK, TSK, TSK. Lee Yu. Chapter 47, Play Big. At the point in time when I left work, it was raining a little, not too much, but very dense. Lee Yu ran to the parking lot, found his wife's car, and was ready to find an umbrella before picking up his wife when he found a person sitting in the passenger side. Kan Yeo-hee with long, slightly curly hair and a slightly wet collar can be seen running to the parking lot just like Lee Yul, or in the presence of her subordinates. Kan Yeo-hee didn't even run, but strolled to the parking lot. Tomorrow. No. When the rain stops, I'll have someone build a shed from the office to the parking lot. Kan Yeo-hee's face was impatient. Damn, the rain is not too small. Have to shower her so a wave. To wet look. Difficult. Lee Yu smothered a smile. His wife was so rich and posh. Why don't you take the high-rise elevator down to the negative parking lot? Lil Elm took off his jacket and hiked it up behind him, turning on the air conditioner in an attempt to dry it out a bit. Kan Yeo-hee rested her cheeks. If I took the elevator, they wouldn't dare to take it. It's raining, so it's unnecessary to make the staff suffer so much. So it's just you who's suffering? Lee Yu came over and drew several paper towels to wipe the raindrops from his wife's face and the wet ends of her hair. Wife, you are so kind, Lee Yu complimented with affection. Kan Yeo-hee bristled. I'm not being kind. The mouth is not the heart. After Lee Yu started the car, Kan Yoshi's afterglow looked at him with amusement, the corner of her lips slightly hooked. This guy says he's kind, and he's not the same. Instead of squeezing the elevator for the off-workers, he chose to run to the parking lot to get his umbrella, not wanting to delay himself, and thoughtfully not wanting to get caught in the rain, though in the end it kind of went against the grain and they all got wet. But Kan Yeo-hee suddenly felt that the rain was small and quite romantic. The boxing gym was officially up and running. There was an endless stream of rich people coming in and out of the range of the moon every day. The two men went straight to the gym after work. Lee Yul drapes Kan Yeo-hee's almost dry suit jacket over her before getting out of the car. Kan Yeo-hee takes Lee Yul along for a tour of the fruits of their efforts. Here there is a special boss room. Once you enter the door is the entire boxing gym has a dead-angle monitoring monitor. There are sofas and coffee tables. You can meet guests. There is even a separate restroom, bathroom, bed, closet, etc. The basic facilities have, like a small house. Outside the door are trained bouncers, and every henchman who enters the gym to work must recognize who their boss is and what he looks like. At the same time, no one may speak much. Here, Li Yu has absolute freedom. The full range of surveillance was under Li Yu's eyes. Kang Yui's long hair is still a little wet. Li Yu searched for a hairdryer and meticulously blew his wife's hair. Kang Yeo he sat obediently while Li Yul stood, and from this angle, he could see well the wetness of her clothes, the semi-transparent tightly clinging to the curves of her delicate body. The hair dried and the sound of the blow-dryer stopped, the man's fingers stroking while down. Change the set, be careful of catching a cold. Li Yu seemed to be kindly reminding, but in fact, he had already removed his own jacket that was draped over his wife, and her skirt was also removed together by Li Yu. Kang Yeo he slowly closed her eyes and let Li Yu's teasing, low chants slowly overflowed from her pink mouth. She was enjoying Li Yu's long foreplay, hooked to the point of tightness. Will it be overheard? Li Yu's movements were light. Kang Yeo-hee, who was pestering him, unconsciously grunted, don't worry about it, the soundproofing is very good. There's no one between the bosses who can open the door except for Li Yul's fingerprints and Kang Yui's fingerprints. Wife, why do you favor me so much? Li Yu gently bit her ear, the tip of his tongue tracing the outline of her ear. Just now, while in the parking lot, seeing such a seductive wife, he wanted to do just that, kissing her all over. Kang Yeo he couldn't stop herself from shivering softly in his hot embrace. There was a natural reason for unconditionally helping Li Yu. While she was blind and waiting to die, her husband preceded her in death. This would be Li Yu's death warrant for the rest of his life. Here in Jiang Yoshi's place, it's just that at this critical moment, Kang Yeo he can't explain it to him in words word by word clearly. He stared straight at her. Kang Yeo he felt her body getting soft. Honey, why don't you say something? His almost compelling voice followed the lead. Kang Yeo he couldn't suppress a deep chant. Li Yu is really bad. Obviously know all, but also ask her. So clear. The crowd's silky, uncontrolled clamor filled the underground gym, soundproofed to perfection. The moment the elevator doors opened, the noise instantly penetrated one's eardrums. There are no old hanging electric fans. All around is hidden the latest model of air conditioning. Each VIP seat after the fight, leaving the seat, there will be a special cleaning team to clean. Ensure that every VIP guest who comes to the Range Moon Boxing Gym can enjoy a clean environment for consumption. Honey, what did you bring me here for? Li Chuan was coaxed by Wang Lily to come over to watch the fight. His ears were noisy and on the verge of exploding. Wang Lily glared at him. Li Chuan, I've said many times that I'm not allowed to call me my wife outside. It's really ruining people's reputation. And hold her back from picking up little dudes. No eyesight. If I had known, I wouldn't have cooperated with those relatives in the clan's marriage proposal, and married such a three-less man who had no use at all. No eyesight, and no face value. Bother. Wang Lily is really annoying. Li Chuan immediately closed his mouth and did not say much. Although there was a great deal of unconvincedness, he did not dare to have any rebuttal. In a marriage, whoever has money in their hands has the right to speak. Upon entering, one could see the two fighters entangled with each other in the ring, swinging at each other with deadly desperation, blood pouring out of them, and even under the heavy blows, the flesh hidden in the bright red blood was gouged away in layers, revealing raw bones. Li Chuan straight frowned. His first time to come to this kind of occasion. How so disgusting? Do not understand what to see. Until as the guest of honor he was dressed in bunny girl clothing enchanting beauty waiting for the service. His lofty face, fingertips show a little money reward. The beauty of a dainty thank you. Honored guest. It is really cool to him. Lily Wang? Naturally, he was enjoying himself and had no time for his. The fights unfolded enthusiastically in a game of rivalry that became more intense than ever. The roar of the crowd was extremely well matched to the intense proceedings of the fight. Li Chuan slowly and the surrounding rich people unabashedly call out the evil desires of the heart, but also gradually revealed the original low face. He looked at the boxing match to see the emotionally charged, violent and bloody scenes, also began to call out, ha ha, leaving sorrow wins, I won, ha ha ha. Li Chuan also saw other people's betting boxer won, the piles of banknotes in the sack, see him even more red. He lowered his gaze, his eyes turning slightly. All without discussing with Wang Lily, Li Chuan came to the backstage, looking for a company that has a project approved by itself, and a large part of that money is in their hands. Under an excitement, Li Chuan did not ask for any rules, and he bet his whole body and family. After betting, Li Chuan, who sat back in his seat, had even begun to imagine himself getting rich, with everyone kneeling and complimenting him. At that time, what Li Yu ah, what Li ah, he will not put anything in his eyes. he will be the noblest and richest. Li Chuan's relaxed and proud energy. And I don't know who gave him the confidence to think that the boxer he bet on without knowing anything would win. Until the fighter he was betting on was violently hit by a punch from his opponent and fell straight out of the ring to the ground, being carried out of the lawn by an ambulance stretcher. Li Chuan's mind went blank. Go back. Wang Lili got tired of watching and kicked him before leaving. Noticing Li Chuan's too wide rolled over look, Wang Lili didn't bother to wait for him, so she left first on her own. When Li Chuan was not around, she could still go to the range moonbox and order a few young handsome men to watch dancing and listen to singing. This was better than staying with her own useless husband. Li Chuan didn't have any advantages with her other than being younger. Li Chuan was now covered in a cold sweat. He had no strength left to stand up. His mouth kept chattering something. Could it be that the fighter I bet on was actually another fighter? Not the one who fell out of the ring. It's just easy for some people to do this, to know that they've done something wrong, but still fantasize that they've botched it, to find a way for their stupidity to not only fix all this wrongness, but even to fantasize that they're actually the winner. After Li Chuan slowed down, he held onto the rows of chairs and walked to the backstage betting place, but he died to see his card being asked by the staff to enter the password. Obviously, he bet on the wrong guy. His whole enthusiasm went completely cold all of a sudden, seeing the 5 bladders and 3 thick big man bodyguards beside the staff. If Li Chuan didn't want his consequence to be that badly beaten boxer, then he only had one way to go, which was to enter the password. What to do? Li Chuan tightly bit his hand clenched into a fist, panicked to the point that his whole body was shaking. The tiger's mouth had been bitten and bled, also completely unaware of the pain. Li Chuan was afraid that his father would know that he had misappropriated public funds, or such a large sum of money, and then completely abandon himself. His whole body it's gone too. He thought of ideas and avoided Wang Lili again, planning to borrow money from the boxing gym to try to get back. At the moment of borrowing the money, Li Chuan probably never imagined that his debtor would be Li Yu. I want to borrow money. Li Chuan came to a head who looked to be a staff member here. The gym assistant nodded. Yes sir, please list the pieces of collateral you have of value, including but not limited to property, stores, deeds, shares, and jobs. Li Chuan racked his brain and reported some of his values before being invited by the staff to watch the match at the front desk first. But he was now not in the mood to watch the game at all. Filled with anxiety. This time, the project was already wrapping up, and the funds had to work out. If he didn't have money on hand and was found out, he would probably be lynched by Li. The assistant was in front of the computer looking up the stocks and such that the gentleman had just mentioned, figuring out the value of the borrower. Final summary, worthless. The expression on his face was no different from getting a flat waste of old man's time. Speechless, so poor to see what kind of match, and stupid, don't know anything about it, directly betting on a rookie fighter who looks like he has muscle, but pure muscle with no power. The assistant was about to reject this client's mortgage loan outright when he saw his boss come out. He thought it would be better to ask the boss. Borrow? Boss, this guy doesn't seem to have a lot of valuable charges on him. The assistant commented sharply, and it's kinda stupid. Li Yu walked over to the computer and what he saw was actually Li Chuan's name. He held the mouse in his hand and scrutinized it, confirming that it was his cheap stepbrother. Raising his eyebrows, borrow. The assistant nods, see. Sometimes the procedure of the job is to ask the boss, often just the opposite of your opinion. Li Chuan's hand was so bad that whomever he bet on, whichever fighter had only one thing in store for them, and that was to roll out of the ring, until the borrowed funds he had on hand were also completely squandered. Li Chuan thought left and right, and under deep contemplation, the way he was able to come up with was actually to sneak out and run away in the gray. When the assistant arrived at the VIP table with the signed and sealed certificate, he saw an empty seat and was obviously a bit flustered. He instructed into the intercom, the male VIP in Section A, Block 8, Position 813, investigate the movement. 3 minutes later, though, a response came over the intercom. Just 2 simple words, ran away. The assistant kicked the seat hard. You can't run away from a monk. You can't run away from a temple. Stupid. It was already annoying to go to work, and he had to waste time trying to find this guy. A few days later, a small sensational news happened in Li's. As the general manager of Li's, Li Chuan was actually chased and beaten by the debtor. The news was deadpanned by the parties involved so that it didn't spread quickly in a short period of time. Otherwise, don't doubt the timeliness of the news. Not only this day, as long as Li Chuan left the house and also the company, he would be followed by people, and then he would be pulled to the van. The car then drove to a place off the beaten path. A few big men kicked him down for a brutal beating. Since Mr. Li wants to save face so much, we are very understanding. The assistant of the Range Moon boxing gym who lent him the money, with a smiling tiger-like face, slowly bloomed in front of Li Chuan, who had been beaten to a pulp. He lowered himself, worried that the currently unrecognizable Li Chuan wouldn't be able to hear him, and came closer. So, when does Mr. Li plan to repay the loan? It even goes on to say, we're all Svengalis and don't really want to do all this dirty fighter stuff. Range assistant, thanks for the change. It was Li Yu who poached it from Lai Chao Yun's boxing gym. At that time, he had been working in Lai Chao Yun's boxing gym for 10 years, and there was no change in his salary at all, only constant pay cuts, and asked his boss why. The boss will just say one thing, the general environment is bad now. It's good enough to have a job. What are you picking? Xia Chang just laughed. When has the general environment ever been better in their generation? Li Chuan shook his head. He couldn't afford to pay it back, and he felt like he was about to finish. At this time, Li's father was still alive. As a stepson, he didn't have any assets on hand at all. Li Chuan begged for mercy. Can you give me some time? I'll borrow the money. I'll get it together. I'm the oldest son of the Li family. I'm the general manager of Li's. I have money. You don't have to push me so hard. Xia Chang was exasperated and laughed. Manager Li, we are also part-time workers. We give you a little time. Who gives us a way to live? Those who borrowed money in Range Moon. They never counted the interest. They were all VIPs from rich families. And since the opening of the museum, only this Mr. Li Chuan is the one who owes money. Forcing him to have no choice but to strike out slightly with a tiny bit of violence really made Xia change from being a gentleman. Even if you guys beat me to death now, I can't get the money. Why don't you believe me and give me some time? Li Chuan simply broke the pot. Xia Chang raised an eyebrow. Very well, you're the first customer to threaten our Range Moon. The boss isn't in a hurry anyway, so why not play along with him? Xia Reform turned back and gave him one last condescending glance. Let's go. Li Chuan only had one breath in his entire body, and after the car swept away the dust on the ground, he fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the blue sky, layer after layer of white clouds, Li Chuan spat viciously. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't underestimate me. It's just a few $1 million. Can he Li Chuan not get it out? Chapter 48, Want to die? Back to the Li family. Once Li Chuan got out of the car and found his mother, he went straight to Wen Yangqing. Mom, what are you being soft-hearted about? Wen Yangqing was unsure. What's wrong, son? What are you talking about? She looked at her son's face and bruises, instantly distressed. My son, what's wrong with you, Messed up how so many injuries on the face. Went to the hospital to check it or not? Hurry to go to the hospital to see. When Yangqing took out her cell phone and hurriedly said, Mom had better have the family doctor come over. Hurry up and get him dead. Li Chuan was already in a hurry and directly waved off his mother's cell phone. Hurry up and let that old thing Li Luhong die. Otherwise he's the one who dies. When Yangqing froze, who is he? Is it Li Yu? Or, it was obvious who it was. Li Luhong, whom they were now planning to count. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice. Why are you back? It was Li's father's voice. After waiting for Li Luhong to appear, Li Chuan again instantly suppressed all his fears and pretended that nothing had happened. Dad, I'm just homesick, so I came back to visit, he said with a smile. By the way, he also explained the injury on his face. This is not accompanying Lily on her honeymoon. She likes some extreme sports. I'm not skilled, so I gave it a fall. Aha. Li Luhong clearly showed less concern for the injury on his face than Wen Yangqing. Li Chuan reluctantly ate a meal at Li's house. The atmosphere was a bit awkward and parasitic. As he leaves, Li Chuan keeps making eyes at his mother. Get him. Hurry up. Wen Yangqing, while torn, stared at the exhaust of the car in which her son drove away, and clutched in her hand a small piece of something that her son had given himself before he left, a powder wrapped securely in thin white paper. She hesitated, making up her mind again as she turned away. When Yangqing walked to the kitchen, warming up bedtime milk for his lordship. Ma'am? When someone appeared, When Yangqing suddenly tensed up and pretended to be calm. Well, he hasn't been sleeping very well lately. Your ladyship is so good to your lordship. When Yangqing smiled, old married couple, taking care of each other is all proper. After the maid left, when Yangqing didn't have much emotion in her eyes, she opened the white thin paper-wrapped medicinal foam, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally slowly poured it into the milk before stirring it with chopsticks. The kids each have families. Li, you did find a better one than Chuaner. You don't say anything about fostering Chuaner more. You only know how to one-up him and confine him when he makes some minor mistakes. When Yangqing muttered to herself, her eyes getting colder and colder. Lu Hong, it's you who didn't cherish this bond we have, and didn't give my son what he wanted. Then don't blame me. The temperature was just right when she stirred the milk almost to the top. When Yangqing then brought the milk into the master bedroom, Li Luhong was reading some Taoist books, which he had recently become obsessed with. Have some milk before you watch, she said in a warm voice. Li Luhong didn't have any doubt at all and directly took the cup handed over by the lady and slowly finished the milk. When Yangqing's eyes sank more and more with each sip of milk he took, And even though her heart was reluctant to give up on her husband, she was a mother's heart, and what her child wanted, she must let him have. Rich neighborhood, single-family home. In front of the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, Liu looked at the distant lights. His cell phone vibrated, and he looked at the message from his handlers. A disastrous situation of a defeated Li Chuan. Liu hooked his lips and was in a good mood. Honey, come here. Kang Yuhi has recently fallen in love with pasta and tinkers with it in the kitchen, occasionally setting off the smoke alarm. When Liu needed to finish up, he would call out husband. When Liu is not needed, he can't even stand in front of the kitchen, because Kang Yuhi's attention would be attracted by Liu himself. The food she made would probably be even worse. Of course, she would never admit that it was due to her cooking skills. Liu let her play with the flour dough without any distinction between morning and evening, and also stood guard not far from her. What's wrong? At the sound of the voice, Liu walked over quickly. The kitchen wasn't particularly damaged, just a little messy, and there was flour floating around, including Kang Yoshi whole person, are suffused with a layer of light flour. Small face is even more obvious. Several smears of a little white. Looks cute. Steamed buns. I needed them. Kang He shows Liu the large white steamed buns that have just come out of the pot. Each one was smooth and fluffy and smelled delicious at first glance. Kang Yuhi's tone was as arrogant as if she had negotiated a big contract. There's no pretense at all. Awesome. Liu approached, wrapping his arms around her waist behind him, leaning his jaw against the nest of his wife's fragrant, soft shoulders, and heartily complimented. Sister's steamed buns are so beautiful. Kang He huffed her small hands and was about to take a steamed bun for Liu to taste. After all, she was really struggling to make pasta that she could eat. Feeling Liu's delicate kisses fall between her ears, the warmth slowly sliding down. Sister, pretty too. What Jiang Yoshi felt was the man's hotter and more direct temperature than usual. She looked back and reddened. Liu, why don't you wear a top? Liu gently forcefully hooped her delicate chin with one hand and locked eyes with her. Sister, peeking? The tips of Kang Yohi's ears immediately drifted red as she wryly said, I didn't. Soft kisses fell on his wife's delicate lips. Liu carefully traced her beautiful lip line. In realizing that his wife lightly opened her lips, he would smile, more delicate and his wife entangled, driving her little tongue to dance together. One kiss to go. Jiang Yoshi's body had already softened in Liu's arms, and if it wasn't for Liu's hand tightening around her waist, she might not have been able to support herself. Sister, since you want to see it, then, look at it greatly. Liu cupped her small face. Kang Yohi slowly turned around, lowered her eyes, and said something delicately and softly. Liu thought, obviously her face is too small. Liu nibbled on a large white steamed bun, and every now and then he would be pulled by his wife's hand for a few marks, which he gladly accepted. And it didn't hurt at all anyway. How does it taste? Kang He asked when she felt her little mouth get a little sour. And again, her indignant eyes went to Liu. It's all his fault. Messing around. Liu's very innocent look. Obviously it was his wife who took the initiative. How could she turn around and blame him for being too persistent? Is the wife's brain circuit always so cute? It's not bad. It has a food flavor and dense texture. Liu had used all the good words he knew to praise the steamed buns made by his wife. Kang Yohi raised her eyebrows proudly with a barely satisfied demeanor, until Liu came to her ear and his low voice came slowly. So, wife, who tastes better, me or steamed bun? The temperature of Kang Yohi's small face that had managed to calm down had risen again, thinking that not so long ago, she was actually so bold, or the first time she treated Liu like that. She was shy and loved to see Liu's appearance of being completely intoxicated in her control. She leaned softly against Liu's shoulder, turned her head to bury her hot little face at his arm, and smothered a nibble on him, replying, You. Liu's heart was beating fast, getting a great sense of satisfaction, started to strain the smile on his lips, couldn't suppress it a little. How the days are the same with anyone. It's time for Li Chuan to pay back the money. But yeah, he still doesn't have any money on hand. Not only was there no money, but the program director was pressing him for a grant for the project. How is he going to give it? All of that money was bet on the uncontested fighters a long time ago. The point was that he had been following the newspapers these days, and there was no news of Li's father's violent death. Li Chuan sank, sighed, and scratched his hair, as he stepped out of the office, again beside his limousine, and saw the superbly wrapped van. He cringed and looked around, but had no recourse. Li Chuan felt like he was going to be finished, and in that instant, it seemed like his world had turned from lights and greenery to gray. It's so hard to make the leap from bottom feeder to a class that wasn't theirs to begin with. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. After tasting the sweetness of being a rich man, he simply didn't want to become an ordinary man again. The driver of the van slid down the window and it was none other than the assistant of the Rangefist Jim, Smiling Tiger Xie Chang, waving in his direction. Manager Li, long time no see. As soon as Li Chuan saw him, he instinctively felt fear. This group of people would still pretend to be kind when there were people, but once they were not under the sight of others, they would reveal the nature of brutal beaters, and were really going to break their hands and feet on him. Our boss wants to meet you. Look, should we take your car? Or should we labor you to suffer a little and take our roughnecks van? Xia Chang smiled amiably, not at all like coming over to collect debts. When Li Chuan pulled his leg to run, he saw the big men coming towards him in all directions, so he could only droop his body and walk towards the van with extreme reluctance. What an honor. Xia changed his smiling demeanor. I haven't really sat in this car with many rich people of manager Li's status. How can a rich man not be able to pay back his money? Obviously. Xia Chang was laughing at him, and Li Chuan could only frown tightly, not daring to have any other opinion at all. Suffocating, he felt the narrowness of the car packed with many people. This kind of aggravation, he hadn't been subjected to for a long time. When he was a student, public transportation was not yet all over their place, and as Chen Xuan he had to squeeze into the smelly, small van every day. Sometimes he wanted to sit in the front row with his young friends, with a window seat to blow off steam, but he was forced to sit in the last row after being scolded by the ferocious driver. The stifling smell of leather in a stuffy car, accompanied by the readily suffocating stench of gasoline in the back, crammed in amongst older, geezerly women. At that time, he secretly vowed that in his own life, he would be a rich man. That kind of day, Li Chuan never wanted to go back. The Range Underground Boxing Gym. Li Chuan, escorted by a few bodyguards, walked into a private room, which did not have the paper and gold of other boxes, and only vaguely saw a man sitting in the main seat. Suit, slender fingers between a cigarette, a bright in the dim light of the warm yellow tones, sunk in half the shadow of the face, hidden and hidden. Li Chuan only dared to look at it, then lowered his head and humbly called out, "Boss, give me a little more time. This little bit of money, I can pay it back." He felt weak when he said it himself. "I'm the heir to the Li clan. I'll be rich." Ha! The boss stifled a laugh with obvious mockery. "As far as I know, the Li family has its own biological son. Furthermore, you are just a stepson. How do you say so rightfully? The heir of the Li family?" He struck heavily. "Is it your turn?" Li Chuan's heart was beating like a drum, completely not expecting Range Moon's boss to even investigate this. "What now? It's over. It's over." He blurted out his disdain. "What's a son of the Li family? A motherless one who can't fight me?" "Yes?" Only two words were heard lightly from the range boss. Xia Chang, who was at the doorway, received the order and turned on the white lights in the box as soon as he could. The sudden glare caused Li Chuan to instinctively close his eyes to slow down the irritation to his eyeballs. When he heard an undisguised voice, "Brother, what about dying?" "Ha!" When Li Chuan opened his eyes and looked at Li Yu, who had an extraordinary aura and was sitting in a high position, he froze and his heart fell straight to the bottom at that moment. His mind was spinning rapidly, and he was already able to think of his miserable fate. How could it be you? He froze and broke down. How could it be you? How can it be Li Yu? How could the man he'd stepped on for 6 years be stepping on his head in some other capacity one day? Killing him? Li Yu laughed softly. How could it not be me? Li Chuan shook his head. The whole person was in a state of extreme blindness, and again profoundly aware of the fear that his dream of riches and wealth would quickly collapse after this meeting with Li Yu. "I know you can't get your hands on the money, and seeing as we've been together for 6 years after all, I can give you a discount." Li Yu got up. At this moment, in Li Chuan's eyes, Li Yu looked like a demon from hell, walking towards him step by step, trying to devour his life. Li Yu stopped in front of him. When Li Yu was already half a head taller than him, Li Chuan's face turned green, but he didn't negotiate any terms with him. This was the most he had ever held back in Li Yu's presence. "One of your hands against the repayment date for 1 day. The just right smile on Li Yu's face surfaced with a cold and appalling temperature. Li Chuan's scalp tingled and shivered. "No, no you can't. Li Yu, you can't do this to me. I'm your brother." Li Yu's brows were indifferent, and he just made a look to the side. The hitman then stepped forward and pinned Li Chuan down dead, extending one of his hands. Xia Chang slowly walked to Li Chuan with the hammer. Bang! Ah! Li Chuan completely collapsed. His mangled hand was still being stomped on the ground by Li Yu to death. "Remember, you once wanted to waste me in the same way." Li Yu's condescending sight looked at him askance, as if looking at a lowly ant. Li Chuan glared at him viciously. "Getting your hands dirty in the dark corners. Li Yu, that's all you'll get in this life." Li Yu laughed gently. "If you still have the strength to argue with me, why don't you go and think about how to solve your own mess? Next time, it won't be as simple as taking one of your ruined hands." Li Yu and the others left. Li Chuan was thrown directly out of the range moon, and beside him was the broken cell phone. "Help me, call an ambulance." He humbled himself and languished. "Help me, I'm the youngest member of the Li family." Chapter 49, The End of Eccentricity to the Extreme. Li Chuan can't solve it. received a call from the hospital. When Yangqing cried and cried to the hospital, heard the doctor announce that Li Chuan's hand will be completely wasted on this, she was even more unable to bear the blow. Directly coma. Ma'am. The servants accompanying her immediately supported her. Li Luhong had a lot to deal with all of a sudden. After fixing his stepson's cell phone, he even saw the debt collection information sent to Li Chuan by the boxing hall. And Li Luhong had no trouble figuring out what was going on with Li Chuan's hand that led to this result. After when Yangqing woke up, he saw Li Luhong with an impatient look on his face. Look at the son you taught. A waste. How can you say that? When Yangqing covered the area around her heart and was about to lose her breath. He's got a ruined hand. And you're here accusing me, a patient who just woke up from a coma, instead of finding out who did this to him. In the past, Li Luhong's heart would have softened long ago after seeing her like this. But now, he just coldly threw the cell phone in front of her. When Yangqing unknown, hesitant to take over the phone, after seeing the information above, understand the general, eyebrows are wrinkled more and more tight. The worry in the eyes is also more and more prevalent. Lu Hong, they also want Chuaner's other hand and other parts of his body. Isn't this taking Chuaner's life, our son's life? When Yangqing cried with pear blossoms, please, help Chuaner pay back this money. Li Luhong didn't want to pay attention to Li Chuan's mess. There's also the matter of Li Chuan's private embezzlement of public funds from the project. However, when Yangqing's tactics are high, crying, and coaxed him to pay back these sums of money for Li Chuan, sort of used up what little was left of Li's father's pension and coffin money, worrying that her son had woken up hungry. When Yangqing immediately disregarded the fact that her body was still weak and ordered the servants to prepare food suitable for patients to eat, Li Chuan, who was transferred from the orthopedic department to the general ward, had a bloodless face. His other hand was hanging down, completely motionless. Sinner, a sinful son. Li Luhong looked at Li Chuan, who was still unconscious from the pain on the hospital bed, and vocally reviled him. Alright, keep your voice down. When Yangqing was heartbroken for her son and stopped Li's father, half an hour later, Li Chuan was woken up by the pain. When Yangqing hurriedly walked over, son, are you hungry? Do you want to drink some bone soup? Instead, Minoru whispered to his son, your father has already paid back all that money you owe to the gym for you, so when you see him later, you must be patient and gentle, okay? Li Chuan nodded his head. His face was a look of surprise. He really helped me finish paying it off? Yes, thanks to your mom who was on the verge of crying until she fainted. How can he afford not to help you pay back the money? You are also his son. When Yangqing thought about her acting skills of pretending to be unconscious and not being discovered, it was also a false alarm. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Dad. As soon as Li Chuan, who had woken up, saw Li's father enter the hospital room, he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He held up his hand, only one of which was still movable, and swore, next time, I'll never make that mistake. They were the ones who lured me into betting on the fists. Enough, there is no next time. Li Luhong snapped. Just now, he'd taken several calls from the company's project leaders, and dealing with company business had made his hair even grayer. It is reasonable to say that at his age, he is obviously retired and enjoying his happiness, but one of them does not compete. The oldest son was usually quite obedient, but once he got into trouble, he got into such a big mess that he almost couldn't even make up for it. Besides, the youngest son, graduation internship went to John's, and there is no intention to come back. John's receiving their projects can only get some small profits. Simply do not know whether Li Yu has said their Li's good in front of Mr. Jian for their Li's work, but all in all, there is no doubt that the younger son is better than the older son, and the younger son is useful to the family business, at least now, than the older son for the trouble he has caused. Li Chuan thought of something, and kinda wondered if it was a fantasy after he passed out from the pain, but he was fully awake after he couldn't move his right hand. Li Chuan tried to talk to Li's father. Dad, in fact, this is all a plot by Li Yu. Li Luhong coughed a few times, covered his mouth, and snapped. Shut up. He already didn't believe in Li Chuan at all. What Li Yu conspiracy? What kind of conspiracy could Li Yu, a graduate in his early 20s, have? Stupid. Li Luhong growled a low warning. Next time, you'll get your body shredded, and I won't even wait to look at you again. Ahem. Recently, Li Luhong has been coughing regularly, and there is even blood in the tissue. He cursed Li Chuan a few more times and turned around to walk out of the hospital room. When Yangqing hurriedly stepped forward and comforted her son's temper, saying, bear with it for now. He's still paying back so much money for you after all. What do you mean he repaid the money for me? Li Chuan stoically lowered his hateful eyes and fiercely clenched his teeth. We are family. Isn't his money my money? Yes. When Yangqing poured out the runny food in the thermos, quick, son, have some bone soup. Maybe this hand will still be good. A glimmer of hope lit up in Li Chuan's eyes. Mom, did the doctor say that to you? When Yangqing's eyes twinkled a little. Aha, Great. There's no fear of burning firewood when you stay green. Li Yu then gulped down the soup. Outside the hospital room, before being exasperated by the babbling Li Chuan, Li Luhong intends to come out to blow off some steam and calm down. It just so happened that he was also in the hospital. Li Luhong also wanted to know what was going on with his body. It seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. After lining up a test, the doctor told him it was chronic poisoning. Li Luhong froze on the spot. It's not the body that's naturally weak, it's artificially poisoned. Ginger. Shangluan knocked on Li Yu's desktop. The president is looking for you. Li Yu was reading a message sent to him by someone under his hand. Li Chuan's debt was paid in full by Chairman Li. It's obvious who this Li chairman is. Li Yu's eyes of utter disappointment. Did the father really have to love a junior's child so much? It so happened that at this very moment, Merchant Law came over and knocked on the table. Li Yu raised his lifeless eyes, his face still a little pale. Shanglua swallowed and was a bit scared. What's wrong? The project has been expedited in the past few days. It's just a few days of overtime. And you're this week? I didn't. Li Yu sweated. Shanglua looked around, and when he realized that no one had noticed this place, he whispered to Li Yu, as a person who has been here before, I'll tell you to buy pig liver, red dates, yam, angelica, black sesame seeds, lotus seeds, and goji berries. He patted Li Yu's shoulder. Make up more. Li Yu found the point in his words. Coming through? Shanglu coughed a few times, exposing himself a bit. I what? Now that the word is brought to you, I'm leaving. Li Yu got up, his eyes searching. Really, according to the business law, sweet, also too complimentary. Li Yu, who walked to the door of the president's office, had the appearance of a serious, small and proper person who was doing official business, knocked on the door, and 3 seconds later, pushed it open. President, you wanted to see me? In the corridors where few people passed by, Li Yu still maintained the appearance of a decent man. When the door was closed, Li Yu's attitude changed. He stepped over and walked over to Jiang Yoshi, and with one big hand, he firmly controlled her in his arms while he sat very leisurely in the president's office chair. As the man's large hands slowly descended towards her flat belly out of habit, Kang Yeo, he felt an uncomfortable feeling of soreness appear in her body. Li Yu, she breathed unnaturally. Get a grip. You're not called to do this kind of thing. Li Yu buried his face in the hollow of her shoulder and inhaled deeply. Fragrant and sweet, he muttered. I miss my wife. Kang Yeo, he placed her small hand against his chest, deliberating. Wait until you get home. Li Yu gently nibbled on her ear. It was sweet and delicious. It feels different. Very different indeed. Outside the door were co-workers coming and going, and inside the door they were tangled up with each other. The way Kang Yeo, he looks at Li Yel every time she looks at him, and the indifference with which she treats other people is really different. Mesmerized, as if with a slight tipsy feeling from a bit of wine, it was a look that absolutely loved him. How could this be tolerated by Li Yu? Kang Yu, he couldn't help but breathe heavily under Li Yu's movements, her delicate body, trembling in his arms. The woman's long, loose hair swayed gently, disturbing Li Yu. He hugged his wife's small face, his breathing getting heavier. Honey, so active. Business has been good lately. Kang Yohee looked at the data curve in the computer screen. Range's turnover has been on an upward trend, with the gym's revenue being the most significant. Li Yu's lazy demeanor, his fingers ruffled her slightly damp hair, twisting and circling, all thanks to your wife's support. Kang Yohee looked backward towards him. Reward me? What reward does the wife want? Li Yu was of course willing to respond to Jiang Yoshi with anything. Even if she wants the stars in the sky, Li Yu will study hard and try to enter the institute to get what Kang Yoshi wants. Kang Yohee's eyes were straight and undisguised. You, Li Yu's heart was hot. You just tasted it, and now you want it again? Kang Yohee raised her eyebrows. The feeling came and she couldn't stop it. Her small, restless hands, nude-colored nails flicked over the buttons of his shirt. The buttons are undone. That's when, sadly, Li Yu's cell phone vibrated. Next, there was a knock on the door of the president's office. Li Yel fixed Kang Yohee's clothes and hair, then cleaned himself up as well, pulling out a few more paper towels to cover the trash can. Walked out of the president's office. What's taking so long to talk? Shanglua actually came to find Li Yu. Li Yu's face was slightly hot. Seeing that Shang Lu had no intention of going into the president's office, he smoothly closed the door, and his mind was still thinking about the wording when he did so. The two of them walked to the office area, and Li Yu saw someone unexpected at his workstation. This was the first time Li Luhong came to see Li Yu's work environment. Li Yu took his father out the moment he was about to open his mouth. It's almost lunch break anyway. Dad, why don't we go get some lunch? Li's father wasn't very satisfied with the opening. Why doesn't Mr. Jiang give you a general manager to be his own husband has to start from the bottom? Li Yu thought that he had come over to crusade against why he had wasted one of Li Chuan's hands and why he had become the owner of a high-class club. He didn't expect his father to say something like this. simply because he was dissatisfied with his work environment. Not a moment later, Li Yu's father, who hadn't gotten an answer from Li Yu, said to himself again, "Forget it, I'm not in a position to get involved in the affairs of your two families." Again, Li Yu thought that he particularly cared whether he had gotten into a good rapport with Kang's heir so as to facilitate Li's development. But then he said this, Li Yu thought it was strange. Father, very strange. It had been some years since the two fathers and sons had had a proper lunch together. I didn't think this opportunity would come after being strangers. Li Yu could see that he wasn't in the right state. Dad, is there something you're unhappy about lately? Even though he knew that most of his father's mood was related to Li Chuan and Wen Yangqing's mother and son, Li Yu still asked. Li Luhong paused, and under a deep breath, he shook his head again. It's nothing, you work hard. Got it, Dad. I've been doing a good job. Li Yu responded to this. There was an inexplicable politeness between two people who were clearly the closest people in the world. It was also caused by Li Luhong's hand. He regretted it and it was completely too late. After lunch, Li Luhong looked at Li Yu, a young man in a suit with a straight posture, and when he walked into Zhang's, he was more refined than those young people around him. Li Luhong's pleased eyes. The window slowly closed. Let's go. The car drove slowly. The Li family. After Li Luhong got off the car, he saw that usually he came back and would trot to the door of the house to greet his wife. At this time is sitting in the seat of the main hall. There are angry emotions in his eyes. There are also doubts. Wen Yangqing got a little upset when she realized that Li's father actually went to look for Li Yu after leaving the hospital and had a meal. Lu Hong, Chuaner is still in the hospital. It's not right for you to go and have dinner with your youngest son and make nice like this in such a grand manner, right? Wen Yangqing had tried very hard to make her tone conciliatory. Her fingertips were clenched deeply into her palms. This was her true emotion. Wen Yangqing was filled with the thought that her son had been abandoned by Li Luhong. He's starting to pay attention on the son born to Su Shui, the $1,000 lady who never gave her a second thought. It's normal for me as a father to have a meal with my own son. Li Luhong took the paper. Little did she realize that she had even more unhappiness waiting for her when she returned home from her mahjong game with the noblewoman. A copy of the divorce papers lay so plainly on the coffee table that it was hard for her not to notice. When Yangqing froze and smiled, "Hong, what are you doing?" Her heart instantly chickened out. "What is this? Divorce papers? Is anyone in your company getting a divorce?" When Yangqing didn't get an answer, she tried to turn it over under Li Luhong's oppressive sight, and her pupils trembled when she saw something. It was Li Luhong who drew up the divorce agreement between him and Wen Yangqing, and while Wen Yangqing was shocked, there was also Li Luhong's medical report on the side, and she clenched her teeth. Wen Yangqing was instantly annoyed. "You secretly checked your body in the hospital?" She tried to smile and suppress her emotions. "Don't we have a family doctor? Why are you checking at the hospital?" Li Luhong shook his head, an extremely disappointed tone towards the woman he had loved. "If it wasn't for the checkup at the hospital, I wouldn't have known that you could be so cruel to me. Yangqing, we are after all a 7-year couple. The 7-year itch can't be so itchy that it kills him. You listen to my explanation." When Yangqing was anxious, she went forward, trying to grab Li Luhong's hand. "You listen to my explanation, only to see Li Luhong raise his hand, and the bodyguards of the Li family walked into the main hall. Those who usually keep her safe now become a strong support for Li Luhong's divorce. When Yangqing actually had no other way. "Sign it, ma'am." They also didn't want the usually respected Mrs. Li to be thrown out of the Li family by them. Chapter 50, Eyeshadow. What? Li Chuan was incredulous when he received the call. He thought his fishy time had come, but it turned out that his mother said she had divorced Li Luhong. "Mom, are you out of your mind?" Li Chuan was anxious. "You put a good Li family lady, your wife not to be. What are you divorcing for? What about me? What about my position as manager? What do you want people to think of our flaunting relatives? One for all, you're divorced. Do you think they want to go back to the old hard life?" When Yangqing covered the corner of her aching forehead and managed to shut Li Chuan up with just one sentence. "Son, Li Luhong already knows about the chronic poison we gave him. Do you want to go in? Or do I get a divorce and settle it all?" Li Chuan's brain instantly went down. He thought about it for half a day and only managed to stifle. How could he be so careless as to let him know? When Yangqing replied back, "You owed money and were beaten into the hospital by thugs. Do you remember?" Li Chuan scratched his hair straight in annoyance. There's nothing to bring this up again. Why? When he thought that Li Yu was actually the boss of Range Moon, Li Chuan hated his teeth. Why? What benefits are given to him to take up? Really infuriating. He was so pissed off at you at the hospital that he spit up blood and snuck in for a checkup. "Recently, you also asked me to increase the dosage of the medicine." And his body's rejection reaction was obvious as soon as he was checked. When Yangqing's voice became smaller and smaller, now she doesn't know whether she should hate her own stupidity, or the dose of the drug was not enough. A little bigger. Perhaps Li Luhong also didn't have that chance to divorce her. Li Chuan heard a rather noisy voice still coming from the other end of the phone. He frowned tightly. Mom, where are you now? Moved to the rental house where we used to live. Li Chuan sank his breath. Mom, are you still used to living here? You have to get used to it even if you're not used to it, don't you? When Yangqing didn't want to say anything by this time, it was their greed for more and more that finally led to this worst situation. She divorced Li Luhong, also just divorced. Li Luhong also had feelings for her, so his heart was softened and he didn't sue her, just divorced her. Li Chuan also changed back to his original surname, Chen Chuan. His position at Li's was also fired outright by the board of directors for embezzlement. He has a much tougher time mixing because he doesn't have the shelter of the Li family, and he eats soft food at Wang Lily's side, often watching his wife bring her male mistress to the door to mess around. The house is a total mess. When Yangqing couldn't stand the noise after living in the shabby rental house for a while, and called her son, discussing, "Son, the living environment on my side isn't very good. Do you think it's possible to get mom to live in your and your daughter-in-law's house?" Wang Lily is no longer Wang's executive officer. The place where she lives would be as bad as that. Chen Chuan looked at the messy home. His wife was still naked, and there was a small young man serving beside her. Closing his eyes, Chen Chuan walked toward the outside of the house, and his eyes were not seen. Mom, it's not that I don't want to pick you up, it's just that really I'm having a hard time living here too. When Yangqing frowned, giving way to an old man who was acting extremely rude, uncivilized, and spitting everywhere. She was so tired of encountering this kind of thing every day she went out. Raising children to prevent old age. Raising children to prevent old age. Chen Chuan, you can't have no conscience. When Yangqing's spirit was about to collapse, at that moment, he suddenly came to an epiphany that he was no longer the Li family's youngest master, Li Chuan. He was Chen Chuan, a Chen Chuan who had no use for anything, now also can only be under the old woman wife's suppression. Eat difficult to eat soft rice. Chen Chuan. Ah. Mom, Lily is calling me. I'll hang up first. Chen Chuan looked confused and hung up the phone. When Yangqing froze, this was the first time her son had found an excuse to hang up on her. She gritted her teeth fiercely, but because she had been pretending to be a noble lady for several years, she couldn't do anything vulgar. Ginger, Li Yu saw his father and stepmother get a civil divorce. Sue family's things. When Yangqing still took a little bit, based on Chen Chuan's repayment alone, and his misappropriation of public funds, accounted for a large proportion of the Su family's assets. Li Yu watched the news on the computer intently. What had happened on the day his father had come to him that would cause his father to divorce Wen Yangqing? The first day the original spouse left this world. The corpse is not cold. As a husband, Li Luhong defied all odds to marry Wen Yangqing home. Such a deep love, and ultimately will end up in a divorce? Li Yu thought carefully. It was nothing more than that mother and son hurting his father's interests. However, the fact that the father is willing to pay off their debt shows that the real interest that is being harmed is not money, and that is lives. Li Yu? He didn't even hear Shanglua when he called him. Li Yu. Li Yu. There was no way around it, but Shang Lu could only reach out to him and shake. Shake. Brother Shang, what's wrong? Li Yu looked at him faintly. Shanglua saw that Li Yu's computer screen wasn't working, but some dog-eared report of news and gossip. You're touching the fish too blatantly. Shanglua still had to look left and right to help him keep an eye out. Li Yu calmly switched pages and resumed his work status with a single click. Brother Shang, looking for me? The president is in the group 8U. Return a received. Shan Blue actually came over to get some of Li Yu's tea. Make a tea, and refresh himself. Don't say. Li Yu's tea, which had no brand, was very tasteful. After he drank it once, he couldn't forget it. After Li Yu gave him the tea cake, he got up and walked in the direction of the president's office. When he walked to the door, he happened to receive a message from Lu Yun to himself. After work, if you have time, come to my place to eat a meal. My mom sent a lot of delicious food to ya. We can't finish it. I also called a few housemates who work in the local area. Li Yu, I'll talk it over with my girlfriend. Lu Yun, okay, come if you don't have a date. It's delicious, and there's fried noodles too. A long-lost smile appeared on Li Yu's face. Good. After putting away his cell phone, Li Yu saw the silhouette in front of him. Kang Yeo. He pinned her hands at her back waist and tilted her head at him in a cute manner. Who are you messaging? You didn't even notice that I'm already in front of you? In fact, looking at the way he looked, it was easy to guess who was messaging him. Kang Yeo. He prefers Li Yul to take the initiative and talk to her instead of relying on her to guess. In love, women don't need to be too smart. Being too smart makes you too calculating. Lu Yun asked us to go to his place after work for a meal. Li Yu smoothly closed the office door and embraced towards his wife. Kang Yeo. He reached out and hugged him back as well, patting him on the back with her small hands. You, how are you feeling today? She'd seen the news, so she wanted to know how Li Yu felt. Showing up in the office area in a dignified manner would scare the other employees. and the best thing to do would be to have Liu come to her office. Liu's hushed voice, "It's okay." The side of his face rubbed against the hollow of his wife's shoulder. Nor was there any coolness of revenge, my whole being seemed to be pervaded by a faint sadness. Fast drowning. A person with a conscience isn't hard enough on anyone, Kan Yohee said soothingly. Liu sank his breath. Then shall we go eat? Lu Yun's mom sent over a lot of delicious food, and he invited the others as well. So polite to ask if I'm going? Kan Yohee teases him, didn't you always just take me there before? At the sound, Liu thought of how overbearing he had been earlier when he was afraid that Zhang Yoshi would be bored and took her out. Somewhat embarrassed, he smiled. I was just thinking that you might be in a better mood if you went to feel the sense of popularity, so I was careless for a moment and forgot to ask you. Kan Yohee's words were soft. Is it bossy because you care? Well, Liu apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, it won't happen again. Okay, then I'll go. Kan Yohee's head rubbed against Liu as well, to the point of getting off work. Liu dawdled about packing up what he actually didn't have two of, dawdling until after everyone had left the office area and even casually turned off the lights. He walked to the door of the president's office and snuck inside. There was no Zhang Yoshi in sight in the large president's office area, and there was a little movement in the lounge. Liu took a step. Pushing the door open, he saw his wife putting on her makeup. With very light makeup and a few extra moles on her face, she looked very scanty and surprisingly clean and pretty, like a lightly scented lily. Liu just sat on the sidelines, staring earnestly. Amazing, and a little different from your usual look. Zhang Yoshi stopped her hand's action of tracing her eyebrows, and her pretty eyes rolled around to give Liu a difficult question. So do you like the Zhang who usually wears a little thicker makeup? Or the wife who only washes her face clean and vegan at home? Or right now, the girlfriend of Liu who wears a lot of makeup? Liu laughed, didn't hold back and came forward to kiss his intelligent wife's small mouth. You still have quite a lot of identities. Oops. Kan Yohee came to the mirror, looked seriously and carefully, pouted. You ate my lipstick. It's really annoying. Liu immediately squared his shoulders. Okay, I won't make a mess. You haven't answered the question just now. Kan Yohee continued to draw her eyebrows. Liu thought seriously, like all of them, the usually unsmiling, detached from people. Mr. Jian, only I can see the wife in a veiled state. Or the current you. I like it all. He thought, every look at you is beautiful. Kan Yohee's lipstick replenishment movement was a beat. Her fingertips pointed on her lips. Then her fingertips that were warm with a faint aroma pointed on Liu's lips. Give him a kiss back. Liu gave his wife a big hug and just slowly wiggled and wiggled. He loved his Kan Yohee. Where are we? Lu Yun sent a message. Liu let go of Kan Yohee and replied, to the eyeshadow. As soon as the time for getting off work arrived, Lu Yun ran to the office area where his girlfriend was and waited for her to get off work together. Parents bought Lu Yun a small house near the company, 2 rooms and 1 hall. Chunyaya live with him, can save rent. They've officially met the parents, and as far as getting a marriage license, it will be after graduation. Because the little strong woman Chunyaya is absolutely not allow Lu Yun to drill the certificate to add points to the empty space. Lu Yun knew his girlfriend saw through him and snickered. So strict oh. Chunyaya just smiled back and did not reply. I asked Liu where he got to. What did he mean when he said he got to the eyeshadow? Lu Yun is now at the supermarket with his girlfriend, planning to buy some more ingredients. Chunyaya looked at the everyday items on the shelves and smiled. Girls wear makeup. Oh, blame Lu Yun for not listening. Chunyaya put the ingredients in the shopping cart and asked a mouthful. What kind of mood did you used to be in when you waited for me to put on my makeup? They were together in the 2nd semester of their junior year, and still stayed in school in the 1st semester of their senior year. Lu Yun waited for his girlfriend to put on her makeup under the dormitory floor when the weather wasn't very cold. There is no mood but now Lu Yun thought about it. The corners of his mouth were unconsciously rising. It's just that I feel like it won't be long before I have a beautiful and cute and fragrant girlfriend running into my arms. I'm so happy. Lu Yun also gave a small bump to his girlfriend. I'm happy to have you by my side. Chunyaya froze for a moment. You still have true love for me? Sure. Chunyaya sweetly wrapped her arms around him. I thought you'd be like the other housemates' boyfriends, constantly sending messages urging them on. Your face full of impatience. We can't deny that there are a lot of not-so-nice people in the world. The not-so-nice side of things. But that's a minority. And it's easy to get caught up in internal conflict and negativity when you look at universals from particulars, and make a blanket statement, a sweeping statement, while still having a high level of empathy yourself. Lu Yun pastes his girlfriend. Although it is said that around that the world is also bad, but let's settle down more in our own happiness and feel the positive atmosphere of life. His inquiring voice, may I? Yeah. Chunyaya scratched her eyes. I just traveled for a few days. How did you become a philosopher? Touching fish to touch out the truth. Lu Yun has been very busy lately when he is busy, and when he is idle, there is nothing to work on, or when the work is done, He likes to reverie some life truths. Finally, it was concluded that there was no way to change the eventual death, except for the end. Anything else seems unsurprising. Live long and prosper. The internet is so powerful and advanced nowadays, and if you live long enough, you will see anything weird and strange. Just live once, in style. As for wanting to invite good friends for dinner today, it wasn't just because mom brought over a lot of good food and new restaurant tastings. More than anything, they're graduating soon and it's been a while since they've all gotten together. There probably won't be any get-togethers in the future either. Out of society, Lu Yun realized that the school those small fights relationship is the most pure. In society, there are too many conflicts. Because of a little unevenly and unfairly distributed benefits and resources, people fight with each other. The ones who look at it lightly are the ones who will hang around for a long time. The job now is to see who has the longest endurance. Lu Yun would like to finally feel as the period of students. Feel those true feelings. After buying the ingredients, the two go back to their little home and make dinner together. Since dad opened the store for mom, Lu Yun is the family's helper chef. He cooks everything and often makes dinner very tasty. Chunya, as long as not traveling, stay by his side. Very easy to have a small stomach, completely overnutrition made. On the contrary, in Lu Yun's eyes, she never seemed to be anything but too thin. It's like there's a filter in the eyes of a lover. When the doorbell rang, Lu Yun had basically gotten a whole table full of big meals. Liu leads Kong Yoshi through the door. Lu Yun looked at the tea in their hands, the value of the big red robe, that joyful smile, to come on the come well, but also with what accompaniment. The result? Ah, that's what putting away tea looks like. Chunya smiled embarrassedly. Recently he got hooked on drinking tea. It's still you, Liu. Yeah. Li Yao led Kong Yohi to sit down on the sofa. Then it's still the two of us. Who says it isn't? Chapter 51. Liu, heir of the Li clan. Behind them came a few of Lu Yun's roommates, one after another, each of them single, and some of them brought their girlfriends over. Dinner was an assortment of dishes, with the highlights being the scorpion hot pot in the middle of the table, the new fresh seasonal vegetable chicken casserole researched by Lu Yun's parents' restaurant, the deliciously colorful hui pot pork, the stewed prawns, and naturally, Lu Yun's family specialty, the fried rice noodles. Kang Yeohee secretly nods her head towards Li Yul after taking a bite of the rice noodles, which are much more delicious than the big steamed buns she made. Li Yu said, Auntie makes fried noodles, a classic that will last forever. Lu Yun raised his young eyebrows, that dejected vigor. Yes, going to work and thinking about this bite all the time. The brothers took their drinks and toasted each other. Li Yu's girlfriend was very pretty, at least not on the same level as their commoners, but none of them raised a hue and cry when they entered. Instead, there was still a sense of embarrassment at seeing a beautiful woman. The conversation between meals, and it wasn't about women, ranged from their 4 years of college, what interesting things they had done, to how many odd people and things they had encountered when they went out into the world to get a job. So emotional. It's like time has been on like a multiplier since the beginning of my junior year, and I haven't felt the passage of time at all, and I can't believe it's graduation time. Among Lu Yun's friends were veterans who had been called up for military service in their sophomore year. He looked at them with envious eyes. I'd like to graduate. I'd like to go to work like you guys, but don't. I'm telling you, going to work is no fun at all. On this early start, earlier than 8 in the morning, not allowed to be late, and on Monday when you have to open the morning meeting, at first it was 8 o'clock roll call, and then came a president personally hired personnel director, directly 7:55 to start the roll call, did not arrive before the roll call of the employees, all counted as tardy, fines, no full attendance for the month. And it's humiliating to be criticized by name in the company's large group. Ha! Lu Yun was incredulous. So netherworldly? That's not true. I was left with the idea that my name could be kept out of the company group for the rest of my life, both for awards and criticism. But of course the probability of winning this is very small. The company held an awards conference. Get awards are all some of the senior with the age of service. As for the juniors, he'd get a few times, more or less, and the boss supervisor team leader have some relationship. Annoyingly tight. The water is very deep. When I first went to work, I thought, well, if I can put up with it, I'll put up with it, and if I can't I'll get out. Lu Yun listened to them blah 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 and his curiosity was raised. Then what? How come the work chores they meet are kinda annoying too? Biodiversity it is. At work, it will definitely make clear-eyed college students completely refurbish their perceptions of the human species. Harm. Bear with it. Liu sipped his drink and remembered to peel the shrimp for his wife. Try this. This is delicious. It's the signature dish of Lu Yun and their family restaurant. Kang Yeohee nodded and ate quietly. Li Yu, you and your girlfriend's temperament seems like both don't like to talk. The brothers lamented that Li Yu and them were like two extremes. Lu Yun didn't even need Li Yu to reply. He directly chatted along with his words. May humanity respect introverts. Ha ha, what the hell? Chen Yaya's astonished eyes suddenly a little adored Lu Yun's skill in changing the topic. She felt that her boyfriend was also too powerful. This topic transfer was neither awkward nor humorous. The dinner ended happily. The lively 2 or 3 hours became particularly quiet again as Lu Yun sent them away one by one. Together with Chen Yaya, he cleaned up the dishes on the table and put them neatly into the dishwasher. And Lu Yun threw out the food waste again. Chen Yaya ate a little too much and it was a little too much to bear. She had heard of a local remedy to alleviate overeating. Take a bath. Eating up her stomach might be better. Chen Yaya saw it and went to wash up. After the very difficult shower was over, she let out a deep breath as if she was actually getting a little more comfortable. Chen Yaya lazily nestled at the sofa, not wanting to move. At this point, Lu Yun washed his hands and put the clean dishes in the dishwasher back where they should be. Chen Yaya slowly wiped her wet hair, raised her eyes that were somewhat flooded with sleepiness, and glanced at Lu Yun. The man was tall, as if there was no difference from when he was in school. But again, Chen Yaya could feel that there was already something different in him, probably because society had forced him to grow up. Her bean boyfriend has also learned to top being her husband. After working for so long, I don't even know if you still have your abs? Chen Yaya's brain circuits turned in a peculiar way. In this regard, she and Lu Yun were quite similar. Every time Lu Yun cooks so delicious, Chen Yaya has gained weight. She didn't notice it when she looked in the mirror, and when she took the picture, she could very obviously see her face become rounded. Lu Yun's cooking skills are simply in foul play. Lu Yun lifted his clothes. Why not? That bright 8-pack abs. Lu Yun also tugged the edge of his pants down, and also came over towards his girlfriend to let her see more clearly. You touch it. It's absolutely genuine. The real deal. Chen Yaya refused. I don't want it. Her face burned as she ran back to her room, and after closing the door behind her, she covered her heart where it was beating extremely fast. Chen Yaya instantly regretted it. She didn't know what she was pretending. Obviously. I'm quite curious to know how it feels in my hands. After about half an hour, Chen Yaya opened the door to her room just as she heard the door to the washroom open as well, and she hurriedly turned around to take a cup of water and very frankly walked out of the house, all the way to the direction of the drinking fountain. Lu Yun had just washed up, naked, and was about to go back to the house when he saw his girlfriend, also realized that her afterglow was actually sneaking a look at herself. The blush and shyness on her face trumped any confession. Lu Yun walked directly towards her, holding her small hand towards his abdomen, and when his girlfriend wanted to draw back her hand, he added, "What's so bad about touching your own man? Boldly touch." Yes? The pretendedly reserved Chen Yaya completely let go of herself after a whisper. With his girlfriend's soft little hand burrowing into the edge of his pants, Lu Yun hurriedly grabbed it. You. Chen Yaya tilted her head, puzzled. You're the one who told me to boldly touch it. This is too bold. Lu Yun was shocked to hold Chen Yaya's hands and hold her to death. Alright. I can't take it if I light another fire. I'll suffocate. Okay. Chen Yaya slowly clenched her hand into a small fist, feeling the warmth that was about to disappear from Lu Yun's body in her hand. A faint glow filled the moonlight, softly dispersing and enveloping the city in silence. There are also some sportsmen running at night around the street, adding a rhythm to the quiet night. Sweaty evenings of busy people living healthy in their own way. Naturally, there is also the smell of barbecue coming from the night stalls, rendering fragrance to the silent and tasteless world. As you approach, you can hear the sound of clinking glasses and drinks, and the thin and numbing conversations, which are not noisy but very lively. Which is better, a morning run or a night run? Depends on whether you want to eat as breakfast or a night snack. Li Yel held Kong Yeo's hand and the two of them walked slowly to kill their food. Feeling the evening breeze, it was cool and cozy. Kong Yeohe relaxed. Before, it was impossible for me to have such a relaxing moment. At the very least, she can't even be alone in a public setting to avoid being hunted down. It was as if she had been living in the company and in the family. Watching boxing matches was the only way she had left to release her repressed emotions. Plain happiness had always filled her life after she met Li Yu. Kong Yeohe is unknowingly completely abstinent from violent boxing matches. If it wasn't for the fact that tonight and Li Yu came to his classmate's house to enjoy a very normal, rare get-together, she really can't imagine that once she was also exposed to tyrannical boxing, is a person who sees blood, will not affect the heart fluctuation of indifference. Kong Yeohe turned her head and looked at his very sincere words. Thank you, Li Yu. The wife's voice was soft and light, especially nice. The lightly made-up little face was particularly cute again, and she said thank you sweetly to him. Li Yu's heart touched hard and restrained, gently pinched her small hand, and a little restrained took his wife's small hand to his own face and kissed it twice. We are husband and wife. Kong Yeohe tilted her head, sideways rippling her eyes. Don't couples need to thank each other? Thank you between husband and wife can't just be verbalized. Liu stopped and bowed slightly, resting forehead to forehead with his wife. Kang Yobi heard and understood and smiled towards the corner of his mouth. Pervert. But still as Liu's wish. Tiptoe. Warm and soft kisses fell at his lips. The sound of people walking to and fro. Their kisses touching off. Kang Yobi's watery eyes were glowing with a soft, watery light under the moonlight. Liu held her face to face. In fact, he wanted to say thank you to Kang Yuhi for rescuing him time and time again when his emotions were collapsing, but saying it out loud is a bit too pretentious. Halfway there, Liu took a call from his father. He frowned. My dad asked me to come back to the house, said something had to be done for me to be there. Kang Yuhi followed, but didn't get out of the car. She waited for Li Yul in the car, watching Liu's back as he walked towards the main hall of the Li family until he disappeared into thin air. Kang Yuhi calmly lowered her gaze and very quietly and patiently waited for her lover to triumph. There are times when it's better to handle your own family matters. She wouldn't interfere too much in Liu's affairs here in the Li family. And naturally, she wouldn't let Liu be bullied. Li family ancestral hall. When Liu walked in, he saw for the first time his father kneeling on a cushion, facing none other than his own mother Su Shue's tablet. He wondered what his father had sensed again, or what he was smoking again. People are like that when they get older. Liu just silently offered incense, and then stood beside his father. After waiting for 10 minutes, seeing that his father still didn't look like he wanted to talk to him in any way, Liu had to take the initiative to open his mouth. Dad, it's a big night, looking for me for something? Or, had he done something wrong in his father's eyes again? And his father was going to punish him for kneeling at the shrine? Liu couldn't even think of anything good that could come from his father calling him home. All in all, going home was actually about as bad as a nightmare for Liu since his mother left. Suddenly I want to talk to you. And your mom. Li Luhong was ashamed of Su Shue. He realized. Liu, who was called halfway here with a cold face, heard his father's sentence and the corner of his mouth twitched, even feeling sarcastic. The words came out with his heart. Don't you think it's too late? Now pretending to be deep in love. The person has turned into ashes, without a bit of warmth. To whom is it pretending to be? Him? It's not necessary. Liu's expression even took on a bit of impatience. Li Luhong paused, instinctively feeling stabbed by his son's words and still the truth. Losing face. But when he opened his mouth to teach his son a lesson, he refrained from saying those emotionally damaging words. Dad knows that the past few years are the ones where Dad has done it. Liu sank his breath. Did you do it? Wasn't it done wrong? The day he graduated from his junior year of high school, his mother, who had promised to come and pick him up to celebrate the fact that he had made it through a small phase of his life perfectly, left this world for good. He waited in front of the school for a long time. His expectant eyes gradually lost as the street before him changed from bustling to lonely, with fewer and fewer people. Liu returned home by himself, and what he saw was a white color in the house, with a coffin in the main hall. The word Diane in white, posted at the bottom of the coffin, was unusually blinding. He was among the guests, probing cautiously, not understanding who had passed away in the family, until he saw his mother's name on the tablet. At that time, he was only a teenager. Ah, what do you know about the death of loved ones? On the spot, he broke down and cried. Only one hard cry. His father strained his face, but told him to stop. My mother died of an illness, and it is better to suffer pain on earth than to leave in peace. This was the technique his father used when he urged him to be quiet. Liu in the mouth of relatives know that his mother did not tell him in order not to interfere with his own midterm exams. The more and more aggravated condition. As for why it will pass away, it is entirely that when Yangqing came to the Su family with the divorce certificate of herself and her original spouse, making it clear that she wants to enter the Su family this door, so that Su Shui understands that between her, when Yangqing, and her husband, Li Luhong, there is already a deep and unbreakable feeling, and hopes that Su Shui will have the beauty of an adult. Su Shui is also married to Li Luhong because of true love, which can afford to be married for more than 10 years after the emergence of a third party that she was completely unaware of before it appeared. Directly angry to vomit blood, sent to the hospital. When Yangqing, on the other hand, was hidden by Li Luhong, and during Su Shue's hospitalization, surgery, and then resuscitation, no one else discovered Wen Yangqing's existence. Liu guarded the spirit, guarded for 3 whole days. This process, he did not speak, did not eat, did not drink water, until he passed out. After waking up from the hospital, they tell Liu that his mother has been cremated, leaving him with only a tablet and an urn. The tiny box, weighing only a few pounds, was unheated, and inside lay his mother. Liu, there's no mom. Until now, Liu was in his 20s and still didn't understand what the passing of a loved one meant. His eyes gradually turned red as he thought about the scene at that time. The loss of a loved one is the long dampness of life, the constant growth of moss that can't be removed, and he will never understand, and he never wanted to. Death, it's brutal. Li Luhong just frowned and hid his temper. In front of your mom? Let's not say these gambling words. She'll hear it and get upset. My mom. Li Yu had almost forgotten what she looked like. He won't forgive his father. Never. But Li Luhong happened to be his father, and his hatred for his father was not complete at all. The love given by the father is also easy to be put together. After Li Luhong burned some gold dollars and villa carts, he waved at Li Yu. It was only then that Li Yu noticed that there was an extra table in the shrine at some point, with some papers on it. As he approached, he saw that it was the papers for the succession of the Li clan, as well as the will that Li Luhong had made that all the property would go to Li Yu. Li Yu frowned, not understanding what his father was up to. However, he did not refuse to inherit the Li family business. Even the day after the notarization, the Li family was returned to the Su family. Li officially changed back to the former Su. There hadn't been much change in Li's internal staff, but Li's relatives were inside the company, and it was clear that some of their privileges were lapsing because of Li's name change. This move made Li Luhong a little angry, but thought that he had fought for his whole life, and in the end, he left nothing behind. And even now the Li family relatives were still besieging him. The human heart is sad. He was also thoroughly felt in his old age. It's just a matter of doing whatever Li Yu wants to do. Already, it's a young man's world. Chapter 52, You're Contrary. Li Luhong told Li Yu to go home and pay homage to his ancestors. It was neither the Qingming festival nor his mother's birthday. Li Yu looked at the message on his cell phone and couldn't catch his father's meaning. No. Have you been back recently? He wasn't exactly reluctant to think of his father in a bad light either. Li Yu went home anyway, the moment he walked in the door. The housekeeper, Wei Bo, told him, the master is waiting for the eldest young master at the ancestral hall early in the morning. After when Yangqing and Chen Xuan, that mother and son, left, Wei Bo could finally address the young master as eldest young master with a straight face. Good. Li Yu nodded at him, and then he was taking steps in the direction of the ancestral hall. Wei Bo looked at the eldest young master. Seems to have grown up. The side of the face is more distinct. The posture is more upright. The temperament is more and more outstanding. The whole person is more and more calm and steady up. He old eyes, young master. Grow up. When Li Yu walked into the ancestral hall, what he saw was Li Luhong kneeling on a soft cushion beside him, and directly across from him was Li Yu's mother's plaque wood. It was supposed to be quite a cozy scene, with a husband pining for his long-dead wife. Li Yu, however, did not make any waves. He would be moved by his father's behavior, which had long since disappeared on the day his father took a wife again. Completely gone. After offering incense to the deceased elders of the family at the ancestral hall, Li Yu was standing quietly at the same spot. It was Li Luhong who opened his mouth first. Did Mr. Zhang not come with you? She's very busy, and it's not a festival where she has to pay homage to her ancestors, so if she's allowed to come over, it'll look like our Li family is quite incapable of doing anything. Li Yu said back. It's true. After all, it was Kang Yu-hee who married Hai to Li Yul. Li Luhong didn't say anything more about this, but just said, when you have time, you still need to go home more often. He added, you can't just come back when father tells you to. Most of the time, Li Yu's affection is like a knife full of contradictions, sharp and blunt at the same time. After stabbing himself, it is very easy to sting, but also very difficult to pull away. A knife to see blood, but also cut through the bones. Li Luhong, he said, he is also very difficult. Recently feel chest tightness unbearable. The chronic poison that when Yangqing had put down hadn't been completely removed from his body. He acted as if his days were numbered in front of Li Yu. A moment later, he said that his relationship with Li Yu's mother was because Li Yu's mother was too strong, and he could not control himself when he met Yangqing's soft nature under the suppressed emotions and cheated. It wasn't intentional. The look on Li Yu's face didn't change much, and the impatience didn't look like an act. A person who has made a mistake can always find a lot of excuses to round up his mistakes, and will even put the fault on someone who has left this world. Who would condemn the dead? Mistakes will be made. Li Yu didn't want to hear any more and frowned. Is there anything else? Li Luhong's recitation was interrupted by his son who had grown up. He froze and smiled again. No more. You go and get busy. Li Yu did not hesitate to turn around and block out the pain that affection had caused him. Distracted, he drove and stopped in front of a bar in the center of town. A moment of silence. He whacked the steering wheel hard a few times and looked up at the car window, reflecting his own likeness with a very hard look on his face. Li Yu didn't want his wife to see him in such a sorry state. I want to drink. Lu Yun happened to ask me out. Can we go for a drink? Li Yul edited the message now, moving his finger on the screen, but hesitated when he sent it to Kang Yu-hee. Can a man who lies to his wife really be a good husband? He clicked send anyway. Li Yu wanted to be alone. Kang Yu-hee's reply was quick. Aha. The message, which showed that Li Yu had read it. Kang Yu-hee had thoughts in her eyes. Li Yu obviously didn't like drinking at all, so how could she suddenly go out for a drink with her old classmates? Uneasily, she sent again. Remember to call me to pick you up and take you home if you're too drunk to walk. This time, the messages Kang Yeo he sent to Lee Yul were in an unread state after half an hour. She's a little worried. Kang Yoshi clutched her cell phone, and under her flat eyes, she simply sent a text message to Lu Yun's girlfriend, Chen Yaya. It was still the last time they got together and they added contact information. Lee Yu's girlfriend. Did Lu Yun go drinking with Lee Yu? When Chen Yaya was preparing to go to sleep, she was used to reading some interesting segments to cheer herself up, and as she was putting down her cell phone, she saw this message. She seriously thought about how to reply so that it would be good for everyone. Lu Yun beside me took a look at his girlfriend and froze. Curiously came over. What are you looking at? So fascinated? Oh look, then he must help his brothers. You and she said. Li Yu is staying with me a piece of drink. I was promoted. Specially let him come over to drink. To celebrate. Chen Yaya thought deeper. If Li Yu encounters any predicament and his girlfriend doesn't know about it, and we help lie about it, the predicament won't be solved completely. Lu Yun froze and felt that his girlfriend had a point. He moved his mouth and couldn't organize his heavenly thoughts in words. Solely then lay down and rolled over. Muffled tone. I don't know anything. Chen Yaya pursed her lips and sent a text message. Lu Yun has fallen asleep. With a message like that, it should be obvious. Kang Yohee, who saw the reply, tapped her fingertips gently on the desktop with a thoughtful look in her eyes. The dimly lit bar, with melodious soft music swirling in every corner, creates a quiet atmosphere. What's on your mind? All of a sudden you're getting high and mighty? The woman who opened her mouth was seductive. Looking askance at her new little friend, Pei Yuhan shook her head. It's nothing. Is it because you're lonely because you see that your sister has company? Xian Cece cocked her head and went into the arms of the man beside her. Pei Yuhan shook her head. She felt her heart astringent, thinking about her own relationship being a mess and also having reached a marriageable age. These days, she had been subjected to a lot of prodding from her family to get married, making the extremely good-tempered woman a little irritable. And the lady who owns the bar in front of you, or maybe she's more like the boss is right. The scene with Qian Cece's acquaintance is kinda metaphysical. Pei Yuhan came to the clear bar to drink, was accosted by people with bad intentions. It was this sister who relieved her. The sister is also the owner of this bar, took the initiative to make friends with her. Pei Yuhan naturally knows that rich people won't beg to be friends with her. At most Qian Cece thinks she fits the eye, or wants to relieve boredom. Fortunately, Pei Yuhan was so depressed that she didn't politely reject Qian Cece's friend request. I'm not alone. I have someone I like. I'm waiting for him to be with me. This world is long, but I shouldn't be alone. As Pei Yuhan said, her words were getting slower and slower. She felt like her whole body was cold. It was strange that she was still cold, even though the air conditioning in the clear bar was on full blast. A mouthful of the glass of wine in front of her remained so. Pei Yuhan was a bit distracted. Didn't they say that wine can warm up the body? How come it doesn't help at all? Qian Cece laughed softly and delicately. People, they always emphasize that they don't have such emotions when they do. Pei Yuhan signaled the bartender for a new glass of wine, and after hearing her words, she also smiled to herself and softly asked a rhetorical question. Is that so? What exactly is troubling you? I'm really curious. Qian Cece's demonic eye tail slightly raised. Based on what she just said, Qian Cece could roughly conclude, yes, because of man troubles? Most of the issues that can trouble a woman would be relationships, or maybe it's a cause. Pei Yuhan nodded and took the drink the bartender handed her, followed by another mouthful. Her throat and stomach burned, and she slumped down on the table, relieving the burning sensation. Don't drink it, the lowest concentration of alcohol. If you drink too much of it, you'll get drunk, Chansey reminded. Especially a little girl like you. A fish out of water in my bar is a piece of cake that everyone covets. Every man wants a taste. The bartender didn't refill Pei Yuhan's drink under the boss's eye indication. Pei Yuhan moved as if she was nodding. Why don't you tell your sister about your feelings? How bumpy it is that you are tangled up to this point. Sometimes, Xian Cece would feel that life was too boring, and coming to a clear bar to enlighten others about their emotions became an effective method to detoxify her boring life. She was quite happy with it. Pei Yuhan's eyes, like water, were a bit confused. He doesn't like me anymore. He used to like you, didn't he? Xian Cece was still quite smart, capturing the point in a flash. Pei Yuhan didn't answer. A lot of memories flashed through her mind. The school memories that she shared with Li Yu for almost 2 years or so. The guy obviously doesn't like to go out and have fun, but he still does the trick and takes her to see the scenic flowers and cooperates with her to take pictures. They also went to see a movie together. Saw it I think twice. The first time was Li Yu booked the tickets. The second time, Pei Yuhan thought about inviting back, but her campus life, with roommates and teammates from campus organizations, there was no need for her to book a ticket at all in terms of watching a movie or any of these. It would all be taken care of for her. So when she first booked it, she thought she was booking the back row with an open line of sight. But it turned out that when Liu looked at the tickets, it was the first row and they needed to look up very tiredly at the screen. Liu hadn't even had a few bites of popcorn on hand while he watched, before he got tired and sleepy. He slept through the cab ride here. At the movie theater, he was bored enough to sleep through a movie, and he still slept with his eyes closed on the drive back to school. Pei Yuhan quietly looked at him and felt that he was so tired, but would still accompany himself to do something boring and time-wasting. That's not like, what is it? Recalling the sweet and sour past with Liu, Pei Yuhan sighed and replied, I don't know. How could you not know? You obviously know. Qian Cici followed the guidance. Pei Yuhan asked with difficulty, what if he has a wife? Do I, then, still need to hold on to this love that seems to never end? At the sound of the voice, Qian Shishi lazy look all of a sudden double eyes light. From Chunma's arms are getting up. The tone of interest, she is very interested in. Little sister, you look at the person is very honest look, looks pure. How is not lack of men to chase? The idea is actually so flower? That really impressed me. She commented on Pei Yuhan. You, very contrasting. Pei Yuhan glanced over her vision, and in her blurred vision, she seemed to see Liu. He was sipping from one glass of wine to the next. Pei Yuhan was a little worried. If he drank like this, he would easily get drunk, right? Qian Cici made an underhanded move. Little sister, grab it. What? Pei Yuhan's attention returned to Qian Cici. I said, grab it. People live once. Those who get married also get divorced. Why let yourself live so suffocating? Qian Cici's cell phone rang. It should be to talk about cooperation. She read it very carefully. As she left, she added to Pei Yuhan, you can't get happiness if you have too strong a sense of morality. Oh, this completely messed up the groggy Pei Yuhan's thoughts. She sobered up after drinking 2 glasses of ice water from the bartender. Pei Yuhan took a deep breath and came to the already drunk Liu. He's my friend. The first time she did something like this, Pei Yuhan was weak. She even took out her cell phone somewhat innocently, and showed the bartender at the other counter looking at it. She had secretly taken a picture of Liu herself when they were on a date in the Sea of Flowers. Okay, the bartender didn't really care. He was just a part-timer, and the drinkers just paid. With a polite reply, the bartender went right on with his business. Pei Yuhan moved closer to Liu and lowered her head in a warm voice. Liu, it's me, Pei Yuhan. Liu, however, was so drunk that he didn't even have the strength to raise his head. I'll take you back, okay? Liu was in an agonizing predicament, and he couldn't hear anyone beside him talking to him at all, and only felt in a daze that someone had helped him up. Pei Yuhan took the drunken Liu out of the bar, and when she got into a cab, the driver asked her, this beautiful woman, where are you going? She hesitated for a few seconds, remembering Qian Cici's words, a little torn, but still uttered, a nearby hotel. The driver drove sharply, just wanting to take a few more orders to earn a living. It didn't take long for the hotel to arrive. Remember to give a favorable review. Beautiful. Pei Yuhan supported Liu, who was stumbling and walking unsteadily, and returned, okay. At the front desk of the hotel, Pei Yuhan gave the receptionist who handled the reservation also explained, my friend is drunk. The receptionist smiled a little and handed them their room cards. Have a good rest. Pei Yuhan's face turned a little red. She took the room card from the front desk and helped Liu walk through the long corridor before finally opening the room with the corresponding number. Liu stumbled, his feet next to the edge of the bed, and as soon as he collapsed on the bed, he fell straight into a deep sleep. After Pei Yuhan closed the door to her room, she grabbed her hands at the hem of her coat and was in a hurry. It took a long time to make up her mind, tugging at the collar of her own shirt and bending her legs over the edge of the bed in one fluid motion. The soft comforter was sunk by the woman's long slender white legs. She had wanted to fake it with Liu, but the drunken Liu didn't react to anything and pushed her away. Who are you? What Liu smelled was not the usual scent of Kang Yeohe's body, and he instinctively rejected it, murmuring, I have a wife, don't come near me. At the sound of the voice, Pei Yuhan's expression was both difficult, painful, and envious. My wife and I, we're very much in love. She leaned closer to Liu. I am your wife. Chapter 53, I've been with you since my early 20s. You're not her. Liu was resistant to her approach. Pei Yuhan staggered back and almost fell, her small hand covering her extremely fast-beating heart. Liu's strength, how can it be so strong? She looked toward a corner at the end of the bed in hindsight. If she had just really fallen and cut her face, she would be disfigured. Pei Yuhan looked towards Liu, who was clearly drunk on the bed but would still push away women other than Kang Yeohe. Sighing deeply, she couldn't, but could only use the lens distance effect to take a few hurried pictures in the direction of herself and Liu. Young he, wife, Pei Yuhan gave a beat, no longer wanting to listen to the words that Liu said. Confessing to Jiang Yushi, she bit her inner lip. Her eyes contained pain as she took a few last looks at Liu and left. Pei Yuhan, who walked out of the hotel room, looked at the photo in her cell phone. the ambiguous atmosphere created by the worn yellow-tinted light. She took a look. If you want Kang Yeo-hee to misunderstand Liu, these should be enough. Noon the next day. The sun was shining and the light was reflecting directly from the window through the glass onto the bed. Well, said Liu, drearily feeling sleepy and full. Like, kinda overslept. He could feel the harsh sunlight on his eyelids. Forced to wake up, Liu opened his eyes for a split second, then couldn't stop closing them again, easing out the sudden glare. Headache. Across his forehead. A dull, stabbing pain that gave him the urge to hit the wall and end the agony once and for all. The whole thing sank into an odor of alcohol so strong that Liu himself wanted to vomit from smelling it. It's the first time he's ever been this drunk. The memory of last night was simply too much to remember after glass of wine had been consumed. Is this just drunk and disconnected? Wife. Liu was finally able to fully open his eyes, and his first thought was to look for Kang Yoshi. I'm looking for the fact that he stinks of alcohol for a night, so his wife shouldn't have left him alone. As far as the eye could see, Liu saw that it was a hotel layout of rooms, and he was still a bit confused. Mentally, I'd better not drink so much as a delirious drink. I can't believe you didn't go home. Instead you're in a hotel room. What's going on? Strange. How can a person show up at a hotel unnoticed? After walking to the washroom and rinsing his face with clean water several times, Liu regained a little bit of his senses, but he still couldn't recall what happened last night after he got drunk. Who sent him here? He walked out of the hotel and checked out at the front desk. His head sank and he had another flash of insight. Curious, he asked. Excuse me, who drove me here last night? It was a very pretty young lady. The receptionist sharply checked out of the room and fought back. You were very drunk at the time, and she left after dropping you off. That night, the receptionist saw the young lady just leave and thought it was strange. It turned out to be that she had been a receptionist for a long time, and had taken a small person's heart for a gentleman's heart. Liu nodded. Then he should have met a good person. The receptionist remembered something and added. She said she was your friend. That makes Liu puzzled. A friend? Or a female friend? Who would that be? He turned and walked out of the hotel. The receptionist who worked back-to-back shifts has been on the job since 1600 hours yesterday afternoon and is now at 1300 hours, and still has 3 hours to go before she can get off work. She looked left and right and realized there were no checkout guests, so she almost stretched. Ouch. Soothing. Liu took a cab back to his home, driving full of alcohol. To him to drive the driver as well as passers-by are very irresponsible. As for why not find a chauffeur? In fact, Liu even his car parked in which bar and which location, basically cannot remember. Hungover the next day after the people muddled, he sought to get home, sober up, and then think about the car. Here we are, sir. The cab pulled up in front of the villa area. Liu nodded and got out of the car, confirming arrival. I wanted to wash the smell of alcohol off of myself before I went into detail about what I had done last night so I could explain to my wife why I hadn't come home. Liu just walked through the door of the main hall and saw Kang Yeo-hee sitting on the sofa early in the morning. Her back was straight and her whole person looked a bit serious. Wife. Liu wanted to explain himself for not returning all night last night. His voice is a little small. After all, it is his own fault in the first place. The knight does not return home, but also less so the bottom of the air. Kang Yeo-hee took the photo and threw it in front of him. Want a divorce? Her tone of voice was flat, her eyes were waveless, and there wasn't much expression on her face. But really, Kang Yeo-hee's heart had broken this entire morning when she saw the photos but not the real Liu. If Liu wants to go away and pursue the girl he had a crush on the first time, Kang Yeo-hee won't stop it. Everyone has the right to run to happiness. She also won't fall in love with anyone else. At the sound of the voice, Liu was confused and his nerves were throbbing with pain. When his wife's words came out, he felt his head sinking and hurting even more. I just stayed out all night, didn't I? How did things get so serious? It's all about the divorce. Liu sat aside on the sofa, wanting to hold his wife's hand and explain as he usually did, but with no memory stock in his head, and still full of the smell of alcohol. He was also struggling with how to explain, but cheating on his wife was something he no longer wanted to do. It hurts my feelings. Kang Yeo-hee dodged Li Yul's touch, her eyes blazing as she looked up at him. Liu clearly saw her eyes reddened. Had she secretly cried? Young he. Liu's heart was cold and flooded with dense pain. The whole person drooped. In the future, I won't drink so much that I forget to go home. He held up his hand. I swear, really. According to usual, Kang Yeo-hee should be laughing at him for being childish at this time. But today, her pretty little face was still cold, and the way she looked at him, she became more and more silent. Honey, my head hurts. Liu tried to use the fierce man's pampering method that he wasn't very good at. He collapsed into Kang Yeo-hee's lap, wrapping his arms around his wife's slender waist, praying in a supplicating tone and raising his eyes in an attempt to have his wife care for him. Kang Yeo-hee directly moved away from the line of sight. obviously angry with him in her heart. Li Yu couldn't and was so quiet. The familiar scent of his wife's body was sniffing between his nose, and Li Yu felt as if his smothered and aching forehead felt a lot better. Sure enough, Kan Yuhi is the cure for his life. Kan Yoshi frowned her eyebrows and pushed him with her small hand. Looking at Li Yu's indifferent appearance, emotions of helplessness and anger appeared in her eyes, and her fingertips tapped the photo on the coffee table with force. Still have to remind this drunkard that the point is here. Bewildered, Li Yu turned his attention away from his wife. What's this? His eyes looked askance at the fact that at the sight of the intimate photo of himself and Pei Yuhan, his entire body was confused and his brain instantly went down. Li Yu slowly was getting up, took the photo, and frowned. What ah? He could not understand at all why Pei Yuhan's clothes were messy as if she was still lying beside herself, and his face was still red, as if he was shy, because the wine had gone heavily to his head. Li Yu searched and muttered, I drank alone last night. Revealed. He clearly said he was meeting Lu Yun for a drink. Li Yu face embarrassed, knowing that he is not justified, and inexplicably came up with these photos. His heart obviously panicked, feeling that what to say is not helpful, are like sophistry, but without saying it. It's not like he's actually doing anything like that. Li Yu's sincere eyes looked toward Kang Yoshi. I'm sorry, wife, I lied to you. Li Yu looked carefully at one photo after another, making sure that he really hadn't done anything to apologize for his marital fidelity. He muttered, I don't have the slightest impression of what's true or false in this photo. I still have a terrible headache. Li Yu's brain was highly stressed. I'll fix it. Young He, you trust me. Kan Yeo he forced down the hard feelings in her heart and her voice was small. So, you will divorce me one day for her? Li Yu's eyes were dismayed, and his entire body was in a state of shock, easing through the stabbing pain in his heart for a split second. Li Yu felt it hard to breathe. Young He, you can't create such cruel suspicions about who followed you in your early 20s. It's greatly a misunderstanding that can't affect our relationship. What divorce or not, there's absolutely no way you and I are getting a divorce. Li Yu's throat tightened, wanting to touch his wife, but his wife did not let him touch now. Li Yu's entire body was deflated, and his nose was acidic. How can we divorce? Kan Yeo he couldn't hold it together and teardrops fell from the ends of her eyes. Oh, Li Yu panicked. He threw away the photo and came to his wife's face, gently holding her small face. Heartbroken. Wife, don't cry ah. He tries to wipe away the tears that cross her cheeks, but Kan Yohi pushes her hand away. It stinks. Kan Yohi's eye sockets are red and her tone of complaint. Li Yu, do you know that you smell like another woman besides the smell of alcohol? Her extremely disappointed tone. How did you just let me smell it again? Li Yu's eyes glazed over. That time was also the body accidentally stained with the perfume smell of Pei Yuhan's body, and he had a small quarrel with Jiang Yoshi also bit him. Wife, bite me again. Li Yu rolled up his own sleeve, exposing his arm and stretching it out in front of Jiang Yoshi. It's fine if you bite out marks or bleed, as long as you relieve your anger, you can do whatever you want to me. Wife, you ignore me too, and don't be sad. I look sad. It stinks. Kan Yohi sniffled in disgust. I'm going to take a shower. I'll clean it up and you can bite it again, okay? Li Yu coaxed gently. Will you stop crying? Young He, I really haven't done anything to wrong you. Kan Yeo he wept in aggravation and shifted her eyes, wiping her own tears without looking at Li Yu. He got up. 20 or so minutes. Li Yu washed his entire body, and he made sure he didn't smell like that pickled wine, let alone another woman's perfume. He walked out with no clothes on. Honey, I don't have a single mark on me. How could it be a one-night stand with someone else? The faint smell of soup wafted from its place in the kitchen. In the kitchen, Kang Yohi, who was cooking the antidote soup, sniffed and looked towards him. Crystalline droplets of water dripped from Li Yu's broken hair in front of his forehead, traced across his well-defined jaw, then to his smooth-lined abs, his muscularly curved mermaid line, and then disappeared into the. There it was even more refined as Kang Yeohi's eyes gathered on Li Yu's body. Kang Yohi's eyes widened and her aggravation changed to shyness in a second. Put your clothes on. Her little face flushed and her eyebrows knit in reprimand. Like hell. It was a shy and anxious look. Li Yu turned sullenly. Oh, I'll put it on now. He tried to move closer to Kang Yohi again. I actually just want you to see that there are no marks on my body, and I can't feel any signs that I've released myself. I didn't mess around. Yohi, I've been your man alone since the beginning of time, and you'll have to take responsibility for that. You can't abandon me. Kang Yohi felt that he didn't even listen to his words and went to put his clothes back on properly. Instead he leaned closer and closer towards himself. The truth, indeed. Her breath caught in her throat at the warmth of his embrace from behind. With its scorching heat, you can't solve anything by hooking up with me now. The barrier is in front of us. Kang Yohi lowered her eyes. Her small hand took hold of Li Yu's hand around her waist and slowly pushed it away. Li Yu stood behind her with a noticeable sigh. I didn't fight to hook you. I just wanted you to see me. I saw it. Kan Yohee replied with her cheeks burning. The two men were at a standstill for a few minutes. Lee Yu walked out of the kitchen and back into the bedroom. After casually pulling on his clothes, he went back towards the kitchen where his wife was and found her already in the direction of the table, ladling soup. Drink it, Kan Yoshi said indifferently. Lee Yu sat down beside her and asked his wife with a smile. What's this? Don't you mean headache? Antidote soup. As the words fell, Kan Yohee walked to the sofa in a twisted manner, the photos on the coffee table and the floor making the emotions in her eyes grow colder and colder. Kan Yohee takes her cell phone and instructs her men to find out who sent these photos to the Kong family, and who with what kind of mind found the opportunity to take these photos in an attempt to cause problems in her relationship with Lee Yul. In the morning, Kan Yohee was surprised to see an envelope in her mailbox. Read it and was troubled until this time. Now that I think about it, there was indeed a lot wrong. It was his own emotions towards Lee Yu that were too strong, causing his reasoning to be buried. Lee Yu's eyes glowed as he looked at her. Wife, you care about me. Kan Yohee didn't reply to Lee Yu again. Honey, the antidote soup you made is just delicious. How do you cook it? Wife, letting him become talkative. She didn't reply again. Drinking the antidote soup cooked by Kan Yohee, Lee Yu can feel that she clearly cares about herself. But talk to her and she doesn't reply. The pretended cheerful Lee Yu's heart broke. I'll go out. Lee Yu also reacted after drinking the antidote soup. He had to know the end of the matter. Although Kan Yohee is angry with him, she also believes in Lee Yul. On his way out the door, she said, You have to give me a reasonable explanation. I will. Wife, Lee Yu's sincere eyes. Kan Yohee sank her breath, walked to him, her small hands grabbed his sleeves, stood on her tiptoes, and landed a kiss on the corner of his lips. As Lee Yu tried to respond, Jian Yu gently resisted his move. If there's no reasonable explanation, I won't kiss you again. Kan Yohee's voice was small. Chapter 54, This Peach Blossom. Is it rotten? Lee Yu, however, heard it clearly, and it was a huge blow to him. He nodded his head straight. I know. I'll find out the truth. Lee Yu turned around, got in his car, and drove away from the Jiang family. After the car exhaust all disappeared, the hard feelings in Kan Yohee's eyes slowly converged and her eyes gradually faded. It's just a matter of giving Lee Yu the freedom to choose. In fact, it was a very simple thing for Kan Yohee to know the truth of the matter. Even the truth was sent to her cell phone by someone under her hand 10 minutes after she released the survey. Lee Yu distractedly locates last night's car en route to the bar. Bang! From the corner of the car. Do not look at the traffic lights and do not look at the road. Directly straight ahead. Lee Yu tightly turned the steering wheel. The car is still hit. He didn't have time to get annoyed. From the car across the street a slim figure came down. She was wearing a dress, fairy-like. On the cool and pretty little face, the almond-like eyes were walking towards Lee Yu with resentment. Lil Elm. Her small hand slapped straight down on the front of the car, rushing at Lee Yu in a questioning tone. I've contacted you many times. Why are you ignoring me? It's a great way to get your feet wet. The person in front of her was none other than Pei Yuhan. As soon as Lee Yu touched his cell phone, he realized that it had been turned off. Thinking about those real and fake photos made Lee Yu's head hurt even more. Smothering the drilling pain, Pei Yuhan stood next to his driver's seat, the same white dress with fluttering skirts as the remembered schoolmate. At this moment, however, Lee Yu felt that she didn't look like her former schoolmate. The two were at a nearby cafe, waiting for the traffic police and insurance to deal with the collision. Lee Yu ordered a cup of pure bitter coffee and slowly drank it, feeling the bitterness on his taste buds, but feeling not bad. It only takes 28 days for a person to develop a habit. He has had many 28 days with his wife. In the past, you wouldn't drink coffee. You quite often drink tea when you're sleepy. Pei Yuhan's words carried her own thoughts, drifting away. Lee Yu, what exactly did you change because of? Deluding himself, knowing it, but still wanting to hear the truth from his mouth for himself. Because of another woman, or what? Pei Yuhan thought and smiled to herself. Lee Yu sank down. Stop messing around. Schoolteacher, what do you mean I messed up? Pei Yuhan's eyes turned red. It was clearly me who met you first, and you liked me first. At that time, none of us were brave enough to stand up and pick out favorite emotions. Senior sister, didn't you realize that we weren't actually in love? You've been dwelling on it for so long and giving me a hard time every now and then. What do you want to do? What do I want? Pei Yuhan's pale little face was filled with a bitter smile. I just want you to like me the same as before. I'm married. Lee Yu interrupted her cruelly. Pei Yuhan felt a dull ache in her heart. You somehow liked someone else and got married. So, is it fair to me? Sorry. Pei Yuhan's voice with a sobbing tone. Lee Yu, I'm sorry, it won't solve the problem. Lee Yu held his forehead, feeling his head ache again. Is it really my fault that the shy feelings of youth were described by you as not taking the initiative? Pei Yuhan's uneasy tone, her fingertips constantly digging into her palms. But if Lee Yu asked her if they would go so far as to get married after graduation and if the marriage would be happy, Pei Yuhan, however, was unable to answer him. She's a woman who advocates platonic love, and she can't mentally accept it if the only thing a couple has to do is hold hands and hug, and get any closer. Li Yu, a schoolmate she met her freshman year, just happens to be able to give her that sense of being in love at a distance. Last night, because of Li Yu's firm refusal, nothing happened between them, and even if Pei Yuhan wanted something to happen, after leaving clean, she felt not regret, but gratitude, just for the fact that she had already changed her outlook on relationships for Li Yu. She tried to learn to accept the intimate gestures that were bound to happen when a man and a woman got together, but Li Yu has someone else. Li Yu doesn't want her anymore. The more Pei Yuhan thought about it, the sadder she became and cried out, "I've paid a lot for you, you know?" Once or twice, she took the initiative. Li Yu sighed, "Sister, there are plenty of two-legged men under the sky. You're so good, you'll find a better one. Just can't find it. Oh. Pei Yuhan simply couldn't control the tears pouring out of her eyes, her hands covering her small face, her voice soft and muffled. Li Yu, you simply don't know. A person like me, finding a male who has feelings and eyes, is such a difficult thing. It always takes a little bit of luck for people to bond with each other, and we don't have that luck between us." Pei Yuhan reddened the ends of her eyes. "Will I meet again without luck?" She took a deep breath. "You know, Li Yu, you look like you betrayed me after I married you and you have someone else on the outside. And now you're explaining to me that you're only right with her and I'm only with you because I'm not lucky. Stop it. Yoshi is not a mistress. She is my wife." Li Yu's face was a little unsightly. "Our marriage was according to the program. Every step was not wrong. Senior sister, your assumption is not valid." He thought back to his freshman year's potluck meeting his senior sister. His freshman year and sophomore year, because Lu Yun participated in the student council, Li Yu would be called to help with volunteering from time to time, or potluck. His time with Pei Yuhan, in fact, was very short, even shorter than the time he spent with Lu Yun. Those couples, or the boy is ready to confess to the girl, will do things. In fact, are Lu Yun to him to search for, together to climb the scenic mountains, touring the sea of flowers near the university city, watching Li Yu actually very uncomfortable movie. During these date-like sessions, Li Yu has a crush on his schoolmate, but they are more polite than strangers with a bit of rawness between them. At the thought that if they would do something intimate between them that a couple would do, Li Yu's first thought was actually embarrassment. Li Yu looked out the window. The car collision had been pretty much dealt with. He got up. His words were tinged with indifference. "I hope that senior sister won't make assumptions in the future as well." The Pei Yuhan, who was a bit of a nuisance now, was a bit different from the gentle schoolmate he remembered. Li Yu, he could feel him himself, was different too. Not fair. Pei Yuhan didn't want to miss him. What she wasn't willing to do before, she was willing to do now. Why couldn't Li Yu go back to the way he looked at her 3 years ago when her eyes had a light in them? Li Yu sighed. "This car belongs to my company. You hit it. Are you going to pay for it? A luxury car, no less." Pei Yuhan can't afford to pay for it. Her family conditions were, to put it nicely, bookish, but really just a teacher-professor's family, modestly well off. Pei Yuhan began to find a remedy for her behavior. "I was so impulsive because I wanted to see you so badly, and it has to do with you as well. If he and Li Yu struggled together and paid back this part of the compensation, it would be okay. But apparently, Li Yu no longer will. Is that fair to me?" Then, at the sound, Pei Yuhan froze, and sighed deeply, still accompanied by a laugh with a strong bitter flavor. "You pulled so much, and what you wanted to say the most was this sentence. In fact, money can be the thing that completely blocks them from being together." Pei Yuhan knew it clearly. "Forget it, senior sister, can't talk to you." Li Yu got up, not wanting to waste any more verbal arguments with her, paid the bill and left. Pei Yuhan heard the bell of the door he pushed open, and the sound of the door slowly closing, and forced herself to hold back her heartache without turning back. Li Yu took his car in for repairs. This car, wow, crashed like this, how heartbreaking it must be. The owner of the car dealership looked at the latest model of the Cayenne, and he already felt pain for the owner. Li Yu has a bit of weakness, go back and do not know how to face his wife. This is her favorite car. What a crash that had to be. The smooth body of the Cayenne is thoroughly dented on the other side, so if someone was sitting on the passenger side, they might get hurt a little. Li Yu stared at the dent in the car and fell into thought. Pei Yuhan was quite ruthless. How much does she have to hate herself? Strange. Obviously when he had a crush on his schoolmate, the scenes where he was ready to confess his feelings, which she could sense, would be avoided without a trace. They wouldn't hold hands with each other, much less hug, and Li Yu just played hard to get with her for 2 years of flirting. For a time, it made Li Yu think that the way to pursue a girl was really monotonous and clean. Until he met Jian Yoshi, Li Yu was inspired as a man's most primitive desire. He realized that a man and a woman to get along with, produce like and then slowly become in love, is always want to stick with her. Intimate behavior is even more hand-to-hand. Liu suddenly laughed a little. It turns out that he is not ice clear either. It turns out that he is also a vulgar man. The owner of the dealership was still working out how to fix it when this owner suddenly smiled and he felt a little chill down his back. I have something else to do. Add a contact. When it's fixed, I'll come and get the car. Liu took out his cell phone. Okay, sure. I'll fix it up just like the original. After finishing his conversation with the owner of the car dealership, Liu takes a cab to the hotel, pays a small amount of money to get the bar's surveillance records, and then returns to the office in the same car he drove to the hotel in earlier. He had taken his leave of absence from Shanglua on his way out of the house, and as for how long Shanglua had asked him to take it, he couldn't say. Company parking lot. Liu looked at last night's bar surveillance and saw the familiar woman helping herself to the hotel front desk to open a room, then enter the room, and finally her departure. The whole process is not long. There should be nothing happened between them. The cell phone vibrated. It was the professional that Liu had hired, sending him some chain of evidence. The person who sent the photos to the villa area was hired by Pei Yuhan. What she wants to do is self-evident. Liu leaned back in the driver's seat, agonizing. He really, convinced himself, actually just got drilled. And it's not good enough to settle the score, just because the other party is Pei Yuhan. It was as if, by herself, she had hardened her. Do whatever it takes to get yourself? Actually, he's not very good. Lining up like a real scumbag. After Liu gathered himself, he got out of the car and went to work. Brain searching. There are things to do on hand. It is better than empty. Empty brain is easy to think about something. Getting on the elevator, Liu walked to the office area and sat down in front of his desk, his fingers beeping on the keyboard. It didn't take long for the job to be done, and his eyes staring at the computer screen slowly lost focus. It feels like I'm going to blow up emotionally these days. Yo, come to work? At the sound of the voice, Liu returned to his senses and continued to strike the keyboard, streamlining for his work content. On his lips, he replied, after I finished my personal business, I came to the company thinking that there is still work left to be done. How responsible. Shanglua patted the young man on the back and was about to leave when he realized that Liu's mood was off. Very low. It's been a long day and you've either missed work or taken a half day off. What's wrong? Shanglua, as a senior in the company, is actually quite good to get along with, especially the mouth, which can chatter with others for half a day. Hardly, for love? Nowadays, men's worries are only about their relationships in addition to their careers. Shanglua sought to think that he must be right. Liu returned. My feelings are going well. Also, you have a girlfriend. Shanglua leaned over to Liu's desk and asked in a low voice. So that's a rotten girlfriend? Liu frowned. Sucks? Doesn't suck, right? No one feels that the object of their affections is a bad person. No one with a conscience would feel that. Liu pressed the mouse, the working file, point to open, and so on loading, loading success and point to X, point to open, and so on loading, loading good, and then continue to point to X. No, Liu sighed as if affirming. No rotten luck. This ambivalent kind of thing. Shanglua, a person with a blank relationship history, could see it. Not yet, coaxing whoever. He had a righteous look on his face. Tell me about it. I'll enlighten you while the workload is low. Liu looked at Shanglua, wanting to say something, but still said, it's really quite unbelievable that you're a single dog, and you're giving me enlightenment. Egu. Looking down on who? Shanglua actually said this with quite a lack of confidence. Let me tell you, although I don't have any practical experience in relationships, I possess a great deal of theoretical foundation. Liu lightly asked back, where did you get your theoretical foundation from? Shanglu then lost the battle, muttering under his breath, the game. Liu was happy. Commercial law. Is that funny? Funny. The game can be much simpler than people. A silhouette, since Liu came to the company, had been hidden around the corner, saying that she was observing him. She was actually more worried about him. Seeing Liu chatting with her co-workers, Jiang Yoshi's heart dropped quite a bit. When she heard the content of their conversation again, she frowned slightly again. It seems that Liu is distressed. The afternoon flew by. Jiang's door a touch of white shadow, long hair oceanic, warm and refreshing looks, such as white boiled water, like pure, very pure feeling of first love. Just the back is the level of the top cool beauty. Can't help but look at it a few times as the off-duty crowd walks out of the office. People, as always, have a penchant for appreciating beauty. Jiang Yoshi bumped into Pei Yuhan, who was waiting for Liu to get off work, and signaled the secretary with her eyes that the cooperation would be postponed later. The secretary nodded and turned to go back into the company, preparing to postpone matters related to the cooperation. A pair of extremely textured high heels walked to Pei Yuhan's front, following her line of sight to raise, into the eyes of Jiang Yoshi, that a beauty stunning face. Pei Yuhan some panic. How could she have forgotten this? This was Ginger. Kang Yeohee still had the same exact tone. Talk? Chapter 55, Are You Going to Be a Mistress? In Pei Yuhan's line of sight, the Jiang Zaibatsu had a condescending, looking at an ant look. Instead, she was not in any way disconcerted, just full of no bottom. I don't want to talk to you. Pei Yuhan's small hands gripped her skirt unnaturally. She has nothing to hide under the aura of a female plutocrat. Jiang Yoshi's tone was ghostly. Then, let's talk about compensation. Pei Yuhan furrowed her delicate brows, unsure. What compensation? You wrecked the car. Pei Yuhan had no choice but to follow her. Two beauties. An elegant and charming working woman with a shapely back. An innocent-looking woman with a bit of a puritanical air. Completely different styles. Very friendly to the eyes of passing off-duty people. Seeing this beauty again. Is it Mr. John's sister? Doesn't look anything like it, alright? Definitely not a sister. That would be a love interest. And it's not like it's uncommon for successful men to keep college girls. Guess so. Quite possibly. Li Yu, who had been badmouthed by them, was actually standing behind them at this moment. Restaurant, private rooms, expensive dishes. The king crab drenched in sauce alone is worth a fortune. Black truffle and mushroom soup. Delicious. Pei Yuhan was fidgeting. The quiet environment made her feel very oppressed. If she hadn't crashed Li Yu's car on her own impulse, she wouldn't have needed to see Kang Yeo-hee alone. In front of Li Yu, she could recklessly play with her unappealing little emotions. But here in Jiang Yoshi's place, Pei Yuhan felt that she was deeply pressed head over heels by her no matter what. Even though she met Li Yu first. So what? Kang Yeo-hee is Li Yu's rightful, legal wife. The current Pei Yuhan is nothing by Li Yu's side. A familiar schoolmate, but actually a stranger. Pei Yuhan was even surprised to find that Kang Yoshi was just sitting quietly across from herself, not saying anything, and she had already been defeated by her own thoughts and thrown off her feet. Jiang Yoshi lightly shook the goblet in her hand and watched the red wine sway slightly in the glass. Her expression was indifferent and she opened the door. You and Li Yu are not suitable. She finally spoke after being quiet for so long. Pei Yuhan's heart tightened again as she breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, she was still so spot on in her speech. Pei Yuhan gripped her palms tightly, the stinging pain of her fingertips about to rub her palms together, but she didn't feel it at all. Inappropriate? Her retort was understated. What makes you say that? Whether Pei Yuhan is facing Li Yu or Jiang Yoshi, she just grasps one point. If it wasn't for your appearance, Li Yu would have stayed with me, married me, and called me his wife. She thought that with this statement, neither Li Yu nor Kang Yeo-hee could do anything with her. At least Li Yu really didn't know what to do with this love affair that never happened at all. Just a budding fling. Kang Yeo-hee is calm, hearing these words that can indeed be true, without any exasperation, rationally analyzing her. Why you and Li Yu are not suitable. Pei Yuhan furrowed her brows and listened attentively. To put it bluntly, you don't have enough class. As far as I can tell, you're a modestly well-off family and, frankly, fragile and not resilient to risk. There is no ordinary girl who is with, or married to, Li Elm who can bear the complexities of Li Elm's family situation as his partner. Jiang Yoshi said word for word, poking at the truth. Li Yu and I are the perfect match. I am from a privileged family. I have all the abilities that Li Yu needs to escape her family of origin, to rebel against her family of origin, and even to destroy and save her family of origin. Monetarily, status-wise, and personally, I have an excellent resistance to risk in my marriage to Li Elm. At the sound, Pei Yuhan frowned tightly as pain surfaced on her face, tears actually welling up in her eyes. Little girl, you can fall in love without thinking about that, but getting married, it's not child's play. Kang Yeo-hee rested her cheeks, earnestly taking in the complexity of her tangled hesitation and hesitation in her eyes. Can you really be sure that Li Yu will be with you if I don't show up? Definitely marry you? Can you help him with the difficulties he will meet? Marriage is a matter of two people, relying solely on one party to spoil the other. The other party only enjoys pampering. The scales of marriage will be tilted, but how long it will take. The two husband and wife will be emotionally collapsed because of all kinds of piles of small things, small details. What about when the time comes? Do you choose to have a fight with Li Yu and wait for him to coax you? Or do the two of you go cold turkey and make it to divorce? There's no denying that Kang Yeo-hee is telling the truth. But, I can't understand what you're saying. Anyway, I won't give up Li Yu. Pei Yuhan fell into tears of aggravation, turned her face away, and secretly wiped it away. Actually, she knows everything. Just not willingly. It's just not willing. Can't I face difficulties with him? Why do you always tend to think of things happening in a bad direction in my destiny with Li Yu? Pei Yuhan asked out hesitantly. It's just a matter of thinking in the direction of the truth. Kang Yeo-hee elegantly took a sip of red wine. Even if you were to face the competition from your stepmother's stepbrother for the family fortune with Li Yu, you wouldn't be able to help him in the least. Pei Yuhan, you are more suitable to be with a man who has a happy family, is optimistic and cheerful, tolerates all your little tantrums, has a small family, and has no debt problems. It's not that I'm suitable for whatever kind of man you say I'm suitable for. Pei Yuhan's small hands tightened into fists, and this time, she could finally feel the pain of sharp nails drilling into her palms. Pei Yuhan muttered, I only like Liu's. Kan Yoshi carelessly took out the crab meat with her knife and fork and savored the delicious taste. After eating, she wiped the corners of her mouth with a warm handkerchief, letting out a low laugh. So, are you going to be a mistress? You'll allow it? Pei Yuhan looked at her with shock and an incredulous tone. The first thought in his heart was actually Kan Yohi allowing it, not whether he wanted to or not. Fearfully, Pei Yuhan really had thought about staying by Liu's side in this way. Jiang Yoshi's gaze went cold down. Her red lips pursed into a straight line, and she coldly said, it's allowed, as long as Liu has me in his heart. But Pei Yuhan knew that Liu wouldn't allow it. His heart was no longer in himself. His own parents would not have allowed it. A family of books. How can there be a daughter who is a man's mistress? The torn Pei Yuhan did not want to disappoint her parents. A teenager's heartbeat may only come once, but many people can't love just one person for the rest of their lives. For a quiet half hour, Pei Yuhan got up and wiped the tears that symbolized vulnerability that crossed her face. She said, Kan Yoshi, you won. She killed it in Li Elm's youth, didn't she? The only one who had been deeply involved was himself, and Liu had pulled out a long time ago. Kan Yohi looks up at her, cold and bland. Don't you want to eat before you leave? The food here is good. You probably won't have many chances in your life to be here and savor the dishes. Kill and kill. Pei Yuhan's small hands gripped her bag tightly. No need. I'm not used to eating rich people's meals. As she trotted out of the hotel, she once again brushed shoulders with Liu, and Pei Yuhan didn't realize it in the slightest. Liu, who no longer had her in his eyes, didn't notice either. Probably, they will be like that for the rest of their lives. A fate without luck is not a positive fate. Liu opened the door panting and froze a little when he saw only Kan Yohi bashfully savoring the food. You're here? Kan Yohi actually had some trepidation in her heart when the door to the private room was pushed open again, but raised her eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Liu. There was no denying that Pei Yuhan, as her love rival, was a very high-end character. At least, before she had met Liu, they had developed fond feelings for each other. Feelings can be especially strong during youth. It is a normal, if not inevitable, emotional fact that men have soft hearts as well as constant thoughts about their first love or a woman who was similar to their first love. If the one who pushed open the door was Pei Yuhan, if she was determined to be with Liu, then there was nothing Jiang Yoshi could do even if she was rich and powerful. She couldn't lay her hands on the man Liu had once loved. Love the house, I guess, but mental cleanliness. Kan Yohi won't share her husband with another woman either. The receptionist said that you left with a woman. It was her, wasn't it? Liu asked hesitantly as he sat on the sidelines. He thought he was seeing the worst of it, but he didn't expect the booth to be so quiet, even with the other protagonist nowhere to be seen. Although, he can't quite figure out what Kan Yohi looks like in a fight. Kan Yohi nodded, her words idle. She said that she doesn't want to be your mistress. Liu's hand with a knife and fork to take out the crab meat was a movement. Slightly stiffly put the crab meat in his wife's bowl. Is this the kind of topic they're discussing? Jiang Yoshi told himself in such a flat tone. Is there? Did Pei Yuhan will be with their own thoughts? And what about her? Jiang Yoshi, care about yourself? The more Liu thought about it, the more chilled he felt. Isn't the wife jealous? His look became wilted up. See, his wife has red wine on hand. Liu had to give up the idea of drinking, pouring a cup and a cup of tea to drink up. Sullen, a little bit of interest cannot raise the depressed look. Kan Yohi saw that she just pretended to be indifferent and hung him out for 10 minutes. And Liu was this lost in thought. Why are you so upset that she doesn't want to be your lover? Liu immediately said sharply. I'm not unhappy, not because of her. It's because of you, I think. Liu laughed. My wife doesn't care about me anymore. He covered the left side of his chest. Heart here. It's so hard. I can only say that men should also protect themselves when they go out. Kan Yohi took the initiative to support Liu's hand that wanted to drink another cup of tea. She said, there's no next time. Liu looked surprised and knew that his wife had forgiven him, even though this time it was a complete misunderstanding. The wifey still has the right to lose her temper. Wife. Liu backhanded Jiang Yoshi's hand, slowly threading his fingers through it and interlocking his fingers with hers. You're so nice. Kan Yohi raised her eyebrows. Cherish it. I've always cherished it. Liu broke into his wife's dense, loving eyes and nodded with certainty. Kan Yohi's face finally took on the arc of a smile at Liu, then continue peeling the crabs. She had just peeled the crab meat in a pretense of calmness, and even though the crab had already been handled and trimmed by the hotel's backroom, Kan Yohi's fingernails were still a little sore. Okay, I'll peel as much as my wife wants. For serving his wife, Liu was happy to do so. Outside the box, it was not easy to pay out the bonus when Shanglua came to the big restaurant, ready to eat a seafood meal and treat himself. In his spot in the lobby, waiting for his meal, he caught an unannounced glimpse of a familiar figure. Just as he wanted to greet him, he realized that there was another silhouette beside Liu. The back alone is beautiful. This is probably the girlfriend that Liu's mouth and heart have been pining for. Merchant Law nodded. The more he looked, the more doubts appeared in his eyes. How come his girlfriend's back was so familiar? Sir, you ordered the seafood meal. Shanlu's attention quickly shifted again as the waiter brought a lobster larger than his face to him. The happiest thing for a laborer is to have enough food and sleep. He enjoyed his feast beautifully. Fresh. The fact that Shanglua had just met Liu and his girlfriend was thrown out of the window in a moment by the temptation of food. Driving back home to Liu, it's as if the instinct for natural intimacy with his wife has been lost. Even though Kang Yu he made it clear that she had forgiven him for his carelessness this time and almost getting backstabbed, but for Liu to take the initiative to hold his wife's small hand, wrap his arms around her thin waist, and say something sweet in her easily reddened and hot ear as usual, Liu felt awkward. If the wife initiated it, that should be different, Liu thought, nodding thoughtfully. Kang Yu he washed up and lay on one side of the bed reading a book. After a short while, Liu finished washing up as well, scrubbing his head and using the hairdryer on the side. The afterglow is all dressed in silk-fitted pajamas wife. Beautiful body curves, front and back, perfect to the extreme. A pair of long legs and white and straight. Liu after drying his hair with a hairdryer. Quiet atmosphere of the room. The two still had little to say. He was hasty, hesitant to get under the thin quilt. In that moment, Kang Yu he put down the book she was turning pages in her hands, turned off the light, and laid down on her side. Liu could feel her moving, and between his noses was the faint yet tantalizing scent of his wife's body. He tried to calmly close his eyes and fall asleep. The heartbeat is so obvious, not just where it is at the left side of the chest, it seems to be at the wrist and in the ear. Liu felt the strong throbbing sound of the muttering. He was not much sleepy, but now he was completely awake instead. He tried to breathe steadily and let himself fall asleep. Midnight. Liu opens his eyes at 1 a.m. And rolls over gently, his mind anxious and not at all sleepy. He touched his cell phone to check the time and forced his eyes shut again. With his mind still clear, Liu woke up again, and the time on his cell phone was 2:43 a.m. Liu opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling, kind of wanting to give up on sleep. Anxious nerves jangled, and he could clearly feel his sleepiness, but closing his eyes was just unbelievably lucid. That's a late night? Liu was just forced to stay up all night? What a rip! Chapter 56, his coffee. Can't sleep? Kang Yu-hee with a confused sleepiness. Liu turned around and faced his wife, apologizing in a low voice. Sorry, did I wake you up? Not so much as to wake me up like that. Kang Yu-hee was not in her right mind, sleepy, and instinctively burrowed into Liu's arms. Not feeling sleepy, are you? Liu froze, and in his heart, he had a secret joy. His wife actually let him close. Aha! He embraced his wife full of joy and looked down, secretly smelling the scent of her hair. So, need any help getting you trapped? Kang Yu-hee opened a pair of beautiful eyes that grew brighter and brighter. It was as if she was awake and as if she wasn't. There was still a little bit of a small conflict between them, and by all accounts, the sober Kang Yu-hee must not have been so forthcoming with him. The knot in Liu's throat rolled up and down slightly. May I? We are husband and wife. Sure. Long sweet night. My wife's little mouth is breathing and I feel it. Don't talk. Liu at her ear. Gently falling kiss. But can't help it. What to do? Honey, I want to talk to you about lots and lots of love. Ming can't say enough love words in this life. How can you not let your husband say it? Why does he still keep chanting? Did Liu himself not realize that his silent look in front of others was so childish and flirty in front of himself? Kang Yu-hee was shy and bashful. Her large watery eyes half squinted in an extremely charming manner as she compromised. Then, keep your voice down. Well, Liu couldn't help but clasp the back of his wife's head, bringing the two even closer. Coming closer, kissing his wife's fragrant little mouth. Honey, how can you be so cute? It's just so cute. Kang Yu-hee takes the initiative for a moment and is rewarded with an introvert for the rest of the night. And more than that, too, there's the morning introvert. Sunlight poured out of the window. Due to the ice-breaking vibe between the two last night, neither of them took into account that the curtains were left open, resulting in the morning sunlight just shining completely unobstructed covering them. Kang Yu-hee's deep sleep was hardened by the sun. Well, stung, she turned her head and buried herself in Liu's arms. Liu instinctively hugged her with both hands along with the quilts. After a few more minutes of relying, Liu got up. He tucked his wife in, his own pillow acting as his own tucked into her arms, and took a single stride up to close the curtains, leaving another small gap to let in the sunlight and not make the room so dark. That way, when Kang Yu-hee wakes up, she won't feel alone. Liu washed himself and went to fix breakfast. There will be servants in the house. But, it can't be ruled out that, when Liu sometimes messes up hard with Kang Yoshi, he will do some small details that Kang Yoshi likes and coax her. After another half hour, Kang Yo-hee, who was slightly sunk into the soft bed, woke up and stretched lazily before realizing that she was the only one in the room. Rubbing her aching waistline, Kang Yo-hee's lazy appearance walked to the washroom, brushed her teeth and washed her face, with a layer of sleepiness still in her eyes, before she saw the skin that her loose pajamas didn't cover, with traces of the marks that Lee Yul had left on it. Kang Yo-hee furrowed her delicate brows and muttered in a small voice, "Strength, how can you make it so big? Bugger, honey, you're awake?" Lee Yu's voice full of essence, leaning over as to kiss a mouthful of Kang Yo-hee's washed white and clean little face, fragrant and soft. What nastiness! Fortunately, she didn't come over to kiss Kang Yo-hee while she was putting on her makeup, otherwise Lee Yu would have been even more annoying. "You're annoying." Kang Yo-hee gave a small glare to Lee Yul and got out from under his hand in the washroom. In Lee Yu's eyes, his wife's little look was just like pampering. Lee Yu scratched his hair not knowing why. How was he hated by his wife? But the wife smells so good. Love. When eating breakfast, Lee Yu leaned very close to Jang Yoshi, as if he had to be zero distance from Jang Yoshi for that bun to be sweet. Jang Yoshi was red warm for a second. Her small hand tried to push Lee Yu, and realized that this person was actually very strong, and she couldn't push it. She had to open her mouth and remind, "Don't sit so close, it's hot." Lee Yu leaned his jaw against the woman's thin shoulder and said accusingly, "It was closer last night." The heat on Kang Yo-hee's face rose another layer. "Can you be a little more decent and let me eat breakfast in peace? Why do you say something that makes people shy? Doesn't Lee Yu know that people need a little bit of cheek in public?" In Kang Yo-hee's perception, all places outside the room are non-private grounds. Lee Yu just echoed his wife. Good. But really the mind is still stuck on his wife's initiative last night. It's beautiful. It's finally back to two people commuting to work together. Lee Yu was humming a little tune on his lips as he drove to the office. While waiting for the stoplight, Lee Yu suddenly reacted to whether his joy was too noisy. The wife is holding back on herself. And she's actually this quiet? Lee Yu glanced at his wife sitting in the driver's seat and realized that her eyes were slightly closed. She's tired. Lee Yu pursed his lips and drove smoothly after the green light, not continuing to hum a little tune. "Why don't you sing?" Kang Yo-hee asked softly with a sleepy voice after waiting for a few moments, her pretty brows furrowed. "Noisy." Kang Yo-hee opens her watery eyes, rippling in general. She said dependently, "I want to hear your voice." That instantly made Lee Yu shy away from the whole thing. "I'll think about which tune is softer then, haha." Well, Lee Yu's dead brain easily remembered that when he was small, his old mom would often hum a nursery rhyme, so he gently hummed it as well. Kang Yo-hee's big eyes slowly closed again. When the company arrived, Lee Yu reminded his wife a little before stepping 5 minutes to remind her that it was time to wake up. Next time, no fooling around. Before Kang Yo-hee got off the bus, under Lee Yu's expectant eyes, her small hand pinched his earlobe, and thought she was being fierce as she ordered. In fact, in Lee Yu's eyes, his wife is no doubt the same as Spoilsport. He just smiled and didn't answer. Time was running out, so Kang Yo-hee didn't dwell on why the guy didn't reply to himself with Lee Yul, instead choosing to giggle one way or the other. Lee Yu, who was still stepping on the spot, bumped into Shang Li, who was still stepping on the spot. "It's been so long since the transition, but you still haven't changed the problem of stepping on the clock." "Ha?" Shang Li was still clocked in before striking up a conversation with Lee Yu. Very strict. Anything he does after clocking in that is not work-related is part of the real compensation earned from paid groping, not labor. Lee Yu used to nod his head politely, but today he just looked at Shang Li quietly. It was obvious that Shang Li saw in his eyes that he was in the same pissy state. "Say, you stayed up all night playing games too, and you're a haloed blue mess under your eyelids." Shang Li pointed at his eyelids. This gave Lee Yu a happy hearing. "Do you want to look at your own eyes before you speak?" Shang Li thought for a moment, then shook his head decisively. "I'm not looking." Of course he knew what he looked like, staying up until 2 in the morning and having to get up at 7 in the morning. Eyes are comparable to a panda. "Aren't you sleepy after such a short nap?" The two walked into the employee elevator and Lee Yu sincerely asked. Although it was said that Lee Yu had made so much noise after his insomnia last night, it was an exception, and he wasn't like this every night. Many times, he was honestly sleeping simply with his wife in his arms. Shang Li is different. Lee Yu stayed here to do a few months. Shang Li basically every day this look. Listen to the personnel said he is in his early 30s. This brown look. Lee Yu for his real age to question. Like 30 tail. Not sleepy. I'm used to it. Shang Li sought to find out when he had changed from. After high school, the time was all my own, and I chased anime and read novels and played games around the clock. Lee Yu to his place. Shang Li hadn't finished his sentence yet, so he leaned against his table and continued. After college, I also joined a bit of a school club that required me to get up early, and I just didn't have enough time for myself personally. Every morning of my early morning training, I could see the janitorial workers sweeping the school paths and the breakfast places that were already open at 6 o'clock. I then wondered why I couldn't wake up a little earlier so that I had more personal time. Liu turned on the computer. So how late did you go to bed then and what time did you get up? The school rules are that you have to go dark at 23 o'clock p.m. So I went to bed at that time and got up at 5:30 a.m. The time when the clubs didn't have to train was even better. I was doing what I wanted to do straight from 5:30. Now what? Shanglua yawned. Not anymore. After being out in society, I feel lazy as a whole. Liu's time in college is actually pretty much the same routine as Shanglu's, except that he doesn't participate in clubs and wakes up early and goes to bed late to work part-time. So you give me some more tea or I'm going to die suddenly. Liu was generous, pulling open the drawer and letting Shanglua help himself. This tea of yours? The taste is really unusual. What kind of tea? Shanglua broke a little into his thermos. He pondered that he was in a position to buy a cake for himself, and that it would be easy to eat someone else's mouth if he kept eating them. Liu stared at the computer. Already busy? I don't know. The family took it. He really didn't know that since his dad's divorce, he had people send goodies to the villa area from time to time, and this tea was more than enough. Kan Yeo he doesn't like tea again, so Liu naturally acts as the one who eliminates the tea leaves. Okay, do a good job. I think highly of you. Shanblue walked towards the pantry in a beautiful manner. Wife slightly give Liu a little sweet to eat. Liu work mood will become particularly happy again. Faced with a slightly heavy workload, the employees in the same group were all frowning with a very serious look on their faces as they approached the computer screen. Only Liu bared his big white teeth, in a very happy mood. Returning from the pantry, the passing Shanglua stared at him for a while, and finally concluded, when it comes to this matter of falling in love, whether it's a man or a woman, it's easy to be schizophrenic. So scary. Looks like he needs to put this online dating thing on hold. In the president's office, Kan Yeo he was sleepy, holding her cheek with one hand and yawning several times in a row, her other hand occasionally clicking on the mouse and scratching at the keyboard, then taking the pen again and flipping through the documents. The secretary who came to deliver the information, with a sharp eye, noticed that the president seemed to be more tired than ever today. President, the information you requested. Kan Yeo his strength to speak felt gone and nodded lightly. Secretary Su Jing turned around and walked out of the president's office, her eyes darting around for a moment as she walked to the pantry, intending to make the president a cup of coffee to relieve his sleepiness. One after another, there were other employees who came to get hot water, tea and coffee. Secretary Seo has been tinkering in the pantry for an hour now. I wonder if she's understood the development of the coffee machine yet. What the hell? Don't make fun of people. She's a high school graduate. Her work ability is unrivaled. That still can't grind coffee. And I've watched her waste as many beans as she can with her big hands. It doesn't cost you any money. Save the company's wool. Or stare at their own deductions after the 5 insurance and 1 gold their own salary has no other people's 0. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You talk poison. Liu straightened his back as he knocked down the last symbol and got up with his glass of water. As my coworker said, Su Jing was still tinkering with the coffee maker in the pantry. She was amused at herself that it had taken her so long to get a cup of coffee that the president could drink. I guess the president isn't even sleepy now. Secretary Su likes coffee? Liu stepped aside and turned on the hot water button. Su Jing nodded. But I'm not the one drinking today. I feel the president is sleepy. She wasn't skilled enough to operate the coffee machine, waiting for the coffee, adding the sugar, and was smart enough to get it done and take a sip for herself. Hard to eat. Su Jing's face was all ugly. If she gives this to the president, she won't last long. She deflated. The company's coffee machine doesn't work well. Su Jing came to a conclusion, then nodded. Forget it then. She's not playing. Liu's hot water was connected, but he hadn't left the pantry yet. Seeing Su Jing's distress look, he said, I'll do it. It just so happens that I'm quite good at coffee. Really? Su Jing smiled easily. Then the president's sleepiness is saved. Liu skillfully poured the right amount of coffee beans into the French press pot, added the hot water he had just boiled, and waited for the time. Knock on the door. Enter. Su Jing had just tried it in the pantry, and the coffee ground by the male colleague was really good, before she dared to bring it over to let the president relieve his sleepiness. President, coffee. Aha. It just so happens that Kan Yoi's sleepiness hasn't subsided yet. She picks it up, takes a small sip. It's the right temperature. It still has a familiar flavor, and asks with some surprise, you didn't grind it? In Kan Yoi's memory, Secretary Seo's workability is not to be mentioned, but this coffee grinding is a bit strong. Su Jing laughed. The president is so smart. Not me. She recalled that the young handsome man also looked a bit familiar. It's a junior in the R&D department surnamed Lee. He said he's quite good at coffee, so I was looking for a way to show him a good time. Kan Yeo he was in a good mood when she heard it. I'll go out first. Then, aha. Kan Yu he put down the work at hand, intending to spend 10 minutes slowly enjoying the coffee that Liu had ground for her. Chapter 57, Free up your troubles for flowers. Pantry. It smells so good. Did someone just grind coffee? Secretary Seo. Who else could it be? Shanlua spat. How is it possible that she can grind it so well? Ever since she joined the company, who doesn't know that she specializes in wasting coffee beans? Ha ha ha. The laughter suddenly came to a screeching halt. In the air, it's a little quiet. Su Jing, who was passing by, stepping on high heels and wearing a sharp and competent professional outfit, just stared at him slyly. Shanglua gathered the smile on his face and hurriedly hit the hot water before heading towards his office. Spitting, in person, is a very awkward thing to do. Drinking so much water and not seeing Superintendent Shan go to the restroom? Shanglua laughed awkwardly. How come Secretary Su is still on the way with himself? Looks like a very good kidney. Shanglua was stunned, looking at Secretary Su's back. She's got her own accent? Noon time. When Liu saw the right moment and just wanted to take a step towards the president's office, he was directly walked out of the office area with Shang Lu's arm around his shoulder. Liu, who wanted to give his wife a surprise, had to put his plans on hold. There is something to ask you. That was all Shang Lu said, and the state of affairs looked pretty urgent and critical. Liu then accompanied him on a hot day, sitting in front of a noodle store, eating fried snail noodles with spicy oil hanging on the noodles. This flavor is so heavy. Are you sure we can stay in the office safely at the end of the lunch break? Liu lowered his head and took a big bite. Absolutely, full of spicy flavor. Shanglua shrugged his shoulders and returned indifferently. I'm going to talk business later. I'm not going back to the office. Prepare for the next bite of Liu. You think you're setting him up? Well, it's not too good to go into business smelling like snail powder. This thing oneself eat fragrant. Other people just smell. It is a little sour. Liu is now eating is quite cool. Also can think of an afternoon half to top full of sour bamboo shoots smell in the workplace to stay. It is estimated to be very difficult. Shanglua is also a chopstick a big mouth. Sour bamboo shoots and bean sprouts and hanging spicy oil powder. Plus hollow cabbage. Eat down. Fresh and spicy. Is not a cool word can be said. Shanlu searched all over the table for a tissue. The spicy oil was choking him. It was so hot. His eyes were so smoky that he couldn't even see. Liu went to the next table and drew a few and handed them to him. Shanlu struggled to speak as he took a tissue to cover his sore nose. I'm talking business later with a local businessman who likes to eat this stuff and pitch in. Oh, Liu continued with a big mouthful. He was smarter than Shanglua and kept his mouth shut while eating the powder so he wouldn't choke on it. Oh yeah, what question did you have for me just now? Liu looked at him. The always generous Shan Lu suddenly squirmed a bit as he lowered his head and sullenly ate his powder. Liu looked at him getting weirder and weirder. What's the matter? What kind of phallic scheme are you thinking of again? What am I that kind of person? I'm very simple. Shan Lu thought of something. The corners of his mouth suddenly unconsciously hung with a vague smile. In fact, I would like to ask, if a beautiful woman says that you have good kidneys, what does that mean? It means you have good kidneys. Liu finished eating in 3 tries. His stomach felt all on fire as he ordered 2 cold drinks, one of which he said back as he handed it to Shan Lu. Commercial law. What? Liu, you have such a low IQ? But it was Liu who captured the point. 2. Stop. Why did Shanglua feel that the topic was getting more and more skewed? He sipped a cold drink in depression. The main thing he's struggling with is, I'm cybersexed. Your online dating partner said you have good kidneys? Liu's words were normal. It's not quite good. It's quite good for everyone. A man's kidney is good. It's a great joy. What's bothering Shanglua? No, Shanglu shook her head. Not from an online date. Oh, Liu understood. Meaning you're looking at 2 women? Shanglua shook his head even more hastily. No, nothing like that at all. So what the hell are you struggling with? Shanglua sighed. Internet dating is risky. We still don't know if the other party is a man or a woman or a human or a dog. Who doesn't want to find a girlfriend in reality? Just him, an engineering guy, chatting with his male friends about land and everything. But when it comes to women, Shanglio is like a sociopath. So thin-skinned that he can barely say a few words to a girl before he gets mixed up in online dating at the age of 28. Today, suddenly by Secretary Su. The company's famous big beautiful woman said so, although he spat on Secretary Su first, but she actually do not show the need for his own apology, but instead in his own drink of water do not need to go to the toilet. This matter said that kind of words, kind of let Shanglu shy. Then you look for it. Liu's puzzled tone pressed on, not understanding where the point he was struggling with was. Shanglu's shocked tone, girlfriend, turned into a wife. Lifelong matters. How can you say you can find it just to find? It would be nice if it was that simple. Who doesn't want a wife and kids? Isn't there a woman who said you have good kidneys, so you try to pursue it? It is estimated that in a year's time, you will be able to realize the beautiful dream of a wife and children. What about rejection? Liu moved his mouth. Speechless. Shang, You haven't even started your quest, and you're doing everything you can to think of failure? How else is this going to work? Shanglua's alarm went off. He almost forgot something important. I have to leave for business. Talk to you next time. He left in a hurry. I've already bought the single Thank you little brother for accompanying me to chat so noon. Liu is left alone with the dumbfounded look of a melon eater who was halfway through eating his melon. This noodle store is not far from the office, and just across the road. As Liu walked back to the offices, he sniffed himself. Also noticed that someone frowned as he stepped into the elevator. It still seems to have quite a bit of flavor. He thought about it, or decided to go to his wife's lounge that wash, or else all afternoon smell this smell. To him whole and hungry, to be other colleagues smoked. How to do? He takes a lunch break and sleepily feels Li Yul walk into the lounge, finds a piece of clothing and heads straight to the bathroom. Then not a moment later, he was embraced by Li Yu's entirety again. After he got close to his wife, he kept asking, Young Hee, do you smell anything strange on me? No, it's very fragrant. Yoshi was so sleepy that her eyes were already on the verge of not being able to open to the extent that she still had to favor Li Yu, and really sniffed at his neck. Li Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the time on his cell phone, there are still 10 minutes to the afternoon work point. He thought of accompanying his wife to sleep a little. After closing his eyes, Li Yu realized that he was actually very sleepy and fell asleep in seconds. At 9 minutes, he woke up early before her lunch break ended. Li Yu had not yet woken up, sleeping soundly and deeply. The movement of getting up himself did not affect his slumber in the slightest. He looked at him quietly for half a minute. This guy had been engorged all morning and finally felt sleepy in the afternoon? She didn't wake him up, and even knowingly turned off the alarm on his cell phone. He briefly washed up and walked out of the rest area. First looking at the R&D department's project progress and realizing that, although the project was busy but the deadline was still a long way off, it wasn't a matter of urgency for Li Yu to take a break for an afternoon. She turned her head to continue busying herself with her work schedule. Another hour passed. Honey, why don't you call me? Li Yu opened his eyes to see. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky collapsed. And then look at his cell phone. The alarm clock is estimated to have rung. Are shown off the state. He walked out of the occasion, casually muttered. Seeing the shadow of someone else in the president's office, Li Yu's steps that he had taken were retracted. The collaborator looked over at the voice. Questioning voice, this? Yohi read the terms of the contract carefully and simply said, My husband. Oh, it looks like Mr. Kong has a very loving husband and wife life. To be stuck together for a short lunch break is enough to show true love. Yohi smiled. Aha, why doesn't he come out? Getting to know the husband of a beautiful president is also a way to expand your network. Mr. Ginger simply said, he's shy. So, Li Yu waited for another half an hour, gently twisting the lock of the door open, and after noticing that there was not the slightest sound of anyone else in the office, he walked out of the restroom. He walked over to his wife's side and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Even if you didn't call me, I can't believe you didn't send me a message ahead of time that you'd have a collaborator in your office this afternoon. Yohi laughed softly. You almost gave it away, Li Yul. Yeah, he almost got exposed. How can a wife still smile so much? Li Yu's hand went down, gently pinching his wife's soft and thin waist. What bad thoughts are you playing with? Smiling so happily? I can't wait for the whole world to know that you, Li Yu, are my husband. She doesn't stop Li Yu from being naturally intimate with her, and even turns her chair to wrap her arms around Li Yu's neck. Li Yu's breathing became heavy and he moved closer, kissing her small mouth. Young he turned out to love me so much? Yohi's pink and warm fingertips poke Li Yu's hard chest. Don't you know? He knew it, and his feelings were more internalized. Without a word, Li Yu rubbed against the soft hollows of his wife's shoulders, tenderly pressing her into his arms with a secret, smothered smile. Let go. Do you still want to work? Although he said this on her lips. In fact, her small hands were still tightly gripping Li Yu's clothes. This little waste of my wife's, surplus to requirements? I really can't let go of it. The two fooled around for a while. Li Yu walked out of the president's office as if nothing had happened, returned to his seat with a serious face, and then realized that there was still a little more than an hour before he could get off work. Looks like he's going to have to work really hard for this hour. Unbeknownst to him, in one of the offices, there was a pair of eyes with a measuring gaze, secretly observing Li Yu. In fact, the partner just now was the very same client that Business Law had docked with on behalf of the R&D department in the afternoon. When Business Law was talking to him about cooperation, he felt that the other party's tea was very right. This tea, the flavor is really good. Shanglua still felt so familiar as he tasted it. The partner smiled. Does Director Shang also like to drink Da Hong Pao? Big red robe? Shanglua pondered in his head, if Li Yu would actually buy such an expensive tea. then how good his family's condition must be, or how much money he must have in his hands to have a drawer full of top-grade tea leaves. Is it hard to be another rich kid trying to make it? Merchant Law simply said, drinks at the office. The partner was surprised. John's benefits are still quite good when it comes to afternoon tea for employees. Yeah. So when Shang Lu was taking the client to the company to discuss the contract with the president, as soon as Li Yu's voice came out of the lounge, Shang Lu instantly acted as if he had seen through everything. He was even more worried about Li Yu's exposure than Li Yu was. At that time, Shang Luo's mind had nothing but a head full of what Song Wenjing said was actually true. Li Yu and the president are really a pair? It was a wonder he was so naturally clumsy about the emotional side of things that he couldn't actually see it. Emotional clumsiness is something that Shang Liu only noticed in college, when he was preparing for an exam in a probability class, and the teacher said that the questions on the paper were all after-school assignments that he had once written. A female student asked in the class chat group who had the answers to these questions, and Shang Lu kindly sent her the answers privately. This went on and the two got to talking. When it came time to review for the end of the semester later on, the female classmate asked him insistently which classroom he was reviewing in, and she replied that she was also in the campus where Shang Liu was located. At that time, Shang Luo had just finished his review and was about to go back to the dormitory to play games. This being liked boomerang ticket was only reacted to by Shang Lu after the female student later got together with his housemate. Shang Luo didn't feel much, he just felt sluggish. The end of the shift came and went in no time. Li Yu turned around as to find Kong Yeo He. Unbeknownst to him, his colleague Shang took it all in stride. Wow. Shang Lu covered his mouth just in time. Guess what he saw? Knowing some secrets that he shouldn't know. How should he face Li Yu in the future? After returning home, Shang Luo threw himself into the arms of the game and instantly forgot about all that happened in the workplace. Oh brother, score. Especially when he heard the sweet voice of the girl in the headset. Shang Lu's soul flew out of his body, and he immediately responded, fine, right away ha. Li Yu was living just a little bit happier than Shang Lu was actually. Misunderstandings are cleared up for them. Li Yu's early reckoning to free up the annoyance for his wife. The backseat of the car was all flowers and romance that he had arranged for the florist's boy and the errand boy to prepare in the morning. I was supposed to bring my wife over at noon to enjoy the happiness and joy, but was slightly delayed that much by Merchant Law and the subsequent extra long lunch break he took for himself. Kang Yohee looked at the Kayan and touched her fingertips to the body. Is the car fixed? Li Yu nodded, pondering how to get his wife to open the trunk, and reacted when he heard her say, you know? Aha. Kang Yohee was gripping the passenger side when she was advanced by Li Yu's grip on her wrist. She looked at Li Yu in confusion. What's wrong? You? Li Yu blushed a little. Want to do me a favor? What came before doesn't matter. Letting your wife enjoy the romance is the most important thing now. Kang Yohee looks at him strangely shy and crosses to look around again. Their car stays in the corner of the parking lot, mainly to make it easier for Li Yu to hide his identity from the rest of the company. Here, it is quite hidden. But Li Yu, playing so exciting? Kang Yohee pinched Li Yu's palm. Then, her other small hand stroked Li Yu's waist and slowly drew out the corners of his coat. Chapter 58. Li Yu's heart tightened as he took his wife's other hand again, and he turned red. I didn't mean that. I wanted you to open the trunk for me. How come your wife dares to do everything? Aren't you afraid of being seen? What's the point of opening the trunk? Kang Yohee turned around, walked to the back of the car, and opened it. The rich and powerful Kang Yohee doesn't need to worry about what Li Yu thinks. There are many ways for her to get people to shut their mouths. Bland vision in touch with the slowly opening trunk. A moment of flowers colorful appeared in her eyes. Jiang Yoshi was stunned for a moment, and the emotion of surprise gradually colored a pair of beautiful eyes. She softly uttered, husband, early looking to let you come over. More advance happy, is being delayed by some things? When Li Yu said, he scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Obviously and Jiang Yoshi are an old married couple, but he is still like a young man in love. Will be shy to give a little surprise to the object, but also a little worried that if his wife thinks he is too childish. I'm having fun now, too. The little things that slightly hindered Li Yu, Kang Yoshi also knew about them. The flowers are very beautiful, and at night, Jiang Yoshi walked to the front of Li Yu, grabbed him at the hem of his coat, stood on tiptoe beside his ear and then whispered, let's bring it to soak in a flower bath. Li Yu just listening to it is very beautiful, not to mention that his mind accompanied by his wife's words, has been very associative. He was so excited that he blushed, smothered and pretended to be a gentleman. At the time when Kang Yohee was about to send a fragrant kiss to Li Yu, and Li Yu also slightly closed his eyes. His hands had already wrapped around his wife's waist. How romantic. A slightly abrupt voice that. Jiang Yoshi's movements lurched and she turned around, surprised to see the visitor. Ran? His wife's long hair fluttered slightly as she turned and touched Li Yu's lips. The fragrant kiss he had just received came up empty, and Li Yu caressed his wife's long hair a little nostalgically. letting it slip through his hands again. Stone Ren's appearance. Looking at the trunk full of flowers, I couldn't help but comment, "That's really good." She looked over at Liu. "What a young man. Very good at what he does." Liu smiled sarcastically. He always seemed rusty when facing the opposite sex other than Kang Yeohee and didn't know how to get along. Kang Yeohee looked at her in surprise. "You graduated? Or is the refresher course over? It's kind of funny that you would actually read about going back to your country." Shiran shrugged. "Would you believe me if I said I came here to escape? Hee-ha baby." Kang Yeohee looked puzzled, and after exchanging a glance with Li Yul beside her, somehow, Liu always felt a little bit bad. This disfavor becomes more and more apparent as Liu sits in the driver's seat and drives. Kang Yeohee accompanies Shiran in the back seat, and Shiran's luggage is on the passenger side, together with Liu and Kang Yeohee as they head home. Liu could have been with his wife. All kinds of sweetness in the evening. He's all booked up for a candlelight dinner. Warm yellow-toned candles, shrouded in a light halo, red wine gently shaken in a goblet, a romantic sense of atmosphere. Light-colored tablecloths discharged 7-minute cooked steak, creamy shrimp spaghetti, fruit salad, orange-scented grilled wings. But, because of the presence of Shiran, the wattage is particularly bright a light bulb. It led to the current scenario. Liu turned on the lights in the house. Bright crystal light. "I happen to be hungry." Shiran's pitiful demeanor took Jiang Yoshi's hand, looked at the large meal in front of her, and politely inquired in a voice, "Can I eat?" Kang Yeohee laughed softly. "Of course." Shiran's portion is still eaten by Kang Yeohee, not wanting to let his wife go hungry. Liu made her sit in her place as he walked out to the balcony to talk to the restaurant's chef on the phone, ordering for another identical meal to be sent over. "Mr. Li, is it not enough food?" As a big restaurant, they must be very clear about the needs of their customers. As a rule, with a candlelight dinner, the dinner is not the point. The point is the main event after the dinner. Rich people also don't get too hung up on the amount of food they eat. Exquisite presentation is what they're after. Standing on the balcony, Liu, listening to the laughter in the living room, was slightly depressed. No, it was temporarily changed to a family dinner. Okay. The head chef immediately prepared and quickly sent the meal to the villa area. The final scene is this: 3 people eating dinner. Liu depressedly nibbled on the steak, cutting it without even wanting to cut it. The flower bath with his wife in the evening that his brain wanted to think about must also be gone. Sigh quietly. Always feel so sorry. I graduated. Not further study. The job has been found. In the city's 3 hospitals. You are welcome to find me at any time. Shiran's words were a beat. She was a psychiatrist, and she was approached by patients whose psyches were already different from normal, and her own invitation seemed presumptuous. Shiran laughed a couple times and changed his tone just in time. "Looking for me for dinner?" Kang Yeohee nodded. "Okay, copy that." Liu was listless, but seeing Kang Yoshi's somewhat playful demeanor, he couldn't help but see the corners of his mouth hooked in a vague smile. He seemed to be able to visualize Kang Yeohee in her youth. She should be a very lively beauty. Shiran finished the steak, nibbled on the chicken wings, and forked up another round of spaghetti, looking genuinely hungry. "You're abroad. No food?" Kang Yeohee thoughtfully pours her a drink. Drinking is bad for the stomach if the person is in a hungry state. Shiran felt her best friend's care for herself. The silly look. What's so good about white people's rice? Bland and tasteless, very high in calories. Vegetables are expensive. Meat is too bashful. I'm often so hungry that my little face is white as a sheet. During the years she spent abroad, she had almost eaten all the instant noodles in the world. When Shiran thought about her miserable life studying abroad, she felt that her life was miserable. "I had to choose this major in the first place because my 18-year-old self was thinking about saving humanity." As it turned out, she couldn't even save herself when she studied abroad. Irregular work and rest, just 3 or 4 hours of sleep a day. Sometimes in order to deal with the final test, she strayed through the night. No work and rest to speak of, and often so hungry that her eyes rolled white when she remembered to cook instant noodles. "My life is really bitter." Shiran took a big bite with tears in her eyes. Liu looked at her exaggerated appearance, lowered his eyes and looked again at what they were eating now. Wasn't it also white people's rice? "Little brother, our domestic ingredients and foreign ingredients are different. Our domestic ingredients are top-notch and delicious even if they are made in the style of white people's rice." Shiran knew what he was searching for as soon as he took a look at his facial expression. Liu was surprised. "So powerful. Mind reading?" Kang Yeohee laughed softly. "Did you forget what major she went into?" "I don't know." Liu's heart was set on Kang Yeohee in terms of human affairs, and he didn't want to know so much about other people. Shiran cleaned her mouth of rice, wiped her small mouth, straightened her back, and introduced herself very properly. Psychologist. Dr. Sure. Hello expert. Liu faked a smile. In his heart, he secretly thought, then don't let her catch you mentally searching for something. That's an unspeakable plot with Kang Yeo-hee. Young Hee, this kid has a weak heart. Sharan covered half of her mouth, looking like she was whispering, but her voice was actually not small. Lee Yu could hear it all. Kang Yeo-hee's eyes curved and matched her best friend's question. Then please ask Dr. Sure to help me see what he's being vain about? Lee Yu pretended to be expressionless, and there was a hint of very badly hidden nervousness in his eyes. Isn't it just those things about men and women? What's there to hide? Sharan raised an eyebrow. Lee Yu held his forehead, being seen through. Kang Yeo-hee patted Lee Yul with her small hand. Get used to it, she doesn't know how to be shy. Sharan is often abroad and has a very tolerant level of discussion about this aspect of sex. Second, the human problems that psychologists face are always difficult. Okay, Lee Yu tried to understand. Do you old couples usually get this romantic? Sharan had eaten her fill and was brewing up to squeeze a space in her stomach for the food, ready to drink the drink her best friend had poured. Kang Yeo-hee elegantly sliced her steak, the only one of the three, who was a Svengali. No, you're blessed to be right in the middle of it. Sharan raised an eyebrow. Wow, I'm really sorry about that, little brother-in-law. As soon as he heard it, Lee Yu's depression became more obvious. By the end of the evening, Sharan had no intention of leaving. She sat at the couch with a big grin and chose a channel to watch TV, eating a snack with her other hand, not allowing herself to be idle at all. As for Kang Yeo-hee, she accompanied her aside, watching the boring opinionated gossip and eating nutrient-less snacks. Usually at this time, John Yoshi is in the study. Lee Yu will not go into the study to disturb John Yoshi if he has nothing to do. Lee Yu looked a little anxious and reminded. It's getting dark. Sharan stretched and looked outside. It was really dark. She got up and said very cruel words in Lee Yu's expectant eyes. Cece, where is the guest room in your house? I'm really a bit tired. It's time to rest. I'll take you there. Kang Yoshi put down the pillow in her arms and held Sharan's small hand in the direction of the rotating staircase. Sharan was still quite concerned about people being two young couples. Your husband won't be angry if I hog you, right? No, he's generous. Lee Yu on the other separate couch seat, incredulous looking, stayed still. Who's ing generous? Who's being generous? After a long time, Lee Yu's mouth spat out. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Being labeled as generous by his wife. He can't refute it. It's really going to be depressing. That's not all he's depressed about. That's just where it's at. After washing up, Kang Yeo-hee was covered in pink after being soaked in hot water. Lee Yu sat on the edge of the bed, admiring, waiting. Doubt appeared in Lee Yu's eyes when he saw his wife holding a pillow and preparing to open the door to his room. And he was in a hurry. No, honey, do you really have to be that cruel? You're not going to sleep in the guest room, are you? Kang Yeo-hee hugged her pillow and nodded. Do not. Lee Yu got up, an arm around his wife's waist, threw away the pillows in her arms. A hot kiss followed. The lips pressed against each other to tell the emotions. I don't want my wife to leave me. How can I sleep without my wife around? I will not be able to sleep. Doesn't my wife really feel sorry for me? Fine words came out sentence after sentence from Lee Yu's lips that were tightly pressed against his wife's fragrant soft lips. Kang Yeo-hee's breath was about to be plundered by Lee Yul, and she couldn't divide her attention to reply to him. Bitten by Lee Yu's evil bite, Kang Yoshi lightly grunted, and her body even softened a point in the man's arms. Lee Yu kisses any more and starts a fire. Kang Yeo-hee his chest with her small hand, her face clearly intent on winking, but cruelly said, Lee Yu obey. Stop. Lee Yu leaned against the hollow of her shoulder with extreme reluctance. Wife, Kang Yeo-hee's pale and smooth skin is shrouded under the silk pajamas, but Lee Yu can only watch her leave without being able to eat it, which is really infuriating to Lee Yu. Just left alone. Depression. He was really depressed. Today's depression. Too much. Lee Yu cannot sleep at all. Tossing and turning, he finally chose to turn on the light in his room, and he was stuffed up when he couldn't find any trace of his wife's presence as far as the eye could see. The time is now 3 a.m, and with his wife still not going back to her room, it's clear that Lee Yu won't be able to see Kang Yeo-hee, at least for the night that's about to pass. He can't sleep again. I've been having insomnia a little too often lately. There's no chance that he'll actually have to see a psychiatrist. Just when Lee Yu was bored, his cell phone rang. He was surprised to see that he thought it was a small comfort from his wife who couldn't get away, knowing that he couldn't sleep and specially called to coax himself. It turned out to be an unfamiliar number. Lee Yu frowned. This number, not familiar. If Lee Yu is not bored, according to the usual habits of him, the face of the caller unknown number, the first time is to hang up. Hello, who are you? He said he was looking for Stone Ren. Lee Yu raised an eyebrow. Are you? The person on the other side of the cell phone didn't know what to say. Lee Yu's smile on his face widened. The last sentence deal. Amazingly, within a few minutes of the phone hanging up, Lee Yu, who was leaning against the bed, fell asleep without realizing it, slowly slipping down on the bed, and in his hands, He also knowingly covered himself with a thin quilt. The guest bedroom, which is always lit. Kan Yu-hee and Sharan talked all night. Sharan's essence was very full, and her hands danced as she spoke her strange encounter in her own humorous style of discourse. It was clearly a story of forced love, described by her in such a way, like the love of a funny woman. So you came to my house just to avoid that Dr. You, Kan Yu-hee listened and summarized. Sharan has a very careless affair with Dr. You, who holds Sharan responsible while pursuing her in his own clumsy way. Only Sharan doesn't think it's pursuing, and the pressure of heavy schoolwork is too much for her, and she's accustomed to drinking her sorrows away at the bar and being accosted by her foreign friends. In an unusual face-to-face kiss abroad, it was seen by Dr. You, who came to look for Sharan. I didn't expect the svelte Dr. You to be better in a fight. The result after that is that Dr. You asked Sharan to take care of him, to stay together in class, after class, all together. Sharan, but whenever she wants to leave, she will be packed by Dr. You. As for the method used to clean up, it's time to be benevolent. Yeah, he said he was going to marry me. It was horrible. Chapter 59, my wife owes him a night's sleep. She has to make it up to him. Kan Yu-hee didn't understand. Getting married. What's so scary about it? Thinking of Liu. Zhang Yoshi face surfaced very happy smile. You find a good fate. You live a happy life. You will feel married. Very happy. Sharan sighed. I'm different. I'm a scum girl. I'm afraid of retaliation. Kan Yu-hee couldn't help but laugh. Where's the energy to be a slag? Ren, collect yourself. Marriage isn't scary. Think about it. Actually getting married is similar to finding friends. You find a really good friend and you fool around with him for the rest of your life. And that's marriage. At the sound of the voice, Sharan was confused and turned her head to talk to Kan Yu-hee. Then, you should marry me. Kan Yu-hee pinched her face without collecting any strength at all. Get lost. The little lady already has her heart in the right place. Ouch. Sharan covered her face. After you got married, you talk so meaty. Sharan lay flat on his back and stared at the ceiling until his eyes slowly went out of focus. A man's face gradually emerged in her vision. Handsome and tall, wearing a white coat, looking svelte, completely different from her aesthetic. Sharan muttered, how can a person spend their entire life with another stranger? Kan Yu-hee propped up the side of her face with a look that saw right through her. Thinking of someone? Toxic sea hand green. Early in the morning, the Jiang family villa area was very lively. Sea hands green, let go of me. Come on, there are people watching. Sharan, who had just eaten a good breakfast, was directly carried away by Yu Si-ching, who was already sleep deprived, and for the man's coercion, the strength of her small hands to clap was soft and flabby. Sharan's words just came out. The servants of the Jiang family then lowered their heads in perfect understanding, busy with the work at hand, such as the scissors that should be cutting the branches were cutting the air. Damn, pretending to be busy. Can you pretend to be more decent? I ask. Sharan was speechless. Attention returned to Yu Mi-ching. How did you know I was here? The hell knows what kind of shock it was for Sharan to see him in Kan Yu-hee's house. And the shock didn't actually include fear, which also surprised Sharan. Could it be that, subconsciously, she was expecting Yu Mi-ching to find her? Etc. 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 Stop. The focus now is on. Quick, put me down. I'm going to throw up. Sharan's 10,000 struggles still couldn't resist Yu Si-ching's very silence. She just kind of hated Yu Mi-ching's dull nature, or she wouldn't have run. Yu Si-ching's appearance in a white coat, like a white angel, and a sense of purity that cannot be desecrated. The result, the ferocious look on the bed, as if he hadn't been slept with by a woman for 800 years, a monkey's way, not knowing anything about pity, unless Sharan really cannot stand, no longer hard mouth, pouting when he is willing to be gentle a little. Just that little bit was enough to grindstone Ren. This was a man who knew how to hold the heart better than she, a psychiatrist, did. Often, Sharan would be so worn down by him that she would willingly cooperate with him in all his shameful little games. Just thinking about this, Sharan was very angry. She would never allow herself to be controlled by another person, or a man, to control her destiny. Absolutely not. No, it's so close to throwing up. It's not very comfortable being carried. Sharan was still stuffed directly into the car by Yu Si-ching, and when her small hand gripped the door handle and wanted to leave, Yu Si-ching's eyes gazed deeply at her. Do you want to leave me that badly? Sharan, don't you have any feelings for me at all? Ren, I miss you these days. You know what? Tears that weren't her own fell from the back of Sharan's hand, searingly hot and on the verge of burning her heart out. She'd read a lot of men, but she'd never seen a man shed a tear. Not. How do I coax this? I'm totally inexperienced. Sharan heartsoft, soft tone unnatural said, see hand green, the pursuit of girls on the good pursuit. Why engage in so overbearing it? The girls are scared away by you. Although, she's not your average girl, but she also panicked. Obviously can be very loving. The bed, why there are handcuffs, candles and whips. She twisted her head around to look out the car window at Yumiching's gradually surprised look. Really hate that about myself. Doesn't being soft because of someone else mean having a soft spot? Sharan didn't like the fact that he had weaknesses and scales. Then are you willing to go back with me? Yumiching's careful inquiring voice. Well, Stone Ren emphasized. This time, I want me to be free. In fact, Sharan had actually been thinking about Yumiching since she fled the house where she lived with him. At the first realization of the emotion of longing, she knew that her whole life seemed to be locked up with this man who looked so svelte, but was actually svelte and defeated. Stone Ren still chooses to leave, purely out of defiance and displeasure at being on the bottom of the emotional heap. She was actually waiting to be found by Yumiching. You've been free, and it's me who was chosen. Yumiching all but said as much as he could in the direction of coaxing her. Sharan nodded, still satisfied. Now the two of them were finally not mandatory. Sharan accidentally saw her best friend who came out of the main hall to look for her and her best friend's husband. Sharan's eyes locked from Kong Yeo-hee, then Li Yul, locked on Li Yu. Lean. Sharan very grudgingly gave a middle finger to Li Yu. Young Hee, look at your good husband. Suddenly, Sharan felt a warmth in her abdomen, a temperature that did not belong to her. She looked down, and it was Yusiking's large hand covering it, slowly rubbing it. Sharan blushed profusely, both hands only barely grasping the man's big hand. What are you doing? In public? Didn't you just say your stomach was uncomfortable? Let me take a look. Yusiking lowered his eyes, very serious. His eyelashes didn't even flutter, his eyes staring straight at Sharan's abdomen. Sharan was touched by his look. It felt so wonderful to be cared for. In her life, she hadn't experienced much of that. Much better. Sharan's small hand slowly burrowed into Yusiking's large hand, secretly interlocking her fingers with his. The face was still very unconvinced, and the little hand was already following the idea in his heart. Yusiching's surprised look, and his eyes curved quietly. After another 10 minutes, Sharan's small hand reached out from the car window and waved in Kong Yeo-hee's direction. Here in the main hall, after Sharan sent out that sentence related to Kong Yeo-hee and Li Yul, Kong Yeo-hee sensed something was wrong. You messed up? Visitors to the villa area would not be allowed to walk into the villa area except with the permission of the owner's family. It was obvious who Dr. Yu's permission holder was. Li Yu nodded. Aha. There was a bit of heartburn, but not much, with just him and his wife for two. Li Yu felt the air get sweeter. It's really not evasive at all, Kong Yeo-hee commented. Li Yu took the initiative to walk to his wife's side, wrapping his arms around her waist and lovingly saying, who let her steal my wife? Holding a grudge, Kong Yeo-hee defended her best friend. It's just for one night, although it was quite painful to not get much sleep all night. But again, Kong Yeo-hee had a feeling that when she was in college with Sharan, she didn't have classes the next day and talked all night long about something or the other, making her reminisce and feel like there was a lot of joy in her shallow life that was remembered as well. One night, Li Yu shook his head, not for a second. Her husband's slightly overbearing words retrieved Kong Yeo-hee's attention, and she couldn't help but have a soft and light smile hanging at the corner of her mouth. Li Yul, why didn't I know you were so possessive? What I'm strong in. You really don't know much yet. Li Yu's burning eyes admired his wife's stunning face and could hardly move his eyes. Kong Yeo-hee's eyes were glistening with water, not even realizing how charming she was. She did understand Li Yu's words and spat out in a small voice. Rascal. Something else that intrigued Li Yu even more than the hooliganism he was about to pull was, why didn't you go and stop Dr. Yu from taking your best friend? Kong Yeo-hee thought about last night, the topic of their conversation. Sharan simply couldn't get away from Dr. Yu in 3 sentences, clearly looking like she liked it without knowing it. In fact, it is just that Sharan, who has always been in the emotional upper hand, is now in the lower hand for the first time, and is simply unconvinced that she likes Dr. Yu. Knowing what her best friend really means, Kong Yeo-hee naturally won't be the one to stand in the way of destroying their emotions. Every family has its own problems, and the only thing I can intervene in as her best friend is her friendship. Love, I'm not good at it, Kong Yeo-hee replied simply. When Li Yu heard this, he raised his eyebrows. Love, young she is not good at it? Aha, Kong Yeo-hee whispered, her tail upturned. Do you have any questions about this? When my wife first met me and hooked me, she didn't look a bit bad at it. Li Yu trailed off. Good at it, great at it. Kong Yeo-hee's face was slightly stunned, and the look on her face was a bit shy. She turned around and tried to walk into the main hall to avoid the shibboleth. However, she realized that under Li Yu's control, she couldn't move half a point. The small hand slapped Li Yu's hand. Let go of me, I want to eat. After a night without much sleep, Kong Yeo-hee thought of relying on something to refresh herself, or else today's shift should also be very difficult to work. I need to eat too. Li Yu leaned in and touched her earlobe gently. Satisfied, he He saw his wife's ears redden at his gesture. Kan Yeo he understood the words of Li Yu and with a slight dismay in her eyes, she gently bit her lips and did not speak. Li Yu didn't say anything either. He just kept on, staring at his beautiful wife with his eyes. Kan Yeo he couldn't wait any longer and her cheeks colored a little red. What are you looking at me for? Honey, you have to make up for last night's share. To me. Li Yu took her waist and gently shook it, striking a consultative tone. Okay? Kan Yu he laughed softly. It tickles. Stop it, Li Yu. It turned out to be two people making a scene until they were almost late. Company parking lot. Li Yu looked at the time to be too late. After undoing the seatbelt, turned around and kissed his wife on the mouth, is to decisively get off the car. Kan Yu he froze for a few seconds and laughed. You still need to take advantage of this bit of time, colorful rascal. Then Kan Yu he, who got out of the car, saw the employee who froze in front of the parking lot. Good day, President. When Shanglua finished speaking, he realized he hadn't smiled and hastily added his own smile. He secretly felt nervous. The way his smile must have looked fake. The president nodded and walked past him. Shanglua was in no hurry to step on the spot at this time, but his afterglow glanced at Li Yu and the president who had already stepped out of the parking lot outside, and then made his own bizarre movements towards the inside of the parking lot. This time Shanglua was pretty sure that Li Yu and the president got out of the same car, walked out of the parking lot together, and then walked into the company. He came to Mr. Kang's car to verify one thing. Sure enough, there was no sign of Li Yu's excuse, a refreshing cigarette. Shanlu walked thoughtfully into the office, punctually punching in his card a second before the countdown. According to the business plot, his own self, who knew Li Yu's certain secret, should have been about to start the road to blackmail, but Shanglua obviously hadn't lived long enough to do such a stupid thing as ending his life early. Then, flirt with him, from time to time. Use this secret again to make Li Yu unconditionally help himself to do some things, such as let him work overtime. He left work early to go back to accompany his online sister to play the game? Shanglua couldn't help but laugh at the mere thought of his bright future. This can be too much of that. What's on your mind, Shang? So happy? Passing co-workers. Merchant Law shook his head. Nothing. The thought of going to work makes me happy. His co-workers look at him like there's something wrong with him. What's so funny about going to work? He's, like, obsessed? Office area. Li Yu pressed the computer's on button, walked over to the tea room to get hot water and make tea in a simple manner. It was exactly the same work routine as usual, but he still felt that something was missing. What's wrong with it? Sitting back at his workstation, Li Yu waited for the file to load, his mind buffering. After a while, the response came. Today it was strange that he didn't step with Merchant Law. Li Yu was inexplicably relieved again. It's also a good thing I didn't step in with Shangri-La. Otherwise, if Shanglua asked, he really didn't know how to explain that he was in the company with the president. Li Yu was just as relieved when Shanglua walked over. His office was bound to be Li Elm's workstation. Shanglua's thoughtful look at Li Yu was particularly obvious. It was a particularly impressive thing to be able to get work done under such prying eyes, coupled with the fact that Li Yu wasn't nearsighted. What he could sense was even more obvious. Being under someone else's line of sight was as uncomfortable as being supervised. And Li Yu stopped the program at hand and looked at Shanglua with puzzled eyes. Shang, do I have flowers on my face? Shanglu replied. You have secrets. Li Yu's first reaction is that he is the identity of Kan Yuhi's husband, the boss of Range Moon, the boxer Lone Wolf, and the heir to the Li clan. I don't know which one of the secrets Shanglua said he had. Are you thinking of what kind of excuse to hide your secret? Shanglua even matched his whispered, secretive demeanor. It seems more like Shanglu has a secret than anything else. I was just wondering if Shang's online dating is considered an interesting secret for our co-workers? Li Yu's cloudy tone. Chapter 60, Too Much Kissing. Instead of dwelling on what secrets Shanglua knew about him, he threw the conversation point back at Shanglua and simply diverted his attention. Shanglu's shocked eyes gradually widened. Good guy. Li Yu good guy Actually waves of counter-threat. Li Yu, be quiet. Shanglua left with a warning look before he left. Although there was no intimidation at all, Li Yu was kind enough to nod along with him. If Shang is quiet, I was brought out by Shang after all, so naturally I will be quiet as well. Shanglu sighed. Okay, sort of threatened by you. He didn't want it known that he was nearly 30 and still engaged in something as childish as online dating. Do you still want to lose face? Do you still want to continue to work at Kang's? Li Yu looked back at the computer screen, a distinct smile in his eyes, but the so-called let business law to the angry. According to reason, he has a workplace in old Greece. Should not be so taken by the new Greece. Strange. I guess I still need to buy some books to read about the workplace. Let Li Yu know who was the king of size, because his attention was on Li Yu's body as well as his own thoughts. As soon as Shanglua turned around, he hadn't even taken a few steps before he bumped into someone. He used to say, sorry, following the line of sight of Shanglu, straight long legs set in black stockings, The perfect coverage of professional short skirts, the slender waist is outlined by a close-fitting shirt with a beautiful figure. He immediately averted his eyes. Shanglua frowned. Why did he have the immediate feeling that he was a rogue? According to my usual self, I wouldn't pay attention to what a female employee is wearing. Was it good? The voice is very nice. The distance is still very close. A light woman's fragrance ripples in the nostrils of Shanglua. He realized that he was afraid of people falling, and instinctively wrapped his arms around Secretary Su's waist. Shanglua immediately let go. Embarrassed. I'm sorry, I bumped into you. Secretary Su's pair of intelligent eyes that see through people's hearts, staring straight into his heart like, not looking at the road. What are you searching for in your heart? Shanglua scratched his head, not having thought of anything to say yet. Secretary Su had already opened the next topic. Her light tone. Superintendent Shang, you're not drinking water today? Just about to go. Shanglua pretended to get along with his coworkers as usual, casually letting out. Secretary Su, what kind of perfume are you wearing? It smells good. If he also buys it for his girlfriend after he faces off with his online girlfriend. Not to mention, it smells really good. Where is the perfume? It's all your flavor. Su Jing was very close to him, just a few centimeters slightly closer towards him. The distance between the two was slightly ambiguous. Su Jing raised her extremely well-manicured thin eyebrows. If you don't believe me, come closer and smell me again. Shanglua suddenly felt his heartbeat accelerate, clearly in the mold of a novice in the love scene. He was full of doubts and said in a confused manner, Secretary Su, don't you have a sense of shame for molesting a good woman and man? A good woman and man. Su Jing laughed softly. You? What kind of tone is that? Doesn't he look like it? There's a business event this afternoon, awarding prizes to the city's high-quality enterprises, and it requires the participation of Zhang's top management. Su Jing suddenly said in a serious manner while Shang Lu's thoughts were drifting. It was a job function of merchant law, and he nodded instinctively. Right, this is what Secretary Su should say to himself. Not everything is his flavor. After Shan Lu walked into his office, organizing the information of the senior management attending the event, and then one by one, he sent a text message to notify the leaders who did not reply or showed that they had read and did not return. Shang Lu's face with a slight annoyance and depression, dialing the number, and at the moment the phone was connected, the tone of the friendly tone of the claim of his current call. Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Shang LV from the Research and Development Department. Mr. Lu isn't there an optimal enterprise awarding activity? After everything was busy, Shanglua's mind inevitably recalled Secretary Su again, in a serious manner. She seemed to have reminded herself of something. Oh, drink water. Shanglua took his own cup and walked out of the office. After picking up the hot water thoughtfully, he saw Li Yu. He walked over and tapped the table. You remembered to go to the corporate awards this afternoon. Li Yu was puzzled. I'm good enough? Now he was just an ordinary employee in John's R&D department. At least, that's true on the surface. Shanglua came in with a slip of the tongue. Who are you and Mr. Jiang with? Li Yu frowned. Why do you think Shanglua knows something? Ha ha. Shanglua, who suddenly realized what he had said, really wanted to slap himself twice. I mean, who's with you and me? I get to participate, and as a key employee of the R&D department, surely you'd participate just as much as I would. There are still projects in the awards that we've done together. As for the fact that I just mentioned Mr. Kong, Shanglua coquettishly color, often follow the work of Mr. Jiang, directly under the leadership, said Smooth Talk, do not blame ha. After saying that, Shanglua patted Li Yu's shoulder, with so many words, I don't know if I'm convincing myself or Li Yu. I see, I'm honored to attend such an event with the company leaders. Li Yu smiled, giving enough face to Shang Lu, and continued his words, not yet asking why Shang Lu had said that in the first place. However, after Shanglua walked back to his office, he noticed a line of sight staring at him with a measuring tone. Such a sight, with the office door closed, could still be felt quite acutely. Why did Shanglua feel a bit of a chill down his back? Li Yu slowly shifted his gaze back to his own computer screen. Pondering, he was certain that Shan Lu must know something. He's not going to go around with that big mouth of his, but it's actually something that's quite outrageous. How can the president of a major company be with a junior staffer? Being handsome enough doesn't work either. Shanglua went out to spread the word, and it was estimated that, just like Song Wenjing at that time, the people who heard it would not believe it, and might even suspect that he was sick in the head. Once he thought of this, Li Yu didn't worry anymore. At noontime, John's executives were already heading to the venue where the awards were being held one after another. Li Yu and Shang LV rode in a business car, and Shang LV's immediate leader was again Mr. Jiang, and Mr. Jiang's secretary was Su Jing. They inevitably got in the same car. Lil Elm said with a great deal of eye-rolling, I'll drive. Kang Yeo he nodded and got in the passenger seat. They both acted so naturally. Shanglua looked dumbfounded. It's so obvious. It's really obvious. He worriedly sat into the backseat seat, and with that, Seo Jing was seated beside him. Shanglua's eyes looked unmoving, but he was actually already looking around. Hopefully, Secretary Su hadn't noticed the obvious to very obvious fight between Li Yu and the president. However, under the cover of Su Jing's bland look, she was also a little excited. She had come to John's post for so long, but it was still the first time she had sat in a car with Shang LV, and it was still so close. It felt so special. Li Yu in the driver's seat looked normal. The award is at 3 in the afternoon, and none of us have eaten anything yet. Old. Fortunately, Li Yu habitually glanced at the rearview mirror, and the moment he saw the silhouettes of Shang LV and Secretary Su, he promptly took back a word of his address to Jiang Yoshi's wife, and made a hard turn to change his words to, "Boss, why don't we find a place to eat near the venue first, and fill up our stomachs? It's not good to wait for the awards while starving." Kan Yoshi rested her cheeks and fell somewhat into a shallow sleep. Suddenly hearing Li Yu call himself this way, it felt quite new. Lazily opening her eyes to look at him, she knew that Li Yu was being awkwardly rusty with herself because there were other people in the car. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile and said, "Aha." After reaching their destination, they parked their car at a hotel near the venue. For people who don't seem to know each other that well, at least not between a man and a woman, appear at a dinner table. Secretary Su looked as normal. She often followed the president on business trips, and it was quite normal for them to eat together. Shang Lu is a little twisted. This is not to talk about cooperation, and the boss at a table to eat is not quite in line with the etiquette. Though Shang Lua is a man who looks dangling, and does not care about this kind of surface work, but his monthly income of 6 figures, still want to get the year-end bonus as usual. This table is quite small, and I'm thinking it's quite crowded. Why don't Secretary Su and I go to the next table? His words came out. The remaining 3 people at the table looked at him. Jiang Yoshi said suspiciously, and flatly, "Director Shang is trying to have dinner with my secretary. Alone? When did they get to know each other so well? And how did Kong Yu he not sense any signs at all?" Li Yu calmly looked left and right, his eyes darting around, kinda busy looking. "Forget it. Pretend you don't understand." Su Jing's surprised look brought a bit of heat to the tips of her ears. After the president spoke, she breathed softly, secretly thankful that she was cloaked and didn't let anyone see that something was wrong. No, Shang Lua hurriedly explained, but voiced his concerns. "That is absolutely not possible. Just trying not to disturb the president and Li's young couple's dinner." He also did not have any evidence to prove that Li Yu and the president's relationship is not ordinary. Everything is purely by his own blind reasoning out. The president's wedding of the century, and he didn't have that honor to attend. And the people who attended were on a confidential list. He was literally at a loss to explore. Shan Lu buried his head in the menu. "Let's see what we can order for dinner. I'm so hungry." Kan Yeo he put her eyes on the menu and smiled softly, but it was obvious. Li Yu and his wife looked at each other and laughed with her piece by piece. Su Jing, who was originally the most natural Su Jing, was instead a bit awkward at this time. The silent foursome waited for the food to be served and the atmosphere seemed less somber. Kan Yeo he looked at the pork with preserved vegetables on the table and lowered her eyes again, eating the bowl of white rice. Li Yu picked up the plum dish's buckle meat, chopsticks tearing the thin meat in the fat and thin. Very natural to put the thin meat to his wife's bowl. Kan Yeo he was surprised. Then her eyes curved again. Seeing this scene Shanglua forgot how one should eat. Directly choked. Cough cough. He hastily searched for the tea on the tabletop and took a drink to ease the choking feeling in his chest. Should Li Yu be any more obvious? Because of Shang Li's movement, Su Jing did not notice the catfight between the president and colleague Li. But instead, when Shang Li tried to drink a second cup of tea to calm down, said, "Director Shang, this is my cup." "Ha?" Shanglua quickly put down his cup like a startled bird. However, he had already finished the tea in other people's cups, so he couldn't use his original cup to serve her tea again, and it was weirdly wrong for her to use her own cup. "Waiter, please give this table another cup," Li Yul said knowingly under Kong Yoi's eyes. Business law is really eat a meal like disgrace, IQ insufficient mold. That's his self-assessment. After a thrilling meal, they made their way to the awards, took their seats, and waited for the awards to kick off. The first outstanding entrepreneur on the award list is Kong Yu-hee. However, the staff is a little flustered when the microphone is adjusted. This is going to be bad in case the leader comes up to speak and the microphone is too high or too short. Li Yu stepped forward and helped. The staff didn't stop him when they saw that the work tag on his chest was an employee of Zhang's. Sure enough, Ginger's staff is tuned in. Kong Yu-hee goes on stage and accepts the award while giving her humble opinion on how to develop a business. Off stage, Su Jing wondered, how did Li Yu manage to grasp the height of the microphone so well? On the sidelines, Shanglua casually remarked, "Kissing too much, aren't you?" Su Jing's eyes were thoughtful. Shanglua closed his eyes and gritted his teeth, secretly regretting it. He should have kept his mouth shut. At the end of the business event, Merchant Law stood at the end of the corridor with an itchy hand. Just as he was about to smoke a cigarette, the sound of heels stomping, Shanglua sighed, thinking it was the president who had already finished taking pictures of the end of the awards, and was regretting that he'd had a day and hadn't had time to smoke a cigarette. Looking towards where the voice originated, it was Secretary Co. Su Jing stopped Shanglu. Keep your head down. Shanglua didn't know what kind of compulsion he was under, and he really obediently bowed his head, not even asking Secretary Su a word about why. Kissed. The warmth of lips that didn't belong to him was warm and still smelled good. His eyes were wide with disbelief, because his mouth was sealed by Secretary Su's small mouth. He couldn't speak again, and he could only stay and feel the kiss that Secretary Su seemed to be very bad at as well. The president and Li Yu as they walked out of the event, worried that the matter between Li Yu and the president would be exposed. Shanglua wrapped his arm around Su Jing's waist and turned to the hidden corner of the corridor. Su Jing saw him so active, with thoughts in his eyes, he was even more enthusiastic, and again, he appeared to be clumsy and raw. The woman's small waist in a handful, the tantalizing body fragrance close at hand, the wet soft mouth. None of them are stimulating the nerves of Shanglu's 10,000-year-old single dog. The first time he felt kissing, the marvelous touch, deeply embedded into the depths of Shanglu's mind. A kiss to end it. Shanglua hadn't slowed down yet, only feeling that his mouth was numb, as if he had even broken the skin. He froze and stroked his mouth, looking incredulously at the red-cheeked Secretary Su. Su Jing mainly wanted to verify one point. Now, do you know my height? Ha? Shanglua pressed on, not remembering a single word he had said. Naturally, there was no way to know what Su Jing meant with her rather subtle reminder. The deeper meaning of alternative confessions. Chapter 61, Honey, kiss me. It's not the end of the day, so I have to go back to the office and do my work. Sitting in the passenger seat, Kong Yu said. Still waiting? Li Yu in the driver's seat returned. I don't think I've even seen Shanglu since the breakup. The back seat, which should have held two people, was empty. Jiang Yoshi did receive a message from Secretary Su saying that there was something to be done, so that the president didn't need to wait for her, and that she would return to the office on her own later. As for commercial law, this guy, in terms of work, has never made any mistakes. It's just that there are times when you get along with him and realize that he's really a bit unreliable. Send him a message. We'll go first. Li Yu nodded, delaying anyone's time, but not Kong Yoshi's. Brother Shang, the president and I will go back to the company first. Unread status. At this time, Shanglua's brain was confused. How could he have time to pay attention to the cell phone that was vibrating in his pocket? Your cell phone seems to have moved. Don't you want to take a look? Su Jing was smiling from the corner of her eyes. It looks extraordinarily beautiful. It caused Shanglua's heart to beat extra fast. Her soft and charming tone. If you don't look, do you want me to continue? When Li Yu saw Shang LV again, he was not at all the same as his usual talkative appearance, especially quiet, and blushed as he walked into his office in a strange manner. Li Yu was puzzled for a moment, but he didn't think too much about it, organizing the documents at hand, then checking them again to make sure they were correct. He got up, and walked over to Shang Li's office. Shang, I've got the information here. Take a look. Li Yu gave him the research results of the project that the team had been working on for a week, and just as he walked into the office, he saw that Shang Li was actually in mourning. He was mumbling something like, it's over, what's going to happen now? I'm mothering solo now, and it's finally peachy, but how tightly it comes, I'm completely overwhelmed. Shanglua's mouth was full of words, and the emotion on his face was really a bit sad. Li Yu lived a long time to see the look. Out of the blue he asked, what's wrong with you? Shanglua's tangled look was something he hadn't seen before. Lately, Shanglua's mood seems to be up and down as well. Did something happen to him when he disappeared for that half hour? It took Shanglua a moment to realize that someone had been in his office for a few minutes. Hastily and haphazardly wiping the fragile saline on his face, he raised his eyes sternly, and after seeing that it was Li Yu, his trusted subordinate, Shanglua resumed his miserable appearance. Bring it over. I'll take a look. Shanglua beckoned towards the document in Li Yu's hand. Li Yu put the information on his desk. Business Law checked it out and signed it before the personal feelings were dealt with. He practically wailed. I'm not clean anymore. Li Yu. Shanglua was in agony. How am I going to face my online girlfriend? I don't want to cheat. Li Yu immediately turned around and closed the office door, isolating the sight of the colleagues watching outside. Just left the door open. That's his lack of care. Outside the office, blind discussions have begun. What's going on with Superintendent Shang? What online girlfriend? He's still doing online dating. Ha, I can't tell. Superintendent Shang is still a social terrorist. Didn't find a girlfriend in reality. Went online to look for one. Don't tell me. I guess girls on the internet are good liars. Shanglua in the office heard them. They were really loud. Secretly, he gritted his teeth. Damn, how dare you mock me? He knew it. After being poked and prodded about online dating, this is what comes to an end. And 10,000 people laugh at him. What do you mean? He's the one who's good at it. That online dating object took the initiative to add him every night on time on the line with him to play the game together. Although the girl is a novice fighter, she knows that she is a novice fighter. She is a support and replenish blood packs, plus her sweet voice, a mouthful of brother is great. Brother is great. Shanglua was so captured in her company day by day. One of her confessions after midnight, Shanglua agreed straight away, and was so excited afterward that he couldn't sleep. These impassioned moods, business law nature seems to be outgoing, playful, but in fact, after he came out of society, no one is a friend, do not know and who to say, only know a strong silly fun. Zhang's new batch of tube training students, Li Yu and his nature at the beginning of the society is particularly like, do not compete, do not panic in the event of things. Eye contact is really a very magical good trap. The process of cultivating the juniors, Li Yu and those juniors who please the seniors are not the same at all, not the slightest bit of flattery, also as he thought. In this cruel freshers draft, Li Yu stayed in Jiang, doing things steadily. Without realizing it, Shanglua took him as a close friend. Lil Elm sat in the chair across the desk, ready to listen to his long story, or, to make a long story short, what's wrong with you? Shanglu said his current distress. I not long ago talked about an online dating object, especially understand me, or the city. I am looking for a day to run now to come. Isn't that a good thing? Your life's work is saved. Li Yu sat still, thinking that I have basically gotten my job done. I have nothing to do, so I will listen to the love-hate relationship of my seniors and accumulate some emotional experience. Shanglua shook his head violently again. I met another woman. She suddenly kissed me. What does she mean by that? It's not like she said anything like showing her feelings. She just kissed me. Speaking of this, Shanglua cannot avoid thinking of Secretary Su and usually serious and serious-like, not close to unfamiliar people. That cold, completely different tenderness. Lean. Shanglua felt his heart flutter hard. Is it hard to believe that he is actually potentially a very womanizing man? No. He's clearly supposed to be innocent. Just the games he plays, or the games he played 10 years ago after he first got online. Doesn't that show that he's actually innocent? Definitely. Li Yu's melon-eating demeanor had been light, and now the light expression stopped, listening quietly for half a day before finally giving Shanglua an answer. Wow. Oh what oh. Shanlu covered his face in agony. It was kinda similar to Li Yu's previous situation, except that Li Yu wasn't as entangled as Shanglu. So who do you like? Li Yuichi asked. Shanglua spoke out of turn. The object of online love. Ah, she is my soulmate. She understands me and everything. I talk to her about all my difficulties and happiness, and there is not a single reply from her that I don't love to hear. What about? Li Yu laughed. This person who forcefully kissed you. What do you feel like? Not annoying. Shanglua gave Li Yu a somewhat sheepish look and moved his eyes elsewhere again. He didn't just not hate it, he even kind of wanted to continue when Xiao Jing was near him, or Su Jing was kind enough to remind him not to go back to work. Personnel verification time point is not right. This month's full attendance can be lost. Shanglua wasn't the one who lacked the few $100s of full-time work, but he was suddenly reacting to the fact that he was the one who had a girlfriend and was being kissed by another woman. So he panicked and ran away. Li Yu enlightened. Then Shang, you ask out the object of your online love to see, and then get along with each other, to verify whether your soulmate is suitable to be your life partner. Shanglua nodded his head thoughtfully, and an appreciative look was suddenly given to Li Yu. Or you're good. Does the president know if you're touching the fish like that? Li Yu suddenly let out another cry. Commercial law. The sad atmosphere this was not simply dissolved by Li Yu. Oh, I have to take a vacation. Li Yu pounded on his cell phone. Shanglua's mind returned to his work and said very seriously, what's the point of taking a vacation? Li Yu pounded out the leave of absence procedure. Back for graduation. Oh, you're still a student. Shanglua's eyes suddenly widened after his flat oh. Li Yu is still a college student and he's picking up the president? Shanglua was immediately engaged in profound thought that his advice, for the moment, was capable of being listened to. Granted. Li Yu gave a surprised cry. So decisive then. He hasn't finished the leave of absence process. Shanglua nodded with certainty. That's right, I've always been dry and decisive. Li Yu got up as he walked out the door of his office. Shanglua coughed. You can't tell the president about touching the fish. Li Yu gave an okay gesture towards the back. It's almost closing time, and a certain Li is still sneaking into the president's office. He squeezed a seat with his wife and watched Kang Yohei pack up the papers and set them up. And after there was nothing else to do, Li Yu and his wife pressed close. Wife, you kissed me. Seeing his wife's soughing look as she received the award on stage made him want this. Being kissed twice by his wife, He was the only one who could see the gentleness under her soughing anger. Kan Yohee raised her eyes. Your idol? Lil Yul came close, sticking. It's motivation that keeps you motivated. Kan Yohee let out a soft laugh. It's all off duty, and you're saying this with a heart that's not false. Hearing his wife's laugh, it was clear that she was giving him permission to kiss her fragrant, soft little mouth. Go to the restroom. Words squeezed out of Kan Yohee's lips that were pressed against his. Lee Yoo-hee preferred here, embracing his wife more deeply, so that he wanted to swallow her completely in one bite. Blushing wife, very cute. Lee Yoo, someone will come over. Jeon Yoshi pushed the man's chest. She suddenly remembered something. Kan Yoo-hee sends her secretary over to bring the entire project for the next installment over for review when Lee Yul isn't sneaking into her office. The office door at this time. Knock knock knock. Su Jing's knock went unheeded. She waited another 3 minutes before knock. Knock dash. Still haven't heard the president's usual enter. Su Jing was puzzled. Could it be that the president was already off duty? But she didn't see the shadow of the president walking out of the office. The cell phone in her pocket vibrated. Su Jing was in a hurry to get off work and clock in. So she thought, first put the documents on the president's desk, then send a message to the president indicating that the documents have been delivered, which is better than standing here and waiting. Su Jing, who was delivering the information, gently pushed the door open, inadvertently bumped into the intimate office duo before she could see them, immediately turned away, as if she hadn't seen them. When he heard the push of the door, Lee Yul buried Kang Yeo-hee in his arms as soon as he could, and no one could see the red clouds billowing on her face. Lee Yu tensed, nervous about his wife's attitude. His wife has said over and over again that he is not allowed to be loose outside of the bedroom. Although he had been reckless a few times, it was the first time he had been confronted by someone. Now, how do you round that up? The only time he didn't unlock the door. This kind of thing happened. Lee Yu's heart can be said to be full of regret now. Kang Yeo-hee's cheeks turned red, her small hands clenched into fists, and she smothered and pounded Lee Yu. I told you, someone will come. Lee Yu realized that he had gone too far and was sweating like he had made his wife angry. Before he could explain, his wife huffed and puffed away from his arms, just in time for the end of the day. Lil Elm, not forgetting to punch the clock, caught up. Kang Yo-hee narrowed her pretty eyes, which contained a warning. No following me. There were still a smattering of co-workers in the office area who hadn't gotten off work, so Lee Yu had to stop. He ended up walking to the parking lot when his wife passed him in her car. Lee Yu cried and laughed. Then another car pulled up beside Lee Yu and honked twice at him, sliding down the window in Shanglua's flirtatious voice. What? Lee Yu, you didn't ride your little electric donkey to work today? Lee Yu returned. I took a cab to work today. Shanglua looked away. I'll give you a ride? Lee Yu, if we send him, won't we be exposed? An ordinary office worker who lives in the villa area. No, I've already made a car appointment. We might not be on the same route. Lee Yu finished, turned around and walked out of the parking lot. Shanglua's car glanced at him from the rest of the rearview mirror as it crossed over to Lee Yu. Sure enough, I saw the president's car turn another direction. Lee Yu got into the president's car. This completely mirrored Shanglua's suspicion. The relationship between Lee Yu and the president was just not normal. Car. Lee Yu squared his shoulders. Thank you, wife, for still being willing to come back for me. Kan Yeo-hee in the driver's seat didn't reply. Her cheeks were still a little puffed up. Obviously her anger hadn't subsided yet. I was facing my back to the office door, and the co-worker who pushed it open should not have seen my appearance. Wife, please don't worry. I do things very thorough. At the sound of the voice, Kan Yo-hee was almost infuriated. She bit her inner lip before stopping herself from laughing and continuing to play serious in front of Lee Yu. This could put Lee Yu in a difficult position. Back to the villa area. Kan Yo-hee hadn't spoken to Lee Yul for 2 hours. When eating dinner, it was all a particularly quiet atmosphere, making Lee Yu oddly uncomfortable. After washing up, Lee Yu pushed open the door to his room. In order not to please his wife's dislike, Lee Yul still took a shower in the bathroom outside the master bedroom, not disturbing Kan Yeo-hee, who was reading a book, at all. The wife, as he entered the nest, turned off the light in her hand, got up, and made a show of intending to go out of the bedroom door. Lee Yu dawdled and followed his wife with a lurch, then silently took the quilt and pillow. What are you doing over here? Kang Yo-hee, who was nestled at the wide sofa, glared at him with her beautiful eyes. It was really as Lee Yu thought. His wife didn't come to the study to work on her work at all. She just didn't want to sleep with him. Lee Yu don't. He came up blearily, stepping onto one knee at the couch, his voice muffled. My perception is that a shower is meant to be sleepy. You go to sleep. Kan Yo-hee whispered softly, tilting her head to look at him, not understanding why Lee Yul was currently acting the way he was. How do you sleep without a wife? Chapter 62, a surprise for her. Lee Yu leaned against her side, the thin quilt covering his wife's body and the pillow for the back of her full, round head. Kan Yo-hee blushed. seeing that he cares so much about his own appearance. He can't sleep without himself, yet, so he didn't stop Li Yu's approach anymore. At this moment, Li Yu was simply snuggling. He didn't dare to make his wife angry again. I told you to pay more attention to your words and behavior in public. Kang Yohee pinched him several times. Li Yu's arms were red. He endured it all and didn't say a word. She saw it, and her heart ached, and she looked down and kissed it. Does it hurt? If Li Yu said it hurt, she replied, serves you right. Li Yu wrapped his arms around his wife with more vigor. It doesn't hurt. At the sound of the voice, Kang Yoshi's heart completely softened. Staying in Li Yu's arms, feeling the familiar temperature of her lover, she slowly closed her eyes. Still, to sleep with him by his side is a little sweeter. Li Yu, here thinking about something else, first coaxed his wife to say, anyway, always want to stick to his wife's mind, he will not change. Aha! It's just as pleasant a decision as that. If Kang Yohee knew what he was thinking, she would have looked at him angrily and said to him in a tone that was undoubtedly sappy, who decided with you happily? Morning, Lee. There was a neat sound of footsteps. At the center of everyone's attention was a young man with a neatly combed back hair, completely revealing a clear and elegant face, dressed in a well-tailored lead gray suit. He stood tall, with a reserved and distinguished air and an indulgent gait. The entire hall fell into silence, with only the sound of leather shoes on the floor. There were no whispered conversations until the executives followed the young man into the leadership elevator. Who was the young man just now? He's quite handsome, and when he walks with that group of old directors, he's quite different. He's so eye-catching. It seems to be Director Lee's youngest son. It's that biological son that the Lee family hid so well. Li Yu, what hide extremely well. Li Chuan in the time, estimated that did not want to let this biological son to the company, which also do not know why after the divorce of Director Lee, Lee's and renamed Su, stepson was fired. Biological son appeared. If you don't say the mansion is a mess. Look at this young age. Shouldn't he still be in school? Graduated, I guess. All come to inherit the family business. Quiet in the conference room, Li Yu sat quietly, exuding an aura of stability and maturity. Director Lee's son, looks like he has an extraordinary temperament. Rites of passage. Li Yu wasn't the least bit flustered. I'm flattered, but this shopping mall is like a battlefield. You're so young to sit in the position of executive president. Chairman Lee, more or less a bit of the survival of Lee's child's play. Li Yu raised his eyebrows, his aura full, and reminded Su, that opening director, a burst of speech. It is Li Yu do not know which side relatives of the half of the eldest uncle. It was not expected that his nephew actually did not give himself face. What, Li and Su are all family? Doesn't this position still have to be yours? After this, half of the eldest uncle opened his mouth. The rest of the directors alternated glances before he realized he had fallen for Li Yu's trick. Originally was pure to Li Yu ugly. Anyhow, the huge Su should not be by a 20-year-old child over the house. Did not expect to be used by him once, but instead of sitting in his own support for his fallacy, the smirk in Li Yu's eyes, which the directors here could see clearly, could be ironic. Would they be held by a child? Another director spoke up. Li Yu, those things you learned in school are pretty much just theories, which are not the same as the practical experience in the society. This coming as an airborne leader is more or less disconcerting to the old employees present. Su has not been able to develop since it was changed to Li by Li Luhong. The fact that there are so many more assholes in important positions in the company who love to chew the cud is part of the reason. Li Yu would naturally slowly remove them all step by step. Coping with the embarrassment of a group of executives, Li Yu was at ease. Chang also, the assistant beside him, received the boss's signal, nodded, and one by one placed the documents in his hands gently in front of the directors. Li Yu was very calm, revealing a bit of carelessness in his seriousness. What is given down to all the directors are my achievements in these years, as well as the research and development of the projects that I participated in at the Johns Group, and the profits gained are enough for Li to operate for a few years. All of these can be good proof that I am better than all of you who are sitting here. All of you. Look at the people between the eyebrows slightly wrinkled. This young child. The achievements are so rich. Casually one is the top project. Su's still Su's when they are in contact with such a high-end project. Su's change to Lee's after the change. Simply do not have the ability to be next to the edge of these projects. He really underestimated Li Yu, a hairy kid in his early 20s. If all of you still want to keep your positions, then immediately use your skills to do things. Li Yu was full of energy. After all, unlike my father, I myself value employee potential above all else. Wouldn't mind at all to give Su a good change. Li Yu breezily threatened. It's a young man's world now, and fresh blood will be more useful than stale blood. The entire conference room, instantly quiet. The directors were silent, only looking at each other. Those who were made to look, pursed their lips and did not speak. No one who can sit in this position is stupid. Who thinks about being used as a gun? Li Yu looked at his watch. If you have no objections, then this meeting is over? He still needs to get his graduation picture taken. Li Yu waited patiently for 3 minutes, and still none of the people in the room spoke up. When the 3 minutes were up, Li Yu got up. Su's executives followed behind Li Yu and walked out of the conference room one after another. The people in the office area took this look and it was basically clear. After this, they've got a younger man as their boss. In the afternoon, it was time for Li Yu's professional graduation photo shoot. He rode in an inconspicuous commercial car, got off near the university town, walked into a noodle shop he frequented, stood at the window and said to the lady boss who was cooking the noodles, "Sis, I'll have one." The two owners of the noodle shop are a married couple who have owned a store near the school for quite a few years and have good memories. "Ego young man, long time no see, or do you want a mushroom with noodles?" The boss smiled. Li Yu nodded. The 10 yuan 3-2 mixed noodles were Li Yu's favorite order after he finished his part-time job. The wait for the noodles to cook wasn't long and he ate them quickly without wasting too much time. "Okay, your mixed noodles." Not a moment later, the boss brought the noodles out to him. Looking at the kid in his suit, the boss's eyes were filled with the care of elders for their juniors. "Graduating?" Li Yu nodded. "Then good luck with the gas." The boss laughed. Li Yu looked at the face without looking up. "I will. Kinda sad that college time is rushing. This noodle may be the last time in this life to eat." Noon time, one after another to eat lunch a lot of students. The whole 12 tables of the small store. Not for a moment in a row full of ordering college students. The boss busy. Li Yu walked out of the small store after a simple fruitful meal. The place where the graduation photos were taken was set in the new campus. And when I entered the main gate of the school, the first thing that caught my eye was the most beautiful building of the school, which served as the background of the photos and was the most authoritative. Li Yu pulled on his yellow-collared baccalaureate uniform and stood under the new trees that didn't provide much shade from the sun on the new campus, the shade consisting of only a single, sparse leaf. It was sweltering hot in college in June, and the sun shone hotly in the sky. Yet it didn't deter the graduates in their bachelor's uniforms at all from taking pictures and making memories in all the good-looking corners of the school. Lu Yun had just walked into the school district when he saw him. The proper way to greet someone you're seeing. Li Yu looked at Lu Yun's left side and there was no one. Then he looked at Lu Yun's right side and there was no one. At Lu Yun's puzzled look, he spoke. "Where is your Chenyaya? It's not yet time to take graduation photos. I guess I'm punching the clock with my roommates in front of various buildings on the new campus." Lu Yun took a few pictures in the old campus and felt that it was almost ready, so he didn't take any more. But for taking pictures, the girls are different. Took 50. Under their scrutiny, it is estimated that only a single-digit number of sheets in their eyes is barely counted as can be seen. Can be sent to the circle of friends. Okay, come over here. It's our major's turn." The counselors stood at the steps calling to someone. When it's time for the group photo, the students are ranked according to their size, and the C-suite is always the counselors and the teachers. Photographers are very much business as usual, childish no matter how many years have passed. "Eggplant, here's the first one." The photographer looked into the lens and asked, "Is the guide handsome? Cool. Here's the second one." In the third, the photo shows all the students' bachelor's hats thrown in midair in unison with the cameraman's command. Childish, and only once in a while. When you get out in society, the youthful faces in the photos will all be adults. After the group photo was over, the hundreds of people in one major slowly dispersed around the school, continuing to take pictures. Li Yu wasn't interested, but hard to be pulled by Lu Yun to the school's soccer field, runway, classroom, library, posing nice decorative locomotive. Took a few group photos, and single photos. Lu Yun was ready to put away his cell phone after taking the shot. Li Yu reminded, "Send it to me. There's footage of me. Thought you cared very little." Lu Yun happily took his cell phone again, clicked on the photo album, and sent Li Yu's photos one by one to the original image. Next, Li Yu acted as the dedicated photographer for Lu Yun and Chenyaya, while Lu Yun was the photographer for his own dormitory as well as Chenyaya's dormitory. This photoshopping tosses in turns. At 15 o'clock p.m., the sun seemed more colorful. The temperature that shone down seemed to carry a rolling fever. "Alright, I'm going back for a nap." Li Yu felt dizzy. Being a cameraman was kinda tiring. Lu Yun nodded and had to continue to act as his girlfriend's dedicated cameraman. Watching Li Yu turn around, he suddenly remembered something. Oh yes, at 1900 hours in the evening, to hand over the bachelor's degree uniform to the school committee. You don't live in the dormitory and you don't need to clean up the dormitory. You take it off now, and I'll help you hand it over together by the way when I'm done with the meal, so as to save you from having to run over a trip. No need. The baccalaureate uniform Li Yu was wearing is new. He remembered that he had made his wife angry and hadn't had a chance to coax her properly. Looking at the glass of the school building, you can clearly illuminate your own young and handsome male university appearance. Lu Yun looked at him out of place. "You, still bought it separately?" There are students who buy bachelor's uniforms, mainly as a souvenir, but not like Li Yu. Lu Yun actually understands a little. You, ready to do something bad? How to ask this kind of question? Go away. Lu Yun was trapped to the eyes are somewhat open. Chenya pinched a hand side of the soft meat. Embarrassed, she explained to Li Yu. He's been going crazy trying to have a baby lately, giving Lu Yun a big splashy face. Where did I want to have a baby? Can I want to have kids? Yeah. Yeah, you don't run away. Yeah. Lu Yun chased after his girlfriend. Li Yu makeup sleep is in the rental house to make up. A long time has not been opened rental house. In addition to a little dust, the other appearance and the usual more or less. He washed up briefly and changed into something nice to sleep in. His bachelor's uniform washed and hung in the narrow drying area. Li Yu lay comfortably on the not-so-large bed and closed his eyes. His brain heavy and his consciousness clear again. A scene that crossed his brain. Just into the university. The face of everything is unfamiliar. Go to the wrong classroom. Hard and Lu Yun listened to a section of other professional courses. The teacher asked questions. Back to Nada 1, 2, 3. Lu Yun thinks his college life is too boring. The student union has all kinds of activities. Pulling Li Yu along. Think Li Yu talk less. Just right for his kind of chatter as a friend. But also show off their own wants and autistic classmates as the same table. Autism was angry at him to talk. In the second half of my junior year, on the way to my part-time job, it was raining, and I picked up a man who I didn't know if he was dead or alive in an alley with a broken streetlight. I didn't realize it was the same plutocratus who had taken advantage of my night. It's better to say that she took advantage of him than that he took advantage of her. Women are always at a greater disadvantage in this regard. The rental house seemed to liven up its dull atmosphere because of her. Li Yu's life turned from gray to color. After her eyes were healed, Li Yu thought that there would be no more encounters between them. But he didn't expect Jiang Yoshi to personally come over to the Li family to ask for someone. They marry, they cave, they live together. The creak of the door slowly pushing open. Li Yu woke up in a dream. The broken electric fan was still sitting in its place next to the bed. The sound not too loud. Li Yu looked at the familiar scene and really had the illusion that he was still in his sophomore year of college. Jiang Yoshi appeared in front of him in a professional outfit. The familiar light scent of her body filled Li Yu's nostrils. She looked at him with a smile. How did you sleep here? If it wasn't for the fact that she couldn't see Li Yu in the R&D department, she wouldn't have known that Li Yu had taken a leave of absence to go back to school to take graduation photos. Kang Yeo he half bent over, pinched Li Yul's ear and spat. What a badass. I didn't even get a chance to see what you look like in your bachelor's uniform. Li Yul suddenly got up, and in front of Kang Yuhi's puzzled eyes, he changed. In her face, Kang Yeo he breathed heavily, her emotions being mobilized by Li Yul's every move. Like it? After Li Yu changed, he walked over to Kang Yohi. Her brain was down, and the only person in her eyes was Li Yu. Li Yu's voice brought her god back slightly. It's okay, Li Yu. It's been a busy day. In the evening, one has to be busy with one's wife. Wet and soft and tangled. Wife, I feel it. Anne, be quiet. Chapter 63, The Wheel of Karma. Chen Chuan works in Wang's, although everyone in the company knows that he is Wang's husband, but because of the usual lack of rigor in his work, he eats softly beside Wang, and is not looked upon favorably, so naturally no one pleases him. Busy cows and horses are tired, and young people are not what they used to be. Young people nowadays care more about their own mood at the moment and don't pay too much attention to other people's business. Except for a few casual conversations after a busy day at work, Chen Chuan came to the intern in a high and mighty manner, knocked the table sternly, and pretended his might. Where are the documents that I asked you to get last night? How come they haven't been handed over to me yet? Upon hearing that it was Supervisor Chen's voice, the others in the office area lowered their sights as if they were even busier. The people at the top are weird and always like to trip up the new girls, especially the pretty ones. To some extent, Supervisor Chen and Mr. Wang were still quite compatible. At least, they are both horny. The intern is scared. I didn't finish it. The workload was too much. I stayed up all night and didn't finish it. I'll try to get the organized documents to you by the end of the day. The little girl's timid look. Look, is it okay? It just poked at some of Chen Chuan's fetish for beautiful women. I said. He bent down and crossed one hand over the young girl's thin shoulder, only without touching it. He had to make it clear that this intern wouldn't dare resist before he showed his true colors. Chen Chuan's calculations have not yet been understood. 1 drop, 2 drops, bright red blood, dripping down on the little girl's desk, directly scared the little girl to scream. Ah, what's all the noise about? Chen Chuan pumped the tissue on the table, making excuses for his inexplicable nosebleed. I've said that this project is very important to me. Do you think that you're the only one who's been busy all night as an intern, and I haven't? He thought the bleeding had stopped and threw away the tissue, but the blood still kept coming out of his nose, and he couldn't stop it at all. It was as if the platelets in his body had gone bad, and there was no blood clotting function left at all. Chen Xuan's breathing sank as he continued to jerk on the tissue to plug his nose. The little girl's horrified vision kept backing up. Confused, she grabbed her hand, not understanding what was wrong with Supervisor Chen. Recently, Chen Xuan had frequent nosebleeds. There was a thud, and this time he even fainted. The little girl panicked. Supervisor Chen fainted. Only then did the others in the office area stop crackling their keyboards. They called 120 and an ambulance took Supervisor Chen to the hospital. Chen Xuan woke up again and smelled the hospital disinfectant water. He struggled to sit up, feeling a little hard to breathe. Heavy, his whole being was exhausted. He thought it was because he hadn't been sleeping lately and had stayed up too late and his own resistance had weakened. Whenever it came to such moments, his thoughts of striving hard to surpass Liu sooner or later were quite unrealistic. Feeling sleepy now, all he wanted to do was to do nothing, to lie quietly, to swipe his cell phone or to think idly. In short, to be so lazy that he did nothing, as if he had no strength left to do anything. The opening of the ward door. The paramedics came to him. Chen Xuan found that this doctor was so different from the doctors he had seen before, with gloves on his hands and a mask with the highest defense factor. At a certain distance from him, Mr. Chen, you've got a dirty disease and you'll need to come to the hospital regularly for checkups and to get medicine. The paramedic placed the sheet on the hospital bed. This is your current condition. It's already moderate. I hope you can take care of your body. Some kind of behavior similar to high risk is the easiest way to contract a dirty disease. It's better to not do something like this again in order to avoid the condition getting even worse. After the paramedics left, Chen Xuan was still in a state of confusion. He thought he was hallucinating. Or else how could he have heard the paramedics say that he had a dirty disease? Those women he's been with lately, every single one of them looked healthy. How could they be sick? Chen Xuan's mind spun rapidly and thought of someone. When he returned home, before the door was opened, he heard some unspeakable sounds. After pushing open the door, it is to see a very obscene scene, a fishy odor in the air. Chen Xuan was even more certain that he had contracted a disease because of his wife's promiscuity. After a while, Wang Lily also felt that she was not too comfortable. When she was found out in the hospital, she blamed Chen Xuan one by one. At that time, Chen Xuan's nerves seemed to still have a little problem. Wang Lily screamed, "How can that be? To Chen Xuan is a hair-pulling curse." Just like crazy, Wang Lily felt that he brought the disease, made a scene and divorced. Later, Chen Xuan on the symptoms are becoming more and more obvious. Cannot do a little work. Blood clotting function deterioration. Holding unsteady fruit knife just touched his arm. The blood flow more than. The part-time when Yangqing returned to the rental house, and when she opened the door, all she saw was her son's miserable appearance. Going back and forth to take her son to the hospital, she couldn't afford to pay for his medical bills on her meager salary. When Yangqing looked at her son in the hospital bed who had suffered so much that he had thinned to a dried out look similar to that of a skeleton, she moved some distance away from him and cried, "I'm sorry, son." When Yangqing couldn't take this anymore, she gritted her teeth and was ruthless. "Either, or we'll leave together." "Go? Walking to where?" "It should go to hell." Chen Xuan on the hospital bed, staring at the white ceiling of the hospital, his vision gradually lost focus, and his consciousness was slowly falling asleep. He mumbled, "But Mum, I don't want to die. It's a dirty disease. If you catch it in this life, you're carrying it for life and treating it for a long time." How could Wen Yangqing have so much money? She was in a hurry. Now, there is only one way to do this. Her eyes glowed with the thought. Go beg Li Luhong. The Li family. Recently, the days were relatively free, so the housekeeper Wei Bo was ready to go back to rest after checking the courtyard. Unexpectedly, he saw a man and a woman who were lying in front of Li's house, with their haggard appearance. At first, Weibo really didn't recognize them as the former Mrs. Li and the Li family's eldest young master. "Uncle Wei, let me meet Lu Hong." Sneaky shadow, and called out to him. Weibo frowned and was about to call for security. Lao Wei, don't call me Wen Yangqing." Wen Yangqing pondered for a long time, exempting her face. This is not, or after being discovered, out of the voice. Weibo almost forgot who Wen Yangqing was. Facing this previously favored mistress of the Li family, Weibo was kinda embarrassed. "Ms. What? Is there something wrong? Let me meet Lu Hong." When Yangqing clutched the gate railing helplessly, with a torn look, "I want to discuss something with him, just delay him for a little while. This matter, it can't be said that Weibo can handle it however he wants. The complexity of the matter seems to be quite high." Chen Chuan, who has always had the sharpest mouth, actually stood aside and did not speak, and when the gust of wind blew, there was a little bit of weakness to fall down. Weibo sighed. "I'll ask the master." Not a moment later, Li Luhong, who drove the yard's exclusive small car, stopped at the Li family's front door. looking as if he wouldn't give Wen Yangqing and the two of them another chance to step into the Li family. Li Liuhong's icy tone. Something wrong? Lu Hong. Wen Yangqing's sheer affection. It's been a long time. You look good. Something's up. Li Luhong didn't give her a chance to make small talk. Still looking good. If they mother and son did not leave, now lying in the coffin board is the final end of Li Luhong. Lest he doesn't know the truth. He may still really be in the brainwashing of Wen Yangqing. All the property of the Li family will be set up in the name of Chen Xuan, and it is estimated that Li Yu has only a little bit of Su Shui's premarital property, which has an easy life now. He's semi-retired and Li Yu is having a good time managing the company. I heard that his son shocked a lot of the older employees when he came out. That's what makes him Li Liuhong's good son. Not that Chen Xuan who only misappropriates public funds and owes debts privately. My son is sick and is in desperate need of a sum of money. For the sake of our past friendship, Lu Hong, you lend me a little money. It was the first time that Wen Yangqing had lowered her voice so lowly in front of Li Luhong. Even when they divorced, Wen Yangqing was never like this. Instead, it made Li Luhong feel strange. What kind of illness that requires you to come to me to borrow money despite your face? When Wen Yangqing heard this, it was even more unlikely that she would reveal her son's disgraceful illness. She looked hesitant. Lu Hong, borrow some. This is life-saving money. You mother and son wanted me dead, and now you're asking me to save your son's life? Li Luhong laughed coldly. Would you think it's too lackluster? Wen Yangqing was shocked and overwhelmed as she lowered her head. Lu Hong, you are too cruel. Li Luhong did not talk nonsense with her again, and let Wei Bo give them 200 fares, and then drove away. Wen Yangqing's hands are powerless. At this time, Chen Xuan was even more so, directly pushed by the security guards to fall. The ground inexplicably dripped a few drops of blood. Wen Yangqing was afraid of being seen under the hat Chen Xuan's abnormality, hurriedly beat the car and left first. Once again back to the rental house of Wen Yangqing, looking at the phone when family and Chen family relatives, ready to cheeky, one by one call to borrow money. Chen Xuan's wail of pain due to the ulceration of his body's skin rang out again, timed to a certain point. When Yangqing suddenly a wave of annoyance filled all the thinking, but also after making several phone calls, are politely refused to lend money to the request, but also pulled to their own not easy on. She completely exploded. When Yangqing left Chen Xuan behind, walked out of the house, and bought a lot of charcoal. It's too much pressure to live like that. When Yangqing just couldn't take it. Plan. Burn charcoal and kill yourself. The charcoal fire was so hot that it burned the tablecloth, followed by the sofa, and then Chen Xuan, who was lying on the only bed in the rental house. When Yangqing took sleeping pills in advance and lay on the sofa, walking peacefully, Chen Xuan was found by his neighbors in a fit of yelling and screaming accompanied by smoke. Nearby neighbors who called the police in time cooperated with firefighters to rescue Chen Xuan. After being sent to the hospital, the doctors looked at his past cases and the skin that currently burns 80% of his body, and before they could figure out how to save him, Chen Xuan was already in agony. In an old neighborhood at the west end of the city, improper use of charcoal led to a fire, killing one person and seriously injuring another. But unfortunately, after arriving at the hospital, he did not make it through due to almost total burns on his body, and has died. In the early fall season, I hope everyone pays attention to the ventilation of the house, and be vigilant because of carbon monoxide poisoning. Life is not easy, and it is to be cherished. Li Yu watched the report on TV. The dead man's appearance. He could see who it was. I'm sorry to learn this. There was little emotion on my face. Without even beginning to retaliate. A man has his end. Death. It's the end to end all. Everyone can't avoid it. Life is either long or short. Eventually it will come to this one ending. Kang Yeohee had recently enjoyed studying floral art. Her fingertips wringing a rose and gently placing it in a vase. Hearing Li Yu's voice, she followed his gaze to the TV. The picture of the dead man was still there and she recognized it. The wheel of karma. Kang Yeohee looks at his ponderous appearance, puts down the bouquet, walks over, and gently holds Li Yu's hand. Li Yu smiled slightly at her. I'm just curious about one thing. His stepmother-obsessed old man. Will he help that mother and son organize a funeral? Will he call and undeniably ask him to go to the funeral? Where are the ashes of Wen Yangqing and Chen Xuan? Will they be placed in the Li family's ancestral hall? Li Yu waited all night. No problems with his cell phone. Plenty of phone bill. Full charge. And he didn't get a call from his father. So that means father doesn't know? How is that possible? At breakfast time and at tea time, my father's favorite thing to do was to read the newspaper, watch the news, eat his morning tea, and quietly enjoy the morning or evening hours. So he must know. What kind of mood is he in now? Contradictory. Complicated. Seeing death? Li Luhong, who saw the news, actually had the servants in the house overnight to once again clear the house of all things about Wen Yangqing and Chen Xuan. Even more so, After hearing that Chen Xuan had still contracted a dirty disease, the Li family was wiped out without even a single strand of hair being allowed to exist. With all the red lights and all-night cleaning, the Li family can be busy. Li Luhong had his home redecorated, moving out the old furniture and replacing it with new furniture. It was a lot of work, but it made him sick. As Weibo helped him to rest in the master bedroom, he suddenly woke up with a start. My room from now on, it won't be here. Weber didn't understand. It was Chen Xuan who contracted the dirty disease, not Wen Yangqing. Furthermore, it is also they left the Li family this only have this disease. The old master is a bit exaggerated. Quickly, give me a new room. With all the rooms in the house, I don't want the master bedroom. At the sound, Weibo secretly sighed. It was also not in the least known that his lordship, who had almost experienced death, was the more and more in love with his life, and was not willing to take the slightest risk. In the end, Li Luhong lived on the first floor, and also deliberately opened up 2 guest rooms that served as master bedrooms. Older, legs and feet are not good. This first floor live just right Li Luhong's body is tired, but his mood is great. Weber matched the laugh. Thinking about it, in the past, how much the master and Wen Yangqing loved each other. This person died. Should we go to burn incense? He was just about to warn his lordship. Li Luhong is already huffing and puffing. Weibo sighed and turned to walk out of the room, gently bringing the door with him. No one saw the tears that flowed from the ends of the closed eyes of Li Luhong. After all, they are partners who have been married for 7 years, and it would be a lie to say that they are not heartbroken. But it's also true that you're afraid for your life. Chapter 64, Flower Bath. Range of the Moon. In the night of the bustling city of opulence, but also by which the paper and gold dizzy eyes, leading to the boxing gym on the -2 floors, there are special attendants to guide guests. Fight. Beat him to death. In the large ring, the 2 fighters, amidst the clamor and shouts of the audience, were throwing punch after punch towards each other's destinies. The fighters struck so quickly that even the stumps of the cuts could be seen in the air. Li Yu's body shape was like electricity, and he avoided it in time with a few starts and stops. He held his breath, watching the next fighter coming towards him to find his point of attack. Eyes narrowed slightly. A stride also went straight towards the boxer. A punch whistled out and was seen to be dodged by the boxer. And this is actually Li Yu's false move. His real move in the boxer, a pair of arms against him, a foot blast out, straight to his knees. The boxer was caught off guard. His legs went limp. His attention was no longer on his arms, and he was grabbed by Li Yu's wrist. He reacted but was a step too slow. Bang! The bang! The fighter collapsed to the side of the ring, his immediate vision blown out, feeling as if his eyeballs had turned to mush. Li Yu punches in order to vent his feelings. Gradually, he seemed to see the defeated fighter in front of him grow a face of Chen Xuan. Li Yu threw another vicious punch straight at his face. Fighter went straight into a temporary coma. The referee stepped up to time the fight and also to block the winner from taking another step against the defenseless loser. 3, 2, 1. Li Yu was slightly distracted by his condescending sight. That's how he's supposed to die. Rubbing the corner of his aching forehead, Li Yu stepped out of the ring. Backstage division at this time. The boss is ruthless. As soon as the fighter arrives backstage and is brought back to a modicum of consciousness by the gym's dedicated doctor, he bares his teeth and begins to spout off about the owner's brutality. Boxing gym assistant. With the name of the smiling tiger Xie Change, mouth with a dog tail grass, hanging like, crossing his legs sitting on the chair of the leakage of cotton, spinning around. Hearing the noise, he turned around. The boxer saw him and shut up, his eyes twinkling. Shay, you're at the gym. There are a lot of hot-tempered fighters in the gym. Most of them are straight-talking people, and what they seek in their hearts will almost always show on their faces. But Xie Change is not the same. He is the assistant of the name. An office building office assistant is different. The boxing hall big and small things are under his control. Can say, in addition to the boss, he said 1, the whole boxing hall no one dares to say 2. Xia Chang especially respects his boss and looks up to him. Just now, they spat on their bosses. They can simply be sentenced to death, and directly expelled from the range of the moon. The gym here is more formal than any other gym in L. The medical equipment is top-notch, and can protect the fighters to a great extent. The fights are fought with a very high percentage of rewards for the fighter's share of the fights, and the perks are simply one of a kind. If he lost such a beautiful job as a boxer because of the trouble that came from his mouth, how would his sick sister, his old grandmother, his unhelpful parents, his fragile home, how would he hold up? Thank you, brother, the boxer said as he opened his mouth, blood flowing from his mouth along with his saliva. Xia Chang frowned. All right, stop the bleeding first. What's the rush to gossip? The boxer was relieved to hear that Shay didn't seem to blame him. Xia Chang got up, walked over to him, and surveyed the injuries on his body, commenting, Boss, this hand is still good. Aren't you still able to move and speak with your mouth? The boxer's puzzled look. A big question mark. Just barely beat him to death. And you call that okay? The doctor specializing in the gym who rubbed him with medication. The heart of a benevolent man. Xia Chang pulled his lips and smiled. The boxing gym where the boss was before didn't knock anyone out. He had to get down. Shay and the boss have known each other for a long time? The boxer's words slurred as a ball of cotton was stuffed in his mouth to stop the bleeding. Xia Chang nodded, recalling Lone Wolf's appearance. That was, like, 9 deaths. What about playing such a hard game? The rest of the fighters waiting to get into the ring. Curiosity got the better of them. Brother Xie, tell us about it. It's weirdly boring even now. Let's just say the 2 most recent fights the boss fought in that gym before he left. Xia changed his voice. All eyes looked over. That turtle tried to buy out the winner being himself with money and my ex-boss in the first game in order to impress the little rich girl and see his virility. Shady business happens in any industry. Not surprisingly. The boxer looks at the moment, the huge gym, and comes to say, the owner gave in? He was directly swung over by a big mouth by Xia Chang, and his eyes were almost starry. His comment could be more dangerous than the boxer who had just almost been hospitalized by his boss. The boxer also realized and hurriedly shut up, quietly listening to the assistant talking about his boss's boxing experience. Of course the boss disagrees. Just kidding, it's not easy to punch out the reputation, which is possible to give in because of this small amount of money, Xia Chang said to the excitement, directly spit out the dog's tail grass in his mouth. Reaching toward the side, someone immediately handed him a cigarette, bent over, and lit it for him. Xia Chang took 2 sips, slowly exhaled smoke rings, and then said, the boss beat that bastard directly into delirium and won. Wow. Someone mentioned, what about the second game? Xia Chang coughed a few times, looked at the cigarettes in his hand. Damn, can you buy some good this month did not send your salary? The man smiled awkwardly. Brother Xie, I don't actually smoke. Shikai froze and didn't say anything. The non-smoker, this pocket with a cigarette. It is not good to say anything. Being a human being to this point, in fact, quite good. That son of a, straight up pills the second time. Xia Chang spat. Don't you check before this fight? The boxer was shocked. It was his turn to get in the ring and he wanted to hear the rest of Shay's story. It was kicked directly by Xia Chang. Get on stage. The fighters rolled into the ring. The rest, all with their eyes open and slightly clearer at the moment, looked at him. Xia Chang had never been watched by so many people. Such eyes, a little embarrassed up. The boss noticed something strange when he was fighting with that bastard. How can a boxer improve so fast in a short period of time? This boost. He damn well only boosted his strength. He didn't boost his boxing skills. During the fight, the boss could tell that something wasn't right with him. The boss won again after taking a smart shot, grinding out the fight and sapping his strength. The rest of the group listened to the boss's story. Boss Bull, that's awesome, and smart and awesome. The injured fighter listened in awe, and was tapped on the uninjured shoulder by several fighters. You're damn honored to be able to fight the boss like that. Injured fighter, can I give you the honor? Standing up and talking doesn't hurt, does it? Time to go back to when Liu was boxing in the ring. In the audience, a woman in a short hot girl's dress stared straight up at the competition stage with interested eyes. This fighter, such a familiar fighting style, and a body type much like his, the lone wolf, whom we haven't seen for a long time, has actually come to Range Moon? A fantastic match, very appealing to the rich man's eyes. Qian Cici's attention was naturally all drawn to the lone wolf. After the match, she was eager to verify something, got up, intending to go backstage, and saw Chen Mo's disgruntled face on the side. She smiled longingly. Don't be upset, baby, you'll still be my favorite pet. Chen Mo was silent, just pets. Other than that, don't think about it. He'd gone to great lengths to keep this woman, and in the end, it was just a dispensable pet. Chen Mo's face grew colder and colder, but he still had to follow Qian Cici towards the backstage of the boxing gym. Qian Cici did hear the second head of the boxing gym talking about gossip. However, she didn't pay attention to it. In her heart, she was thinking about the lone wolf, a piece of meat that was hard to see, let alone eat. How could she have the heart to listen to the content of other people's speeches? She searched for most of the day and didn't see Lone Wolf, who had just finished boxing. In the midst of her eyes doubt, Qian Cici's eyes were filled with laughter again. The sun hit the west side today? Let me see. Who am I seeing here? Liu, who simply washed up, rinsed off the sweat from boxing and walked out of the boss room. When he wanted to turn around and walk towards the elevator, he was stopped by this woman's voice. The Qian family is also a big family. Maybe, in the future, there may be any business dealings with the Qian family. Liu cannot pretend not to hear, but the woman was difficult. He'd seen it all before, and didn't really want to climb into any particularly familiar relationships. Qian Cici has not yet allowed Liu to think about it. Small broken steps this ran up, Li Ba saw. MS. Chen. Li Yu was somewhat helpless as he turned around. When he came face to face with Chen Cece, he smiled gentlemanly and said, "Come to watch the game today too?" Many rich people who were in other gyms became customers of the Rangeley gym, especially rich women. Women preferred the comfort of the environment. Chen Cece saw that John Yoshi was not at Li Yu's side, and her eyes turned and wrote brightly, "This is a good show. I wonder if Boss Li knew that she had a hobby of watching boxing matches before she married Mr. Kong?" Li Yu's face was bland. "I know." Chen Cece was organizing language in her heart. Li Yu answered like this. She couldn't even say anything. Dryly another question. The one who just went up to the ring to fight. Was it Lone Wolf? We, Range Moon, do not have this fighter, Li Yu said, nodding his head with certainty, because he's become the boss, and it's not a lie. Chen Cece's words were choked hard again. I'll be kind and ask Boss Li to investigate this boxer. His relationship with Mr. Jiang is not as innocent as Boss Li thinks. My wife basically stays by my side except for the company. What she looks like, I know better than anyone else. Li Yu smiled slightly, purely politely. More Chen Cece angry headache. So the words bluntly said, Li boss, trust cannot stop the head of green grass. This hat doesn't distinguish between light or dark green. As for whether or not it offends Kong Yu-hee, it's all an afterthought. And Chansey always doesn't think about the afterthought. Thanks to Miss Qian's concern, this is between us as a couple, Li Yu said in a four-pronged manner. Miss Qian should still caring about her own lifelong matters first. Seeing that she had nothing more to say to herself, Li Yu nodded at her and turned towards the elevator's location. The truth was that Qian Cece was about to be infuriated by Li Yu. This man, is he alright? Is he unable to understand good and bad words? Chen Mo stared at Li Yu's back. His eyebrows were getting more and more wrinkled. Slowly, the shadow of the lone wolf in the line of sight tried to overlap with the figure of this Li boss. Chen Mo. The shadow was broken by Qian Cece's shrill voice, and Chen Mo felt a momentary headache. Chen Mo had to look at her. She, as a pet's literacy, you'll never flunk. Qian Cece glared at him in dissatisfaction. Be careful that one day, I won't really want you. I can't believe I'm not replying to her words. Damn. Back in the villa area, Li Yu, after boxing, his body was slightly exhausted with satisfaction, but there was something else he needed to be mentally satisfied. Soon after, the flowers he ordered were delivered to his home. Coming late to the flower bath, he is well prepared, all just waiting for Kong Yu-hee to talk about her job and return home. The moment his wife's car pulled into the yard, Li Yu stepped out of the bathroom. Kong Yu-hee was dressed in a vintage-style brown short dress. Under the hem was white lace revealing some of the design, and expensive pearls hung from her slender white neck. She elegantly sat on the sofa and rested, her straight and slender legs idly folded. At the sight of Li Yu, her languid demeanor, her hair-powdered fingertips gently rubbing the corner of her slightly stuffy forehead. I heard that you went to Range Moon to fight today. He has in Lone Wolf so similar to the fighting style. That one can be said to have caused a lot of fluctuations. John Yoshi how can not know? Li Yul walked behind her, his warm fingertips replacing Kong Yu-hee's, slowly rubbing his wife's temples to relieve her of her fatigue. I was bored on the weekend, so I went to relax and unwind. Not need to go to the company. His wife is not at home. Li Yu also do not miss the Su system has been implemented double rest system. He sought to go to the range of the moon to play boxing, to relieve boredom. Having already closed his hand in the ring, he thought that he shouldn't look very much like Lone Wolf, but he didn't expect to be seen anyway. It seemed that in the future, Li Yu needed to be more careful. Kong Yu-hee looked up at him with a pout in her eyes. You've attracted a lot of people with your ease. Qian Cece has been calling her a lot, saying things like since Mr. Jiang has found a good man, why don't you let go of Lone Wolf? Something ridiculous like that. Li Yu lowered his body and gently sipped his wife's fragrant soft mouth. So, have I attracted Yushi to me? Now it's attraction. She was picked up by Li Yu, who walked up to her. Kong Yu-hee wrapped her arms around his neck out of habit. Tired. Li Yu's concerned tone. Kong Yu-hee is okay with it, but goes along with Li Yul's mind and nods her head. He lightly touched the tip of his wife's fluttering red ear. Wash up first. I'll talk to you slowly about today's events. Slowly indeed. Burst after burst of amplified water in a bathtub overflowing with flowers. Kong Yu-hee looks down at him with her beautiful eyes and comments. Powerful and playful. Sir, Li Yu didn't say a word, but only did what his wife's mouth said about him. With her beautiful eyes, she saw something and frowned lightly. Why are there injuries? Li Yu got closer to her so that Kong Yu-hee could see more clearly, clearly wanting his wife to be more distressed by him. But then he said, a small injury. Small minds play on lives. Jiang Yoshi heard it clearly and her heart was clear. However, she didn't intend to poke at Li Yu's nastiness. Zoe's eyes looked at her husband and offered her solution. I kiss? Well, the flowers in the bathtub eventually overflowed all over the floor with the flow of water, and are still overflowing. Chapter 65, Memories of First Acquaintance. Li Yu would have been bored on the weekend. Sundays trying to be sweet with my wife are hardened and broken by party invitations. He looked at the message on his cell phone that would probably keep vibrating as long as he didn't reply to it. Switching pages and quickly turning off the sound and vibration, Li Yu thoughtfully glanced at his wife, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms, and gently exhaled. Luckily, it didn't disturb her. At this banquet, Li Yu was there as a representative of the Su clan. Kan Yushi was there as Jiang clan's representative. The messages sent were very different. Go on. Meeting more people will be a great help to Su. Kan Yoshi woke up a long time ago, glanced at the content of his cell phone and said, and then proceeded to recline in his arms, the side of his face rubbing against Li Yu's chest, seeking a comfortable position and continuing to fall back asleep. Good. Li Yu was just coaxed to go. They stayed in bed until the afternoon, and after a meal their nerves felt lazy. Kan Yeo yawned. Let's go. Li Yu thought that he and his wife were most likely carbon fainted to be sleepy after dinner, but sleeping back to sleep is too long, and if I sleep again, my brain should hurt. So, when Kan Yeo called out to him, Li Yul didn't react for a moment. Ha, wife, it's time to change your clothes. You have a party to attend in the evening. Kan Yeo walked up to him. Li Yu sat upright from the couch and extended his hand toward his wife, lazily relying on her to stand up. Why didn't I see it before? You're so clingy? Kan Yeo felt the sizzling heat in her ear, a temperature that didn't belong to her. Li Yu lazily said, just started. Do I dare? At that time, Kan Yeo was a high-ranking plutocrat, and Li Yu was just an unpopular youngest son of the Li family, being pushed down by his stepbrother at every turn, and even relying on his own part-time job to earn his tuition fees. Though, during the time he saved Kan Yeo Li Yul also slightly released his nasty mind, but after her eyes recovered, Li Yu proceeded to play nice again. Now, all obstacles are all cleared. Li Yu is also expanding his career step by step, and he is finally able to unleash his nature in front of his wife with a straight face as well. I've always been like this. My wife doesn't pay attention to me. Li Yu skimmed his lips and spat. The pretentious look directly made Kan Yeo laugh. I'm still not paying attention to you? Aside from her work, she had her sights almost entirely on Li Yu. Not really. I should need more concentration from my wife. Li Yul stayed glued to the checkroom that Kan Yu arrived at. Kan Yeo indulged him and didn't refute anything. Li Yu's little request, just fulfill it. She was happy to spoil him, and she liked it. While matching the clothes, Li Yul's eyes were all over Kan Yu's body. The way she meticulously chose her suit, her shirt, and her matching tie was careful and beautiful. The long, arched lashes fluttered slightly, and the excellent brow bone, with its shadow of lashes, covered by the wife's delicate face. So beautiful. Wanted a kiss. No, 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 2 kisses. It's still true that every corner of your wife's pretty face shouldn't be spared if you can help it. Li Yu never made a move, and the slight rolling of the knot in his throat showed that his physical liking for his wife had always been very strong, and had never lessened by half. Before he met Jiang Yoshi, Li Yu did not know that his needs turned out to be so great. He once thought that he was sexually frigid, but now it seems that he is more suitable to be Kan Yoshi's pervert. It's strange that Kan Yeo didn't notice such an obvious sighting by Li Yul. She raised her eyes unawares and met with Li Yu, who had not yet withdrawn his gaze. The naked, bright thoughts in the man's eyes were all taken in by Jiang Yoshi. She was a little surprised. These expressions on Li Yu's face were not something she saw often except when she was in bed. Thinking about what? The wife asked, seemingly innocently. Someone was already looking left and right, eyes flashing, not knowing where to start. Li Yu was able to say those things that were on his mind, and his wife could definitely reward him with 2 fists. Just thinking about it made Li Yu feel a little stuffy in his chest. The atmosphere, sweet in its weirdness, was quiet for a while. Immediately afterward both men laughed. Kan Yeo smiled a little wryly. Why don't you even answer me? Li Yu, on the other hand, was caught smiling a bit awkwardly. Shy. That's not like you. Kan Yeo was right. Wife, you're stereotyping. Not good. Kan Yeo couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth a bit. Okay, I'll change it. Her eyes returned to Li Yu. Before, you dressed me up every day. Kan Yeo's serious brow. Now, I'm going to dress you up very handsomely as well. Before that, it should be talking about the time period when Kan Yeo went blind and Li Yul rescued her in a rented house. Back then, Kan Zaibatsu was so innocent that a good morning kiss would have raised her well. Li Yul's thoughts were all over Kan Yeo's body as well. Sister, when did you know it was me? Li Yu suddenly asked this question coldly. Kan Yeo stopped her hand movements and looked at the mature and stable Li Yul, who was dressed by herself with a satisfied sight. He was already very different from the brat he was a year ago. I recognized it from the start. Do you think what I said when I went to the Li family to propose marriage was a coax to you? Li Yu slightly bent over and gathered Kan Yoshi. Actually, I was just bringing up the topic to compliment my sister. It's so awesome. The corners of Kang Yohee's lips rose slightly. Today was another day of being coaxed by Lil Yul. Luxury feasts, opulence, famous families, eyes intertwined. Everyone's eyes revealed the imperative to win. The opening of the party is to keep an eye on your target at the beginning of the party, waiting to approach, then talking, not moving to talk about your own brand, and trying to take the opportunity to belittle your competitors. All of this, Kang Yohee handled with ease. Lee Yu, who was at a certain distance from his wife and had no one to talk to for the time being, and couldn't find a target to talk to, gazed admiringly, straight at his wife. So proud of yourself. Shanglua saw it and snickered. For those who don't know, they'd think you're Mr. Zhang's husband. Li Yu raised his eyebrows, not saying a word, and in his heart, he only affirmed, isn't that so? On the side, Su Jing looked puzzled. Li Yu slowly collected his overly obvious gaze on Kang Yohee, and a reminder to the two little ones who had just arrived and whose breathing was clearly still uneven. Still not looking for good food to eat? The opportunity to come to a trip to such a high-class banquet is not easy to come by. With Li Yu's reminder, Shang Lu went straight to the expensive meal, breaking in time before leaving. Thanks a lot, brother. Su Jing followed on his heels. It wasn't a strange thing for Shang Lv and Su Jing to appear at the banquet as the second in command of Mr. Jiang, and in their briefcases were the on-site generic versions of the contracts that could be drawn up anytime, anywhere. Don't you think it's a little bit strange for Li Yu to appear at the banquet? Su Jing held a glass of champagne in her hand, adhering to her professionalism as a secretary, paying attention to Mr. Jiang's direction from time to time, just in case. Tasting the dessert, Shanglua felt so mushy, shaking his head. This one is not good. Change another one. Hearing Su Jing's skepticism, he instead got nervous for Li Yu first, quickly organizing language in his head. What's so strange about this? Maybe his family isn't simple and isn't attending as an employee of Zhang's. At the sound of the voice, Su Jing nodded her head and thought carefully before replying. You have a point. Shanglua searched for a tissue to wipe the dessert stained on his hands and added, our company is so powerful. There are many rich kids thrown in for experience. Most rich people's kids are very eye-catching, and basically can make modest projects as a basic achievement to enter the financial circle. Su Jing nodded. It seems our company is really a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. Shanglua agreed with her on that one. Su Jing was more patient with Shang Lv than with other colleagues in the company, responding to everything, and also whether it was nonsense or not, obviously to the point that Shang Lu actually felt it. He was in a bit of a dilemma. The last kiss hadn't been explained to Secretary Su yet, although not explaining it wouldn't affect the normal handover of work between them. You too. Su Jing suddenly looked at him with a very sincere sight. Shanglua felt his heartbeat faster and he was a bit overwhelmed. The cell phone in my pocket is ringing. I'll go pick it up, haha. Su Jing pursed her lips and stood still with a docile demeanor, not following in Shang Li's footsteps. Not long after, Su Jing's cell phone placed in her small bag also rang with a few messages. Let's find a time and meet. I've only heard your voice after all that online dating, and I want to meet you in person. You see, it's okay? Signature of the person who sent the message, business law. Li Yu, as the heir of Su's, talked to the old bosses. Su's business is more inclined to the makeup world, doing women's business. Before Li Luhong handled Su's time, which aspect of the money, straight to which field? Su's get unorthodox. The profits earn just enough to maintain the livelihood of employees. After taking over, Li Yu intends to follow Su's comfort zone at the beginning step by step. Slowly, the makeup world, where women are the dominant consumer group, is an incalculably large market. Li Yu, after reversing the situation of Su's foreign cooperation, after the constant projects, has let him feel the enthusiasm of consumer users. Mr. Li from Su? Someone else recognized him. Young and talented, Li Yu politely smiled and reached out his hand. Thanks to Mr. Wang's compliments, we still need to rely on everyone together to develop a larger market area. Mr. Wang shook hands. Ha. Mr. Li is modest. This is not. Li Yu's identity was not that he had to hide from Shangli. He just felt that before he left from Zhang's. He wanted to get along between them, not to be too awkward and unnatural. So what kind of identity before how to get along? And currently also get along like this. The matter of leaving Zhang's business also needs to be put on the agenda as soon as possible. Li Yu, who has multiple identities, is already a bit overwhelmed. He's a little worried that he'll focus more on his work and his daily life and neglect Zhang Yoshi, Jiangshan and beauty. He Li Yu but want both. The wife is more his kingdom. After two people busy, this hand has a lot of business cards. A burst of giddy, across the many old bosses talk, extremely tacit understanding of a glance at each other, then avoiding the person beside him. He heartily headed for the balcony where the light was not very bright. The two men lounged around and drank a little wine. Kang Yohee looks out at the landscape outside the manor. The tall trees, the fountain overflowing with lights. Familiar? Their first encounter was at the sprawling estate. At that time, Li Yul was trapped in a scheme and his body had a problem that needed to be solved urgently, and Kang Yu-hee became his antidote by mistake. Familiar. Li Yu picked up his cell phone from the traffic alert. Kang Yu-hee took one look and commented, "Your cell phone. It sucks. The good one. Before I met you. Fell. That night. Is really a very thrilling scene." Li Yu now look back. All feel incredible. People and people's destiny seems to have long been bound like. Kang Yu-hee's docile look. Why don't you buy another one? Li Yu looked at his cell phone and there was no other valuable information, and after deleting the spam, he put the phone away, sipping the red wine in his glass. He savored. For this, there is no demand. For what? A need? Kang Yu-hee cocked her head at him. Li Yu's eyes met hers, and he slightly moved closer, pressing his forehead against hers at an extremely close distance, wrapped up in his wife's sweet scent. Li Yu looked genuinely. "You, to the wife there will be." Kang Yu-hee smiled softly, her pretty eyes slowly gazing at her husband, from Li Yu's pair of narrow eyes, then to the high nose, then to the thin red lips. Instead of taking advantage of such a wonderful atmosphere to get one step closer, she said, "Li Yu, would you like to try the red wine in my glass, too?" As soon as Li Yu picked up Kang Yu-hee in his arms, he headed in the direction of the less crowded safe passage. After descending the stairs, it's back down the cobblestone path on the inside of the fountain until they get to the building where Kang Yu-hee is resting. If you looked closely, you could see the tall man in the suit, with the delicate woman nestled dutifully in his arms, her long, smooth hair tilted down from the man's arm, with a slight curl at the end, lifting as she walked, flooding the curb with light, haloing the stars, and being especially charming. "I wasn't too fond of dealing with strangers before I met you, so there will be special restrooms, either large or small, at venues where I often attend parties." Kang Yu-hee's words were soft, and with the night breeze, they sounded somewhat hazy and quiet and charming. Maybe it's just purely a restroom, or a building. Li Yu knew that his wife was explaining to him, and he came closer to rub his wife's bare forehead. "I know, Mr. Jiang is very capable. It's the same room, it's clean and someone cleans it on time." Lightly placing his wife on the bed, Li Yu covered it. Kang Yu-hee reached out, slowly tracing his face with a smile in her eyes. "This time, you're awake?" Li Yu took hold of her at her slender wrist, kissed it, and replied, "Well, it's sobering." He turned his head sideways, needing only a little more distance to touch Kang Yu-hee's lips. Li Yu stopped and somewhat boldly made his little request. "Can the kiss be a little longer?" Kang Yu-hee laughed softly. "Won't you get tired?" "No." Li Yu had anticipation in his eyes. "Permission, wife?" She threw her arms around his neck. "Permission granted. Besides, which disallowance?" Li Yu was obedient not to continue. "Not at all." His fingertips were a bit calloused, and the rough rubbing sensation brought about by touching Kang Yu-hee made her shiver lightly. Love Li Elm like this. Chapter 66 Separation from Service. When Li Yu submitted his resignation letter, the first person in Shangliu was disbelieving. He thought that someone had pissed him off and made him resign. "Then I'm afraid that this person won't be able to stay at Zhang's in the future." You take the resignation letter back. What's it like?" Shangluo read it, put it down, and pushed it back in front of Li Yu. "According to Li Yu, to participate in the progress of the project, in the near future, we'll certainly be able to mix this year's Outstanding Employee Award, and then in the Zhang's simmering years, we do not say that he relies on the relationship, just say that the real ability, he is absolutely this batch into the first Zhang's promotion. Isn't that what rich kids come into their kangs for? Achievement. Take it back?" Puzzled, Li Yu looked at his resignation letter. "Is it not written in a standardized way?" Shang Lu looked outside. Not many people passed by his office, and again he was whispering to Li Yu. "Tell Shang the truth. Are you being bullied? Who dares to bully Li Yu, who has eyes and does not recognize Taishan? Today, first let him Shang Taishan cure." "No, who can bully me?" Li Yu talked about leaving his job in much the same way as he usually talked about other project work, faintly. "With that persona, you're probably not even going to talk to your leaders when you're bullied. Business law. I'll listen to the more not released." "Joking. This year's wages still want. Tell me, why did you leave your job?" Shangluo took a comfortable sip of hot tea. Li Yu searched for the reason for leaving the job. Didn't he write it on the exit form? "Too busy." "Don't use this kind of very standardized reason for leaving. We John's busy except when the project is expedited. Other times pressed to work overtime. Okay. Although, almost every day there is a project to follow up, but overtime is very little." This point, Li Yu should be a deep understanding is. Li Yu smiled. "Shang, when I said I was too busy, I didn't mean when I was at the company." As if Shanluo had gotten something from his smile, he let out a long "oh." His eyes rolled. "Does Mr. Jiang know about you leaving your job? You sign your name first, later Mr. Kong will know." Shanluo saw through it. "I knew your identity wasn't simple." Li Yu smiled. He took the separation form and walked to Mr. Zhang's office. He knocked lightly on the door. An after-a-light voice came from inside. He pushed the door open. When the person came in front of her and didn't say anything, Kang Yeo he put her eyes from the computer screen to the person who came. And when she saw that it was Li Yul, her eyes were obviously brighter. And the whole person was more radiant. What's wrong? Miss me? Kang Yeo he rested her cheeks on one hand, revealing her lazy appearance without any pretense in front of Li Yul. Li Yu's movement of handing over the resignation form is suddenly a little stiff. To really leave from Zhang's, in the future to see Zhang Yoshi like this appearance, that is less. Only the night is left, just the bed. What can I say? It's a bit of a shame. Seeing that he still didn't make any movements, Kang Yeo he narrowed her pretty eyes and got up, her soft body close to Li Yu, naturally feeling what he was holding in his hands. This is. Zhang Yoshi's warm fingertips slowly stroked along his half-raised sleeve and picked up Li Yu's resignation form. Li Yu faced other people's coldness. In his wife here are not due effect. Leaving? Kang Yohee returned to her position with an idle posture, pursing her red lips. Her voice was careless. Those body parts that had been plastered by his wife slowly cooled. Li Yu tried to scratch them. The temperature was hard to retain. He felt some disenchantment. Rather, I didn't expect Kang Yoshi to sign her name so decisively. Dashing and valiant. Exasperated. Li Yu's eyes and face drooped. Wife, don't you have any reluctance? Zhang Yoshi mouth hanging gently shallow smile. Now the market competition is fierce. Everyone should have their own stage to make a big splash. You previously chose to enter the Zhang's rather than once Li's, and now Sue's. Naturally have your reasoning. And now that Sue is back in her comfort zone in the makeup world, slowly developing, with no leader in the herd, it's inevitable that Li Yu will return to Sue and succeed his mom. No matter how much Kang Yeo he couldn't let go of Li Yul. She couldn't use her personal feelings to block his excellence. Can't give up. Kang Yeo he looked at him with soft eyes and spoke straight honest and unbelievable words. Li Yu's dark pupils were clearly illuminated by Kang Yoshi's smiling appearance. He stiffened and walked to Kang Yoshi's side, and his wife was also very understanding and quietly leaned over when he stopped in his tracks. There'll be very little chance of seeing you at work from now on. Li Yu was grim. Kang Yohee hooked her lips and cast a sidelong glance at him, trailing off with a long, questioning tone. Li Yu, you owe kisses, don't you? Speaking of this, that Li Yu he did not dwell on hesitation. The man's bent back, his large hands steady on the tabletop. Kang Yoshi did not avoid the dense line of sight, fingertips languidly caressing the desktop. There is a tapping. A good time to admire Li Yu. Waiting for Li Yu's next move, she opened her mouth leisurely. Speak your little mind? Aha. Li Yu moved closer, touching her lips lightly. Once, again, slavishly. Zhang Yoshi's beautiful eyes were slightly closed. Her look of enjoyment was indulgent of his gesture. Li Yu, it's as if you're coaxing me to stamp with color. Then Mr. Zhang's service to me, is it satisfactory? Li Yu's deep, dark eyes pondered just a little bit, and soliloquized on role-playing with his wife. Zhang Yoshi couldn't strain a smile at the corner of her mouth. Boring. Although her mouth was saying so, her curved eyes betrayed that she was actually satisfied with Li Yu's small mind. His wife's soft eyes with a smile just looked at him softly. Li Yu hooped the back of her head, sent a deep kiss. This time, he is no longer a shallow taste and stop. Is the wife's flavor? Wrapped around the tip of the tongue. Repeatedly taste. Long, oxygen deprived, lovingly entwined, and nearing suffocation. Li Yul finally releases Kang Yohee. Do you like it? Li Yu asked as he kissed her hot, reddened little face again. Kang Yohee averted her eyes. Badass. Holding up my work. At this time at the entrance of the president's office, there was a person hovering from time to time. A nice guy who was worried about Li Yu walking into the president's office with a severance form and not being able to get out of the president's office. Sean LV has been paying close attention to the entrance of the president's office. Full of doubts, how come Li Yu entered the office for so long and didn't come out? It's hard to believe that he really didn't discuss the matter of his departure with Mr. Jiang. I go. Li Yu first chopping more him, after the play is Mr. Jiang. It's over. It's over. Sean Blue Heart cannot help but a burst of fear. Back to their own workstation. The mind cannot be fixed. Trembling hands slowly hold the mouse, searching the internet to leave the template. He didn't remember what Li Yu wrote just now. Sean Blue sighed a long sigh of sorrow. To Li Yu cannot go. Mr. Jiang did not sign his departure form. Then see his big name in the lower right corner. It is time to sign his own separation form. Woo woo woo. It's time to look for work again. Thinking about his dilemma of finding a job back when he graduated annoyed Shangluo, especially during the interview. Whether facing the HR department's personnel lady or little brother, or the department head, it is very annoying, as much as possible with their false optimism and extroversion to say something that cannot be done. Big words. For example, diligence. In fact, touching fish is a family affair. treats the company like his home, but never tidies up his workstation, doing things the hard way. Shanglua has done the first word so far. Su Jing, who had been standing beside him for a long time, spoke up when Shanglu was finally about to write up his severance form. Written? Nice woman's voice, just a little cold. Merchant Law nodded, satisfied with his full list of reasons for leaving. It's perfect. You're leaving your job? Her voice was thin and a little shaky. Shanglu shook his head. No. He's mainly afraid he'll be fired for various reasons and the company won't have to compensate him yet. The defense is this. Su Jing breathed a sigh of relief. Then why did you write this? Merchant Law said casually. Every beatnik has written this stuff. Right. Who can still be true to their job? Su Jing's cloudy tone. Me. Shanglua didn't say anything, just frowned. How come there was a woman's voice in his office? This man. When did he enter his office? Would seeing his exit forms be a threat to him? Just as Shanglio asked 3 consecutive questions to think, Su Jing leaned over, her small hand caressing Shang Lu's hand, which was clearly larger than hers, and drove Shang Lu's hand along as she tapped to select the full text and then delete it. Business Law, blindfolded looking at their own editing for a while of the exit table, was deleted blank, and then stiffly turned his head to look at the side of the Su Jing, but also realized that the two of them hand next to each other. The posture is not ambiguous. This is to be in case the door is not closed outside the office of the colleagues to see the Business Law was reported office romance words. He panicked and pulled his own hand out of Secretary Su's small hand, only to accidentally touch something that still had a certain elasticity to it, and wiggled in an arc in front of Shanglua's eyes. Extremely rounded softness wrapped in a lady's shirt, only a few centimeters away from herself, a faint scent lingering. I didn't mean to. Shanglua held back his red face and squeezed out the sentence from his throat. Su Jing nodded, calmly. I know. She's kinda understanding. Merchant Law froze. Su Jing placed the information in her hands in front of Shang LV, her slender fingertips tapping. These need your review. Check it and send it to me on your work phone. Good. Su Jing also got a reply from Shang LV after she finished speaking, but she didn't leave. But the look in her eyes became more and more astonished. Superintendent Shang, you seem to be nosebleed. With a caress and a flash of red on his hand, Shang Lu got up in a hurry and headed in the direction of the bathroom. Just as Li Yu finally exited the president's office, worried about the situation of Shang Li, Su Jing was not good enough to enter the men's bathroom, and saw Li Yu. Colleague Li, go and look at the nosebleed Shang director. This is tissue paper. Trouble. Li Yu took the tissue. It's no trouble. At the faucet in the bathroom, Shang LV was washing the blood from his hands and nose, and Li Yu was chanting, has our company changed to such a good texture of paper towels? Li Yu waited for him on the sidelines. Secretary Su's. As soon as Su Jing was mentioned, Shanglua's mind thought of the touch he had experienced for the first time in his life, and it felt as if the nosebleed that had been blocked by the tissue had flowed more freely. I've only been in the president's office for a short while. What's wrong with you? Li Yu was still kind enough to give him a perfect excuse. Is it possible that you've worked too much overtime and your body can't hold up? Shangri-La, a nosebleed is a precursor to sudden death? But sorry, he simply just flowed because of Secretary Co. Shanglua's nosebleed stopped with great difficulty and followed Li Yu out of the bathroom, asking in a curious whisper, President, approved? Li Yu nodded. Approved. He was packing up a little bit of his things. It was another year of school recruitment. A lot of talent flooded into the job market. Li Yu did not need to stay at Zhang's for a month, but just left the job. He did not need to come tomorrow. Seeing the commotion, Sui silently walked over. Ahem. So what? Any good goods to inherit? Upon hearing this, Shangluo was quick with his hands and mouth. Li Yu, can I have this cake of tea? Li Yu, yes. Sui, asterisk. Sheng, okay, pick the most expensive. She hurriedly looked at it, and finally skimmed her lips. Holy, Li Yu, you have nothing on this desktop except for tea and water cups, and this bag on the back of your chair, leaving the wind. All along, Li Yu's workplace has been leaving the wind. Shanglua, who was contentedly hugging a tea cake, waved his hand. Let's not talk about that. He looked at Li Yu. Let's get together after work. It's going to be hard for us to see each other again in case you're in the right company later. Li Yu exaggerated. Time to stay up for another 2 hours and the point of closing time will be reached. Remember to come. Li Yu's cell phone was sharing the location of the restaurant where Shang Lu had made a dinner date. After all, it was the excellent talent that Shang Lu had brought out, and Shang Lu was quite reluctant to part with it. Li Yu waited for the colleagues in the office area to be almost gone, walked to the door of the president's office, and talked to his wife about the cause. I'm going to be, probably, a little late getting home tonight. Kan Yohei raised her eyes from the pile of papers, glanced at him, and proceeded to mind her own business. Why? Left my job and had a meal with my departmental co-workers. Kan Yohei nodded. You're quite popular. A person of Li Yu's nature. Those who don't like it will dislike it a lot, and those who like it will like it a lot. At first may not be used to see him less words to do things rigorously without error, rather a kind of light-blowing awesome sense of immediacy, but after getting to know him, and knowing that he is extremely responsible, one thinks of relying on him, and seeing him or his name possesses an inexplicable sense of security. Career is actually similar to love, and the relationship between a work hitchhiker and his wife is similar in that the parting is always hard to part with. Go on. Kang Yeo he understood. After graduating from college, Sharan said she wanted to go abroad to further her education, and she also looked reluctant to leave, but adults know that they won't stand in the way of those around them running towards a better future. This is also the case. For example, with this departure of Li Yu stood still and didn't move, and when Kang Yeo he looked at him suspiciously. Li Yu left a kiss on her forehead before he turned around and walked out the door contentedly. Kang Yeo he caressed the kiss on her forehead that was no longer warm and felt her heart palpitate, and the frown between her brows that had tightened because of her work gradually soothed. A bit of red drifted to the tips of her ears, her mind spinning slowly. Li Yu, very bad. You don't leave work or eat with yourself, and you have to come and hook yourself. Really bad. Chapter 67, he's drunk. He's faking it. The gathering was in a hot, grilled and fondue-paired restaurant. People come and go. The atmosphere is very hot. The sound of laughter and conversation in all parts of the restaurant. Each location has groups of 3 to 5 people drinking beer and eating barbecue meat, chatting, talking loudly and noisy. R&D department of people have come, hot and lively, a long table. Grill plate has been hot, Z-buds bubbling oil, hot pot in the boiling fire red. The table is a long time ago to order a variety of meat dishes. Vegetarian only, that lettuce and ingredients, onion, cilantro, garlic and so on. They saw people they recognized and immediately greeted them. Here, Li Yu. They all waved when Li Yu arrived, and it was easy to find. The brothers moved over, giving the center to Li Yu. Come on, make room for our main attraction tonight. Shanlua yelled twice. Li Yu was stared at by the eyes attracted by Shanlu's words and smiled. Actually, wherever you sit, it's fine. Ha ha ha, snark. Just kidding. Shanglua was about to pour him a drink. Li Yu raised her hand to caress the bottle and set it down. I'll just have a drink. They won't force it. And off-duty hours are exactly the time when there is a strong need to fill their stomachs with a meal of meat first. The grill pan is moist and bubbling with fatty and lean meat, served with a dip wrapped in lettuce, a satisfying bite for the taste buds. You drove here? Shanlu handed him his drink, assuming that he wasn't drinking because he was going to be driving back later. Li Yu shook his head. No, I took a cab. The family car is quite upscale. He is still a newcomer. And Zhang's staff dinner. Li Yu or low-key some, lest after the departure. His reputation is still in the Zhang's caused an uproar is not good. Low-key. Shang Lu nodded. So, I thought I could get drunk with you tonight. Li Yu and Zhang stay in these days. Which celebration? Shanglua has never seen Li Yu drunk look, or quite curious. Ha ha, what's that smell? With a bit of paste and the aroma of cooked meat. Li Yu's nose wrinkled. Shang, is the meat you put on the grill plate mushy? Asterisk, my fat cow. Shanglu hurriedly searched for his fork and flipped it. A heavy paste that slightly alleviated some of his hunger. I was so focused on talking to you, I forgot about my grilling, Shanglu said, giving his not-so-skilled grilling skills a chance to catch up. Li Yu was happy, not eating his trick at all, taking the fork and bowl and chopsticks that the waiter brought over. He said, Brother Shang, you can't do this skill. He's viable. After Shanglu tried a few bites of the roast, it was too mushy, as if it was street dancing on his tongue like a flavored iron. Shanglu hurriedly got up and went to the bathroom to throw up. Let's just say that sometimes it's time to admit things. Okay, he's not very good at grilling. I haven't eaten much yet, and I have a bitter taste in my mouth. Li Yu was concerned. Are you okay? Do you need me to go watch the fun? Shanglua waved his hand, hearing Li Yu's ladder. When he came back again, Shanglua thought he had blurred his eyes, closed his eyes and looked again. Secretary Co is here too? She sat quietly in her corner seat, turning the pancetta in the skillet with her fork. Shanglua's legs went weak when he saw her, and he barely made it to his seat before he sat down. Shanglu sat down and saw that in front of him, there was a plate of extremely well-roasted pancetta, nourishing oil, crispy and meaty, comparable to the skills of a professional chef. He looked to Li Yu. You baked this for me? Li Yu hadn't answered yet. He was already eating. Aha, good technique. I forgive you for your outburst just now. Li Yu, it's still you who are good to master. What? Not I baked. Li Yu's own hunger has not been solved yet. How can he have time to think about Shanglu? Don't think of me too well. I'm still hungry myself. Shanglua's mouth, which had not been allowed to idle, lurched, suddenly having a bit of a heart attack. So, I'm eating someone else's? He and Zhang's these years can never bully the staff. Cannot a plate of roast meat to him back to the liberation of the past? He is not easy to establish by the hands of the staff under the majesty of obedience. Shanglua looked to his left, looked to his right. While he was eating it, no one did anything different. He even had the idea that he had baked it himself, and Liu had just helped to get it off the baking sheet. Liu grilled homemade chicken wings and rice. First fruitful stomach, then replied the business law. Just now Secretary Su sent. Shanglua was eating the last bite of meat on his plate when he heard Liu answer so unexpectedly. Ahem. Shocked by Liu's words, Shanglu drew on a tissue. What? Liu looked like he was making a fuss. What? You offended Secretary Su and she's going to put poison in the roast for you? After covering his mouth to stop coughing, Shanglua continued to move his mouth, his eyes sneaking towards Su Jing in the corner, who was still seriously grilling the meat. That's not true. Rule of law society. What are you thinking? Shanglua muttered and continued to eat. Don't say that about girls. Secretary Su, this person is actually quite good. It's hard to. Liu saw that something was wrong. The woman you said was good to you in reality is Secretary Su? The one you kissed on the mouth. Was she too? Shanglua's eyes widened. How did you know? Liu looked like he knew what was going on. Brother Shang, you're simply not acting too obvious. Speaking of this, Shanglua drank one drink with a distressed look. Liu ate almost. Intermission also rest. Also have the leisure to manage up other people's parents. Look at you, this difficult look. Have not met with the internet girlfriend? Soon. I'm panicking. Shanglu's appointment was at the end of this month, when the project was just about done and he could have a long vacation to take. If it works out, take your girlfriend on a trip to see the sights. If that doesn't work out, take a trip on your own and see the sights. And by the way, you can also see who your heart is in. This is going to be in case the online dating object is not good looking, even if it is. In case it is the type of Shanglu likes and he can't reject it, then it is time to make it clear that it is with Secretary Su. They are all from the same company. There are still some business dealings, or the same immediate leader. Shanglua does not want to work between them to get along awkwardly. In fact, more than anything else, he didn't want to see Secretary Su, who was silently in close proximity to him, sad and heartbroken. It takes a lot of courage for a woman to approach a man on her own accord, quick and easy. If you continue to be so hesitant, the ones who will be hurt will be the two women's hearts. Liu sipped the drink beside his hand and proceeded to eat the roasted meat. Shanglua took a mouthful of meat with a mouthful of wine. His mouth that was very satisfied, and he couldn't see that he was upset in the slightest. You kinda know. The two had a conversation. Liu, after the meeting, if you want to like the online dating partner very much, Secretary Su that, how are you going to explain? Shanglua shook his head sullenly. I don't know. Another plate of superbly roasted meat was delivered in front of him, and Shanglua lowered his sight so that he could only see the corner of Secretary Su's coat, and then she didn't say a word as she slowly left. Shanglua was a little heartbroken just thinking about Su Jing's saddened appearance after he had made it clear that he refused. The potluck is almost at the end. Liu was seeing a familiar car parked outside the restaurant. He also looked at Shanglua, who had already passed out drunk, and the wine he still had left halfway through his drink. Liu had a plan in mind. He dabbed some of the wine from the bottle and smeared it on his collar and sleeves to create the illusion that he had had too much to drink and was drunk. It's a busy time. When Secretary Su stepped aside to pick up the dead drunk Shang Lv, he and Liu said, I didn't drink tonight. I'll send him back. She kept her eyes on Shanglua, with a snobbish look in her eyes. Liu nodded his head, even if he refused. I'm afraid that Secretary Su, who was looking at the prey like this, wouldn't allow it. When Secretary Su was struggling to hold Shang Lv, Liu helped her, hanging Shang Lv's entire body on Secretary Su's body. It seems like a big mountain. This Secretary Su is still wearing high heels. Will it work? Secretary Seo, would you mind? It's okay. Su Jing let out a long breath and led Shanglua in the direction of the door. Seeing how much she cared about Shanglua's appearance, Liu again did not hold back and said, he actually talked about an online dating partner. I know. Su Jing's footsteps paused for a moment before she added, I don't care. Liu was a bit surprised, not realizing that the commercial law he said he knew was actually better. No wonder Shanglua is so torn between his online love interest, with whom he shares a soulmate feeling, and Secretary Seo. Secretary Su is competent and understanding, perhaps more suitable for commercial law. However, this was someone else's feelings, so it was better for Liu not to get too involved. People think in 1,000 different ways and from 1,000 different angles. As for Shanglua's very satisfied online dating partner, he is also about to meet. So what will be a scene like then? Chicken and dog, or very harmonious? By that time, Liu was no longer in ginger, out of sight. For now, it's better to worry about yourself first. Liu raised his hand and smelled the odor on his clothes. It was laced with a lot of booze flavor, but not too much pickled and flavorful nastiness, lightly scented with wine. It's okay. in the area of hooking up with wives. I guess it's the icing on the cake. He got up, pretending to walk out of the restaurant at a somewhat unsteady pace, and accidentally spotted the Kion lookalike in a parked spot on the street. Liu walked up to the front of the driver's seat, his hand picking at the door, and mouthed, "Honey, you came to pick me up?" The car window slid down and the first thing Jiang Yoshi smelled was the odor of alcohol that hit her face. She frowned her delicate eyebrows. "Why did you drink so much, Happy?" Liu leaned against the car window. Kang Yeo he could only cross over to the passenger seat to get out of the car and close the door, then opened the back seat door and helped Li Yul sit down in the back seat. Li Yu continued his performance, wrapped his arm around his wife's thin waist, and with a hook on that foot, he directly brought the rear car door up. Jiang Yoshi blushed a little, her body tightened, and asked in a small voice, "Li Yu, there are a lot of people here. What are you doing?" "Just want to hug you." Li Yu sidled his face close to his wife's fragrant and soft embrace, murmuring under his breath, "I just want to hug you." "Why are you drunk? Like a child?" Kang Yeo he obediently moved closer to him, cupping Li Yu's face in her small hands and locking eyes with him. With the dim brightness of the car, Kang Yeo he couldn't tell if Li Yul's face was red or not. Usually when you drink to the point of smelling like alcohol, your face should be very red. She cupped Li Yu's face, could feel it was hot, and didn't even suspect that Li Yu was acting. "Wife, you pamper me." The man's warm breath erupted into the hollows of her shoulders. Speaking of his small request, "Spoil me." Kang Yoi's heart tip fluttered. "How do you favor it, Li Yu? This is outside. So many people." Even though Kang Yeo he is very indulgent towards Li Yul in this regard, she doesn't want to be on the headlines tomorrow. "You say more soft words and coax me." Fortunately, Li Yu's request was not too high. Kang Yeo he can't say love words at all. "Aren't you making it difficult for me?" Then, Li Yu seems to have gone through very serious thinking. "I coax my wife? Well, you coax, I listen and learn." Kang Yuhi's muffled laugh, unbeknownst to her, Kang Yuhi, who has been strategizing in business, would actually fall into such an obvious and childish playfulness in the heart of Li Yul. "Honey, the moon is beautiful tonight." Kang Yoshi waiting for the traffic light. The rest of the light has touched the window. It is indeed very beautiful. Light moonlight stained the ground, through a layer of hazy moonlight. "In my eyes, you are more beautiful than the moonlight." Li Yu's sincere words. Kang Yoi's breath hitched. She had thought that the love words Li Yu was going to coax out of himself were just him getting drunk and making things up, but she hadn't expected to actually say them. "Thank you for the compliment. I enjoyed hearing it. Honey, can I say I love you?" Kang Yohi pursed the corners of her mouth that she simply couldn't keep down. "Yes," Li Yu added. "Like this, would it be too ambiguous?" Kang Yeo he laughed outright. "Why are you drunk and still know how to tease people? I only do that to you, wife. Truly, heaven and earth can see. Honey, I'm a very practical man and I believe in love at first sight and love over time." Kang Yeo he glanced at him from the afterglow of the rearview mirror. Li Yu leaned back eastward on the back seat, and the look on his face was quite serious, so it didn't look like he was telling a lie. As for whether his love at first sight was love at first sight, and whether love over time is a result of spending time together and cultivating affection, or whether love does things so much that affection comes naturally, Kang Yeo he didn't dare to jump to conclusions. On the way to the car, Li Yu has a lot of words, and simply does not stop. All the time, he said some love words to his wife, in a messy and unordered way. Back home Li Yul also coaxes Kang Yu-hee to give him a bath and then gets the clothes on Kang Yu-hee wet again. "Wife, did you eat tonight?" At the critical time, Li Yu was still thinking about whether Kang Yoshi's belly was empty. "Eat up." Because of this process Li Yul is too good and skillful acting is seen through by Kang Yu-hee. Her breathing was turbulent. "You haven't been drinking?" "It's not that I wasn't drunk." Kang Yeo he is even more detective, close to Li Yu, and concluded, "There is no smell of alcohol in the mouth, and the body is not stained with the smell of alcohol. The smell is all on the clothes." "Li Yu, are you playing me?" Li Yu tried to explain. "Wife, it's this time of the day. How can you still be so lucid and rational? No talking, no moving." Jiang Yoshi chortled. "Good, Li Yu, you've learned the hard way. You actually coaxed me. Let's see if I don't punish you properly." "Li Yu, don't move." As soon as she softened her tone, Li Yu then folded. Good. Being tormented by his wife in a small way for a while, Li Yu loved it. Loved it. Chapter 68, That's Bad. Pull cooperation Li Yu inevitable socializing. In the dimly lit box, the batch of cosmetic-made crafts he and his assistant had brought were just ignored by a few old bosses who were trying to light up the room. They didn't look like they were here to talk about cooperation, more like they were here to drink flowery wine. Some of the old bosses were even planning to call the beauties, with a meaningful smile as the waiter walked into the box to add alcohol and fruit plates. "Show our Mr. Li what your top beauties here look like." Li Yu raised his hand. "Does Mr. Li think one is not enough?" Li Yu twisted the cigarette in his hand. "Pure vegetable bureau. A few old bosses. This talk of cooperation. It is better not to have outsiders present. What's makeup without a woman? No woman knows more about cosmetics. Liu didn't want the environment to be filled with the scent of another woman's perfume, causing him to get it on his body. Wifey had a nose for that, and he didn't want to see any hint of her unhappiness. But looking at the naked color of lust on the faces of these old bosses, both offended. This cooperation was not only a waste of time, but also a waste of opportunity. Liu couldn't miss any possibility of pulling investment for Sue. Good, since it's my bureau, I'll arrange it. Liu put out the word, I'll make you all happy. A few of the old bosses gave a knowing look, then a meaningful laugh, then looked forward to it with great anticipation. I told you, it's still young people like Mr. Lee who know how to have fun. Liu saw the move and waved his assistant to heel. General Manager Lee? Chang also listened to Mr. Lee's command. His eyes slowly widened, then the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile again. Okay. The assistant nodded and headed out of the box. These old bosses cannot be separated from the old man's family. His wife in the group also has several functions. Access to contact information is not difficult, coupled with the fact that they should know a few old bosses in the entertainment. The only thing surprising about this one is that the partners actually invited their wives. Waiting for a beautiful woman for a long time, several old bosses in the box door opened the moment to see their wives. Shocker. What brings you here? What's the point of coming to this mess if you're not going to stay home and be nice? Oh lady. Several of the old boss's words were full of concern. And what about the expression of weakness, which could not be seen in the dim light? At the sound, Liu smiled. These old bosses still know that this is a place of pandemonium. He had asked them to talk about cooperation in the office building. They are not a hill of raccoons booked a high-level club, but also said that the old-fashioned cooperation is not interesting, and young people should cooperate in a young way. Liu's wealth in front of a few old bosses, slightly inferior, refused is to refuse this cooperation. There is no way cooperation is carried out here. They want to find a beautiful woman to tease. Liu's solution is since the top is a dirty trick, and the bottom is a bad trick. Liu glanced at his assistant who was at the doorway, and he nodded his head knowingly and turned on the white light inside the box directly. The few old bosses who stayed under the warm lighting for a long time couldn't help but close their eyes, and by the time their eyelids slowed down, they no longer had the time or opportunity to give Liu's murderous gouging sight. I'm asking for the help of a few ladies today to find out which of these categories of Sue's cosmetics has more market potential for the predominantly female market. Liu smiled, using the words of the last veteran general manager. Very reasonable. Several veteran general managers are men, and naturally don't have a better understanding of women's consumables than women. So, I personally had my assistant contact a few wives. It's also more than a little offensive, and I would like to apologize to all the wives here as well. These wives each sat down beside their husbands with a questioning look in their eyes. Really? This Mr. Lee said really? After all, their husbands let them come over to talk business. Hardly ever a few times except when they were newlyweds. Of course, a few of the old bosses sweated. One can't say that they do want women involved, but not their wives. It's not like they're stupid and they're not going to get divorced, so they're not going to lift a rock and stone themselves. Liu no longer wanted to wait for the reaction of a few old bosses who were trying to pass through a million flowers. He opened his mouth to introduce the cosmetics on the table. This batch is the new cosmetics that our Sue's researched, mainly taking the high-end route. Moisturizing skin care products take aloe vera and glycerin from plants. The whitening ingredients are mulberry, cherry, and lemon extracts. The lipsticks that women use the longest are composed of healthy ingredients such as lanolin, fragrances, and the coloring is plant-based. A middle-aged noblewoman took a lipstick shell and looked at it carefully, giving affirmation to Liu's introduction ability. You little brother introduced it strangely carefully as well. Boss Lee spoke nicely. All of you ladies can try it out. If you like it, this complete set of cosmetics. I, Mr. Lee, will send my assistant to send it to all of your companies tomorrow and give it to all of you ladies. Cosmetics are textured and high quality. Sprinkle a little on your hands for a natural, fresh and long-lasting scent. The wives love it. A few of the old bosses couldn't say more than pander to their wives throughout the collaboration. Sue's cosmetics were pleasing to the wife. Liu also didn't have to face the old boss's tough invitation to a beautiful woman to accompany him. The best of both worlds. When the show broke up, Liu's cooperation was not only signed, but the cosmetics were also tried out personally by several wives as a knock on the door of the upper class. Several of the old bosses looked at Liu's eyes differently. This young man, he's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Liu went back to the company to deal with the follow-up of the contract, and returned unavoidably late. He messaged his wife ahead of time, telling her to go to bed early and not to wait for him. But then, Liu's gut feeling, knew he won't listen to him. The wife has always had a particular obsessive energy about looking forward to spending time with him. When the assistant couldn't stay up and yawned a few times in a row, Li Yu said towards his office seat. Chun Yu-ya, you can leave work first. Too sleepy. Chang also thought he was hallucinating. Did not care. Continued to be busy with the data in front of the computer. The hands are beeping keyboard sound. Li Yu was helpless. The sound of his assistant yawning was so infectious that it was kind of interfering with his concentration on his work. Li Yu got up and walked over to his desk before he could make a sound. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chang, who also wanted to take a sip of water to refresh himself, was startled by his boss and scooted his chair back several steps, spilling all the water in the cup on him. Chang also. Li Yu held his forehead. How can you be scared so easily? Chang also guessed that his heart was beating too loudly at the moment. He didn't hear his boss's words and remained frozen. Li Yu waved her hand in front of his face. Back to God. You can leave work first. Don't catch a cold. Old, boss, did you hear crying? Chang also swallowed and suddenly said with a little shiver in his voice. Li Yu frowned. Where are the cries? He thought it was because Chung Yuya had a lot of orders lately, and the number of overtime days had increased, and he was stressed out and having hallucinations. You go back first. Chang also looked at the boss. Boss, so what time do you leave? Li Yu looked at the time on his hand. It was now 21 o'clock p.m., and then looked at the papers piled up on his desk, and casually said, when will you approve the papers? When will you leave? That mustn't be dawn? Chang also muttered and looked at the boss's desktop. A whole pile of documents and contracts. Business was really good lately. Li Yu sat back in his seat and read the documents for another half hour. When he raised his head, Chang was also still in his original position. This guy. Strange. Let's get out of here. You're not going down? Boss. Chang Yu, who felt Li Yu's line of sight, said a word abashedly. I'd better walk out of the building with you. Li Yu wondered. Why? Chang also looked around. The boss's spacious office. There is no other spooky shadows. And it is not yet the legendary ghost door wide open 23 o'clock. You're so timid. Ha? Li Yu shook his head and laughed. Chang also swallowed. Rumor has it that in the past few nights, there's always someone secretly crying in the stairwell, and colleagues working overtime would hear it, and are a bit afraid to work overtime. Recently, the efficiency of their work at hand has gone up. A cry? Li Yu stopped writing as he tried to listen quietly. Soundproofing effect is not that office did not hear any crying. The open window, not far from the road downstairs. The sound of traffic is faint. Could it be that the voices passed through the windows and were affected into strange sounds that evolved into cries in the ears of the lackadaisical beaters? Li Yu felt that his suspicions were not unreasonable. Chang also nodded. If it continues like this, we won't dare to go to work. And I've heard that one after another. There are people who have resigned because of this weird thing with the personnel. Li Yong ponders. It's a big problem when employees leave. He checked the time and got up. Chang also followed and also got up immediately. Boss, are we going to catch ghosts? Get off work. Go home and rest. Li Yu picked up his suit jacket. Chang is also still a bit sorry that the original boss is not taking him to catch ghosts. But yeah, the safe passage in the corner of the hallway as they walked towards the elevator. The 4 words lit up in fluorescent green. Was pretty freaky. Chang also looked at it and didn't dare to look at it, and his steps to keep up with the boss were a little faster, as if there was someone behind him asking for his life. Seeing his startled appearance, Li Yu helplessly went along with his story and consoled. Being upright is not afraid of shadows. Are you doing something bad? I didn't do anything bad, but there are also the kind of ghosts that harm people who don't discriminate at all. Chan Yuya's heart jolted as he said it. Li Yu pursed her lips. The two walked to the parking lot to part ways. The boss suddenly said, less messy horror movies. Chang also stayed dumbfounded, having been an assistant for a long time, and instinctively said, oh, got it, boss. Watching his boss's car fade away, the wind blowing through the night, Chang also had a cool whoosh down his back. He immediately got into his own small car and drove away from the parking lot as well. Under his breath, he also muttered, how did the boss know that I've recently gotten hooked on horror movies? With a sudden realization he added, no wonder you're a big boss at such a young age. It's real smart. As Li Yu pushed open the door to his home in the dark, he saw a blurry shadow at the couch that had risen after hearing a noise. You're back. Kan Yeo. He sat dumbfounded and yawned lazily a few times, her small hand covering her mouth again in time, hoping that Li Yu didn't hear. He had told himself not to wait for him. She had to wait. Very sleepy, still dragging sleepiness and refusing to fall asleep. If the yawns were heard by Li Yu, Kan Yoshi would have been a little repaired by him. Sleepy Kan Yeo he, her voice would be especially soft and supple. Li Yu stopped and his heart melted. Wife, waiting for me? Kan Yohi nodded her head obediently. She slouched, staying unmoving in the couch, staring at Li Yu, who was walking towards her. The man was in front of her in a few strides, wrapping his arm around his wife's thin waist. Li Yu used a little bit of strength in his hands and sat his wife in his arms. Among all the lights, there is finally one that belongs to him. Li Yu, Li Yu didn't know how to describe the feeling. It's marvelous. The whole person seems to have come to life, completely free from the previous muddled life situation. On you. It smells good. Kan Yohee moved closer to him and sniffed lightly. This was the first time Kan Yohee had smelled such a scent on Li Yu's body. It wasn't a smell that was tainted with other people's scents, but rather a smell that existed or was carried by Li Yu himself. Only Li Yu pulled out the cosmetics they had been studying from his arms and explained, "It's this fragrance." The most prominent of these was a cosmetic with a thick shell that looked like it should be lipstick. Kan Yoshi took it in her small hand and slowly turned the lid, and sure enough, the light fragrance smelled the same as on Li Yu. Not obnoxious, and no cheap plastic smell. Kan Yoshi's first feeling, not bad, can try. She skillfully dabbed the lipstick towards her lips and pursed, feeling the texture of the lipstick. Not bad, although there was no mirror. Kan Yohee was able to feel that the texture of the lipstick pushed out nicely and dried at an acceptable speed, and after application, there was no strange, sticky touch. Well, Li Yu looked forward to his wife's evaluating look. Recently, he recruited a good number of college students and set up a research and development group to enter the high-end makeup market. Tonight's collaborations all cost a lot of money. Li Yu was counting on this battle to re-establish Sue's name in the color cosmetics world. Kan Yohee surveyed the lipstick shell. The texture is good. The flavor is good. And a prettier appearance would be nice. Appearance? Li Yu also scrutinized the slightly bulky lipstick shell in his wife's hand. Advice given by Kan Yohee: women don't really care much about whether something works or not and how it performs, but whether it looks good or not is crucial. It's even more important if there's a brand. There are some things you buy that you probably won't use, but pretty things to put on display. If the beautiful shape and the branding, when they take them out, they're actually doing intangible advertising for the product. Li Yu nodded thoughtfully. Thank you, wife, for giving me such good advice. Kan Yohee raised her eyes. The warm yellow tint of the light could see that her eyes were shining brightly. Can I, give some substantial reward? I will kiss you. As the words fell, Li Yu lowered his head and brushed his lips against his wife's soft ear. Jiang Yoshi pursed her lips, her voice small and soft. That's very bad. Obviously asking for a reward. Why did Li Yu still want to take advantage of her? Who's rewarding who for this? Anyway, Lil Elm's intense. I'll be worse. Wife is so pretty. The mole at the end of your eye, he said and gave another kiss. Sure is bad. Kan Yohee unconsciously softened in his arms. Husband, give Lil Elm a good listen. With a little more force in his hands, he hefted his wife into his arms, rose, and took a step in the direction of the master bedroom. Kan Yohee instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, still mindful that he had just returned home from a social engagement and should have gotten some rest. His wife's long hair was scattered, beautiful and alluring. The long, white and tender legs were even slowly wrapped around his waist and abdomen, softly inquiring, "Aren't you tired?" Not tired. This love to do things. Li Yu always stored strength. Chapter 69, Crying in the Middle of the Night. Aftermath. Li Yu and his wife talked about Sue's recent strangeness, on the thing that Chang also muttered while working overtime. Kan Yoshi listened, her beautiful and delicate eyebrows knit. She was sleepy and her spirits rose. Honey, do you specifically pick the sweet aftermath to tell me scary stories and cool down? Li Yu ignored the fact that girls might be afraid of ghosts and monsters at night. With a lurch, he turned and took his wife into his arms, giving her a kiss on the forehead. Sorry, Kan Yohee said instead. I'm interested. Li Yu was surprised, his eyes slightly thoughtful. That, grabbing his wife's little hand, which was starting to act up again, he gave her another kiss. Going to work overtime with me tomorrow? Deal. Kan Yohee's eyes were sticky as she looked at him, slightly grumbling in her voice. I'm not even sleepy anymore after you said that. Wife, it's not good to stay up late often. The wife's small hand wrapped in Li Yu's hand seems to have been flexible enough to run away. Knowing what his wife's next step was, Li Yu stopped it slightly. He's actually looking forward to it, but won't reveal too much. Jiang Yoshi's eyes slightly raised. Which is often. Recently you always work overtime. We have not had a good time to let loose. Since Li Yu is so energetic. Li Yu, will you just obey me? She pouted and pouted at him, trailing off with an upturned. Well. In addition to gradually stabilizing Sue's growth in the makeup world and returning to her old ways, Sue also had the design clothing department, which was a new department developed by Li Yu. He intended to start with lifestyle products and build a high-end brand step by step, adopting a reward system. Any employee who can produce work to speak and receive certain honors will be rewarded with a generous cash prize. Li Yingshi, on the grounds that he is a relative of the Li family, said that he helped the interns to check the design, but in fact, he criticized the interns' drafts in a denigrating manner. She also steals the interns' design to participate in the city's clothing creativity contest. The product designed in accordance with the design, with its unique color scheme and charming yet casual style, won the first prize of the competition. Li Yingshi got the award, returned to Sue, sneaked past the interns, submitted her proof of the honor she had received, and was surprised by the trailing number with a few extra zeros when she was paid in the middle of the month. Really received a generous salary, enough to buy a lot of luxury goods. Li Yingshi was even beginning to fantasize that she could always take the work of interns with design talent and reap the profits. The intern whose design she stole senses something. As Li Yingshi walked out of the company after work, the intern followed her and stopped her. "Sister Li, the design you submitted. It seems to be mine." She doesn't know how to fudge. She just wants to get to the point. At noon today, Linin saw the works of the great god seniors who were honored on the company's bulletin board. She had intended to be admiring it and learning from it. Upon seeing the honored work of their department's team leader, Group Li, she felt it looked familiar. How could Linin not recognize the work that she herself had poured her heart and soul into? Stayed up a few all-nighters, and was bursting with inspiration. She remembered vividly how she had been scolded for her work when she submitted it to the group leader. This led to a short period of time in which Linin doubted that she could create good work, and her emotions stayed in a downward spiral of negativity that kept repeating itself. During this time, her sister was taking care of her sick and hospitalized mother, and she hadn't yet come up with the money for the operation. Linin even went to run a takeaway at night to earn some quick money to subsidize her family. The company bonus that the team leader got must have been so generous that it was a total lifesaver for their family. But Li Yingshi did not admit it. She even said condescendingly, "How do you prove that the work is yours?" It seems that she is planning to not give a single bonus. The intern, fierce-looking but soft-natured, turned and walked away. Li Yingshi was still hanging in the heart, but it turned out that this intern is a soft persimmon. She drove beautifully to the upscale luxury store and spent her money. Rumor has it that the mansion's midnight cries were actually none other than Linin. She was really suffocating and couldn't go home to cry for fear of being heard by her sister. "It was stressful enough for my sister to pay for my mom's surgery, and she couldn't afford to cry while running takeout after work." Tears gummed up her glasses and made her prone to accidents. Linin was suddenly so sad one night when she finished her takeout run and passed the company's office building on her way home. She then secretly swiped her work card to get back to the office and secretly cried in the stairwells that no one else would pass by even when they were working late and off the clock. The suppressed and muffled cries were unheard at first. It's just that sometimes, she just can't hold back her aggression and cries a little louder, which coincidentally is heard by others who think it's something spooky, causing the company to be on edge for a while. At the lunch hour point, Linin would hear other co-workers talking about the building's crying apparitions at night, and she was a little embarrassed, intended to endure. On returning to her workstation and being shrugged off by the team leader, her heavy aggravation washed over her again. "Look at what kind of dog you've been designing lately." Li Yingshi directly threw the design in Lin Yin's face. Lin Yin's back was becoming more and more arched as she crouched down to pick up her design. Even if they were no longer good, these works were products that she had designed with her heart and soul. They were her children. Linin couldn't afford to be trampled on like this. The entire design department was quiet and the atmosphere was stifling. Because of the rationing of the last part of the design to be handed in, Linin had been working overtime on the drawing, and when the pressure came up, she couldn't even hold it in, and she ran to the stairwell and cried again. At first it was a stoic, muffled cry, then it was completely uncontrollable and started to sulk. At the safe passage, Li Yul and Kong Yuhi stood in the doorway. The cries that came from the stairwell, ghostly and long, were really a little bit scary at this point in the evening, accompanied by the cold wind blowing in from the window at the end of the hallway. After Jiang Yoshi got off work, she went straight to Su, and spent some time in the break room in Li Yu's office, accompanying him to dinner, working overtime together, and going to the point in time when, according to Su's legend, there would be crying. Now, the two of them are facing it. 1. Get out of here, get off work, go home, pretend nothing happened. After all, it's better to believe in something than nothing. Ghosts and monsters are quite evil, and you can't always get rid of them. 2. Push the door open, listen to the sound. The crying is not far from them, and see what's going on. The Chinese are preoccupied, come what may. Kang Yeohee took several deep breaths and looked to the stairwell as Li Yul slowly pushed the door open. Li Yu, who was protecting his wife at the side, looked at his wife's obviously a little scared, but still pretended to be strong. The corner of his mouth curved. Wife, so cute. They pushed the door open with a light hand, barely making any sound of treading on the floor. After descending 2 flights of steps, Li Yu reached the design department of their company. Just then, Kang Yeohee pulled him with her small hand. Right in front of them, a blurry shadow, hands on her knees, sat crouched in the corner of the steps against the wall, and with the sound of sobbing, she seemed to be shaking. When you cry hard, your body will jerk uncontrollably, and you'll get crying hiccups. Kang Yeohee stared at the shadow carefully. It was not like a ghost that came to claim its life. but rather like a little pitiful person who had suffered a great grievance and had no place to go but to find a place where no one was around to cry in secret. "Why are you crying?" A sudden voice. Lining turned around and was almost startled by Mr. Lee and a pretty sister who were carrying the sound-activated sensor light at the stairs. "Old boss." Lining shivered and stood up, not daring to answer her boss's question, sobbing the whole time. "Hug. Sorry." Lining even let out a few crying hiccups as she said, "I just cried too fast, and now I can't seem to stop at all. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do it." The beautiful sister beside Mr. Lee, the dimly lit stairwell could not see her exact appearance, but the person smelled good, and the words to comfort her were warm and soft. "What is the offense, sister?" Hearing this title, Lining felt as if it was her sister in front of her, and her eyes reddened even more. Kan Yoshi soothingly whispered, "Cry slowly, after the sound can stop. Talk to me, okay?" If John's employees knew that their thunderous John was so gentle with the employees of other companies, they would die of envy. Li Yu wondered, "Why did you let her keep crying?" "Kan Yu," he returned, "look at her. Can she stop now?" Li Yu grew up. Almost no tears. The most ferocious crying was the day her mother left, crying until she fainted. And I don't know if the crying will stop if she cries too much. The second time is when Kang Yu he leaves after his eyes are healed, and he covers his eyes and smothers his tears. These memories, Li Yu didn't even really want to remember. The most taboo thing for an aggrieved person was to be suddenly cared for. Linian was also a college student who hadn't graduated yet, so she couldn't control her aggression at all and cried as she talked about the cause of the incident. "I am a design intern, staying up all night drawing manuscripts, being impersonated by a team leader, and getting company awards for talented employees. I don't know what to do. I'm not convinced, but I can't argue with that." The little girl's pathetic, aggravated look. Li Yu finally realized the reason for the mansion's midnight cries. "Go home first and rest and relax. You can't go to work like this." Li Yu turned around. The intern froze, not willing to move. "Paid vacation." Lo let out another cry. The intern wipes the tears from her face and strides up the stairs. Kan Yohi shook her head and smiled. "This pretty sister, is she a friend of the boss?" Linian stepped closer to her. "Are you going back?" Kan Yohi smiled gently on both sides of her cheeks. Aha! It wasn't really easy for her to say that she had actually come to Sue's tonight with Li Yu to deal with a ghost. Ghost nodded, hesitant and torn, and said slowly, "May I follow you?" Linian was embarrassed. "Actually, I'm quite afraid of the stairwell. It's dark, deeply dark, and I can't see the end." Just like her future, Li Yu was really amused by her. "You didn't feel afraid when you were crying, but now you're afraid?" Linian was silent again, crying with an aggression greater than any demon or devil. The two of them combined to send the intern home. Her sister saw her sister coming down from the limousine, and with one hand behind her back, she pulled her sister over and looked warily at the car. "Handsome man and beautiful woman. You are?" My sister froze, unsure. Li Yu said simply, "Her boss and boss lady." My sister looked at her sister with red eyes and wasn't quite sure. The boss and the boss's wife of such a big company caught my sister. An intern, bullying her? "Sis," Linian hurriedly explained, "it wasn't the boss and the boss's wife who bullied me. The pretty sister is actually the boss's wife." Linian stole another glance at Kang Yoshi, and her eyes crossed back over to Li Yu. "The owner's wife and the owner are so well matched, with good looks and a good heart. Why don't you say anything?" My sister was protective of her sister. "Did they threaten and intimidate you?" Knowing people know the face does not know the heart. "Look good. This heart is separated from the belly. Do not peel off. Never know what this inside is a look." Linian slowly explained again the reason why she was crying, and the fact that the boss and the boss's wife were still dedicated to comforting her. Ben imposing sister, all of a sudden deflated, somewhat embarrassed. She explained, "This sister of mine has a soft character, but her ability is good. During her school years, the manuscripts she designed won many awards, and the prize money can pay for her tuition and living expenses. Please also ask the boss and the boss's wife not to mind my rude behavior and words just now, and thus have any prejudice against my sister. It won't." Kan Yohi had been patient enough to listen to her finish her sentence. Li Yu also said, "We will re-examine the design. Don't worry, it will be the reward of whoever it should be." Linian's joyful eyes, pulling her sister's hand, whispering, "The reward is very generous. Mom's medical expenses have been paid." "Sister." After thinking about it, Li Yu suggested, out of concern for his employees' health, "Don't mind crying in the middle of the night." Linian thought that she would be scolded by her boss or have her wages docked for crying in the stairwell of the company in the middle of the night and scaring the other employees in the company. The boss's wife thoughtfully said, "Crying in the middle of the night makes you easier to be stupid when you fall asleep." Li Yu added, "Retarded as in retarded." Kang Yeo he patted him hard with her small hand, again being gentle and not scaring the little girl. It's not pretty when your eyes are swollen. Linine was touched. I won't cry in the middle of the night from now on. Eyes? Ah, red again. It's just very moving and touching. After waving goodbye to the boss's wife and boss, Linine cried again, this time with tears of joy because of the great possibility that the reward would come back to her. My sister quickly coaxed, your boss and boss's wife just said not to cry at night. Okay, I'll slow down. Linine took a deep breath. The two sisters looked at each other and both laughed. Linine followed her sister home, muttering, crying and laughing like a little cutie. Like, you're just a little cutie, being bullied and not even knowing to say anything. Her sister gave her a hateful look and nudged her hard on the side of the head. Linine looked at the ordinary home. Their family condition is average, single parent, and the group leader heard that it is still a relative of the Lee family. How dare she offend? I was thinking of putting up with it, but the aggravation is really hard to hold back. It was already early in the morning when we got back to the villa area. Kan Yuhee is in especially high spirits. After a brief wash, the two of them covered each other without disturbing each other and closed their eyes to sleep. I had my eyes closed from just after 1 a.m. Until 3 a.m. And it was looking like dawn. Kan Yuhee opened her eyes anyway, staring blankly at the ceiling for a few moments, fumbling for her cell phone on the nightstand and checking the time. Again, with a light hand and a light mold, he approached Lee Yu's arms, controlled himself not to move. The heart can be extra loud when the mind is awake. In the future, try not to stay up past 0 hour to sleep, or else you won't even be able to sleep, Kan Yuhee muttered. Just when she wanted to close her eyes, her body was covered with Lee Yu's shadow. Kan Yeo was confused. Husband? Is he unable to sleep? Or is he dreaming and sleepwalking? What is your wife's order? Lee Yu's voice was very sober. Kan Yeo puffed and wrapped her arms around his neck and laughed softly. How could I ever tell you what to do? Why don't we do something that will make us sleepy? Lee Yu suggested. Kan Yeo took her cell phone again and glanced at the time on it. It'll be straight into the morning later. The company's things. There is me. Your cell phone I hold. Something I go to do. Into it? Lee Yu played a tone of discussion. The darkness couldn't even stop Lee Yu from looking at her so seriously. Kan Yeo pursed the corners of her slightly raised lips. Do you trust me? Kan Yeo nodded her head. Wife is the best. Lee Yu bowed his head as he prepared to attack. John Yoshi's fragrant little hand against him. I just nodded my head that I believe you, but I didn't promise anything else. Lee Yu didn't stop, only asking, wife give me a kiss, okay? Polite. Kan Yu simply couldn't refuse. Okay.